When your beloved and beautiful master is taken hostage, and your dear junior sister is wantonly toyed with by soldiers, yet you turn a blind eye and stand idly by, refusing to save them even when you have the ability. Everyone curses you as an ungrateful wretch, but you only flee faster. And the reason for your cold-bloodedness? It was all because of a dream where your master and senior sister, to please their junior brother, not only did they give your cave dwelling to the junior brother, but to enhance his talents, they even personally extracted your primordial sword bone, causing you to bleed to death. You thought it was just a dream, but then a voice came from outside the house. The scenery of Xiaoyu Peak truly lives up to its reputation. If you like it, junior brother Xiaoyu, you can stay here and make that useless Lu Chuan move out. You never expected that upon waking. The first thing you'd see was Liang Xiaoyu coming to seize Xiaoyu Peak exactly as in your dream. At that moment, your senior sister drew her sword and glared at you, coldly shouting, "Lu Chuan, get out of Xiaoyu Peak immediately, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Seeing this, you could only sneer. This Lu Ruyan was ultimately handed over to the great Qian soldiers by the very junior brother she had doted on, only to be toyed with and die in misery. Before you could respond, Liang Xiaoyu kindly intervened. "Senior sister, let it go. After all, brother Lu is my senior, the first direct disciple of the sect master. It wouldn't be right to resort to violence." Lu Ruyan immediately put on a smile and said disdainfully, "What nonsense about a direct disciple? In the sect master's eyes, he is no different from a menial disciple now. But you did remind me, come, I'll take you to see the sect master. This jade peak will be yours in the end." With that, she shot you a look of disgust before affectionately leading Liang Xiaoyu away. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a disciple summoned you to the sect master's hall. Master Su Choshue said with an indifferent expression, "Lu Chuan, pack your things tonight and move out of Xiaoyu Peak. You can choose any other place within the sect." You immediately bowed to Su Choshue and said solemnly, "Master, I wish to leave the Daluo sword sect. I beg for your permission." Hearing this, Su Choshue was momentarily stunned, a trace of reluctance flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Liang Xiaoyu spoke up again. "Senior brother Lu, you mustn't do this. Regarding Xiaoyu Peak, I was merely speaking offhand. Please don't act impulsively and try to pressure the master. If it comes to that, I simply won't go to Xiaoyu Peak." Listening to this, you felt nothing but disgust, never having imagined a man could be so hypocritical and affected. Su Choshue frowned. "Lu Chuan, are you forcing me to reserve Xiaoyu Peak for you? Have you considered the consequences?" Without even raising your head, you replied, "There is no intention of coercion. This disciple was born with severed meridians and has long seen through it all. Rather than idling away at Daluo sword sect waiting for death, I'd prefer to venture into the vast world." Su Choshue understood that this was not blackmail, but your sincere desire to leave. With your innate meridian blockage constitution, staying in the sect would indeed offer little future, especially since you still bore the title of the first direct disciple, a constant weight on her mind. Now that you were voluntarily requesting to leave, it could be considered a solution. You pleaded once more, "Please grant me your permission, master. 100 years in a dream, I do not wish to repeat the same mistakes." Though born with meridian blockage, you possessed the primordial chaos sword body, and the drunken sword immortal system. Drinking alcohol could make you stronger. Previously, out of respect for the sect's prohibition on alcohol, you had never utilized it. But now, resolved to depart, you were determined to drink freely after descending the mountain and grow stronger with abandon. Su Choshue hesitated slightly, feeling that agreeing so readily might appear too indifferent. Seeing this, the onlookers chimed in one after another. "Junior brother Lu has self-awareness, which is a good thing. Sect master, just grant his wish. A naturally severed meridian truly isn't suited for staying in the great Luo sword sect. What a pity for such promising talent. The personal disciple token is still on him and should be retrieved to prevent him from misusing it." Only then did you suddenly remember and casually place the personal disciple token in your palm. Su Choshue finally nodded and said, "Very well, as you wish, but after all, we were once master and disciple. Take these spirit stones with you, they'll help you sustain yourself after leaving the mountain." With that, she tossed a small pile of spirit stones in front of you. Then with a flick of her palm, the token of a personal disciple flew into her hand and was crushed to pieces the next second. From this moment on, your status as a personal disciple ceased to exist, and the last remaining tie between you and the great Luo sword sect was severed. Wonderful. From now on, Junior brother Xiaoyu will be the #1 personal disciple of our great Luo sword sect. Xiaoyu, you must intensify your cultivation. If you lack any resources, just say the word. The hope of our great Luo sword sect ascending to the ranks of sacred lands in the future rests entirely on you. The crowd fawned over Liang Xiaoyu with flattery, while no one paid any attention to you, who had lost your status. You raised your head to look at each of their faces, their tragic deaths from the century-long dream now overlapping with the people before you. Once Liang Xiaoyu seized the position of sect leader and the great Qian dynasty's army invaded, none of those present would escape death, each meeting a fate more gruesome than the last. After all, Liang Xiaoyu was inherently bloodthirsty, a ruthless and cruel man by nature. At that moment, Liang Xiaoyu suddenly leaned in close to you. With a face full of apologies, he said, "Senior brother Lu, I'm really sorry. I would never have thought that it would come to this. Don't be anxious. I'll talk to the sect leader and allow you to stay in the great Luo sword sect." The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. But the words just fell. The words of a few elders followed right after. Xiaoyu. He is no longer a disciple of the great Luo sword sect. Don't call him senior brother. Lu ran. Since this is the case, you should quickly go down the mountain. Once you're off the mountain, don't use your identity as a personal disciple of the great Luo sword sect to woo people again, or else, you won't be spared. Lu Ran completely ignored these people. It just rushed towards Su Yuling and bowed once again. Arching his hand, he said, "Thank you, master, for making it possible." After saying that, he bowed and stepped back without looking at the small pile of spirit stones in front of him. Crossing over came at a young age. With nothing to lose, was brought back to the Deluo sword sect by Su Yuling. 20 years passed and a gray cloth sword robe left clean. Since then, he and the great Luo sword sect no longer had anything to do with each other. As for the identity of Liang Xiaoyu, the conspiracy of the Daqian dynasty, Lu Ran is too lazy to mention, said no one believes, so let them develop on their own. Same time, Tianji building. In front of the Stargazing platform, the whiskered Tianji Lu owner, Yu Guizi, suddenly stared with his eyes. Surprised, he got up, his eyes staring deathly at the bizarre star sign above the star chart, murmuring, "That blessed fate that has never been able to be found out has dissipated from the great Luo sword sect." He couldn't hesitate in time and immediately shouted, "Yao Yao!" Qin Wuyao, who was napping and cultivating in the side hall, was startled and ran over in a panic. Asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Yugizi said in a deep voice, "Do you remember the Deluo sword sect that I told you about earlier?" Qin Wuyao nodded confusedly. Of course he remembers. Yuji has been reciting it 3 times for 20 years now. That great Luo sword sect was only a second-rate sect, but Yu Guizi had measured that its sect contained a great blessing. Although it was strange that that blessed fate failed to work on the Deluo sword sect, and the Tianji Lu secretly investigated, it also never managed to find out what that blessed fate actually was. Available today. That blessed edge from the great Luo sword sect has dissipated. You quickly go and investigate what happened in that great Luo sword sect, and if there are clues, no matter what, take down the blessed edge. Yu Guizi said solemnly. Qin Wuyao didn't dare to slack off. But still, he asked curiously, "Master, how big a blessing?" Yugizi looked excited, but simply spat out 4 words, "Unify the 9 states." Chapter 3, Only I, the Wine Sword Immortal. Lu Ran left the great Luo sword sect. The Deluo sword sect, however, had not changed in the slightest as it had in the past. Even instead, there were quite a few people cheering because of Lu Ran's departure. Wang Yujiao is one of them. Xiaoyu Feng, Liang Xiaoyu did not wait until the next day, but moved over on the same day. Inside the great hall, Wang Yujiao held Liang Xiaoyu's arm affectionately, completely ignoring Liang Xiaoyu's entourage just standing aside. Whispered, "Xiaoyu, in the future, Xiaoyu Peak is yours. You are the future hope of the great Luo sword sect. When you ascend to the position of the patriarch, you cannot forget senior sister. Oh, you do not need to blame yourself. That Lu Ran should have rolled long ago. A natural-born extinct vein, miscellaneous disciples are not as good as, but still hogging the identity of the first person of the true disciples. Simply abominable. Blame yourself?" Liang Xiaoyu glanced at her faintly. Casually, he said, "I want you to do something for me." Wang Yujiao did not doubt him and said doubtfully, "Just say what you have to say straight away. What do you want? Senior sister promises you everything." When he finished, he was flushed with scarlet, causing the attendant next to him to gulp desperately. Liang Xiaoyu's expression suddenly turned cold as he said, "Find a few reliable disciples, go down the mountain, get rid of Lu Ran, and then bring his corpse back to me. Huh? Wang Yujiao was shocked, although she usually sarcastically mocked Lu Ran. But how to say that she was also a senior brother? Moreover, the crime was not to death. Especially lately, she had been targeting Lu Ran at every turn, and she was only fighting for Liang Xiaoyu. What? You're not even willing to do this little thing for me? Liang Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows and said, in the future, when I take the position of sect leader, I still hope that you will accompany me and help me handle the affairs of the sect. At those words, the hesitation and shock in Wang Yujiao's eyes instantly disappeared. Hurriedly, she said, Xiaoyu, don't worry, senior sister will definitely accomplish it. Though she also found out that Liang Xiaoyu's kindness in front of people earlier was all pretense. But she didn't care. Instead, she felt that being able to follow this kind of character Liang Xiaoyu, her future development would be smoother. Liang Xiaoyu nodded and said, then hurry up and go do it. Lu Ran just came down from the mountain not long ago. His whereabouts will be easy to find. Remember, find some trustworthy people. Wang Yujiao nodded obediently and swayed her water snake-like waist out of the hall. The attendant on the sidelines couldn't hold back any longer. Gritting his teeth, he said, Prince, this sister is also too burnt. Liang Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, I've said it several times, don't call me Prince. The attendant looked back and his face snapped. Hurrying to change the topic, he said, Senior brother, if we want to get rid of Lu Ran, why don't we let our people do it? Letting outsiders deal with it will only cause more trouble. Liang Xiaoyu, however, laughed. He said, throwing in the towel, from now on, this Wang Yujiao is my person. Besides, even if the Deluo Sword Sect finds out the cause of Lu Ran's death, it's still Wang Yujiao's doing, it has nothing to do with me. Not to mention the fact that no one paid any attention to Lu Ran's death. When he finished, he glanced at his entourage, adding, if you like this kind of goods, when I get the position of patriarch, she will be yours to play with as you like. The attendant's mouth watered as he listened. The other side, after Lu Ran descended the mountain, it was only in the evening that he arrived at the Qingshi town, 30 miles below Deluo Mountain. This is the closest town to the bottom of Mt. Oro. Lu Ran hadn't gone down the mountain, and had completely followed the official road all the way here. Truly speaking, this was the first time Lu Ran had examined this world. Since his childhood, he has been in the Great Luo Sword Sect and has never gone down the mountain, and for the first time in his long life, he has felt the humanity of the vast land of Kyushu. Full of novelty, but he didn't forget about business and entered a random restaurant. What would the guest like to eat? Xiao Er politely greeted him. Got any wine? Lu Ran asked directly. The strongest wine sword immortal system had been dormant for 10 years and had long been hungry and thirsty. Of course, what kind of wine would you like? Junior asked. Lu Ran also didn't know what kind of wine there was in this world, and he didn't know if the different kinds of wine made any difference to the system. So he mused, 1 jar of each. Xiao Er froze and looked at Lu Ran in surprise. Reminded, we this store can have more than 10 kinds of fine wine, each to a jar, you? Lu Ran waved his hand and said, then let's have a bowl each. Xiao Er was so relieved that it was only a dozen bowls each. Not long after, a dozen bowls of wine were served. Lu Ran didn't order any food and started drinking directly from the first bowl of wine. Pungent entrance. Lu Ran did not feel the imagined discomfort. On the contrary, perhaps it was the relationship of the system. It only felt smooth through the body, as if drinking agar jelly. Wonderful. In the meantime, drinking bad wine and gaining cultivation for a year. The beep sounded, and Lu Ran immediately felt that his dantian was much more majestic. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly looked inward at his dantian. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Sure enough, because of the relationship between being born with an extinct vein and not being able to cultivate spiritual power, the dantian that was once there was empty. But right now, there is spiritual power. And there are quite a few. Drinking alcohol can directly increase your spiritual energy. There's no need to cultivate at all. And it seems that the quality of the wine affects the reward. But even if it's inferior wine, 1 bowl can increase cultivation for a year? According to this, if I go down with 1 altar, I can casually cultivate for decades. Drink an altar a day for a month. 1,000 years of cultivation. If you then switch to good wine, that reward. Lu Ran analyzed, and the more he analyzed, the more excited he became. It had been 10 years, and he had occasionally thought about how this system got stronger by drinking, and wondered how well it was showing. Guessed it, but didn't expect it to blow up so much. Soon, a dozen bowls went down. With just a dozen bowls of wine, Lu Ran's dantian had been filled with the spiritual energy that others could only accumulate with a decade of hard cultivation. But the alcohol was coming up just the same, and he hadn't built his foundation yet, so he couldn't mobilize his spiritual energy to sober up. At this point, it was completely disoriented. Xiaoyu hurriedly ran over. Guessed? That? You this wine money? You intend to? Bam! Before the words were finished, Lu Ran was not able to win the wine and slumped on the table. The mouth is still muttering, 1,000 cups are not drunk. Only I. Wine sword immortal. Come to wine. The small duo are stupid, the liquor is so poor, but also lion's share to a dozen altars, this dozen bowls have been dried down. But if he gets down, what about the money for the drinks? At that exact moment, a girl wearing a red neon dress walked up to Lu Ran. Forgetting Lu Ran, he said to Xiaoyu, he's my friend. I'll pay for the drinks. After saying that, he threw out a lower-grade spirit stone. Xiaoyu was shocked. I owe this customer. This is too much. Qin Wuyao glanced at Lu Ran, who was already lying on the table with his mouth still muttering for wine. Waving his hand, he said, the others helped me change some wine to take away. There were more than 100 altars, and Qin Wuyao put them into her storage bag before she carried Lu Ran and left the restaurant. The woods by the official road. Qin Wuyao placed Lu Ran next to the tree trunk while she sat on the opposite side. Examining Lu Ran in front of him, his heart went straight back to muttering, the only thing that has happened in the Deluo Sword Sect is that this Lu Ran has withdrawn from the division, but he was born with an extinct vein. Would he be the blessing that his master said he would be? As he was talking, he suddenly realized that there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy on Lu Ran's body. Qin Wuyao froze, born with an extinct vein. Where did she get spiritual power? With a thought, divine sense spread out. At this moment, Lu Ran's 10 years of spiritual energy within his dantian automatically impacted. Just a moment after Qin Wuyao's divine sense probed over, the foundation building was successful. Ah! Qin Wuyao's eyes brightened up while she was startled. A natural-born extinct vein with impossible access to spiritual power, got drunk, slept, and built a foundation. What an oddity this is. Chapter 4. Kill me even after coming down the mountain? For all cultivators, there is only one way to get spiritual power. Whether it's cultivation or pills or whatever exotic herbs. All the origin spiritual chi needs to be extracted and refined into spiritual power through the big and small circumference of the peripheral meridians and integrated into the dantian. There is no other way, and being born with an extinct vein meant that one's own meridians could not function at all, and naturally it was impossible to obtain spiritual power. It's impossible to obtain in any case, but in front of Qin Wuyao, this Lu Ran, who had withdrawn from the great Luo Sword Sect, was born with an extinct vein, but had inexplicably built a foundation. That wasn't all. Lu Ran was snoring and reeking of booze. The breath on his body was still growing. Soon, it reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, then continued to grow, and it didn't take long to reach the late stage of foundation establishment. Qin Wuyao people are stupid. A person who was born with an extinct vein is able to obtain spiritual power is just a matter of time. But this bastard is not even in cultivation but drunk and sleeping. Half an incense burner ago, he had automatically built his foundation, and now with the passage of time, his breath was actually approaching the peak of the late stage of foundation building. It was only a step away from that Jindan realm. Qin Wuyao's talent wasn't bad, but she was 13 years old when she built her foundation, and only at the age of 16 did she painstakingly cultivate to the peak of the late stage of foundation building. 3 years of hard cultivation, but it was not worth a hangover for this Lu Ran who was born with an extinct vein in front of him. 5 hours later, Lu Ran woke up. My head hurts a little, bad wine is really bad wine, and the side effects are a little strong. At this time, Lu Ran suddenly realized that something was wrong with his body, and he took an inward look. Foundation building? This is foundation building. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. Not a bad system. Drinking one drink to build a foundation, and it's already at the peak of the late foundation stage. One drink is worth 10 years of hard work for others. Thinking about these 10 years since the system was activated, and harboring in the Deluo Sword Sect in that hellish state, Lu Ran wanted to give himself a big slap in the face. Wasteful, so wasteful. In the meantime, ding. Congratulations to the host on one successful hangover. Receive hangover reward. Frosty cold sword intent. Oh, there's a reward for hangovers? And the still sword intent. As a disciple of the great Luo sword sect, Lu Ran could be too clear about the importance of sword intent. In the entire great Luo sword sect, not even sect leader Su Yuling had comprehended sword intent. Lu Ran was very satisfied with the result, one drink. Not only did he reach the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment, he also comprehended the sword intent. Double happiness. Immediately after that, Lu Ran suddenly realized, where was this? Wasn't he drinking in a tavern? Why is this a wilderness? In the dark, Lu Ran, who was in the late stage of foundation establishment, was not as blind as before because he had spiritual power. Suddenly, he saw Qin Wuyao sitting across from him. Holy! Who are you? Lu Ran exclaimed in shock. It was night, dark, and across the room sat a woman in red staring him dead in the face. This bizarre scene made Lu Ran's body explode in sweat. Qin Wuyao rolled her eyes and said, "You've been muttering for half a day, but didn't you realize that I'm across from you?" Lu Ran gulped and listened to the sound of human voices before he calmed down a little. Rather, he was just studying the system rewards and hadn't really noticed Qin Wuyao on the opposite side. Lu Ran stared at Qin Wuyao, asked, "You brought me out of the tavern?" Qin Wuyao shrugged her shoulders. Lu Ran, on the other hand, subconsciously lowered his head. Checking his own clothes, Qin Wuyao, watching him touching his own body for half a day, was initially puzzled, but suddenly reacted to Lu Ran's oddly suspicious eyes. Picked up a stone with his hand and threw it. "Bastard, you're still afraid that I'm not going to take advantage of you. So I should just leave you alone and let you be beaten to death by that junior because of the wine money." Qin Wuyao huffed. "Agu." Lu Ran wrist blocked a bit. Painful grimace, casually said, "Rather you remind me, I do not have wine money, you help me pay? More than that, you drunkard. I even brought out a lot of wine for you," Qin Wuyao said, casually waving her hand. Crashing sound. A big pile of wine jars appeared in front of them. Seeing the wine altar, Lu Ran's eyes instantly lit up. While carrying over an altar, he said, many thanks, I'll pay you back for the wine." After that, he slapped open the seal and tilted his head back to pour, ignoring the headache that comes with poor quality wine. Right now, elevation is important. After leaving the great Luo sword sect, Lu Ran had an empty mixed sword body and the wine sword immortal system. But his realm was simply too low. Weapons, magic treasures, defensive armor, and the like. Nothing. The 9 states were weak and strong, and if he wasn't careful, he could die, so he desperately needed to raise his realm. Qin Wuyao was speechless. Was such an alcoholic really the blessed destiny that Master spoke of? She had never seen that a person could love drinking to such an extent. This had only just finished his hangover, and he immediately started drinking. Qin Wuyao regretted bringing wine out to him. Lu Ran, however, didn't have any other thoughts and just drank, not worrying about Qin Wuyao on the opposite side of the table misbehaving with him. Robbing money he did not, robbing color. Lu Ran did not resist. Qin Wuyao was very pretty. Even in the dark, Lu Ran could tell at a glance that she was absolutely superb. As for plotting against him, Lu Ran was even less worried. Qin Wuyao brought the drunken him out of Qingshi town and waited for him to sober up again. If he wanted to harm him, he would have died 800 times already. Drinking bad wine and gaining 8 days of training. Drinking bad wine and gaining 11 days of training. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Drinking bad wine and gaining 6 days of training. The system prompt confused Lu Ran. Why so little? Earlier, a bowl of wine was a year's worth of cultivation. How come it's become a few days now? Good point is only 10 days, the gap is too big. Rather, Lu Ran had a guess that as his realm increased, the less the wine brought him a bonus boost. Or rather, the less of a boost you get from crap wine. That is to say, Lu then continued to rise in the realm and demanded more and more quality from the wine. It's breathless, but it makes sense when you think about it. Seems like I need to find some better quality wine to drink after that. But for the moment, mosquito meat is also meat. Drink it first. Lu Ran muttered through gritted teeth. Soon, the 3 jars of wine went down, and Lu Ran was starting to get confused from drinking. Opposite Qin Wuyao, a burst of tears and laughter. This bastard, black lights. Opposite sitting a big beauty. This Lu Ran but just bored to drink. Nerd. Lu Ran. Do you know why I helped you pay for the drinks? Brought you out again and brought you out wine? Qin Wuyao looked at Lu Ran and opened her mouth to ask. The drunken Lu Ran sniffed, put down the wine jar, and burped, stammered. This thing called love, who can say for sure, is love at first sight. When he finished, he stroked his messy hair from his forehead in a stinky manner. The corner of Qin Wuyao's mouth twitched, if it wasn't for the fact that Lu Ran was the blessed fate that Master had spoken of. Qin Wuyao would most likely go up and beat him up. I'm here because… Qin Wuyao was about to open her mouth to explain, but suddenly her eyebrows furrowed and she turned her head to the right. Outside the woods, more than 30 men were approaching this way. However, she did not make any moves and just waited quietly. With Qin Wuyao's strength, she could see through it with the sweep of her divine thoughts. These 30 or so people are all in the late stage of Foundation establishment, just small scum. They quickly entered the woods and immediately identified their target when they saw Lu Ran. On the contrary, Qin Wuyao, who was on the side, was a bit surprised. Their target was Lu Ran, but how did this extra one come out? In his daze, Lu Ran saw people around him and looked around with confused eyes. Then laughed. Sword Sect disciples, really? Is down the mountain, after all? Also want to kill me. Having said that, he staggered to his feet, casually snapping off a branch at his side as a weapon, and fell east to face all the Sword Sect disciples. Chapter 5. A Sword of Frost and Cold in 14 States. The 30 or so Sword Sect disciples did not deliberately conceal their identities. Even what they were wearing, they were all still great Luo Sword Sect disciple uniforms, but judging from their attire, all of them were cabinet disciples. Moreover, the cultivation levels had all reached the late stage of Foundation establishment. That was why Lu Ran could still recognize them even though he was drunk. He had crossed over since he was a young boy, and he had stayed in the Great Luo Sword Sect for 20 years, and he had watched the Great Luo Sword Sect's disciple uniforms for 20 years. Couldn't be more familiar. Lu Ran stood shakily, the branch in his hand slowly raised. Mesmerized eyes looked at the 30 or so people in front of her. The heart was incredibly bitter. Suddenly, he remembered the frost-cold sword intent. Frosty cold. Those two words reminded him of a poem from back home. A hall full of flowers intoxicated with 3,000 guests, a sword of frost chilling 14 states. Lu Ran used to love this poem. Written by the master of the excessive talent, High Friends, is a hot figure and ambitious. A sharp sword across the two Zhejiang 14 states. Yes, once upon a time, Lu Ran, indeed. The great Luo Sword Sect, from the patriarch and elders to the major deacons, down to the miscellaneous guards and brothers and sisters, Lu Ran is the focus of everyone's attention. But just overnight, heaven fell to hell. Lu Ran, who was an orphan before crossing over, loved the Luo Sword Sect after crossing over. Surrounded by countless compliments, he felt that was the fullness of life. So even if he was born with an extinct vein, and his cultivation was hard to advance an inch, even if he was left out in the cold, and even if he was no longer the pride of heaven, Lu Ran still couldn't let go of that place. Little Jade Peak Cliff, that 100 years of dream, is not Lu Ran's original path of life. It is good to finally wake up. What master and disciple love, what clan affiliation, all false. Lu Ran, who saw through this, quit the Luo Sword Sect and went down the mountain to live his own life. But even so, it had only been less than a day since they had descended from the mountain, and there were disciples from the Sword Sect coming after them. The Sword Sect disciples looked at Lu Ran muttering under his breath and glanced at each other. A few of them looked towards Qin Wuyao, who was still sitting by the tree trunk not far away. Kill Lu Ran first, someone said in a deep voice. As for Qin Wuyao, naturally she wouldn't survive, but Lu Ran was the main target and had to be the first to be subdued. Hear this. Lu Ran suddenly laughed out loud. Associated with the poem's High Friends, comparing to his present depression and desolation, being completely abandoned by the sect, not even being able to live in peace when he went down the mountain, and having to exterminate him. I don't feel that I can't spit out the grief and anger in my heart. Drinking aloud. A hall full of flowers and drunken, 3,000 guests, a sword of frost and cold, 10, 4, states. Ha ha ha. The words are gone. The hands of the branch swinging, Lu Ran footsteps fluctuating, looking like a drunk unsteady. The Sword Sect disciples, on the other hand, took this opportunity to swarm up to Lu Ran, intending to kill him with their hands. Qin Wuyao also slowly got up and prepared to strike. Such a blessing, naturally, could not be spoiled by the Sword Sect disciples in this way. But just then, a sudden change occurred. A coldness around Lu Ran exploded, sweeping out in all directions. The few Sword Sect disciples who rushed the fastest couldn't dodge in time, and their bodies instantly shackled in place and condensed into ice sculptures. The rest of the disciples' faces changed drastically as they retreated. Lu Ran danced his sword while telling the grief and anger in his heart. In the eyes of the great Luo sword sect, I'm nothing but an invalid. But even if an invalid like me quits the sword sect and goes down the mountain, I still may not live. More than 30 cabinet disciples came to kill me. An invalid, haha, big deal, big deal. Lu Ran laughed out loud, laughed at the silence, laughed at the bravado, but how could not laugh at the happy expression? With sadness in his heart, the sword intent around his body seemed to blossom completely like a lotus flower. The cabinet disciples who were watching in astonishment not far away were swept away by the sword intent. Even Qin Wuyao was not spared. Fortunately, Qin Wuyao was strong enough to protect her body with her astral aura the moment the sword intent struck. Even so, one could still feel the chill as if it was going to penetrate into the bone marrow. And in this coldness, it was actually filled with countless crisscrossing sword chi. The surrounding trees and grass, under the strangulation of the sword chi, were turned into pieces and floated on the ground. And those sword sect disciples were miserable. Although they were on par with Lu Ran in terms of realm, they simply did not have the strength to fight back under this sword intent. Sword intent swept over them as they froze in place in a variety of positions. The look of horror on his face was tinged with deep amazement. After that, it was strangled indiscriminately by the sword chi. However, in a single glance, the sword sect disciples all died tragically on the spot. Sword intent. Qin Wuyao's astral aura protected her body, but she was unhindered, and at this moment, her face was full of excitement and excitement. What the master said was indeed right. If first Qin Wuyao was still unsure whether Lu Ran was the blessed fate in the master's mouth or not. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Now, at last, she could conclude. Born with an extinct vein, yet he was able to get a hangover and automatically build his foundation, snoring, and his cultivation level scampered to the peak of foundation building. Facing off against the enemy, Lu Ran was at the late stage of foundation establishment, and in a drunken state against more than 30 sword sect disciples at the late stage of foundation establishment. This was supposed to be a one-sided suppression. But Lu Ran instantly killed more than 30 late-stage foundation establishment disciples with a single hand of sword intent. This is sword intent. Countless sword cultivation greats spent their entire lives. Even if their cultivation tended to be at the realm of realization, there were rarely a few people who could qualify to comprehend the sword intent. But Lu Ran has only built his foundation. At this moment, Lu Ran seemed to have completely forgotten about those sword sect disciples and was just concentrating on his sword dance. The bits and pieces of the 20 years in the great Luo sword sect kept flashing through his mind. Once Master Suyu Ling accompanied him to practice sword cozily. Meticulous care from brothers and sisters in the division. The kindness on the faces of the sword sect disciples. One by one they flashed, until 10 years ago, when he was found to have been born with an extinct vein. Everything changed that day. Lu Ran was unwilling, unable to give up, and suffered for 10 years, and finally came back to his senses. He had long been abandoned by the sword sect. A hall full of flowers and drunken 3,000 guests. A sword of frost and cold 14 states. From the moment he quit the great Luo sword sect. He then had no more family, no more friends, no more masters, no more siblings, and from then on, the sky was the limit and he was all alone. But the second half of the linchpin feeds geometrically. Lu Ran had never had a moment where he was as eager to be powerful as he was now. It's appropriate when it's appropriate. Ha ha. The tree branch in Lu Ran's hand was raised violently, and he swung his sword towards the sky. Shoo away. The frost-cold intent exploded the sky. In the middle of the night, thunderclouds rolled overhead, and countless cold sword chi wrapped between heaven and earth swept out. Crackling lightning pierced the sky, and long rivers of terrifying sword chi traveled between heaven and earth like swimming dragons. Qin Wuyao was right beside Lu Ran, and her heart clenched together as she watched this horrifying scene. What a terrifying sword intent. Dala sword sect, a group of fools. Empty, such a blessing do not know to cherish. In time, Lu Ran is bound to stand at the top of the 9 states. At that time, the sword sect do not know how to feel. In the meantime, in the state capital Jinling City, a few old men were picking lamps to drink with each other, when they were suddenly startled and raised their eyes to the eastern sky. The sight that resembled a terrifying heavenly might caused several people's faces to change drastically. Sword intent. What pure sword intent? Who is it? This sword intent is chilly and cold. Not the few sword cultivators I'm familiar with. A mere sword intent. What's there to show off on a big night? The old man who spoke last angrily slapped his beloved long sword on the table, his mouth disdainful, but the bottom of his eyes were sour and weeping. In the next second, the already much weaker sword intent drifted past. Favorable goose feathers fall from the 9 heavens. It's snowing. This night, this sword. In the 8 counties and 14 counties of Xiaoyu, snow flew in June for thousands of miles. Chapter 6. This is your destiny. The feelings of the Deluo sword sect were the most shocking when the frosty cold sword intent ravaged the sky. Lu Ran's location was right next to the greenstone town at the bottom of the mountain. It was only 30 or so miles away from the big Luo sword sect's big Luo mountain. Between the long dragon of sword chi whistling and weaving in the sea of clouds, it seemed as if it was about to crash on top of Mount Deluo at any moment. All the disciples of the inner cabinet outer sect turned pale. The great elders and deacons, as well as the stewards of the various halls, had all gathered as well. But no one knows what to do about it. In the face of this terrifying heavenly mighty sword intent, the fear from death loomed over everyone's heart. Even the sect leader, Xiaoyu Ling, had a grave expression on her face at this time. Master sect leader, is this coming towards our great Luo sword sect? The grand elder asked in a deep voice. Not sure, this sword intent is pure, but the killing intent isn't heavy, and the other party is only releasing the sword intent and not using spiritual energy.
Xiaoyu Ling mused.
Looking at the distance, it should be at the bottom of the mountain. I'll send someone to poke around. A rough-looking elder said subconsciously. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoyu Ling immediately reprimanded. What are you prying for from such a transcendent sword Dao Titan? What qualifications do you have to pry? Is it because you want to bury the entire great Luo sword sect? That elder's face changed and he immediately didn't dare to squeak. Liang Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at the monstrous sword intent and felt the coldness come over his face. The look was a bit grim and twisted from jealousy. Sword intent was the lifelong dream of all sword cultivators. At this point, the cold was getting worse and snow began to fall from the sky. Even when Xiaoyu Ling utilized her extreme eyesight, she was unable to see how large the coverage of this sword intent was. It's horrible. Send disciples to take turns on guard. If there is any movement, notify me at the first opportunity.
Xiaoyu Ling suddenly snapped.
Master, should we activate the sect protector formation? Liang Xiaoyu proposed from the side. He was jealous, but in his heart he was scared to death. As the crown prince of the great Qian dynasty, his plan has not yet begun to be implemented, the great Luo sword sect has not yet been taken down, and he was just wiped out and piggybacked to death by the big brother. That would be too stifling. No need for a sword cultivator of this realm. Our clan protection formation is no different from papier-mâché, but there's no need to worry too much. The other party releasing their sword intent under the great Luo mountain without using their spiritual power is most likely just for deterrence.
Xiaoyu Ling analyzed.
But he really couldn't figure out, for good reason, when did the great Luo sword sect provoke a sword cultivator of this level? Could it be that Lu Ran has found helpers? An elder spoke up as if he thought of something.
Bull.
A man born with an extinct vein? Who would stand up for him? Liang Xiaoyu subconsciously twisted his head to reprimand. But he forgot that he was still just a pro-disciple now. That elder froze. Liang Xiaoyu reacted and hurriedly changed his words. I mean, that Lu Ran was born with an extinct vein. It's impossible for a senior of this level to stand up for him. Xiaoyu Ling glanced at Liang Xiaoyu and that elder. Not bothering to accuse Liang Xiaoyu of committing the following offense, he just nodded his head and said, Xiaoyu is right. That child Lu Ran was brought back to the great Luo sword sect by me since he was young, and there is no one in the outside world who has any connections. That night, everyone up and down the great Luo sword sect braced themselves, not daring to slack off. Luckily, the sword intent quickly dissipated, but the snow continued into the early morning. In the middle of the dense forest, Qin Wuyao found a cave close by under the crags at the foot of the mountain and carried Lu Ran, who was huffing and puffing after wielding his sword intent, inside. Early in the morning, I looked outside at the snow-capped peaks of the dense forest and took a deep, penetrating breath. The temperature of June was brought down by Lu Ran's sword intent. But she didn't know at this point how much of a stir Lu Ran's sword intent had caused last night. Glancing at Lu Ran, who was still huffing and puffing and hadn't woken up, Qin Wuyao flipped her wrist and a compass appeared in her hand. She divinely immersed herself in it and transmitted her voice for thousands of miles. At the same time in the Tianji building, Yu Guizi was busy at the Stargazing platform, constantly measuring last night's terrifying sword intent. But it never yielded any results, as if there was a fog shrouding and blocking his hexagrams. At this time, Qin Wuyao's voice transmission came over. Yugizi hurriedly put down his mind and inquired, "How is the investigation of the great Luo sword sect going? What has happened? Does that Fu Yuan have any clues?" Qin Wuyao immediately nodded her head and said, "The blessed edge is a person. His name is Lu Ran, mixed Yuan sword body, but born with an extinct vein." She spoke about the news about Lu Ran and passed it on to Yu Guizi. The latter was also stunned to hear it. Mixed sword body, it is indeed a 1 in a million sword-fixing seedling. It's a pity how it was born with an extinct vein, and if you can't cultivate spiritual power, even the best talent is a joke. Yu Guizi sighed and said, "But immediately after." Doubtfully, he asked, "You said that he is blessed edge? Wasn't he born with an extinct vein?" Qin Wuyao immediately said, "I don't understand it either, but he is already in the late stage of foundation building. Yesterday, when I first found him, he was drinking at the tavern, and at that time he was still at the peak of chi refining. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. What happened last night?" Qin Wuyao said it all in its original form. Listening to Yu Guizi, he froze, murmuring, "Born with an extinct vein, drank a cup of wine, and automatically built up the foundation. Slept for a while and built up the foundation at the peak? This? How can this be a natural-born extinct vein? Are you mistaken somewhere?" Yugizi asked suspiciously. "Although I don't understand it either, it's all what I saw with my own eyes, and, last night, when he was drunk, the Deluo sword sect sent disciples to kill him, and he unleashed his sword intent and instantly killed more than 30 sword sect disciples who were also in the late stage of foundation establishment," Qin Wuyao said in an explanatory manner. "Wait!" Yugizi trembled. "What did you say? Last night? Last night that sword intent? It was Lu Ran who messed it up. He had thought that it was the sword intent of some sword cultivator big brother and wanted to gauge the identity of the other party, but he was never able to do the math. But in the end it was Lu Ran? A late-stage foundation establishment born with an extinct vein? Born with an extinct vein, yet he was able to obtain spiritual power and sleep to automatically raise his realm, only at the late stage of foundation establishment, yet he was able to have such a terrifying sword intent. Yes. I was right in front of him at the time and saw him release his sword intent with my own eyes. But how did you know about this?" Qin Wuyao was somewhat surprised. "Last night that sword intent ravaged 8 counties and 14 counties in Xia Prefecture, with snow falling for thousands of miles. Not only me, but the 4 great holy lands were also alarmed. All of them were guessing who the person who cast the sword intent last night was, but it seems that no one guessed it now." Yu Guizi said, "It's no wonder you can't do the math anyway. If Lu Ran is really that blessed, the karma involved will be too serious with his Yu Guizi, naturally not capable of divining." Qin Wuyao was flabbergasted as she stepped out of the cave and raised her eyes to see that the snow was sealing the mountain. As far as the eye could see, it was all snow-covered. Thousands of miles of drifting snow. Qin Wuyao sucked in a mouthful of cold air. She was never expecting Lu Ran's range of influence of that sword intent to be so terrifying. "Yao Yao, remember. This is your creation. Do not neglect it. Give him whatever he likes. Satisfy all his requests," Yu Guizi instructed. "Like what?" "Obviously, wine. He likes to drink," Qin Wuyao said directly, and thought in her heart, thanks to Lu Ran not being a womanizer. "Then give him wine. By the way, 3 days from now, isn't there a Wine King banquet in that Lishan Heavenly Tao Alliance? You take him there and drink up," Yu Guizi mused. "Remember to remember, but the great Luo sword sect, it seems that it is also in the ranks of the Heavenly Tao Alliance affiliation. At that time it is inevitable to meet with Lu Ran. I worry about it," said Qin Wuyao. "Worry my ass. From now on, Lu Ran's back is our Tianji Lu. If the regional De Luo sword sect dares to clamor in front of Lu Ran, I'll flatten its mountain," Yu Guizi said without hesitation. "Just ask for some favorites and add them to your bookshelf. I desperately need the support of my fellow readers. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot." Chapter 7 Martial Arts Golden Dan. Qin Wuyao re-entered the cave and found that Lu Ran happened to be awake as well. Was rubbing his head and sitting up. Associating what Master Yugizi said, Qin Wuyao then said, "You're at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment now, and if you want to conjure the Dan, there are 2 ways to do so." "Oh?" Lu Ran brightened up and looked up at Qin Wuyao. "What solution?" At the same time, he surveyed his surroundings and saw at a glance that he was in a cave. It seems that he was drunk again last night and was brought here by Qin Wuyao. But now that I'm drunk again, where's the reward? I drank a lot last night, but my cultivation gave very little, and when I reached the foundation establishment realm, the effect of poor quality wine was too poor. Just in time. Ding. Congratulations to the host on one successful hangover. Receive hangover reward. Instant breakthrough. Seeing the reward, Lu Ran was a bit stunned. A reward for an instant breakthrough? Isn't that reward a bit too crap? The first hangover gave but a sword's intent. A second hangover and you give an on-the-spot conjugation? Opposite Qin Wuyao responded, the first way is to cultivate sense impact barriers waiting for the Dan robbery. The difficulty of the Dan robbery is not up to just any one body protection magic treasure can easily cope with, and even without magic treasure, astral protection will not be a big problem. The difficulty is in the sense is not less than a month. More than a few years cannot lead to the Dan robbery. Speaking here, Qin Wuyao's tone paused. Continued, the second is to take the elixir barrier breaking Dan, forcibly break through the barriers, the not martial arts golden Dan, but the barrier breaking Dan is very precious, extremely difficult to obtain, is not an ordinary cultivator can afford to use. The major forces also need to be used with discretion. Those are the only two ways, nothing more. Either way, it's not that easy. Either the talent is heavenly, in situ epiphany attracted Dan robbery, but not enough sense, procrastination for several years cannot end the Dan is a common thing. Although the second type of barrier-breaking pill could force a breakthrough, it was not easy to obtain. For most cultivators, or for most cultivators with money and background, as long as they could obtain the barrier-breaking pill, they would choose to force a breakthrough. Speaking of which, Qin Wuyao said mysteriously, speaking of the barrier-breaking Dan, I happen to. She had wanted to say that she happened to have it. Sell Lu Ran a favor and give it to him, and satisfy Lu Ran's request in response to her master's command. But the words were half-spoken. Pong! A golden circle of light exploded from Lu Ran's belly with a boing and spread out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Ran's entire aura surged up by a large margin. Qin Wuyao's voice came to an abrupt end, staring at Lu Ran with wide eyes as her divine sense swept towards Lu Ran's dantian. It was seen that in Lu Ran's dantian sea of consciousness, a golden knuckle-sized bead was dripping and spinning, mingling with the spiritual energy in his dantian. As Lu Ran breathed, the spiritual energy seemed to echo with the beads like ocean waves. Wudao Jin Dan. Lu Ran conjugated the Dan. Huh? Qin Wuyao was dumbfounded. The way he looked at Lu Ran was as if he was looking at a monster. It was already evening when Qin Wuyao found Lu Ran yesterday. At that time, Lu Ran, still at the peak of qi refining, was drinking and getting drunk. She brought Lu Ran into the grove. Lu Ran slept soundly in a drunken stupor, automatically building the foundation even if the spiritual power climbed up, the person didn't wake up. It was already the peak of the late stage of building the foundation. After getting up, he continued to drink, and when he fell to the east, the disciples of the sword sect chased and killed. Lu Ran a branch, a hand of sword, 8 counties and 14 counties, 1,000 miles of snow, then fell back to sleep, woke up early in the morning. Qin Wuyao originally wanted to help him conjugate Dan to sell him a personal favor. But as a result, the bastard rubbed his head and conjured the Dan on his own when he was sleepy. A barrier that was prudent and incomparable for other cultivators was just broken through by Lu Ran. Monster, when it's really a monster. In a combined night's time, he had popped from refining qi to the Jindan realm. Lu Ran felt the spirit power filling up in his dantian, and his eyes lit up. It's not bad to form a Dan on the spot. And he discovered something, the system hangover reward, which seemed to be based on his current state, was not completely random. In this way, subsequent breakthroughs in the realm would become more and more difficult, and by the time the tipping point was reached, it would be entirely possible to make an instant breakthrough through a hangover. Right? You just said that you happen to be what? Lu Ran asked as he took over Qin Wuyao's C-cast.
No.
Nothing. Qin Wuyao waved her hand, pretending that I didn't say it. Oh, right. Little beauty, what is your name? Lu Ran asked politely. Should I say no? The girl was pretty, and settled the twice drunken him down and helped him pay for the drinks. Lu Ran was still very grateful. Qin Wuyao. Qin Wuyao said casually. My name is Lu Ran. Why are you so nice to me? Lu Ran asked casually. He wasn't going to be a stinker and think that this little beauty was really looking at him. Qin Wuyao froze, not having thought about this beforehand, and couldn't make up a suitable reason in the moment. Associated with Lu Ran's eagerness to drink last night, so he casually said, I also like to drink. Seeing that you are also a person who loves wine, casually helped. Master let me go down the mountain to practice. I have nothing to do. just looking for someone as a companion. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Qin Wuyao felt to herself that this reason definitely made sense. Lu Ran's eyes lit up, said, "So it is a fellow traveler. No wonder you have so much wine in your storage bag. By the way, last night, those sword sect disciples. It is you who helped me to get rid of it." Qin Wuyao reacted. When this guy swung his sword last night, he was more than likely already drunk and confused, and he doesn't remember what happened afterward. She was a little hesitant to take the credit. In the end, it still shook its head and said, "No, before I had a chance to strike, your sword intent killed them." Lu Ran was stunned. He vaguely remembered wantonly wielding his sword intent last night because of the grief and anger in his heart, but he didn't remember how he got those sword sect disciples killed afterwards. They can all be in the late stage of Foundation establishment. There are more than 30 of them. In his drunken state, he was able to use his sword intent alone to kill them himself without a scratch. "More wine?" Qin Wuyao asked as she carried out a jar of wine. "I'll try." Lu Ran took the wine jar and took a big gulp. Drinking bad wine and gaining 2 hours of cultivation. Sound of escaping laughter. The half mouthful of wine that he hadn't swallowed was directly sprayed out. If not for Qin Wuyao sitting far away, it was estimated that he would be sprayed all over his face. At the Qi refining realm, a bowl of wine can increase your cultivation for a year. At the Foundation establishment realm, one sip of wine could increase cultivation for a few days. By the time he reached the Jindan realm, this large gulp of water would only give 2 hours of cultivation. Moreover, after the Jindan realm, the inferior wine was automated by spiritual energy and could no longer be hung over, so naturally one could not obtain a hangover reward. Bad wine is really bad wine. Lu Ran placed the wine jar on his side and shook his head. "This wine is too bad. You need to drink some good wine. And you should drink less of this poor quality wine in the future. It hurts your body." Qin Wuyao rolled her eyes and didn't know who had set aside that clicker irrigation last night. On the contrary, when Lu Ran said this, Qin Wuyao happened to take over the conversation and said, 3 days later, the Heavenly Tao Alliance Wine King Banquet will be held, with mostly 100-year-old wines. So how about the two of you and I go and have a good drink? It just so happened that there was a reason to go along as well. Qin Wuyao felt more and more that her fabricated reason of being a lover of wine was reliable. Lu Ran hesitated. The Heavenly Tao Alliance? The Heavenly Tao Alliance that belongs to the Jiuli Holy Land. If Lu Ran remembered correctly, the Deluo Sword Sect was a subordinate force of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and was considered to be the little brother of the Jiuli Holy Land. In that case, the Great Luo Sword Sect was more than likely among those invited to the Wine King Banquet. But it didn't matter. Lu Ran had withdrawn from the division, and the Deluo Sword Sect no longer had anything to do with him. Chapter 8. Are you sick? Early morning 3 days later. Songyan City at the foot of Mount Li. It's just so much bigger than Castle Rock. The Lishan Heavenly Tao Alliance, as one of the 10 forces affiliated with the Holy Land of Jiuli, was ruled by Yen Tianxin, one of the 10 temples of Yama in Jiuli, and was known as Boss Yen. But anyone who knew Yen Tianxin knew that she had no alcohol. They even held Wine King banquets from time to time, calling all the major clans under them to taste and appreciate the wine. The Great Luo Sword Sect was one of the 36 sects under the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao came out of the inn and headed towards the East City Gate. In this direction, through the official road to Mount Li, and then from the mountain road, one could reach the Heavenly Tao Alliance Martial Gods Hall. The Wine King's banquet was at noon, and it was still early. However, quite a few teams had already begun to depart within Songyan City, all destined for the Heaven's Path Alliance. Each team is not very large, 3, 5, 7 people. Those who traveled in pairs like Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao were but few and far between. Lu Ran can't wait. 100 years of good wine. He's been fading out of his mouth for the past 3 days. After tasting some of the wine from the restaurants in Songyan City, the quality of all of them was mediocre. He was looking forward to the Wine King banquet more and more in his heart. Unlike the other clans were sort of attached to Yen Tianxin's preferences and didn't dare to not participate. Lu Ran was impatient. At the city gates, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao went on foot, and had just left the city gates when suddenly a few horses stopped by. Isn't this Lu Ran? Such a coincidence? Running to Songyan City to beg for a living? A slightly provocative female voice rang in his ears. Lu Ran looked up and realized that it was actually Wang Yujiao. Beside Wang Yujiao was Liang Xiaoyu and Suyu Ling, as well as several other disciples. The elder deacon and the other second generation of the sword sect did not follow. It was just that patriarch Xiaoyu Ling had brought a few third-generation disciples with her. Lu Ran lazily ignored him, lifted his feet and walked away. "Stop!" Wang Yujiao frowned and chided. The sitting horse followed suit and came forward 2 paces. But at the critical moment, Qin Wuyao took a step forward and looked at Wang Yujiao with cold eyes. In a split second of eye to eye, Wang Yujiao only felt her soul tingling. Her brain seemed to be tearing apart, and she hastily avoided the sight. The sitting horse neighs and panics. Fortunately, at this moment, Xiaoyu Ling raised her hand, and a spiritual energy was poured in, calming the horse down. At the same time, he said, "Lu Ran is no longer a disciple of the Sword Sect, so don't dwell on it too much." Lu Ran laughed and glanced at Xiaoyu Ling. Just now Wang Yujiao made it difficult to rebuke Lu Ran. She didn't squeak, and now that she was shocked by Qin Wuyao and saw that the horse was about to get out of control, Xiaoyu Ling ran out to make peace. Yes, Lu Ran is already a senior brother. It's not easy to make a living outside with a natural extinct vein. We'd better not pester him. Liang Xiaoyu said with a full face. Then he looked at Qin Wuyao. "Greeting. Is the girl Lu Ran's new friend? Although he is not a disciple of our sword sect, but after all, he used to be my senior brother. He was born with an extinct vein. It's not easy to beg for a living. So the girl can take care of him more. I'm here to thank you." Lu Ran was a bit speechless. This Liang Xiaoyu seemed to be kind, but his mouth kept reminding Qin Wuyao that Lu Ran was born with an extinct vein. Sowing discord? I don't even have friends? After saying that, Liang Xiaoyu added, "What are the 2 of you doing in this Tsangyan city?" Qin Wuyao said indifferently, "Whatever you do here, we will do here." "Oh!" Liang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up and said, "That's really coincidental. Is the girl also going to the Wine King banquet? In that case, why don't you join our team? This horse of mine was purchased for $1,000. There's no problem for the 2 of us to ride together." Shameless. The face of Wang Yujiao on the side was a bit ugly. He coveted Liang Xiaoyu's drape, and now that he saw Liang Xiaoyu casually throwing an olive branch to a girl, his heart was still a bit sour. But as soon as the words fell, Qin Wuyao said, "Are you sick? I know you. Riding on the same horse with you, wanting to fart and eat." Qin Wuyao originally disliked this kind of person with a gentle face who was nasty on the inside. He also knew about Liang Xiaoyu's existence as early as when he investigated Lu Ran's past. Now that this was the case, of course they had to support Lu Ran's face. Liang Xiaoyu was defeated and his face sank in embarrassment. However, he cleverly laughed it off and instead looked at Lu Ran, saying, "The Dala Sword Sect is among the invitees to the Wine King banquet. Lu Ran is no longer a disciple of the Sword Sect, so I'm afraid he's not qualified to go to such an honorable wine banquet. Is the girl really not going to join us?" Qin Wuyao snorted out a laugh. Rhetorically, he asked, "Lu Ran doesn't have it, so how can you conclude that I do?" "I'm really not afraid to tell you that Lu Ran doesn't have it, but I do, and I'll bring him forward, so I want you to say more." The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. After saying that, he took Lu Ran's hand and walked to the side of the post and shouted, "Come and get a horse, the kind that can be shared by 2 people." Liang Xiaoyu's face became even more ugly. Sowing discord was ineffective, isolating Lu Ran also failed, and trying to curry favor to take down a beautiful woman was also disliked by the other party. On the contrary, he had to continue to pretend to be modest and didn't dare to get angry. The anger in his heart was at odds with the mildness he pretended on his face, appearing to have a somewhat distorted expression. "Xiaoyu, let's go," Xiaoyu Ling said in a deep voice. Liang Xiaoyu nodded, while Wang Yujiao seized the opportunity to retrieve the scene for Liang Xiaoyu and said disdainfully, "A waste of life with a natural extinct vein who was kicked out of the great Luo sword sect, and a bratty savage girl with a sharp tongue. It's really a perfect match." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu Ling did not say anything, but her expression was a bit grave. Just now, he had inadvertently used his divine sense to check the girl's realm, only to find that he couldn't see through it. This meant that it was possible that the girl's realm was above hers. However, Xiaoyu Ling herself was already at the peak of the late Yuaning stage, just a foot away from breaking through, but she was never able to have an epiphany. If that girl's realm is above her, wouldn't it be the transformation god realm? Moreover, she had inadvertently swept her eyes at Lu Ran just now. Noticing Lu Ran's aura, it seemed to be in the Jindan realm? How is this possible? It was impossible to be born with an extinct vein, it was impossible to gain spiritual power, and even more so, it was impossible to pop up from refining chi to Jindan in just a few days. Mostly a misreading. Qin Wuyao could see through Lu Ran's Dantian sea of consciousness with a glance and see his martial Dao Jindan. Su Yueling couldn't do it at all. She could only judge it from her breath. And this was the gap. The owner picked out a stallion and led it to the two men. Lu Ran said excitedly, "Is it true that you are riding on the same horse? Ride your ass." Qin Wuyao glared at him fiercely. Turning his head to look, he realized that the several people from the Deluo sword sect were already far away, and only then did he continue to the boss, "One more horse." Lu Ran rolled his eyes, but randomly looked at Qin Wuyao's side face. Calmly said, "Just now. Thanks a lot." 10 years ago, he was found out that he was born with an extinct vein. Since then, he was abandoned by everyone. No one paid attention to Lu Ran. Instead, the former genius fell to the bottom and became a tool for countless people to brush their existence. When Wang Yujiao and Liang Xiaoyu were explicitly and implicitly targeting Lu Ran just now, Su Yueling, who had once accepted him as a personal disciple, did not say a word. The one who stood up to defend him was instead this girl he had only known for a few days. Lu Ran was still grateful in his heart. Qin Wuyao was stunned and pondered for a few seconds before spitting out a few words. It should have been like this. If Lu Ran's talent was disclosed, the various forces defending him could be lined up from here to the central state. Chapter 9, The Domineering Little Princess. Heavenly Tao Alliance Martial God Hall. The plaza in front of the temple has been set up. The large square was filled with tables and chairs, with the markings of each sect etched on their respective tables and chairs. According to their respective positions, they were seated. There were also some clans that traveled around the area before the Wine King's banquet began, climbing relationships and expanding their connections. It is worth mentioning that the positions of the tables and chairs on the scene are placed according to the status of each sect. The more forward, the higher the status of the sect. The Deluo sword sect belonged to a relatively backward position. Su Yueling came to the scene, didn't rush to take a seat, led the disciples around, and the various sects and factions exchanged pleasantries and climbed the relationship. When she encountered a high-status clan, Su Yueling was still able to lower her stance and pay a few compliments. The overall scene was quite harmonious. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao were in no hurry and rode their horses along the mountain path, arriving at the scene close to the start of the show. Most of the clans had already taken their seats by now. Lu Ran glanced at the clan markings engraved on the surrounding tables and chairs and asked, "Yao Yao, which table are we at?" "Just finished." A few people from the Deluo sword sect happened to be passing by, and their position was not far to the right of Lu Ran. Su Yueling glanced at Lu Ran and ignored it, only looking at Qin Wuyao again with a grave expression, grasping at what this girl's realm was and what sect she was from. Instead, Wang Yujiao looked at the gloomy face of Liang Xiaoyu on this journey. And because the 30 or so cabinet disciples she had arranged to assassinate Lu Ran all vaporized, the assassination failed. Liang Xiaoyu was already dissatisfied with her efficiency, and now that she saw Lu Ran again, she seized the opportunity to perform. Raising his eyebrows, he said, "Waste, you really followed up a natural-born extinct vein, also worthy of coming to the Wine King banquet? I'm afraid that it's not as a little white boy, cheeky to be." Snap! Before the words were finished, Lu Ran suddenly stepped forward. His arm wheeled round, and he slapped a big ear scrape on it. Several people from the Deluo sword sect were instantly confused, and Su Yueling also looked at Lu Ran in surprise. The other sects around them also watched the fun. In front of a large crowd, the Wine King's banquet extravaganza was given a hard slap in the face by a loser. Wang Yujiao instantly became furious. "Waste thing, you dare to hit me? It's against you. You are not related to me, yet you speak out against me. It is only natural for me to teach you a lesson. Are you not convinced?" Lu Ran said coldly. He knew that Wang Yujiao was also at the early stage of Jindan, and when the two of them fought against each other, Lu Ran was not losing to her with the sword intent added. Besides, who's spoiling you now that you've quit the division? "Miso." Wang Yujiao's long sword came out of her body, gazing at Lu Ran, gritting her teeth. "Since it's not a relative, I can even kill you now." Qin Wuyao stepped forward at the right time and gave Lu Ran an approving look. Then he looked at Wang Yujiao and bristled. "Lu Ran is no longer a disciple of the sword sect. You've chosen to be a... Shouldn't you be beaten?" Wang Yujiao glared angrily at Qin Wuyao. "Cursed? Which are you again? Hanging out with a natural-born extinct vein. Really stinks." Snap! Just after the words were said, Qin Wuyao followed suit and followed Lu Ran's example and also slapped up an ear. Lu Ran slapped the right side of his face and Qin Wuyao slapped the left side of his face. You're still left-handed? Lu Ran asked curiously. No, for symmetry, Qin Wuyao casually said. The duo's brief conversation caused the other clans around them to laugh. Su Yuling's face was extremely ugly. It was only a single glance and the Deluo sword sect had become a joke. She couldn't help but step up, so stepped forward. Coldly looking at Qin Wuyao, he said, Miss, as the sect head of the great Luo sword sect, I'm right in front of you. Yet you and Lu Ran dare to treat my sword sect's disciples with such disdain? It's not right, is it? Qin Wuyao swept her cold eyes over Su Yuling. Provocatively, he said, Oh? What can sovereign Su do? Tit for tat, no concessions. Wang Yujiao covered her face, trembling with anger. Bastard. I'm going to kill you. Kill you, pair of dogs. But she just screamed with her mouth, not daring to make a move. Here is the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Wine King Banquet, Yan Tianxin's most cherished event, the Wine King Banquet private fights, upset Yan Tianxin, that can really be to eat a lot. Su Yuling also knew this well. Taking a deep breath, he said in a cold voice, Dare I ask the girl what sect or faction she belongs to? This I, the great Luo sword sect, will take note of it. Autumn. In terms of even if they didn't intend to settle scores after the fall, they had to put in a few harsh words, otherwise, the face of the Deluo sword sect would be completely lost today. A little bit is a little bit if you can salvage it. Upon hearing this, Qin Wuyao laughed and said, Tianji Lu? Qin Wuyao. This I've also written it down. The moment these words came out, the faces of the entire crowd changed drastically. Qin Wuyao of Tianji House, the young princess of the great Qin immortal court, the holy daughter of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and the personal disciple of Jade Guizi of the Tianji building. At this moment, the eyes of the surrounding guests looking at Su Yuling were already filled with sympathy. You are a mere Deluo sword sect and you still dare to say, this I Deluo sword sect have written it down? What do you remember? Going against Qin Wuyao would be going against the holy land of Yaoqi, against the great Qin immortal court and the heavenly mechanism tower. In front of those three forces, the Deluo sword sect was no different from a mosquito. Su Yuling's face turned green at this moment. On the contrary, Wang Yujiao didn't react, and the resultant words screamed. So the name is Qin Wuyao, the same as that waste Lu Ran. Snap. This third slap was from Su Yuling. Sinful disciple. Shut up. Su Yuling was trembling and her face was pale. The force of the slap was not small. The slap made Wang Yujiao's cheeks tear as if they were going to be torn apart. Blood seeped out from the corners of her mouth, and her entire body was confused. Su Yuling's face looked at Qin Wuyao with an ugly expression. Convinced? I am sorry, I don't know your identity, what happened just now. It is just a misunderstanding. I hope you don't take it to heart. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. At this moment, Su Yuling was filled with fear. The slightest mishap, the moment this great Miss Qin got angry, without the need for the Yaohi Holy Land and Heaven and Earth building to make a move, the great Qin Immortal Court's iron cavalry would be able to trample down the mountains of the great Luo sword sect. Liang Xiaoyu on the side has a deep heart and has to pretend to be modest, so naturally it is impossible to have a seizure here. Instead, he was spared. But at this moment, his face was extremely distorted because of jealousy. He coveted Qin Wuyao's beauty at first glance, but provoking and accosting her all failed. Now he knew even more about the honorable status of Qin Wuyao. But such a girl was walking so close to Lu Ran, a waste of space that he had ostracized and rolled out of the great Luo sword sect. On what grounds could he obtain Qin Wuyao's favor? He was jealous. Insanely jealous. Misunderstanding? No, there is no misunderstanding. Your Deluo sword sect sidelined Lu Ran from the division. That's all. But each and every one of them has a stinky mouth, provoking Lu Ran 3 times. How can you say that you used to be Lu Ran's master? But you don't even let out a single fart. What kind of misunderstanding is this? Qin Wuyao asked. The Lu Ran people around her were dumbfounded. He didn't have any friends in the great Luo sword sect and had never been down the mountain, so the news was closed. I don't know what Tianji Lu Qin Wuyao means, but I can also tell from the reactions of the surrounding people and Su Yuling. This Qin Wuyao, her status is outstanding. It's my fault. I'm bound to treat Lu Ran. In the future, Su Yuling said hurriedly. Hey, don't ever, Lu Ran has already withdrawn from the sword sect and has nothing to do with you people. His future life and status is not something that you little fishes can understand. You're not in the same world anymore, so it's best to stay away from him. With that, he looked at Wang Yujiao again and said, From now on, if I hear you say one more word about Lu Ran that isn't true, I'll tear your stinking mouth apart and sew it up with a needle and thread. I'll do it when I say so. Finally, he looked at that Xiaoyu Ling again. If you want to stop me, then try. Qin Wuyao was petite with a red neon dress, and was quirky when she was with Lu Ran. However, at this moment, an unrivaled domineering aura erupted. Shock and awe in all directions. The Deluo sword sect and the others trembled before her. Xiaoyu Ling's face was pale and her body trembled slightly as she looked at Lu Ran for help. The latter, however, looked indifferent and didn't say a word, just as Lu Ran had been taunted and mocked countless times over the past 10 years. As Lu Ran's master, wasn't she just as indifferent? Liang Xiaoyu suddenly stood out. Qin girl, today's matter, I am really sorry. On behalf of all the people of the great Luo sword sect, to make amends to you, don't be offended, Lu Ran, although he withdrew from the division. But we are still friends, a friend of a friend is his own people, we. The words were not finished. Qin Wuyao then interrupted him with a lift of his hand. In a cold voice, he said, I've already said that Lu Ran is no longer related to you guys, and there's no way I'm on my own with a piece of like you, understand? Liang Xiaoyu failed again in pulling the strings, and his face took a hard look. At this point, the surrounding crowd suddenly rioted. Turning his head to look, a woman in red with a curvaceous figure walked slowly. That overwhelming appearance caused everyone on the scene to lose their concentration for a moment. After a brief commotion, silence prevailed. Yan Tianxin, one of the 10 temples of Yama in the Holy Land of the Nine Dawns, and the alliance leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The Wine King banquet is about to begin. What's the noise here? Yan Tianxin looked displeased. She was most jealous of people disrupting her Wine King banquet. A hint of gloom flashed under Wang Yujiao's eyes. Suddenly reaching out and pointing at Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao, he cried out with a sharp voice, It's them. It's them who provoked first and bullied others. Alliance Master Yen mustn't let them off the hook. Shut up. Xiaoyu Ling's pretty face reddened with anger. How come she hadn't realized before that this Wang Yujiao was so cerebral palsy? Yan Tianxin sniffed and looked towards Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran. Then he said, Yao Yao, you never attend this Wine King banquet of mine. Why did you come today in an unprecedented manner? Qin Wuyao awkwardly waved her hand and said, Aunt Yen, in the past that was because I didn't have the time, didn't I come here? After all, you also know that I love to drink. This time I finally have the chance. Nah, even brought my friend Lu Ran, he's an alcoholic. You like to drink? Yan Tianxin froze. When did this little nymph fall in love with drinking? Just in time for Qin Wuyao to give her a wink. Yan Tianxin then looked at Lu Ran beside Qin Wuyao. Because of this kid? Xiaoyu Ling's face became even more ugly. The few people from the sword sect were standing here as if they were clowns. Just from the way Yan Tianxin and Qin Wuyao addressed each other and the tone of their conversations, it was evident that the relationship was extraordinary. Favorably, Wang Yujiao also dared to slander Qin Wuyao in front of Yan Tianxin. Simply, not knowing death. Yan Tianxin nodded his head and said, Since you are Yao Yao's friend, then come along to the seat, share the table with me, and try the drunken immortal brew that I brewed with my own hands. Just ask for a favorite and add it to your bookshelf. It won't disappoint your fellow readers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 10. Is this still just regular wine? Everyone was taken aback. Not everyone is qualified to be at a table with Yan Tianxin. Qin Wuyao's identity, of course, was not a problem, and the relationship between herself and Yan Tianxin seemed to be extraordinary. But Lu Ran, listening to their conflicting conversation just now, seemed to be a disciple abandoned by the great Luo sword sect. Such an abandoned disciple was able to become friends with Qin Wuyao, and even dipped into the light to sit at a table with Yan Tianxin as a result. It's not just as simple as giving face. This face of Yan Tianxin is too big. From now on, within Yan Tianxin's jurisdiction, Lu Ran could completely walk sideways. Several people from the Deluo sword sect took their seats with ugly faces, and when they saw Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao following Yan Tianxin, each of their faces looked as ugly as if they had eaten, although it was Lu Ran who voluntarily withdrew from the great Luo sword sect. However, Lu Ran had lived a miserable life during those 10 years in the great Luo sword sect because of his innate extinct vein. In the end, even the little jade peak where it was located had to be surrendered. There were even elders who suggested that Lu Ran should go to the back of the bird's nest to mingle and die. They were the ones who forced Lu Ran away alive. And nowadays, Lu Ran was friends with Qin Wuyao, the eldest princess of the great Qin immortal court, the holy maiden of Yaoqi, and also a personal disciple of Jade Guizi of the heavenly mechanism building. Again, he was affirmed by Yan Tianxin, who invited the same table to spar. This gap between them was like a heavenly rift, Liang Xiaoyu stifled his voice, but his face became more and more gloomy, and the jealousy in his heart made him almost gnash his teeth. He glanced at Wang Yujiao beside him, whose face was slapped red and was also similarly gritting her teeth. It is this that can't even kill a natural-born extinct vein, allowing Lu Ran to have the opportunity to meet such a great chance as Qin Wuyao. Waste. And Suyu Ling, who was the patriarch, was in an even worse mood. The matter with Lu Ran should have been ended after Lu Ran quit the Deluo sword sect and descended from the mountain. But as a result, Wang Yujiao, this idiot, provoked Lu Ran 3 times to find existence. Hard to push the great Luo sword sect to the tip of the storm. Today this Wine King banquet, Suyu Ling originally also intends to climb the relationship to stabilize the great Luo sword sect's network of contacts. Now, who would dare to befriend the great Luo sword sect? She made up her mind that after she went back, she would definitely punish Wang Yujiao severely, but she hadn't thought about her own problems. Hadn't she stopped Wang Yujiao when she was making things difficult for Lu Ran? Wang Yujiao was biased and still didn't know that she had been hated by both Liang Xiaoyu and Suyu Ling at the same time. Instead, he covered his face and said to Suyu Ling, "Master, it doesn't matter that Lu Ran's little white boy has climbed up the ladder, but Qin Wuyao will always get tired of playing one day. Our Dala sword sect is different. With Xiaoyu in it, it will surely rise to the top of the super sects in the future. Even surpassing the Heavenly Dao Alliance is no big deal." Suyu Ling almost couldn't hold back from giving Wang Yujiao another big earful. Too cerebral palsy for this one. But she held back. At this point, the Deluo sword sect was already a clown, and it was inconvenient to continue to attract attention. Lu Ran, on the other hand, didn't have any extra thoughts and just joined Qin Wuyao, following behind Yan Tianxin. "Can't see that you're quite rowdy." Lu Ran elbowed Qin Wuyao and heartily praised her. Although Lu Ran didn't understand the major powers, right now, little cutie, all could see the honor of Qin Wuyao's status. Qin Wuyao sniffed and shook her head proudly, saying, "That's for sure. Follow this young lady and you'll enjoy your blessings." Lu Ran hemmed and hawed, licked his lips and said, "Enjoy your blessings, enjoy your blessings." This was the truth. If it wasn't for Qin Wuyao, how could Lu Ran be qualified to participate in this Wine King banquet? For others, this was the Wine King's banquet. For Lu Ran, it would be of great significance. I wonder how far this drink can grow to go. On top of the high platform, Yan Tianxin took her seat and swept her eyes over the square below, and the whispers of all the guests instantly quieted down. "Yao Yao, Lu Ran, you two sit over here." Yan Tianxin greeted the 2 of them and sat down. A table with 5 people already seated. A woman and 4 men dressed in luxurious clothes could be at the same table with Yan Tianxin and seated in advance. Obviously, the identity is also not trivial. At this moment, they were all sizing up Lu Ran curiously. These big brothers are all people who have become refined, and they can see at a glance that Lu Ran was indeed born with an extinct vein. But his breath is in the Jindan realm. A natural-born extinct vein of the Jindan realm? As expected, with Qin Wuyao's status, she wouldn't make friends with someone for no reason. But even so, it was still just a natural-born extinct vein that could access spiritual power, although it was a bit odd, and wasn't worthy of Qin Wuyao's deep friendship. Perhaps there is something else? Lu Ran also looked at these people, and interestingly enough, he realized that these 5 people were all sword cultivators. It seemed to be a close friend of Yan Tianxin who had come to attend the Wine King banquet. Counting Yan Tianxin, Qin Wuyao, and Lu Ran, there were 8 people at a table, which was just about complete. Lu Ran gulped and waited blearily for the good wine to come up. Fortunately, Yan Tianxin did not talk too much nonsense, and after reciting a few sentences in a simple opening, he said, "Serve the wine. Here we go." The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Yan Tianxin has a passion for fine wine, and the drunken immortal brew that he personally brews is definitely not trivial. So Lu Ran is looking forward to it with great anticipation. Before waiting for the wine, the food was served first, and Lu Ran was not hungry per se. However, seeing Qin Wuyao beside her feasting, she also followed suit and whetted her appetite, picking up her chopsticks and eating. The 5 big men weren't really interested in the meal, just waiting for the wine to be served. Watching Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran click and eat, there was some tears and laughter. The 5 of them, counting Yan Tianxin's 6 people at the table. There has never been a junior who dared to be so reckless, and Yan Tianxin did not even move his chopsticks. Not long after, a group of warbling maids, each carrying a tray with a single green jade wine pot. The light transparent wine pot could be seen at a glance with the wine inside swaying. A fragrant breeze puffed around him as the maid placed a pot of wine in front of Lu Ran. At the same time, she smiled sweetly at Lu Ran and owed it to her to back away. The guests under the stage were also each given a pot of wine, but no one dared to move, waiting for Yan Tianxin to give the word to open the show. Lu Ran, on the other hand, was a bit impatient and poured himself a glass. Putting it under your nose and taking a deep breath, you immediately feel the spiritual platform is empty and the wine smells good. Lu Ran is actually not a person who loves wine, but the existence of the system, Lu Ran into a good player. He couldn't help but tilt his head back and pour down a glass of wine. Ding! Drink 10 years of young wine and gain 3 years of training. 10 young brews. A small cup gives 3 years of cultivation. It was important to realize that when Lu Ran was in the tavern in Castle Rocktown, a large bowl of inferior wine was only given for a year. This little cup gives 3 years. If you replace it with a big bowl, this mustn't be more than 10 years a bowl. Good wine! Lu Ran exclaimed. Worthy of being drunken immortal brew. Good wine. Yan Tianxin smiled awkwardly and said, This is not drunken immortal brew. It's just an unusual drink. Drunken immortal brew is very precious. It can't stand up to this kind of squandering. The implication was, how could that group of people in the square below be qualified to drink drunken immortal brew? Lu Ran sniffed, but his eyes snapped open. And this is just ordinary wine from the Heavenly Tao Alliance? Damn, if ordinary wine is like this, then the drunken immortal brew mustn't take off. Chapter 11. Drunken Immortal Brew. The Wine King's banquet will now begin, and the good wine and food are on, so enjoy. Yan Tianxin shouted to the stage. Took a while for the scene to come back to life. Lu Ran curiously looked at the square under the stage. This is the Wine King banquet? Where did the word Wine King come from? Immediately afterward, Yan Tianxin added, The drunken immortal brew is already in the process of being prepared, so all of you wait a moment. Unexpectedly, after hearing Yan Tianxin's words, the faces of the various sects on the scene suddenly became a bit odd. But no one has made any comments. Lu Ran is not in a hurry anyway. At the moment this 10 young brew effect is also very explosive. Lu Ran beautiful cup after cup. Looking at Yan Tianxin was astonished. The wine at hand was not a good wine, but it was definitely a strong wine. The various sects on the stage drank it all up carefully tasting it. On the contrary, this Lu Ran, one cup after another, his pot, soon gone. It seemed that Qin Wuyao was right, this guy really was a lover of wine. Invisibly, Yan Tianxin appreciated Lu Ran even more. At this moment, Lu Ran, after tallying the system prompts, this pot of wine had given him more than 20 years of cultivation. Within the Dantian Sea of consciousness, it had almost reached saturation. Qin Wuyao seemed to be aware of something and glanced at Lu Ran, even wondering if she herself had misread the situation. Lu Ran's breath, how did it pop up to the late Jindan stage? It was only the early Jindan stage before the table. On the contrary, Yan Tianxin's few people did not notice Lu Ran's change in his aura. Not that they were not sensitive enough, but their curiosity about Lu Ran only originated from Qin Wuyao. As for realms, there was really no difference between early Jindan and late Jindan in the eyes of those of them. Lu Ran craned his head to see that it was just his that drank the fastest, and the jug was already at the bottom. But the rewards were so generous that a single pot obviously couldn't satisfy Lu Ran. He looked towards Qin Wuyao, who also looked towards him. With that, Qin Wuyao directly pushed her wine jug in front of Lu Ran and said, Nah, it's for you. This girl can drink less. Anyway, Qin Wuyao was not a lover of alcohol herself. Lu Ran's eyes lit up, and he greatly spoke the wine pot and took it. He. That excited and thrilled look made Qin Wuyao wonder if what she had given out was a pot of wine, as far as that was concerned. Yan Tianxin was crying and laughing as he watched, but at this moment, a maid came up to the stage again. This time it was brought up on a single tray. Inside was an altar of wine. The altar was made of translucent jade, and a morose cold aura lingered around it. At the same time, a few disciples from the Heavenly Tao Alliance rearranged a table on top of the high platform. Lu Ran carried Qin Wuyao's jug of wine, curiously twisted his head to watch, and from time to time, he poured a mouthful of it, not using a wine glass, but taking a sip after a sip into the mouth of the jug. With each bite, the cultivation level was rubbing up. The spiritual energy that other people could only accumulate after several years of hard cultivation. Lu Ran gained it by pouring a mouthful of wine. At the same time, Yan Tianxin stood up. Letting the maid place the jar of wine on the empty table, Yan Tianxin personally poured a cup. Looking down at the stage, he said aloud, "The wine of choice for this Wine King banquet is the drunken immortal brew brewed by my own hands. Anyone, as long as they drink a cup and hold on for 10 breaths of time without collapsing, they will be able to obtain the rewards of this Wine King banquet." The words just fell. Miso, a turquoise blue long sword, then appeared in Yan Tianxin's hand. This sword is simple in shape. The body is turquoise blue, blossoming with a serene coldness, on which one can see the flow of fireflies and precious colors flowing densely. Xian rank divine weapon, cold sword Jiangyu, created by taking the essence of mega water. Yan Tianxin briefly introduced. There was no need to talk about anything else. Just the 4 words Xian rank divine soldier alone was enough for the crowd on stage to grab their heads. Lu Ran also looked at the eyebright. He is the sword cultivator, now just but a handful of weapons. Yan Tianxin took out this one, cold and aggressive, just also perfectly fit Lu Ran's frosty cold sword intent. It's practically tailor-made. Thinking of this, Lu Ran immediately couldn't help but go up and challenge. There's wine to drink and rewards to be had. It's like pie in the sky. But at the critical moment, Qin Wuyao stopped him, explaining, "Every time the Wine King banquet is held, the wine Aunt Yen chooses is violent and incomparable. Ordinary people simply cannot withstand it. That's not as simple as getting drunk, you'd better consider it clearly." Lu Ran froze, something he hadn't expected. The word King of Wine for the Wine King banquet came from here. Whoever succeeded in reaching the challenge set by Yan Tianxin would be rewarded with the prize, which was the current Wine King. However, they had to know that there were so many people from various sects and factions on the stage. Yan Tianxin would never let them succeed casually. Being able to hold on for 10 breaths without collapsing was already the highest level of difficulty that Yan Tianxin had repeatedly deliberated on. This shows how strong this drunken immortal brew really is. Off stage, the crowd looked at each other, and no one went up. It wasn't the first time they had participated in the Wine King banquet, and it wasn't that simple to obtain the title of Wine King. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The fine wine that Yan Tianxin had taken out as a challenge was good wine, yes, but it was also something that was going to kill him. All the previous Wine King banquets combined, I don't know how many rash deaths there have been. And this session is no different. After a short silence, the first rash appeared. It was a middle-aged man who carried a broadsword on his back as he winded his way onto the stage. Rushing down the stage, he arched his hand and said, "I, Su Jie, master of the Great Sword Sect, have come to challenge Boss Yan's drunken immortal brew." Great Sword Sect? What a rough name for a sect. Yan Tianxin laughed and made a gesture of invitation. A glass of wine that she had poured with her own hands was placed on the table, and just as soon as Su Jie reached the front, the strong just like came to his face. It smelled refreshing and didn't feel like any kind of spirit's brashness. However, Su Jie also knew how difficult the challenge of the Wine King's banquet was, and did not dare to take it lightly. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the wine cup and tilted his head back, drinking it all in one go. Then, Su Jie turned around and looked proudly at the stage, only needing to hold on for 10 breaths without collapsing. The reward would be in hand. But in just the next second, the expression on Su Jie's face suddenly froze. Then he slammed down on his knees and clutched his chest with both hands in pain, gasping for air. Cold sweat was pouring out, and the spiritual energy in his body had become manic. Anam. Bang, bang, bang. Su Jie's entire body was exploding as if he was bursting beans from a bamboo tube, and blood quickly soaked through Su Jie's body. His eyes were lax and he fell head over heels, dropping off the high platform. Not knowing whether they were dead or alive, they were carried away by the disciples of the Heavenly Tao Alliance in a habitual manner. Yan Tianxin's expression rippled as he faintly said, "Next!" Lu Ran was dumbfounded. Is this ing wine? It can be so strong to this extent. This was also the first time Qin Wuyao had seen it. But she knew significantly more than Lu Ran. So explained, "Aunt Yan's wine, not only wine, there are a variety of heavenly herbs mixed with it. Wine is strong and difficult to tame, but if you can hold out on their own is a great benefit. That Su Jie is not a good learner, and even a cup of drunken immortal brew of the spirit cannot be stabilized. The meridians are broken in inches. The road of cultivation is also considered to be the end of the road." Lu Ran listened to Qin Wuyao's explanation. Suddenly there was a light in front of me. He was born with an extinct vein. This meridian thing, he doesn't have it. And with the system added, the spirits that others can't tame, he, Lu Ran, isn't necessarily unable to take them down. Just ask for a favorite and add it to your bookshelf. And thank you for your support, Master Reader. Chapter 12. being humiliated instead of pretending to be a bastard. At this moment, the faces of the people on the stage were all a bit ugly. One of the group of people who were originally still foolish enough to move saw Su Jie's tragic situation and hurriedly dismissed the idea of risking their lives to try. The rewards are generous Shen rank divine weapons. But you have to be alive to get it. This session of the Wine King banquet, the drunken immortal brew that Yan Tianxin had brought out, seemed to be even more explosive than the wine used in the previous few Wine King banquets. Yan Tianxin looked at the quiet stage and frowned slightly. He said, "Is there anyone else willing to challenge? The drunken immortal brew is indeed overbearing and quite difficult. As an incentive, if someone can complete it, I will also give a batch of generous resources to their clan." Once this was said, the crowd at the scene was once again a bit dumbfounded. The batch of resources Yan Tianxin had promised to give was definitely not ordinary cultivation resources. Used well, the overall strength of the clan can run up a large cut, completely changing the current status of the clan. "Let me try," someone in the field suddenly said. The crowd twisted their heads to look and realized that it was actually a disciple of the great Luo sword sect, who had been clowning around in the party. This person was none other than Liang Xiaoyu. Perhaps because of the jealousy in his heart, or because he felt that his own root and bone constitution was excellent and could withstand the intensity of the drunken immortal brew. "Xiaoyu!" Su Yuling was startled and wanted to stop, but Liang Xiaoyu had already shouted. To Su Yuling, she said, "Don't worry, master. I have my measure." After saying that, he walked up to the high platform with a graceful stride. Arching his hand at Yan Tianxin and the several great seniors present, he made a bow and said, "My junior Liang Xiaoyu of the Luo sword sect, with an innate physique, I hope that I can hold up to the overbearing nature of the drunken immortal brew." At those words, Yan Tianxin and the several great seniors were stunned. Only Qin Wuyao skimmed Liang Xiaoyu and wasn't surprised. Lu Ran was certainly not surprised when Liang Xiaoyu appeared after Lu Ran was found to have been born with an extinct vein. Like Lu Ran, Liang Xiaoyu was also an innate physique, and although it wasn't the most perfect physique for a sword cultivator, it was still considered a genius. That was why he had replaced Lu Ran's former position and became Su Yuling's personal disciple, the future hope of the De Luo sword sect. Under the stage, Su Yuling's face was a bit gloomy. This Liang Xiaoyu is not even up there to drink, but to show off. Going up to the stage first indicates one's innate physique, attracting the attention of the seniors, and if one is lucky to be accepted as a disciple by whichever one looks at him. Su Yuling couldn't stay. She didn't know if Liang Xiaoyu did this on purpose, but her heart felt bad. Yan Tianxin looked at Liang Xiaoyu, who was full of complacency, and said indifferently, "The drunken immortal brew's overbearing. Innate physique does have an advantage, but not too much. Since you've decided to do so, let's start the challenge." When he finished speaking, he poured out another cup of drunken immortal brew and placed it on the table. Lu Ran was also watching this scene because he was too familiar with this Liang Xiaoyu fellow, and instantly guessed his intentions. Unfortunately, Lu Ran had dreamed for 100 years and remembered very clearly that there had not been any family that had taken a liking to him and scooped him up from the De Luo sword sect. On the contrary, Lu Ran remembered that once Su Yuling took Liang Xiaoyu, Wang Yujiao, and a few disciples out for 7 or 8 days, and when he returned, Liang Xiaoyu's meridians were damaged, and Su Yuling had expended a great deal of effort to help him recuperate and heal. Counting the time, it should be this Wine King's banquet. Lu Ran also didn't remember any cold sword Jiangyu from the Dala sword sect in the 100-year dream. That is to say, Liang Xiaoyu had failed the challenge, and not only did he not get the reward, his own meridians were also damaged. Sure enough, pretending is struck by lightning. It's a good thing that you have to come up here to get in on the action. In that case, late generation, this will start the challenge. I also do not know if I can succeed, but late generation life love wine. Yan Alliance master such immortal wine that is, failed late generation also. Sound of escaping laughter. Lu Ran couldn't help but burst out laughing before Liang Xiaoyu finished speaking. The corner of Liang Xiaoyu's mouth jerked as he looked at Lu Ran. "If you want a challenge, just challenge, don't talk about useless things. The great Luo sword sect expressly forbids alcohol. How come you love alcohol all your life? Just love not to drink." Lu Ran nonchalantly punctured Liang Xiaoyu's lies. Yan Tianxin immediately came back to his senses. This Liang Xiaoyu in front of him was trying to climb the relationship, deliberately saying that he loved wine. Immediately, Yan Tianxin's brows furrowed. She was most tired of this kind of goods that disguised themselves as wine lovers in order to please her. "Begin the challenge," Yan Tianxin said coldly. Liang Xiaoyu's teeth were about to be clenched at this moment. It was this Lu Ran again. Seeing Yan Tianxin's face cold, Liang Xiaoyu hurriedly said, I do love wine. But the great Luo sword sect is forbidden to drink. I am also helpless. Yan ally, I challenge. Yan Tianxin repeated. Two simple words already showed that Yan Tianxin was too lazy to bother with him. Liang Xiaoyu nodded awkwardly, stiffly walked to the table, a good show-off to pretend to be a good scene, but also thought and Yan Tianxin climbed the relationship as a result. But was Lu Ran stirred up? In order to avoid incurring more boredom from Yan Tianxin, Liang Xiaoyu could only hurriedly pick up his wine glass. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. With a tilt of his head, he poured it down. But immediately afterward, Liang Xiaoyu regretted it. The drunken immortal brew's dominance far exceeded his prediction. When the liquor entered the stomach, it instantly exploded and surged into the limbs and bones, which contained majestic spiritual energy that pounded around. It is a great tonic, but if you can't support this dominance, it can become a poison. Quick slick up. Liang Xiaoyu's body skin suddenly darkened in color, and then some wrinkled textures appeared with the naked eye. Oh, greenwood spirit body. It's really an innate physique, quite good. But it's a pity that it's not sword cultivator material. With the greenwood spiritual body, it should be able to hold up to the overbearing nature of the drunken immortal brew, right? A few seniors murmured in slight surprise. Unfortunately, Liang Xiaoyu himself didn't fight for it, and the next second he was seen sprawled on the ground. The texture of the skin on his body constantly shifted, trying to suppress the strength of the drunken immortal brew. But in the end, it failed, and although the meridians hadn't burst, the body had turned inside out. Blood flowed out along the corners of Liang Xiaoyu's mouth, nostrils, and even his eyes and ears. Holy, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Playing so big, Lu Ran exclaimed. In Liang Xiaoyu's ears, it was even more physically and mentally humiliating. The pretense was not successful and was demolished by Lu Ran, and now that he had displayed the greenwood spiritual body, he was so unbearable and still in front of that waste of a man, Lu Ran. Shame, shame. At the critical moment, Su Ling suddenly rushed onto the high platform with a flash. Yan Tianxin swept his eyes coldly and said indifferently, The challenge process shall not be interfered with. We give up, Su Ling said hurriedly. Only then did Yan Tianxin not continue to stop and staggered away. Su Ling hurriedly pulled Liang Xiaoyu to the side, fed him pills, and personally applied her energy to help him suppress and calm the drunkenness of the drunken immortal brew in his body. But the situation is not encouraging. Liang Xiaoyu's meridians were severely damaged, and his Dantian sea of consciousness was a chaotic mess. If it wasn't for Su Ling's timely intervention, I'm afraid that Liang Xiaoyu would have been ruined. At this time, Lu Ran watched both cups of wine being spoiled, and could no longer hold back, stood up and said, Such a fine wine. Let me try it. Chapter 13. Good wine. Good sword. Lu Ran, you're crazy. The drunken immortal brew's strength is overbearing. As you can see, Qin Wuyao was startled and rushed to persuade. Others don't know it, but she knows it all too well. Lu Ran is a blessing enough to rule the 9 states, so he can't afford to make a mistake. Lu Ran had drank more than a pot of wine just now, and at this time, he waved his hand indifferently through his drunkenness. He said, It would be a pity not to try such a fine wine. The reward can be unwanted, but the wine, it must be drunk. Lu Ran knew, even if he thought with his ass, that the rewards given by this drunken immortal brew were definitely quite a lot. Although Lu Ran also wanted that vermilion jade cold sword, compared to that sword, Lu Ran cared more about the reward of drinking drunken immortal brew. As for the clan's resources, Lu Ran had little interest. He was born with an extinct vein and was unable to obtain spiritual energy through his meridians. So no matter what cultivation resources he had, they were useless to Lu Ran. He could only grow by drinking. Well, with the system added, the speed of drinking and growing was enough to crush the various heavenly talents. Then Lu Ran came to the table. Yan Tianxin smiled approvingly at Lu Ran. Liang Xiaoyu, that bastard, was pretending, but she could see that this Lu Ran really liked to drink. I want to remind you that the drunken immortal brew is overbearing and incomparable. You act according to your strength. Yan Tianxin instructed. For the others, Yan Tianxin didn't bother with their lives and deaths. However, Lu Ran was the person Qin Wuyao had her eye on, so she still reminded him. Thanks to Boss Yan's concern, I have my measure. Lu Ran nodded. Only then did Yan Tianxin begin to pour the wine. During this process, Lu Ran glanced at Liang Xiaoyu, who was lying on the ground beside him, as well as Su Ling, who was healing Liang Xiaoyu's wounds. There was a time when Xiaoyu Ling was high and mighty, and Liang Xiaoyu was a bully. Now, only a few days after the event, the identities are swapped. Lu Ran stood there, condescendingly looking at Xiaoyu Ling and Liang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu Ling seemed to be aware of this and looked at Lu Ran with a supine posture. With 4 eyes facing each other, Xiaoyu Ling had something in her heart that she wanted to say. But how could she not say it? She was the one who picked Lu Ran back then, but what she saw was Lu Ran's talent, and with the discovery of Lu Ran's natural extinct vein by her when he was 10 years old, she simply gave it up. She was the one who had personally abandoned Lu Ran as her young disciple. Start the challenge when you've thought about it. 10 breaths of time. Yan Tianxin instructed. Looking back, Yan Tianxin had already poured a cup of drunken immortal wine. Even standing in front of the table, he felt the aroma of the wine. Lu Ran's eyes glowed, and he was already dying to move. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ran picked up his wine cup and drank it down. The liquor exploded the moment it entered the stomach, but because Lu Ran was born with an extinct vein, it could only surge into the dantian, and the liquor and spiritual energy contained within the liquor exploded, instilling through the dantian into the blood, flesh, and bones of Lu Ran's entire body. Lu Ran carefully waited for the pain to come. But no. Instead, the body was soothed, and the brain was just a little foggy when the booze blew up. That's all. In the meantime, ding. Drinking rare wine will reward you with 10 years of cultivation. 1 cup, 10 years. Lu Ran was only at the Jindan realm, but the spiritual energy within the sea of consciousness in his dantian was already incomparably full, even overflowing far beyond. Right now, just wait for Lu Ran to break through the Yuaning realm and everything will fall into place. At this moment, Lu Ran was likewise the center of everyone's attention, and everyone was staring at Lu Ran with dead eyes, waiting for Lu Ran to fall to the ground in agony just like the previous 2. Even Yan Tianxin and Qin Wuyao were prepared to immediately administer aid when Lu Ran was in an uncomfortable condition, minimize the damage that the drunken immortal bruise dominance would have on Lu Ran. But a few seconds passed. Lu Ran was unharmed and instead stood in place with an excited look. Cannot it, a cup of wine down, comfortable not to mention, but also directly give 10 years of cultivation. If a pot of drunken immortal brew was poured down, 100 years of cultivation would start and take off in place. Why is this guy okay? Even Yan Tianxin was shocked. This drunken immortal brew, even if Yan Tianxin went to drink it himself, he had to be affected by the drunken immortal brewer's influence. The difference was that Yan Tianxin liked that dominance. And Lu Ran, it seems the same? Fellow travelers, Yan Tianxin was a little hard to suppress his excitement at this time. After so many years, he had finally found a confidant. Even Lu Ran was still intent on looking at Yan Tianxin. He said, "Boss Yan, can I have another cup? A cup of 10 years of cultivation. Who can bear this?" At this point, Liang Xiaoyu, who had slightly regained some of his sanity after simple conditioning, lay on the ground and saw this scene. His eyes reddened again. Ignoring his injuries, he opened his mouth. "Humph. It's just a hard hold. What's the point of pretending?" Yan Tianxin glanced at Liang Xiaoyu and said to Lu Ran, "No, the drunken immortal brew contains medicinal power. At your realm, you need to digest it. Don't crave for it." Lu Ran was a little helpless, barred his mouth and muttered, "Wine meets a friend. 1,000 cups less? Words do not talk. Half a sentence more." A poem that perfectly listed Yan Tianxin as a confidant, while also despising Liang Xiaoyu all over the place, perfectly fitting the atmosphere at hand. And at that moment, 10 breaths of time had arrived. Lu Ran settled in place and even tried to get another drink. Qin Wuyao moved quickly and immediately pulled Lu Ran back and made him sit down, while carefully checking Lu Ran's breath and physical state. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. However, he realized that the overbearing nature of the drunken immortal brew really didn't seem to work on Lu Ran. Instead, Lu Ran's entire body's flesh and bones were filled with the spiritual power of the heavenly materials contained in the drunken immortal brew, gradually penetrating and strengthening Lu Ran's physique. Surely a great tonic. Qin Wuyao breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's worthy of you, big drunkard." The scene was in an uproar at this moment. No one had expected that Lu Ran had succeeded in his challenge, and it looked so easy. When one thought about the previous conflict between the Great Luo Sword Sect and Lu Ran, it made it even more obvious that the Great Luo Sword Sect was a clown. Xiaoyu Ling and Liang Xiaoyu were still on the stage at this time, and even though she was the sect leader of the De Luo Sword Sect, she couldn't help but have her face flaming at this time amidst all the odd gazes. On the contrary, He had just hastily healed Liang Xiaoyu's injuries here and was unable to interrupt, so he could only be forced to accept the odd atmosphere. If I had known, I would have taken Liang Xiaoyu before treating him. At this time, Yan Tianxin walked over to Lu Ran and smilingly handed over the cold sword Jiangyu in his hand. Said Lu Ran, you have succeeded in your challenge. This sword will be yours. I will now dispel the alcohol for you. She could tell that Lu Ran was in over his head and was about to plop down on the table at any moment.
No.
Lu Ran shouted, "It cannot be dispelled. If a drinker cares about the strength of this wine, wouldn't it be a waste of a superb wine? Are you kidding me? Hangovers are a bonus. I can't have any fun when you've dispelled the booze." Yan Tianxin's eyes were colorful. She was now liking Lu Ran more and more, and gave up on the idea of taking the edge off his booze. Lu Ran, on the other hand, received the cold sword Jiangyu in a daze. The feeling of ice in the hand let Lu Ran cannot help but hit a chill, drinking wine, and won the sword. Lu Ran heart happy. Miso, the cold sword Jiangyu swung in his hand, a sword pointing to the sky. Good wine, good sword. Lu Ran, who was so proud of himself, was also affected by the unique attributes of the cold sword Jiangyu, and a coldness suddenly erupted around Lu Ran. Qin Wuyao's face changed and she immediately reached out and pressed her hand on Lu Ran's arm. In a deep voice he said, "Lu Ran, you're drunk." As he spoke, he actually suppressed the frosty cold sword intent that Lu Ran had just blossomed out. But there are no mediocre people sitting at this table. That momentary bloom of sword intent was immediately suppressed back by Qin Wuyao, but they still perceived it clearly. They immediately knew Lu Ran's identity. He was the peerless wizard who had covered 1,000 miles of snow in a single sword strike 3 days ago. Several people were present, and there were a huge number of sword cultivators. Such a talent in front of him, and just so happened to be sidelined by the Deluo sword sect, is the name of the flower without a master. At the thought of this, the eyes of several big brothers lit up in unison. Ask for favorites to support it. Just add it to your bookshelf. Thanks a lot. Chapter 14, The Four Great Sword Sect Snatchers. Lu Ran, since you have quit the Deluo sword sect, right now are you without a sect? A slim man in a green-colored sword robe on Lu Ran's left-hand side reacted the fastest and immediately asked. Lu Ran, still in a daze, sniffed and nodded instead. In that case, would you like to join my Tai-In Palace, little friend? My name is Chao Yuan. If you join my Tai-In Palace, I will immediately accept you as a personal disciple. The man immediately said. A few others responded then. Chao Yuan, you kid is still quite anxious. People Lu Ran right now drunk. Even if it is promised to you, it is not counted, right? Another person despised. The crowd on stage looked on with red eyes. Chao Yuan of the Tai-In Palace. His Tai-In sword was out of this world. Countless sword cultivator disciples wanted to worship Tai-In Palace, but were unable to do so, and now he even took the initiative to accept Lu Ran. One must know that in the Jiuli Holy Land, sword cultivators were in the majority. Under the door of the 10 halls of Yanluo, each in charge of a faction, the 4 major sword sects to guard the 4 major passes of the Jiuli Holy Land. Tai-In Palace is one of the 4 major sword clans. In a sense, the Tai-In Palace's status was even higher than Yan Tianxin's Heavenly Dao Alliance. It was no wonder that he was able to sit at a table with Yan Tianxin. They were not only close friends but also fellow colleagues, working together for the 9 Lives Holy Land. In contrast, although the Deluo sword sect was also a sword cultivation sect, in front of the Tai-In Palace, it was no different from a small shrimp. Liang Xiaoyu, who was still being healed by Suyu Ling on the side, immediately couldn't help himself again. His green-wood spirit body, no matter what, is also an innate physique, and he has taken great pains to join the great Luo sword sect and seek the position of the patriarch, waiting for the time to allow the great Qin dynasty to take its place. This is a tedious operation. But right now, this Lu Ran, who had been ostracized by him from the great Luo sword sect, was able to be directly accepted as a true disciple by Chao Yuan of the Tai-In Palace. If Lu Ran agreed, his status would instantly be above the Deluo sword sect and above Suyu Ling. Not to mention that he, the crown prince of the Daqian dynasty, was even a small piece of trash. Even if Liang Xiaoyu ended up taking down the great Luo sword sect, he would still be one step below Lu Ran. Senior Chao, have you misunderstood? Although Lu Ran is a mixed sword body, he was born with an extinct vein and is unable to gain spiritual power at all. If he were to be admitted into the sect, I'm afraid he would be useless. Liang Xiaoyu immediately shouted despite his injuries. No other thoughts. Simply couldn't see Lu Ran well. That's all. For a mentally twisted person like Liang Xiaoyu, this kind of action was not surprising at all under jealousy. But I didn't expect it. After hearing Liang Xiaoyu's words, Chao Yuan and the others were stunned. Immediately after that, Chao Yuan and the other man reached out at almost the same time and grabbed Lu Ran's left and right hands respectively. A few seconds later, a strange color bloomed in Chao Yuan's eyes. That's right, Lu Ran was really the mixed sword body. To have such a terrifying sword intent is already a shocking wizard, but it's even a natural sword cultivator's hybrid sword body. Moreover, both Chao Yuan and the man sensed that Lu Ran was indeed born with an extinct vein correctly. However, it wasn't that Lu Ran was unable to obtain spiritual power. Quite the contrary. Today's Lu Ran was at the peak of the late Jindan stage. The spiritual energy that filled the sea of consciousness in the Dantian was still far from overflowing. Wizards. Absolute wizards. Chao Yuan ignored Liang Xiaoyu and directly shouted, Lu Ran, as long as you join my Taiyin palace, I'll immediately make you a candidate for sovereign. Liang Xiaoyu was dumbfounded when he heard this. He wanted to remind these bigwigs that Lu Ran was born with an extinct vein. But how did he instead turn Lu Ran from Chao Yuan's personal disciple directly into a sovereign candidate? Not only that, but the rest of the guys were all gabbing away at this point without fail. Chao Yuan, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ran has a strong character and likes strong wine. How can he practice your girly Taiyin sword? If I say so, he should follow me and join my Jingshu palace. The pure Yang sword technique of the Jingshu palace is indeed most rigid and Yang, but it's a Yang fire attribute, so I'm afraid it doesn't go well with Lu Ran. Instead, Liaodong Tiangang, the Tiangang sword technique is wide open and perfect for Lu Ran to cultivate. What? My Divine Knight Sect's Thunderblade is not suitable for Lu Ran? A few people were chattering, and they actually started to grab people. Liang Xiaoyu looked so angry and jealous that he almost shat himself on the spot. Forgetting that Su Yuling was treating him, a mouthful of blood spewed out as the fire raged, shouting, Seniors, did I not make myself clear? Lu Ran. He was born with an extinct vein and is unable to cultivate. Shut up! Chao Yuan let out a roar and glared at Liang Xiaoyu. Lu Ran is in the late Jindan stage and is unable to cultivate? Then tell me how he reached the late Jindan stage. Or do you think I'm blind and can't see this realm? At these words, Liang Xiaoyu was confused. What the hell? Late Jindan, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Liang Xiaoyu green with spirit body, after taking over Lu Ran to become the pearl of the palm of Su Yuling, 10 years of hard cultivation, coupled with the cultivation resources behind the Dacian dynasty and the unlimited supply of cultivation resources of the Dala sword sect. On this only the early stage of Jindan Lu Ran's late Jindan stage? How is this possible? When Lu Ran was driven off the mountain 4 days ago, he was still only refining qi. When Su Yuling heard this, her heart sank as well. She had previously felt that Lu Ran's aura was that of a late Jindan stage, but because she found it too unbelievable, she thought it was an illusion. But now it seems surprisingly true. In 4 short days, Lu Ran left the oppression and ostracization of the great Luo sword sect and sword, although he didn't know how he acquired his cultivation by being born with an extinct vein. But so it seemed that Lu Ran was still the same wunderkind that Su Yuling had brought back when he was a child. No, it's even more anticlimactic than it was in the beginning. Seeing that nowadays the 4 major sword clans of the Jiuli Holy Land were competing to snatch Lu Ran first. Seeing Yan Tianxin, the head of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, worshipping him in the same seat. Seeing that the holy daughter of the Yaoqi Holy Land, the little princess of the great Qin immortal court, and the heir to the Tianji house, Qin Wuyao, had befriended him. In just a few short days, that wunderkind had completely blossomed, and it was such a wunderkind, but by her sentence of being born with an extinct vein, she was taunted in the great Luo sword sect and suffered for 10 years. In the end, even the little jade peak that he resided in was given over to Liang Xiaoyu by Su Yuling with a light sentence. She was the one who had personally lost the young apprentice who used to follow her ass as a child. Su Yuling's heart twitched fiercely, her eyes slightly red. 1,000 words in her heart wanted to say to Lu Ran, but they were out of place. On this high platform, she's nothing. Lu Ran, on the other hand, was the center of everyone's attention. In contrast, Liang Xiaoyu, who was healing his wounds, was a bit out of sight. Su Yuling was a patriarch no matter what, so she naturally knew that Liang Xiaoyu's usual kindness was all pretense, but it didn't matter to her. But how could I have never imagined that this Liang Xiaoyu jealousy is so serious? And wall grass, talk but not brain. Under the stage, Wang Yujiao and a few other disciples brought in. Now a quick glance is all crooked. Su Yuling's entire body was a bit disheveled, and the remorse in her heart grew and grew, almost bursting through her chest. When Lu Ran was 10 years old, she continued to teach Lu Ran attentively despite the fact that he was born with an extinct vein, wouldn't things have turned out the way they are today? Chapter 15. I'll give you back your life. On Lu Ran's side, he was dazed and strong. Listening to the words of the few bigwigs in front of him, somewhat in a trance, this scene 10 years ago, he had experienced it in the great Luo sword sect. But he knew that even if he agreed to do it, with millions of people chasing him, if one day he had an accident or the system disappeared, he would hit rock bottom again. That's the reality. He didn't want to go through it a second time. So naturally, it was impossible to agree to join any sect. He was now just waiting for the booze to completely take over his brain and get a hangover and reap the rewards. At this time, Su Yuling and Liang Xiaoyu stood up. Let's go, Su Yuling said. It's almost time to heal Liang Xiaoyu's wounds. It stabilized the injuries and the constant onslaught of alcohol power from the meridians in his body. But perhaps the alcohol was not dispersed by Su Yuling. This Liang Xiaoyu even gritted his teeth and pounced towards Lu Ran. This is a distance of 3 steps. Almost instantly, the long sword was sheathed and attacked the back of Lu Ran's head. Xiaoyu, must not. Su Yuling's face changed drastically and it was too late to stop it. She never thought that this Liang Xiaoyu, who usually pretended to be kind and deep, would have such an inadequate brain at the critical moment. The 4 major sword clans want someone, and you just kill them in front of them. How can you still live? This Liang Xiaoyu, his jealousy was so severe that it was practically to the point of sickness. Ding! Lu Ran was in a daze and naturally had no defense. But Xiao Yuan simply stretched out a hand and pinched Liang Xiaoyu's sword with 2 fingers. No matter how hard he tried, he could not gain another inch. At this moment, Xiao Yuan's face was full of killing intent. In a cold voice, he said, "The person that my Tai-in palace has its eyes on, you also dare to move, you have great guts." With those words, he waved his hand violently. Boom!
En astral aura instantly exploded.
At the critical moment, Su Yuling stepped forward and pulled Liang Xiaoyu behind herself, while at the same time bracing her entire body to protect her astral body. But even so, Su Yuling's realm was still too far off. With a loud bang, Su Yuling flew out backwards. Liang Xiaoyu slightly sobered up at this time, and mortared in place, his face turning green. The various sects under the stage were also watching in amazement at this time. Good boy, this Liang Xiaoyu has in his head, right? Ignoring her injuries, Su Yuling quickly rushed back and stood beside Liang Xiaoyu, her face pale. Arching his hand, he said, "Several seniors, it's because my congregation is incompetent. I hope to atone for my sins." The remaining few people coldly looked at Su Yuling and Liang Xiaoyu. The fire in their hearts was rubbing upwards. Lu Ran is such a talented man, he was almost killed by your jealous disciple, and you're just going to say that you're not a religious man? Su Yuling knew it was useless to apologize. Gritting her teeth, she turned to Lu Ran, knowing that right now, only Lu Ran could say something here. He said, "Lu Ran, Xiaoyu is ignorant and impulsive. I apologize to you on his behalf. For the sake of the fact that I taught you when you were a child, you let him go. He is my personal disciple, although his character is problematic, but when he goes back, I will educate him carefully. Please, let him off."
Su Yulinge's tone pleaded.
The status of the great Luo sword sect has been shackled for many years. The disciples under the door do not have any good seedlings. It is not easy to have Lu Ran, but he was born with an extinct vein. It is good to make up for a Liang Xiaoyu at the critical moment. If Liang Xiaoyu died, the De Luo sword sect would be completely hopeless. Upon hearing this, the several bigwigs really looked at Lu Ran in unison, leaving it to Lu Ran to make up his mind. Yan Tianxin had been watching sullenly and did not intervene. Qin Wuyao, on the other hand, frowned as she looked at Su Yuling and Liang Xiaoyu. Outsiders didn't know, but Qin Wuyao, who had investigated, knew how hard Lu Ran had lived in the great Luo sword sect these 10 years. Once upon a time, Lu Ran had also prayed to Su Yuling, but Su Yuling was full of Liang Xiaoyu, and even Lu Ran's little jade peak was snatched away with one glib sentence. Lu Ran turned his head in a daze and looked at Su Yuling and Liang Xiaoyu. "Kneel down!" Su Yuling yelled at Liang Xiaoyu. "What?" Liang Xiaoyu froze, his face full of shame and incredulity, asking him to kneel to Lu Ran? No way. This punk, he would step Lu Ran under his feet forever. But just then, scold. Lu Ran drew out the cold sword Jiangyu in his hand and pointed the tip of the sword straight at Liang Xiaoyu. Plop. Without any further hesitation, Liang Xiaoyu instantly weakened and knelt on the ground. But the shame and jealousy in his heart was growing wildly. Today this Wine King banquet everywhere was suppressed by Lu Ran. Nowadays he was shocked by the overbearing impact of drunken immortal bruised roots and bones were almost destroyed. On the contrary, Lu Ran drank the wine unharmed, but also won the reward and was also fought over by the 4 major sword clans. Even the life of Liang Xiaoyu, who was kneeling in front of him. The 4 great sword sect needed to look at Lu Ran's will to decide. The 2 people's identities, from the Deluo sword sect a few days ago to now, in a matter of moments were already a world away from each other. Liang Xiaoyu jealous heart, but also doubly ashamed, but also afraid of death. In the face of Jiang Yu cold sword, he immediately kneeled. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Lu Ran coldly looked at Liang Xiaoyu before looking at Su Yuling's delicate face. A softness flickered in his eyes. Perhaps it is a fledgling complex at a young age was brought back to the great Luo sword sect by Su Yuling daily careful teaching, will be a child cared for until the age of 10, to say that there is no feelings that is not true. But in 10 years, Su Yuling's indifference had gradually made Lu Ran recognize reality. When I was young, you brought me back to the great Luo sword sect. If it wasn't for you, I might have died young. My life was given to me by you. Now, I'm saving your life as well. So I'll consider it as repaying your favor. Lu Ran murmured. Above the Jiangyu cold sword, sword chi began to spew out. Lu Ran 100 years a dream, remember very clearly Liang Xiaoyu is the prince of the great Qian dynasty. After that, he will quickly take the position of the great Luo sword sect's patriarch. At that time, the entire great Luo sword sect, corpses everywhere. Patriarch Su Yuling, in the end, was made into a human swine by Liang Xiaoyu, whom she had taken a liking to by chopping off her limbs. Can be tragic. Right now, as long as Liang Xiaoyu is killed, Su Yuling will be able to live in peace. Su Yuling saved his life, he killed Liang Xiaoyu. As a return of favor, from now on, the two do not owe each other. Although Su Yuling couldn't understand it, she clearly said she wanted to pay me back. But she wanted to kill Liang Xiaoyu. What kind of repayment of favor is this? She didn't have time to think about it and pulled Liang Xiaoyu behind her, while she herself blocked in front of Lu Ran's sword tip, begging, Lu Ran, spare his life. I know I'm not your master anymore, so let's say I'm begging you. Lu Ran opened his mouth but couldn't explain. We can't say he saw the results of a 100-year dream, can we? That's just it, you guys go. Lu Ran sighed helplessly. Without looking at the duo again, he turned his back on them, and he could feel that the alcohol had climbed to its peak. The world began to spin before his eyes. Su Yuling was overjoyed at the words and pulled Liang Xiaoyu, who was full of shame and hatred for the rich and resentful women in general, up with a hand. Thank you, thank you. After saying that, he pulled Liang Xiaoyu back to the stage. The rest of the disciples of the Deluo sword sect didn't have the face to continue sitting down and followed and left the Heavenly Tao Alliance. At the table, Chao Yuan's few people still wanted to continue to pull Lu Ran in. But the next second, knock! Lu Ran's brain was completely overrun by alcohol, and he slumped headfirst onto the table. Hangover success. Ask for a wave of collection support, just add to the bookshelf by the way, and if you have a recommendation vote you can also throw a vote, thank you. Chapter 16. Slaughtering God with a Sword. Above the official road. The atmosphere was a bit depressing as the Deluo sword sect and the others rode along in a deadly silence. Liang Xiaoyu stifled his voice. The shame in his heart made his chest still heaving even now. He clenched his teeth in death, making up his mind that he must take down the Deluo sword sect as soon as possible. Turning his head to look, the indecisive master, the wallflower and brainless senior sister Wang Yujiao, and a few other elite disciples brought by Su Yuling. But in Liang Xiaoyu's eyes, this is all some kind of waste. At the critical moment, not a single fart dared to be uttered, and no one could help him. Even Su Yuling, who had saved his life, helped him heal his wounds and defended him, was held in his grudge. If Su Yuling had been a bit more ruthless back then and had directly scrapped Lu Ran instead of letting him go down the mountain, there wouldn't have been so many things. And Yu Jiao Wang, when Lu Ran, who had just come down from the mountain, was only in the qi refining realm, this could not be killed, which gave Lu Ran the opportunity to grow. Although he still didn't know why Lu Ran was growing so fast. But he also knew with his buttocks that he had gained an amazing creation. A creation that made Liang Xiaoyu even more jealous to go crazy. Master, there's no need to worry, that Lu Ran won't be able to bounce around for long. When Xiaoyu grows up, Even that heavenly Tao alliance will be trampled under our feet, Wang Yujiao said from the side. Su Yuling was silent, unable to say what she felt in her heart. The little disciple she had personally abandoned was now above the Deluo sword sect and above her. Even Liang Xiaoyu's life and death needed Lu Ran to open his mouth and decide. You and Lu Ran, do you have any deep hatred? Su Yuling suddenly turned her head to Wang Yujiao and asked. The latter froze. I remember that before the age of 10 you took care of him quite well. When I was in seclusion you also brought him. When he was a child, he liked to follow me the most. But when I wasn't there, he would also stick to you. At that time you were only in your teens, you were already very good at taking care of people. When did you turn into what you are now? Su Yuling asked in a flat tone. From Wang Yujiao's attitude towards Lu Ran, it was as if she could feel a deep hatred. Wang Yujiao opened her mouth, her eyes dodging a bit, but then seeing Liang Xiaoyu at least by her side, she immediately clenched her teeth and said, he was born with an extinct vein, and yet he hijacked so many cultivation resources of our Deluo sword sect before he was 10 years old. It's a complete waste. Those could have originally been resources belonging to Xiaoyu. Shouldn't he be blamed? Words.
Su Yuling
said. Everything started because of me. It was me who brought the young him back to the sword sect, but abandoned him because he was born with an extinct vein. What's wrong with him? He's just a passive acceptance from the beginning to the end. He shouldn't be blamed for it. Blame me? At this point, Liang Xiaoyu suddenly opened his mouth. Today's Lu Ran and our Deluo sword sect are already incompatible. Master don't need to be concerned. When I grow up, I'm bound to help the Deluo sword sect get back the dignity that was lost today. At those words, Su Yuling looked at Liang Xiaoyu, deeply inhaled a breath, slowly exhaled, then said, Xiaoyu, I know that your ambition is big. Also know that you are not satisfied with the great Luo sword sect. The position of the patriarch, sooner or later, it is yours. I only hope that you will not fail my expectations at that time. Fail to meet the expectations of the masters, brothers, sisters. The hope of the great Luo sword sect's rise is all on you alone. She could see that Liang Xiaoyu's nature was not as good as Lu Ran's. But right now, for the sake of the rise of the great Luo sword sect, it wouldn't hurt if such a person became the sect leader. But what she didn't expect was that Liang Xiaoyu's poor performance far exceeded her imagination. When the great Luo sword sect was handed over to Liang Xiaoyu, it would be the end of all the disciples of the great Luo sword sect. Don't worry, master. When I inherit the position of sect leader, I will definitely run the great Luo sword sect properly, Liang Xiaoyu said in a deep voice. Wang Yujiao had heard Su Yuling's words just now, and the scene of bringing Lu Ran when she was a teenager had flashed in her mind. But at this moment, hearing Liang Xiaoyu say this, the little bit of compassion in his heart instantly dissipated without a trace. She quickly came to Liang Xiaoyu's side, fawningly said, Xiaoyu's ability, I agree, surpassing that Lu Ran. It's not a matter of concern. Xiaoyu, don't worry. Senior sister will surely fully support you. Since Su Yuling had already made up her mind to hand over the great Luo sword sect to Liang Xiaoyu, she worked harder and harder to please Liang Xiaoyu. But in Lu Ran's 100-year dream, she, Wang Yujiao, was also one of the few people who ended up in the most miserable situation. It was late in the evening when Lu Ran woke up leisurely. Climbing up and looking around, I think it was in the middle of a compartment, not a small room, furnished in an antique style. Lu Ran rubbed his head and was surprised to find that it didn't hurt at all. Good wine is good wine. Your head doesn't even hurt after a hangover, Lu Ran muttered. Immediately afterward, it was no surprise to receive a system notification. Congratulations to the host on one successful hangover. Receive hangover reward. Sword Stance God Slayer. Lu Ran froze and frowned. I'm drinking drunken immortal brew. The drunken immortal brew hangover reward gives a sword move. Not even a feat, not even a set of swordsmanship, but a sword move. And the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Lu Ran looked inward at his dantian. It was discovered that the spiritual energy had far exceeded the spiritual energy needed to break through to Yuaning, and had even overflowed by far. Now there was just one more barrier to break through, and he would be able to smoothly advance into Yuaning. But strangely enough, the last time he was at the peak of Foundation establishment, he gave an instant breakthrough after the hangover, and he directly formed a Dan. Lu Ran had guessed that the hangover reward had changed based on his current state. But at the moment, it seemed as if the guesses were not allowed. It was clear that it was just one breakthrough barrier away from being able to advance to Yuaning, but the system surprisingly didn't give the corresponding rewards. The system rewards are still good and bad? Was it randomly selected for me after a hangover? Lu Ran muttered suspiciously. Next, Open the system panel to view the prizes. Although it was just a sword move, but then again it was a system reward, so it shouldn't be too bad, right? Sword stance god slaughtering. This sword stance can slay gods with one sword, ignoring defensive treasures, ignoring protective astral aura, and killing cultivators in the realm of transformation of gods with one sword, but it can only kill cultivators in the realm of transformation of gods with one sword, and has no effect above the realm of transformation of gods, and has no effect below the realm of transformation of gods. At this look, Lu Ran was confused. He was only at the Jindan realm now, 100,000 miles away from the legendary goddess of transformation Big Brother. There was still a big realm in between, the Yuaning realm. However, this sword move, slaughtering god, could actually kill a transformation god realm bigwig in a second with a single sword, and it ignored any form of defense. Serious god slaying. Rule decimation. Lu Ran was taken aback. Instantly his eyes lit up, not finding the reward bad in the slightest. A sword move that was tainted with the power of the heavenly Tao's rules. This could be far more than a heavenly rank sword technique. From then on, the goddess of transformation realm bigwigs were no different from papier-mâché in front of Lu Ran. However, Lu Ran could kill the god transformation realm in seconds, and only in seconds. Instead, Yuaning realm cultivators could still finish off Lu Ran. At this moment, the door to the room was pushed open and Qin Wuyao walked in. Seeing Lu Ran sitting on the edge of the bed, he casually said, "You're awake. Well, Yao Yao, what realm are you in? And what realm is Boss Yen? And Chao Yuan's guys, what realm are they?" Lu Ran asked curiously. Qin Wuyao glanced at Lu Ran suspiciously. Just woke up, and how did this question pop up? But still, he said, "I'm at the early stage of the transformation god, Aunt Yen should be at the late stage of the transformation god, and Chao Yuan's few people, I'm not too sure, but by a wide margin, they're all at the transformation god realm." Chapter 17. Can't pull anyone together. Inside the Great Hall, Yen Tianxin looked at Chao Yuan's few people and rolled his eyes. He said, "In previous years, after the Wine King banquet, the few of you ran faster than a rabbit. Why don't you leave this time?" Chao Yuan was the first to laugh. "Friends for many years now, you this heavenly Tao alliance I have not even turned around. It happens to be that there is nothing to do recently, so I will stay for a few more days, a few others. Should you not leave?" Upon hearing this, the remaining few immediately disagreed. "Chao Yuan, what the hell are you talking about? If you don't leave, what are we leaving for? This heavenly Tao alliance. I also want to take a good turn. The drunken immortal brew tastes good. I'd like to drink more." The scene was noisy, but everyone was unspoken to each other, and the reason for staying was simply because of Lu Ran. Yen Tianxin said directly, "Don't even pretend. You've all seen the results of the investigation, right?" A few people's expressions immediately became embarrassed, and they coughed lightly without squeaking. The results of the investigation were clear. Lu Ran's encounters from the time he entered the Great Luo Sword Sect to afterward, including being born with an extinct vein and withdrawing from the sect, were all clearly investigated by them. This was simple for a great power like the Heavenly Tao Alliance. "Tell me, what do you guys think?" Yen Tianxin murmured. Seeing that Yen Tianxin had gotten serious, these few people didn't dare to tease each other. This Great Luo Sword Sect is indeed excessive, but it's understandable. A born with an extinct vein, there's really no need to focus on cultivating it. But you can't unload on the donkey either. These 10 years, what kind of life did Lu Ran live in the Great Luo Sword Sect? We're still only investigating the mere words. In fact, with all the taunts and ridicule Lu Ran has suffered in these 10 years, an unusual person would have only left that bird of a clan, the Luo Sword Sect. A few days ago, Lu Ran was still only at the peak of qi refining, which is in line with the characteristics of being born with an extinct vein and not being able to obtain spiritual power. But now, he is at the peak of the late Jindan stage. Do you guys know what that means? In just a few short days, a person born with an extinct vein from refining qi, breaking through the foundation, then conjugating Dan before impacting to the peak of Jindan. This speed, throughout the ages, not even the 9 emperors of the 9 states could achieve it. Counterintuitive growth rate. Moreover, Lu Ran still has sword intent. Everyone doesn't need to pretend. At the Wine King's banquet, although Lu Ran's sword intent was immediately suppressed by that girl Qin Wuyao, there's absolutely no mistaking it. The person who covered the snow by 1,000 miles in the first place was Lu Ran. And it's also a mixed sword body, born to be a sword cultivator. With such a heaven-defying growth rate, paired with the mixed sword body, and that terrifying sword intent, how terrifying would Lu Ran be if he grew up? And it wouldn't take too long for Lu Ran to reach the top of the 9 states. Well said. But Lu Ran's experience also destined him not to agree to join any sect or power, so you guys shouldn't even think of hitting that idea. Yan Tianxin poured cold water on a few people. Chao Yuan's few people immediately wilted. After the results of the investigation had been read, they also knew that it was almost impossible to pull Lu Ran in. At least not anytime soon. This is also the reason why Tianji House would let Qin Wuyao get close to Lu Ran, and still find Lu Ran the first time he came down from the mountain. Don't you forget what Tianji House's Yu Guizi does. Yan Tianxin reminded. Yu Guizi of the Tianji building calculates personnel, knows the fate of heaven, and understands the past and present. Qin Wuyao, as the personal disciple of Yu Guizi, the princess of the great Qin immortal court, and the holy maiden of the Yao Qi holy land, yet she went to approach a natural-born extinct vein that was still in the Qi practicing realm at the time. That's telling enough. Yu Guizi must have calculated something, Chao Yuan said indistinctly. That's right, but even so, that girl Yao Yao didn't pull Lu Ran in, but befriended him instead. This approach, it's very smart, we have to do the same. If we can't get Lu Ran to join the 9 lives, then we'll never let him become our enemy, Yan Tianxin said. The other few people glanced at each other and immediately understood Yan Tianxin's meaning. There was no need to draw Lu Ran in, only to have a good relationship with him, and when Lu Ran grew up, those of them who had befriended Lu Ran would naturally follow in his footsteps. Also, in recent years, the Yellow Springs Holy Land and our Jiuli Holy Land are incompatible. The Yellow Springs Holy Land is becoming more powerful day by day. If it is not for Yao Qi's help, I'm afraid that the Yellow Springs Holy Land would have already killed over. At the critical moment, we must not expose Lu Ran's talent, or else, if the Yellow Springs Holy Land assassinates him, he'll die for sure, Yan Tianxin murmured. A few people's faces also stared. So, you few, don't stay here for long, so as not to attract the attention of the Yellow Springs Sacred Land Scouts. Go back, Lu Ran's side. I'll do everything I can to settle him down, Yan Tianxin said. This. After talking for a long time, Yan Tianxin is also staring at Lu Ran. Only, there was no way for them to refute it. Right now, the Yellow Springs Holy Land Scouts were staring at the entire Jiuli's windy movements. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. All of them are under surveillance and can't behave strangely. Staying here, yesterday's Wine King banquet became the center of attention. Besides, a few of them were still fighting over Lu Ran at the Wine King banquet yesterday. It's already dangerous. If he brought Lu Ran back with him when he left, then Lu Ran would really become a light bulb and wouldn't be able to go without being noticed by the Yellow Springs Holy Land. That makes sense. Let's go back first. Each of us take care of our own clans. It's best to be prepared for everything. The matter of cultivating Lu Ran, Tianxin, I'll leave it to you. Just ask for whatever resources you need. I'll pay for it, Chao Yuan said in a deep voice. A few of the others chimed in. Although each and every one of them thirsted to personally cultivate Lu Ran, they also knew that to the extent that Lu Ran was so heaven-defying, not to mention them, even the Jiuli sacred ground was a small temple that couldn't accommodate Lu Ran. A golden scale is not a thing of the pool. A few people had left during the evening meal, not even bothering to greet Lu Ran in order to avoid problems. At the dinner table, Lu Ran didn't have much heart to eat, casually picking up a few mouthfuls and looking towards Yan Tianxin. Boss Yan, that drunken immortal brew. Lu Ran swallowed. A cup of 30 years of cultivation, for Lu Ran, that was much better than any heavenly material. Even one lick will give you a year's worth of cultivation. No, although there is still a little bit of drunken immortal brew, but the wine power in your body has not been completely absorbed. Drink again in a short period of time. I am afraid that it will hurt your roots and bones, and you need to be conditioned. You stay in my heavenly Tao alliance. The drunken immortal brew will not be able to be less for you, Yan Tianxin immediately said. I was thinking of some reason to keep Lu Ran, but didn't this opportunity come up? The bastard was addicted to alcohol, and with the drunken immortal brew around, he wouldn't leave. That's fine. There's nowhere to go anyway, Lu Ran muttered. Qin Wuyao on the side wanted to say something. You kid just stayed here? Just for a sip of wine? Dead drunkard. Yao Yao, what about you? Yan Tianxin looked towards Qin Wuyao. Although she already knew the answer, Qin Wuyao definitely couldn't let go of Lu Ran. Sure enough, Qin Wuyao immediately said, I have nothing to do lately, and I haven't been to Aunt Yan's place for a long time, so I'll just stop by and have some fun. Yan Tianxin nodded and laughed. Good, you girl has been living in Tianji House for a long time. Most likely you are also idle out of the bird. In that case, stay with me. As for Lu Ran, you are at the peak of the late Jindan stage. Do you want to advance into the Yuaning? Please collect it, just add it to your bookshelf, and ask for monthly votes and support from your fellow readers. Chapter 18 Red Lotus Cave. Lu Ran was stunned. then nodded. I want to. Isn't this nonsense? He's already at the peak of the late Jindan stage and his spiritual energy is overflowing. Even if the cultivation level given by the drink now was that of the Jindan stage. The same 1 year of cultivation, the 1 year of cultivation given by the Jindan stage, and the 1 year of cultivation given by the Yuaning stage are not the same concept at all. Of course, the same wine rewards less when you get to the Yuaning stage, and it's actually pretty much the same. However, Lu Ran now had a substantial overflow of spiritual energy and definitely wanted to break through. And after breaking through Yuaning, Lu Ran's own safety could be greatly guaranteed. Safety is the key. Lu Ran's growth rate was extremely fast, and it only took a short period of time for him to grow up quickly. But if it dies halfway through, then the best system and the best rewards are all bull. At this time, Qin Wuyao, who was on the side, murmured, "There is only one way for a Jindan to break through to a Yuaning, and that is through enlightenment. There is no other way." In the ancient times, there was a Yuaning Dan, and although it was very precious, it could be obtained as long as one could afford the price. But a long, long time ago, the formula for the Yuaning Dan was lost. Nowadays, when a Jindan breaks through to a Yuaning, one can only rely on epiphanies. If not, Qin Wuyao would have taken out the Yuaning Dan a long time ago. With her status, as long as it existed in this world, she could get it. Lu Ran, on the other hand, had his eyes glazed over. He could only rely on epiphanies? That wasn't a bad thing anymore. His growth rate all came from the system. The system didn't offer him an epiphany bonus. The mixed sword body was also just a bonus to the sword Dao, but it was of little help in cultivating to break through the realm. Hear this. Yan Tianxin guffawed and said, "Indeed, but with epiphany, there is also a pleasing way." Qin Wuyao was still confused at first, but thinking of something like that, she suddenly froze and said in surprise, "Red Lotus Cave?" Yan Tianxin immediately nodded his head and said, "That's right, it's the Red Lotus Cave. I'm going to take Lu Ran to the Red Lotus Cave. With his talent, the process of enlightenment in the Red Lotus Cave shouldn't be too difficult." On the contrary, Lu Ran was listening in confusion. What is this Red Lotus Cave heaven? Seemingly seeing through Lu Ran's doubts, Yan Tianxin explained, "In the greatness of the 9 states, there exist many ancient relics, immortal caves, and the Red Lotus Cave sky is one of them." The ancient cultivator who had been cultivating in the Red Lotus Cave sky had already ascended to the immortal realm. However, before ascending, a little bit of the Taoist rhythm remained in the cave for a long time. And as long as one cultivates and participates in it, the success rate of epiphany, with the addition of the Tao, is much greater. However, places like the Red Lotus Cave sky were controlled by major powers, and it was impossible for ordinary casual cultivators and people from small sects to qualify to enter them. If Yan Tianxin dared to say so, naturally the Heavenly Tao Alliance was qualified to enter. "I see. So when do we leave?" Lu Ran immediately became excited. He's in a hurry too. Right now, he was only at the Jindan realm, and when he encountered someone at the Yuaning realm, it was impossible for him to fight. But as long as he broke through to Yuaning, with the addition of the Frost-Cold Sword intent, Lu Ran would not be weak even against a late-stage Yuaning. And above the Yuaning, there is the transformation of God. On the contrary, Lu Ran had the sword move Slaughter God. All the cultivators of the God transformation realm, whether they were at the early stage of God transformation or at the peak of the late stage of God transformation, all had the same result in front of the rule sword move. Right now, the danger was too great for Lu Ran not to break through to Yuaning. After breaking through the Yuaning, below the Mahayana stage, Lu Ran was invincible. One breakthrough was the difference between heaven and earth for Lu Ran's safety. "Rest and recuperate today. I'll make the arrangements, and we'll leave early tomorrow morning," Yan Tianxin said. "For tomorrow, yes. Then today, can you give me some wine? Not drunken immortal brew. Just the kind that I drank at the very beginning of the Wine King banquet yesterday," Lu Ran said. The drunken immortal brew power in his body hadn't been fully absorbed yet, so it was better to play it safe, and the key Yan Tianxin wouldn't give him drunken immortal brew for the time being. "But you can't waste your time, you have to drink. Gotta get drunk. The kind I just started drinking yesterday at the Wine King's banquet, and it worked well. That kind of wine is quite stocked. I'll have someone send it to your room," Yan Tianxin said greatly. There was almost always a response to Lu Ran's requests. After dinner, Qin Wuyao had originally planned to hang out with Lu Ran in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The Heavenly Tao Alliance was located in Mount Li, which was also considered a spiritual mountain with beautiful scenery. But Lu Ran's mind was full of drinking, and he heard that Yan Tianxin had arranged for someone to already send the wine to his room. Excited, he scurried right back in, closed the door to his room and started drinking. Leaving Qin Wuyao alone, she sat on a stone bench in the courtyard with an exasperated sigh, gritting her teeth. This nerd deserves you to be single. Just know how to drink and drink and drink and drink to death. As the holy maiden of Yaoqi, how many young talents wanted to approach, but were rebuffed by Qin Wuyao. In the great Qin immortal court, countless sons of power and nobility up and down the dynasty were even more eager to be the first to offer. Even in the Tianji building, she was the dream goddess of countless Tianji building disciples. But in Lu Ran, this stuffy gourd just knows how to drink. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Pissed off, Qin Wuyao glanced at Lu Ran's tightly closed room door, stomped her foot, and huffed as she returned to her room to cultivate. Lu Ran, which has the heart of children, he quit the Deluo sword sect, now in the Heavenly Tao Alliance is still safe, naturally want to take advantage of the safety of the time to drink as much as possible, rapid growth. When he was out on his own, he didn't dare to get a hangover so easily. Or else you won't know how to die. Of course he knew why Qin Wuyao and Yan Tianxin were so kind to him, naturally because they saw his growth rate. Lu Ran didn't care, he wouldn't agree to join any forces anyway. But he could distinguish between friends and enemies, and those who were kind to him, he would never forget them later if he really ascended to power. When it comes down to it, it's fine to make friends, not to join a clan or any power. Inside the room, a dozen jars of wine were brought over, the same kind that had just started yesterday. 1 cup, 3 years of cultivation. If you do the math like that, you don't really need the drunken immortal brew. The big deal is that you can drink 10 cups of it, and it will be worth 1 cup of the drunken immortal brew. It was only that the strength of the drunken immortal brew's alcohol contained heavenly materials added by Yan Tianxin, which could strengthen the body, flesh, sinews, and bones. The wine power of the drunken immortal brew in Lu Ran's body had yet to be fully absorbed, but he could also clearly feel the increase in his body's strength. Drastically. Slapping open an altar of wine, Lu Ran didn't bother to use a cup and sat down at the table and started drinking. With the system in place, this process of drinking is also comfortable and incomparable, completely a kind of enjoyment. Lu Ran is almost addicted. It is estimated that by then, even if the drinking is not rewarded, this wine Lu Ran cannot be broken. Soon, a jar of wine was finished. Lu Ran watched the system prompt one cultivation reward after another, and his brain gradually approached its limit. It was important to know that although the strength of this wine was not as strong as the drunken immortal brew, it was definitely not small either, and Lu Ran's ability to drink seemed to be gradually growing. But for Lu, however, who needs a hangover to get rewards, the increase in alcohol consumption also means that the hangover is more difficult to get, so I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Knock. Under the impact of alcohol, Lu Ran slumped on the table and fell asleep. Hangover success. Chapter 19. The more beautiful, the more dangerous. Lu Ran's hangover is midday. He slept until the next morning when he woke up on his own. The brain fog from the hangover seems to be gone. He's drinking more and more and his hangover discomfort is getting less and less, which is a good thing. Lu Ran sat up refreshed, and the first thing he did was focus on the system prompts. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the system beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for having 1 successful hangover. Receive hangover reward. Qi Dragon Treasure Armor Xian Class. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. This was the first time a physical object was given, and at the same time, it also let Lu Ran know that the hangover reward wasn't just sword stance feats or cultivation or something like that. Surprisingly, there's a magic bullet.
Xuan rank treasure armor, Qi Dragon.
The moment he received the reward, Lu Ran felt it. He peeled back his chest shirt to look inside. This treasure armor was not the treasure armor of conception, but a translucent, very thin film-like thing. Upon closer inspection, one could see faint protrusions of dragon scales on it, densely arranged. When you wear it, if you don't feel it carefully, you might forget you're wearing such a thing. However, because it was too thin, it made Lu Ran somewhat doubt whether the protective effect of this precious armor was good or not. Turning his head, he thought that since it was a system reward, and it was also of the Shen rank, it shouldn't be too bad. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Lu Ran ran over and opened the door, and outside the door stood none other than Qin Wuyao. We'll be leaving after breakfast. Qin Wuyao reminded. Good. Lu Ran nodded. You can really sleep. Sleeping from noon yesterday until now. Why don't you sleep to death? Qin Wuyao said indignantly. Slightly drunk. Hey, go eat first. Lu Ran hemmed and hawed. No matter what, with one more piece of precious armor protection, Lu Ran's heart was still much more solid. And it just so happened that he was going to follow Yan Tianxin out, so if anything happened, the precious armor would work. Kind of a nice bonus for the snow. After a simple breakfast, Yan Tianxin also gave Lu Ran a storage bag, and Lu Ran put all the wine left in the room into it. Don't look at Yan Tianxin's lazy look all day, but these small details are still very thoughtful. Let's go, Yan Tianxin said, then casually threw out a somewhat odd pink longsword, the sword body around the body of the precious color flowing fireflies. At a glance it is known that it is not a mortal product. The sword immediately rose in size as soon as it was struck, as if it were a lone boat, hovering 5 inches from the ground. Yan Tianxin made a move with one hand and pulled Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao up. Yan Tianxin was in the front, while Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran were in the back. Punching the sky. Imperial sword art. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. This was an imperial sword art that only those who had reached the transformation spirit realm were capable of acquiring. Not only can you fly, but you're awfully fast. It was just that what Lu Ran hadn't expected was that there were only 3 of them on this trip out. Above the flying sword, although Lu Ran was not afraid of heights, he still felt a tightness in his heart as he looked at the shrinking mountains and rivers below. But fortunately, the flying sword was surrounded by astral energy. Even with their speed, they could only feel the breeze on their faces, which not only isolated the fierce winds of heaven and earth, but also stabilized Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao's bodies. When will I be able to fly? Lu Ran asked curiously. Although he had stayed in the Great Luo Sword Sect for more than 10 years, it had only been a few days since he had truly come into contact with this great world of the vast land of Kyushu. As a human, the ability to fly, Lu Ran certainly still longed for it. A Jin Dan will do, Qin Wuyao said from his side. Lu Ran was stunned. He was a Jin Dan now. Qin Wuyao seemed to have seen through his thoughts and continued to add, strictly speaking, when one knots the Jin Dan of the martial Tao, one can briefly stagger in the air by virtue of spiritual power, and after reaching the Yuaning realm, one can briefly fly only at a slow speed and with high consumption, while when one reaches the transformation god, one can travel the 9 heavens by using the god to control the qi, and the imperial objects are much more energy efficient. I see, Lu Ran probably understood. He could now briefly stagger in the air with his spiritual power, and after he broke through the Yuaning, he could take a small flight, and only when he reached the god of transformation would he truly be able to roam the 9 heavens. The odd thing was that although Lu Ran was already in the late Jindan stage, he wasn't even very familiar with the abilities of the Foundation Establishment realm. After all, it had only been a few days. The 3 of them took a break once in the middle of the day and arrived at their destination near the end of the evening. Lu Ran didn't expect it to be so far away. Yan Tianxin's imperial sword flying speed was extremely fast, but even so, it took almost a day's time to arrive. Looking down from high above, a whole mountain range below, all black. The entire mountain was devoid of grass, and a crack could be seen between the rocks, and inside was hot lava. The temperature was so high that you could already feel the hot air on your face before it even dropped. The place where they finally landed was in a valley at the depression of the mountain range. Going forward, you will be able to reach the Red Lotus Cave Sky. This is technically the border of the Jiuli Holy Land, but because it borders with the Yellow Springs Holy Land, friction of all sizes occurs from time to time, and the Yellow Springs Holy Land also sends its disciples to enter the Red Lotus Cave Sky to participate in the Enlightenment. But there's no need to worry, after so many years, everyone has already formed a tacit understanding, and even if they meet each other within the Red Lotus Cave Sky, they won't make a move. Yan Tianxin explained. A short distance inward from the entrance to the valley, a group of buildings separates the valley from the inside and outside. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. It was a joint effort of all the major powers to build it, which was the gateway, and in order to enter you had to identify yourself. Yan Tianxin brought Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao to the gate, and they were directly released without even needing any proof. If Yan Tianxin, the Heavenly Tao Alliance Master, and the rest of them, the gatekeepers, didn't know each other, there would be no need to stay here. Entering the valley, a short distance ahead, the belly of the mountain reveals a huge cave entrance. This is the entrance to the Red Lotus Cave Sky, but it wasn't artificially excavated. Nor was it left behind by the ancient immortals at the time, but it collapsed later, exposing the Red Lotus Cave Sky inside. Yan Tianxin explained. Qin Wuyao followed Lu Ran and probed curiously. Despite her status, she had never really been to this place. Qin Wuyao's talent was good, and when she first advanced to Yuaning, it was quite smooth, and she didn't encounter any bottlenecks in her senses. Before going in, Yan Tianxin paused and said with a serious face, "Inside here, just pay attention to one thing. The Red Lotus robbery flame left behind by the ancient immortals inside. must not be touched. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the immortals to save it. Lu Ran was taken aback. Couldn't even Yen Tianxin at the transformation stage handle it? Entering it, Lu Ran looked around. There were not many people. There were only a few scattered teams, each occupying a position, in which some people were sitting on their knees in the enlightenment and cultivation. The rest of the companions are responsible for being on the sidelines. The forces did not talk to each other, and the cave was very quiet. The temperature here was even higher, and Lu Ran felt like he was in a sauna. And at the same time, he also saw the red lotus robbing flame that Yen Tianxin had mentioned. On the floor of the cave, as if it were a plant, a palm-sized fire red lotus bloomed. The body of the lotus was crystal clear and turquoise, and the fire red crystals were built in general. This is probably how the red lotus cave got its name. But the red lotus robbery flame, which looked quiet and beautiful like a work of art, was extremely dangerous. According to Yen Tianxin's words, if one was unfortunate enough to be tainted by the red lotus heist flame, he would be like a maggot on his tarsus, unable to break free, and would ultimately be devoured by the heist flame and turned into pieces, undoubtedly dead. Luckily, the numbers were not large and sporadic within the massive belly of the mountain. The deeper they went, the more numerous and denser the red lotus robbery flames became. The space in the belly of the mountain also gradually shrunk into a cave-like entrance, and inside the cave, like a burning pipe, there wasn't even a place to land. It was full of fire lotuses. Not only did it cover the ground, it also covered the walls of the cave above and below. What's in there? Lu Ran curiously pointed at the hole. I don't know, and no one has ever gone in. Yen Tianxin shook his head. Or to be precise, it was that for so many years, no one had been able to enter at all, and the densely packed red lotus robbing fire was the barrier that would not be extinguished for all eternity, and there was no way to defend against it. Find a place to start cultivating. I'll be in charge of guarding. Yao Yao, if you're not doing anything, you can also cultivate here. You'll get twice the result with half the effort. Yen Tianxin said. Lu Ran nodded and casually found a seat to sit down. Looking around, the closest red lotus robbing flame was just 3 meters away from Lu Ran. When Lu Ran looked over, he suddenly felt that the frost-cold sword intent in his body seemed to be stirring. Seemingly aware of this, he quietly stretched out a finger and released a strand of frosty cold sword intent. But what I didn't expect. Next, sound of escaping laughter. The fire lotus that was covered by the frosty cold sword intent. Extinguished. Ask for favorites to support it. Just add it to your bookshelf. Thanks a million. Chapter 20. This sun shall not be kept. Lu Ran was all confused. Just now, Yen Tianxin explained the red lotus robbing flame and said it was so terrifying. But as a result, he extinguished it with a wisp of sword intent with his hand, twisting his head to look deeper into the cave where no one had ever gone before. It was because of the fire lotus blocking it that no one dared to go in. But if Lu Ran could put out the fire, wouldn't he just enter? Don't look, although it is rumored that the depths of the Red Lotus Cave is the dojo of an ancient immortal with countless secret treasures. To this day, an unknown number of cultivators have died, and no one has ever gone in. Yen Tianxin seemed to have read Lu Ran's mind and said. However, she didn't pay attention to Lu Ran's small action just now. Lu Ran mused. If we put out the fire, won't we be able to go in? Yen Tianxin helplessly shook his head and said. Told you half a day for nothing. This fire lotus cannot be extinguished in any form. Countless cultivators have tried. You'd better be honest and seize the time to cultivate. Lu Ran looked at the location of the fire lotus that had just been extinguished. Hesitantly, but just now. Yen Tianxin didn't take it seriously and introduced himself. Look carefully at those 7 colored threads in the air. Those are the residual Tao rhythms of the ancient immortals, and that's the root of why the efficiency of cultivating epiphanies here is doubled. Lu Ran was immediately attracted to it, narrowing his eyes in all directions. Only then did he realize that there were indeed some hair-thin, 7-colored threads, as if they were long worms slowly wandering in the air. But because it is too slender and the colorful light on it is not very obvious, and the fire lotus fire light in the cave is messy, so Fong actually did not see the first time. All right, cultivate first. Lu Ran nodded. The intention was to break through the Yuaning first before hitting that cave entrance. Lu Ran sat on his knees, closed his eyes, and quickly entered a state of internal meditation. He was unable to obtain spiritual power through cultivation, so he devoted himself to his senses, transforming his body into a god and observing the great Luo heavenly signs in an attempt to capture that glimmer of heavenly Tao opportunity. Just in time, into the valley beyond the break came a group of men. Several of the middle-aged men wore marked brocade garments, followed by a dozen or so disciples behind them, the most eye-catching being a girl in the middle of the 4 middle-aged men who was about the same age as Qin Wuyao. She was pretty, but her pretty face was full of cold and icy cold, favoring the same red neon dress as Qin Wuyao. But unlike Qin Wuyao's lively spirit, she was even more colorful, as if a crimson blooming flower on the other shore. When Qin Wuyao looked at the other party, the girl was also looking at Qin Wuyao. Qin Wuyao. The girl's head tilted slightly as she said with interest. Yen Lu. Qin Wuyao naturally recognized the other party. Qin Wuyao was the holy maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land, while Yen Lu was the holy maiden of the Yellow Springs Holy Land. Looking at this scene, these two holy women knew each other. At the same time, a country-faced man by Yen Lu's side suddenly clustered his eyebrows and looked at Yen Tianxin. In a deep voice he said, "Yen Tianxin, long time no see." He gritted his teeth as if he had some deep hatred with Yen Tianxin, his eyes about to spew fire. Yen Tianxin naturally saw the other party, and the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk, murmuring, "A narrow road between enemies." At this moment, the atmosphere within the cave was a bit odd. Some of the other small groups were not small even though the power of the clans behind them were not small. After all, having the qualifications to enter this place was enough to show their status. However, with the people from the 2 great holy lands meeting here and the seemingly odd atmosphere, they didn't dare to stay and watch the fun. The interior of this cave sky is not big, everywhere is still blooming with red lotus robbing fire. If you are not careful to fight, be affected by the battle, stained with the fire lotus, then it can be difficult for the gods to save. Although the major powers would not fight each other within the cave, that was not an explicit rule, it was just an unspoken rule that each had consciously formed. Can be broken at any time, so the little groups slipped out of the cave in 2s and 3s. "Yao Yao, wake up Lu Ran, let's go," Yen Tianxin said to Qin Wuyao without moving. But the words just fell. The Chinese-faced man suddenly made his move, and a thunderbolt appeared and was thrown over recklessly. In the midst of the explosion, Yen Tianxin only had time to throw out an astral aura to protect Lu Ran, while she herself was pushed out by the aftermath of the explosion. It was a good thing that it did not stain the red lotus of hijacking fire. Qin Wuyao was fine, after all, the other party's target was Yen Tianxin. Lu Ran was the closest to Yen Tianxin, but because he was protected by Yen Tianxin's astral aura, but he was also shaken. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. He seemed to be waking up, and although he had just settled in, he seemed to catch something that was becoming more and more obvious. "Lai Tai. You're ing crazy. Go fight outside if you want to fight." The other men around Lai Tai were startled and shouted in panic. It wasn't that they couldn't beat Yen Tianxin, but this was the Red Lotus Cave Heaven, and there were fire lotuses all over the place, so if they really wanted to fight here, and if they accidentally stepped on one, even if they were at the Transformation God realm, they would still die. The reason Yen Tianxin wanted to take Lu Ran away first was also because of the identity of those 4 men. The Yellow Springs Holy Land has 4 great judges and 8 great netherworlds, and I didn't expect to be so unlucky today to run into the 4 judges here by such a coincidence. And even more coincidentally, the Lai Tai who had struck out just now was the Grand Magistrate, whose only son, Lai Dong, had been killed by Yen Tianxin himself. It's a son's murder. Plus, the Jiuli Holy Land's Tenyan Luo were themselves a thorn in the side of the Yellow Springs Holy Land. I don't care. I must kill her. For so many years, she's been hiding in the Jiuli hinterland. I couldn't find an opportunity. Today is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lai Tai gritted his teeth and stared at Yen Tianxin with bloodshot eyes. Then you have to wait until you go out to fight again. If you accidentally dip into the fire lotus here, you will also die. With the 4 of us fighting together, this Yen Tianxin will not be able to escape with his wings. Even with Qin Wuyao's help, it won't help. Another man beside him said. 4 transformation spirit realms against 1 transformation spirit realm, Yen Tianxin was 9 out of 10. If we have to fight here, it's not certain who will live and who will die. Lai Tai's brows furrowed as his simple mind thought it over, and it seemed to be true. Here is just 1 entrance, they are outside the dead guard, Yen Tianxin definitely cannot run, but in this directly inside the fight, that life and death will depend on luck. But just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly a strange change occurred. Yen Tianxin, not far from Lu Ran, who was still in a state of cultivation, originally seemed to be awake and not awake. The struggle suddenly quieted down. Qin Wuyao, who was preparing to wake him up, was also stunned. At the same time, the The visible and untouchable wisps of Tao rhythm wandering in the air around them even converged on their own, constantly covering Lu Ran's body. Originally invisible and imperceptible Tao rhyme at this time because of the crazy gathering covering so that Lu Ran's entire person gradually flickered with 7-colored light. This scene startled everyone. They had each been here quite a few times. But with such a scene, this was the first time they had seen it. The Tao rhyme is visible and cannot be touched. Even if one senses a breakthrough in the heavenly Tao opportunity, one cannot produce the slightest fluctuation in the Tao rhyme here. But what's going on here? How could someone absorb these Tao rhythms on their own? These are the Tao rhythms left behind by the ancient immortals. The man who was originally still advising Lei Tai suddenly turned his words around, and a basalt iron folding fan unfolded in his hand with a mischievous sound. The aura on his body gradually fluctuated as his eyes stared at Lu Ran, whose 7-colored Tao rhythms flickered around him, while he said in a deep voice, "No wonder Yan Tianxin personally brought the Red Lotus Cave. This sun must not be kept." Chapter 21. Then we don't have to run. Yan Tianxin looked back at Lu Ran and was also surprised. She had been right. This kid. Something. In thousands of years, Lu Ran was still the first person to have this kind of performance within the Red Lotus Cave sky, being able to absorb even the residual Tao rhythms of the ancient immortals. But it's so not the right time for you to behave. To behave in front of these grandchildren of the Yellow Springs Holy Land. Isn't this asking for trouble? Alas, you brat are going to cause me pain. Yan Tianxin murmured. Miso. Yan Tianxin drew out her own sword. Her spiritual energy exploded around her. The neon dress on her body was windless, and she returned to Lu Ran's body, looking at the crowd of the Yellow Springs sacred ground, not giving an inch. Lu Ran was at this stage at the moment, and she didn't dare interrupt to forcefully wake him up. On the opposite side, the 4 judges glanced at each other and didn't wait to go out to intercept, because they could see that the little guy Yan Tianxin had brought was at a critical stage. They couldn't let him finish absorbing the Tao rhyme. They had to strangle him in advance. "Do it!" one of them yelled. The 4 judges rushed up in unison. Yen Lu, on the other hand, led the rest of the group to back up and watch from the cave entrance. She couldn't intervene in a battle between the powerhouses of the transformation god realm. But while she couldn't intervene, Qin Wuyao could participate. She was the transformation god realm. With a flash, Qin Wuyao appeared beside Yan Tianxin, and together they faced the 4 judges of the Yellow Springs Holy Land. One of the judges was very fast, and before the person arrived, a yellow talisman was thrown out in his hand, transforming into a path of golden light that poured out towards the 2. Ghost traveling talisman sealing scripture talisman. Yan Tianxin's eyes condensed, his one-handed longsword was erected in front of his body, and his spiritual power erupted, while the other hand pulled Qin Wuyao behind him and instructed, "Yao Qi and Huang Quan don't have any grudges, and they won't kill you by and large. So when Lu Ran finishes his epiphany, you'll find an opportunity to take him away." Qin Wuyao's heart tightened. "Aunt Yen, what about you?" Yan Tianxin said in a deep voice. "I'm fine. Don't mind me." After saying that, instead of retreating, she stepped out, and between the dances of her delicate figure, the sword qi crisscrossed, almost covering the entire cavernous sky. She was all about stirring up the place completely, and the more chaotic the battle was, the better. Because those 4 judges were also concerned about the surrounding fire lotus, it was the only thing that could be utilized. Really, to fight honestly, Yan Tianxin could not possibly be the opponent of the 4 judges. Qin Wuyao gritted her teeth and returned to Lu Ran's side, watching the 7-colored Tao rhythm on Lu Ran's body penetrate into Lu Ran's body crazily, surprised and anxious. "You dead drunkard. Why did you come at this critical moment?" Qin Wuyao muttered, but her entire body and mind were already on guard against all movements around her. Yan Tianxin's plan still worked. The 4 judges fought carefully because they were concerned about the fire lotus around them, except for Lei Tai. This bastard is full of revenge for his son, cannot care about those, but the other people and Yan Tianxin do not have deep hatred. The target is also Lu Ran, plus the need to be concerned about the surrounding fire lotus. The fight is stretched to the limit. After about half an incense stick of entanglement, Qin Wuyao keenly realized that the Tao rhythm on Lu Ran's body gradually penetrated, and the Tao rhythm permeating the air was barely visible. Lu Ran was about to finish absorbing it, but he didn't seem to have any signs of breaking through to Yuaning. Could it be that he was just absorbing the Tao rhythms? What kind of operation is this? The battle in front of them was also getting more and more intense, especially when they saw the 7-colored Tao rhythm on Lu Ran's body gradually fade away. They knew that the kid was almost done. so they held back their energy and increased their attack. Yan Tianxin felt more and more strained, and in a trance, he realized that the 4 people who had been entangled with him in front of him were suddenly left with only 3. Her face changed drastically and she turned back. "It's an earthbound immortal. Yao Yao, be careful." The words were not finished. Pong! The ground in front of Lu Ran exploded, and the dry and thin man burrowed out of the ground, a long golden stick in his hand smashing down towards Lu Ran's head. At that exact moment, Lu Ran had just awakened and excitedly opened his eyes, trying to describe what he had just experienced. But the moment he opened his eyes, what he saw was a stick rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. At the critical moment, Qin Wuyao only had time for a forward lunge, holding Lu Ran and pressing him to the ground. Boom! The stick smashed into the ground, and the burst of the transformation god realm directly smashed through the ground, and the powerful explosive force lifted Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran directly out and rolled them out for a long distance. When the blow missed, the man wanted to continue pursuing, but he saw Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran rolling into a large bush of fire lotuses. The fire spread instantly. The man's face also went white and he stepped back in fear. Anyway, Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran, who were tainted with the fire lotus, would not be able to survive, and the target was successfully killed. Instead, he turned back to help continue dealing with Yan Tianxin. Yan Tianxin of course saw this scene as well, and as she was jealous, she forcefully forced her opponent back with a sword shock, while she herself flew back and quickly saw Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao's side. Qin Wuyao was using her spiritual power of the transformation spirit realm to resist the robber fire, but it was not effective in the slightest. Yan Tianxin was also completely flustered, but there was nothing she could do in the face of the red lotus robbery flame. The burning pain caused both Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran's expressions to be very agonized as the robber fire crazily devoured the 2 of them. Luckily, Lu Ran had already come back to his senses and violently hugged Qin Wuyao and sat up. With one hand wrapped around Qin Wuyao, the other hand plunged the Zhongyu cold sword into the ground with a loud bang. Immediately after that, frost cold sword intent erupted. Sound of escaping laughter. The robber fire on the 2 of them instantly extinguished, but the frosty cold sword intent that spread out did not dissipate, but instead shielded him and Qin Wuyao, as well as Yan Tianxin, who was filled with anxiety in front of him. "Aunt Yen, stay close to me," Lu Ran said in a deep voice. In his haste, he directly retreated out explosively, and behind him was the depths of the hole in the red lotus cave sky that was blocked by countless fire lotuses. Yan Tianxin was all confused and stared wide-eyed. Lu Ran was actually able to extinguish the red lotus robbery flame. He couldn't hesitate in time, and with the 4 judges behind him, Qin Wuyao was injured, and she was almost exhausted. It was harder than heaven to escape. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. So with a clench of his teeth, he followed after Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao's figures. The 3 people enveloped by the frosty cold sword intent were extremely fast, and wherever they passed, the red lotus robbing fire was extinguished. The hole that had been completely blocked by the fire lotus for thousands of years had a gaping hole in it. The trio's figures quickly disappeared around the corner deep inside the cave entrance and vanished. The 4 judges also looked confused. That kid absorbed the Tao rhyme, and still managed to extinguish the red lotus fire of calamity. Rumor has it that deep within that cave is the ancient immortal dojo, with countless secret treasures. Follow him over. This sun cannot be kept, and the secret treasure within that dojo must be ours as well. Hatred coupled with greed, the 4 judges followed without hesitation. But they were much slower. Lu Ran's trio had frost cold sword intent to protect them as they traveled through. They, on the other hand, could only carefully step on a patch-like trail left behind by the trio's rapid passage to move deeper, and the slightest inattention to touching the fire lotus was still going to kill them. On Lu Ran's side, the 3 of them quickly rushed out of the cave, and a huge stone hall opened up in front of them. 8 through the sky pan-dragon pillars supported the dome, and the leveled floor was immaculate. Your brat was actually able to extinguish the red lotus robbery flame, Yan Tianxin exclaimed as he looked back at the tunnel behind him that was still covered in a number of fire lotuses. It's just luck. What happened to those people just now? How come they fought for good reason? Lu Ran asked suspiciously. He's still totally confused and hasn't figured it out yet. The people of the Yellow Springs Holy Land. Yan Tianxin sighed and slept through what had just happened. The 4 great judges are all at the transformation god realm. Lu Ran raised an eyebrow. Right, they're all transformation gods unless there's another exit here, we're going to be caught in a jar on this trip," Yan Tianxin said bitterly. But instead, Lu Ran was filled with excitement and eccentricity. "If it's 4 transformers, then there's no need to run. We can kill a god with 1 sword. Please readers Old Man Collection support, add to the bookshelf can, by the way, ask for some free recommendations, monthly votes, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you." Chapter 22 Ancient Immortal Dojo. Thinking of this, Lu Ran immediately carried the cold sword Jiangyu that Yan Tianxin had given him and stared at the hole behind him. "What are you doing?" Yan Tianxin was startled by Lu Ran's movements. "If they follow us in, kill them," Lu Ran said directly with killing intent. If Lu Ran didn't possess the frost cold sword intent, he and Qin Wuyao would have died under the red lotus robbing flame just now. The revenge of life and death will be avenged. But the next second, Yan Tianxin knocked him hard on the head and said, "Kill your head. Those 4 guys are the 4 judges of the Yellow Springs sacred ground. All of them are at the realm of transformation. I can only be killed against them." "Not exactly." Lu Ran was unconvinced. He had the sword move Slaughtering God, which could kill any transformation god realm cultivator in seconds. Rule level chopping, ignoring defense. Right at this moment, Qin Wuyao, who was on the side, suddenly said excitedly, "It seems like this place is really the dojo where the ancient immortals used to practice. It's not really possible that secret treasures might be found around here." As soon as these words came out, Lu Ran's attention was immediately drawn to them. Glancing in the direction of the cave entrance, he and Qin Wuyao then excitedly started exploring for treasures in the surrounding area. As for those 4 guys, Lu Ran was too lazy to pay attention to them. When they came in, they would just get killed directly. The area here was large and very empty, and in the center were a few futons that were casually placed, looking at the age that was already very long ago. Around the surrounding walls, there are some shelf-like furnishings. Not much on it, some bottles and jars. Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran excitedly came over and started rummaging. Unfortunately, these bottles and jars were basically empty after a quick glance, and occasionally some of them had something inside, but they had also lost their medicinal power because they had been opened for too long and became flying dust. What a pity. Pills left behind by ancient immortals are definitely not mortal. Qin Wuyao skimmed her lips and said. Lu Ran shrugged helplessly. It had been too long after all. Rather, one could tell that the ancient immortal had taken everything here with him before he left. Only to go in a hurry, many of the pills inside the pill bottles were taken away partially, not poured cleanly, but the rest, because they were not sealed after countless years of evaporation, had long since failed, and it was not even possible to tell what the original pills were. But just then, Lu Ran suddenly saw a dozen or so pill bottles in the bottom row. Surprisingly, all of them were sealed and unopened. Although judging from the material of the pill bottle, it should be the lesser of these pills, but something left behind by an ancient immortal, even if it's inferior, it's still worth a lot, right? Lu Ran immediately opened a bottle, and in an instant, a strong medicinal fragrance hit his face. Lu Ran instantly felt his brain clear. His body was soothed, and it was as if all the spiritual energy in his dantian had become much more active. I'll go. What kind of elixir is this? It smells so good, he shouted excitedly. Not far away, Yan Tianxin was looking for any other exits here. She wasn't in the mood to explore the treasure. Hearing Lu Ran's exclamation of surprise, he couldn't help but come over.
Yuan Ying Dan.
It's the lost Yuan Ying Dan. Yan Tianxin's divine sense instantly understood the effects of the elixir and exclaimed in shock. The formula for the Yuan Ying Dan from the ancient times had long been lost, and in the current world, there was no Yuan Ying Dan at all. Therefore, many of the Jindan cultivators who wanted to break through to Yuaning were stuck in the Jindan realm because they were unable to have an epiphany and were unable to break through for the rest of their lives. And the Yuaning Dan was the best solution. And it's a breakthrough. At the same time, Lu Ran was also right at the stage of breaking through to Yuaning at the late Jindan stage, and this Yuaning Dan came at the right time. There are a dozen or so in here, so if I eat one, I should be able to advance to Yuaning. Lu Ran mused. Speaking here, Yan Tianxin suddenly looked at Lu Ran oddly. Said, haven't had time to ask you, what did you do outside just now? Why did you absorb the Dao rhythms there, but didn't break through to Yuaning? Lu Ran said confusedly, I'm not very clear. Those Dao rhythms were collected by me, but I just don't know the role for now. They are integrated into my divine soul and can be called upon at will. Saying that, Lu Ran's other hand opened, and wisps of 7-colored Dao rhythms quickly condensed into a ball that appeared in Lu Ran's palm, slowly rotating. Put it away, the reason you can't use it is because your realm is too low right now, and you're not yet able to reach the realm where you can manipulate the Tao rhyme to produce effects. Yan Tianxin instructed. Along with it, there was also the Yuaning Dan. Lu Ran didn't go to eat now, those guys outside were going to follow him in at any time. Lu Ran couldn't break through at this juncture. And in the row of the original Yuaning Dan, the rest of the pills Yan Tianxin had seen in turn.
But Yuan Dan, Huixin Dan, Longshu Dan.
Yan Tianxin distinguished them one by one. Apart from the Yuaning Dan, all the other pills were also of high value with varying effects, and all of them were of superb quality. Lu Ran put it all away. At this time, Qin Wuyao suddenly had the oddity to mutter, "This ancient immortal wouldn't be an alcoholic as well?" Hearing this, Lu Ran stared blankly, then looked at Qin Wuyao with great joy. "What do you mean? We found the wine left behind by the ancient immortals?" In front of Qin Wuyao at this moment, there was a jumble of wine jars placed in the corner, and the material of the jars themselves was not an ordinary material. Unfortunately, like the earlier vials, they were empty. Mostly a drunkard too. It would have been nice to stay an altar. Lu Ran sighed. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The fine wine left behind by the ancient immortals was at least 1,000 years old by now. He didn't give up and rummaged around inside the wine jar. Unexpectedly, it was really found by Lu Ran. Behind the wine jars were some even finer crystal decanters, though all were empty. But after rummaging around, Lu Ran really found a pot that wasn't empty. Lu Ran picked up the jug and shook it, and there was a small mouthful of slimy alabaster paste-like stuff inside, and the jug is sealed by a charm. Wine ointment. Yan Tianxin froze. "What's a wine cream?" Lu Ran asked. "I've also only read records in some ancient books that some ancient wines, after ages, would gradually form a wine paste, stronger than spirits." Yan Tianxin murmured. Lu Ran thought about it and directly opened the lid of the wine pot. In an instant, a rich and mellow but domineering wine aura surged out as if it were a giant dragon. Lu Ran's harumphs flowed out directly. "Good stuff." Without saying a word, he tilted his head, and the small mouthful of wine paste from the wine pot fell directly into Lu Ran's mouth. The moment of entrance, without swallowing, immediately exploded into a majestic wine power, impacted into. He hadn't even advanced yet, and the instantaneous surge of spiritual cultivation within his dantian was almost about to burst through his dantian sea of consciousness. But Lu Ran couldn't feel it anymore, because in the very next second, knock! Lu Ran directly brain confused, planted on the ground. If not, Yan Tianxin quick eyes and hands will embrace him into the arms. It is estimated that face-to-face to come upside down. In the last second before his consciousness sank, Lu Ran heard a system beep. Drink 1,000 years of wine cream and gain 1,000 years of cultivation. Chapter 23. The urn. Yan Tianxin and Qin Wuyao were startled. This brat, why does he drink when he says he will? Yan Tianxin furrowed her eyebrows. While checking Lu Ran's physical condition, he placed him on top of several futons in the center of the hall. "Aunt Yan, how is he doing?" Qin Wuyao said worriedly. "Under the impact of the alcohol, the drunkenness is complete. But strangely enough, the spiritual energy within this brat's dantian is frantically growing." Yan Tianxin was confused. Never seen anything like it. Normal cultivators want to obtain spiritual power. There is only one way, is through cultivation, the meridians around the body running big and small circumference, refining the heaven and earth aura into spiritual power. The speed varies according to their respective roots, talents, and speeds. However, at this moment, Lu Ran was born with an extinct vein, and the spiritual energy within his dantian seemed to have been created out of thin air, and at an extremely fast speed. A casual surge was the cultivation of others who had practiced hard for several years, or even decades. But Lu Ran is only at the Jindan realm now, and the dantian sea of knowledge is not full, so with such a surge in cultivation, I'm afraid that it won't be long before Lu Ran will explode and die. A look of pain also appeared on the drunken Lu Ran's face. Spiritual energy came from the wine ointment just now? Qin Wuyao was taken aback. Was that wine ointment that exaggerated? But Yan Tianxin immediately shook his head, said, "That wine paste itself is not particularly precious, it's just good wine. It's just that it's been stored for a long time, and has become a wine paste with an incomparable aroma, but it's just fine wine at best and has no spiritual power." As for where the spiritual energy within Lu Ran's dantian came from, she had no idea, but right now, the spiritual energy within Lu Ran's dantian must be channeled and suppressed. Otherwise, if it was allowed to skyrocket, Lu Ran would have to explode and die. But not yet. Suddenly the 8 coiled dragon pillars around them began to emit scorching energy, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into 8 red burning iron rods in general. A stream of heat then swept through the room. Yan Tianxin and Qin Wuyao dodged away in a hurry, and they saw 8 hot streams converge on top of Lu Ran's body, frantically pouring in. Lu ran. Qin Wuyao was startled and wanted to go forward to pull Lu Ran away, but he was stopped by Yan Tianxin. With an odd expression on her face, she said, "These energies, they're helping Lu Ran expand his Dantian Sea of knowledge and strengthen his physical body? And, moreover, from Lu Ran's side, and even above his body, a red lotus robbing fire actually began to bloom. In an instant, Lu Ran was engulfed, but the robber fire did not produce burning damage to Lu Ran. Instead, it was like breathing, as if it was opening and closing, and the scene looked very odd. It caused Yan Tianxin and Qin Wuyao to look at each other in dismay, and they didn't dare to step forward. If this was tainted by the red lotus fire, Lu Ran would not be able to save them. This scene did not last long, and after only a few moments of effort, the 8 heavenly coiling dragon pillars gradually quieted down, and the heat flow slowly disappeared. The red lotus robbery flame on Lu Ran's body then slowly contracted, not dissipating, but retreating back into Lu Ran's body. Yan Tianxin carefully stepped forward, wanting to check Lu Ran's current state. A loud cry suddenly came from behind us. "This really is the ancient immortal dojo. Ha ha! This is the creation of my Yellow Springs holy land." Turning his head to look, the 4 judges had come in. Behind them, following in, there was actually the holy maiden Yan Lu. But at the same time, the 4 were looking at Yan Tianxin and Qin Wuyao. "The secret treasures have mostly been collected by them. Kill them. Yan Lu, go nearby and continue collecting." The 4 of them shouted in unison. They were careful, stepping over the gap in the fire lotus caused by Lu Ran's earlier rapid passage along the way, their hearts in their throats as they came in one step at a time. This process consumes a lot of time. Therefore, it was taken for granted that the treasures within this ancient immortal dojo had all been raided by the Yan Tianxin trio. But there was no need for Yan Lu to participate in the battle anyway. Yan Lu was only at the peak of the late Yuaning stage after all, and wasn't qualified enough to participate in a battle between the transformation god realm. The reason why he brought Yan Lu in was because he thought that if the creation left behind by the immortals could be found within the ancient immortal dojo, Yan Lu could directly absorb it. As for Yan Tianxin and the others, they would surely die. After killing Yan Tianxin's few people, the treasures they had searched for would naturally be returned. Yan Tianxin's brows furrowed and her heart sank to the bottom, already regretting bringing Lu Ran over. But in fact, she had the right intention. She was just so unlucky that she didn't expect to get together with this group of people from the Yellow Springs sacred land. "There's a Rai Tai on the side." Qin Wuyao's face was also ugly as she slightly shook one of her hands behind her back, and an ancient coin the size of a palm was grasped in her palm. "You guys can kill me if you want to, but Qin Wuyao is the holy daughter of the Yaohe Holy Land. If you guys move him, have you ever thought about the consequences? The one who killed your son is me. It has nothing to do with the 2 of them." Yan Tianxin said through gritted teeth. "Although I know the odds are that the guys won't listen, there's nothing else I can do at the moment." At the same time, they were also stalling for time, waiting for Lu Ran to wake up. Lu Ran utilized his sword intent. The 3 of them could find a chance to break out and quickly leave this place. This was the only chance to live. Sure enough, Lei Tai was the first to say with a grim expression, "If we kill you and the others, who will know that we did it? The people from those sects who were practicing within the cave sky just now, I have already sent people to intercept and behead them, so don't worry, no one will know about it." The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Yan Tianxin's face sank. Immediately after that, the 4 men rushed forward. The goal is clear: kill Yan Tianxin first. Kill Qin Wuyao again. As for Lu Ran, who was lying on the ground and had somehow fallen asleep again, they took it for granted that it was the result of Lu Ran's hard work in carrying the red lotus fire just now. So stay with the last kill. Behind him, Yan Lu roughly judged the battle situation and knew that the Yellow Springs Holy Land was finished. So he no longer paid attention to it and focused on going to the surrounding area to collect treasures. Yan Tianxin had no choice but to raise his spirits to face the 4 judges. Qin Wuyao from the side of the strategy, do not look at her young age, but how to say is also the transformation god realm, although only the early stage, but the heavenly hall means strange and unpredictable. For a moment actually also let those 4 people hands busy. But after all, they were outnumbered, and soon they stabilized their attack, with Yan Tianxin and Qin Wuyao being suppressed and out of breath. At the critical moment, Qin Wuyao threw out the ancient money in the palm of her hand. Immediately, a barrier was formed to block in front of her and Qin Wuyao, and the entire hall rumbled and shook as the attacks of the 4 judges slammed into it. But they were unable to shake the barrier. The 4 of them stared and looked. What was thrown out by Qin Wuyao was a palm-sized ancient coin, which was floating in midair, dripping and vibrating. Tong Mei ancient money is worthy of being the heir to the Tianji house. Yugizi is really willing to give it up. One of the judges sneered and said, "But it's useless, you and others today will be buried here. The gods can't save you." The 4 of them said, distributing themselves to stand in their positions, their spiritual energy surging around them. Qin Wuyao's face was also a bit ugly. The protection effect of the Tong Mei ancient money was good, but her realm was too low and she couldn't protect for too long. Can only be delayed, but at this time, the turtle in the jar, no matter how much time delay, seems to be useless. Shi and Yan Tianxin glanced at each other, both seeing the unwillingness in each other's eyes. Is it possible to die in vain in this red lotus cave today? Right at this moment, Lu Ran, who was lying behind them and was originally supposed to be in a drunken state, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 24 Immortal Technique 10,000 Swords Return. At this point, Lu Ran was still a bit dazed, and he knew that he had gotten completely drunk from a mouthful of wine cream. It is also known to have gained 1,000 years of cultivation. But there was no telling how long he'd been drunk, and his head didn't have the slightest after effects of a hangover. Instead, the reward came immediately afterward. Congratulations to the host on 1 successful hangover. Receive hangover reward. Immortal Technique 10,000 Swords. Lu Ran's eyes lit up with immortal law. Good lord. This wave of rewards seems strong. He probably guessed if it had something to do with the vintage of the alcohol he drank before the hangover. The longer the vintage, the more rewarding the hangover would be. But he didn't have time to scrutinize it because he saw the battle before him. Qin Wuyao and Yan Tianxin were both in red neon dresses with different styles. Qin Wuyao was quirky like a leaping flaming maiden, while Yan Tianxin was more inclined to a lazy blooming rose full of temptation. But at this moment, both of them had injuries of varying degrees on their bodies. The breath was also a bit disorganized, and the 4 judges across the street were poised to strike. However, seeing Lu Ran wake up, they were briefly attracted to it. Lu Ran, on the other hand, took this opportunity to stand up, seemingly aware of the eyes of their own bodies. It seems that there is a big difference with the previous and there is more something else. He walked over to the 2 men while his mind cleared. Suddenly, he cleared his thoughts. He didn't know what had happened when he was drunk, but he had obtained the sword intent left behind by the ancient immortals. Robbing fire sword intent. Nowadays, Lu Ran had the frost cold sword intent and the robbing fire sword intent. 1 ice and 1 fire appeared in his divine soul at the same time, but they were blended together in an exceptionally harmonious manner. Lu Ran had also never heard that there were people in this world who could possess 2 types of sword intent. Looking up across the room, the 4 judges were also looking at Lu Ran at this time, but were not worried about Lu Ran having any effect on the battle. After all, in their eyes, Lu Ran was just a junior at the Jindan stage, nothing more. After Jindan was Yuaning, and only after Yuaning was Huanshan. The gap between Lu Ran and them was as if it was a heavenly rift. But what they couldn't have imagined was that this Jindan Jr., who they looked down on, was their nemesis. Lu Ran glanced at the 4, and suddenly saw Yen Lu, who was behind them, searching and rummaging around by himself. This would have been nothing, but he suddenly saw Yen Lu carrying out a jug of wine inside the wine altar where Lu Ran had gotten drunk earlier. It wasn't an empty jug, but a jug of wine, the bottle more beautifully shaped, and the contents not a wine cream, but a liquid, a jug full of wine, and it hasn't even settled into a wine paste until now. Excellent wine. Lu Ran's eyes instantly lit up. A mouthful of wine cream gave Lu Ran 1,000 years of cultivation, and that pot of wine took off when he got his hands on it. At this moment, the people on the scene each had their own thoughts. Yan Tianxin glanced at Lu Ran and said, "Yao Yao, find a chance to take Lu Ran away. I'll do my best to stall these judges." When she said this, Yan Tianxin's expression was somewhat determined. Being at the same transformation god realm, Yan Tianxin could imagine the tragic price he would need to pay if he wanted to hold off the 4 great judges all by himself. Aunt Yen. Qin Wuyao's body shook fiercely. At this time, Lu Ran suddenly saw that Yen Lu glanced at the wine pot in his hand, did not care, casually received in the storage bag, and then continued to rummage. Lu Ran's heart trembled. The good stuff couldn't be wasted by that bastard. Almost subconsciously, Lu Ran carried Jiang Yu and rushed towards Yen Lu at a fast pace. Lu Ran, come back! Qin Wuyao and Yen Tianxin were startled. Qin Wuyao scrambled to put away the Tongmei ancient money, and Yen Tianxin instantly raised his feet to chase after him. But the four judges are closer. Seeing Lu Ran actually charging towards Yen Lu, completely ignoring them. Lei Tai was furious. Junior, looking for death. After saying that, he made a forward dash, two sledgehammers waving in his hands, and in a flash appeared in front of Lu Ran, smashing down on Lu Ran's head.
So fast.
Lu Ran was taken aback, but he came back to his senses. Although he could kill a transformation god in seconds, his opponent was obviously much faster than Lu Ran. Lu Ran could kill his opponent in seconds, and his opponent could kill Lu Ran in seconds. Thinking of this, Lu Ran didn't hesitate and lifted up his Jiang Yu to slash out at Lei Tai. Sword move, God Slayer. The scene was not exaggerated, and even this move looked sparse. Only if one looked closely, one could see that Lu Ran's Jiang Yu sword blade had turned an odd purple-black color when he made the God Slayer. Humph! Lei Tai, of course, saw Lu Ran's movements and sneered, not paying any attention. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. He didn't feel that a Jindan Jr.'s moves would cause him any harm or effect. But suddenly, perhaps from the special senses of a Hierophant realm cultivator, as Lu Ran's sword stance approached, Lei Tai suddenly felt a strong threat of death. Sweat hairs exploded all over his body, and he unconsciously turned from offense to defense, crossing his two sledgehammers in front of him and blocking. This scene looked a bit surprising to the rest of the three great judges and Yen Tianxin, who had just chased over. What the hell is this Lei Tai guy up to? Playing with a Jindan Jr.? The remaining three frowned. To kill a Jindan Jr., that's not casual? Why do you still have the decency to block? But the next second they understood Rai Tai. Sound of escaping laughter. As if slicing tofu, Lei Tai's Xian rank double hammers were sliced through by Jiang Yu's silky smoothness, instantly scrapping them. Lei Tai's face changed greatly. The odd feeling in his heart just now was infinitely magnified at this time, as if he was stared at by a poisonous snake, and without hesitation, he retreated out explosively. But immediately afterward, he realized that it couldn't be done. Lu Ran's sword seemed to shackle the surrounding space and time, and Lei Tai's body was unexpectedly unable to get away. The eyes watched as the blade approached.
Tie.
Lei Tai roared with a loud voice, his astral aura exploding around him, his peak spiritual power fully released to protect his body. At the same time, there was a golden armor shadow that violently appeared on his body. That was Lei Tai's protective magic treasure, a treasure armor. This scene looked very strange. Facing a Jindan Jr., instead of casually crushing the opponent, Lei Tai blocked and defended, only to be scrapped by the opponent's divine weapon in the next second. That's not all. Lei Tai held up his body shield and defense magic treasure again. But he didn't dodge. What the hell? As the long sword approached, Lei Tai was shocked and desperate to realize that his body protection astral energy was useless, not even being able to slow down the speed of the opponent's sword stance. The sword blade broke through the protective astral aura and struck the precious armor. Pong! The moment it touched, the precious armor shattered in response to the sound, directly bursting apart as the Jiang Yu passed through Lei Tai's body. From the top, Lei Tai's body was directly sliced into two halves, and there was no movement. In this instant, everyone around them looked dumbfounded. It's a long story, but it happened in the blink of an eye. A Jindan realm, a mediocre sword, decapitating a transformation god, and it was still under Lei Tai's all-round protection, splitting and scrapping the double hammers, splitting the protective astral aura, splitting the protective treasure armor, and splitting Lei Tai's body just like that. Lu Ran carried the Jiang Yu and stood proudly, glancing lightly at the remaining three judges. One sword slaughtering god. Lu Ran was using it for the first time, and he didn't expect the effect to be so explosive, with the rule level shattering any defense and taking the life of the body straight away. The results were much better than Lu Ran had expected. He looked over to Yen Lu, who was also looking this way at that moment. For eyes locked, Yen Lu was at the peak of Yuaning, but for the first time, he felt the aura of death on a Jindan realm guy. Chapter 25, Subduing the Yellow Springs Holy Maiden. Lu Ran, who had originally been completely ignored by her, had actually killed Lei Tai with a single sword strike. She was startled and subconsciously withdrew 2 steps back. Lu Ran, on the other hand, raised his foot and charged towards Yen Lu once again. Out of instinct, another judge disbelieved and blocked Lu Ran's way. But he didn't beat much. The Jindan Jr. in front of him was just too weird and bizarre, and he directly struck out, intending to suppress it. Similarly, Lu Ran had the same idea, and only if he was faster than the other party. So, as he did, Lu Ran slashed out his sword again, the same sword move Slaughter God. And this time, Lu Ran was even smoother, and between the flashes of lightning, the sword blade forced its way through his body, while the judge, like Lei Tai before him, gave up his attack the instant he felt the threat of death. It's a stupid thing to do, but it's entirely in the context of an instinctive reaction to danger. So the result was obvious. A sword slash. The second judge died violently on the spot. There's something odd about this Junior Go. The other two judges' faces turned green. That's a hell of a shot. Even at the transformation spirit realm, they were able to go back and forth between them, but at this time, when they were facing a Jindan realm brat, they were instantly subdued by the other party to kill the two judges. It's absolutely crushing. They immediately gave up their intention to continue against the enemy, because there's really no way to fight. If you go up, you'll be killed by your opponent's sword. But in fact, with the strength of the transformation god realm, with long-range indiscriminate bombardment, Lu Ran would also end up being killed in seconds, but unfortunately, their fear of Lu Ran at this time was already deeply rooted, and they only thought of escaping. Behind him, Yan Tianxin chased after him, originally intending to protect Lu Ran. But looking at the two judges who died horizontally on the spot in front of him, Yan Tianxin was dumbfounded. Lu Ran was able to suppress two judges. Yan Tianxin, who was also in the realm of transformation god, was afraid that if he was Lu Ran's enemy, he would end up the same way, right? Lu Ran, however, just stared at Yan Lu and continued to pursue. In his eyes, there was only that jug of wine. Get that jug of wine first and talk about the rest. Those two seemed to have seen through Lu Ran's intentions as well, and although they didn't know why this bizarre junior was specifically staring at their saintly daughter, they couldn't care less at this moment. You take Yan Lu and go, I'll hold him off. The judge who was holding the Shen iron folding fan paused in his steps with a grim expression on his face. Because if you wanted to run out, you also had to worry about the Red Lotus robbery flame inside the tunnel, and you couldn't pass through it quickly. So someone will have to stay and stall for time. Knowing the urgency of the matter, the other judge nodded with a somber expression and came to Yan Lu's side, leading him quickly into the tunnel before carefully stepping back the way he came. At this moment, their intestines were green with remorse. Why are you following me here for a reason? Had they known that there was such a weird junior, they would not have dared to come in even if they had killed themselves. But there is no medicine for regrets in this world. Right now, we can only pray to God. Lu Ran's eyes glared when he saw this. His target was the pot of wine in Yan Lu's storage bag. How could it be taken away by you guys so simply? If he was really taken back to the Yellow Springs Holy Land by Yan Lu, it would be harder than heaven for Lu Ran to get that pot of wine again. So today, no matter what, all of them must be left here. Thinking of this, Lu Ran's body's frosty cold sword intent burst out and chased after him. However, the judge with a folding fan in his hand had a pale face as he blocked in front of Lu Ran, screaming, "If you want to move my holy maiden first, pass me first." His voice quivered and his body trembled. The fear in his heart had long since taken over his brain, and from the moment he developed fear of Lu Ran, he had long since lost. Lu Ran glanced at him and directly struck the god of slaughter, staggering over. That judge didn't even have time to resist before he fell to the ground and died. Then, Lu Ran chased after the two people in front of him and entered the tunnel. The fleeing duo in front of them glanced back every now and then, and with just one glance, they saw that the judge who had stayed behind to stall for time had died without having played the slightest role. That judge stumbled, almost unsteady as he jumped on top of the Red Lotus fire. Ma! What kind of monster is this? Yan Lu, when we go back, we must report to the Sacred Lord that this is a secret weapon that the Jiuli Sacred Ground has long prepared to deal with us. The Yellow Springs Sacred Ground. No wonder Yan Tianxin personally brought him to the Red Lotus Cave. The last judge instructed with a trembling voice. The eyes were full of determination. With his heart in his mouth and his teeth clenched, he sped up. The fear in his heart, the haphazard pace, soon went wrong as the Red Lotus robbery fire stained his right foot and spread upwards. That judge directly lifted Yan Lu up. While he didn't care and continued to accelerate, the flames gradually engulfing his lower body. Yan Lu's eyes were moist as she was held against that judge's shoulder and looked backward. In the midst of the Red Lotus robbing fire all over the place, the youth shrouded in frosty cold sword intent was as murderous as a demon god. Yan Lu's eyes were filled with hatred. She made a mental note that this revenge would be avenged. At this time, that judge had reached the end of his strength, and the flames were about to spread to Yen Lu. He made one last forward dash, using the last of his own strength to fling Yen Lu forward and out of the way. Run, run! He himself can no longer support. Head first fell into the red lotus fire. Instantly Huawei fireball was swallowed by the flames. Yen Lu, on the other hand, was thrown out by him, steadily throwing out the tunnel and landing on top of the open space outside. She looked deeply at the judge, who had turned into a fireball, and without hesitation, she turned around and ran. The 4 great judges were already dead. Even if this weird Jindan realm guy didn't kill him, Yan Tianxin came out, she was just as dead and could only run. Lu ran quickly, rushed out of the cave as well, and saw Yen Lu was running out. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. In his mouth, he also viciously said to Lu Ran, "Just you wait, one day, I will set your bones to ashes to avenge the 4 judges." Lu Ran frowned. Looking back, Yan Tianxin and Qin Wuyao were also cautiously going to follow them over within the tunnel. Lu Ran casually waved his hand at the tunnel. A miraculous scene happened. All the red lotus robbing fire dissipated in an instant, fluttering and disappearing, and the tunnel showed for the first time the appearance of the original stone cave passage. Yan Tianxin and Qin Wuyao looked up at Lu Ran outside the cave, their brains still somewhat unresponsive at this point. This was the first time they had seen Lu Ran fight with all his firepower. It was terrifying. It's almost scary to see a real fight between alcoholics who usually look hungover. No, it's not just scary, it's really deadly. The 4 great judges of the Transfiguration God, all dead. None of them could carry a single sword from Lu Ran. Seeing Lu Ran chasing out again, Qin Wuyao hurriedly shouted, "Lu Ran must not. Be careful." After saying that, the 2 of them flickered and shot out. Both of them were at the God Transformation realm, and their speed was naturally much faster than Lu Ran. Lu Ran, however, has encountered a problem. He is only a Jindan, although he can slay the gods. But that is a sword move. His speed is still only the speed of a Jindan. It is not fast enough. Lu Ran rushed out of the cave and looked at the valley in front of him. Yen Lu was leading the rest of the Yellow Springs Sacred Lands juniors to run out in a swarm. Yen Lu was the first to bear the brunt and was the fastest. The rest of the juniors were in a lower realm and were much slower, but they were not Lu Ran's targets, and Yen Lu, who was eager to escape, would not care about their deaths. Seeing a speed Lu Ran knew that he could not catch up. He violently raised the Jiangyu and inserted it into the ground. The earth is frozen inch by inch. The entire valley spread out in the blink of an eye as if it was a river of ice, extremely fast. And in between the glacial cracks, a fire lotus that emitted scorching heat bloomed colorfully. The frost-cold sword intent and the robbing fire sword intent were executed at the same time, covering the entire valley before exploding with a roar, filling the heavens and the earth. Let that Yen Luke. It's hard to escape.
Chapter 26 Key Dragon Protector.
Yen Lu only had time to glance back. Yes, the judge was right. This guy, he's a monster. Looking at the sky, frosty sword intent wrapped in scorching flames exploded, pouring over the entire valley as far as the eye could see. And those flames, after a short silence, immediately bloomed into a fire lotus. The fear of the red lotus robbery flame caused Yen Lu to instantly pause herself. She didn't dare to move easily, and all the space around her was filled with red lotus robbing flames that drifted. In order to dodge, Yen Lu's speed plummeted to a minimum. The ones he brought with him were miserable. The frosty cold sword intent possessed their bodies, and although they weren't frozen into ice in place because their realm was higher than that of the original Great Luo Sword Sect disciples, it also drastically reduced their speed. Then, the red lotus fire erupted, instantly engulfing everyone. It was worth mentioning that Lu Ran's red lotus robbery fire was far less terrifying than the original robbery fire in the red lotus cave heaven. Probably due to the fact that Lu Ran's realm was simply too low. Even though he had obtained the robbing fire sword intent, Lu Ran was unable to maximize its power. Of course, it's also just not possible at the moment. Seeing Yen Lu's speed being slowed down, Lu Ran had a flash of light in front of his eyes and drew his sword to charge up. Behind them, Yan Tianxin and Qin Wuyao had just emerged from the cave entrance. Looking at the scene in front of them, the two were once again dumbfounded. This terrifying scene that seemed like heavenly might was really something that a Jindan realm fellow could pull off. Rather, it was because Lu Ran had just casually killed the 4 great spirit transformation judges. Instead, they were only briefly shocked before regaining their composure. Only, they didn't easily step into Lu Ran's sword intent covered area. At this moment, Lu Ran completely released his sword intent, and he could not distinguish between his enemy and himself. The red lotus robbery flame that filled that was the most frightening to the two. It looked as if it was not as powerful as the fire lotus within the red lotus cave. But with this thing, who dared to try it easily? They looked worriedly at Lu Ran, who was rushing towards Yen Lu, not understanding how Lu Ran had such a big grudge against the Yellow Springs Holy Maiden for good reason. Seeing that Lu Ran was about to rush in front of him, Yen Lu's body exploded in sweat, her weapon, a man-high object that resembled a demon subduing mortar and pestle. But the huge blade at the top indicated that it was a pen, the judge's pen. The image of Lu Ran casually killing the 4 judges was fresh in her mind, and Yen Lu instinctively thought that if this Jindan realm fellow rushed over, she would definitely not be able to withstand the other party's attack either. So, preemptive strike. It was forced, but it was smart, or at least much smarter than the 4 judges. Lu Ran had just rushed not far in front of him when the huge judge's brush swung out a huge ink-colored rune and smashed down on his head. The huge rune seemed like a fly swatter, and Lu Ran was the pitifully tiny fly. At this moment, Lu Ran's face also changed. He realized he had made a stupid mistake. He could kill a transformation spirit in seconds, but he couldn't kill a Yuaning in seconds. However, Yen Lu, who was at the Yuaning realm, was able to easily get Lu Ran killed. Previously, simply suppressing the 4 judges, chasing Yen Lu out, and having his sword intent explode the entire valley made Lu Ran wrongly believe that he had completely taken the initiative. It was only at this point that he reacted coldly. "I'm going to be in the gutter for sake," Lu Ran cursed. Instantly stopping his stance, he tried to dodge. But that ink-colored rune was just too big to avoid. Lu Ran's face darkened. "Isn't this the end of the line?" Moment of truth. Anam. Buzz. Lu Ran's body shook slightly, and immediately afterward, a huge black dragon drilled out from Lu Ran's chest. While shattering the runes, the huge body disc hung suspended to protect Lu Ran in the center. Lu Ran himself was dumbfounded. But then he reflected on the Chi Dragon treasure armor. Looking up, this huge dragon was black, its inky scales flashed with a dark light, and its huge body was through and through, but it was not a solid body but rather a semi-transparent state. The giant dragon without horns is a Chi Dragon. The Chi Dragon treasure armor automatically protected its owner, blocking Yen Lu's most crucial move and saving Lu Ran from death. And at this moment, Yen Lu was dumbfounded. Yen Tianxin and Qin Wuyao were also dumbfounded. They didn't know that Lu Ran had any Chi Dragon treasure armor. Just now, Lu Ran, a Jindan realm killing the 4 directions and subduing the 4 judges was already terrifying, and now he was facing an attack and had a giant dragon to protect his body. What a strange monster this is. Lu Ran didn't dare to delay and didn't know how many times the Chi Dragon could withstand Yen Lu's attacks. He stepped out, and between the Chi Dragons dancing and wandering on his body, the Frost Cold Sword intent and the Robbing Fire Sword intent instantly contracted. It turned into an Ice and Fire Astral Wind, wrapping Yen Lu in it, and yes, Lu Ran didn't dare to get close. The sword move Slaughter God could not kill a Yuaning in seconds, and the probability was that he would not be able to gain any benefits by sticking his face over there, but would instead put himself in danger. So, for insurance purposes, the sword strangled. One was Lu Ran's own Frost Cold Sword intent, and the other was the newly acquired Ancient Immortal Tribulation Fire Sword intent, and under the intertwining of ice and fire, it quickly flooded Yen Lu's body. Miserable screams rang out as Yen Lu tried to break free and escape, but she simply couldn't do it. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Soon there was no movement, and the whole thing was burned to a crisp and fell to the ground. Lu Ran breathed a sigh of relief and looked around to confirm that no Yellow Springs Holy Land disciples survived before dispersing his Chi Dragon and sword intent and walking over to the coke. To be honest, Lu Ran still felt some guilt in his heart. After all, he had no grudge against Yen Lu, and Jin killed the 4 judges because they wanted to kill Lu Ran, so Lu Ran would have no excuse for killing them. But this Yen Lu, other than that, is still pretty good looking, and it hadn't put up a fight against Lu Ran, yet he was killed by Lu Ran. The weak are the strong. This is how the world works. You are all the way with those judges, we are the enemy, and you even robbed me, it's not too much for me to kill you. Lu Ran reassured himself, then casually picked up Yen Lu's storage bag. After Yen Lu died, the Divine Soul brand of the storage bag disappeared, and Lu Ran could open it at will. The first time he saw the pot of wine inside, Lu Ran's eyes lit up and transferred it to his storage bag first. Other than that, in this Yen Lu's storage bag, there were all sorts of exotic herbs and pills, but Lu Ran was not interested. He was born with an extinct vein, and all of these things were useless to him. There was also a large pile of spirit stones piled up in the corner. This Yen Lu was still a rich master. Finally, there were some of Yen Lu's own girl's profanity, in its original flavor, which Lu Ran was equally uninterested in. Anyway, his aim was the jug of wine and he'd already got it. Behind them, Yan Tianxin and Qin Wuyao came over, seeing that the 4 judges had been subdued by Lu Ran, and now the Holy Maiden of the Yellow Springs had also been killed by Lu Ran. This guy fights so horribly. The Yellow Spring Saintess is dead. Aunt Yen, let's get out of here. Qin Wuyao couldn't care about anything else and said anxiously. Yan Tianxin, however, shook his head, said, there is no hurry, this way you two go back to the Red Lotus Cave, will be the rest of the not yet search again. Any treasure cannot be missed, I stayed outside, there are movements will be the first time to notify you. Qin Wuyao had little interest in treasures, and with her status, she wasn't lacking at all. So she looked towards Lu Ran. Lu Ran, on the other hand, nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Nonsense, definitely need to scavenge. If there was really any supreme treasure that had gone away without being fished out, leaving it for others to take as they pleased, it would be even more difficult for him than killing Lu Ran. Thus, the two of them turned back and entered the Red Lotus Cave once again. Outside the cave, Yan Tianxin looked at the gatekeepers arranged here by the major powers that were watching the fun at the valley's pass, and his expression gradually turned cold as he slowly drew out his longsword. Chapter 27. The inflaming blade burns the sky. The Red Lotus Cave sky was not large overall, and many treasures of the ancient immortals did exist here at one time. Unfortunately, it was basically taken away. Though it was strange how hurried and disorganized the ancient fairy seemed to be when she packed up her things. But it was cleaned up pretty well. Mostly a stingy guy, Lu Ran muttered, because the first thing he did when he came in was rummage through the area of the wine jars, and he couldn't find a second jug of wine. The one pot that Yen Lu flipped over was the perfect one, and it got him killed by Lu Ran for it. As for the other areas, magic treasures, weapons, none of them, and elixirs other than the Yuaningdan and some other miscellaneous elixirs that Lu Ran had collected earlier, there was nothing else. That's it. Lu Ran was a bit helpless. He had thought that he hadn't searched cleanly and searched again, but it turned out that there didn't seem to be anything left to search. Lu Ran, what was wrong with you just now? Qin Wuyao asked hesitantly. Lu Ran glanced at Qin Wuyao and mused. What are you referring to? The killing of the 4 judges? Qin Wuyao nodded. Sort of. And also, how can you control the Red Lotus robbing flame here? Lu Ran stared at Qin Wuyao for half a minute. Then he opened his mouth and said, actually, I'm not very clear. After I drank the wine cream I fell asleep. What happened during my sleep I was completely unaware of. When I woke up, I inherited the ancient immortal's robbing fire sword intent. As for how he killed the 4 judges, Lu Ran didn't explain and had no way to explain, so he simply skipped it. Qin Wuyao was a smart girl. She didn't dwell on this topic that was obviously Lu Ran's secret. After a few seconds of silence, she said, don't be so impulsive in the future. Swords have no eyes, you're very strong, but you need to pay more attention to your talent. You shouldn't have an accident because of your impulsiveness. Lu Ran's heart shook as he looked toward Qin Wuyao. The last time someone told him to cherish his talent in such a heartfelt manner was when he was held in Suyu Ling's arms as a child. Lu Ran instantly became a bit resentful, but still nodded solemnly. Understood. In fact, without the need for Qin Wuyao to remind him, Lu Ran also knew that today's battle was a bit impulsive. He could indeed kill a transformation god in seconds, but a transformation god could also kill him in seconds. Today, Lu Ran wouldn't have been so relaxed if it wasn't for the fact that he had first subdued and killed Lei Tai, and the strong contrast had caused the other 3 judges to go haywire. The most dangerous thing was that facing Yen Lu, Lu Ran was so hot-headed that he chased after him. If he really wanted to fight alone, the odds were that he wouldn't be able to beat Yen Lu. If it wasn't for the Chi Dragon guarding him today, Lu Ran might have even gotten killed in the gutter. Moreover, it was only after the fact that Lu Ran came back to his senses, and throughout the entire battle, he couldn't even think of the Chi Dragon treasure armor or the immortal technique he had just acquired, 10,000 swords returning to the soul. It wasn't Lu Ran's fault. He had traveled to this world, and it was the first time he had fought a battle of life and death. Once was enough for Lu Ran to see the downside of his own inexperience. Thinking of this, Lu Ran's divine mind sank into his divine soul and slightly studied the 10,000 swords return. The system's rewards were directly integrated into the divine soul in the form of inheritance. So there was no need to learn, just a little familiarization. After a few seconds, Lu Ran regained his senses. The return of all swords to the clan, in short, meant that Lu Ran could manipulate all the masterless swords within 100 miles. 100-mile range. But the question arises, how can a really good treasure, a good sword, be left there unattended without an owner? For this trick to work, you'll just have to juggle it outside the blacksmith store. With a thought, he attempted to move the 10,000 swords. Instantly, a strange feeling came over him, as if there was an additional map of 100-mile range in his divine mind. The only thing that could be sensed on the map was the masterless sword. And it also senses the quality of the masterless sword. This place is barren, within 100 miles. There are not many masterless swords, and some broken and decayed long swords scattered in the wilderness Lu Ran did not pay attention to. At the passes within the valley, there were some masterless swords of average quality. At this time, Lu Ran suddenly froze and looked down at the ground under his feet. He unexpectedly felt that in this hall, there was also a masterless sword, and the quality is extremely high. He subconsciously reached out and frowned. Qin Wuyao, who was beside her, was puzzled as she watched Lu Ran's godly and odd movements. Suddenly the ground in front of him exploded, the moment a heat wave impacted upwards. There was also a long sword with a dark red body that burst out, and was grabbed by Lu Ran by the hilt. This sword was the opposite of the cold sword Xiaoyu. The sword body seemed like flowing magma, emitting a scorching heat. One look and you know it's absolutely extraordinary. Moreover, it fit perfectly with the robbing fire sword intent, and Lu Ran probably guessed that it was also the weapon of an ancient immortal. But it's strange. Rumor has it that this Red Lotus Cave is a cave left behind by an ancient immortal ascending. However, the robbing fire sword intent was left behind, and even the ancient immortal's weapons were left behind, and even a lot of Tao rhythms were left outside. Looking again at the surrounding ancient immortals who had hastily cleaned up the mess, Lu Ran began to suspect that the ancient immortals who had once been here had really ascended? How does it look like a rolled-up, runaway, discarded helmet? What is this? Qin Wuyao's odd query came from his ears. Lu Ran came back to his senses. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Looking at the weapon in his hand, he said, "Left behind by the ancient immortals, the inferno blade burns the sky. Another ancient immortal left behind." Qin Wuyao looked at Lu Ran with an odd expression on her face. This guy's fortune was too terrifying. Not only had he absorbed the Tao rhyme, but he had also obtained the robbing fire sword intent, and now he even had the ancient immortal's blades in his hands. At this moment, Lu Ran had frost cold sword intent and robbing fire sword intent. One ice and one fire. Cold sword Jiangyu, in flaming blade burning sky, the same ice and fire. The two weapons perfectly fit Lu Ran's two sword intentions. So anticlimactic. After that, the two of them searched 2 more times and didn't gain anything more before they came out from within the cave. Outside, Yan Tianxin was still in place, smiling and waiting for the two. Finished searching? Let's go back then. Yan Tianxin said casually. At the same time, he enlarged his sword and wrapped Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran in it and jumped up. Lu Ran didn't think much about it, but Qin Wuyao seemed to be aware of it as she looked in the direction of the pass. At this point in the valley, I'm afraid there's not a single living soul left. The next morning, they returned to the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Lu Ran, take the elemental infant pill and immediately advance to elemental infant. Yan Tianxin was the first to say after he landed, right at the enlightenment platform, I'll escort you. That was Lu Ran's intention, so he nodded. But at the same time, he asked, Aunt Yan, you here? Do you have any wine with a high vintage? The higher the better. Lu Ran had probably figured out the system's path, and the higher the vintage, the more generous the rewards seemed to be. Yan Tianxin glanced at Lu Ran and said, You kid really likes to drink, however. I have high requirements for the quality of the wine, and the vintage is not much of a concern, so the best wine I have here is the drunken immortal brew. So, Lu Ran was a little disappointed. However, if you're only after the vintage, I do know where there are high vintage wines. Yan Tianxin added when he saw Lu Ran hanging his head. Oh? Where? Lu Ran's eyes lit up. Da Qiang Dynasty. Yan Tianxin said. Lu Ran's expression stiffened. The Qian dynasty? The great Qian dynasty that will take over the great Luo sword sect before long? Liang Xiaoyu is the crown prince of the great Qian dynasty. After Yan Tianxin finished speaking, he saw Lu Ran freeze, thinking that he didn't know. Then he added, It's just a small dynasty. If you need it, bring my Heavenly Tao Alliance Yenluo order forward, and I'll let the great Qian imperial family receive you personally. Chapter 28. Do you practice like this? Lu Ran is a little bit of a trance, 100 years a dream in the middle of the Great Qian dynasty suppression of the Great Luo sword sect. No matter who cannot stop, Lu Ran is also a prisoner. But now, Yan Tianxin's sentence of a glib little dynasty was insignificant, as if he was talking about an ant. It's all about strength and status. All right, break through Yuaning. I'll go take a look. Lu Ran nodded. Although the Great Luo sword sect was destined to be doomed by the Deqian dynasty, it had nothing to do with Lu Ran, who had already detached himself from the Great Luo sword sect and was not willing to meddle in this entanglement anymore. But the wine, you have to get it. By the way, Aunt Yen, why does the Deqian dynasty have vintage wine? For how long? Lu Ran asked. At least 1,000 years. The Deqian dynasty was established on top of the ruined site of the ancient city. It was the ruins after being raided by countless cultivators. After the Deqian dynasty was established, a wine cellar was found with ancient wine inside. I went to try it and it was average, but the vintage was definitely enough. Yan Tianxin said. Lu Ran's eyes instantly lit up. For at least 1,000 years. Or a wine cellar. That's probably quite a lot then. Yan Tianxin, as a lover of wine, was different from Lu Ran. Yan Tianxin himself demanded the highest quality of wine. Only the vintage alone could not satisfy Yan Tianxin's requirements. Just like if you cellar a pot of trashy inferior wine for 1,000 years now, it will still be inferior wine, or rather, 1,000 years of inferior wine. But Lu Ran is different. Lu Ran needs years. After that, Yan Tianxin brought Lu Ran to the Enlightenment stage and kicked out all the Heavenly Tao Alliance disciples, and Lu Ran wrapped up the scene. Take the Yuaning Dan, Yan Tianxin said. And then what? Is there a doorway here? What are the steps to break through? Lu Ran asked. Breaking through is a big deal. You can't just break through after taking a pill, right? There's always a process. The biggest difficulty is perception, but you have Yuaning Dan, so you don't need it. Yuaning Dan will help you impact the martial Dao Jin Dan and break it. In fact, there is another problem, is that you need a sufficient supply of spiritual energy, but you also have enough, so there are no steps. Yan Tianxin said casually. Only then did Lu Ran put his heart down and sat on his knees, looking inward at his dantian. Yan Tianxin was right. Lu Ran's spiritual power was definitely enough. The capacity and size of each cultivator's dantian sea of consciousness varied from realm to realm. Lu Ran was originally the same. However, when he was in the Red Lotus Cave sky, his dantian sea of consciousness had been widened. If a normal Jindan cultivator's dantian sea of consciousness was a small pond, then Lu Ran's dantian sea of consciousness was a vast ocean. Thousands of years of spiritual energy was in it, undulating and lapping like waves. The martial golden pillar was suspended above the sea, and was responsible for invoking all spiritual energy. Luckily it was expanded, or else with that 1,000 years of cultivation, I'm afraid I'd have to explode and die. Lu Ran muttered, secretly thankful in his heart. Then he took a deep breath and swallowed the Yuaning Dan. The moment it was ingested, the Yuaning Dan transformed into a stream of pure medicinal power that went straight to the dantian with unparalleled precision. Touched by the opportunity, the spiritual energy within the sea of consciousness in the dantian instantly began to rage maniacally, setting off monstrous waves, as if a long neck was sucking in water, frantically pouring into the martial golden pill. During this process, the color of the martial golden Dan also became darker and more solid. Break and then stand. Lu Ran suddenly understood Yan Tianxin's meaning. As the spiritual energy continued to pour in, the martial golden Dan began to be unable to support itself and became saturated, followed by a fine crack appearing on the golden Dan. There were more and more cracks, and the spiritual energy was still pouring in. At the same time, Lu Ran could feel that the spiritual energy that had been poured into the Jindan began to be transformed into another kind of energy at an extremely fast speed, which was even more pure than spiritual energy, and mobilized even more at will. This is probably true element. Lu Ran murmured. Having never eaten pork but having seen a pig run, the process of advancing to Yuaning is the process of transforming spiritual energy into true essence. Of course, most people are still accustomed to calling it spiritual energy, not true essence. Cut it out. The martial Jindan finally crumbled, but the true essence within it did not spill out, but instead condensed into a baby like Lu Ran, curled up. Then he slowly changed his posture and sat down on his knees in the dantian sea of consciousness, his true essence returning to the baby's body as much as he could. Broken and then established, the firstborn is a great success. But that's not all. The range of other cultivators' dantian sea of consciousness is fixed, and even if they are more talented, there won't be much more when they break through. So after breaking through to Yuaning, the dantian sea of consciousness was also empty. But Lu Ran was different. After 1,000 years of cultivation transformed Jindan into Yuaning, the waves within the Dantian Sea of consciousness still surged. The Yuaning began to absorb spiritual energy on its own and then continuously transformed it into true essence. On the enlightenment stage, Yan Tianxin and Qin Wuyao were escorting from the side. The moment Lu Ran broke through to Yuaning, they sensed it. To this fellow, breaking through to Yuaning is indeed incredibly simple. Qin Wuyao muttered. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Yan Tianxin nodded. With the Yuaning Dan, it was indeed much easier. However, at this time, they realized that Lu Ran's aura after breaking through to Yuaning did not settle down, but continued to climb higher and higher. Beginning at the early stage of Yuaning, in the blink of an eye, he came to the middle stage of Yuaning, which still wasn't the end of the story. Under the constant transformation of spiritual energy, Lu Ran's realm soon came to the late stage of Yuaning. Then it gradually saturated and reached the peak of the late Yuaning stage. Only then did the Yuaning in the Dantian quiet down. The Yuaning that was completely filled with true essence was azure blue in color, crystal clear, and closed its eyes, still maintaining the posture of sitting cross-legged. Anam. For heavy things falling down. Yan Tianxin and Qin Wuyao glanced at each other and gulped in unison. This guy just broke through Yuaning, and in the blink of an eye, he was at the peak of the late Yuaning stage again. Huh? Is there such a thing as cultivation in this world? Although Qin Wuyao had long known from her master that Lu Ran was a blessing of the unified 9 states, she had also seen magical and bizarre things happen to Lu Ran. But it still feels a little breathless now. A few days ago, when she first met Lu Ran was still in the qi refining realm. Now that a few days have passed, she has watched Lu Ran build his foundation, form his Dan, and now break through to the Yuaning stage, and while breaking through, he has also incidentally elevated his realm to the peak of the late Yuaning stage. Do you have a breakthrough like this? This allows other geniuses how to live. As the eldest princess of the great Qin immortal court, the holy maiden of Yao Qi, and the personal disciple of Yu Guizi, Qin Wuyao's cultivation level was even higher than Yen Lu, the holy maiden of the Yellow Springs who had been killed by Lu Ran, and she was already considered to be a genius among geniuses. But compared to Lu Ran, it was still 100,000 miles away. If I'm not mistaken, it was that old fellow Yu Guizi who asked you to approach Lu Ran, right? Yan Tianxin suddenly twisted his head and asked. Aha! Qin Wuyao scratched her head awkwardly, unable to find an excuse even if she wanted to. That's just it. It's normal for your master to calculate all the heavenly chances and be able to discover Lu Ran's talent in the first place. But I'm afraid it's only your master who would never have imagined that Lu Ran's talent would be so heaven-defying, right? Yan Tianxin said with a sigh. Only then did Lu Ran slowly open his eyes, very satisfied with his performance. When he raised his head, he asked, Aunt Yen, Yao Yao, what are the conditions needed to break through the transformation spirit? Chapter 29 Yellow Springs, Holy Lord enraged. At those words, the two were rolling their eyes. Yan Tianxin said without any good sense of humor. You just rest you. If you want to break through the transformation god, you can only rely on perception. I believe in your talent, but although you are now in the late stage of Yuaning, but transformation god is about the divine soul, and with an unstable realm, even if you break through, there will be no end to the aftermath. Hearing this, Lu Ran only subsided a little. Come to think of it, you can't chew too much. That's right, one bite won't make a big fat man. It's better to take it one step at a time. Lu Ran nodded. Hearing this, Qin Wuyao and Yan Tianxin were even more eager to go up and beat him up. One bite won't make you fat? The way you're acting now is much more exaggerated than one bite makes a big fat man. How can anyone just break through Yuaning and be at the peak of the late Yuaning stage before they even open their eyes? Alas, people are more angry than people. Aren't you going to the Deqian dynasty? Get lost? Get lost. Yan Tianxin waved his hand in disgust. But still, he threw out an object and handed it to Lu Ran. It was the size of a palm, as if it were a bronze mirror. This is the Order of Hades. The Yama order is only qualified to be issued by the 10 temples of Yama in the Jiuli Holy Land. And seeing the Yama order is equivalent to Yama's personal presence. After listening to Yan Tianxin's introduction, Lu Ran's eyes lit up. This thing is good. It has the feeling of an imperial sword. In that case, won't I be able to walk horizontally within the area under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Tao Alliance? Lu Ran said excitedly. What's a sword? A magic treasure? But with your current demeanor, even if you didn't have the Yen Luo order, you would still be able to walk sideways in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Yan Tianxin said with an odd expression on his face. Even more than that, the 4 judges were all in the realm of transformation, and they were all casually crushed to death by Lu Ran. Within the scope of this heavenly Dao alliance, not to mention those large and small clans, even if it was her, Yan Tianxin, against Lu Ran, it was estimated that she would be subdued. In that case, if you want to walk sideways, what need is there for the order of Yanluo? One sword is enough. That's true, hey. Lu Ran stood up and put away the order of Yanluo. Su Yuling was the peak of the late Yuaning stage, and had wanted to break through to the god of transformation for many years, and had closed the door countless times without being able to do so. Lu Ran, on the other hand, was now at the peak of the late Yuaning stage. In such a short period of time after leaving the Great Luo Sword Sect, Lu Ran had gone from being that trash who had been disliked by the entire Great Luo Sword Sect in the first place to becoming the current peak late Yuaning big shot. What a world. And Aunt Yen, how does this 10 temples of hell thing sound like the Yellow Springs Holy Land? Lu Ran asked curiously. The 10 temples Yama is just a nickname, different from the judge you killed. The judge is a position in the Yellow Springs Holy Land. The Jiuli Holy Land doesn't have the position of 10 temples Yama. It's just a rumor prevalent in the outside world. Yan Tianxin casually explained. The Yama Order was not called the Yama Order in the past, but each had its own name, such as the Heavenly Dao Order of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. After that, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao set off for the Dechen dynasty, this time without Yan Tianxin, but since Qin Wuyao was also a transformation god, the means were similar. Only, Qin Wuyao's weapon wasn't a sword, but a crescent-shaped silver-colored ringed magic treasure, with 2 long vermilion damasks hanging and pendant below it, and 2 small bells in the knotted position, which seemed to be used by girls at first glance. Is this your weapon? Wasn't your previous weapon that copper coin? Lu Ran asked curiously. Tongmei ancient money counts, and so does this crimson moon ring, Qin Wuyao said casually. Then pulling Lu Ran, he jumped up. How could Lu Ran know that with Qin Wuyao's status? She had a lot of magic treasures. Then, the 2 of them rose into the air and disappeared into the sky. Same time, in the Red Lotus Cave, within the Silent Valley, a man with a white ghost face was looking down at the charred corpse on the ground. It's falling. It was impossible to see the face of the ghost-faced man, but his voice was trembling and hoarse, and his anger could be heard. Behind them followed several men and women with oddly colored makeup and somewhat creepy faces. The surroundings have been checked, and the disciples left behind by the various sects at the pass are all dead. The 4 great judges are also dead, and their corpses were found within the Red Lotus Cave. The Red Lotus robbery flame went out for some reason, and also that passageway within the Red Lotus Cave has been entered by someone, and everything inside has been searched. From time to time, the men around him reported on what they found around them. The ghost-faced man's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked in the direction of the Red Lotus Cave, raising his head slightly and taking a deep breath. After a few seconds, Su exhaled and murmured, "Sword intent has 2 residual cents of sword intent within this valley." Upon hearing this, the men around him immediately began to analyze it. Sword cultivators? Holy Lord, if it was 2 powerful sword cultivators, why did they suddenly lash out and obliterate my Yellow Springs holy maiden? And the 4 judges couldn't even escape. I've checked the judges' injuries, a single strike, the opponent's strength, at least the Mahayana realm. Could it be the sword cultivators from the Jiuli Holy Land? They're so bold. But after hearing their words, the ghost-faced man shook his head. Hissing his voice, he said, "The sword cultivators of the Jiuli Holy Land who possess sword intent, I have more or less crossed hands, but these 2 sword intent, they are exceptionally unfamiliar. But if it wasn't someone from the Jiuli Holy Land, then who could it be? The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. He's a sword cultivator who's not in the world? But why did he suddenly target the Yellow Springs Sanctuary? He even killed the Holy Maiden. Or perhaps the other party's goal was only the Red Lotus Cave, and all the cultivators within this valley who were alive at the time were just eradicated by the other party in passing. Damn it! What exactly happened here yesterday? The ghost-faced man's hostile aura surged madly, but he was helplessly unable to peer into the past and see what happened here yesterday. The culprit on the other side, Lu Ran, was currently traveling in the 9 heavens with Qin Wuyao. Lu Ran looked around excitedly, although Yan Tianxin had brought him to fly twice, but every time he flew, it made Lu Ran's heart soar. Then what's down there? Lu Ran suddenly asked curiously. Looking down from the 9 heavens above, the mountains in the area below were clearly different from the surrounding area. It was also lush, but every now and then you could see shimmering shimmers of precious colors in the mountains. It's the holy mountain of the Jiuli Holy Land, Qin Wuyao explained. Then he directly maneuvered the crimson moon ring and fell from the sky, landing on one of the mountains. Lu Ran twisted his head to look around and was astonished. There was a special pressure covering this dense forest. The overall jungle was sparse, and the ground didn't even have weeds. Instead, an assortment of weapons could be seen stuck across the ground. And they all seemed to be of good quality, just a little badly rotted from age and neglect. These weapons roaming the hills. Lu Ran was taken aback and said in surprise, "This is the holy mountain of the Jiuli Holy Land? What's the deal with these weapons?" Qin Wuliao explained, "Yes, but at the same time it is also the remains of the ancient god and demon battlefield. No. In the front, see that most special mountain? That is the 10,000 Swords Graveyard, which is also the main body of the Jiuli Sacred Ground. These weapons are suppressed by a trace of the heavenly Tao rules of the ancient divine and demonic battlefield. So they can't be accessed, they can only be looked at." Lu Ran looked up. That 10,000 sword mound was indeed eye-catching. The towering mountain seemed like a huge cactus, on which a long sword of different shapes was densely interspersed horizontally and vertically. No wonder the Jiuli Holy Land has a majority of sword cultivators. This base camp is so exaggerated. Lu Ran marveled. See, although the overall strength of the Jiuli Holy Land is not bad, the environment of the Holy Mountain is just average. Have time to take you to Yaoqi to have a look? Yaoqi Sacred Mountain can be much prettier, Qin Wuliao said with a playful smile. It turned out to be this intention, specifically coming down to let Lu Ran see how buried this holy mountain of the Jiuli Holy Land was. But Lu Ran didn't talk about the issue of burying or not burying first. It suddenly occurred to him that this 10,000 Swords Graveyard, including the weapons left over from the ancient times above these surrounding mountains, were not all ownerless? When he thought of this, Lu Ran's heart fluttered. His eyes narrowed slightly. A special aura instantly covered the mountains for 100 miles. Immortal technique, 10,000 swords returning. Chapter 30 Sword Saint Lu Qinghe. Jiuli Holy Land, Council Hall. Several senior members of the Jiuli Sacred Ground sat on the two sides, each with an odd expression on their faces. A middle-aged man in a white sword robe standing at the very front was the Holy Lord of the Jiuli Holy Land, Lu Qinghe. His sword brows and starry eyes swept over the people present. Asked, "What do you guys think about the Yellow Springs sacred maiden Yen Lu being killed?" At those words, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you. It was half a minute before they began to speak one by one. We're not quite sure who the Yellow Springs Sacred Ground has incurred, but it's possible that the Yellow Springs Sacred Ground will blame us for this. I do think that the person who struck out should not be someone from the four great sacred lands, and the target, it doesn't necessarily have to be the Yellow Springs Holy Maiden. There are two types of sword intent left behind at the scene, and both are very unfamiliar, and the sword cultivators from the four holy lands who possess sword intent can't match up. It's just a pity that the guarding disciples of the other sects at the Valley Pass are all dead as well, making it impossible to get a clue to the exact news. The people you talk to, and probably Yen Tianxin, didn't even expect the news of Yen Lu's murder to spread so amazingly fast. In fact, not only the Jiuli Holy Land and the Yellow Springs Holy Land, but also the Yaoqi Holy Land and the most mysterious Kunlun Holy Land at the same time, all knew about this matter. Invisibly, the already tense situation between the Holy Lands seemed to have become even more delicate. That Red Lotus Cave has been around for a long time, for so many years, because of the Red Lotus robbery flame left behind by the ancient immortals. No one has been able to enter the depths, but I didn't expect that this time it was also emptied out, and the strength of the person who made the move is only afraid that it's far above the four great sacred grounds. Lu Qinghe said with a slight frown. The vast land of the 9 states is full of talented people, and there are many capable people. Strength stronger than the four great sacred masters abounded, but why would a giant like that appear within the region of the four great sacred lands? At those words, the brows of the crowd knitted. When such a terrifying big brother intervened in the feud between the four great holy lands, the situation would be a complete mess. At that moment, the crowd suddenly felt the entire holy mountain rumble and shake. The crowd was worrying about that mysterious Highlander in their hearts when they suddenly noticed the holy mountain vibrating and their faces turned green. On'em, quick slick up. They flashed and disappeared in unison, appearing at the top of the holy mountain's 10,000 sword mound. Lu Qinghe stood at the front with his hands behind his back. But at that moment, the vibration came to an abrupt end, coming and going quickly, and the wind whistled at the top of the holy mountain. Lu Qinghe twisted his head to look around. Although the vibration stopped, the entire holy mountain 10,000 swords graveyard, all the weapons stuck horizontally and vertically on it, were trembling slightly, as if pressing down on the sharp swords that were about to come out of their sheaths. The crowd's faces changed drastically. Since the establishment of the Nine Dawns Holy Land, this was the first time something like this had happened. Within the entire Jiuli Holy Land, including Holy Lord Lu Qinghe, there was no way to shake any of the swords inserted above this 10,000 sword mound, even the most trashy bronze sword. Under the suppression of the heavenly Tao laws of the ancient times, it was simply untouchable. But now, what is this? Is it man-made? If it was truly man-made, how terrifying would someone who was able to shake all the weapons of the entire sacred mountain 10,000 sword mound and shake the laws of the heavenly Tao be? Lu Qinghe's heart was in his throat. His eyes were like electricity, his astral aura bursting out, gazing at the guard against all possible accidents. But strangely enough, the bizarre scene suddenly subsided again, and the 10,000 sword mound resumed its dormant motionlessness. The top of the holy mountain was quiet and silent except for the astral wind. But the mood of the crowd had not even reacted at this point. After pondering for a long time, Lu Qinghe then spoke. Sacred Mountain disciples, to strengthen the patrol range and deployment of manpower. At the same time, open the mountain protection formation. From now on, the various protectors, elders, and deacons to stand by. At the same time, call the 10 temples of Hades to come to the sacred mountain to gather. One sentence was enough to see how deliberate and careful Lu Qinghe was. But even so, Lu Qinghe's face was still not relaxed. Because if it was really the case that the mysterious Big Brother had turned to target the Jiuli Holy Land after cleaning up the Yellow Springs Holy Maiden, who can beat this huge holy place? The mountain protector formation, all the men and horses, were only papier-mâché in front of the other party. And the one who started this whole thing, Lu Ran, after determining that the 10,000 swords returned did have an effect, he dispersed the immortal technique with satisfaction, not actually casting it. It's not like there's a fight. There's no need to cast. Rather, it is this 10,000 swords mound. Lu Ran more and more like to see not only the 10,000 swords mound, this mountainous group of mountains in the range of 100 miles, there are also too many masterless swords. 10,000 swords? Lu Ran was able to gather more than just 10,000 swords. Qin Wuyao seemed to have a feeling as she glanced in the direction of the 10,000 sword mound and seemed to sense something. But when she looked at Lu Ran again, Lu Ran had already dispersed his immortal technique. What are you doing? Qin Wuyao asked suspiciously. Nothing, let's keep going? Lu Ran said casually. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. His most important goal right now was still to get the wine from the Dacian dynasty and talk about other things. All right, keep going. Qin Wuyao agreed with her mouth full. Her purpose had already been achieved because of Lu Ran's curiosity. She specifically brought Lu Ran to land, just to let Lu Ran look at the burial of the 9 lives sacred ground. And now her purpose had been achieved as well. It was a pity that what Qin Wuyao didn't know was that Lu Ran hadn't disliked the Jiuli sacred mountain because of this, but instead liked the 10,000 swords graveyard. This was simply a super assist for Lu Ran to perform the 10,000 swords return. The Dacian dynasty, unlike the other sects within the scope of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The nature of the dynasty did not belong to the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, but after all, within the scope of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the other sects were in the same boat, and the dynasty situation was often very delicate. This was also the reason why the Dacian dynasty was now desperate to replace a sect transformation. The Great Luo Sword Sect was their goal, and Liang Xiaoyu was the pathfinder. Inside the dynasty's Great Hall, the Dacian Emperor was discussing important matters with the Dacian dynasty's state elder and the 4 great marquis. Xiaoyu has basically stabilized his position in the Luo Sword Sect. A few marquis, your troop deployment, how is it going? Emperor Liang Sen smilingly asked. At those words, the 4 marquises looked at each other and spoke. The deployment of troops has long been prepared, and now we are only waiting for news from the Crown Prince. As long as we take down the Great Luo Sword Sect, the Great Qin dynasty won't have to survive in the cracks like it is now. After taking down the Great Luo Sword Sect, we'll immediately defect to the Heavenly Tao Alliance. After that, then find a way to annex other sects. This path, it's really good. The Crown Prince has outstanding talent. Give us time to develop, and even if it's the Heavenly Tao Alliance, we'll be able to eat it. This Great Qin dynasty, the Emperor Liangsen, Peak Late Yuaning stage, the State Elder Peak Late Yuaning stage, the 4 great marquis, except for the Jinghua Marquis who was also Peak Late Yuaning stage, the other 3 were also Mid and Late Yuaning stage. 6 Yuaning. However, the 6 Yuaning could eat the Luo Sword Sect, but to say that they had eaten the Heavenly Tao Alliance, that was really a big appetite. At this time, the State Elder who had been silent slowly opened his mouth and said, in my humble opinion, the deployment of troops is secondary. that the great Luo sword sect at best only has a Suyu Ling to pay attention to, the rest are no need to worry about. As long as Xiaoyu takes the position of the patriarch, the great Luo sword sect is my great Qin at that time, even if it's the Heaven's Path Alliance. There is no way to say anything about us. The words just fell. Outside the great hall, two silhouettes slammed into the ground. Chapter 31. This is the way of the world. The few people who were deliberating detected the movement and looked up in confusion, just to see two figures standing outside the hall, walking towards the inside. The guarding generals outside the great hall stepped forward. The one leading the group chided, "Who is it that is coming? Flying is prohibited in the great Qian imperial city. How dare you two?" Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran exchanged glances. Lu Ran said, "I have come to borrow something from your emperor and have no other intention. But why does that sound so wrong? The imperial city is forbidden to fly. You two flew directly over, but also straight to the great Qian emperor to ask for something. Daring! You are trespassing into the imperial city. Men, take them down and escort them to the heavenly prison." The leading general barked out an order. The surrounding hordes of soldiers were about to come over and arrest them. Qin Wuyao skimmed her mouth and said to Lu Ran, "See, I told you that there's no need to be so polite. Otherwise you're afraid that you won't even be able to see anyone. The words are gone." She directly raised her head to look inside the temple and shouted, "Is the great Qian emperor here? If you don't come out again, I will tear down this imperial city of yours. Do you believe me?" The voice came out in a vast and powerful manner. The generals that surrounded them were instantly shaken by the sound waves that shook their souls, and they fell down in a large number of clatters. Even Liang San and the others inside the great hall hurriedly fixed their divine souls and stared in surprise. This feeling, it's the realm of the transfigured god. Liang San's body trembled and hurriedly ran out, followed by the state elder and the four great Qian marquis. When I came outside to take a look, I found that the two figures in the party were actually a man and a woman, and they were not very old. Liang San's heart is nervous. The Deqian dynasty does not have the shelter of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and if there is really a big brother who comes to seek revenge and cause trouble, the Deqian dynasty cannot top it. This is also the biggest reason why Liang San is eager to transform the Deqian dynasty into a clan, although he has to pay protection fees to the Heavenly Tao Alliance shelter every year. But it is better than a stable It's not like being on edge like this. It didn't matter that the dynasty had developed over generations in earlier years and stumbled. But over the years, as the Heavenly Tao Alliance gradually unified, the situation of the Deqian dynasty became awkward. "I am Liang San, Emperor of Great Qian, and you are?" Liang San asked in a deep voice. "Great Qin Immortal Court, Qin Wuyao." Qin Wuyao laughed. A single hand. Click. A large, blood-colored flag boomed into the ground. The blood-colored flag fluttering on the arm-thick flagpole with a large Qin character on it. She had many identities, but when it came to talking to dynasties, it was still the name of the great Qin Immortal Court that was good.
Immortal Kinwa Flag.
Liang San almost bit his tongue. The great Qin Immortal Court. Although it was also dynastic in nature, it was not the same as the Dacian dynasty, and the status of the great Qin Immortal Court was on par with the four holy places. Immortal Qin's eldest princess, Qin Wuyao, was also the holy maiden of Yao Qi, as well as the personal disciple of Yu Gizi of the Tianji building. How did such a little ancestor suddenly come to the Deqian dynasty? Could it be that Liang Xiaoyu has messed with Qin Wuyao? If that's the case, Deqian will die. This Liang San was brainstorming to himself there, his face getting paler and paler. But luckily, at the critical moment, Qin Wuyao spoke up. "Came to borrow something from your Deqian." Once Liang San heard this, he was slightly relieved. This Qin Wuyao, it seems that there is nothing hostile? So he hurriedly nodded his head and said, well said, well said. Princess inside, please." Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao immediately followed Liang San towards the grand hall, and the four marquis and state elders looked at each other, carefully following behind. But Qin Wuyao glanced at them and said, "You guys, something's wrong?" Liang San reacted the fastest and hurriedly said, "You guys stand down." How dare the four marquis and the state elder say half a word? They hurriedly nodded their heads and bowed to leave. "Come to the side hall." Qin Wuyao took the seat. Lu Ran sat beside Qin Wuyao, and the two of them looked at Liang Sen. Liang Sum didn't even dare to sit down. Serve carefully and coyly. He could not imagine that the immortal Qin war flag could not be wrong, nor could the realm of the transfigured god, and he would not dare to resist in regards to even if it was not Qin Wuyao. "Princess, what is the reason for your visit to Maida Qian? If Maida Qian has it, You can just take it. Liang Sen took the initiative to speak. It's a true statement. Take whatever you can get in Dakian. If he could ingratiate himself with Qin Wuyao as a result, then De Qian would be secure. Qin Wuyao's position could be above the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Qin Wuyao, on the other hand, turned her head to look at Lu Ran. Noticing Qin Wuyao's eyes, Liang Sen cursed his own stupidity. Those who could come together on an equal footing with Qin Wuyao could be ordinary people. He didn't even greet him, so he hurriedly asked, "Princess, who is this young master?" Lu Ran, on the other hand, took out the order of Yen Luo and placed it on the table in front of him, saying, "I'm a nobody, not worth mentioning, and I came to Deqian today for the ancient wine." Liang San was stunned. Ancient wine? The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Rather, it was the thing in front of Lu Ran that he recognized at a glance, the order of Yen Luo. Yen Tianxin personally issued the order of Yen Luo. As for Lu Ran's claim of being a nobody, hell no. To be able to hold the Heavenly Tao Alliance Yama order and be on par with Qin Wuyao, was there such a nobody in this world? I'm only afraid that the power behind it and its identity are beyond his Liang Sen's imagination. But he did not dare to ask. The young master did not say, "It proves that he does not want you to know this point of eyesight Liang San still have." So he hurriedly nodded his head and said, "What you were talking about? Is it the wine cellar that was discovered by De Qian in the beginning?" Lu Ran's eyes lit up and said, "Yes, that's the one. Those ancient wines, are there any more?" Liang San hastily nodded. "There is, but those ancient wine quality is general, just the year is long, you come inexplicably, most likely will be disappointed, but if you like fine wine, my De Qian also have good wine, you." Before the words were finished, Lu Ran waved his hand, said, "No need for anything else, just bring me the ancient wine, I'll taste it." Liang San did not dare to say more, murmured, "Good. I will order the subordinates. No, I personally go to get it." After saying that, he saw Lu Ran nodding his head ho, before bowing and retreating, leaving the side hall. Lu Ran looked at the scene in front of him with an odd expression. This Liang Sen, he knows. 100 years a dream, the great Qin dynasty destroyed the great Luo sword sect. When the great Qin emperor Liang Sen, in the great Luo sword sect killed in all directions, countless great Luo sword sect disciples have died in the hands of Liang Sen. Compared to his son, Liang Xiaoyu, he was less perverted, but just as murderous. But now, Lu Ran just left the great Luo sword sect not long. Today is not the same as in the past, 100 years a dream of the god of killers, but as a small chicken general obedience. In the end, it's a function of status and position. No wonder the world is chasing after fame and fortune. This thing, it's really good. Lu Ran coiled and played with the order of Yen Luo in his hand and laughed bitterly. But also because of the same status and position, when Su Ling found out that Lu Ran was born with an extinct vein and could not raise the status for the great Luo sword sect, he decisively abandoned it, and the former teacher-disciple friendship was scattered. That's how this world is. Qin Wuyao glanced at Lu Ran and casually said. Liang San, at this time, had already left the side hall and was sweating profusely as he ran towards the treasury. Because he remembered that when that ancient wine was unearthed, he had invited quite a few bigwigs to come and taste it in order to flatter them, and even Yen Tianxin had come. But nay, the quality of that ancient wine was really average, and he didn't care about that stuff after that. Scared to death that is gone. Unable to provide that great young man with what he wanted, this De Qian would be ruined. It also misses an opportunity to flatter the big man. Liang San was in a hurry and was about to run to the treasury when he suddenly saw a leisurely figure walking this way not far away. Fixing his eyes, he realized that it was actually Liang Xiaoyu. Why is he back? Chapter 32. This wave, blood money. Father, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you. Liang Xiaoyu immediately greeted him. As the crown prince of Deqian, Liang Xiaoyu did not call Liang Sen father emperor and so on, but instead directly shouted father. Among the Dakian royal family, it is also considered unique. This also showed how much Liang Sen doted on Liang Xiaoyu. As for the other emperors, Liang Sen couldn't even look at them, which, among other things, was probably also due to Liang Xiaoyu's innate physique being the greenwood spirit body. "What are you doing back here?" Liang Sen asked with a frown, while looking around carefully. "I've made good progress in the past few days, and I wanted to come back to discuss with you, father, about the next plan and deployment." Liang Xiaoyu said excitedly. "What do you mean? Progress in the great Luo sword sect?" Liang Sen asked. "Yes, Su Ling has already loosened her lips. The position of the sect leader will soon be mine, At that time, the power of ruling the sect leader, the authority of the sect protector array is also on me. I can do it at any time. Liang Xiaoyu said excitedly. The plan was finally going to work, and the time had come to change the fate of Deqian. The heart that had been twisted by Lu Ran's recent pressure seemed to have calmed down quite a bit. At this juncture, there is even less reason for you to come back. If that Suyu Ling discovers the end, and all the previous efforts are lost, do you know the consequences? Although Liang Sen's eyes also lit up, his mouth still chided. Don't worry about it, that great Luo sword sect now, only I can take it, and only I am qualified to inherit the position of the patriarch. To put it bluntly, even if Suyu Ling knows my identity, she probably won't say anything. Does she have any other choice? Liang Xiaoyu said indifferently. Be careful in all things, go back quickly and don't come back until you inherit the position of patriarch, and give me news when you get the position of patriarch. Liang San said in a deep voice. Liang Xiaoyu nodded. Seeing that Liang San was traveling alone in a hurry, without even an attendant guard following him, he was a bit puzzled. Dad, what are you doing to go? Liang Xiaoyu asked. Deqian has come to have an honored guest. If we receive him well this time, it will definitely be a great help to my Deqian. Liang San was filled with excitement at the mention. Oh, what big shot. Just the right introduction for me to get to know. Liang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. As expected, he was the same as his father Liang San. When he saw a big shot, he instinctively wanted to stick it to him. But it was immediately rejected by Liang Sum. What kind of stuff are you babbling about? What are you going to do now that you think will see the light of day? I will take care of this matter. You quickly go back to stabilize the Deluo sword sect and just give me news at the first time after you take the position of the sect leader. Although Liang Sen felt that Liang Xiaoyu was brainless, he didn't accuse too much because of doting. Okay, wait for my news. Liang Xiaoyu nodded. To come back for this trip was just a notice or just to come back for a bit of presence, the presence of being oppressed by Lu Ran. The injury caused at the Wine King banquet was just right, and he went down the mountain to come back to Dakian. Without staying long, Liang Xiaoyu immediately hit the road back to his home. When he passed by the Qian Yuan Hall, he seemed to have a feeling and looked at the direction of the main hall. The big shot Liang San was talking about should be inside the main hall. His eyes narrowed slightly. Murmured, the big man. My green with spirit body, cultivation by leaps and bounds in a day. When I take down the great Luo sword sect, the full force of the impact of the realm, there will be a day. I want to lead the great Qian among the Holy Land. At that time I'm also a big man. While speaking, Lu Ran suddenly appeared in his mind. That Lu Ran, who had been sidelined by him and left the great Luo sword sect, and who should have been wandering around in despair and displacement, had gained the connections and status that he had only dreamed of in just a few days. Favorably, his plan to kill Lu Ran also failed. Every time he thought of this, Liang Xiaoyu's face would be hideously twisted with jealousy and resentment. Now, my father still has the chance to make friends with big shots. Everything is moving in a good direction. Lu Ran, you wait for me. Liang Xiaoyu will kill you. Liang Xiaoyu murmured viciously and quickly walked towards the outside of the imperial city. Inside the grand hall, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao were still waiting. Well, it didn't take long for Liang Sum to return. Lu Ran looked at him with a smile on his face and probably guessed that the bastard should have found the ancient wine. His heart was slightly relieved. Sure enough, Liang Sen carefully arched his hand at Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao and said, both of you, what you want is right here. Take a look. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, 3 wine jars glowing with green light appeared on the table. The patina on it was enough to tell the age of the wine jar. But the wine jar itself was of average quality. It really didn't look like a good wine. And more than likely the wine cellar in the first place was also a commoner's wine cellar. It was just stored for a long enough period of time. That was enough. Lu Ran wanted the year. Isn't it a wine cellar? How come it's just this much? Lu Ran asked casually. That? When it was first excavated there were indeed quite a few. There were more than 30 altars, and then I invited a lot of good wine people to come and taste it. But because the quality of the wine was average, it wasn't accepted by them, so a lot of it was wasted and it wasn't of much value, so it was just didn't keep it properly. Liang Sun said nervously. After saying that, he also hurriedly added, I think this young master is also a good wine person, but this wine, indeed, is not much of a good wine. It's just a long vintage, but there's no need to worry. There are quite a lot of great wines of excellent quality in my Dakian, so if you like it, you can try them all. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. It's also a bit of a scandalous rebuke, apparently after experiencing a lot of disappointment from the big boys who tasted it. Lu Ran waved his hand. The ordinary good wine could not satisfy Lu Ran's appetite now. It was also true that ordinary good wine was in Lu Ran's realm, and the system could no longer provide much reward. Moreover, according to Lu Ran's guess, the older the vintage of the ancient wine, the more rewarding the hangover would be. Drinking regular good wine would be a bit of a waste of time, and every hangover can be a waste of time. Those are not necessary. I'll taste this wine first. Lu Ran waved his hand and said. Fortunately, it came in time. There are still 3 jars left. It is already very good, according to Yen Tianxin, this wine at least 1,000 years. Thinking of this, Lu Ran was a bit impatient and took out the bowl Liang San had prepared for him and poured himself a bowl, then hurriedly covered the wine jar again. Then, Lu Ran picked up the bowl, tilted his head, and drank it all in one go. The liquor was a bit spicy, with a silky 1,000-year mellow flavor, not as bad as those good wine people invited by Liang San said. It was just that the gang might be pursuing something higher, such as Yen Tianxin's drunken immortal brew. Whether it was overbearing or alcoholic, it was more than a notch higher than this ancient wine in front of them. Lu Ran tasted it, but in his heart he felt that the wine tasted pretty good. The key thing is that Lu Ran went down in one bowl. Drink 1,000 years of ancient wine and gain 130 years of cultivation. Lu Ran eyes bright, although not even a good wine, but the year is really long enough, just do not know exactly how many thousands of years of vintage. A bowl even gave 130 years of cultivation. One must know that in the Red Lotus Cave, that mouthful of concentrated wine cream had only been given for 1,000 years. This altar of wine was poured out at least 10 bowls. One altar is 1,000 years of cultivation. There were 3 altars in front of him. That would add up to at least 3,000 years of cultivation. This wave, blood money. Lu Ran didn't choose to continue drinking freely, but instead looked at Liang San with a feigned composure and inquired, "The wine is still fine. Is it true that there are only these 3 altars left?" Chapter 33 Changes in the Great Luo Sword Sect. Seeing that this young master liked the ancient wine, Liang San was also excited. Hurriedly, he said, "There are really only these 3 jars left, and I've brought them all here." He somewhat regretted that he had unearthed so much, and as a result, he hadn't cherished it, and only these 3 altars were left after the ho-ho was finished. This is also thanks to the fact that the rest were later stored in the warehouse, and later because of the feeling that the quality of this ancient wine is indeed average, it did not continue to invite any big names to taste. Otherwise, there probably wouldn't be any of these 3 altars left. Lu Ran nodded helplessly. Although it was a bit of a pity, 3 altars was quite a lot, it was a windfall. In that case, these 3 jars of wine, I'll take them, make me an offer. Lu Ran murmured. No, you like to take it away is this ancient wine, although the vintage is high, but the quality is indeed average. To be able to please you is also the honor of my Daqian. Liang San hurriedly said, "Are you kidding me? You're charging me for this? You're taking money from a big shot?" He wouldn't dare. In the end, Lu Ran didn't spend a dime and got 3 jars of wine. The wine was also obtained. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao did not have the need to continue to stay. Outside the grand hall, Qin Wuyao Crimson Moon Ring was offered, taking Lu Ran up into the sky, and soon disappeared into the sky. Liang San was full of joy no matter what. It was also considered pleasing a big shot for once, and he hoped to use it in the future. While above the 9 heavens, Lu Ran was a bit hesitant. Qin Wuyao seemed to have read Lu Ran's mind and casually asked, "What? Feeling indebted to a favor?" Lu Ran shrugged helplessly. It wasn't really Lu Ran's fault. It wasn't as if he hadn't gotten used to this world of the weak and the strong yet. Just crossing over, from a young age, almost starved to death in this world, was brought back to the Great Luo Sword Sect by Su Yuling, pampered and loved, and then suffered the effects of the innate extinct vein and fell to the bottom. He had never experienced much of the human condition in this world, and the concepts in his mind were more or less the same as they were before he crossed over. Qin Wuyao looked at Lu Ran and nodded. Taking a deep breath, he said indifferently, "Your experience in the Great Luo Sword Sect, I probably know you have to understand this world. There is no such thing as a favor, the so-called favors, but also only in the 2 sides still have mutual use of the value of each other's interests in exchange for nothing more than a generation of human emperors, will not care that he owed the favor of a beggar." The end. Qin Wuyao also added, "With your current status and position and realm strength, for the Daqian dynasty, not to mention the 3 altars of wine, that is, Daqian rivers and mountains if you like, you can also take at will." But when he said this, Qin Wuyao suddenly froze. She fiercely remembered that when she approached Lu Ran, Yen Tianxin was kind to Lu Ran, and the 4 major sword clans threw olive branches at Lu Ran. Weren't they all meant to show Lu Ran goodwill so that Lu Ran would remember how good they were? Qin Wuyao's own purpose was impure in itself. Why did she now persuade Lu Ran instead? But the odd thing was that Qin Wuyao did not reject the conceptual indoctrination of Lu Ran in her heart. She pondered for a few seconds and solemnly said to Lu Ran, "You experienced enough in those 10 years in the Deluo sword sect, and you should see more truly than I do, but I still want to say that in the future, be smarter, and not all the people who are good to you are sincere." After saying that, not waiting for Lu Ran to reply, and not having the mind to continue exploring this topic with Lu Ran, with a thought, the crimson moon ring turned into a stream of light above the 9 heavens and disappeared. When he returned to the Heavenly Tao Alliance, he didn't see Yan Tianxin for the first time. Only after inquiring did he realize that Yan Tianxin had received a call from the Jiuli Holy Land and had gone to the Holy Mountain. Lu Ran had nothing to do, so he went back to his room and started pouring wine. The newly acquired 1,000-year-old wine, the reward after a hangover, was definitely not ordinary. But even though this stuff wasn't as strong as the alcohol from the wine cream, half of the altar went down, and Lu Ran was directly confused. In order to avoid wastage, Lu Ran also sealed the remaining half altar of wine and took it back into his storage bag before falling headfirst onto the bed and starting his hangover. Qin Wuyao was also bored and was looking for Lu Ran to go out and play. As a result, when he came to the door, he smelled the smell of alcohol drilling out from the doorway, pushed the door in, and found that Lu Ran had already sprawled out on the bed in a big shape and snored, and then he was furious. "Dead drunkard. Just got back and you're drinking. I'm really convinced." Qin Wuyao was speechless. This girl really likes to drink. Other side. Liang Xiaoyu returned to the Great Luo Sword Sect. When he was notified that Su Yuling was already waiting for him in the Patriarch's Hall, his heart was immediately tightened. Couldn't be true that Su Yuling had discovered something as father had said. Could it? He arrived at the Patriarch's Hall with a trembling heart and found that not only Su Yuling, but the clan's individual grand elders, deacons, hall masters, and even the stewards were all present. The entire management of the clan, big and small, were all present. Liang Xiaoyu's heart was even tighter. Hurrying to salute, he said, "Master, what is the reason for your haste in summoning me here?" The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Su Yuling stared at Liang Xiaoyu for a few seconds before asking, "What have you been doing since you recovered from your great injury? Why didn't you even bring any attendant disciples?" Liang Xiaoyu hurriedly said, "Went down the mountain to take a break." Su Yuling frowned and said, "Don't forget your current identity. You are a candidate for the Great Luo Sword Sect's sovereign. If anything happens to you out there, do you know what it would mean to the Great Luo Sword Sect?" Liang Xiaoyu was stunned and looked up at Su Yuling. However, the latter's tone immediately softened again. "The matter of the Wine King's banquet, I know that it has dealt a great blow to you, and going down the mountain to take a break from it isn't unavoidable. But you have to know that you and Lu Ran are different. I don't know what has happened to Lu Ran, but he was born with an extinct vein, and he left the Delusu Sword Sect, so it's no wonder that it's not my fault." Upon hearing this, Liang Xiaoyu was even more confused, momentarily unable to distinguish whether Su Yuling was educating him, or was she self-congratulating to find an excuse for her to give up Lu Ran. "I know. Don't worry, master. It won't happen in the future. I will definitely stabilize my mind and cultivate hard. One day when I become the sect leader, I will definitely lead the rise of the Great Luo Sword Sect." Liang Xiaoyu said righteously. Su Yuling took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly, saying, "I have thought a lot in these few days. I am also tired after so many years. Since you have the heart, then this position of the sect leader, it will be passed on to you. I only hope that you can fulfill your promise and lead the Great Luo Sword Sect to take off, and it will not be in vain that I have a piece of expectation for you." After saying that, he backhandedly touched out a purple palm-sized token with a simple carving of an upright long sword. "That's the sovereign's order." Everyone in the room was dumbfounded by these words. They all knew that Liang Xiaoyu would definitely be able to get the position of sect leader in the future, but they would never have imagined that it would be now. It's too early for that. Even Liang Xiaoyu didn't expect to get it so quickly. He pondered as he stepped forward and took the sovereign order from Su Yuling's hands, on which Su Yuling's divine soul brand had already been erased. Obviously before today, Su Yuling had already thought of passing on the throne. Liang Xiaoyu's divine thoughts moved, easily branding his divine soul, and in doing so, he was considered to have completely taken over the Deluo Sword Sect, along with the Deluo Sword Sect's protector formation, as well as all the resources of the Great Luo Sword Sect. And this meant that the nightmare of the Great Luo Sword Sect had begun. Chapter 34. No need to pretend. Inside the Great Hall, Liang Xiaoyu could barely hold down the smile at the corner of his mouth. Sidelining Lu Ran, he stepped in to steer Su Yuling to give up the position of patriarch. He also knew for sure it would work, but never thought it would be this fast. However, Liang Xiaoyu hadn't gotten carried away yet. Even though the great Luo sword sect was already his, the authority to protect the sect formation and all the supplies within the sect was also in his hands, but he didn't dare to make a move yet. With his current realm, one finger would be enough for Su Yuling to kill him. He needed to wait for the great Qian dynasty army to attack. At that time, with a single thought, he would be able to open the mountain gates wide, and the great Qian iron cavalry would wreak havoc on Daluo Mountain. After a short period of silence, everyone gradually adapted to the birth of the new sovereign. The great elders opened their mouths in unison to congratulate them. Xiao Yu's honor of taking the position of patriarch is well deserved. From now on, our Luo sword sect can all depend on Xiao Yu's maneuvering. Xiao Yu, don't worry. I will teach you to manage the clan with great care. You're still raw, and you still don't understand many of the clan's affairs, which is understandable. After all, you're still young. Liang Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain as he listened to the words of the several elders. These old guys, I'm a patriarch now, and they still dare to lean on their old age in front of me. I need you to teach me how to run the clan? Just wait, when the Dacian dynasty attacks, I'll clean up one by one. But although the heart thinks this way, the mouth does not dare to say it explicitly, just said smilingly. Then I will rely on all of you to help me in the future. At this time, Wang Yujiao again excitedly greeted up, stood beside Liang Xiaoyu, intimately holding his arm. Liang Xiaoyu instinctively frowned slightly, but still immediately stretched. Wang Yujiao didn't think about that much. She just said excitedly, Great Xiaoyu, you've finally become the patriarch. In the future, senior sister will also help you properly. Liang Xiaoyu nodded smilingly, but when he looked at Wang Yujiao, the disgust under his eyes was almost impossible to hide. Instead, Su Yuling had no one to talk to at this time. However, Su Yuling did not feel that there was anything wrong. Instead, there was a feeling of relief, ruling the great Luo sword sect. For so many years also let Su Yuling worry about the heart. Now that the burden had been given to someone else, she instead enjoyed the general feeling of relief. Xiaoyu, follow me to Little Jade Peak, pack up your things. From now on you will move to the main peak sovereign hall, that Little Jade Peak I will live. Su Yuling said. When she was a child, she taught Lu Ran sword practice at Little Jade Peak, and Su Yuling had fantasized that if she ever retired from the position of patriarch, she would retreat to Little Jade Peak for purification, and now it was the right time to do so. Liang Xiaoyu hurriedly stood up and rushed at Su Yuling, arching his hand and saying, all at master's command. Although Su Yuling had ceded the position of sovereign to him, she was still her master after all, and the master ancestor of the great Luo sword sect. The two made their way to Little Jade Peak. Su Yuling looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar place and was in a bit of a trance. When she was a child, she often taught Lu Ran sword practice here, but since Lu Ran was found to be born with an extinct vein 10 years ago, she hadn't been here for a long time. The clearing in front of the bluff was littered with fallen leaves, and the lounge chairs and stone tables under the shade of the huge trees were covered with dusty dead branches. Didn't you move to Little Jade Peak? Su Yuling asked. It simply moved some things over, but I haven't had a chance to move in yet, and I'm still living in my Qixia Peak during this period of time. Liang Xiaoyu hurriedly said. Surely he can't have come to live here. Qixia Peak's facilities are perfect, and the quality of life is worlds apart from Xiaoyu Peak. And as the crown prince of the great Qian, he can't stand these secluded and wild dwelling-like days. When they wanted Little Jade Peak, they only wanted it to ostracize Lu Ran, that's all, they wouldn't really move in. After Lu Ran left, there was no one to clean the place, and in just a short time it already looked a bit deserted. That's just as well. Just pack up your things and move to the main peak, Su Yuling said. Liang Xiaoyu nodded and went to a row of huts to the side. He hadn't actually brought much with him, but he went into the cabin anyway and wandered around a few times in a haphazard manner, sort of packing. Outside the house, Su Yuling waved her hand and a soft wind blew down the dusty dead leaves on the recliner and the stone table as she sat down with gentle steps. Beside it was the thick trunk of the huge banyan tree. Su Yuling coldly swept her eyes and suddenly her heart trembled. Carved into the trunk of the tree, not too high up, were two crooked little figures, one large and one small. The big one still had messy hair etched on it, holding the little one. She suddenly remembered that this was carved down by the young Lu Ran when she was a child, sitting on a stone bench, taking Lu Ran in her arms and teasing him in between teaching him sword practice. Although she valued Liang Xiaoyu more now, she only valued Liang Xiaoyu's status. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Really say master and disciple feelings. Afraid of Liang Xiao, you cannot catch up with the original Lu Ran. She is watching Lu Ran grow up. She looked around. Little Jade Peak was not large in size, and there were no arrangements for odd job disciples' attendance or anything else. For 10 years, Lu Ran was alone in this little Jade Peak, and from time to time, some disciples came to find existence to bully Lu Ran, and she knew all those things, but she'd long since stopped caring. She reached up and touched the little man's mark on the trunk of the tree and sighed deeply. At this moment, Liang Xiaoyu's voice suddenly came from behind him. Are you lamenting Lu Ran's departure from the great Luo sword sect? Su Yuling was stunned. Only then did she realize that she was lost in her contemplation, and Liang Xiaoyu had already finished packing up and reappeared behind her at some point. She mused, after all, master and disciple, you guys ostracized him like that. It's not wrong for him to leave the great Luo sword sect. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Liang Xiaoyu suddenly laughed. A trace of jealousy flashed in the bottom of his eyes. He could feel that Su Yuling still had feelings for Lu Ran. It was a true master and disciple love. Even though Liang Xiaoyu had even gotten the position of patriarch, he could sense that Su Yuling was only looking at his talent. He faintly asked, is it really just us who are ostracizing Lu Ran? In these 10 years, how much have you cold-shouldered him because of his innate extinct vein? When Lu Ran left, who in the entirety of this great Luo sword sect dares to say that they are not responsible? Su Yuling opened her mouth, although she didn't want to admit it. But when she thought about it carefully, Lu Ran eventually withdrew in despair. And I'm afraid that she, the master, was the biggest cause. Since I've left, I won't mention him anymore. Go ahead. In the future, the Luo sword sect will be handed over to you. I hope you won't let me down. Su Yuling waved her hand and said, not intending to dwell on Lu Ran's issue. At those words, a cruel smile spread across Liang Xiaoyu's mouth. Deadly staring at Su Yuling's back, he said, don't worry. I will definitely surprise you by leading the Luo sword sect. After saying that, he turned around and left Little Jade Peak. All the way back to the main peak, he wanted to enter Su Yuling's original chambers, but was stopped by Su Yuling's original maid. Patriarch, Master Ancestor's chambers are going to be closed for this. You can choose another chambers to stay in, the maid said carefully. What? Liang Xiaoyu's brows furrowed, and between his scowl, the hostility in his eyes seemed like that of a viper, causing the maid's heart to shake. But he didn't say anything, answered and went to the other chambers. But the violently heaving chest could tell that Liang Xiaoyu was not satisfied, very dissatisfied. At this time, Wang Yujiao was the first to rush in after squatting for half a day. As soon as he came in, he excitedly came to Liang Xiaoyu and said intimately, Xiaoyu, you are now the patriarch. Senior sister is really happy for you. The ban on alcohol has also been lifted, right? Senior sister will accompany you to have a good drink with you tonight. You don't want to take advantage of being drunk to lust for senior sister, oh? Despite the words, there was a spring in her brow. But I didn't expect the words to come out. Snap. Liang Xiaoyu went up with an ear scrape, hitting Wang Yujiao's face to be crooked, and the wine pot in his hand fell to the ground, splitting into pieces. Already a patriarch, there's no need to pretend with this kind of, I'm asking for some free recommendations and monthly tickets, and I'm asking for the support of my fellow readers to go along for the ride. So thank you very much. Chapter 35, A Visit from the Holy Land. Wang Yujiao was confused, covering her face and looking at Liang Xiaoyu incredulously. At this time, Liang Xiaoyu's attendant came in from outside in a hurry, and when he saw that Wang Yujiao was also there, the words in his mouth were immediately held back. Standing behind Liang Xiaoyu, he watched. You hit me? Wang Yujiao stared. Get clear about your own identity. I am now the patriarch. You are just a third-generation disciple. Whether the ban needs to be lifted or not, it's not your turn to make a choice. Liang Xiaoyu said coldly, especially when he saw the broken wine pots on the ground, and when he saw the wine, he instantly remembered the humiliation at the Wine King banquet, and thought of Lu Ran. I don't have any other meaning. You have returned from the Wine King banquet with serious injuries, and now that you have recovered from a serious illness and have also inherited the position of the patriarch, senior sister just wants to celebrate for you. What is wrong with me? Wang Yujiao said through clenched teeth. You still have the face to mention the Wine King banquet? If it wasn't for your incompetence in the first place, and you couldn't even kill a punk Lu Ran, how could my old son have suffered that kind of humiliation at the Wine King banquet? How would he have had the chance to befriend Qin Wuyao? Liang Xiaoyu looked hideous. As he spoke, he stepped closer, and he could even feel the undisguised killing intent from Liang Xiaoyu. Wang Yujiao's face turned white and she stood still, not daring to move. But fortunately, Liang Xiaoyu didn't do anything, and suddenly laughed and said, "But there's no harm in it. When I stabilize the great Luo sword sect, I'll start impacting the realm with my natural talent. How could I lose to a waste that was born with an extinct vein?" Liang Xiaoyu shouted with a mouthful of natural extinct veins and a mouthful of wastes. But he seemed to have forgotten that on the day of the Wine King's banquet, Lu Ran was already at the peak of the late Jindan stage. Now, Lu Ran, who was at the peak of the late Yuaning stage, was even more unimaginable to Liang Xiaoyu no matter what. "Back off, remember? You're just a third-generation disciple. If I need you, you have to be obedient. If I don't need you, don't bother me." Liang Xiaoyu scolded in a cold voice. Wang Yujiao did not dare to disobey, covered her face, and left the room trembling. Outside the door, she bit her lip lightly. How could she not have imagined that Liang Xiaoyu's reaction would be so great? When she and Liang Xiaoyu played a match to ostracize Lu Ran, Liang Xiaoyu wasn't like this. She couldn't help but start reflecting on whether choosing to follow Liang Xiaoyu and assist him was a correct decision anymore. Inside the room, the attendant watched Wang Yujiao walk away. Only then did he excitedly say, "Crown Prince, how did you get the position of sovereign so suddenly?" After saying that, he also looked at the direction Wang Yujiao had left, always thinking in his heart about what Liang Xiaoyu had promised him, that after he took the position of patriarch, he would give Wang Yujiao to him to play with. Liang Xiaoyu faintly said, "It's long overdue." Yet surprisingly, he didn't bother to correct the attendant's address of him anymore. After a few seconds of silence, Liang Xiaoyu continued, "You go back to Dakian this time. Inform my father that the time has come. This Deluo sword sect, take it down directly. I can't wait." After saying that, Liang Xiaoyu licked his lips and his face was filled with a cruel smile. For a psychopath, taking down the great Luo sword sect was only the beginning. The abuse of the great Luo sword sect up and down the line was what he had been looking forward to for a long time. That attendant nodded excitedly, but did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he was a bit hesitant. Liang Xiaoyu glanced at him and saw through him at a glance. He said, "When the great Qian's men arrive and take control of Suyuling, then there will be nothing to worry about, and at that time Wang Yujiao will be free to play with you all as you please. But until then, don't act rashly." Receiving the assurance, the attendant instantly brightened up, arching his hand and saying, "Many thanks to the Crown Prince." When he finished, he bowed and backed away, darting out. But not long after running out, the attendant suddenly came back in a hurry. Liang Xiaoyu furrowed his brows and said, "I told you to go back and report. What are you still doing here?" That attendant's face was ugly as he said, "Crown Prince. No, Patriarch. The Jioli sacred land is coming." At those words, Liang Xiaoyu's face changed greatly. Someone from the Jioli Holy Land? What is the Jioli Holy Land sending people to the Deluo sword sect for? He didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly ran after him. On the martial arts arena, quite a few disciples of the great Luo sword sect had already gathered, but no one dared to clamor. Suyuling had also already come out of Little Jade Peak and happened to come to the martial arts arena at the same time as Liang Xiaoyu. The great elders, as well as the stewards, all stood around. Looking up, above the 9 heavens, a middle-aged man in fancy clothes stood proudly in the clouds, overlooking the great Luo mountain. Behind him, a clear color of uniformed Holy Land disciples, full of arrogance. The powerful sense of oppression stirred the dark clouds in the sky to roll up, and the disciples of the great Luo sword sect below each felt a little breathless and unable to catch their breath. "Where is the great Luo sword sect patriarch?" the middle-aged man leading the group asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Suyuling instinctively took a step forward, but immediately remembered that she was no longer the patriarch and looked towards Liang Xiaoyu. But Liang Xiaoyu was nervous and desperately swallowed his saliva, not daring to admit that he did not know what this big brother of the Holy Land was here to do. In case he came to trouble the patriarch, wouldn't he be the backstabber? Seeing this scene, Suyuling's heart added a few more points of disappointment. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Pretending to be deep, malicious and jealous, these even now is the patriarch, but even this is not responsible, timid as a mouse. Could such a person, even if he was a Greenwood spirit body, really lead the rise of the great Luo sword sect? Seeing that no one answered back, the middle-aged man huffed a bit and raised his pitch, repeating once again, "Where is the great Luo sword sect patriarch?" The sound was like running thunder and flood bells, and everyone was startled, and the disciples of the Deluo sword sect with low strength even felt that the blood and qi in their bodies were churning. and their meridians were beginning to swell and ache. Everyone's eyes flicked to Liang Xiaoyu. That middle-aged man noticed everyone's eyes and his sight swept over as well. Only then did Liang Xiaoyu hurriedly say, "I am Liang Xiaoyu, sect leader of the Great Luo Sword Sect. What is the purpose of senior's visit to the Great Luo Sword Sect?" The middle-aged man froze and looked at the list in his hand. Doubtfully, he said, "The Great Luo Sword Sect Patriarch? Isn't it Suyu Ling?" Liang Xiaoyu explained, "It used to be, and it was also just passed down to me today." The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and said with disdain under his eyes, "That's interesting, passing the throne to a Jindan realm?" Liang Xiaoyu's heart shook and he clenched his teeth in death. This feeling of being despised by a big brother was really unpleasant. He explained, "Although I am a Jindan, my physique, not important." The middle-aged man directly interrupted him and continued, "By order of the Great Luo Sword Sect Patriarch, 3 days later, like the other sect patriarchs, gather at the sacred mountain and wait for deployment." After saying that, a black token was casually thrown down by the middle-aged man and thrown in front of Liang Xiaoyu. 3 days? Wouldn't this time be a little? Liang Xiaoyu hesitated. 3 days to arrive at the Heavenly Tao Alliance, naturally it is too late, but to go to the Holy Land, the road can be a lot farther. The Great Luo Sword Sect this position, 3 days is afraid to be a little nervous. But before he could finish his words, he was once again interrupted by the middle-aged man. The other side simply dropped the words, "If you don't make it, you die." After saying that, he whisked his sleeve and turned around, taking a group of Holy Land people and disappearing above the 9 heavens, presumably going to notify other sects. Liang Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and picked up the talisman, but his heart almost exploded with grief and anger. Obviously, he had already become a patriarch. Why was he still treated with such contempt in the end? Especially with that middle-aged man's contemptuous flirtation just now. Liang Xiaoyu didn't even have the qualifications or opportunity to finish a complete sentence. Chapter 36. I don't watch in vain. Yan Tianxin, as the 10 temples of hell, was the first to be notified. However, she had never set out on an action, and Qin Wuyao came to her when she heard the wind. "Aunt Yen, the Holy Land is convening, aren't you going?" Qin Wuyao asked curiously. "Wait until Lu Ran wakes up," Yan Tianxin murmured. Qin Wuyao was stunned. Yan Tianxin wanted to take Lu Ran to the Jiuli Holy Land? At this moment, Yan Tianxin turned his head to look at Qin Wuyao and said, "You and I both know about Lu Ran's experience in the Great Luo Sword Sect, so you can rest assured that he will definitely not join the Jiuli Holy Land. Moreover, when your master asked you to get close to Lu Ran, I don't think you were expecting that he could join the Heavenly Hall, right?" This was true, and Qin Wuyao nodded in contemplation. Yan Tianxin continued, "After Lu Ran wakes up, whether he wants to go to the Jiuli Holy Land or not, it all depends on his own choice as well. I won't force him, and I don't have that ability to force him. After all, even though Lu Ran was only a Yuaning, he was able to kill the 4 major judges of the spirit transformation realm in one breath. Yan Tianxin was also at the realm of the transformation god, but in front of Lu Ran's bizarre means, she also ended up being killed with 1 sword. Qin Wuyao didn't say anything. After all, she couldn't make a decision for Lu Ran. Moreover, Yao Qi and Jiuli were friendly. Now that the Jiuli Holy Land was in a delicate form, Yao Qi would also intervene. Qin Wuyao as the holy maiden of Yao Qi. Naturally, she couldn't just stand by and watch with folded arms. A few hours later, Lu Ran woke up. The first time he opened his eyes, Lu Ran checked the system prompts. "Congratulations to the host on 1 successful hangover. Receive hangover reward. Sword Dao Sense full level." Huh? Lu Ran was stunned. What kind of reward was this? A full level of Sword Dao Sense? This thing still sounded very powerful. People who cultivated, the most important thing was sense. Whether it was cultivation or breaking through the realm barriers, all needed sense. But this thing can't be seen, can't be touched, and no one knows what level their sense is considered to be, and what is the performance of this full level of Sword Dao Sense. Since it's a reward from a 1,000-year-old wine hangover, it shouldn't be too bad. Lu Ran muttered in a deep voice. Then with a flip of his wrist, half an altar of ancient wine appeared in his hand. And Lu Ran didn't use a bowl, intending to directly carry the altar and pour it. But suddenly, a voice came from the ear. "You have slept for most of the day. Just woke up and want to drink again? Ah, not allowed to drink." Lu Ran was startled, and it was only when he turned his head that he saw Qin Wuyao sitting on a chair not far from his side. Qin Wuyao beamed in exasperation and glared at Lu Ran. Whenever this guy drank, he drank to the point of being drunk and then slept a lot, causing Qin Wuyao to be so bored. Right now Yan Tianxin is still waiting for the news of Lu Ran. I did not expect this guy to wake up the first time, even get out of bed to save and then to drink. Hey, didn't drink it either. Just sniffed it. Lu Ran resentfully put the wine jar away. At this time, Qin Wuyao suddenly asked, the Nine Dawn Sacred Ground has summoned the 10 temples of Yama as well as the patriarchs of all the sects within its range to assemble. This is something that rarely occurs in the history of the Nine Dawn Sacred Ground, which also indicates that the Nine Dawn Sacred Ground has encountered a big problem. Aunt Yen is going to the Nine Dawn Sacred Ground, and I wanted to ask if you're going to go or not? Qin Wuyao had already reminded Lu Ran in a sideways manner that the Jiuli Sacred Land was now dangerous, but did not explain it in detail. It was just that, with Qin Wuyao's intelligence, she naturally guessed that the reason was the Yellow Springs Holy Land. The Yellow Springs Holy Maiden being killed could be considered a disaster of doom for the Yellow Springs Holy Land. It wasn't just as simple as sacrificing a talented disciple. Qin Wuyao, who was also the holy daughter of the Holy Land, knew this very well. Go, of course, Lu Ran said subconsciously. The last time he had tried 10,000 swords returning to the sacred land of Jiuli, Lu Ran had fallen in love with that place. Moreover, the Jiuli Sacred Land, where the sword Dao was in full bloom, paired with the full sword Dao sense that Lu Ran had just gained, there might be a chance to make the sword Dao go to the next level. Lu Ran's current demands were simple. Firstly, to have good wine to drink, and secondly, the improvement of his own sword Dao. Both of these were related to Lu Ran's growth, and Lu Ran desperately needed to be strong. Qin Wuyao's eyes dimmed slightly as she nodded and said, "All right, wait for me here. I'll be right over." Qin Wuyao murmured, got up and opened the side door, walked to the small room next to her, and closed the door with her backhand. Lu Ran was a little puzzled as to what Qin Wuyao was doing, and after thinking about it, he sneaked out of bed and touched it. Inside the room, Qin Wuyao lightly bit her lips, slowly reaching out to undo the clothes on her body, the blasphemous clothes, and what she was wearing inside was a protective treasure armor that was as thin as a cicada's wing, and somewhat similar to Lu Ran's Chi Dragon treasure armor. Without hesitation, she carefully removed the precious armor. At this time, Lu Ran probed his head through the doorway and looked in curiously. This look did not matter. The young girl's bare jade back was presented in front of her eyes. Lu Ran's head exploded with a buzz. I'll rub it in. Traveling through the Kyushu for 20 years. How have I ever seen this kind of light? And Qin Wuyao also immediately noticed that something was wrong. Originally her back was to Lu Ran. She subconsciously turned sideways to look over. The four eyes were looking at each other. Qin Wuyao was looking at Lu Ran, but Lu Ran's eyes were not on Qin Wuyao's face. But Qin Wuyao belonged to the status of petite and small, not so much as to look horizontally, but this angle, although not large, perfectly fit Lu Ran's requirements and aesthetics. Lu Ran. Qin Wuyao reached out to protect her key areas, gritting her teeth and squeezing two words out from between her teeth, her eyes almost spitting fire. Pong! The door to the room was brought up by Lu Ran. Then a rustling sound was heard from inside. Not long after, Qin Wuyao pulled open the door to her room, her eyes glaring angrily at Lu Ran, her cheeks still scarlet. Lu Ran, on the other hand, had his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, not daring to look at Qin Wuyao's cheeks, and his face feigned to be incredibly serious and proper. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Then solemnly placing the half-altar of ancient wine in his hand on the table next to him, he opened his mouth and said, "Brother doesn't look at it in vain. Brother treats you to a drink." Qin Wuyao's chest rose and fell violently as she took one step to the table. Staring dead at Lu Ran, he asked, "Bastard, you saw it all." Lu Ran, on the other hand, said, "Don't worry, it's not obvious to see because it's not very big." Before he finished his words, sensing Qin Wuyao's eyes getting more and more burning, Lu Ran hurriedly coughed twice to stop. But unexpectedly, Qin Wuyao surprisingly did not continue to be angry. Instead, with a grim expression, he placed the item in his hand in front of Lu Ran and said, "Forget it. I can't help it as a holy maiden. What is this? You put this on." Lu Ran looked at Qin Wuyao suspiciously, and the usual quirky Qin Wuyao, at this moment, a touch of sadness surfaced on her face. "What do you mean? What is this?" Puzzled, Lu Ran picked the thing up and looked closer. Into the hand slightly hot, between the nostrils can also smell the wisps of the unique body fragrance of the young girl, and then associated with Qin Wuyao's actions just now, this seems to be Qin Wuyao personal wear things? Sure enough, Qin Wuyao immediately said, "Ice silkworm clothes, quenched with sinking silkworms. I'm not in a good position to stop you on this trip to the Holy Land of Nine Dawns. But the dangers are many, so if you wear it, you'll be able to insure yourself a bit. Lu Ran looked at Qin Wuyao with some consternation. This guy had even let Lu Ran have his personal armor. However, Lu Ran shook his head and handed the ice silkworm cloth back, saying, I have precious armor. And, since the Jiuli sacred ground is full of dangers, you have to protect yourself as well. After saying that, he peeled back the clothes on his chest and let Qin Wuyao see. Inside, covered by the close-fitting skin, was none other than the not-so-obvious dragon scale imprint of the Qi dragon treasure armor. Qin Wuyao fiercely recalled the black dragon on Lu Ran's body outside the Red Lotus Cave. That should be the protective effect of Lu Ran's protective treasure armor. Only then did she not insist and took the ice silkworm clothes back, nodding her head in satisfaction, saying, Counting on you having a bit of a conscience in that case. Let's go, Aunt Yen is waiting. Instead, the matter of being looked over by Lu Ran just now seemed to have been put behind her. Chapter 37. 6 Sword Tablet. Just one day later, Yen Tianxin brought Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao, as well as a few elders from the Heavenly Tao Alliance, to arrive at the holy mountain of the Jiuli Holy Land, the 10,000 Swords Mound. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao had come here once, and Lu Ran had even used the 10,000 swords to roughly sense it. But this time, when he really came to the top of the holy mountain, Lu Ran realized that the scale of this 10,000 swords graveyard was much bigger than what he had felt earlier, which was something that could only be personally felt on the ground by standing on the top of the holy mountain. Unlike other spiritual mountain treasures, the entire 10,000 sword mound vegetation trees were not lush, and even a bit sparse. From the top of the mountain downwards, there were swords of various kinds stuck everywhere. Long swords, short swords, thin swords, broadswords, etc. Lu Ran casually approached one. It was a long sword, beautifully modeled, but because of its age, there was some inevitable decay. Lu Ran reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword and tried to pull it out, but the long sword didn't budge. Even Lu Ran used his spiritual power, but the more he exerted himself, the more he felt as if the long sword and the 10,000 swords graveyard were combined as one. The harder one pushed, the stronger that resistance of the heavenly Tao rules became, and it didn't feel like one was trying to pull out a sword, but more like one was trying to pull up an entire holy mountain. There's no need to try, although the 10,000 swords graveyard is plugged with all sorts of divine weapons, because of the suppression of the heavenly Tao rules left over from the ancient battlefields. The entire holy mountain is all of a piece, and none of them can be pulled out. Yen Tianxin said to Lu Ran. Qin Wuyao had said the same thing, and Lu Ran decisively gave up. But he was certain that, with his 10,000 swords, he could pull out and manipulate all the swords here. One must know that according to Qin Wuyao and Yen Tianxin, among these, there was even no shortage of heavenly-grade divine armaments. The Earth Order is even more numerous, and in the outside world, a handful of Shen rank could be in existence that many sects would grab their heads for. At the same time, Lu Ran can also feel if there is a sword gas in the whole holy mountain dense flow, as if the whole mountain in the general breathing slowly floating. No wonder the Jiuli Holy Land chose to make this place their base camp. It was simply a paradise for sword cultivators. Several people entered through the mountain gate. First, he was taken to the compartment to rest. Passing the back of the arena on the way was a considerably smaller square. Surrounding the plaza were 6 huge sculptures of sharp swords stuck in the ground, with 1/3 of the swords missing and the rest above the ground. The exposed ones were also tens of feet high. Even if he was just close, he could instantly feel several complicated and different sword chi intertwined around him, which were not lethal and were completely scattered. Lu Ran was taken aback. What was this place for? At this moment, Yen Tianxin, who was beside him, seemed to have seen through Lu Ran's doubts at a glance and introduced, "This is the sword tablet, something used to test a disciple's talent." Lu Ran was a bit stunned. Sword tablet? How come it sounded a bit like cursing? Curious, he asked, "How do you test it?" Yen Tianxin said, "Enter the small square and communicate the sword monument with your divine thoughts. There are 6 in total. As long as you can successfully communicate with one of them to make it react, it will be fine." Lu Ran raised his eyebrows and said, "It's that simple? Just communicate with whichever one you want." At those words, not only Yen Tianxin, but even Qin Wuyao and the attendant in charge of leading the way were in a state of tears and laughter. The hexagonal sword monument of the Jiuli Holy Land was notorious. The minimum requirement for successive holy lords was that they needed to successfully perceive at least 2 of them in order to do so. For example, the current holy lord, the sword Dao wizard Lu Qinghe, who was already honored as the sword saint, was able to perceive 2 of them. Successive generations of Holy Lords also basically had 2, only the first Holy Lord of the Jiuli Holy Land had managed to perceive 3 of them, causing 3 to react. After that, there was no one else. Furthermore, being able to perceive the sword tablets is not only proof of their own talent, but with each one can gain great benefits from them and enhance one's sword Dao cultivation. Yan Tianxin added. It can be considered a fame and fortune. Lu Ran immediately came to interest, only single sense to pretend he is not interested, but to say that can enhance the sword cultivation, this feeling's good. Can I try? Lu Ran asked curiously. No, only the disciples of the Jiuli Holy Land are qualified to enter it, and Lu Ran, although you are a mixed sword body, that is only your physique, the mixed sword body as a sword cultivator has a fast cultivation speed, but the senses, which originate from the divine soul, have nothing to do with the physique. Yan Tianxin said persuasively to Lu Ran. Lu Ran was not a disciple of the Holy Land and was not qualified to enter the small square in the middle of the 6 sword monuments. And the hexagonal sword monument has stood here for thousands of years. Aside from successive generations of holy masters, very few disciples were able to perceive even one. Instead of getting frustrated after hearing this, Lu Ran's eyes got even more messed up. Coincidence is not it, before coming to the Nine Dawns Holy Land, Lu Ran has just finished hungover to obtain the reward, is the sword Dao sense of full level. We may not be good at other things, but I'm full of sense. But unfortunately, only the disciples of the Jiuli Holy Land were qualified to go into the small square to participate. Let's go to the compartment first, Yao Yao. In a while you'll come with me to meet the Holy Lord. Lu Ran will just take a casual look around the neighborhood. You can pass around with my Yen Luo order, but don't go far. Yan Tianxin instructed. Yan Tianxin was there to meet the Holy Lord to report for duty, and Qin Wuyao, as the Holy Maiden of Yao Qi, naturally had to perform the rituals as well. But Lu Ran, Yan Tianxin did not intend to bring it there for the time being, or rather, it was not the right time yet. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. After determining the location of the compartments, Yan Tianxin and Qin Wuyao instructed Lu Ran to memorize the location of the compartments before going to sneak around. Lu Ran had nothing to do, so he skipped around the neighborhood. This 10,000 sword mound above the holy mountain, and does not look so bleak halfway up the mountainside, solemn, and there is no jingoistic atmosphere. Instead, the birds and flowers were fragrant, and there were no divine swords stuck in the ground all around. With lush trees and small bridges, it was hard to imagine that it was such a very different scene at the head of the 10,000 sword mound. Lu Ran hadn't been here before, so he didn't have a target, and remembering the hexagonal sword tablet from earlier, he raised his foot and walked over. This time Lu Ran did more than just watch from the sidelines. He swept around and didn't see any guards, so he directly lifted his foot and walked in. Stepping into it, instantly, the sword chi became even more dense, but the sword chi did not have any killing intent. It was just pure sword chi roaming around, even a bit sheepish. Lu Ran turned his head to look around. There were quite a number of Holy Land disciples who were sitting on their knees within the small square, their cultivation state constantly communicating with their divine thoughts to the sword monuments around them, in a vain attempt to be able to make one of them react. This was the only chance to reach heaven in one step in the Jiuli Holy Land. Even if you are an odd job disciple, the kitchen fire, as long as you are able to communicate with any of these sword monuments to make it react, you can immediately become a cabinet disciple of the Jiuli Holy Land focus on cultivation. Lu Ran curiously looked at the 6 sword monuments, and only after walking into this did he realize that the sword monuments were not bare. Above the sword's body, dragons and phoenixes were carved with a variety of different styles of patterns, some of which were like an earthly purgatory, while others were like spiritual mountains and blessed places, to name a few. Lu Ran didn't sit down. He just stood in place. His eyes narrowed slightly as he attempted to extend his divine thoughts out, covering and connecting to one of the closest sword monuments, just barely breathing. The scenes of earthly purgatory engraved on top of that sword steel seemed to come alive, and the flame patterns actually began to rise and wriggle. Chapter 38, The Holy Maiden of 9 Lives. Inside the plaza, all the other disciples were meditating peacefully, trying to perceive the sword tablet. Only one girl, who had just entered not long ago, stood in front of a sword monument and scrutinized it. She didn't enter a state of cultivation. Instead, she stood in the same place as Lu Ran and communicated with the sword tablet with her divine thoughts. And every time before she meditated here, she would observe it like this for a while. After looking at it for a while, the girl shook her head and was about to sit down to practice. Suddenly, he saw the flame patterns on the sword tablet in front of him begin to wriggle. The girl's eyes snapped open, her heart racing, thinking that it was his divine thoughts that had successfully caused the sword tablet to react. At that moment, The girl pushed her divine thoughts with all her might, but she realized that the sword tablet had become indifferent, and the image of the flaming ripples writhing just now had disappeared as well. Is it hard to believe that it's an illusion? Of course it wasn't an illusion anymore, but Lu Ran withdrew his divine thoughts. He had only come today to try, not really to sense the 6 sword tablets. After all, Yan Tianxin had made it very clear that only disciples of the Jiuli sacred ground were qualified to enter this square to sense the sword tablet. Lu Ran was not a disciple of the Jiuli Holy Land. He had entered in violation of the law. It seems that we have to find a way to get involved with the Jiuli Holy Land. Lu Ran mused. Join the Jiuli Holy Land? Impossible. Lu Ran would never allow himself to become a disciple of any sect, nor did he want to serve any sect. But how do you operate without adding the 9 lives Holy Land and wanting to obtain the qualification to properly sense the sword tablet here? As he was thinking, a scolding voice suddenly came to his ears. Who are you and who let you in? Lu Ran turned his head to look and realized that it was a valiant girl wearing a green-colored sword robe, 2 completely different types from Qin Wuyao. Qin Wuyao was lively and dynamic, while the girl in front of her was cold and sharp. Just standing there alone was like a sharp sword about to come out of its sheath, asking you what kind of person dare to trespass into the hexagonal sword monument area. The girl continued to inquire. Many of the surrounding disciples heard the commotion and exited from their cultivation state, getting up and consciously surrounding Lu Ran in the center. Some of the disciples stood behind the girl, eyeing Lu Ran. The disciple uniforms on them were all pretty much the same. Even the girl, the chest position above her green sword robe was embroidered with the same dragon totem as the other disciples. That was the symbol of the Jiuli Holy Land. Obviously, this girl's status in the Jiuli Holy Land was not low. My name is Lu Ran. I followed Aunt Yen here. Lu Ran knew that he was being unreasonable and smiled. I didn't know that outsiders of the clan are not allowed to enter here, so I'm really sorry. After saying that, Lu Ran pulled out the Yen Luo order that Yan Tianxin had given him. Aunt Yen? Yan Tianxin of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The girl was stunned, especially when she saw the Yen Luo order. The killing intent on her body immediately tightened up. The person who could get the Yan Tianxin Yen Luo order obviously had an extraordinary relationship with Yan Tianxin. This is a place that only disciples of the Jiuli Holy Land are qualified to enter. You can't be here, the girl said. Then he made a gesture of please, while leading the way in front himself to take Lu Ran out. Lu Ran naturally did not have the slightest lingering. His test purpose had already been achieved. Full-level sword Dao sense to sense the 6 sword monuments. A sense of one. Now it just lacks a proper identity and justification. My name is Chu Tianjiao. You shouldn't be a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Alliance either, right? The girl inquired as she led Lu Ran out of the square. How do you know? Lu Ran froze. The disciples of the various sects under the Jiuli sacred land basically know the importance of the hexagonal sword monument to Jiuli, and that outsiders are not allowed to enter, so if they are disciples of the Heaven's Path Alliance, there's no way they wouldn't know about it. Chu Tianjiao said casually. But in fact, Lu Ran was aware of it. Yan Tianxin Fang had told him about it. He just saw that no one was watching and went in on his own. Rather, it was the girl in front of him that Lu Ran remembered. Qin Wuyao had mentioned it when she was chatting with him. The holy daughter of the Jiuli Holy Land, Chu Tianjiao. Also mentioned was the holy maiden of the Kunlun Holy Land, Xiaoying. The 4 saints 4. The holy maiden of Yaoqi Qin Wuyao. Chu Tianjiao, the holy maiden of Jiuli. Yellow Springs holy maiden Yen Fel.
Kunlun Holy Maiden Xiaoying.
At that time, Lu Ran was still wondering why there were no holy sons among the holy girls of the 4 holy places, all of whom were girls. He originally thought it was a coincidence, but Qin Wuyao told him that in the 4 great holy places, there had never been a holy son, and in all generations it had always been a holy maiden. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. As for the reason, Qin Wuyao didn't say it, and it seemed to be quite complicated behind it. The Chu Tianjiao in front of him had a fairly polite attitude and cautioned, "Don't come to the hexagonal sword monument in the future. It's okay to look outside, but you can't go in. This is the rules of the Jiuli Holy Land, and when the higher-ups find out about it, most likely they'll still have to chastise you." Lu Ran's mind was being jumbled with other thoughts, so he sniffed and nodded casually. At that exact moment, Qin Wuyao suddenly stood out from the slash, pulling Lu Ran behind her as she looked at Chu Tianjiao warily. Frowning, he said, "Tianjiao, what do you mean? Can't beat me and come to target my friend?" Chu Tianjiao raised his eyebrows without saying a word. He drew his long sword with a rubbing sound, staring angrily at Qin Wuyao, and said in a cold voice, "The last time we cut a deal, It was by you that you drilled a hole in the ground. Talking about not being able to beat you. If you don't want to serve, let's give it a try. Qin Wuyao was not willing to show weakness and offered the crimson moon ring. Glaring angrily at each other, the atmosphere of the scene was tense. Yan Tianxin slowly walked over, crying and laughing. All right, you two have been fighting since you were kids. I really don't know what's so great about it. Lu Ran, you come with me, the sage wants to see you. It was only after these words came out that Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao subsided. These two girls were of similar age and could be said to have played together until they were old, or to be exact, to have fought from childhood, from the time of a little girl who could not yet use a sword, and also had to clench their little fists and beat each other up. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi and the Holy Lord of Jiuli both had headaches. With the relationship between Yaoqi and Jiuli, these two saints should have been like sisters, but the result is the opposite, simply born to each other. Chu Tianjiao looked at Lu Ran with some surprise. Because Lu Ran was holding the order of Yen Luo given by Yan Tianxin, she expected Lu Ran to have an outstanding identity, but she didn't expect that it could make Qin Wuyao this nervous. From childhood to adulthood, with her understanding of Qin Wuyao, this Lu Ran was still the first. Looking at Yan Tianxin's demeanor as she spoke with Lu Ran, it made Chu Tianjiao even more curious about Lu Ran's identity. Now, surprisingly, he was even received by the Holy Lord. Lu Ran had no doubts and followed Yan Tianxin. He was about to look for an opportunity to legitimately enter the hexagonal sword monument. And now that he had the chance to meet the Holy Lord, he would see what he could do. Chu Tianjiao immediately followed because he was curious, and Qin Wuyao stopped in front of Chu Tianjiao with a swish. What are you doing? The person the Sage Lord wants to see is Lu Ran. There's nothing for you. Qin Wuyao raised her eyebrows in a tit-for-tat manner. What? Aren't you curious as to why the Holy Lord received your friend? Chu Tianjiao asked rhetorically. She knew Qin Wuyao too well, and with one sentence, she instantly aroused Qin Wuyao's interest. After pondering for a few seconds, he no longer paid attention to Chu Tianjiao, turned around and quickly followed. The corner of Chu Tianjiao's mouth slightly curved up in a smug arc and followed closely behind. Chapter 39. Not everyone is eligible. The crowd made their way to the council chamber. Inside the council chamber, the 10 temples of hell, the 4 great sword sects, and the top echelons of the Holy Land were all here. They formed a circle, and when they saw Yan Tianxin bring people in, they turned their heads to look. Yan Tianxin and Lu Ran came in first, while Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao followed behind. Holy Lord! As soon as Qin Wuyao entered, her eyes lit up and she excitedly rushed over to one of the women wearing plain white neon clothing. The woman's gaze is warm, her skin is like condensed fat, and underneath the plain white gauzy neon dress, her proud stature is faintly visible. On her absolutely beautiful face, a light smile hung on her face, and when she saw Qin Wuyao, she instantly narrowed her eyes and smiled. And in an instant, the atmosphere in the room was somewhat charming. Lu Ran was taken aback. What a demonic woman! This reminds Lu Ran of a poem. Kiln-side people like the moon, white wrist condensation frost snow. Yao Yao, you haven't been back to Yaoqi for a few days? And you haven't been at the Heavenly Mechanics building lately? The woman asked with a smile. No one in the crowd dared to squeak. They didn't dare to squeak because of the woman's transcendent status. She was the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, Zhu Sha Luo, but even Lu Qinghe kept quiet at this time. Well, not in, went out to play, Qin Wuyao said smilingly. Then he turned his head to Lu Ran, reached out his hand and said, he is my friend, Lu Ran. Oh! Zhu Sha Luo's beautiful eyes swept towards Lu Ran. It was also the first time she had seen Qin Wuyao getting so close to a male of her age. It was then that Lu Qinghe spoke up and asked, Tianxin, the Lu Ran you're talking about, is he the one? Yan Tianxin nodded, pulled Lu Ran to his side, and said, that's right. Lu Ran a little confused. What the hell is me? Do what? Lu Qinghe sniffed, walked to Lu Ran, and with a sweep of his eyes he said, mixed yuan sword body, indeed a good seedling, but unfortunately born absolutely. Huh? No, this kid peak yuaning late stage? How did this happen? Worthy of being the Holy Lord of the Jiuli Holy Land. Lu Qinghe didn't even touch Lu Ran, and with just one glance, he saw through all of Lu Ran. No, not all of them. Lu Ran can have too many secrets that are not visible in any way. Lu Qinghe was suddenly surprised. Being born with an extinct vein, it was reasonable to say that one would not be able to obtain spiritual power no matter what, as there were not even any meridians. It's been that way for millions of years. But this kid in front of me, the hybrid sword body, although it is a natural sword cultivator material, but it was born with an extinct vein. It should have been abolished, but on the contrary, it is the peak of the late stage of the Yuaning period. Cultivating to the peak of the late Yuaning stage at this grade, the talent is really good, and being born with an extinct vein and still being able to reach this realm, it's also considered odd. But even so, wanting to become a Jili guest secretary is not enough to qualify for it, is it? Lu Qinghe said as he looked towards Yan Tianxin. Lu Ran probably heard it. Yan Tianxin recommended Lu Ran to become a guest minister of the Jiuli Holy Land? To be honest, Lu Ran was a bit dissatisfied in his heart. He, the party concerned, didn't even know that Yan Tianxin had taken matters into her own hands. Lu Ran was determined not to join any power. Seemingly seeing through Lu Ran's displeasure, Yan Tianxin hurriedly explained to Lu Ran, a guest secretary is not joining the Holy Land, but rather being invited as a guest because of their strength, enjoying the benefits and treatment of the Holy Land, but no more than serving the Holy Land. Lu Ran heard, there is such a good thing? Total entitlement, no work, and no need to be bound to the Holy Land? But what about the Holy Map? And as a guest secretary, the Holy Land in times of crisis, you can choose to help the Holy Land, of course, is not forced. It all depends on your own. You do not want to help, spread your hands and leave also no harm. The guest secretary is like this. To help is the friendship. Do not help also no one will say anything. Yan Tianxin added. Lu Ran probably got it. It is to look for helpers, spend money to keep the experts, and when the Holy Land is in trouble, expect the experts to help the Holy Land. However, this also meant that the strength of the other party was completely affirmed by the Holy Land. Right now, Lu Qinghe's skepticism was a result of this. Lu Ran isn't qualified enough. Although it was a mixed sword body, although it was born with an extinct vein and still gained spiritual power, and the realm had also reached the peak of the late Yuaning stage, but it didn't even have a transformation spirit, so if he wanted to become a guest secretary of the Jili Sacred Ground to enjoy the welfare benefits, it was simply impossible. Within the territory of the Jili Holy Land, there could be too many cultivators in the Yuaning realm, and the status of guest secretary was so honorable that it even surpassed the 10 temples of Hades and the 4 great sword sects on a certain level. Second only to the Holy Lord, it could be regarded as one person under 10,000 people, and it didn't have to work, didn't have to take on any responsibilities or obligations. Just looking at this, of course, is not enough, but Lu Ran, unlike others, is just... Yan Tianxin looked at Lu Ran in deep thought and asked, Lu Ran, are you willing to become a guest minister of the Jiuli Holy Land? I'm just raising a recommendation. You can refuse if you don't want to. Lu Ran, however, directly said, promise, of course. Why not? Not having to work, not having to be constrained, and not being considered a person of the Holy Land, but instead enjoying treatment and a portion of power, this was a proper benefit. 100 years after the dream of the great Luo sword sect, Lu Ran has long since seen and understood what kind of bull-teacher friendship people do not take care of themselves, heaven and earth. Hearing Lu Ran's promise, Yan Tianxin looked overjoyed. Right now, because of Yan Lu's death, the situation between the Jiuli Sacred Land and the Yellow Spring Sacred Land was becoming more and more tense, and they might have to fight one day. The two sides were at war, and aside from the two Holy Lords, the rest of the Holy Land's manpower, the main battlefield was these transformation spirit realms of theirs. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Whichever side had more transfiguration realms was a bit more dominant. Lu Ran, on the other hand, although he was only at the Yuaning realm, and he didn't know how he managed to do it, his could indeed easily suppress a transformation god. Compared to the other Hakusan realm Hakusans, Lu Ran, alone, could stand up to all the rest of the Hakusans. But Lu Qinghe didn't know this, so he frowned slightly and said, Tianxin, why don't I understand what you mean? This little brother's talent is indeed good, but as a guest minister, it's really... Lu Ran, demonstrate. Yan Tianxin said to Lu Ran. Originally, she had planned to block the news to hide Lu Ran and secretly cultivate him. But Lu Ran was able to casually subdue transformation gods, so there was no need to hide. Of course, the premise still depends on Lu Ran's own mind. Yan Tianxin is only recommending if Lu Ran is willing, then of course it's the best. And now, it was just a matter of proving Lu Ran's ability to convince Lu Qinghe. Lu Ran pondered for a few seconds and asked, does becoming a guest minister qualify you to sense the sword tablet in the hexagonal sword tablet area? Lu Qinghe froze and subconsciously said, of course you can, although the guest ministers are not under the Holy Land, but they have a lot of power, it's just the hexagonal sword monument. There's no problem to go in and out as you please. The guest ministers weren't expected to be able to perceive the sword tablet anyway, because it was too difficult. Countless guest ministers in the history of the 9 Lives Sacred Land had never been able to perceive a single sword steel until now. Therefore, Lu Ran really has the ability to become a guest minister, Just play with it however you want, the power is still great. Lu Ran then settled his mind, and with a spread of his left hand, the cold sword Jiangyu appeared in his left hand, and his right hand stretched out immediately after, the inferno blade burning sky. The crowd looked curious, this ice and fire two swords look quite bluff and pretty. But what is the use? In the next second, a coldness around Lu Ran centered on Lu Ran, as if a gale was rising from the ground. Frosty cold sword intent. Chapter 40. Isn't this bullying an honest man? It wasn't the first time Lu Ran had used the frost cold sword intent. And this time it was a waking state, so a reasonable control of the frost cold sword intent's envelopment was within the council chamber. Everyone felt it. Sword intent. Lu Qinghe was taken aback. None of the people present were ordinary, and none of their realms were low. However, against the sword intent released by a Yuaning realm, one still felt a chill through the body. And it's you. The sword intent that covered the snow for 1,000 miles before was released by you. I thought it was cast by some sword Dao giant, but I didn't realize it was you. At such a young age, only at the Yuaning realm, you have sword intent? The crowd looked dumbfounded, but on the contrary, the four great sword sect's patriarchs were very calm here. Che, haven't seen the world. Chao Yuan skimmed his lips and said, but he had forgotten that when he was at the Wine King's banquet, his Chao Yuan's reaction was nothing more than that. Lu Qinghe looked at Yan Tianxin and solemnly said, I see, this is the reason why you recommended him as a guest secretary. But such a good seedling, how good is it to enter my Jiuli Holy Land as a disciple? I am willing to personally teach. But as a guest secretary, it's not too much to ask. To put it bluntly, it still felt that Lu Ran was not qualified. But with the abilities and talents Lu Ran had shown so far, as a disciple, he was simply a deluded and rare treasure. Yan Tianxin smiled without saying a word. This was just where she was, just based on the mixed sword body and frost cold sword intent. She also didn't think that Lu Ran had the qualifications to become a guest minister of the Nine Lives Sacred Ground. Lu Ran, on the other hand, after casting the frost cold sword intent, heard Lu Qinghe's words and knew that this point was not enough to impress him. So, with a clench of his teeth, an incomparably hot aura began to bloom above the inferno blade burning sky, covering out towards the surroundings. The frost cold sword intent was cold to the bone, and the robbing fire sword intent burned the 8 directions. At this moment, in the entire parlor, everyone's face changed, but compared to this weird ice and fire 9 heavens feeling, they were more concerned about this guy, the dual sword intent. Throughout the ages, in the greatness of the vast land of the 9 states, how has such a wizard ever appeared? Countless sword cultivators' lifelong dream is to realize the awakening of their own sword intent. But too many people, even the sword intent of the hare, cannot feel one. Possessing a kind of sword intent was enough to ascend to the ranks of the powerful, and his future achievements would definitely not be small. And double sword intent, holy, never seen that before. Lu Qinghe's eyes bulged out as he looked around in surprise. At the same time, everyone realized something was wrong. At the same time, when the sword intent of the fire thief covered out, the ground began to blossom with a flaming lotus flower, crystal clear and beautiful, but it caused everyone to jump up with a roar as if they were rabbits. Red lotus robbing fire. This second sword intent can actually catalyze the red lotus robbing flame. OMG! I almost ran into it. What kind of demon is this kid? Even this thing can get out. The council chamber was in a flash of chicken. It was evident that everyone was incredibly familiar with the Red Lotus Cave. Yan Tianxin pacified everyone and said, there is no need to panic, Lu Ran's realm is low. The Red Lotus robber fire spawned by the sword intent is far from as terrifying as the Red Lotus robber fire of the Red Lotus Cave heaven. But I still advise everyone not to touch it easily, although it is not to the point of death. But the taste, it is also definitely not pleasant. Lu Qinghe's breathing appeared rapid. He murmured, dual sword intentions. Rare in the world. Lu Ran, are you willing to join the Jiuli Holy Land? I will grant you all the resources. Personally cultivate your sword Dao. To be honest, it was very tempting. The Holy Lord of the Nine Dawns Holy Land personally promised and personally cultivated it. If this were outside, countless people would probably be crowding their heads. However, Lu Ran shook his head, dispersed his sword intent, and said, not interested. I am not going to join any power. I only want to become a guest minister. This? Lu Qinghe was a little hesitant. It was simply cruel that such a good seedling could not be attributed to the Jiuli Holy Land for cultivation. Moreover, it is not Lu Qinghe Inc. really is Lu Ran, although the talent is heaven-defying, rare in the world, but his realm is too low, the peak of the late stage of the Yuaning, and even the god of transformation has not reached. How is this qualified to become a guest secretary? Even if Lu Qinghe wants to keep Lu Ran, temporarily promised Lu Ran guest secretary will stay in the Jiuli Holy Land, because the guest secretary itself does not belong to the Jiuli, so in the end, may also be a basket of water. Lu Ran want to go away who cannot stay. Therefore, Lu Qinghe was a bit hesitant and indecisive. At the same time, Zhu Shaluo seemed to have thought of something and looked at Qin Wuyao by his side. Qin Wuyao read her mind in an instant and said with her ear attached, "It was my master who told me to go find him. Do you remember what my master said about the great Luo sword sect?" Vermilion San Luo froze and nodded. Of course she remembered. She and Yu Guizi were still familiar with each other. That old piker had been chanting for 20 years now that a huge blessing existed within a second-rate sect of the Luo sword sect. Did Zhu Shaluo's expression shook as he looked toward Lu Ran? Could it be him? Double sword intent. Rare indeed. It was also odd for a natural-born extinct vein to be able to cultivate to the peak of the late Yuaning stage. But every time Yu Guizi talked about that blessed fate he was blowing to the sea, Zhu Shaluo somewhat doubt that the Lu Ran at the moment is that blessed fate or not. At this moment, Qin Wuyao continued to whisper, "About 10 days ago, when I first found Lu Ran, he was still in the Qi practicing realm. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post." The moment these words came out, Rao Zhu Shaluo's face changed. 10 days. From practicing Qi all the way through the breakthrough advancement to the peak of the late Yuaning stage. And it is also a natural-born extinct vein itself, coupled with the fact that Lu Ran was so young. Yet he unexpectedly possessed a dual sword intent that had never been seen before in all of history. That's right. It's him. Lu Ran, if you're willing, I can promise you that you'll become a guest minister of the Yaohe Holy Land, and the resources and treatment will definitely be quite a bit better than the Jiuli Holy Land. Zhu Shaluo spoke without hesitation. Robbing people? Lu Qinghe froze and looked at Zhu Shaluo. He knew Zhu Shaluo too well. Zhu Shaluo loved talent, but the underlying rules would not change. That is, Yao Qi has not existed any male disciple since the ancient times. Even the guest ministers don't want a male. Even if the talent is better, Zhu Shaluo will not modify this rule. But now, could it be because of Lu Ran's dual sword intent? Or maybe it was something else that he didn't know about. He suddenly saw Qin Wuyao again, who had come together beside Zhu Shaluo. It must be that Qin Wuyao and Zhu Shaluo had said something, and Qin Wuyao herself, in addition to still being the eldest princess of the great Qin immortal court, was also the true disciple of Jade Guizi of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Jade Guillotine. Thinking of this, Lu Qinghe's face changed violently. Whatever was hidden behind this, he didn't dare hesitate any longer. Good. From now on, Lu Ran, you are the guest minister of the 9 Lives Holy Land, Lu Qinghe said immediately. The crowd was taken aback. So dry? Just now, they were still hesitating, but now the 2 great holy lands snatching Lu Ran. Offhand, at this moment, a discordant voice rang out from the field. "I disagree." The crowd turned their heads to see that it was actually Mu Yunzong, one of the current guest ministers. He was full of arrogance and said indignantly, "A Yuaning junior, presuming to be my equal. So what if he has dual sword intentions? Such a guest secretary? Under the crisis of the Jiuli Holy Land, he is of no use." Yan Tianxin, however, brightened up. This Mu Yunzong, she knew, the strength of the peak of the late stage of the transformation god realm, coupled with its special physique Mingzun Lili body, cultivated or heavenly demon overlord body. The defense power is amazing. In the transformation god realm can walk horizontally. That's why he was able to become a guest minister. And just now, Yan Tianxin saw that Lu Qinghe hesitated, knowing that he was still obsessed with Lu Ran's realm strength being too low, and was thinking of finding some way for Lu Ran to prove himself. This Mu Yunzong jumped out. It's a good thing that the gun hits the head. On the contrary, Mu Yunzong was still unaware of this and said provocatively, "Lu Qinghe, I'll give you 2 choices. Either accept him as a guest minister and I'll leave, or let him fight me and beat me. I'll kneel down and ask him to come up to the seat of a guest minister." When these words came out, the crowd frowned, and even Lu Qinghe looked displeased. What's with the threats? Moreover, you, a peak late-stage transformation spirit iron bastard, wanting someone else's Yuaning realm Lu Ran to fight you? Isn't this bullying an honest person? Then let's fight. Lu Ran suddenly opened his mouth indifferently, looking straight at Mu Yunzong, and added, "But fighting is fine. I'll say it in front. Swords are blind. If I kill you, Jiuli can't blame me. After all, the sword moves slaughters God." Chapter 41, Insulting the Transfigured God. These words instantly shocked everyone present. Both Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo were shocked. These two great holy lords were now determined to pull Lu Ran in as a guest minister. It would be a real loss if anything happened. Favorably, Lu Ran had actually agreed to Mu Yunzong's provocation. Those who were familiar with the Jiuli Holy Land knew the terror of this person Mu Yunzong, who probably didn't have a very powerful means of attack and completely cultivated physical defense. That was a defense that had already been cultivated to the extreme at the God transformation realm. The innate Mingzun Liuli body, the cultivation technique, or the defensive type heavenly demon overlord body, paired with his defensive treasures, it was simply an iron bastard. Within the same realm of the spirit transformation realm, almost no one could break Mu Yunzong's defense. With so many members of the Jiuli Holy Land present, so many bigwigs of the transformation god realm, no one dared to say that they could completely pin down Mu Yunzong. Why did Lu Ran dare to challenge Mu Yunzong instead? Although Mu Yunzong cultivated defense and didn't have many means of attack, he was still in the spirit transformation realm no matter what, and he was still at the peak of the late spirit transformation realm. Lu Ran was only at the Yuaning realm, and the gap between Yuaning and transformation god was like a heavenly rift. It's something that's a complete order of magnitude different, and it's obvious what the result will be. The only ones who truly knew Lu Ran's terror were probably Qin Wuyao and Yan Tianxin. The two of them knew that Lu Ran could suppress transformation spirits at will, but they associated it with Mu Yunzong's characteristics. Yan Tianxin was still worried. Lu Ran, play it safe. This Mu Yunzong cultivates defense. You won't necessarily be able to take him down. Lu Qinghe also hurriedly said, Lu Ran, you can't say this nonsense. You are already a guest minister now. We are all on our own. How bad is it to fight? But before Lu Ran could say anything, Mu Yunzong was the first to laugh in anger. Good, good, good. Mu Yunzong gritted his teeth and said, Kid, you've successfully provoked me. Since that's the case, let's fight. I'll let you have 10 moves. No, let you have 100 moves. Let's see how capable you are. Mu Yunzong was that angry. He was quite moist in this Nine Dawns Holy Land, although he was a guest secretary, but because of his powerful strength, the Nine Dawns Holy Land, in addition to the Holy Lord, had to be slightly respectful when they saw him. Right now, a rash young man suddenly appeared, and although the talent was indeed heaven-defying, but as a result, it made Mu Yunzong's heart extremely unhappy, especially seeing the scene of the two great Saint Masters grabbing someone. He, Mu Yunzong, didn't even have that treatment. To put it bluntly, he was still jealous, so he refused to let Lu Ran join as a guest minister.
Mu Yunzong.
Lu Ran was just joking. Don't be impulsive. We'll talk about this matter later. Lu Qinghe said. Although he highly valued Lu Ran, at this stage it was obvious that Mu Yunzong was the one who had the greatest help for the Jiuli Sacred Ground, of course, provided that Mu Yunzong was willing to fight for the Jiuli Sacred Ground at the time of danger. This was also considered to give Mu Yunzong a step down. Mu Yunzong snorted coldly and didn't dwell on it much. After all, he also knew that Lu Ran was just a Yuaning junior that he casually took. But to my surprise, Lu Ran shook his head and said, I am not joking, moreover. Do you agree with what I just said? Swords have no eyes. If I kill this Mu Yunzong, the Jiuli Holy Land can't say anything about me, right? Lu Ran doesn't care what steps you have. He wants to prove himself and steadily become a guest secretary. Then go to the Six-Sword Monument sensation to get the prize. Mu Yunzong, the stumbling block, could just as well be used as a stepping stone. Moreover, looking at Mu Yunzong's appearance, if he didn't take him down, Lu Ran would be suppressed by this Mu Yunzong every day even if he became a guest minister. The consequences are endless. In that case, let's just get it over with while it's hot. When the sword move Slaughter God comes out, it's a sure kill. Mu Yunzong was just about to take a step down, when he instantly became furious at the words. Good. You come out with me. Mu Yunzong said no more and directly headed out.
Mu Yunzong.
There's no need for that. You sit down first and we'll talk about it later. Lu Qinghe rushed out to round up the situation. There's nothing to talk about today. Either he goes or I go. Or we'll fight. Swords have no eyes, right? Then I'll say it in advance. If I kill him, don't say that I stifle talent. After saying that, he directly walked out of the council chamber. The crowd at the scene looked at each other in disbelief. Zhu Shaluo looked at Qin Wuyao and frowned. This kid? He's too reckless? Is he always like this? Even if he is a genius with extraordinary talent, it is very difficult to grow up under this reckless character. Qin Wuyao, on the other hand, said, Lu Ran isn't reckless, and he won't necessarily lose to Mu Yunzong. It's just that, This Mu Yunzong has a special physique and technique, and I'm still a little worried about Lu Ran, if there's an accident in a while. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Sha Luo rubbed Qin Wu Yao's head and said, "Don't worry, with me here, there won't be any accidents." This was certainly what Lu Qinghe had in mind. There was no way they would let Mu Yunzong get Lu Ran killed. Yan Tianxin looked at Lu Ran worriedly and said, "Are you sure? That Mu Yunzong you probably don't know much about. He cultivates the heavenly demon hegemony body, and has defensive magic treasures, plus his special physique. Even if it's me, it's very difficult to break through his defenses." Lu Ran smiled calmly and said, "Aunt Yen, don't worry. I have my measure. It doesn't matter what kind of physique you have or what kind of magic treasure you have. As long as you are a transformation spirit, you will be killed. This is the horror of the system rewarded rule immortal law. As long as it is still a transformed god, no matter what means you use under the sword move slaying the god, it will die." After saying that, Lu Ran walked out of the council chamber right after him. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. In the open space in front of the council chamber, Mu Yunzong had already taken his position and was looking angrily at Lu Ran. He was also furious. How could he endure being told 3 times by a junior to get him killed? This naked scorn was nothing short of torture for Mu Yunzong, who was used to being complimented. Lu Ran, on the other hand, stood opposite Mu Yunzong. The rest of the group gathered around and watched the saber-rattling scene. "Kid, come on, what I said counts. I'll let you have 100 moves, so you'll know what it means to know that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven." Mu Yunzong droned in a cold voice. Lu Ran glanced at him. He didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he turned his head to look at Lu Qinghe and finally asked, "You haven't promised yet. If I accidentally kill him, you won't blame me, right?" This? Lu Qinghe is speechless. This kid is doing something, completely disregarding that Mu Yunjing. Can't you see how Mu Yunzong's face is twisted? Swords have no eyes. Won't blame you. Be careful with some cuts, point by point. Lu Qinghe said to Lu Ran, but his eyes looked at Mu Yunzong, probably also cautioning Mu Yunzong not to go too far. Lu Ran put his heart down and nodded. "That's good. Let's begin." After saying that, he looked at Mu Yunzong. "It's not necessary to let me make 100 moves. After all, to clean you up, 1 move is enough." After saying that, he raised his dual swords, but instead of attacking immediately, he flipped his wrist and put back the inferno blade burning sky, leaving only the cold sword Jiangyu in his right hand. Lu Ran is not left-handed, the inflammatory blade burning sky is not used to holding it in the left hand, and the dual swords are not good to operate while the sword move slaughtering god, 1 sword is enough. But this action looked in Mu Yunzong's eyes, and his brain exploded again, not to mention being provoked and scorned by a junior 3 times. Before starting the battle, he even retrieved a sword in front of him. This kind of insult caused Mu Yunjing's blood pressure to go straight to the sky. With a roar, "Do it! If you can hurt a hair on my head today, I will count you as a winner. But if you lose, don't blame me for being cruel." Chapter 42. Can't even block my sword? Immediately after, Mu Yunjing's skin began to transform into a kind of 7-colored glazed treasure color that was visible to the naked eye. In contrast, the whole person's aura was introverted, as if wrapped in a layer of iron. But that wasn't all. A dark red aura rose up at the same time, covering Mu Yunjing's entire body. In just an instant, both the Mingzun Liuli body and the Heavenly Demon Overlord body were used by Mu Yunzong. It was reasonable to say that Mu Yunzong didn't need to fight so hard against a Yuaning. But he was so enraged by Lu Ran's anger that he just wanted complete body defense, just so that Lu Ran couldn't hurt a single strand of his hair no matter how he attacked. Absolute strength crushing to get back. When the surrounding crowd saw Mu Yunzong's stance, their faces were a bit odd. People Lu Ran a Yuaning, Mu Yunzong really isn't that bad, right? Alas, I can't blame him. This Lu Ran is also 3 times provoking. Put me aside, I can't stand it either. Looking at Mu Yunzong's stance, I guess he definitely won't stay his hand. Before killing Lu Ran, I also have to humiliate him so that he can't break through Mu Yunjing's defense no matter what. The Heavenly Demon Overlord body and Mingzun Liuli body are fully activated, let alone Lu Ran. I can't even fight. The surrounding crowd of onlookers whispered. Qin Wuyao looked at Lu Ran with some nervousness, although she had personally seen Lu Ran subdue the 4 judges of the transformation spirit. But this Mu Yunjang was different from the others, so she didn't know whether or not Lu Ran would be able to handle it. The 2 of them, Zhu Sha Luo and Lu Qinghe, had a much purer purpose. When the situation is not right, you have to intervene immediately. It was decidedly impossible to let Mu Yunzong lay his hands on Lu Ran. For now, let's just watch Lu Ran hit the stake. Lu Ran couldn't break Mu Yunzong's defense anyway. At this stage, Mu Yunzong should not fight back in order to humiliate Lu Ran. And only when Lu Ran couldn't break Mu Yunzong's defense even though he was panting, Mu Yunzong was able to regain some face. By this time, Lu Ran had already begun to move. He carried the cold sword Jiangyu and walked towards Mu Yunjing step by step. To be honest, Lu Ran was incomparably relaxed at this time. If that Mu Yunzong really wanted to fight him fairly, Lu Ran would still have to go all out to attack first. But now, seeing this stance of Mu Yunzong bracing his defense, Lu Ran instead simplified. Just go up there and give a sword, that's all. In 3 steps, Lu Ran arrived in front of Mu Yunjing. Raising his long sword, he slashed. Seemed like a simple and plain sword. Mu Yunzong just glanced at it, then laughed softly. Even the sword intent is not used. Really despised the old man from the bottom of his heart. Okay. Then come on, I would like to see. But halfway through his words, Mu Yunzong's face changed abruptly. That plain and simple sword didn't have the slightest change, and didn't even contain much powerful spiritual energy. But in Mu Yunjing's eyes, it seemed to be infinitely enlarged. In an instant, only that one sword could be seen between heaven and earth. Even his own chi was completely locked by that sword.
Die.
Mu Yunzong didn't hesitate and couldn't care less about losing face. With a loud shout, a green, fluorescent turtle armor magic treasure was offered up by him. Between the flashes of fluttering, it wore on his body, forming a turtle armor shadow over Mu Yunjing's heavenly demon overlord body. Qi Xian Jade armor. What is this Mu Yunzong up to? The heavenly demon overlord body and the Ming Zun Liuli body aren't enough. He's even sacrificed his innate magic treasure. As for it, dealing with a Yuaning Jr. so desperately, even if you win, you won't win. In whispers all around. Click. The long sword slashed on top of the turtle armor, and a scene that surprised everyone appeared. The turtle armor instantly exploded. That was Mu Yunzong's original magic treasure. Earth rank. And it's also an Earth-ranked defensive magic treasure known for its defense. Under the urging of Mu Yunzong, who was at the peak of the late stage of the transformation spirit, he was actually shattered by a Yuaning Jr. Lu Ran's sword did not decrease in speed, slicing through the tortoise armor and pushing straight at Mu Yunzong's face. Mu Yunzong was also dumbfounded. How did the Qi Xian Jade armor that he was so proud of turn into paper mache? It was too late to think about it. The long sword had already reached his face. Mu Yunzong was unable to dodge as his chi was already locked. So he exploded his Ming Zun Liuli body and heavenly demon overlord body to the extreme once again. The dark red energy seemed to wrap around his body as if it were sticky mud. The 7-colored treasure color on the Mingzuan glazed body below also shone more brightly, but just the next second. On him. Quick slick up. Lu Ran's long sword ran through from top to bottom, and with a clang, it split on the ground. The expression on Mu Yunzong's face went from grave, to fear, to incredulity, and he opened his mouth to say something, but before he could make a sound, it split in 2. Along with Mu Yunzong's body, the 2 halves fell to the ground, one on the left and one on the right. Inside, internal organs, sinews and bones were cut through, and the sections were flat and smooth. Blood erupted without restraint, even as the sliced entrails twitched and throbbed feebly. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Lu Ran slowly withdrew his sword and looked at the scene indifferently. He wasn't the least bit surprised that it would be such an effect, sword stroke slaughtering god. As long as you are a transformation god, no matter what means you use, you will surely die. On the contrary, if a Yuaning realm cultivator had urged the turtle armor just now, Lu Ran estimated that no amount of beating would be able to break it. This is the terror given by the rules. No wonder it's called immortal law. Rather, it was this scene that made Lu Ran somewhat curious. If he used the same immortal technique of 10,000 swords to manipulate the entire 10,000 sword graveyard's divine soldiers, could he attach the effect of the sword strike slaughtering god? If it was possible, then Lu Ran alone would be able to suppress thousands of transformation god realms in an instant. Lu Ran was in deep thought, while the others looked dumbfounded. The whole scene was incredibly quiet, and with the breeze blowing slowly, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They couldn't believe their eyes. Mu Yunzong was known for his defense with the Ming Zun Liuli body and heavenly demon hegemony body pushed to the extreme. He also used the Qishuan Jade armor to possess his body. With this level of defense, the equivalent transformation spirit realm would need at least an incense burner's worth of time even if they wanted to break through his defense. This was still the result of Mu Yunjing standing still and letting you fight. But now, Lu ran a sword, not even used the sword intent, 3 or 2 steps up. A sword vertical split, Mu Yunzong died tragically on the spot. What a horrible genesis. And since Lu Ran was able to slice Mu Yunzong to death with a sword so easily, it meant that none of the people present at all the transformation spirit realms could carry Lu Ran's sword. The only ones who could do this on the scene were the 2 great holy lords, Lu Qinghe and Zhu Sha Luo. Lu Ran, a Yuaning realm, was actually able to be on par with the 2 great sacred lords in terms of strength. As I said earlier, swords have no eyes. He couldn't block this simple sword of mine on his own. So he can't blame me, right? Lu Ran twisted his head to look at Lu Qinghe and asked rhetorically. Of course. I don't blame you. Lu Qinghe said immediately. He was a little afraid, just now, thanks to the fact that he had sensed that Zhu Sha Luo was not right, and directly opened his mouth to snatch the person. Otherwise, missing Lu Ran would be a great loss for the Jiuli Holy Land. At the moment, there were only 7 guest secretaries in the Jiuli Holy Land, and now that Mu Yunzong had died and Lu Ran had joined, there were still 7. But Lu Ran alone was worth all the other guest ministers. No, it's not just guest speakers. The 10 halls of hell, the 4 great sword sects, no one could carry Lu Ran's sword. After all, this was an existence that could easily kill a transformation god in seconds. Moreover, Lu Ran was only at the Yuaning realm. If he allowed Lu Ran to break through to the transformation god even further, Lu Qinghe, a Mahayana realm, would have to weigh himself. In that case, I am now a guest minister of the Jiuli Holy Land? Lu Ran asked as his eyes lit up. Of course, Lu Qinghe said with an unmistakable certainty. Then, the hexagonal sword tablet. Lu Ran asked tentatively. As you wish. You can go whenever you want. It's completely open to you. Lu Qinghe said casually. That was the point that didn't matter to Lu Qinghe. Sensing the 6 hexagonal sword tablet relies on the divine soul's perception of the sword Dao, it has nothing to do with physique, nothing to do with sword intent, and nothing to do with you being able to suppress Mu Yunzong. Play it any way you want, odds are the hexagonal sword tablet won't react anyway. Chapter 43. Sense and take the prize. After Lu Ran became the guest secretary of the Jiuli Holy Land, Lu Qinghe generously arranged a new residence for Lu Ran, distinguishing it from a guest room. The guest rooms are large, but just like a dormitory, they are available to all sects when they come and are perfectly accommodating. The area above this 10,000 sword mound was huge, and there was no restriction of the ancient heavenly Tao laws on the mountain. It was lush and green, like an oasis in the sword mound desert. Lu Ran had just settled down when Qin Wuyao arrived. She looked around, satisfied. Nice. Nice. Several rooms? Which one are you staying in? Lu Ran reached out and pointed to the large hall in the center, saying, this one, with a floor-to-ceiling platform, has a nice view. Wow. Qin Wuyao nodded and walked to the side hall, musing, then I'll stay in this one, which is not bad. Huh? Lu Ran's eyes glazed over. Holy. This is moving over? Before he could say anything, Qin Wuyao entered the side hall on her own, and with a wave of her hand, all the bedding she had prepared herself was laid out directly. Lu Ran looked a burst of tears and laughter. These days, go out in the world all bring their own bedding? After simply packing up, Lu Ran had wanted to drink. The ancient wine in his storage bag was still sitting. But counting the time, it was still evening. Plus Qin Wuyao couldn't sit still and pulled Lu Ran out to sneak around. It was also that Lu Ran had previously ignored Qin Wuyao and poured wine when he stole the time. Qin Wuyao had now learned to be smart and pulled Lu Ran out of his slips before he could even start drinking. As the sun set in the west, Lu Ran walked on the top of the Jiuli Holy Land, and wherever he passed, the disciples of the Holy Land bowed respectfully to Lu Ran. Because he was already a guest minister, Lu Ran did not have a specific uniform, but there was a mark on his chest that was unique to guest ministers. In the Jiuli Holy Land, the status of a guest secretary was under 1 person and above 10,000 people. Lu Ran sighed a little, recalling the sneering, clown-like looks of all the disciples as he walked through the great Luo sword sect before leaving from it. However, now that Lu Ran was in the Jiuli Holy Land, he instead possessed a more honorable status. He didn't even belong to the Jiuli Holy Land yet, but was invited in as a guest. Walking all the way, he soon arrived at the hexagonal sword monument, and Lu Ran was purposely walking this way. Looking at Lu Ran's hopeful eyes, Qin Wuyao said, it's not that I'm blowing you off. This 6 harmonies sword tablet. I advise you not to waste your time. You're gifted with a heavenly talent, coupled with a double sword intent. Cultivate properly. Your future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. Lu Ran looked at Qin Wuyao in consternation. Cultivate? There's not even a meridian, so what's the point of cultivating? The only way for Lu Ran to gain spiritual power was through drinking. I want to try it out. After the hexagonal sword tablet is sensed, there are rewards, and it's also extremely beneficial to sword cultivation, so it would be a waste if I don't take it. Lu Ran said. That's only if you can take it. Do you know how difficult it is to try to perceive that hexagonal sword tablet? Qin Wuyao asked rhetorically. Although Qin Wuyao was not from the Jiuli sacred ground, because Jiuli and Yao Qi were on good terms, Qin Wuyao hadn't come to Jiuli very often, and she was naturally familiar with the Jiuli sacred ground's long-famous hexagonal sword monument. In the history of the Jiuli Holy Land, there were only a handful of people who were able to successfully perceive even one sword tablet. Not one in a million. Although Lu Ran's talent was heaven-defying, the hexagonal sword tablet sensation relied on the divine soul's ability to perceive, and had little to do with his own roots. It wasn't that Qin Wuyao was singing the praises of Lu Ran. It was really that the difficulty of comprehending the hexagonal sword tablet was simply too great. But there's nothing to do, and since you want to try it out, then the two of us will go have some fun. Qin Wuyao said indifferently. Anyway, when Lu Ran tried a few times to no avail, the guy would probably give up. Soon, the two arrived at the hexagonal sword monument square, where there were even more people. Every morning and every evening is the time when a large number of disciples from the Holy Land enter the hexagonal sword monument square to try and gain enlightenment. Qin Wuyao said with an introduction. Inside the square, Chu Tianjiao could be seen already here. Tianjiao is the saint daughter of Jiuli, and her obsession with the 6th hexagonal sword monument is even greater. She spends most of her time here almost every day, and even her daily cultivation is consumed here. Qin Wuyao looked at Chu Tianjiao and said to Lu Ran, "You two know each other well?" Lu Ran asked. "Nonsense. That stinky girl has always liked to fight with me since she was little, but she mostly can't beat me every time." Qin Wuyao's face was full of smugness as she said this. Yan Tianxin was right. These two girls had been enemies since childhood, and were born to be mutually exclusive. In addition to that, Lu Ran also saw that Lu Qinghe as well as some of the higher-ups of the Jiuli Holy Land were here. They naturally wanted to sense the sword tablet as well. As long as they succeeded, their own status in the Nine Dawns Holy Land would immediately rise, and with the bonus rewards of sensing the sword tablet on the sword Dao, it was incomparably tempting. At this time, Lu Qinghe was preaching to everyone. "It's been a few days since I've been here. I'm very pleased to see everyone working so hard to perceive, but perceiving the sword tablet requires perception. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Everyone mustn't put the cart before the horse. The more hasty you are, the more you won't be able to have the right state of mind." The crowd listened honestly. After all, Lu Qinghe himself was a strong person who had sensed 2 sword tablets. As he was talking, he suddenly saw Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao coming over. Lu Qinghe immediately looked delighted and smiled. "Lu Ran, is the residence all packed up?" Lu Ran nodded his head and said, "There are disciples from the Holy Land helping to pack up. It's already been arranged. Thank you, Holy Lord." The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. This bit of politeness Lu Ran still had. "That's good." Lu Qinghe nodded in satisfaction. Beside him, Chu Tianjiao glanced at Qin Wuyao before his eyes settled on Lu Ran. As a fellow sword cultivator, Chu Tianjiao was a transformation spirit just like Qin Wuyao. But the scene where Lu Ran, a Yuaning realm, subdued and killed Mu Yunzong was one that she had seen clearly, and it also has dual sword intent. Chu Tianjiao was not a person who could easily admit defeat, but in front of Lu Ran, she still had a deep sense of powerlessness. The difference is too great. Even Lu Ran's realm wasn't as high as hers, but the gap between each other's combat power was like a heavenly rift. Lu Ran could kill Mu Yunzong with a single sword, and it was still Mu Yunzong who was on fire and had his defense catapulted to its peak. Then if she wanted to kill her Chu Tianjiao, naturally it would also be a sword. "I'm now a guest minister, so I can feel free to sense the sword tablet here, right?" Lu Ran asked with final certainty. "Of course, any time is fine. You can come whenever you want. However, this hexagonal sword tablet is very subtle. To sense it, it is quite difficult. You must not be in a hurry. You can occasionally come and try it out in your spare time. But don't put all of your mind on this hexagonal sword tablet and waste your talent due to a small loss." Lu Qinghe said in a deep voice. As a holy lord, he had seen many disciples covet the rewards of the sense sword tablet, wasting a great deal of time here, exhausting their lives and accomplishing nothing. He didn't want Lu Ran, who was incredibly talented, to waste too much time here. Lu Ran, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it, and upon hearing that, he immediately excitedly found an empty space and sat down, looking at the first sword tablet closest to his eyes, and slowly closed his eyes. There is no point in wasting time since you already have the qualification in name only. Take the prize right now. Lu Qinghe and the others, on the other hand, burst into tears and laughter. This kid, he was really thinking about the hexagonal sword tablet. But to realize the sword tablet, is it not something that can be done overnight? Chapter 44. A little shock to the Holy Land. At this time, suddenly, a Holy Land disciple hurriedly came to Lu Qinghe's side and said something to him with his ear. Lu Qinghe froze, then his face instantly became gloomy, looked at Lu Ran, turned around and left. Back in the council chamber again. The 10 halls of hell, the 4 great sword sect, and the senior management of the Holy Land, all arrived beside Lu Qinghe. A body lay on the floor of the council chamber. That's not Mu Yunzong's body. Mu Yunzong's body was packed up after he died. The corpse in front of him was a supervisory envoy of the supervisory division of the Jiuli Holy Land. The Jiuli Holy Land Supervision Department, with 12 supervision ambassadors, is responsible for inspecting large and small accidents within the Holy Land and coordinating the collection of the movements of its various sects. Moreover, each of the supervisory envoys' strength realm was at the realm of the transfigured god. For so many years, there had never been any accidents, and no one had dared to kill the supervisory envoy within the boundaries of the Jiuli Holy Land. But just 3 hours ago, the body of this inspector general was found in the middle of nowhere. It should have died last night. The body was examined. It was the means of the netherworld ghost chi. It should have been done by the Yellow Springs Holy Land. A steward in charge of the autopsy frowned and said. Lu Qinghe took 2 steps closer and crouched down to check. No wounds could be seen on the body of this inspector, but his body was much thinner, as if it had been drained of its essence and blood. His eyes were deeply sunken, and his skin glowed with a strange mauve color, as if he had been poisoned. A foul odor of rotting flesh faintly emanated from his body. The death of the Yellow Springs Holy Maiden has made the Yellow Springs Holy Land completely insane, and for so many years, although the Yellow Springs and Jiuli are incompatible with each other, they have never dared to do so to such an extent. Lu Qinghe's brows furrowed. His fears had happened after all. The Yellow Springs Sacred Land was ready to fish out of water. Killing the watchdog ambassador without disposing of the body or concealing the means is more like giving a war cry. Let's properly bury the corpse, since the Yellow Springs Holy Land has already made plans to fight Jiuli in a firefight. We can't take it lightly. Does everyone have anything to say? Lu Qinghe took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly, frowning and said, the 2 great holy lands were at war, and the commotion definitely couldn't die down. Within the boundaries of the Holy Land, life is in abundance. Regardless of whether it was the Yellow Springs Sacred Land or the Jiuli Sacred Land, no matter which one won in the end, the final result, the probability was that both would lose. So for so many years, although the 2 families were incompatible, no one dared to go too far, and no one dared to take the initiative to start a war. And now, the death of the Yellow Springs Holy Maiden was a trigger. Since the Yellow Springs Holy Land has already made its move, we can't afford to weaken our momentum. Strengthen the patrols. The major supervisory ambassadors will work in groups of 2 to strengthen the frequency of inspections. It just so happens that the various clans will arrive tomorrow to coordinate the deployment of each clan's inspection of their respective clan territories, and any breeze should not be taken lightly. The people discussed their responses with you and me, but just then, suddenly, a wave of air erupted from an unknown place and blew by. Even the council chamber shook slightly. The faces of the crowd changed greatly. It was hard to believe that the Yellow Springs Sacred Land had directly killed over. Everyone left the chamber in a flash and appeared outside. But immediately afterward, they discovered the source of the air wave. In the eastern sky, a dark red sword chi shot straight up into the clouds. The stirring evening clouds seemed to explode as if they were boiling. In that direction, it was the hexagonal sword monument. Someone has sensed the sword tablet? Lu Qinghe's eyes glazed over. The last person who had sensed the sword monument was still a patriarch of one of the 4 great sword clans. And after that, the hexagonal sword monument hadn't shown any movement for more than a decade. Available today. Holy Lord. It's Lu Ran. Lu Ran has sensed the sword tablet. A disciple swept in with a flash and roared out before the person arrived. Go take a look. Lu Qinghe's figure instantly disappeared in place. The rest of the crowd glanced at each other and followed suit. This Lu Ran had just given everyone a small shock by killing Mu Yunzong, and now he had only just entered the area of the hexagonal sword monument. And in the time it took for them to come back and have a meeting, Lu Ran had sensed the sword monument. What kind of monster is this? Above the hexagonal sword monument square, all the disciples all stood up, looking incredulously at the youth sitting cross-legged. On his body, a divine idea was pulling the sword tablet, and that sword tablet at this moment seemed like a red-hot branding iron. The flame totem on it was constantly twisting and writhing, and between the flame carvings could be seen. A ghostly, monster-like dry body was struggling in the flames, hissing noiselessly. A living, breathing horror scene from Moro Hell. Above the sword monument, dark red sword chi shot straight up into the sky. Even Lu Ran's divine thoughts had a special layer of energy attached to them because of his communication with the sword tablet, which was like substance and wisps. Chu Tianjiao was not far from Lu Ran's side, and just like Qin Wuyao, he looked at Lu Ran dumbfounded. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. People are more angry than people. Qin Wuyao still don't feel anything, but the same sword cultivator or the holy daughter of the 9 lives holy land of Chu Tianjiao, this moment really feel that there are people outside of the people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Chu Tianjiao, who had grown up with Qin Wuyao who defied no one, never felt that his talent was inferior to anyone else's. But in front of Lu Ran, she was convinced. The sword monument that countless people have tried can't be sensed. Lu Ran just sat down not long ago. This is sensed successfully. Countless disciples around them were also whispering. This is the wunderkind that Boss Yen of the Heave and Ly Dao Alliance brought back, right? Oh my god. This is too terrifying. Coming up and directly sensing. There's no process at all? When did this sword tablet become so simple to perceive? I heard that he also subdued Mu Yunzong. Now he's still a guest minister of the Zhou Holy Land. See how he's my age? I'm only at the early stage of Jindan for sake. Amidst the noise, Lu Qinghe and the others arrived. Seeing this familiar scene in front of him, Lu Qinghe's chest rose and fell violently. It had been more than 10 years, and finally there was someone who could sense the sword tablet again. Unexpectedly, Lu Ran not only had excellent roots and bones, explosive combat power, and possessed dual sword intent, but now even his sense of perception was so terrifying. A wizard, an absolute once-in-a-million-years wizard. If only Lu Ran was willing to become a disciple of the Zhou sacred ground, what a good seedling. If he is given the time and a great chance to perceive the 2 sword tablets, I would dare to pass on the sacred lord's position to him. Lu Qinghe's face was odd, both happy and sorry. He was excited by Lu Ran's heaven-defying performance. Yet it was a pity that Lu Ran was not a disciple of the Holy Land. If you are only a guest secretary alone, you really don't have much to do with the Holy Land, and you can leave at any time and have no ties. Zhu Shaluo was also in the crowd, as the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, this time the Zhou Holy Land summoned. She originally had some hesitation to come or not. In hindsight, it was so worth the trip. Looking at Qin Wuyao, who was frozen and dumbfounded together with Chu Tianjiao, Zhu Shaluo murmured in his heart. UGZ, that old pipsqueak. The means of fortune-telling is still outstanding. This Lu Ran is really a rare treasure, was thinking. Anam, Buzz. The second sword monument shook slightly, and the countless ghostly carvings on it, as if they had come to life, began to twist and tumble. A thick black sword chi followed closely behind, erupting from above the sword monument and rushing straight into the sky. Chapter 45 The 9 Emperors are no better. The second sword tablet, successfully sensed. At this moment, under Lu Ran's divine soul sensing, what he saw was another side of light. The first sword monument, Lu Ran divine thought communication. A moment as if in a piece of earthly purgatory. Everywhere is a scorching magma river. The ground is crumbling and rolling. The sky and the earth are dim, and the air is sprinkled with white ash dust. In the river of magma, countless stern ghosts hissed and wailed, and the intense fury seemed to condense into substance between heaven and earth. And this second sword steel and the first one were actually quite different. The difference is that there is no magma in this world, and the same potholes in the ground where not a hair or an inch of grass grows. All kinds of monsters with strange postures were constantly born in heaven and earth, hissing, killing, and devouring each other, and the scene looked appetizing. And in the outside world, everyone was confused. Holy crap, this second sword tablet has also successfully sensed? Just that fast. It seems like the Holy Lord wasn't even this fast back then, right? Successfully sensing 2 sword tablets is qualified to become a Holy Lord. What kind of heaven-defying divine soul perception is this to be able to do this? Lu Qinghe stood there with a group of executives. It was obvious how excited Lu Qinghe was at this moment. His eyes were huge and his body was trembling slightly. Mixed sword body, dual sword intent, combat power that far exceeds its own realm, and now 2 sword tablets have been comprehended in such a short period of time. Such a wunderkind is hard to find in the ages. Lu Qinghe's voice was trembling. Qin Wuyao, on the other hand, watched the scene with excitement. Master's deduction was indeed correct. Lu Ran is worthy of being blessed enough to dominate the 9 states. This performance, reasonable. At this moment, the focus of everyone's eyes was on Lu Ran. For so many years in the Jiuli Holy Land, it was the first time that there was such a grand situation. Even the successive generations of Holy Lords couldn't reach Lu Ran's current speed of perceiving the sword tablet. But that wasn't all, because immediately after that, the 3rd sword monument began to tremble. Subsequently, a rigid and incomparable green sword chi, without any surprise, rose up to the sky and reached the clouds. Above the 3rd sword steel, countless beasts were embossed as if they were alive, and 10,000 beasts were rushing about. 3 sword monuments now. Lu Qinghe's face even turned a little white. Everyone was silent in this moment. In the countless years since the founding of the Jiuli Holy Land, even the successive generations of sacred lords had never been able to successfully perceive the 3 sword tablets. Even the old ancestor of the Jiuli Holy Land back then had only sensed 3 sword tablets. After that, the old ancestor in the hexagonal sword monument surroundings, the creation of the Jiuli Holy Land, after that, countless years of countless cultivators into the hexagonal sword monument in a vain attempt to enlightenment, but there is no longer anyone who can succeed in sensing the 3 sword monument. For successive generations of holy lords to be able to perceive 2 sword tablets was already the absolute limit. Nowadays, Lu Ran was qualified to compete with the Jiuli old ancestor in terms of divine soul perception. The aura on Lu Ran's body was also changing. The realization of the 3 sword monuments made Lu Ran's breath much more solid and powerful, and he sat motionless, as if he were a piece of gold, iron, and stubborn stone. Such a wizard, Lu Qinghe couldn't wait to go up and kiss him. He made up his mind in his heart that whatever Lu Ran had experienced before, whatever his reason for not wanting to join any force, he had to overcome it. He had to use every means and promise every resource to make Lu Ran stay and remain in the Jiuli Holy Land. And on Lu Ran's side, he gradually understood. With the successful realization of the 3rd sword tablet, Lu Ran's divine soul also had quite a few more information legacies in it. In his divine soul sensing, Lu Ran seemed to be in the wilderness, with 10,000 beasts worshipping in front of him. I see. This hexagonal sword monument shouldn't be called the hexagonal sword monument. It should be called the 6 Dao sword monument. Lu Ran mused in his heart. The 1st sword monument, symbolizing the Hell Road. The 2nd sword monument symbolizes the path of the hungry ghosts. The 3rd sword monument symbolizes the way. In that case, then this 4th sword monument should be the way of the earth. Lu Ran murmured in his heart. Next, buzz. The 4th sword tablet, successfully activated. Blazing white sword chi shot up into the sky, and everyone's heads exploded. This 4th sword steel, even the Jiuli old ancestor back then was not capable of sensing it. And now Lu Ran had done it. Since the establishment of the Jiuli Holy Land, the first demon who had surpassed the Jiuli old ancestor in terms of sensibility. But instead, the relief on the 4th sword steel was much calmer than the previous ones. It is like a land where villages and towns gather, where the people cultivate and rest, where the sun and the moon rotate, and where life is full of life. Lu Ran's aura was also violently introverted, dormant, and calm as if he had fallen asleep. Lu Qinghe fiercely lowered his voice and said, "All disciples of the Jiuli sacred ground, withdraw from the field and leave the area of the hexagonal sword monument. No one is allowed to trespass, or else they will be killed on pain of death." The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Immediately, the senior management around him began to coordinate and arrange for the disciples of the Jiuli Holy Land to leave the rest of the hexagonal sword monument, clearing out the entire venue for Lu Ran, and not daring to raise their voices throughout the entire process for fear of interrupting Lu Ran's enlightenment process. And right in the middle of this process, Lu Ran still didn't stop. Because of the 5th sword monument, a red sword chi, followed by a red sword chi, rose up into the sky. Shura Dao. Lu Ran's heart shook. Shura was warlike and spent his entire life fighting. Lu Ran could feel a special mood mixed into his divine soul. It wasn't sword intent, but a special addition. Wariness. Lu Ran's body began to spew out sword chi uncontrollably, and the Tao of sword awnings made Lu Ran's entire body look as if he was a hedgehog. The sword was incomparably sharp, and just looking at it alone made one's eyes feel stinging and arduous. It's the fifth sword steel. Good, good, good. Lu Qinghe's entire body became exuberant. His qi and blood couldn't help but surge, and a mouthful of blood almost spewed out as his throat became sweet. It was good that he held back. Only a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Beside him, Xiaoyu looked taken aback. Holy Lord, are you all right? Lu Qinghe waved his hand and said, there is no harm. The qi pulled the 6 internal organs only. Small problem, small problem. He was all over Lu Ran at the moment, and all he could think about was how to leave Lu Ran behind. Especially when the 5th sword steel was successfully perceived. Lu Qinghe knew that the opportunity for the Jiuli Holy Land had come. If he could keep Lu Ran in the Jiuli Holy Land, when Lu Ran grew up in the future, he couldn't even imagine how terrifying Lu Ran could reach. The 9 emperors of the 9 states are nothing more than that, right? And the most crucial question now was how to keep Lu Ran. Didn't he not want to join any power or be bound by anything? That's fine. The Holy Lord's position is given to him, and he will be the master. Lu Qinghe had already made plans in his mind. At this moment, everyone's gazes looked at Lu Ran, and then, unanimously, they looked at the 6th sword steel in unison. That 6th sword tablet that had been silent for countless years. Could Lu Ran succeed in comprehending it in one go? If he could, Lu Ran's talent would even be comparable to an ancient immortal. Lu Ran didn't know what the reaction of the group of people in the outside world was at this moment, as his divine thoughts extended out towards the 6th sword monument. The 6th sword steel, symbolizing the heavenly Tao. Chapter 46 Ancient Sword Pill. Lu Ran didn't let everyone down and was in the gaze of everyone's attention. The 6th sword monument violently erupted with golden sword qi straight into the sky. At this point, the 6 sword monuments all lit up. At this time, the sky had already darkened, and the 6 sword monuments erupted with 6 sword qi, stirring the thunder clouds in the sky as they tumbled violently. Lu Ran was seated right above the square, his 6 divine thoughts connecting to the 6 sword monuments. At this moment, everyone's expressions were incomparably odd, shock mixed with a trace of an unreal feeling as if they were dreaming. For the first time in the history of the Jiuli Holy Land, all 6 sword monuments were lit up. Worthy of Lu Ran, the hexagonal sword monument is completely illuminated. The old ancestor of Jiuli only perceived 3 of them back then, and was able to create the Jiuli Holy Land all by himself. What about Lu Ran? Lu Ran's future achievements are simply incalculable. What's the reward for having all 6 sword tablets sensed? That's what a lot of people are asking. And just then, a sudden change occurred. Boom! With a loud bang, all 6 sword monuments exploded and instantly crumbled. The 6 sword qi fell down like a long rainbow pike, and then violently contracted, like a long neck sucking in water, in front of Lu Ran, condensing into a knuckle-sized golden bead, with sword intent still spewing out from the top of the bead. The crowd was dumbfounded. The hexagonal sword tablet, which was incomparably precious to the Jiuli Holy Land, had just exploded. That bead that finally converged, what is that? Sword pill. Lu Qinghe was shocked as he thought of something. The ancient books left behind by the Jiuli old ancestor recorded that the hexagonal sword tablet is the manifestation of the sword pill, an ancient treasure. I didn't expect it to be true, and the way to activate it is to successfully sense all the sword tablets. The gazes of all the people became searingly hot, staring at the bead with deadly intensity. Legendary sword pill to gung gold gas to build, 100 refined steel around the finger, although it seems to be a bead, but in reality it is a sword, subtle very much. At this time, Lu Ran also slowly opened his eyes, feeling that his body seemed to be a little different from before, but he couldn't tell exactly where it was different. The process of sensing the hexagonal sword tablet had somehow strengthened his body. As for the bead in front of him, Lu Ran also knew what it was from sensing the hexagonal sword tablet. That's right, it was a sword pill. Ancient magic treasure. Lu Ran happened to be a sword cultivator as well, and the ancient sword pill was simply the perfect divine weapon for Lu Ran. He slowly reached out towards the sword pill and grabbed it. But right at this moment, a black shadow shot out from the crowd and instantly scurried in front of Lu Ran. One step faster than Lu Ran, he grabbed that bead in his hand. The crowd was taken aback, and when they looked closely, the person was a middle-aged man, wearing the costume of a Jiuli Holy Land steward. Bold! Lu Qinghe let out a furious rebuke. The anger wasn't at him for grabbing things, but in anger at him for grabbing Lu Ran's things. It would be a big loss if he upset Lu Ran and turned his head to Yao Qi. And the man, the moment he grabbed the sword pill, also felt that something was wrong. The sword chi that the sword pill kept spewing out instantly churned up one of his hands, sending blood and flesh flying. The man's face was unsightly for a while, but his reaction was quite fast, and he directly flung his hand and swallowed the sword pill with his storage bag. Then a flash disappeared in place, transforming into a blood mist that exploded, making it impossible to determine the other party's body's location for a while. It's the son of Ea from the Yellow Springs Holy Land. Someone immediately recognized it and roared angrily. Lu Qinghe, on the other hand, looked indifferent. In a cold voice, he said, "Blood escaped from the Yellow Springs sacred ground. This tactic wants to slip away in front of me. It's too much to put me in my eyes." Next, Anam, Buzz, a gigantic god-devil silhouette appeared at first glance from behind Lu Qinghe, in a translucent state, 100 feet tall, and penetrating the sky. Each of the 8 arms of that virtual figure wielded a sword of a different shape, fierce and vicious, and the 8 arms expanded and waved their weapons to form a huge attack net, enveloping a large area around them. Lu Ran looked dumbfounded. What the hell? It looks so dang good to have a divine means. Qin Wuyao hadn't even seen Lu Qinghe use this move before, and looked at it in surprise before looking at Zhu Sha Luo beside her. Zhu Sha Luo, who was also in the Mahayana realm, smiled and explained, "That's Lu Qinghe's Mahayana Dharma phase, the 8-armed great canopy." Of course Qin Wuyao knew about the Mahayana Dharma phase, and Zhu Sha Luo also had it. It was just that for so many years, the times when Lu Qinghe's Dharma phase could be forced out were few and far between, so naturally not many people had seen it. And right now, dealing with a harmonized spirit realm Yellow Springs Holy Land spy, in order to avoid Lu Ran's sword pill being taken away, Lu Qinghe didn't care about killing a chicken and using a bull's knife. He wanted to make sure that it was foolproof. The black shadow really had nowhere to go, and the recluse technique was hardened and interrupted, landing back on the ground. The man's face was very ugly, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. It wasn't injured by the attack, but his own blood, essence blood. The Yellow Springs Holy Land blood escape consumes essence and blood and is extremely depleting, and the man had no choice but to grab the ancient sword pill in front of the 2 holy lords, Lu Qinghe and Zhu Sha Luo, and he directly used the blood escape. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. But even so, it was still somewhat underestimating the strength of the Mahayana realm's Lu Qinghe. With a hardened heart, he jerked his head toward Lu Ran and pounced with a hiss. Originally, I thought it was this guy who wanted to use Lu Ran as a hostage. But one look at his stance revealed that he wasn't trying to control Lu Ran, but was planning to kill him. Such a counterintuitive talent he saw clearly and had to be gotten rid of. Otherwise, when he grew up, there would be endless consequences for the Yellow Springs Holy Land. Can't see, this spy is quite loyal, he knows he can't live, so he kills Lu Ran with a fish in the net, and pulls a cushion when he dies. But he had forgotten that Lu Ran was the one who had killed Mu Yunzong with a single sword. Seeing that the spy was about to rush in front of Lu Ran suddenly laughed, raised one hand and violently extended his palm. Pong! The sword pellet directly exploded the traitor's storage bag, and the heavenly treasures inside were scattered all over the place. Immediately after, the sword pill spit between the silk cocoon Huawei, a strand of gold thread, silky smooth and incomparable floating in the treacherous body, although it is a gentle silk thread, but contains a sharp sword gas. Then, Lu Ran violently clenched his fist, and the golden thread instantly contracted. Sound of escaping laughter. What do you mean by unloading? This is called unloading. No, there were more than 8 pieces. The traitor's body was instantly churned into a mess of flesh. Those golden threads, on the other hand, regrouped into the appearance of a sword pill and floated back in front of Lu Ran. In Lu Ran successfully comprehend the 6-sword monument, this ancient sword pill has already recognized the owner. That spy thought it was a masterless thing, stormed up to rob, also a hot head of the temporary intention. In the end the basket is empty but also be strangled by Lu Ran. Lu Ran, on the other hand, didn't even utilize the sword move Slaughter God. It was entirely the Yuaning realm that manipulated the sword pill to kill the spy. This shows the terror of the ancient sword pill. Lu Ran pinched the sword pill with both fingers, turned his head to look at Lu Qinghe, and mused, "This sword pill, it belongs to you. You have sensed the hexagonal sword tablet. This sword pill is yours." Lu Qinghe said without hesitation. What ancient sword pill? In Lu Qinghe's eyes, not even a single strand of Lu Ran's hair could compare. The lesser of the two was clear to Lu Qinghe. Chapter 47, The Mahayana Dharma. Only then was Lu Ran satisfied and put the sword pill into his dantian. warming it in his abdomen. It was only at this point that Lu Ran felt initially secure. The transformation god realm himself he could kill in seconds, but the transformation god realm counterattacked and could potentially kill Lu Ran in seconds, and Lu Ran's only means of defense was currently a Chi Dragon treasure armor. It still wasn't quite enough. It was fine to deal with the Yellow Springs Holy Maiden Yan Lu, but to resist the full force of a transformation god's attack, it was still more or less a bit more than enough. As for the sword move Slaughter God, although it could kill a transformation god in seconds, it needed to be close up and was still quite dangerous. After all, not everyone was as passive as Mu Yunzong's kind of iron bastard. Now with the ancient sword pill, it was the same as having a means of attacking at long range, a long-range sword cultivator. Then, Lu Ran looked around at the ruins of the sword monument, as well as the ground of the plaza under his feet. He didn't know if it was Lu Ran's illusion, but he always felt that there seemed to be something else underneath the square. But it wasn't a treasure, it was some kind of evil thing. The ancient sword pill was laid out here in the form of the six-sword monument, not as some testing method, but as a seal suppressing the evil things below. Of course, this was only Lu Ran's guess, and that feeling wasn't obvious. Furthermore, this hexagonal sword tablet had already been taken down by Lu Ran, and if it was really a seal, even though it was broken, nothing had escaped. Lu Ran, what's next? Lu Qinghe rubbed his hands together and stood in front of Lu Ran with a smile on his face, his eyes smiling into crescent moons. For the time being, nothing is planned, Lu Ran said casually. The Lu Ran who was once a disciple of the great Luo sword sect now came down from the mountain. But there was no place to stay in the world. He doesn't have any goals either. Since there's no other place to go, why don't we stay in the Jiuli Holy Land for now? Lu Qinghe asked tentatively. As a guest secretary, Lu Ran had the power to leave at any time, completely free. But with such a talent, especially since Zhu Shaluo had also seen it with his own eyes, if Lu Ran had really left the Jiuli Holy Land, it was estimated that Zhu Shaluo would have abducted Lu Ran at the first opportunity. Lu Qinghe knew the drawbacks of the Jiuli Holy Land. The 10,000 sword mound was suitable for sword cultivators, but the scenery was equivalent to nothing, and the disciples were refuted. Instead, the Yaoqi Wonderland was so picturesque that the entire Holy Land was filled with female disciples. The Warbler is a dream place for countless cultivators. Plus, Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran had such a good relationship. If Lu Ran really left, he probably turned his head and went to the gentle land of Yaoqi. It's okay, Lu Ran mused. For one thing, he really has no place to go. And for another, taking a man's hand is short, eating a man's mouth is soft. Having just destroyed the six-sword monument of the 9 lives sacred ground and taking the ancient sword pill, turning around and patting his ass and walking away, it's really not too good. At those words, Lu Qinghe breathed a fierce sigh of relief. As long as Lu Ran didn't leave for the time being, it would be fine. He didn't rush to urge Lu Ran to become a disciple of the Jiuli sacred ground. But it was foreseeable that during this next period of time, Lu Qinghe would more than likely come to Lu Ran in a different way to show his goodwill. After that, the council chamber met again. The appearance of the spies annoyed Lu Qinghe greatly. The identity of that spy has already been found out. It was the one who joined the Jiuli Holy Land 8 years ago. And because of his high realm, he mixed up the identity of a steward. This cultivates the Yellow Springs Taoist method, yet it was able to conceal itself so deeply for 8 years. I didn't expect it either. I suggest a thorough investigation of the entire Jiuli Holy Land. I believe that there is definitely more than one spy. There was a half-dozen discussions about the spies, especially today when he was almost robbed of the ancient sword pill by that treacherous spy, and almost killed Lu Ran. If Lu Qinghe hadn't been on the scene today, and that spy had relied on the Yellow Springs Sacred Land's blood escape technique, he might have really let him get away. Seeing that there was going to be a firefight with the Jiuli Holy Land, losing the ancient sword pill at this juncture would have unimaginable consequences. Arranging for the spy to be lined up, Lu Qinghe continued. Tomorrow, all the sects will be there, and I will coordinate and arrange for all the sects to strengthen the patrols and alerts in their respective jurisdictions. The Watchdog Division continues to roam and patrol the area according to their respective divisions. But it's going to be changed to 2 by 2, because one died and now there's a vacancy, so I'll see what I can arrange. As soon as the words fell, Vermilion San Luo suddenly spoke. Yaoqi can provide manpower. Yao Yao is fine during this period of time, so she can also help. Lu Qinghe glanced at Qin Wuyao and asked, is that okay? If it's possible, Yao Yao to take over the position of the supervisory envoy, but remember to be careful in everything. Qin Wuyao didn't have any opinion. She just tugged on Lu Ran's arm and said, I'll join Lu Ran. Lu Qinghe subconsciously looked at Lu Ran. He didn't dare to take ideas for Lu Ran. Lu Ran, on the other hand, cried and laughed a little and said, I don't have a problem with it. I'm still a little uneasy about her being out there alone. If Qin Wuyao encountered an enemy of the transformation spirit realm, although she could be a bit more stable by relying on quite a few extreme magic treasures on her body, Qin Wuyao would be in danger if she encountered a 1-2, a 1-3 or more. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. And in front of Lu Ran, all the transformation gods were paper mache, unless one encounters the Mahayana realm. As for the Yellow Springs sacred land, just like the other 3 sacred lands, all of them had only one sacred lord who was in the Mahayana realm. The Yellow Springs sacred lord shouldn't currently be so far away as to personally run into the Jiuli Holy Land range to hunt down Jiuli disciples. When Qin Wuyao heard Lu Ran say this, she was immediately moved and cocked her head to look at the side of Lu Ran's face. Noticing Qin Wuyao's eyes, Lu Ran twisted his head to look over. As the 4 eyes met, Qin Wuyao was violently stunned and hurriedly avoided the line of sight, but her cheeks instantly reddened to the root of her neck, and her grip on Lu Ran's arm tightened slightly. Vermilion San Luo, who was right next to Qin Wuyao, was keenly aware of this scene, but didn't say anything, only giving Lu Ran a deep look. By the way, what was that god-man void earlier? Lu Ran asked curiously. The only enemy he was worried about right now was the Mahayana realm, not to mention how strong the Mahayana realm itself was. That godman's void was scary as hell in the first place. Lu Ran didn't even know how he was going to get close. That godman's silhouette was through the sky and through the earth, a big mouth or a foot stomped over. Lu Ran was afraid that he was going to be stomped into meat and mud. Mahayana Dharma phase. Lu Qinghe explained with a smile. When the spirit transformation realm breaks through the Mahayana realm, one can comprehend and awaken one's own Dharma phase. But everyone's Dharma is different, based on each person's talent, root bones, cultivation techniques, attribute qualities, etc. The divine soul is used to communicate with the 9 heavenly deities in the underworld. To put it bluntly, it was to use the divine soul to catalyze and imperialize the power of the 9 heavens' divine bane. Like Lu Qinghe's Dharma image, it was the 8-armed great canopy, sort of an upper middle class. Thinking of this, Lu Ran curiously looked at Zhu Shaluo. As the holy lord of Yaoqi, Zhu Shaluo was herself in the Mahayana realm, which meant that she also had her own Dharma phase. Noticing Lu Ran's eyes, Zhu Shaluo guffawed, said, My Dharma form is the night fork that patrols the sea. Lu Ran was stunned. He didn't know what the hell the sea patrol night fork was, but it sounded as if it didn't go well with Zhu Shaluo's style. Lu Qinghe at this time suddenly thought of something like, added, There is no need to rush. When you one day break through the Mahayana realm, you will also have your own phantom. Moreover, phantom is catalyzed by the divine soul. The higher the enlightenment of the divine soul, the stronger the phantom is. With your divine soul's enlightenment, even the hexagonal sword monument can all be successfully enlightened. I can't imagine how horrifying your phantom will be at that time. With these words, Lu Ran also became a bit excited. His divine soul sense wasn't as simple as being higher. His sword Dao sense was at full level. A full level of sensation that spawned a phantasm would surely be like no other in the past and no other in the future. Chapter 48. I don't give a damn about your district, Lu Ran. Early the next morning, all the sects and factions had basically arrived and were temporarily placed in the compartment area. Inside one of the houses were people from the Deluo sword sect. On this trip, Liang Xiaoyu, as the patriarch, brought Wang Yujiao, as well as 2 other disciples. However, because she was worried that Liang Xiaoyu's character would attract trouble in the Jiuli Holy Land, Su Ling also followed. Inside the room, everyone sat poised waiting to be summoned. The rest of the sects and factions also stayed in their respective rooms, not daring to run around. This wasn't the Heavenly Dao Alliance or anything like that, but the Jiuli Holy Land. If you make a mistake here, you'll have to eat your words. Master Ancestor, this summoning, I wonder what it is about? Has it ever happened before? Wang Yujiao had wanted to find Liang Xiaoyu to get closer, but because of Liang Xiaoyu's 180-degree change in attitude in the past few days, Wang Yujiao didn't dare to come over. Su Ling shook her head and explained, It's rare, but every time, it's a big deal. When I came here just now, I heard some winds that seemed to be related to the Yellow Springs Holy Land, but the exact details are anyone's guess. Liang Xiaoyu didn't say a word, didn't strike up a conversation with anyone, and didn't even have any interest in dealing with Su Ling. This trip to the Jiuli Holy Land was a necessity, and Liang Xiaoyu didn't care in the slightest what it was for. His mind was now filled with the great Luo sword sect. If it wasn't for this Holy Land convocation, the great Qian dynasty's men would have long since begun to wreak havoc on the great Luo sword sect. Right now, it could only be temporarily slowed down, and when he returned from the Jiuli Holy Land, he would immediately begin to act. He looked up to Wang Yujiao on the opposite side. His eyes immediately flashed a trace of viciousness. All because of this, when the Lu Ran who had just come down from the mountain was only in the realm of refining qi, and could be casually pinched to death. But Wang Yujiao failed, giving Lu Ran a chance to catch his breath. A waste of space that should have been stepped on by him soared to the top and rode on his Liang Xiaoyu's head too. Moreover, he would never have another chance to draw out Lu Ran's root bone. Every time he saw Wang Yujiao, Liang Xiaoyu would remember his humiliation in front of Lu Ran. This was a torture for Liang Xiaoyu, who had a twisted personality. He needed to urgently take down the great Luo sword sect to soothe his inner torment and jealousy towards Lu Ran. At this time, Wang Yujiao was still trying to please Liang Xiaoyu, and said to Su Yueling, "This trip back, Xiaoyu must cultivate well. He is gifted with a strange talent, and his growth speed will not be slow. That Lu Ran's villainy stepped on us, and Xiaoyu will surely be able to get justice for us." After saying that, Wang Yujiao even looked at Liang Xiaoyu in an inviting manner. However, unbeknownst to her, Liang Xiaoyu's killing intent in his heart became even more intense after hearing her words. Su Yuling shook her head and looked at Liang Xiaoyu, saying, "Lu Ran has already withdrawn from the division, so don't mention him anymore. He has his own path to follow, we have our own path to follow, and we don't interfere with each other. And with Xiaoyu to lead the Deluo sword sect, I'm sure that the Deluo sword sect won't be bad in the future." At those words, Liang Xiaoyu smiled at Su Yuling. However, he did not speak. Instead, his eyes swept up and down Su Yuling's delicate body. Although Su Yuling was quite a bit older, because of her realm, she only looked like a young woman. Liang Xiaoyu, as a disciple, perhaps catalyzed by his twisted personality, even stared at Su Yuling. However, he knew that with his means, he could not yet take Su Yuling. One could only wait for the Daqian dynasty to come, and at that time, it would be difficult for Su Yuling to escape with her wings. Su Yuling was still completely unaware of what kind of a commodity she had a million eyes on, and although she was a little disappointed in Liang Xiaoyu's character, she definitely could not imagine what kind of things Liang Xiaoyu would do in the future that would be worse than a pig or a dog. Other side, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao were bored and playing chess in the Grand Hall. They were there to pass the time, but both were stinky chess players, and every now and then there was a wide-eyed stare. After the meeting last night, Lu Ran had planned to come back with a drinking hangover to get his reward. But as a result, Lu Qinghe pulled him and wouldn't let go. It was called a hush-hush ah. Tossed until most of the night, it was not easy for Lu Qinghe to reluctantly leave. Zhu Sha Luo came again. Even Qin Wuyao was brought along for an all-night chat. It can be seen that Zhu Sha Luo also moved to take Lu Ran's mind. Only Yao Qi does not accept male disciples. How Lu Ran can be placed is a problem. It was a toss and turn until morning, and Lu Ran's plan to drink was out of the question. This was because Lu Qinghe had said last night that Lu Ran would also be attending today's conference. At this time, Lu Qinghe suddenly brought people. Quite leisurely, "How was the chess game?" Lu Qinghe asked smilingly. By the way, glancing at the chess game of the two, a sentence directly popped up in his heart. What kind of stinking chess basket are these two, playing into this kind of, but the face is not going to show it. It's okay. Just for fun. The convention is about to start? Lu Ran asked. The conference was dispensable for Lu, however. Since Lu Qinghe wanted him to participate, it was a walk in the park. He's just waiting for the convention to be over and going for a drink. 2 days without a good drink. White put rewards do not take. Lu Ran heart that is a burning ah. It's almost time. Here are the clothes for you. Put them on. Lu Qinghe said as he sidled up. The two maids behind them immediately came forward with their fancy dresses. Huh? Change what clothes? Lu Ran froze. You are now the guest secretary of the Jiuli Holy Land to participate in this kind of conference, to appear in front of the various sects. Naturally, you cannot wear too casual. This is also the best opportunity for you to establish your prestige in the Holy Land, sloppy. But you can rest assured that the conference is over, you change back is. Lu Qinghe said. Lu Ran looked at Qin Wuyao. Qin Wuyao, on the other hand, gloated. Don't look at me. I can have new clothes ready. Speaking of which, I'm going to change too. No peeking this time. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. After saying that, she bounced off to the side hall where she lived. Lu Qinghe heard something and looked at Lu Ran in surprise. That holy maiden changed her clothes? Lu Ran had peeped? Cough. Lu Ran coughed awkwardly and said, Okay. Then change, it doesn't matter. It's just a set of clothes. He was afraid that Lu Qinghe would say more on the topic of him peeking at Qin Wuyao changing her clothes. This set of fancy clothes, very complicated, was divided into 4 layers: underwear, fur coat, quilt coat and outer clothes, one by one. Even the belt was prepared separately and encrusted with jade. The maid was responsible for helping Lu Ran to change and replace his clothes. But it was a quick change. And in the side hall, Qin Wuyao also happened to walk out. When he saw Lu Ran's appearance, he was stunned. This set of fancy dress looks not exaggerated luxury, but look elegant, and there is a breath of the superior look. Qin Wuyao eyes bright. Can't see that you kid is quite human-like when you change your clothes. Qin Wuyao circled around Lu Ran twice and commented. While Lu Ran cried and laughed, he was also attracted by Qin Wuyao's clothes. In the past, Qin Wuyao's favorite thing to wear was a red gauzy neon dress that was spiritually lovely. Today, on the other hand, it changed into a more solemn long, still red, with Qin Wuyao's petite figure, quirky smile. It is a different flavor. After that, the maid brought Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao to the venue. This was a special venue for the 9 Lives Holy Land, and it was a large area. A row of thrones was set up on a high platform in the foreground at an overlooking angle. Lu Qinghe sat in the very center, and when he saw Lu Ran coming over, he immediately beckoned and patted the seat beside him, saying, "Lu Ran, come here." To the right of Lu Qinghe was Yaohe Holy Lord Zhu Shaluo, and to the left was Lu Ran. The 3 of them sat together, and Lu Ran, who had changed his clothes, was surprisingly not inferior to these 2 holy lords in terms of temperament. At the same time, people from various sects and factions outside the venue were entering the venue in order and in sequence. The people from the Great Luo Sword Sect were naturally among them. Wang Yujiao came to Liang Xiaoyu's side and said, "Xiaoyu, call me sovereign." Liang Xiaoyu coldly interrupted her. "Zong. Patriarch, you must not, because of that Lu Ran bad state of mind, this time after going back, senior sister close to teach you cultivation, with your intelligent talent, will certainly be able to one day 1,000 miles. That Lu Ran stepped on the foot is not a problem," Wang Yu Jiao said daintily, still trying to use her old tricks to please Liang Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, the twisted Liang Xiaoyu in his heart didn't put her in his eyes from beginning to end. Liang Xiaoyu coldly laughed. "District Lu Ran, I don't put it in my eyes and we won't cross paths again, but you're right about one thing. After I go back this time, I'll run the Luo Sword Sect properly, so you'll just have to wait and see. Explosive more. Ask for some free monthly votes and recommendation support. Reward will not you break the bank. Thank you for the support of the readers of the Lords. Thank you, thank you." Chapter 49. Not what it used to be. On top of the high platform, Lu Ran watched the patriarchs of the various sects below enter with their entourages, feeling more or less odd in his heart. Once upon a time, Lu Ran had been ostracized in the Great Luo Sword Sect, and even Su Yuling, who had single-handedly brought him up, had abandoned him. But now, he was in the upper seat of the Jiuli Holy Land, and countless sects bowed down under the stage. In terms of status, only the Heavenly Tao Alliance and other Holy Land affiliations alone were enough to press them head-on, and right now, Lu Ran's status as a guest secretary of the Holy Land was even far beyond the Heavenly Tao Alliance. These sect lords of various sects, in terms of status, were all on par with Su Yuling, and there were even quite a few whose status exceeded Su Yuling's. Meanwhile, the patriarchs of the various sects below all looked curiously at the stage. They certainly recognized Lu Qinghe as the Holy Lord, and Zhu Shaluo beside Lu Qinghe was also famous as the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. But who was the other youth beside Lu Qinghe? How dare he be qualified to sit on an equal footing with the 2 Holy Lords? On the contrary, some of the clans that had participated in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Wine King banquet recognized Lu Ran. The Lu Ran who had been in a pair with the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi, Qin Wuyao, and had been invited by the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Yan Tianxin to sip wine at the same table while taking the Wine King banquet's rewards. Now that it had only been a few days, Lu Ran was actually qualified to be on par with the Holy Lord. Lu Ran, these are the Holy Land affiliated clans under the stage. You may not be familiar with them. I do not need to introduce them. You only need to know that they are just the Holy Land end of the miscellaneous clans on the line. You have any need, you can mobilize any clan to help you in the scope of the Holy Land. Your status as a guest secretary, you have the power to do this, of course. You have the power of life and death to rule these clans of the life and death. Lu Qinghe said to Lu Ran with a smile. Lu Ran was stunned that this guest secretary had so much power. Surprisingly, he was able to decide the life and death of these affiliated sects at will. In that case, the Great Luo Sword Sect, too, was one of them. At this time, several people from the De Luo Sword Sect also entered. These clans had little status to speak of in front of the Holy Land, and they didn't even have seats on the stage, so they could only stand there one by one. The scene looks a bit cluttered. Su Yuling subconsciously looked up and introduced. In the very center is the Holy Lord of Jiuli. The sword Saint Lu Qinghe on his right is the Holy Lord of Yaoqi Zhu Sha Luo. I didn't expect her to come. Two on the left. Su Yuling's voice ended abruptly. Along with a few people around them, including Liang Xiaoyu and Wang Yujiao, they all froze in place. To the left of Lu Qinghe, the brocade-clothed Huafu, with an indifferent expression, watching the youths of the clans on the stage in a stance of looking down, was actually Lu Ran. Nowadays, Lu Ran was not what he used to be. Paired with a flashy outfit, he was dominating. Lu Ran. How could it be Lu Ran? How is that loser able to sit next to the Holy Lord? Wang Yujiao shouted in astonishment. Luckily, the scene was noisy and no Holy Land disciples heard her call. Otherwise, insulting the Holy Land guest minister would have killed her on the spot. Liang Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but the trembling body and tightly clenched fists were enough to see Liang Xiaoyu's inner indignation. It's Lu Ran again. It's Lu Ran again. His fists were clenched together in a deadly grip, his nails deeply embedded in the flesh and blood of his palms from the exertion, blood sliding down his knuckles that were whitened from the force. He doesn't understand. Why? On what grounds? How did that natural-born extinct vein that he had casually ostracized climb step by step to his current position in a short period of time? Why was he able to be on par with the Holy Landlord Lu Qinghe? Even at this moment, Lu Qinghe was still full of smiles as he climbed into a conversation with Lu Ran. Instead, Lu Ran looked at the stage with an indifferent expression. This gesture of Lu Qinghe's looks as if he's trying to curry favor with Lu Ran? How could it be? It must be an illusion. Su Yuling's face was also ugly, although she felt a little guilty for sidelining Lu Ran from the great Luo sword sect in the first place. After all, that child was brought up by her. However, for the sake of the clan's development, there was indeed no way for her to pay attention to Lu Ran. It was just that when Lu Ran exited the Luo sword sect alone and forlornly, she was a little too upset to do so. However, he did not expect that in such a short period of time, Lu Ran had already grown to such a level. She didn't understand why, if Lu Ran really had this ability, why had he been in obscurity for 10 years in the Great Luo Sword Sect? If Lu Ran was willing to develop in the Great Luo Sword Sect, with Lu Ran's growth rate, where would Liang Xiaoyu have anything to do? Everyone be quiet. At this time, Lu Qinghe saw that the people had almost come and opened his mouth to shout. Under the added power of the Mahayana realm, the voice was not loud, but it came out in a vast and powerful manner, vibrating in everyone's heart. The slightly noisy scene instantly fell into dead silence. I'm sure you've all heard the rumors more or less by now as you've gathered here. That's right. It's because of the Yellow Springs Holy Land. During this period of time, because of some accidents, the friction between our Jiuli Holy Land and Yellow Springs Holy Land has been growing. The Jiuli Holy Land has a vast territory, so it's inevitable that it will be infiltrated by the Yellow Springs Holy Land. In order to preserve the Jiuli Holy Land, and for the sake of peace in all sects, I want you all to deploy inspections of your respective sections. If you find any accidents, report them at the first opportunity, and the Holy Land will deal with them personally. Lu Qinghe didn't say much, and calling these clans over wasn't to talk about this. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. After all, these arrangements only need to be communicated by a messenger. Calling them over in person was a more detailed arrangement. The Holy Land would make precise arrangements and subsequent deployment of the intelligence network according to the location of the clan and the scope of their affiliation. Of course, those are the ones that after the meeting is over, the Holy Land has a special person to take care of the arrangements. Everyone doesn't need to worry too much. For this conflict, we have the Yaohe Holy Land to help us out. We are not weaker than that Yellow Springs Holy Land. This one beside me, there should be quite a few people who recognize her. She is the Yaohe Holy Lord Vermilion San Luo. Lu Qinghe said with an introduction. At the same time, he looked at Lu Ran on his left. He said, I would also like to introduce to you all the newest guest minister to join the Jiuli Holy Land, Lu Ran. This was also Lu Qinghe's small mind, playing Lu Ran's name in front of everyone. Although Lu Ran was only a guest secretary, this group of people would subconsciously bind Lu Ran to the Jiuli Holy Land. If you want to keep Lu Ran, you need to submerge. Impulsiveness won't do the job. Anxious monkeys can't eat hot buns. The crowd under the stage was in an uproar. The requirements for a guest secretary of the Jiuli Holy Land were very harsh. Not only did one need to be at the peak of the late-stage cultivation realm of the spirit transformation realm, But one also needed to have exceptional skills. Even in the spirit transformation realm, one needed to be one of the best in order to qualify. I didn't expect that a young man who didn't look like much would be qualified to become a guest minister. Many people were speculating, this Lu Ran, just where was he? And even if you become a guest minister, do you need such a grand introduction? Even if it was the previous guest ministers of other holy lands, how had they ever had the chance to be on par with the two great holy lords? For a while, speculation was rife. As for the group of people from the Luo sword sect, their faces were green at this moment. Lu Ran, who had been ostracized by them from the great Luo sword sect, was now surprisingly their superior's superior, the guest of honor of the Jiuli Holy Land. Liang Xiaoyu's expression twisted and his teeth clenched. In fact, he didn't have any deep hatred with Lu Ran, merely jealousy. From the time he was jealous of Lu Ran's possession of the mixed sword body, he had ostracized him all the way to satisfy his inner sense of superiority. But today, superior my ass. Even if the Deqian dynasty replaced the Luo sword sect, the survival of the entire Deqian dynasty was at the whim of Lu Ran, the guest secretary of the Holy Land. His face was green, remembering how he had ostracized Lu Ran in the past. Could this be a good life in the future? Chapter 50 Su Yu Ling meets Immortal Leader. After the dispersal, someone specialized in making arrangements and deployments for each clan. These sects didn't need to look at the whole picture, they only needed to be responsible for inspecting their respective areas well, so it was relatively simple. After that, many clans left one after another. The people from the Luo sword sect were also in the compartment packing up their belongings and preparing to leave. Liang Xiaoyu remained silent from the time after the dispersal until now, not saying a word, and his face was ironic. Wang Yujiao saw the opportunity and said to Liang Xiaoyu as before, "Xiaoyu, it's okay. That Lu Ran is just being a little white boy, as long as you." Pong! Before the words were finished, Liang Xiaoyu's body erupted with a wave of astral energy, smashing Wang Yujiao fiercely out. Wang Yujiao's frail and delicate body smashed against the wall, and the entire compartment trembled fiercely. "How many times have I told you to call me Patriarch? Is Xiaoyu also something you're qualified to call? And don't mention Lu Ran to me." Liang Xiaoyu roared. "Do you really think that you can climb to his current position by being a gigolo? You have no ing brains." Liang Xiaoyu cursed, annoyed in his heart. Su Yuling frowned and stepped forward to grab Wang Yujiao's wrist to get her up, while mobilizing her spiritual energy to calm Wang Yujiao's vibrating organs. To Liang Xiaoyu, he said, "This is still the holy land of Jiuli, not a place for you to take your anger out. If you really feel that Lu Ran is overpowering you, go back to your cultivation and lead the Dala Sword sect to rise to prominence instead of laying a harsh hand on your senior sister." Being lectured by Su Yuling, Liang Xiaoyu's face clouded over, clenching his teeth so hard that he almost couldn't hold back his outburst. But he held back at the last minute. He took a deep breath and said, "I know." At this point, a serious voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Which clan? What's the noise here?" Turning his head to look, he realized that it was a few stewards from the Holy Land who were in charge of the compartment area. They were high and mighty, staring at the several people from the Luo sword sect with a face full of arrogance. Don't look at them as just small stewards, but each one of them was at the Yuaning realm, and they weren't even very inferior to Su Yuling. This was the terror of a holy land. A random steward could be a unique figure in these end-ranking sects affiliated with it. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Don't blame a few people, Su Yuling said to the several people with a smile. At a time like this, Liang Xiaoyu, the patriarch, was of no use at all, couldn't even let out a single fart, and had to have Su Yuling to round things off. Su Yuling became more and more disappointed in Liang Xiaoyu. To say that his talent is good, it's actually just that, compared to today's Lu Ran, it's even more of a piece of trash. On the contrary, he also had no leadership skills, coupled with serious jealousy and a twisted personality. Could this kind of goods really lead the rise of the great Luo sword sect? Su Yuling was already beginning to doubt her decision. But there's no turning back when it comes down to it. What misunderstanding? What are you doing here? Fighting? You're a small clan with a bunch of losers, what's there to fight about? Who's the head of the clan? Is it you? One of the stewards said with a raised eyebrow. A mouthful of crap, that's no mercy at all. Su Yuling's face was ugly as she looked towards Liang Xiaoyu. The latter was named by the steward, and only then did he awkwardly stand out, arching his hand and saying, "I'm the sect master of the great Luo sword sect. I'm really sorry for this. There was a little accident just now, we're getting ready to leave. Please don't blame a few of you." Obviously suffocating to death in his heart. But in front of the several stewards he still had to be coy. Liang Xiaoyu's face became more and more twisted and ugly because of the imbalance in his heart. You are the sovereign? Sovereign of the Jindan realm? Ha ha. Your clan is quite interesting, and what kind of expression do you have? Going to poop? A few stewards burst into laughter. The corners of Liang Xiaoyu's mouth were twitching. His body trembled, and his teeth were about to clench blood. At that particular moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the door. Liang Xiaoyu's few people subconsciously looked up and realized that it was actually Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao passing by from outside. Several stewards instantly stood up, simultaneously arching their hands and bowing, respectfully shouting, "Greetings, Immortal!" The title of Immortal Leader was a bit strange, but that was the honorific title of all the guest ministers of the Jiuli Sacred Ground, the difference being that before Lu Ran had appeared, there had never been such a young Immortal Leader. Inside the room, the crowd of the Deluo Sword Sect groveled to the few stewards at the door. Outside the house, several stewards bowed down to Lu Ran. A mere door to a room separates what seems like two worlds. Lu ran outside the house, once the object of ostracism and ridicule for the group of people inside the house. Now, with a transcendent position, pressed them head-on. God knows to what extent Liang Xiaoyu's mood was twisted with grief and anger at this time. He stared at Lu Ran with crimson eyes, clenching his teeth, his body trembling, but he didn't dare to say a single word of mockery. Right then and there, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Knock! One of the stewards viciously kicked Liang Xiaoyu and angrily rebuked, "Bold! What are you waiting for if you don't salute when you see Immortal Master?" Liang Xiaoyu stumbled and steadied himself, gritted his teeth, and bowed to Lu Ran. "Liang Xiaoyu of the Deluo Sword Sect. Meet the Immortal Master." Wang Yujiao saw that Liang Xiaoyu was even kicked in the face, so naturally she didn't dare to hesitate, and with the remaining two disciples and Liang Xiaoyu's entourage, they saluted. Even Suyu Ling arched her hand and said to Lu Ran, "Great Luo Sword Sect Suyu Ling, I have met Immortal Master." In this situation, Lu Ran, however, sighed in his heart. Qin Wuyao glanced at the side of Lu Ran's face, her expression indifferent as she looked at these people from the Deluo Sword Sect in front of her. Her heart was incomparably happy, more so than Lu Ran. She certainly knew how much criticism and ostracization Lu Ran had suffered in the Great Luo Sword Sect over the past 10 years. And now, she was finally able to get back on her feet. Then, Suyu Ling raised her head, looked at Lu Ran, and said with a bitter face, "Lu Ran, long time no see. Has it been long?" Lu Ran didn't feel it, but it was only 10 days or so. However, to Suyu Ling, this period of time was incomparably long and torturous. A few stewards froze violently, their faces blanched as they said to Lu Ran, "Immortal Master, these few, you know them? He just kicked this Liang Xiaoyu. If it is really the Immortal's friend, this can be an old crime." Lu Ran shook his head with an indifferent expression and said, "It doesn't matter." After saying that, he pulled Qin Wuyao, who still wanted to continue watching the show, and continued to walk forward. As they passed by, the various sects that saw the scene just now hurriedly came together and scrambled to bow and salute, with a single, "I have seen Immortal Leader." Just hope that Lu Ran would remember them, the little people. "What? Heartbroken to see your former master groveling to you?" Qin Wuyao asked as her elbow disliked Lu Ran. "It just doesn't feel like there's any more crossover." Lu Ran shook his head and said, "Is there nothing more to it?" Qin Wuyao raised her eyebrows. She didn't feel that way. This was because next, she was going to tour the regions within the boundaries of the Holy Land with Lu Ran and another supervisory envoy. Qin Wuyao muttered in her heart, "This isn't enough. I'm going to take you back to the Great Luo Sword Sect and make the entire Great Luo Sword Sect disciples bow down before you." Chapter 51, The Difficulty of Breaking Through Transformation. The two of them came to rest in a large hall located near the entrance of the Holy Land Sect. "Why haven't you left yet?" Lu Ran asked. "Wait, didn't I say earlier that I'm taking over that dead inspector envoy in the name of the Yahoo Sacred Ground, 2 by 2, and I need to wait for the other inspector envoy to go out together?" Qin Wuyao said. She sat on the steps in front of the Great Hall, re-changing into her favorite red neon dress, her two jade legs swaying outside the steps. Lu Ran stared at Qin Wuyao's white calves for a few more moments, and his mind coldly flashed back to that day when Qin Wuyao had given him the personalized treasure armor, the beauty of the jade back that he couldn't forget at a single glance. "What are you thinking about, with such an obscene expression?" Qin Wuyao reached out and waved her hand in front of Lu Ran, asking suspiciously. "Cough, cough. No, nothing. Why hasn't that person arrived yet? Lu Ran casually prevaricated. The words just fell. A woman wearing the uniform of the Jiuli Holy Land's supervisory envoy walked towards this side. The woman's style was completely different from Qin Wuyao's, with a tall figure, the same sword cultivator, delicate features, and a ponytail tied in a valiant manner. Wang Xiaoyu. Qin Wuyao's eyes glared. On the contrary, Wang Xiaoyu didn't feel the slightest bit surprised that Qin Wuyao was here, and just glanced at Qin Wuyao and casually looked at Lu Ran. In particular, he stared at the guest symbol on Lu Ran's chest for more than a second. Only then did he ask, "You are Lu Ran, the newest guest minister of the Jiuli Holy Land?" Lu Ran shrugged and said, "It's me." Afterwards, Lu Ran realized that this Wang Xiaoyu is Chu Tianzhao's elder sister. The talent is also very outstanding, not very old, but has already broken through the God of Transformation, and now in the middle stage of the God of Transformation, she is one of the supervision envoys in the supervision department. Because of her close relationship with Chu Tianzhao, Qin Wuyao naturally did not see eye to eye with her either. As expected, the district Yuaning realm, huh? Said Wang Xiaoyu with a cold smile. It seemed to be extremely disdainful of Lu Ran. Wang Xiaoyu, what are you saying? What's wrong with the Yuaning realm? Do you know how Lu Ran became a guest minister? Qin Wuyao raised her eyebrows and fought for Lu Ran. I just came back from my inspection, and although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I heard that Lu Ran sensed the 6 sword monuments and has amazing talent, but he also similarly destroyed the 6 sword monuments of the 9 lives sacred ground, and he also got the ancient sword pill. Wang Xiaoyu said. As he spoke, the shock in his eyes could not be hidden. As a disciple of the Jiuli sacred ground, Wang Xiaoyu was of course clear about what it meant to sense the 6 sword tablets. That was a supreme talent that far surpassed the talent of old man Jiuli. Since you know, what kind of attitude is this? You're just a tiny inspector general. Lu Ran is a guest minister. In terms of status and position, he should be above you. Qin Wuyao said. A so-called genius of the Yuaning realm is also worthy? I really can't understand, with such outstanding talent, instead of cowering in the Holy Land to cultivate and grow, you want to follow the inspector ambassador to go out and take risks. You're a guest minister and a wizard, but do you think that with your skills, even if you inspect into an unexpected situation, you're capable of solving it? I was lightly alone, but now I have to bring a drag along, so I can't complain a few times. Wang Xiaoyu said indifferently. Hearing this, Qin Wuyao realized. This Wang Xiaoyu had heard about Lu Ran's enlightenment of the hexagonal sword tablet, but he didn't seem to know about Lu Ran's suppression of Mu Yunzong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have underestimated Lu Ran's battle power so much. Because Lu Ran could subdue Mu Yunzong, who was known for his defense and was still at the peak of the late stage of the transformation spirit, he was naturally able to destroy Wang Xiaoyu with a single sword. But before Qin Wuyao could explain, Wang Xiaoyu threw out a flying sword and jumped up herself. At the same time, he glanced at Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran. Qin Wuyao understood at a glance and raised an eyebrow, throwing out the crimson moon ring, pulling Lu Ran and jumping up, looking at Wang Xiaoyu as if he were the one to do so. Lu Ran, on the other hand, was too lazy to bother with more words, and instead looked at the crimson moon ring at his feet with some excitement. He thought that when he reached the transformation god realm, he would be able to roam the 9 heavens in such a dashing and free manner as well. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyu was the first to charge up into the sky with his sword, followed closely by Qin Wuyao, Lu Ran was tugged by Qin Wuyao and asked, "The drunken immortal brew in my body should have been completely absorbed, and the realm should be almost solidified, right?" Qin Wuyao nodded. "It should be about the same." Lu Ran immediately brightened up and said, "Then can I try to break through to transformation god?" Qin Wuyao said, "Anytime." Having said that, Qin Wuyao glanced at Lu Ran and said, "What are you so excited about? Do you think it's so simple to break through to the god of transformation? Do you know how many cultivators at the peak of the late Yuaning stage couldn't break through in their entire lives? This?" Lu Ran scratched his head awkwardly. This difficulty, of course he knew. Su Ling was the peak of the late Yuaning stage, but she had never been able to break through the transformation spirit and had been shackled for a long time. Break through this thing, not that the cultivation to the water to break through, but need chance, sense, talent, and even chi luck, the lack of one. Some people have an epiphany and transform their bodies into gods. Some people are shackled for life and die unwillingly. In front, Wang Xiaoyu turned back to look at Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran from time to time, but realized that these two were not following her at all. Instead, I'm gonna go with Due East, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Although this direction was also within the scope of the inspection that was notified to Wang Xiaoyu, this feeling of going my own way caused Wang Xiaoyu to clench her shell teeth. On the contrary, she was still unable to disengage because when she was notified, she was likewise given the task to protect Lu Ran in the first place no matter what happened. Originally, Wang Xiaoyu did not understand why a guest secretary needed her protection. But when she heard that Lu Ran had sensed the hexagonal sword tablet, she instantly understood. Sacred Lord Lu Qinghe had his eye on Lu Ran as a seedling. This was also the reason why Wang Xiaoyu had an odd attitude towards Lu Ran. Being able to perceive 6 sword tablets, Wang Xiaoyu recognized Lu Ran's talent and was shocked at his divine soul perception. But in the end, no matter how good the talent was, it was still just a Yuaning realm cultivator. Below the spirit of transformation, there wasn't really much difference between Yuaning and Qi refining. They were all mole crickets. This was the gap between great realms that was like a rift in the sky. Outdoor inspection is already dangerous, but also need to bring such a need for her to protect the dragger. Wang Xiaoyu naturally heart is not happy. But it couldn't be helped, it was her duty. Thus, it could only turn around and follow Qin Wuyao's crimson moon ring. Qin Wuyao noticed this and became even more pleased with herself, shaking her head and saying to Lu Ran, "You're the guest minister, so you don't need to be polite to her. Just use her for whatever you need to do." Lu Ran nodded in tears and laughter, looking forward and then at the mountains and rivers below. Asked, "Is this due east?" The corner of Qin Wuyao's mouth rose slightly as she asked, "See." Lu Ran froze and asked, "What?" Qin Wuyao almost deflated and fell off the crimson moon ring. Without good humor, he glared at Lu Ran and said, "What, your head? Stay honest and don't fall down. I'll just lead the way." It wasn't Lu Ran's fault. Lu Ran hadn't been down the mountain since he was young. Now that he was out, the whole world was unfamiliar, and now he was still in the sky, and under this feeling of looking at the earth from above the 9 heavens, Lu Ran became even more road-weary. That's why he didn't recognize that the great Luo sword sect was in this direction. Chapter 52. Women only affect my drinking. However, Qin Wuyao wasn't in a hurry, and her speed wasn't fast either. Because the gang from the great Luo sword sect had also left the Holy Land. But their speed was obviously quite a bit slower. Qin Wuyao was going to wait for them all to return to the great Luo sword sect before she brought Lu Ran over to seek revenge. On the way, Qin Wuyao kept in mind the direction of the great Luo sword sect and led Wang Xiaoyu, who was following behind her, east and west. This won't do. What results can we get from inspecting in such a chaotic manner? Wang Xiaoyu couldn't bear it anymore, and said as he caught up with Qin Wuyao's crimson moon ring. "Then, according to your high opinion?" Qin Wuyao asked. Wang Xiaoyu ignored Qin Wuyao's yin and yang. Casually pointing to the towns below, he said, "The towns within these ranges are the easiest to harbor enemies. If the Yellow Springs Sacred Ground sends people over, they will definitely go to the towns as well to poke around for the recent news of the Jiuli Sacred Ground, and they need to be lined up one by one." Worthy of being a member of the supervision department, Wang Xiaoyu was still very familiar with the routine. Qin Wuyao estimated that the gang from the Luo sword sect definitely hadn't gone back yet, so she wasn't in a hurry. However, immediately following Wang Xiaoyu's command, he felt that his face could not hang on. So with a grimace, he slowed down and crashed towards the town below. At the same time, "Can I not know this? To have you say it." Lu Ran couldn't help but snort out a laugh as he looked at Qin Wuyao. He still quite liked it when Qin Wuyao showed her true nature. Wang Xiaoyu frowned slightly, but did not count on it as the 3 of them landed outside the city's western gate. Wang Xiaoyu introduced herself and said, "Polygon City. It's considered to be a relatively large town nearby. Let's hide our breath and go in. See if we can find any clues. The Yellow Springs Sacred Land's netherworld's ghostly aura is fishy and stinks like nothing else. They can't hide it completely." But having said that, Wang Xiaoyu didn't actually think that he could find any useful clues. She had been inspecting around for the past few days, basically inspecting all the cities and towns, big and small, and found nothing. It was thought that the Yellow Springs Sacred Land was not at this current stage to set up manpower on a large scale to infiltrate Jiuli. Moreover, having just had the supervisory envoy killed by the Yellow Springs Sacred Land, the winds were so strong that most of the other people from the Yellow Springs Sacred Land had also gone into hibernation. If you inspected, you naturally wouldn't be able to discover any movement, but now that Lu Ran and I are on board, that's not necessarily the case. Qin Wuyao casually retorted. Wang Xiaoyu didn't seem to have any intention of fighting with Qin Wuyao. Shaking his head helplessly, he took the lead and headed towards the city. Polygon City was indeed very large, divided into 4 urban areas: east, west, south, north, and south. While the center of the city was home to a number of wealthy families and cultivators. People were coming and going on the street. In order to thoroughly search Polygon City, the three of them first stayed in an inn on the west side of the city, intending to start from the west side of the city and carpet search to sense the scent of the netherworld's ghostly aura. And just to be on the safe side, the trio only had one room. In front of the counter, the youth in charge of checking in looked at Wang Xiaoyu and Qin Wuyao before finally looking at Lu Ran. His eyes full of admiration and worship, a quirky and playful one, a valiant, forward and backward-looking one. What is this kid capable of? However, this youth was quite knowledgeable and Polygon City wasn't too far away from the Holy Land, so he recognized the markings on Wang Xiaoyu's body at a glance. The markings of the Jiuli Holy Land. 3 honored guests. Room 1 of the heavenly character. This way, please go upstairs. The youth greeted smilingly. As for why 3 to a room, this youth, as long as he is not a cutie, he can't ask that kind of question. It was still midday. Wang Xiaoyu entered the room and then found a chair and closed his eyes. Start inspecting at night. The netherworld ghost chi at night will be even more intense. Even if it is deliberately hidden, it cannot be completely suppressed. Wang Xiaoyu said lightly. Qin Wuyao counted the time. There was still most of a day left. Immediately, he ran to Lu Ran with the intention of pulling him out to go shopping. In the past, Qin Wuyao, no matter if she was in the Great Qin Immortal Court or the Yaoqi Holy Land, or the Tianji Mansion, she couldn't go down the mountain at will. It's a waste of time to waste resting in an inn these days. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw Lu Ran carry out a wine jar and banged it on the table. It was the 1,000-year-old wine that Lu Ran hadn't finished drinking before, and there was still half an altar left. It's half a day before the evening. Isn't that just right? What are you doing? Qin Wuyao instantly glared in anger and crossed her arms. Drink some. There's nothing to do anyway, Lu Ran said casually. Then, without further ado, he picked up the wine jar and started pouring. On him. Thud. Qin Wuyao didn't even have time to stop it before Lu Ran took a few big gulps and poured it down. At the same time, the cultivation rewarded by the system was pouring into Lu Ran's dantian. Unfortunately, he just hadn't broken through to transformation spirit, so all this cultivation could only be saved up. After a few mouthfuls, Lu Ran gasped slightly, burped, looked at Qin Wuyao and asked, "What were you going to say just now?" "Says you. Sleep," Qin Wuyao said without a trace of anger. Exasperated, he ran to the bed and sat down on his butt. A look at Lu Ran, instead of coming to comfort her, but continued to drink up, suddenly more angry, stomped his feet, no longer care about him lying on the bed. This dead wood, Qin Wuyao muttered in her heart. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. With a beautiful maiden lying on the bed and a Wang Xiaoyu right next to her, Lu Ran surprisingly grabbed a drink. On the contrary, Lu Ran, his thoughts were very simple. The wine must be drunk, although he hadn't yet broken through the transformation spirit, but his cultivation could be saved up. Plus, there's a bonus when the hangover's over. This time could not be wasted. The past few days in the Jiuli Holy Land had already wasted a lot of great time. Soon, half the jar of wine went down, and even Wang Xiaoyu on the side couldn't help but frown. The 1,000-year-old wine had a strong odor of alcohol, and as she was relatively close and not a good drinker, she could only glare fiercely at Lu Ran. Unfortunately, Lu Ran had already started to get confused and didn't even notice Wang Xiaoyu's dissatisfaction. Next, crash, plopped down on the table, huffed and puffed, and the hangover began. Wang Xiaoyu sighed in her heart and looked at Lu Ran with a pang of unwillingness. She was also a sword cultivator, and like the other disciples, the hexagonal sword tablet had been her lifelong pursuit, but she had been unable to successfully perceive even one of them until now. This Lu Ran in front of him was actually able to sense 6 sword tablets in one breath. It's kind of like nothing that's ever been done before or since. Unfortunately, this kind of cargo who was addicted to alcohol didn't cherish the time to cultivate and grow, but instead wasted it on drinking and sleeping. Don't even try to get rid of the booze, go to sleep when you're on top. Such a genius, even if he possessed an unbelievable talent. Could he really grow up? She was skeptical. Qin Wuyao muttered, and at some point she also fell asleep. Wang Xiaoyu shook his head and continued to close his eyes. The room was quiet. It was until the evening, 3 minutes after the 11th hour. Wang Xiaoyu opened his eyes wide and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Qin Wuyao also sat up from the bed as if she was a fraud. Netherworld ghost breath. Being at the transformation god realm, both of them detected it at the same time, and the aura was very obvious. Is there really a dog from the Yellow Springs Holy Land in this Polygon City? Qin Wuyao was surprised. Follow them over, the other party might be at the transformation god realm. Be careful how you deal with them. Wang Xiaoyu got up and said. Qin Wuyao didn't fight at the critical moment, nodded and got up to carry Lu Ran. Don't look at her petite figure, with the strength of the transformation god realm. Carrying up a Lu Ran was still easy. What are you bringing him for? Wang Xiaoyu said in dissatisfaction. This was to deal with the transformation god realm enemy, Lu Ran. The drag queen was expected to die if he was accidentally grazed by the opponent's attack. If you take Lu Ran with you, you have to protect him everywhere and tie your hands. What, you're relieved to leave Lu Ran here alone? What if the enemy steals your chicken? Qin Wuyao asked rhetorically. Wang Xiaoyu was stunned. But thinking about it, it seemed to be true. Leaving Lu Ran here alone, still hung over. The enemy came and gated him away with a single slash. She had come out on this trip to inspect, and protecting Lu Ran was the most important task. At this moment, Qin Wuyao added, moreover, against the transformation god realm, Lu Ran can be much more useful than you. Chapter 53. The Yellow Springs Sacred Land of the Underworld. Qin Wuyao just carried Lu Ran and leapt down from the window. The body landed in an athletic, slightly crouched position. But she forgot that she was petite and carrying Lu Ran, and it didn't matter that she was squatting. Lu Ran's entire head hit the ground with a thud, the face-down kind. Thanks to the fact that Lu Ran was at the Yuaning stage, although he looked a bit grimy, it was good that there was nothing serious. Wang Xiaoyu followed closely behind. The two of them suppressed their own auras. Their divine sense spread out, and almost instantly discovered the source of the netherworld ghost chi. Thus, the two of them walked like flies in the night, almost sticking to the ground and passing through. Their speed was as fast as lightning, but they were so hidden. But the aura of that netherworld ghost chi didn't seem to have any intention of hiding it. Instead, it was very thick and clear. It came all the way to the outskirts of the city, stretching to the distant slopes. Something's not quite right. This aura is too obvious, Wang Xiaoyu said with a frown. Indeed, the Jiuli Holy Land has just lost a supervisory envoy, and the winds are blowing. Yet the other party, instead of hiding themselves, is making such a big fuss. I'm afraid it's not a trap. Qin Wuyao mused. Obviously neither of these two are cuties. Sensing a hint of something amiss. Go over and take a look, but be careful. When you find something wrong, immediately withdraw with your status. I believe the means to escape and get away will not be scarce. Wang Xiaoyu pondered for a few seconds, really unwilling to beat a retreat in such a haphazard manner. Even if you know that it could be a trap, you still have to spy a little clue and not go back to work without success. Qin Wuyao shrugged and said, worry about yourself. I won't be able to take care of you when I have to escape later. Wang Xiaoyu didn't care and glanced at Lu Ran, who was being carried by Qin Wuyao. Frowning, he said, bringing Lu Ran with him makes it difficult to move around on this trip. He shouldn't have come out at all. With his talent, he should be a canary in a cage. Qin Wuyao immediately glared with her eyes and said, what are you babbling about, dog-eyed? I made it very clear, against the transformation god realm, Lu Ran is much more useful than you. This trip, even if it is a trap, unless that Yellow Springs Sacred Lord comes in person. Otherwise, as long as Lu Ran is awake, there is no need to run away. As many as come, kill as many as you can. Wang Xiaoyu was too lazy to bother with this argument from Qin Wuyao. Only at that time, Qin Wuyao was habitually fighting with him and did not feel that Lu Ran could be of much help. I'll help him dispel the alcohol. Sober state is at least a bit more convenient. Wang Xiaoyu mused and came closer. However, Qin Wuyao was startled and violently retreated a few large steps back. He said, Wang Xiaoyu, don't you mess around. This Lu Ran guy is addicted to alcohol. He enjoys the hangover the most and hates it when someone else dispels it for him. Wang Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. What time is it? Still care about him enjoying drunkenness or not? But seeing Qin Wuyao's serious expression, she could only shrug helplessly and said, forget it. Let it be. Just take care of him. Just follow me. If you find something wrong, I'll signal the police, and you'll be the first to take him away. Don't worry about me. I'll have a way to get out of this. After saying that, he was the first to pursue the netherworld ghost chi, and his figure disappeared into the plains under the night. Qin Wuyao skimmed her lips and followed closely behind. Not long after, crossing the mountainside, the two ran out another dozen or so miles after that netherworldly ghostly aura, and although it was a dozen or so miles away, it was there in a flash. The two of them didn't fly with much fanfare in order to suppress their realm's aura and probe carefully. But even on the ground, the speed of the transformation god realm wasn't slow. The scent became thicker and thicker, floating out of the jungle at the foot of the mountains ahead. The two of them slowed down and looked at each other. Neither of them said anything. Then Wang Xiaoyu took the first step towards the dense forest and touched it. Qin Wuyao then followed closely behind, at the same time twisted his head to look at the shoulder carrying Lu Ran. I do not know when this guy woke up, this bumpy ride, are sleeping so dead, that 1,000 years of ancient wine, the strength is really big. The jungle grew deeper and deeper, surrounded by giant trees. The jungle at night was eerily quiet and scary. Although there were no birds chirping, not even insects chirping in this dark light, it was as if large areas were devoid of living beings. Walking a little further, the fishy smell of the netherworld ghost chi grew stronger, like the odor emitted by some kind of dead and decaying animal. Peeling back the bushes, a large clearing appeared in the dense forest ahead. The moonlight penetrated in, and although it wasn't very bright, to Qin Wuyao and Wang Xiaoyu of the spirit transformation realm, it was nothing. Above the open space, a silhouette was standing motionless, facing the direction of Wang Xiaoyu and Qin Wuyao. He was dressed in black. Even his head was wrapped in a heavy black cloak and hat, and his face was covered with a black veil, so that only a pair of eyes that glowed slightly red in the darkness could be seen. The whole body was covered in black gas, and the most peculiar thing was that behind this guy, he was horizontally carrying a huge black coffin. Seeing the two of them emerge, the other party decisively made a move with one hand, and the huge black coffin behind them was dropped directly in front of them, erected at their side. Crash. The coffin panels burst open, and inside, the body of a man with a rotting face but exquisitely dressed was exposed and able to move, stepping out of the coffin itself. Walking corpses. It's someone from the Yellow Springs Holy Lands Netherworld Division. Wang Xiaoyu's brows furrowed. Moreover, looking at the other party's posture, Wang Xiaoyu and Qin Wuyao were considered to have hidden their breath for nothing. The other party from Polygon City all the way to P to make a mark in general to pull the Netherworld Ghost Chi to this place, obviously is deliberately to attract the two of them to come over. The Yellow Springs Sacred Ground in Chao Division, its strength should not be underestimated. The 8 city gods, their realms are also all at the realm of transformation of the divine. Together with their bizarre and incomparable walking corpses, their combat power is extremely strong. There's more than one scent of Netherworld Ghost Chi. It's true that it's intentionally luring us here. Don't fight. Let's go. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed slightly, backed straight up behind him. But the next second, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Knock. With a muffled sound, another city god in the jungle behind him unloaded the black coffin and released the walker inside. At the same time, on the left and right sides, there were 2 city gods all coming out of the darkness at the same time. Since you know it's a trap, aren't you all too naive to even think of leaving? The city god in front spoke. The voice was guttural, as if tearing at rags, dry and hoarse. Wang Xiaoyu and Qin Wuyao frowned. I didn't expect to be surrounded by 4 city gods in a matter of moments. Wang Xiaoyu reacted and said with an ugly face, "You're not infiltrating, but you're specifically here to hunt the Jioli supervisory envoy." The words fell without waiting for the other party to reply. Wang Xiaoyu directly released his flying sword and jumped up. At the same time, the other hand lifted up the astral wind, pulling Qin Wuyao and Lu ran up as well, and then rushed up into the sky. Strangely enough, the 4 city gods did not stop them, but only looked up with teasing eyes. Just as Wang Xiaoyu's flying sword had just flown out of the height of the tree canopy, it crashed into a barrier, which erupted with a rolling burst of spiritual energy, suppressing Wang Xiaoyu, who had been caught off guard, on the spot. Between flashes, Wang Xiaoyu saw clearly. A knot of molten fire was being fastened in the middle of the dense forest as if it were a bowl, and her charge revealed the knot completely. A city god below laughed sorrowfully. 8-eyed bamboo cage fire boundary mantra. The boundary has been established within 1 hour. Even we can't get out of this area. You and a few others, it's hard to escape. The 3 of them were surrounded in the middle, and Qin Wuyao and Wang Xiaoyu both had very ugly faces. The 2 of them were transformed gods, and the other 4 were also transformed gods, and they were also the most tricky city god of the Yellow Springs Holy Lands in Chao Division, and the walking corpses were even more of a headache, and their battle power was no weaker than that of a transformed god. At the same time, these 4 people had even managed to pull off the Yellow Springs Sacred Ground's 8-eyed bamboo cage fire realm mantra. This thing is indistinguishable from the enemy. The boundary arrangement needs at least 6 hours. Unlike the formation, the person who set up the formation can manipulate it. Once this boundary is complete, even the person who set it up can't get out of it before the boundary dissipates. 6 hours to set up, It was obvious that these 4 people had started preparing when they saw Qin Wuyao and Wang Xiaoyu enter Polygon City. Then seduce them to come over at night. It's bad. Wang Xiaoyu's teeth clenched, somewhat regretting his impulsiveness and contempt for the enemy just now. Qin Wuyao's face was also serious, but she didn't despair as she touched one hand to the storage pouch at her waist. But right at this moment, Lu Ran on his shoulder suddenly uttered a sound and opened his eyes in a daze, twisting his head and staring wide-eyed at Qin Wuyao in a posture of lying on Qin Wuyao's shoulder. Qin Wuyao froze, then instantly became excited. Looking toward the 4, he spoke. This is great. No one can get out within the boundary, and you 4 are the ones who can't escape with your wings. Chapter 54, Breaking Through the Transformation Spirit. After saying that, Qin Wuyao set Lu Ran down. Having just finished a hangover and having slept most of the day, Lu Ran was still a little disoriented, but looking at the black lights and the woods still around him. At once a jolt, covering the chest of thieves, said, "Big night you steal me out, will not wanna me? Why bother, that in there are a lot of empty rooms, we have this relationship, the price of what are good to discuss." Before the words were finished, Qin Wuyao viciously pinched Lu Ran's waist, rotating 365 degrees, hurting Lu Ran to show his teeth. That's when he said, "Thinking about weird stuff all day. Take a good look at what's going on right now." Lu Ran hemmed and hawed. He is not blind, just woke up confused. Eyes were Qin Wuyao carried on the shoulder, teasing her a little. Turning their heads to look, the 4 city gods were each standing next to the black coffins they were carrying, with the walkers inside coming out. Lu Ran didn't know what this was all about, but looking at the black aura that was swirling around these 4 guys, he probably guessed their identities. The people from the Yellow Springs Holy Land. Just. Lu Ran touched his nose and said, "Why does my face hurt a bit? What's wrong?" The corners of Qin Wuyao's mouth twitched as she laughed dryly. "It's cold, so it's probably catching the wind." "With the wind," Lu Ran muttered. "No matter how to say is also Yuaning realm, can still with the wind? And how do I feel my nose is a bit crooked? Is the style still the same?" Qin Wuyao nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. Still. After saying that, he also added, "The nose is not crooked. It's just an illusion of the wind." Wang Xiaoyu is speechless. What are these 2 living treasures doing? This is a dead end. Those 4 city gods also looked at each other. One of them said, "Enough! We can't escape? Are you guys not clear about the current situation? This 8-eyed bamboo cage fire boundary spell, within an hour even we can't get out, and you? That's what I mean, the boundary was set up by you. If you can't get out, aren't you just spinning a cocoon and can't escape with your wings?" Qin Wuyao said casually. When he finished, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He said, "Lu Ran, go." However, when he turned his head, he saw Lu Ran was fuming, stupidly frozen in place. It wasn't that Lu Ran was still awake or in a daze, but he was checking the system hangover reward. Congratulations to the host on 1 successful hangover. Receive hangover reward. Instant breakthrough. Lu Ran instantly eyes bright. He this late peak Yuaning stuck for several days. Originally also intends to find a time to meditate and sense to try, although the chance is slim, but always do not want to continue to be shackled in the Yuaning realm. But I didn't realize that the reward for this hangover was an instant breakthrough. Counting the time when he broke through the Jindan, this was the 2nd breakthrough rewarded by the system. And this time, unlike that time in Jindan, it was harder than heaven for a Yuaning to break through to transformation. Half an altar of wine for a breakthrough is a steal. He looked internally at his dantian, which was undergoing a radical change at this moment. Countless spiritual energy was transformed into true essence and impacted the Yuaning, while the Yuaning instead gradually became less solid, while also the divine soul produced some sort of fit. Yuaning transforms into Yuanshan, reversing the innate immortal body. It is the realm of the transformation of God, and at that time, it will be able to call upon the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, which is inexhaustible. Lu Ran was overjoyed. Although he was inexperienced, Lu Ran had asked Qin Wuyao quite a few times about the transformation realm, and now, he was waiting for the transformation to be completed. While he was looking into his inner dantian, the 4 city gods were not going to tarry any longer. 2 of the walkers were the first to take the brunt of the attack, rushing towards the trio in a flash. Wang Xiaoyu and Qin Wuyao stopped 1 each. This is the most headache of the walking corpse. They are extremely fast, but there is no spiritual power fluctuation. The divine mind to sense their movements have little effect. Need to be careful to watch out. As for the walking corpse itself, it was about one force breaking all laws. and the strength of its body was hard and unparalleled. When, with a loud bang, Wang Xiaoyu merely raised his long sword to block and was shaken back several large steps, and the walker just paused in place, unaffected. Qin Wuyao offered the Crimson Moon Ring, shifting her force as the walker approached, wanting to throw the walker out. After all, Lu Ran was still around. She couldn't back out. However, the walker's hardness and the rigidity of its force far exceeded Qin Wuyao's expectations. The Crimson Moon Ring trembled fiercely, unable to completely dump the force, forcing Qin Wuyao to stomp out 3 steps. In order to prevent Lu Ran from being affected, he forcefully carried off the remaining force. This also caused Qin Wuyao's qi and blood to tumble. Her face flushed a somewhat sickly red. Lu Ran was awakened by the movement at this time, or not to say that he is inexperienced since childhood in the Dalasword sect grew up, out of the mountain to contact this big world of the weak and the strong only 10 days. At this kind of critical juncture, he was the only one who dared to completely immerse his divine thoughts to check the Dantian. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The rotting, but well-dressed walker in front of him startled Lu Ran. He hurriedly took a few steps back to be side by side with Qin Wuyao. Wang Xiaoyu also slowed down and stood on Lu Ran's other side, gazing on guard. Yellow Springs Holy Land in Chao division of the product of the corpse refining method of walking corpses, although the big name, but said that the exchange of hands this is still the first time. Fong could feel its intensity with just one touch, regardless of whether it was Wang Xiaoyu's sword or Qin Wuyao's Crimson Moon Ring. Neither of them were able to do any fatal damage to it, and looking at the situation it was feared that it would just break a little bit of skin. It's too hard. It's still 2 against 4. No, it's 2 against 8. Although the city god of the Netherworld division itself was not strong, with a large portion of its battle power coming into play in the body of a walking corpse, it was, after all, also in the realm of transformation and should not be underestimated. How can this be a fight? Wang Xiaoyu's face was very ugly. Instead, Qin Wuyao glared in exasperation, reaching out to point at the black-robed man directly in front of her, and said aggressively, "Lu Ran, he hit me." Lu Ran sniffed and mused. This walking corpse, what realm is it considered? His sword stance slaughtering god is only for the realm of transformation. Right now he is still in the process of breaking through the realm of transformation, so he can't figure out what realm this corpse is considered to be in, and whether it can trigger the sword stance slaughtering god. The city god of the Netherworld division itself is in the realm of transformation. This walking corpse is between the yin and yang realms. It's impossible to determine, really, it's almost a transformation as well. Because we haven't fought it, we don't know the strategy to deal with it. And if we rush to meet the enemy, we are indeed in a hurry, we have to be careful. Wang Xiaoyu said with a serious expression. At the same time, his eyes looked towards those 4 city god instants. Capturing a thief is the first step. He must find a way to get close to those 4 guys. Otherwise it would be bad if he was surrounded by 4 walking corpses. As soon as the words left his mouth, the walker in front of him let out a violent hiss and slammed back in with his fists raised. Be careful. Wang Xiaoyu retreated at the first opportunity, while trying to pull Lu and then retreat, avoiding his front for the time being. Only to realize that this one, the grip was empty. Instead of retreating, Lu Ran made a forward dash, and the Jiangyu cold sword flashed out in his hand. Between the sword chi and the walking corpse, he staggered past. Immediately afterward, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. The walker stumbled, as if it was unsteady on its feet, staggered and planted itself on the ground, and in the next second, it was split into pieces. Lu Ran then breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, "It seems right. The sword move slaughter god is equally effective against this walking corpse." After saying that, Lu Ran began to call the ancient sword pill, almost forgot the sword pill this good thing in haste. Also really Jiangyu cold sword used a few times smooth hand. The inflammatory blade burns the sky are not as smooth as Jiangyu. Qin Wuyao grinned, not feeling the least bit surprised by this scene. Wang Xiaoyu was different, looking at the corpse pieces all over the ground, as well as the figure carrying a long sword under the moon in the jungle clearing with ease and comfort. The whole person was dumbfounded. Chapter 55. The Big Kill. Lu Ran, you? Wang Xiaoyu nagged, but didn't know how to comment. Lu Ran, a peak late Yuaning stage, had so easily and comfortably subdued a walking corpse. How is this possible? She fiercely remembered what Qin Wuyao had said earlier, that Lu Ran was much better at dealing with transformation spirits than she, Wang Xiaoyu. Moreover, when Lu Ran awakened just now, Qin Wuyao had also sworn that it was not the 3 of them who were unable to escape with their wings, but the 4 hostile Yellow Springs sacred land in Chao division city gods. I thought that Qin Wuyao was just clamoring to put in a hard word, but I didn't expect that Lu Ran really had this strength. But she couldn't figure out how Lu Ran actually did it. Meanwhile, those 4 city gods looked dumbfounded. Their target was actually mainly Qin Wuyao and Wang Xiaoyu. These two had to die, and of course Lu Ran couldn't be spared. After all, they also recognized the mark of Jolie's guest minister on Lu Ran's body. But a Yuaning realm guy, they didn't take it seriously at all. However, they did not expect that at the critical moment, this Yuaning realm, which they looked down upon, would casually dismantle a walking corpse. Lu Ran took a deep breath, carrying the cold sword Jiangyu in his right hand and squeezing the ancient sword pill in his left hand. He looked toward the 4 city gods. Suddenly, he turned back to Wang Xiaoyu and asked, "Should we leave him alive?" Wang Xiaoyu subconsciously shook her head and said, "There is no need, Yellow Springs and Jolie are on the same level. Now that the armies are meeting, it's either you die or I die. There's nothing to keep alive." Lu Ran nodded and said, "Okay, then I know." After saying that, he once again turned back to the 4 city gods. "This son is odd. Kill him." A few city gods thought back to the scene just now and felt bad in their hearts. One of them immediately yelled, obviously not practicing the principle that villains die from talking too much. In the next second, the 3 remaining walkers, in unison, rushed towards Lu Ran. Wang Xiaoyu's heart tightened and he hurried forward. Although Lu Ran had just dazzled her with that move, Lu Ran was only a Yuaning no matter what. She hadn't forgotten the mission the Holy Land had given her, to protect Lu Ran's safety. At the same time, Qin Wuyao also came over. Although she was very confident in Lu Ran's strength, she was also worried that Lu Ran was in the gutter, so it was better to be careful. Only their fears were redundant. Lu Ran didn't use the cold sword Jiangyu this time, but instead threw out the ancient sword pill. This thing can also be attached to the sword move Slaughter God, and it can be attacked remotely. Lu Ran himself is much safer. Still, Lu Ran could suppress a transformation god, and a transformation god could likewise kill Lu Ran. Right now, the Yuaning in Lu Ran's body was still transforming. The speed was getting faster and faster. Before that, it was still necessary to be careful. It would be a tragedy if the breakthrough process turned over in the gutter. In the next second, the sword pellet exploded in the air, drawing down into a strand of fine and incomparable silk that was almost hard to see with the naked eye. Wrapped in incomparably sharp sword chi, they wrapped around the 3 charging walkers one by one, as fast as lightning. A slashing sound that made people's hearts shudder came, and immediately afterward, the 3 walkers fell to the ground through inertia. Yes, they collapsed to the ground, and the moment they fell to the ground, they shattered into a field of body parts of different sizes, spread out a good distance by inertia. The ground beneath his feet was all covered with body parts. The good thing is that the blood of this walker has long since dried up. The scene does not look so bloody, but the body parts all over the ground look really eye-catching. Those 4 city gods were confused. In the blink of an eye, the 3 remaining walkers, 2 were gone. This was their greatest dependence, and their main battle strength was also embodied in their walking corpse bodies. Instead, their own strength was relatively weak amongst the realm of the transformation spirit. Now that the 4 walkers were gone, they, the barebones, were in a predictable state of affairs. Their physical strength is 1,000,000 miles away from the walkers. "Run, run quickly. This son is eccentric," someone shouted. But once they turned around, they snapped back to their senses. "Running my ass." The 8-eye bamboo cage fire boundary spell was set up by themselves. Before an hour was up, there was no way up and no way down. The faces of the other 3 city gods were also very ugly, looking at Lu Ran in fear. No wonder a Yuaning realm would be honored by the Jili sacred land as a guest minister. "Damn it, how the hell did you do that?" One of the city gods trembled and asked in a jealous rage. This was thought to be the action of setting up an ambush to hunt down the Jili Holy Land's supervisory envoys. But now it really answered Qin Wuyao's words, becoming a cocoon and digging one's own grave. Lu Ran glanced at the questioning city god and didn't bother to pay any attention as the filament formed by the ancient sword pill was manipulated by Lu Ran's divine thoughts and flew towards the nearest city god. "On him. Quick, slick up." A flash of light, this time even simpler, just like slicing tofu, accompanied by the same ground of corpses. Only this city god has blood and flesh, big living persona. This is the ancient sword pill stirred up after. The scene is much more explosive. The air also began to smell like blood. Lu Ran didn't even look at it and proceeded to target the second city god. The 3 remaining guys came back to their senses, the black mist on their bodies almost drowning them in their own. Among them, you can also see the golden light and precious chi constantly flickering, obviously raising their own astral energy to the extreme, and the protective treasures and whatnot were taken out. As city gods, they knew their own drawbacks, so the protective magic treasures one by one were not bad grade, and the number of them was also large, all round 360 degrees without dead angle protection. But the result remained the same, the sword move slaughter ignored defense. The ancient sword pill swept through, and the second city god didn't even have time to let out a scream before he died as well. The people died and their chi disappeared, and on the ground, in addition to the scattered pieces of corpses, there were also various body protectors that had been cut up and completely scrapped. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Then came the third. Behind her, Qin Wuyao looked on in a good mood, while Wang Xiaoyu wondered if she was dreaming. So easy and relaxed was the abuse that it looked as if it was as simple as chopping up a melon and chopping up a vegetable. But Lu Ran is a Yuan Ying. Those 4 people are transformation gods. The image was as bizarre as a baby violently beating up for burly men. Moreover, looking at the ground those scattered scrapped magic treasures, one by one the grade is not bad. Even if Wang Xiaoyu full force, for a moment will not be able to break through these defenses, let alone even destroy these magic treasures. But in front of Lu Ran, it swept by. It was as if any defense was paper mache. This is absolute crushing. A Yuan Ying, easily, without even having to move his feet, crushing the 4 great spirits of transformation. Even the 4 walkers with terrifying flesh strength were packed into a field of body parts. Wang Xiaoyu's face was pale. When she came out with Lu Ran, she still thought that Lu Ran was a drag. But now it seemed that her little bit of strength was the difference between heaven and earth compared to Lu Ran. The third person also died unsurprisingly, at which point Lu Ran suddenly stopped. It wasn't to spare the other party, but to realize that the transformation of the Yuan Ying in his body had reached its final moments. In order to avoid accidents, Lu Ran planned to wait a little. But the wait was torturous for that last city god who was still alive. Death was right in front of his eyes, but he couldn't escape. His only reliance on the walking corpse was also dead. And looking at his companion's death, the protective astral energy and magic treasures didn't seem to have been of any use either. He was now hating this 8-eyed bamboo cage fire realm curse. This hook 8 thing, it doesn't know the enemy from me. The setup was successful and no one could leave. Damn. How the hell did you do it? You are only in the Yuaning realm, you? Shouted that city god with a trembling voice, and he wanted to be an understanding ghost before dying. But the words weren't even finished. Buzz. A wave of air blew out in all directions with Lu Ran at the center. Lu Ran's body violently flashed up a translucent shadow. The shadow and Lu Ran looked exactly the same, just 1 size bigger. After a brief flicker, it contracted with a bang and reattached itself to Lu Ran. Lu Ran's body shook around him, and his entire aura changed radically at this moment. He took a deep breath and exhaled it, teasingly saying, "Who told you I'm a Yuan Ying?" That Shingo, I was completely confused. Just now it was a Yuan Ying, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through to the god of transformation. Even the Yuan Shin has popped up. What the hell is this? Behind Lu Ran, Qin Wuyao and Wang Xiaoyu were also dumbfounded. Yuan Shen? Lu Ran. Lu Ran broke through. Wang Xiaoyu muttered. But where is the thunderbolt? How did this breakthrough happen in good time? Why? That's not all. The cultivation accumulated within Lu Ran's Dantian began to transform crazily after Lu Ran broke through the transformation god realm. Right in front of a few people, Lu Ran's breath, from just breaking through the early stage of the transformation of God, began to soar all the way up. I'm asking for some free recommendations and monthly votes. I'm trying to add more, and I'm asking for support from my fellow readers. Thank you. It's much appreciated. Chapter 56, It's the Army of the Deqian Dynasty. Lu Ran, who had just made a breakthrough, his realm was not yet stable, but his breath was climbing. Beginning at the early stage of God transformation, it climbed upwards, quickly reaching the middle stage of God transformation. The only remaining city god was staring in disbelief. What kind of trick is this? A trick? Although Qin Wuyao had already seen it on Lu Ran, she still felt her head buzzing at this moment. This was the transformation god realm. Can you raise your cultivation level like this? Without practicing. Come to think of it, it seemed that from the time he knew Lu Ran until now, this bastard had never practiced cultivation at all. It seemed right that Lu Ran himself was born with an extinct vein and was unable to cultivate at all. But how did his cultivation grow? Every time it seemed that after Lu Ran made a breakthrough, his cultivation began to grow automatically, stopping when he reached the peak of his current realm. Then one waits for a breakthrough, and after that one continues to climb to the peak of the current realm. Qin Wuyao was completely unable to understand. To be eccentric, this Lu Ran fellow loved to drink, but as a normal person, how could he possibly associate alcohol with cultivation? It wasn't Qin Wuyao's fault. The system's ability completely broke the normal rules. If Lu Ran didn't have the wine sword immortal system and someone else told Lu Ran that he could increase his cultivation by drinking, and that it would be an increase of a few years, a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years of cultivation, Lu Ran would have thought that the other party was bullting. As for Wang Xiaoyu, he had been completely convinced, heartily convinced. Dual sword intent, mixed sword body, divine soul sensation able to perceive 6 sword tablets. Yuaning realm easily crushing and suppressing harmonized God realm opponents. No need to cross the tribulation to break through to harmonized God. And after the breakthrough, it also reductively increases cultivation. This, Wang Xiaoyu muttered. She suddenly understood why Lu Qinghe had promised Lu Ran the status of guest secretary. And why had she been told to protect Lu Ran no matter what? Such a wunderkind, not to mention 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, a million years is not expected to produce one. And as long as Lu Ran was given ample time to grow, the extent he could reach in the future was simply unimaginable. Coldly coming back to his senses, when Wang Xiaoyu looked at Lu Ran again, at that moment Lu Ran's aura had already climbed to the peak of the late harmonization of God realm. Even Wang Xiaoyu himself had not reached it. Lu Ran slowly let out a sigh of relief, moved his muscles and bones that had obviously strengthened drastically after transforming into a god, and looked towards that last city god, grinning. That smile almost made that city god pull out in fear. Desien, Dan. T kill me. I can quit the Yellow Springs holy land now. It's me who has eyes but no pearls. Please let me go. Let me go. That city god cried and then kneeled on the ground, crying bitterly. Not a single thought of resistance. Originally, the Yuaning realm Lu Ran was able to easily abuse them, but now in the blink of an eye, because of his questioning, the other party took a drought in situ and raised his realm to the peak of the late stage of transformation spirit in a raw manner. Popped right in place by a big realm. It doesn't even need to be transmuted. One must know that although the biggest difficulty for a Yuaning to break through to the transformation of God is perception, even if the creation arrives and perceives that ray of heavenly Tao opportunity and successfully breaks through, one needs to go through a thunderbolt to do so. The power of the thunderbolt was terrifying and there was no way for outsiders to help. If there were companions to help, the lightning tribulation would geometrically increase under the addition of the heavenly Tao laws, annihilating everyone. Therefore, when you cross the threshold, you can only rely on your own body strength, gong fu, armor, magic treasure, and so on to carry it hard. But this one in front of him, because he questioned a sentence about the firstborn, this one directly broke through the transformation of God in situ, and there was simply no transgression. After all, it was a system reward, and it didn't need a process at all when it was said to be advanced. Lu Ran lightly glanced at the city god and lazily said, I am now a guest minister of the Jiuli Holy Land, enjoying the benefits and resources of the Jiuli Holy Land. You are a dog of the Yellow Springs Holy Land, so of course I can't possibly let you go. What are you thinking about? After saying that, with a casual wave of his hand, he didn't bother to break up anything with the other party. And the ancient sword pellets stirred up the other party's body in a matter of moments. Lu Ran was now a guest minister of the Jiuli Holy Land, so there was no excuse for doing so. Of course, there was another aspect of the reason, which was that Lu Ran had destroyed the hexagonal sword tablet, the root of someone's holy land, because of his senses, and had also taken the ancient sword pill for himself. This generous gift, Lu Ran should more or less return it. After the last city god died, only the 3 of them were left at the scene. The Hapo Bamboo Cage Fire Realm curse had not dissipated yet, so they could not leave. So the 3 of them could only pestle in place and wait. Aren't you going to pack up their storage bags? As the city god of the Yellow Springs Sacred Lands Department of the Underworld, there must be quite a few cultivation resources. Lu Ran said casually. He was born with an extinct vein, and his cultivation resources were just worthless to him, so he had no intention of scavenging. Qin Wuyao's rich family's daughter, her status is distinguished, and she can't look at the city god's little family. Wang Xiaoyu, on the other hand, came over and packed the 4 city gods' corpses and shattered walkers together in 3 tries, taking them back to deliver. Also rummaged through the contents of the storage bag. There really wasn't much good stuff, some pills, spirit herbs and the like, and some spare corpses, but there were quite a few spirit stones. Lu Ran took a significant portion of it. He didn't need cultivation resources, but money was still necessary. Spirit Stone, this thing, can be used as a cultivation resource, but at the same time it is also a high-level currency. Walking in the 9 states, money is much more dashing. Returning back to Lu Ran, Wang Xiaoyu's eyes flickered a bit when she looked at Lu Ran. It was not only because of the terrifying combat power that Lu Ran had erupted, but also Lu Ran's realm at this moment. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. In the vast land of the 9 states, strength was honored, and Lu Ran's strength was now above hers, Wang Xiaoyu, and she deserved to be a head lower. Immortal, previously sorry, is that I look at the fork in the eye. Did not expect you this powerful. Wang Xiaoyu clenched her teeth, with her character, obviously seldom soft. But this time, the heart is convinced, the 5-body kind of service. No harm done. Lu Ran waved his hand, indicating that it didn't matter. Fortunately, the duration of the 8-eyed bamboo cage fire realm spell was not very long, and after it dissipated, the 3 of them re-entered the Polygon City Inn. The next morning, the 3 of them agreed on a route and continued their inspection, but after last night's scene, the atmospheric relationship between Wang Xiaoyu and Qin Wuyao had eased quite a bit. From Polygon City to continue to the east, 3 people flying side by side. Lu Ran has been transformed into a god. You can manipulate the magic treasure to travel the 9 heavens. He tried it, found the cold sword Jiangyu, inflammatory blade burning sky, and the ancient sword pill. These 3, although the ancient sword pill grade and power is the strongest, but the flight speed is similar. The cold sword Jiangyu is a little more stable. The form of the ancient sword pill used for imperial flight is not very maneuverable. Inflammatory blade burning sky single carry out is very cool, but used to substitute for the flight, the speed of the cool black smoke, or forget it. In the end, he used the cold sword Jiangyu as a means of transportation. Although the flight was still a bit crooked due to the lack of skill, the speed was not slow. For the next 2 days, the 3 of them inspected all the way, passing through some sects and towns, stopping to rest from time to time, and all of them didn't find any accidents. It was until the evening of the 3rd day. They were about to find a nearby town to settle down and investigate in passing when they suddenly realized that above the earth below, a densely packed army was heading east in great numbers. This was the first time Lu Ran had seen a dynasty marching in this world, and the scene was quite spectacular. Army flags could be vaguely seen fluttering sporadically in the ranks. It is inscribed with one big word: Qian. It's the army of the Qian dynasty, Lu Ran murmured as his eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 57. The royal army comes to the mountain. Anam. Quick slick up. Wang Xiaoyu took the first step to maneuver the flying sword down. Hey! Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao shouted from behind, and had no choice but to follow down. At such a sensitive moment, the dynasty's army is pouring out. I want to see what kind of demon they're up to, and as far as I know, this Dacian dynasty is not affiliated with the Holy Land. Wang Xiaoyu also didn't forget to turn around and explain to Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao. The 3 of them hung down from the 9 heavens and stood before the rout of the dynasty's army. The entire brigade immediately became somewhat tumultuous and fell to a halt. All of them looked at Lu Ran's trio with fear and alertness. To be able to maneuver a flying sword to fly and descend from the sky, this realm, could it be a transformation god? The 3 goddess of transformation bigwigs. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes just swept these generals, and then looked at the 20 or so Luandu at the very front of the team. It was the cultivators inside these 20-odd Luangxi who were leading the way. Sure enough, a few of the cultivators in the Luangtou noticed that the procession had stopped and immediately poked their heads out. They didn't see these 3 people fall from the sky. They only saw someone blocking the way and immediately reprimanded them. Bold! My great Qian imperial family is on a journey. Who dares to stop us? Can't you recognize the military flag of my Dacian dynasty? Get out of the way or else shoot to kill. In the midst of the clamor, Wang Xiaoyu furrowed his brows and murmured, the Dacian imperial clan have all followed the nest. Qin Wuyao was just watching the fun, but Lu Ran was in a bit of a trance in place. In that 100-year dream, Lu Ran was deeply impressed by the Iron Horsemen of the Deqian dynasty. It was these Deqian generals that slaughtered the Deluo sword sect. When Suyu Ling as well as the elders of the clan were controlled by Deqian, all the remaining disciples of the Deluo sword sect would either submit or die. The entire Deluo sword sect was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Lu Ran was eventually captured alive as well, and was used by the Deqian dynasty to extract the root bones of the mixed sword body with a cruel secret method. Now that he had seen the army of the Deqian dynasty again, Lu Ran was sighing in his heart. In the middle of 100 years of dreaming, Lu Ran was just a waste of space for others to fish and meet. But today, his situation was very different. Just. Lu Ran turned back to look at the direction behind him and murmured. This bearing, it's correct that it's heading to the great Luo sword sect, and the great Qin dynasty is pouring out their nests, which is also in line with the development of that 100-year dream, but this time it seems to be a bit early. In the middle of 100 years of dreaming, the Dacian dynasty is not so quick to go to the great Luo mountain. He fiercely recalled that when he was in the Jiuli Holy Land, it seemed that Su Yuling had already passed the position of patriarch to Liang Xiaoyu. So much for everything being ahead of schedule. And today is the day that the great Luo sword sect will be destroyed? Those few royals clamored, and seeing that Lu Ran's 3 didn't respond, they immediately drilled out of the imperial chariot in a murderous manner. At this time, in one of the most luxurious Luanda, Liang Sen frowned and lifted the beaded curtain of the Luanda. With just one glance, Liang Sen's face changed so much that he almost peed on the spot. It was Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao. He could still remember when Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao went to the Deqian dynasty to fetch the wine. A Yaoi holy maiden and an unidentified male. These two were absolute big shots. Moreover, at this moment, he even saw the mark of the Jiuli Holy Land on Wang Xiaoyu's chest, as well as the special mark of the Jiuli Holy Land's guest minister on Lu Ran's chest. At this time, those few imperial cultivators had already gotten off the imperial chariot and were murderously ready to go up and clear the roadblockers. Stand down! Liang San let out a roar as he himself rolled and hurried down. Stumbling to the trio, to the royals around him, he angrily said, "A bunch of assholes? Eyes up their asses. Can't you see the markings on these immortal masters?" Only then did a few cultivators come back to their senses, staring at Lu Ran's trio before their faces turned pale. The people of the Jiuli Holy Land, and there was also one who was a guest minister of the Jiuli Holy Land. Crashing sound. A large number of people immediately fell to their knees in front of the three immortals. What is the reason for looking for me? Deqian? Liang Sen hunched over, humble to the core, and asked, "What are you guys going for?" Wang Xiaoyu asked casually. "This Dacian dynasty march, there are some things to deal with, thanks to the concern of a few immortals, just a small matter," Liang San said vaguely. Wang Xiaoyu frowned. "Who the has time to care about your little bullet-ridden dynasty?" However, Wang Xiaoyu surprisingly did not continue to press the issue, but only said lightly, "With such a big battle, what you have to do is not a small matter, right?" Liang San hurriedly said, "Immortal Elder doesn't know. This matter concerns my Deqian prince. That is, my rebellious son, so it can't be sloppy." As Lu Ran listened on the sidelines, he was even more certain in his heart that this Deqian dynasty was rushing towards the Luo sword sect. He didn't say a word. He had already withdrawn from the great Luo sword sect, and this matter had nothing to do with him. Qin Wuyao, on the other hand, was even lazier to pay attention to such a small dynasty, and just watched in boredom from the sidelines. "In that case, then you guys continue." Wang Xiaoyu was silent for a few seconds and suddenly said. Then giving Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao a wink, the three of them once again used their magic treasures to charge up into the sky and disappeared into the firmament. Comes and goes quickly. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. But at this point, Liang Sen's back was already wet with cold sweat. This trip to crusade against the great Luo sword sect was imperative. However, the Dacian dynasty does not belong to the jurisdiction of the Jiuli Holy Land, but the army is marching to go to overthrow the subordinate clans of the Jiuli Holy Land. Of course, they do not dare to say it. Instead, as long as they quickly took down the great Luo sword sect, the Deqian dynasty took over the nest, and the Jiuli Holy Land didn't have the effort to care about the fights between these small forces, and they might not even be able to notice the change in the great Luo sword sect. After all, to the Jiuli Holy Land, a subordinate sect like the Luo sword sect was nothing more than a handyman. It didn't matter who was in control of the great Luo sword sect as long as they worked well. Above the 9 heavenly domes, Qin Wuyao asked curiously, "Wang Xiaoyu, this isn't like your style. Don't you find out what they're up to? This dynasty army has come out in full force. Even the royal family has run out." Wang Xiaoyu said, "There's no need to ask. Follow them and we'll know when the time comes. If it's related to the Yellow Springs sacred ground, it's possible that we'll be able to find out what big conspiracy the Yellow Springs sacred ground has in store for us." Hearing this, Lu Ran just shook his head. This matter really had nothing to do with the Yellow Springs Holy Land. Qin Wuyao looked forward. The direction of travel of the Deqian dynasty was also due east. The Luo sword sect was in this direction, not to mention, by the way. So he nodded his head and said, "Then let's follow them over there and check it out." Wang Xiaoyu immediately waved his hand, invoking the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi to form clouds and mist, concealing the three of them and following behind the army of the Dacian dynasty. At the same time, the great Luo sword sect, Xiaoyu Ling was resting at Little Jade Peak, enjoying the peace of being alone. Liang Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was in the Patriarch Hall, playing with the Patriarch's order in his hand, just waiting for the Dacian dynasty soldiers to descend on the mountain, so he could use the Patriarch's order to instantly disarm the Patriarchal Protection Formation. Wang Yujiao quietly slipped in from outside the main hall at this time, carefully looked at Liang Xiaoyu, arched his hand and said, "Patriarch, recently I have upset you. I hope to forgive you. The side of the dining room I let them prepare meals for you gave a few big ears and melons." This Wang Yujiao is now much more formal in her address. Liang Xiaoyu looked at Wang Yujiao indifferently and said, "No more food. Today, I'm going to rectify the order of the Luo sword sect." Wang Yujiao froze, not knowing why, but still followed the words and patted the horse's ass. "This is how it should be. You are now the patriarch. You alone have the final say in this great Luo sword sect. You can do whatever you want. I believe in your ability." After saying that, she subconsciously twisted her water snake-like waist and took 2 steps closer. But that was all, not daring to continue forward. This Wang Yujiao is also cheap. Recently was Liang Xiaoyu taunted to that look, but also gave a few ear scrapes, but still did not forget the instinctive hookup, looking forward to borrow Liang Xiaoyu Patriarch's identity in the Dala sword sect to fly on the branch as a phoenix. Unfortunately, pheasants are just pheasants after all. Liang Xiaoyu is a man with a vicious and perverted mind, and goods like Wang Yujiao are not on Liang Xiaoyu's interest list. On the contrary, Liang Xiaoyu's attendant beside him, at this moment, his chest was violently heaving and drooling as he was hooked. Liang Xiaoyu glanced at the attendants around him and laughed loudly. "Wang Yujiao, don't worry. I won't treat you badly. I'll arrange for some people to serve you properly, and make sure that you won't waste your life." Wang Yujiao did not hear the deeper meaning, and her heart was ecstatic, but in no way could she have imagined what would await her. Chapter 58. The Prince of Dacian wants to see you. It's noon on this day. Xiaoyu Ling was cultivating and resting at Little Jade Peak. Suddenly, he looked up as if he sensed something. After a few seconds, he was puzzled. Xiaoyu lifted the clan protection formation? Ever since the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Wine King banquet, many sects had come to provoke the Luo sword sect because of their clownish behavior. Liang Xiaoyu, who was not tired of it, directly used the sovereign's order to open the sect protector formation. So many days had passed. How did Liang Xiaoyu open the clan protection array in good time? She was about to instruct her maid to ask Liang Xiaoyu, but the moment she opened her mouth, she reacted violently that she was no longer the patriarch and was alone in this Little Jade Peak, not even equipped with a maid. After a few seconds of contemplation, Xiaoyu Ling still felt a bit distracted, so she was ready to get up and go to Liang Xiaoyu in person. But just as he turned around, he saw a middle-aged man in fancy clothes looking at him with a light smile on his face at the moment when the Little Jade Peak was connected to the main peak trestle bridge. What man? Xiaoyu Ling was taken aback and instantly drew her own matching sword. She could sense that the other party's realm of strength was the same as his, also Yuaning. Upon hearing this, the man looked Xiaoyu Ling up and down, licked his lips and said, "Indeed, she has some good looks. No wonder my crown prince asked for a live one by name." Xiaoyu Ling's brows clustered, not understanding the other party's words at all. Who is your prince? Moreover, this patriarchal formation was inexplicably opened, and immediately an enemy came up the mountain. What was going on? Is Xiaoyu being controlled? Xiaoyu Ling immediately became anxious. In her mind, although Liang Xiaoyu was far from Lu Ran in terms of character, he was also the future hope of the Luo sword sect. She gritted her teeth, her jade legs slightly flexed, then violently stretched. The seemingly delicate body erupted with a terrifying force as it shot up into the sky and flew towards the main peak. The Yuaning realm consumes a great deal of flying, but this distance is nothing, and besides, the situation is critical at this time. But she had just detached herself from Little Jade Peak when suddenly a silhouette flashed before her eyes. Xiaoyu Ling, who secretly said bad in her heart, also reacted quickly, violently stopping her body. The long sword in her hand swung out. A large swath of sword chi crisscrossed across. But instead of retreating, the figure pinched his fist and slammed it. Surprisingly, he shattered a large portion of sword chi hard in the air and penetrated through, while the other fist greeted towards Xiaoyu Ling. Physical cultivator. The pupils of Xiaoyu Ling's eyes suddenly shrunk. This second unfamiliar fellow was actually at the Yuaning realm as well. and it was also the most difficult physical cultivator. Seeing this fist smashing over, Su Ling could only cross her sword to block in her haste. Boom! With a loud bang, Su Ling was smashed back to the ground alive. Before she could stabilize her stance, she felt a sharp pain in her arm, as if she had been bitten by something, and she hastily sidestepped to avoid it while swinging her sword out indiscriminately. But his opponent had darted back at the touch of a button. It was actually an eagle-nosed man with a stooped and delicate figure, a dagger in his hand that glowed with green light, and the same Yuaning realm. Su Ling Fong didn't even have time to hold up her protective astral chi before a small cut was made on her arm. Knock! The airborne physique's burly body crashed to the ground as if it were a tower. With the man at the very front, and the guy holding the dagger, the three of them each took one direction and surrounded Su Ling in the center. Only then did Su Ling see clearly that the individual cultivator in the air was wearing a special kind of fist glove treasure in both hands. No wonder he could shatter the sword chi and smash her down. At this time, the man at the forefront who had not yet moved said smilingly, "What's the hurry? If you want to go to the main peak, we'll just take you there, but in order to prevent you from being restless, we'll have to use some means." Su Ling's brows were tightly locked, suddenly facing a siege from 3 Yuaning realms. Her situation was very dangerous. However, within seconds of her concentration and alertness, she felt that the meridians in her body had become chaotic, while the spiritual energy in her dantian had become sticky and redundant, making it quite laborious to mobilize. She blushed hard and glanced at the wound on her arm and the dagger-wielding youth. The dagger, hardened with poison. She was still conscious at this time, but the meridians in her body were being controlled by the toxicity, and the manic meridians were unable to carry out the work and were slowly blocked. The spiritual energy within the dantian also seemed to freeze, and soon there was no way to mobilize it at all. Such a terrifying poison was something Su Ling had never seen before. In this blink of an eye, she turned into an ordinary person who couldn't use her spiritual energy. The middle-aged man in front of him saw that the time was almost up before he spoke. "Take them away and go see the crown prince." On the other side, the main peak of Mount Deluo. When the clan protection array was lifted, they also saw it clearly, and they looked at each other not knowing what this was doing in a good way. At this time, above the mountain path connecting the mountain gates on the eastern side of the martial arts arena, and under the crags surrounding Mount Deluo, countless silhouettes tumbled up. They were uniformly dressed in the dynasty's unique armor and military uniforms, and they were murderous. The entire Deluo mountain became chaotic and noisy. "What's going on? What are these people doing? An enemy is coming? What do you mean? How come the clan protection formation has been lifted? Hey, what do you do, talk?" The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Most of the disciples of the great Luo sword sect were accustomed to being comfortable on the mountain, not to mention going down the mountain to practice and fight. Even the opportunity to spar with fellow disciples on weekdays were few and far between. Each and every one of them only cared about burying their heads in cultivation to raise their realm and became a cultivation nerd. Usually bragging, but when it comes to a fight, you can't really hold your hand for a while. It was a good thing that one of the elders happened to be in the martial arts arena as well. Seeing the dense silhouettes scurrying up the mountain path, he immediately chided, "Who dares to trespass on Mount Deluo?" A voice yelling out still has an effect. The onrushing crowd lurched slightly, but in the next second, 2 figures descended from the sky and unleashed a furious bombardment on that elder. One of them was also a sword cultivator. The sword chi crisscrossed and sealed the retreat of the elder. The other person used a sword. The sword method was fierce and domineering, close to the body to slash. That elder was a sword cultivator, but was blocked by the other side of the sword cultivator's sword chi to block his retreat, and could not float up at all. One could only be forced to fight the knife repair hard. The result was predictable, and under the successive collisions, the long sword in his hand was directly shaken out. Sound of escaping laughter. That sword cultivator followed up with a slash that cut off one of the elder's arms. The sword cultivator behind him then stabbed out with a sword in passing, penetrating that elder's dantian from behind, not dragging his feet in the slightest, killing with determination. It's a long story, but it happened in the blink of an eye. That elder gasped with his mouth open. His dantian was destroyed. He was no longer able to utilize his spiritual energy, and his life force was rapidly draining away. The sword cultivator slowly drew out his long sword, not even looking at the paralyzed elder, and exchanged a glance with the blade cultivator as his figure flickered and dashed away. Capture the thief first. The Dacian dynasty marching to fight the world knows this, so it has long deployed everything. Su Ling had already arranged for someone to handle it, and the remaining first targets to be dealt with were the 5 elders of the great Luo sword sect. As long as the 5 elders were dead and Su Yuling was controlled, the rest of this Luo sword sect would be small fishes, a group of dragons without a leader, above the 9 heavens, among the clouds. The 3 of them looked down at the earth and watched what was happening in the great Luo mountain. Wang Xiaoyu looked at this scene with surprise, never expecting the Deqian dynasty to run over and come to mess with the Luo sword sect. Qin Wuyao seemed to be aware as she twisted her head to look at Lu Ran. He was looking at the direction of Little Jade Peak with a flat expression and a slight sadness.
Chapter 59 Su Yuling repents.
Su Yuling was strangely poisoned and was unable to use her spiritual energy, completely turning into an ordinary person. It didn't take long to be taken to the drill hall. At this moment, a large swath of the great Luo sword sect's disciples were gathered here, while around them, there were more generals of the dynasty. Their overall strength was higher and their aura was more ferocious. Each and every one of the disciples of the great Luo sword sect didn't dare to utter a single breath, let alone resist. Su Yuling was all confused, especially when she saw the corpse of the elder lying on the ground who had lost his breath. She instantly fell in a rage. At this moment, Liang Sen walked up to Su Yuling in a yellow robe. The 3 people escorting Su Yuling immediately saluted. "Your Majesty, she is the Su Yuling that the Crown Prince asked for by name, the former great Luo sword sect master." Liang Sen stared at Su Yuling for a moment. Laughing, he said, "Indeed, there are a few moments of color, but my son has never been fond of women's colors. Instead, he cares so much about you, so I think it should not be just for your body." Liang Sum could know all too well how sick that son of his was. He doesn't like women, but he likes to torture people, and once in the Daqian dynasty, how many women were tortured to death by him? This Su Yuling, as Liang Xiaoyu's former master, the former sect head of the Luo sword sect, is also good-looking, most likely corresponding to a certain perverted point in Liang Xiaoyu's heart, and he thought of some new method to torment Su Yuling, right? Su Yuling didn't understand and murmured, "Who the hell are you people?" Liang San said indifferently, "My name is Liang San, Emperor of the Deqian dynasty." The Daqian dynasty? Su Yuling froze. She had heard of this Deqian dynasty, but between dynasties and sects, they had always been well-watered, and she had never had any dealings with the Deqian dynasty. The great Qin dynasty and the great Luo sword sect have no grievances or hatred, so why did they come to commit a crime against my great Luo sword sect? Su Yuling said through gritted teeth. "All you need to know is that this great Luo sword sect is the territory of the great Qin dynasty from today onwards, and from now on, the great Qin dynasty comes to rule the great Luo sword sect." Liang San said excitedly. Finally, he had made it this far, and Liang Xiaoyu had now become the sect leader of the Luo sword sect. Even if there was a major change of blood in the clan, it was still justified in name. At this time, several other elders, as well as various deacons and hall masters of lower realms, etc., were escorted over. Although Su Yuling was unable to use her spiritual energy, her divine thoughts were still there. Only a quick scan made his face look even uglier. All the great elders were restricted in their movements. The ones responsible for escorting these elders were all at the Yuaning realm. At a rough look, there were at least 24 Yuaning. Moreover, he came prepared and caught the Luo sword sect off guard. And in this instant, the few Yuaning realms of the Luo sword sect were all controlled. Further down, it was the Jindan internal pavilion disciples, but in front of so many experts of the Daqian dynasty, there was not a single effect. Wang Yujiao was in the crowd, her face horrified at the scene, and she didn't understand what was going on. At that exact moment, Liang Xiaoyu saw that the situation had been settled, and only then did he walk out from the Patriarch's hall with his entourage. "Xiaoyu!" exclaimed the man. "Don't come over! Move!" Even though he knew that with Liang Xiaoyu's realm of strength, he would not be able to run away in front of so many multi-infant realms, it was only a subconscious act. Liang Xiaoyu sniffed, and the expression on his face became even more twisted and crazy. He licked his lips and came before Su Yuling step by step. Su Yuling hadn't come back to her senses yet, and as she watched Liang Xiaoyu walk up to her, knowing that she couldn't run away with Liang Xiaoyu's realm, Su Yuling's face became even paler. The great Luo sword sect today, did it just die out in a blur? Obviously Liang Xiaoyu's talent was not bad, and given the time to grow, the Luo sword sect would certainly have a good future. Just as he was thinking, a group of people around him arched their hands at Liang Xiaoyu and respectfully said, "See the crown prince!" The pupils of Su Yuling's eyes suddenly shrunk, fiercely looking at Liang Xiaoyu, thinking of something like that, then looking at Liang Sen.
Liang Sen.
Liang Xiaoyu. She finally reacted, looking at Liang Xiaoyu with astonishment, saying, "You are the crown prince of the great Qian dynasty." Liang Xiaoyu said with arrogance, "Not bad. It's me." The words just fell. A rebuke came from his side. "Asshole, my great Luo sword sect treats you well. Since you are the prince of the great Qian dynasty, why don't you use the power of the dynasty to help the great Luo sword sect? But instead, you bring people to commit a crime." Liang Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look. It was none other than Grand Elder Han Li, who was found to have opened his mouth to rebuke. The corner of his mouth curved into a cruel sneer as he walked over to Han Li and drew his long sword with a rubbing motion. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Old thing, do you really take yourself seriously? You haven't been yelling at me and leaning on the old in your day-to-day life. I've put up with you for a long time." After saying that, he waved his hand violently. The long sword directly cut off one of Han Li's ears, and the controlled Han Li was unable to dodge or resist at all. Blood flowed in a flash, and Han Li grunted in pain as fear began to spread through his eyes. Liang Xiaoyu, on the other hand, lifted his long sword and slowly placed it between Han Li's neck. "Don! Kill me. I can help you, Xiaoyu." No, patriarch, don't kill me. I can assist you."
Han Li shouted in terror.
The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Speaking of which, I do have one thing to thank you for. When you ostracized Lu Ran, you made a lot of effort. Liang Xiaoyu nodded and said, Yes, it's good that you remembered. That punk should have rolled a long time ago. With your talent, you're the one who should be leading the great Luo sword sect."
Han Li hastily shimmer in.
But the words just fell. On him. Quick slick up. Liang Xiaoyu's right hand fiercely exerted force, and the long sword directly chopped off Han Li's head. Blood sprayed out, splashing down on Liang Xiaoyu's face, shoulder, and was covered in blood. His expression became even more hideous and crazy, and he laughed loudly. "Unfortunately, I won't do such a thing as raising a tiger, haha." Suyu Ling looked at him with a jaundiced look and opened her mouth to go, but she didn't know what to say. Looking at the headless body of the elder whose head had been cut off and whose body was still twitching instinctively, his eyes turned red. She looked at Liang Xiaoyu and gritted her teeth. "Why?" Liang Xiaoyu casually said, "What why? From the day I entered the great Luo sword sect, all of this has been predetermined, just waiting for me to get the position of sect leader so that I can start acting. Where is the why?" Suyu Ling's brain exploded with a buzz. Lead the wolf into the house. From the very beginning, Liang Xiaoyu was running towards this purpose. She was filled with bitterness, and it turned out that what she had been insisting on all along was wrong. It's amazing that she's looking at such a commodity. Moreover, because of such a goods, she personally abandoned Lu Ran, personally took away his identity as a personal disciple, and even the little jade peak where Lu Ran lived at a snail's pace was given to Liang Xiaoyu by her. At this moment, she repented, but unfortunately it was too late to say anything. "If you want the great Luo sword sect, just take it. There's no need to kill anyone. I can bring people down the mountain." Suyu Ling opened her mouth and said, her tone already carrying a hint of pleading. She could not be afraid of death, but she could not bear the thought of so many disciples of the great Luo sword sect all dying horribly here. "You're overthinking it. I won't raise a tiger or leave a living soul. I'm not like you, indecisive. A Lu Ran who was born with an extinct vein you can't even kill, causing me to be humiliated 3 times. All because of you." Liang Xiaoyu cursed angrily. The expression also became more and more hideous. Above the 9 heavens, amidst the clouds, Qin Wuyao's body was trembling a little from the excitement of eating and watching. Turning his head, he asked, "So, this Liang Xiaoyu is actually the crown prince of the great Qian dynasty? That Suyu Ling drove you away and reused Liang Xiaoyu, and as a result, dug his own grave." This scene excited Qin Wuyao as she watched. Lu Ran shrugged and didn't deny it. Qin Wuyao, on the other hand, tugged on Lu Ran's arm and said, Go down and watch. It's not exciting enough here. Don't you want to see the expression of regret on your former master's face at this moment?" Chapter 60, Wang Yujiao's Downfall. At this moment, the entire Luo sword sect was on edge. No one had expected that Liang Xiaoyu, whom they usually flattered, was a mole. Surprisingly, it was deliberately planted by the Qian dynasty to take over the Luo sword sect. Up and down the great Luo sword sect, in order to curry favor with Liang Xiaoyu, how many people went to sneer at Lu Ran, eventually forcing Lu Ran away, and Liang Xiaoyu logically became Su Yuling's only true disciple. Nowadays, it was even the sect leader of the great Luo sword sect. But the gang hadn't had time to go to Liang Xiaoyu to cash in on the rewards and benefits of their previous ass-kissing. In a few moments, it was already such a situation. People like Liang Xiaoyu, it is impossible to remember the old love, their past skulking and flattery. In Liang Xiaoyu's view, instead, it is a stupid and funny clown behavior. However, the disciples of the great Luo sword sect didn't dare to resist. No one dared to be a standout. All the major elders and deacons had been controlled, and 2 elders had died. Even Patriarch Su Yuling had been controlled. In today's De Luo sword sect, there wasn't a single Yuan-ing realm that could fight. Although there were some Jindan, the number was not much. Moreover, it was still more than 20 Yuan-ing from the Daqian dynasty that needed to be faced. It's like a bunch of burly men storming into a kindergarten and unilaterally suppressing it with no possibility of resistance. At this time, Wang Yujiao suddenly squeezed out of the crowd. Rushing in front of Liang Xiaoyu, Liang Xiaoyu's side entourage was about to stop him, but Liang Xiaoyu raised his hand to stop him. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he looked at Wang Yujiao. The latter rushed to Liang Xiaoyu, and as soon as she snuggled up to Liang Xiaoyu's side, she rubbed her chest against Liang Xiaoyu's arm intentionally or unintentionally. Opening his mouth, he said, "Xiaoyu, you know, senior sister has always been very good to you. Do you still remember? When Lu Ran was forced to give up his true disciple status and rolled out of the great Luo sword sect, it was senior sister who helped you. The little jade peak that you liked was also something that senior sister helped you take down. If you don't say this, Wang Yujiao has a bubble in her brain. How many times have you suffered defeat in Liang Xiaoyu? Why can't you remember that the word Lu Ran is Liang Xiaoyu's scale? Don't you dare mention it." Liang Xiaoyu's complexion suddenly turned grim as he stared at Wang Yujiao. The latter, seeing that she didn't receive a big mouth this time, struck the iron while it was hot. "Senior sister doesn't care about your identity. She just wants to accompany you just fine. No matter if it's the great Luo sword sect or the Daqian dynasty, senior sister will accompany you. Whatever you let senior sister do, senior sister is willing to do. Just let me off the hook and I'm not going to run away. I'll serve you well." Wang Yujiao didn't care about face anymore in order to stay alive. Just like that, in front of countless disciples of the great Luo sword sect. Liang Xiaoyu laughed but shook his head and said, "Forget it, I don't have any interest in you from the beginning to the end. Oh yeah, that little jade peak, I don't have any interest in it either. It's only because little jade peak is Lu Ran's, that's why I want it, and as for you, you're just a tool for me." Wang Yujiao's face turned white, but still unwilling to give up, anxiously said, "It's okay. Senior sister is willing to be a tool. Any kind of tool will do." Liang Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. A cruel smile spread across the corners of his mouth as he asked, "Is it true that any tool will do?" Wang Yujiao hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the problem and nodded her head with a chicken-pecking motion. Liang Xiaoyu laughed loudly and said, "Good, good, good. Then I'll arrange you properly, although I'm not interested in you. But my great Qian generals are running all the way around. They still need to let off some steam." After saying that, he glanced at the attendant beside him and said, "No. Haven't you always wanted it? She'll be yours, by the way. Find some more people, find 30, find 100 generals to join you, something stronger." At these words, Wang Yujiao was instantly confused. After a brief moment of stupefaction, he suddenly saw the brutally excited look on his attendant's face and realized. She blushed profusely and cried out, "Xiaoyu, don't do this to me. I can do anything for you. Please, don't." Snap. Although late, but arrived, Liang Xiaoyu this big mouth finally threw out. Only to hear Liang Xiaoyu roar, "Waste thing, when Lu Ran just came down from the mountain, a mere qi refining realm, and letting you arrange for someone to kill you couldn't even be killed. If it wasn't for you, then how could Lu Ran have had the chance to turn over a new leaf? Add another 100 people to me. No, 1,000. At this moment, Liang Xiaoyu's expression was twisted and hideous. Su Yuling was controlled by a few people, and when she heard this, her face instantly turned white. She didn't expect that Lu Ran, all alone and ostracized from the De Luo sword sect, would still have people to kill him after he descended from the mountain. And the masterminds behind the scenes were, surprisingly, Liang Xiaoyu and Wang Yujiao. Wang Yujiao was dragged down. Her voice was shouting splits, but no one could save her at all. One by one, it was hard to protect themselves. But as they watched Wang Yujiao being pulled to the side hall next to the martial arts arena, and a large swath of Qian generals rushing in excitedly, the faces of the Dala sword sect disciples turned green, especially those female disciples, each trembling their bodies. their faces white without a trace of blood, as if they felt their downfall from Wang Yujiao's body. I am willing to return to the Great Qian. Among the group of disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect, someone suddenly shouted. It was as if this was a trigger. I am also willing to join Great Qian. I've long since gotten tired of staying in this Great Luo Sword Sect. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. This kind of garbage sect should have been abandoned a long time ago. The Great Qian dynasty will lead us to new heights. Countless disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect shouted, vote your heart. And even large swathes of disciples directly knelt on the ground. Even the few remaining elders, after glancing at each other, hurriedly knelt down. Although the previously killed Han Li has already shown that Liang Xiaoyu will not raise a tiger. But right now, this is the only chance to live, even if it is slim, but also to kneel. At this moment, I'm afraid that the only one who is still holding on hard is Xiaoyu Ling. She looked at the countless disciples as well as stewards and elders of the Great Luo Sword Sect that she had worked so hard to run, all kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, shouting abuse against the Great Luo Sword Sect sentence by sentence. Her heart was in her throat. Suddenly, she remembered Lu Ran. 10 years ago, Lu Ran was found out by her that he was born with an extinct vein, and since then he had not asked any questions, but she knew what kind of life Lu Ran had lived in the Luo Sword Sect. But even so, 10 years, 10 whole years, Lu Ran had never uttered a single word of complaint against the Great Luo Sword Sect. Nowadays, it seemed that the little disciple that she had lost with her own hands was instead the one with the deepest ties to the Great Luo Sword Sect, but she had abandoned it with her own hands. Ranner. Xiaoyu Ling was filled with bitterness. Thinking back to the bits and pieces of how she took care of Lu Ran when he was young and taught him to cultivate, Xiaoyu Ling suddenly laughed out softly, and then her laughter grew louder and louder, and when it came to later on, it was like a madness. At this moment, she no longer cared about the future of the Great Luo Sword Sect, or the talent or character of her disciples. Liang Xiaoyu frowned widely when he saw her like this. Directly lifting his foot towards Xiaoyu Ling, he licked his lips with a fierce smile and murmured, "How could I forget about you? I'm coming to clean you up." At the same time, 3 silhouettes fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. It was Wang Xiaoyu, Qin Wuyao, and Lu Ran. Chapter 61. What has the Great Luo Sword Sect got to do with me? Immediately, Liang Xiaoyu stood still and didn't dare to move. Why is Lu Ran here? He had ostracized Lu Ran in the first place because of how good Xiaoyu Ling had once been to Lu Ran, and even though Xiaoyu Ling had already given up on Lu Ran, Liang Xiaoyu's perverted possessiveness still wanted to have sole possession of the identity of a true disciple. Together with Lu Ran's talent of the mixed sword body, Lu Ran and Liang Xiaoyu obviously had no grievances but were ostracized by him in that way. All because of Liang Xiaoyu's perverted and twisted personality. Now that Lu Ran had returned at this juncture, this scene, it was a bit awkward. At the same time, everyone in the Qian dynasty didn't dare to squeak. However, they didn't know about Lu Ran's former relationship with the Luo Sword Sect, including Liang San, who was watching his son enjoying the process in a good way. They were only shocked because of the transcendent status of these 3 people. Lu Ran. 3 immortals. What brings you here? Liang Sen's party's domineering aura of the great Qian emperor instantly disappeared, and he instead nodded his head and came to the front. Liang Xiaoyu's face was also very ugly. Looking at Lu Ran, he said, "Lu Ran, why did you come back?" When the Heavenly Tao Alliance was in place, Liang Xiaoyu still dared to clamor with Lu Ran for a few moments, even though it was also stupid, but now Lu Ran was the guest minister of the Jiuli Holy Land. Accompanying them were the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi, Qin Wuyao, and the supervisory envoy of the Holy Land of Jiuli, Wang Xiaoyu. Lu Ran's expression was indifferent as he glanced at Xiaoyu Ling and did not reply. Liang San, on the other hand, was stunned and looked at Liang Xiaoyu in surprise, saying, "Xiaoyu, you know this immortal?" Liang Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and nodded his head. "Do you still remember the person I told you about in the Luo Sword Sect who was replaced by me as a personal disciple? It was Lu Ran." At those words, Liang San almost kneeled on the spot. Of course he knew but he never cared. Even when Liang Xiaoyu talked about it, he didn't even bother to remember Lu Ran's name. A waste that was born with an extinct vein was a passerby to Liang San. Not worthy of his attention. But I didn't expect that Lu Ran was the Lu Ran in front of me, the guest secretary of the Jiuli Holy Land. Seeing Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao's relationship again, Liang Sen's heart was bitter. The Qian dynasty had planned well, and now that it was finally time to clean up the Luo Sword Sect, Lu Ran had returned. With Lu Ran's identity, whether or not he can replace the Deluo sword sect today is not to be mentioned. But with this thing they did, I'm afraid that if each of these three blow their breath, the Dechen dynasty will be gone. Ranner! Su Yuling murmured as she stared blankly at Lu Ran. Lu Ran shuddered and looked at Su Yuling. This title was shouted by Su Yuling when he was a child following her buttocks, but he had not heard it for 10 years. Meanwhile, the disciples of the surrounding Great Luo Sword sect breathed a fierce sigh of relief, and one by one, they became excited. Great! Lu Ran is back. Worthy of being a former wizard of our Great Luo Sword sect. He really hasn't forgotten us. Ha ha! This Dechen dynasty is going to suffer today. See the mark on Lu Ran's chest? He's now a guest minister of the Jiuli Holy Land. My Deluo sword sect has Lu Ran. Today's calamity will be wiped out, and the development in the future is even more unlimited. I'm proud of the Great Luo sword sect. Proud of Lu Shi. Even the large swath of disciples of the Great Luo sword sect who were kneeling on the ground stood up in unison at this moment. One by one, they proudly touted Lu Ran's relationship with the Great Luo sword sect. It was as if Lu Ran had come back this trip specifically to rescue them. Su Yuling looked at Lu Ran and suddenly laughed out softly. Lu Ran was brought up by her since she was a child. She understood Lu Ran. The Great Luo sword sect had given up on him. Su Yuling had given up on him, and he would never help the Great Luo sword sect even for a moment. Looking at those disciples who were just now kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, cursing the Great Luo sword sect, and abandoning the Great Luo sword sect to join the Dechen dynasty instead. At this time, but one by one, they were proud of the Great Luo sword sect again. Su Yuling only felt sad and amused. The clan that had worked so hard for half a lifetime to operate was so bad. More at this point. The generals inside the side hall also heard the commotion and ran out to check on guard. And seeing that it was Lu Ran's three big brothers who came, each of them hurriedly tightened their waistbands and didn't dare to move. Wang Yujiao gasped and frantically rushed out. Her clothes were unraveled. Her hair was stripped and disheveled, and her body was even more bruised, large and small, making her look like a crazy woman. She frantically rushed to Lu Ran. However, she was stopped by Qin Wuyao stepping forward and looking at her coldly. Wang Yujiao hurriedly shouted, "Lu Ran, you're finally back? Liang Xiaoyu. This bastard. He's the crown prince of the Dechen dynasty. He's the traitor. We've all been tricked. Lu Ran, you save me. Let me go down the mountain. Quickly send me down the mountain." The pupils of Liang Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. However, when speaking to Lu Ran, his tone did not dare to be overzealous, and he just stammered, "Lu Ran, it's all a misunderstanding. This is all." "There is no misunderstanding." Lu Ran looked at Liang Xiaoyu indifferently and said, "You are the prince of the Dechen dynasty, sneaking into the Deluo sword sect, gaining the trust of the patriarch, taking the patriarch's position, and then letting the Dechen dynasty take over, while also becoming affiliated with the Nine Dawn Sacred Ground and obtaining asylum. Isn't this your plan? Isn't this your Dechen dynasty's plan?" The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Liang Xiaoyu's face was very ugly and his body was trembling. He wouldn't dare resist. "But I didn't expect," Lu Ran said immediately after, "Don't care, I'm no longer a disciple of the Deluo sword sect. From the moment I quit the Deluo sword sect, there's no longer any relationship with this place. So feel free to do whatever you, Dechen dynasty, want to do." Qin Wuyao breathed a sigh of relief on the side and glanced at Lu Ran, thinking, "Count on you still having some talent." She was really afraid that Lu Ran's heart would soften and save the Great Luo sword sect. If that was the case, not to mention Lu Ran, Qin Wuyao, a bystander, would have been exasperated by Lu Ran's wimpiness. At those words, Liang Xiaoyu froze and carefully said, "Are you serious about this? You don't care about the death or life of these people from the Great Luo sword sect?" Lu Ran asked rhetorically. "In those 10 years, how did I come over, you know better than me? I was ostracized by 1,000 people, spat on by 10,000 people, and eventually rolled out of the Great Luo sword sect all by myself. Now that the Great Luo sword sect is in trouble, what does it have to do with me?" Only then did Liang Xiaoyu come back to his senses and twisted his head to look at Wang Yujiao. Said, "Then Wang Yujiao." Lu Ran said directly, "As I said, feel free." At these words, Wang Yujiao's face changed drastically. "Lu Ran, you can't do this to me. Senior sister knows it's wrong. Please, please, please save my life. No. Kill me. Kill me." She also reacted violently to the fact that Lu Ran could not possibly save her, and she was now just begging to die, never wanting to be taken back to the side hall again. Death was rather a relief for her. But wanting to die is also a luxury. The great Qian generals do not want to take advantage of the heat or live better. Wang Yujiao wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to self-harm, but with her spiritual power sealed and the surrounding generals putting her back under control, she was unable to do so at all, accompanied by pig-killing hissing and screaming, and was sent back to the side hall by forceful pulling and dragging. Lu Ran was a little stunned as he looked at the densely packed generals outside the side hall. In the middle of 100 years of dreaming, Wang Yujiao didn't seem to be coping with so many people. Nowadays it seemed to have changed as well, with so many big dry generals. It reminded Lu Ran of a pastry he loved to eat before crossing over. Dunked puffs. Liang Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was as if he had been pardoned and said excitedly, Lu Ran, no, don't worry, immortal master. I'll help you avenge what these people from the Deluo sword sect once did to you. Not a single one of them will survive. After saying that, the solicitous gaze looked at Lu Ran. Lu Ran just faintly spat out 2 words, feel free. These 2 words caused the hearts of all the disciples of the great Luo sword sect to sink to the bottom. Gentlemen readers, please ask for some free monthly votes and recommendations. Thanks for the support. Thank you. Chapter 62. No one will survive today. Liang Xiaoyu was no cutie pie either. Those ostracizations he had once made against Lu Ran were enough for Lu Ran to kill him 800 times. So, right now is a great opportunity to take credit. When this group of people from the Deluo sword sect had oppressed Lu Ran for 10 years, Lu Ran must have held a grudge against them. If he could help Lu Ran out, maybe he wouldn't die today. Moreover, the Dacian dynasty might be saved. But if you don't do enough to satisfy Lu Ran, then the end can be imagined, the entire Dacian dynasty. Nowadays Lu Ran can be pinched to death with 1 finger. Because he had just watched truly, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao were both imperializing magic treasures to come down, and Lu Ran was already in the realm of transformation. At this moment, there was a commotion. The hope that had just sprung up in the disciples of the great Luo sword sect was instantly snuffed out in the cradle. Lu Ran didn't come on this trip to save them at all. Instead, I came to see a good show. Damned Lu Ran. Have you forgotten that you are a disciple of the Deluo sword sect? It seems that he is indeed not a disciple of the great Luo sword sect anymore. Even if one is not a disciple of the great Luo sword sect, can one be so desperate? We're all your former fellow disciples. Asshole, it was that punk in the beginning and it still is. Even if it's on account of the old feelings you once had, saving the great Luo sword sect is also your obligation. Countless disciples of the great Luo sword sect were accusing and cursing Lu Ran for his behavior. To be honest, Lu Ran didn't really feel much. Qin Wuyao, however, heard a burst of irritation and angrily rebuked. Lu Ran is no longer a member of the great Luo sword sect. So what does that have to do with you? Whoever dares to say one more word, I'll kill him right now. Qin Wuyao's voice came out vastly, but the crowd continued to vocalize after only a brief silence. It seemed to have completely failed to place Qin Wuyao in his eyes. Qin Wuyao gritted her teeth and directly offered the crimson moon ring to strike. At the same time, he twisted his head to look at Lu Ran and said, Lu Ran, why aren't you angry at all? Angry? Lu Ran laughed and looked at these people from the great Luo sword sect with a cold expression, saying, Isn't this how 10 years have come and gone? Moreover, they are all going to die on top of the great Luo mountain today. So what is there to be angry about with someone who is going to die? At those words, Qin Wuyao's fire was really suppressed. Raising an eyebrow, he said, It's still true, so let's get on with the show. Liang Xiaoyu, on the other hand, his eyes lit up, listening to Lu Ran's meaning. He wanted all the people of the Deluo sword sect to die. That's a good one. And he's completely unfazed. Anyway, the original Dechen dynasty's plan was to exterminate everyone above foundation establishment in the Deluo sword sect, even the Jindan. The rest of the miscellaneous disciples, Qi refining disciples, and foundation establishment disciples could all be used as hard labor. But right now, hearing Lu Ran say that those hard laborers don't want it either. The Dacian dynasty is not short of people at all. He turned his head to look at the disciples of the Deluo sword sect who were still abusing Lu Ran and said in a deep voice, Listen to the orders of the Dechen generals. Anyone who dares to speak out again will be killed on the spot. The ones responsible for carrying out the orders were those Yuaning realm cultivators from the Dechen dynasty. Immediately, a few people walked into the crowd, but wherever there were still people clamoring, they were directly suppressed and bombarded. In an instant, large swathes of the great Luo sword sect's disciples died tragically on the spot. The ironic means of suppression was still very effective, and the scene immediately quieted down. The Dechen dynasty Yuan-Ing realm cultivator stared at all the disciples of the Deluo sword sect with killing intent. No one dared to say another word. At this time, one of the elders in green shirts looked frightened and shouted to Lu Ran. Lu Ran, we have made mistakes and hurt you in the past. But that's all in the past. Can't you forgive us once? Lu Ran looked at the other party indifferently. This elder, he remembered, called Su Jie, pretended to be kind on the surface, but behind his back he was no good. There were even rumors that he had dalliances with a number of young female disciples, and was a full-blown sex maniac. As soon as the words fell, Liang Xiaoyu rushed up with a healthy step and swung his sword, directly cutting off both of that elder's legs. At the same time, he turned his head to Lu Ran and said, Lu Ran, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Do you remember when the monthly resources of the true disciples were cancelled after you found out that you were born with an extinct vein? It was him who did it. He gave the resources to his female disciple. Lu Ran didn't know this, but didn't care. Liang Xiaoyu then continued to raise his long sword and said, Don't worry, Lu Ran. I'll avenge you now. That elder was in a hurry, his spiritual power was sealed and he couldn't resist, and now his legs were still gone. But he still didn't want to die. Yelling, Lu Ran, all facts aside, are you not at fault? As soon as the words fell, Liang Xiaoyu rushed up and his sword chi flipped, dismantling him. He also said, What's wrong with Lu Ran? It was you who raised him up in the first place, so what's wrong with him? He was born with an extinct vein, and he's going to be bullied by you? How shameless! While saying this, Liang Xiaoyu seemed to have forgotten that he had once bullied Lu Ran as well, and was the most excessive and green tea one. Qin Wuyao snorted with laughter as she watched. This Liang Xiaoyu changed his face really fast. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, he would definitely not be able to survive today, and this Dechen dynasty too would more than likely have to disappear here together with the Deluo sword sect. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. As for Liang Xiaoyu, after killing one elder, Liang Xiaoyu continued to walk towards the second elder. Inviting credit, he said to Lu Ran, Lu Ran, I'll continue to kill. This is what they'll end up with. They don't need to be pitied at all. Lu Ran certainly didn't pity them, and Lu Ran also knew that even in the midst of that 100-year dream, the fate of these elders was not in the least bit better than it is now. And at the same time Liang Xiaoyu was subduing the various elders, Su Yuling was all watching this scene faintly. She didn't grieve, she just watched quietly. Not far from the side hall, suddenly a few generals ran out. Liang Xiaoyu's eyes immediately glared and said, What for? Come out for what? Wang Yujiao used to have the most foul mouth. Now if she can't discipline Lu Ran to her satisfaction, how can she do it? That general carefully looked at Lu Ran, then said to Liang Xiaoyu, That Wang Yujiao died. Dead? Liang Xiaoyu and Lu Ran were both stunned. Liang Xiaoyu did not expect Wang Yujiao to die so quickly. Lu Ran also did not expect, because in the middle of 100 years of dreams, Wang Yujiao was tortured for most of the day. But right now, it seemed that Liang Xiaoyu had arranged for too many people, and it seemed that the process was more violent as well. What's wrong with being dead? Can't you die while it's hot? Continue, Liang Xiaoyu said in a deep voice. A few generals looked at each other awkwardly and could only go back and continue in a grayish manner. Liang Xiaoyu turned around and chopped off the head of the last elder in front of him. He was about to claim credit from Lu Ran, but suddenly saw Su Yuling who was being controlled in the distance. He slapped his head. How could he have forgotten about Su Yuling? When Lu Ran was ostracized from the great Luo sword sect, the biggest reason was that little Jade Peak was taken away from him, and the one who played a decisive role was Su Yuling. Thus, he carried his long sword and smiled fiercely as he walked towards Su Yuling. Qin Wuyao noticed Liang Xiaoyu's behavior and turned her head to look at Lu Ran. Chapter 63. You and I are masters and disciples. Lu Ran also looked at Su Yuling and met her eyes. Su Yuling gave a bright smile to Lu Ran and moved her eyes away from Liang Xiaoyu, who was gradually approaching. Looking at this Liang Xiaoyu, who he saw as the hope of the Deluo sword sect. Su Yuling, you can't blame me. Lu Ran's 10 years of suffering was all caused by you. Now, I will avenge him, Liang Xiaoyu said with a fierce smile. But raising his long sword, he was not willing to kill just like that. Liang Xiaoyu's original intention was to make Su Yuling into a human swine and then make it available for him to abuse. This could satisfy Liang Xiaoyu's sick and twisted mind. If he didn't know Su Yuling, Liang Xiaoyu, who didn't prefer female sex, probably wouldn't have paid any attention at all. But nowadays, Su Yuling used to be his master. and every time the word master-disciple taboo popped up in Liang Xiaoyu's mind, it made him extremely excited. A few seconds of contemplation. Liang Xiaoyu turned his head to Lu Ran and said, Lu Ran, how about this? Just killing her should not be able to calm the anger in your heart. I will chop off her limbs and make her into a human swine, and then I will come and abuse her personally to take out the anger for you. What do you think? Worthy of being Liang Xiaoyu. Even at this time, he still couldn't give up the little perverted desire in his heart. When Lu Ran heard this, his mind instantly recalled the last miserable death of Xiaoyu Ling in the 100-year dream. Liang Xiaoyu saw that Lu Ran didn't say anything and thought that he was acquiescing. He licked his lips in excitement and raised his long sword at Xiaoyu Ling. Xiaoyu Ling's face was pale. She didn't fear death, even for the current her. The destruction of the Deluo sword sect. She chose the wrong successor. Death was rather a relief for her. But she didn't want to be made into a human swine and humiliated to death. Her body trembled slightly, but she gritted her teeth and said nothing. Liang Xiaoyu's long sword in his hand spewed out sword qi. Then slashing violently, he was about to chop off Xiaoyu Ling's arm. Electricity. Pong! A flash of spiritual energy exploded the long sword in Liang Xiaoyu's arm, and at the same time, it also exploded Liang Xiaoyu's right hand holding the sword into a bloody mess, making it impossible to see the shape of the hand. Liang Xiaoyu ate the pain and turned around violently, only to see that the one who made the move was actually Qin Wuyao. As for Lu Ran, who was beside Qin Wuyao, he had also raised a hand in midair, and the spiritual energy gathered in his palm didn't even have time to be released before Qin Wuyao stopped Liang Xiaoyu faster than he could move. Lu Ran looked at Qin Wuyao with some surprise. Qin Wuyao, on the other hand, bristled and said, The destruction of the Deluo sword sect is also considered to be a breath of fresh air for you, and I am happy for you, but Xiaoyu Ling brought you up with her own hands, and this emotional bond, if you really let her end up in such a miserable state as Liang Xiaoyu said, you are afraid that you won't be able to get over the hurdle in this life, and if you want to break through the Mahayana realm and awaken the Mahayana Dharma phase, one of the most crucial points is to cut down the demons in your heart. Lu Ran's heart shook. Qin Wuyao glanced at Lu Ran's raised hand and said, Even if Xiaoyu Ling is going to die, you need to do it yourself, instead of being abused by that Liang Xiaoyu. If you want her to live, save her life. If you want her to die, do it yourself. Lu Ran took a deep breath and gratefully glanced at Qin Wuyao. Then Lu Ran walked to Xiaoyu Ling. Liang Xiaoyu had one of his hands blown away, but didn't dare to complain. Instead, he had to accompany the smile and said, Right, Lu Ran. You have to do it yourself to relieve your hatred. It was my negligence. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Lu Ran ignored Liang Xiaoyu and just looked at Xiaoyu Ling. When he was a child, Lu Ran often followed Xiaoyu Ling's buttocks in a posture of looking up. Now, Xiaoyu Ling weakly knelt on the ground, similarly looking at the disciple in front of her that she had personally lost. A short silence passed. Xiaoyu Ling said, Thank you for giving me decency. She thought Lu Ran was going to behead her himself. But after a few seconds of silence, Lu Ran slowly spoke, Follow me. After saying that, he led the way towards the outside of the martial arts arena. Xiaoyu Ling trembled and braced herself to stand up, but she stumbled and almost fell. Her valet ran out of the crowd, supporting Xiaoyu Ling, crying with pear blossoms, Master, I will accompany you to. Lu Ran walked in front. The maid assisted Xiaoyu Ling to walk in the back. No flying, no energy, just feet on the ground, step by step along the iron cable trestle bridge, toward the small jade peak. On the martial arts arena, Liang Xiaoyu ran his energy to stop the bleeding, looked at his bloody hand, and looked at the direction Lu Ran had left with a gloomy expression. Then he looked at Liang San and said, Father, clear the field. Liang San froze. Liang Xiaoyu then said, You can't run away. Those three guys are all transformation spirits. This is the only chance we have in Dechen to kill everyone in the Deluo sword sect on the spot. Make sure to completely clear the scene before Lu Ran returns. It's a great opportunity to perform. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. It had only been 20 days since Lu Ran had left Little Jade Peak, the greater part of a month. But stepping into this place again made Lu Ran sigh. Next to the broken cliff, on the chaise longue where he liked to lie down, there was a futon, and on the stone table next to it was half-drunk tea, as well as Xiaoyu Ling's favorite smoky incense that happened to be burning out. The air was filled with a special scent that smelled like lilies mixed with roses, the smell of incense. The maid said beside her, After you left, that Liang Xiaoyu didn't move here. It was empty for some days, and the master moved over later. Lu Ran was a bit stunned. After Su Yuling faded away from the position of patriarch, she even moved to live in Little Jade Peak? He glanced at Su Yuling, then slowly walked over to the edge of the cliff and looked out at the sea of clouds and the jagged waves of the water on the western side of Deluo Mountain underneath the sea of clouds. Suddenly, he asked, "Do you know why I like to stay at Little Jade Peak?" Su Yuling froze and didn't say anything. Lu Ran, on the other hand, said to himself, "This is the place where you brought me back when I was a child and showed me the sea for the first time." Su Yuling was shaken. At this time, Qin Wuyao came over and said thievishly, "That's the lake." Lu Ran glared at her fiercely and said, "When I was a child, I thought it was the sea." The lake at the bottom of the hill was so large that as a child Lu Ran did think it was the sea. Qin Wuyao scratched her head awkwardly and laughed. Reasonable, hey?" Lu Ran took a deep breath, collected his mind, and turned his head to Su Yuling. "I grew up without a father or a mother, and after 10 years of joining the Deluo Sword Sect, you are more than just a master to me." Su Yuling's body shook as her chest rose and fell violently. Lu Ran continued, "It was you who brought me back, gave me a life. That day in the Heavenly Tao Alliance, what I said still counts. You gave me a life, brought me back and treated me as if I were your own, although you gave me up later, but 10 years of suffering, you are not guilty of death. I owe you a life and I'll return it to you today. I won't kill you and go down the mountain, and from now on you and I will be strangers, and there will be no more I will not kill you. You go down the mountain. From now on, you and I will be strangers. No more relationship. Strangers, no more." Su Yuling was struck by lightning and her face instantly turned pale. "It always feels as if there's an empty space in my heart, as if there's a piece missing." A strong impulse in her heart made her hobble forward, reaching out her hand tremblingly, her voice a little hoarse. "Ranner!" She expected Lu Ran to cheer and be embraced by her as she had done when she was a child. But this time, it was Lu Ran who stepped back sideways and said, "Go down the mountain." After saying that, with a wave of his hand, the majestic spiritual power of the peak of the late stage of the spirit transformation realm seemed to wash over Su Yuling's body like a tidal wave, and the strange poison in Su Yuling's body was gone in an instant. All the comments I read every day, some people want to let Su Yuling die, but the outline has long been set up. Su Yuling's subsequent still have a use. There is no way to change. Light spray our readers' lords. Chapter 64. I didn't dare back then. Su Yuling looked down at her body before looking at Lu Ran. Then he arched his hand and said, "I will go down the mountain." But for some reason, as she said this, Su Yuling's eyes revealed a hint of determination. Lu Ran didn't notice anything unusual and nodded without further words. Having become strangers, there is no need for words. But Su Yuling had just turned around, but that maid suddenly ran to Lu Ran. Opening his mouth, he said, "These 10 years have been difficult for you, but Master has not really given up on you. Frost child."
Su Yuling hurriedly chided.
But the maid paid no attention, just said to himself, "You were found out the day of the natural extinct vein. The Master disappeared for more than a year. She visited all over the world to seek ways to crack the natural extinct vein, but always to no avail. She is not to give up on you. She just can't face her own. Don't know how to face you." Lu Ran's heart shook as he looked toward Su Yuling. The latter, however, shook his head and said, "That being said, at that time, I was concerned about the future of the Great Luo Sword Sect, and I did give up on you. The Great Luo Sword Sect has been passed on to me, and is declining by the day, and I don't want to see it decline in my hands. It's the truth." She did try various methods for Lu Ran's natural extinct vein, but they all failed in the end. But in the end, she had indeed given up on Lu Ran. Her heart was full of the future of the Great Luo Sword Sect, and a person born with an extinct vein would not be able to provide hope for the Great Luo Sword Sect. After saying that, Su Yuling did not hesitate any longer and descended the mountain from the other side with Frosty. Lu Ran stood at the edge of the cliff for a long time, and finally took a deep look at Little Jade Peak. Then he offered the cold sword Jiangyu and rose up with his sword. Wang Xiaoyu and Qin Wuyao followed closely behind. In the air, Qin Wuyao asked, "Lu Ran, where are we going?" Lu Ran said, "Back to the main peak. That the Qian dynasty. It's time to hit the road." Liang Xiaoyu guessed that he could not have imagined that Lu Ran, who had once been sidelined by him and had a weak character, would have a doomed end in this situation today, no matter what he, the Dacian dynasty, did. On the main peak, Lu Ran's 3 men were high in the air. However, the scene above the main peak at this moment caused all 3 of their faces to look a little unnatural. All the disciples of the entire Great Luo Sword Sect, all dead. After they went to Little Jade Peak, the Great Qian dynasty launched an indiscriminate purge of the disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect, killing them on the spot from top to bottom, men and women, old and young. More than 20 Yuaning of the Daqian dynasty struck out, crushingly suppressing them. Blood flowed in rivers. There were limbs and broken arms everywhere, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Liang Xiaoyu looked crazy, bathed in blood, as if he had gone mad. He laughed and laughed. He was too excited. He liked this feeling too much. The twisted and perverted heart was maximized. But suddenly seeing the Lu Ran trio in the sky, Liang Xiaoyu's laughter came to an abrupt end. Lu Ran, I have already helped you take revenge. The Deluo sword sect is completely destroyed, and Suyu Ling that has also been cleaned up by you, right? Liang Xiaoyu raised his head and asked in a flattering manner. All the people of the Deqian dynasty were carefully watching from below, not daring to speak. But suddenly, they saw Lu Ran flip his wrist and pinch out a bead. Sword chi began to spew. Liang Xiaoyu seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, Lu Ran, my great Qian dynasty will occupy the great Luo mountain from now on and look after you. We'll do whatever you tell us to do. But look at Lu Ran's lack of response. Liang Xiaoyu continued to shout, in the past, it was me who had eyes but didn't recognize MT Tai. I know I'm wrong. I'll give you whatever you want, but I've just helped you take revenge. But Lu Ran remained unresponsive. Instead, his hand loosened and threw the beads out. Liang Sen's face also turned green, and he shouted after him, have you forgotten? I even bought you a drink. It's useless. Lu Ran wasn't even interested in wasting one more word. The sword pill exploded the moment it was about to hit the ground. 1,000 threads, sword chi crisscrossed. Lu Ran, who was in the transformation god realm, was even more comfortable manipulating the ancient sword pill. It was as if a wild wind of sword chi was raging and sweeping across the mountain, strangling each and every one of them wherever it passed. Paired with the tragic deaths of the disciples of the Deluo sword sect, the entire main peak of Deluo mountain was like an inferno on earth. Some Yuaning cultivators gritted their teeth and tried to vanish, but the Yuaning realm itself had a slow flying speed and high consumption, and just as they left the ground, Qin Wuyao's crimson moon ring reaped them. Lu Ran cleans up for revenge and still wants to run? Dream on. Wang Xiaoyu didn't intervene or comment since the beginning and just watched. Although the Dala Sword Sect was by definition a subordinate sect of the Jiuli Holy Land, and the Jiuli Holy Land had the obligation to preserve it. But don't forget, Lu Ran is a guest minister. Lu Qinghe had then said that if Lu Ran was willing, he could decide the life and death of any clan within the boundaries of the Jiuli Holy Land with a single thought. Under the Mountain, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Suyu Ling brought Frosty to the nearest town. Along the way, she didn't say a word. The clan was destroyed, but she couldn't see the slightest sorrow on her face. Instead, the color of determination became more and more intense. Frosty, like Lu Ran, was an orphan who was picked up by Suyu Ling. However, Frostchild had an average talent since she was young, and was left by Suyu Ling as a maid of honor. She had only accompanied Suyu Ling for the longest period of time, and at this moment, she clearly felt that Suyu Ling was not right, but she could not tell where. At that moment, Suyu Ling stopped in her tracks at the city gates, said, Frost, with your realm, find a family to live peacefully. There should be no problem. Here are some spirit stones. Can guarantee your future wealth and prosperity. You and I master and disciple this goodbye. The other day. When she said this, Suyu Ling's tone paused and did not continue speaking. Master, what are you doing? Frosty's face changed. But Suyu Ling clearly had no intention of explaining, and with a flash of her figure, she quickly disappeared from Frosty's sight. Suyu Ling came to the jungle that clung to the dense forest outside the official road, and only then did she pause. She looked around, and then carefully took out an object from her storage bag, spreading it out, and actually found that it was a map drawn on an ancient yellowed beast skin. There was also a small vial wrapped around the center of the map, with a drop of something like a thick blood-colored liquid rolling around inside. Suyu Ling gulped and her delicate body trembled slightly, but still, with a clench of her teeth, she opened the small medicine bottle and poured the contents into her mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, Suyu Ling's body trembled. Bean-sized cold sweat fell down with a splash, and her entire body collapsed to the ground spasmodically due to the pain, but she always clenched her teeth and insisted. About half an incense burner later, Suyu Ling re-did up. At this time she looks a bit of a mess. Messy black hair at this time completely faded into a kind of lifeless gray-white, pupil opening and closing, actually turned into a strange emerald green. The entire aura of the person also changed radically. She took a few breaths and picked up the map beside her, murmuring, I didn't dare back then, but now I want to try. After judging the route on the map, she finally looked at the Delaetian mountain where she grew up since childhood. Ranner, wait for me! The figure then flashed, and his speed suddenly exploded, even drastically surpassing the speed that the Yuaning realm should have, heading towards the southwest. Back then, she did visit various places to seek a way to crack the innate extinct vein, and she found it, which is this map in her hand. She was so determined that she even went so far as to give up her human bloodline and went deep into the 100,000 mountains of the southern border of the Desolate to seek a crack for Lu Ran. Above the 9 heavens, several streams of light suddenly stopped, and the middle-aged man in the lead stood on top of a blood-colored triangular flag magic treasure, looking down at the mountain range in confusion.
Contemplating, à démonique aura.
The person beside him asked, D Wasteland Demon Clan? The man shook his head and said, Forget it. Don't bother. Go to Jolie first. Chapter 65. When two armies are at war, they don't cut off the envoys. Same time, on top of the Great Luo Mountain, Lu Ran's trio was still cleaning up the mess, pulling out all the ones that were hiding to clear the scene. When the divine spirit realm divine thoughts swept through, even a mosquito had nothing to hide. When they had almost finished packing, the 3 of them suddenly looked up at the sky as if they had sensed something. The men were being seen continuing westward after a brief pause in the air. The apricot and yellow treasure color flag. It's the Yellow Springs Sacred Land's impermanence. The pupils of Wang Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly shrunk and said, That direction, that's the direction of the Julie Sacred Land, it's going to war? Qin Wuyao was also stunned. However, Wang Xiaoyu shook her head. He said, Not quite if we really want to start a war. It's unlikely that the Yellow Springs Sacred Ground would send such a small number of people over. Let's go back and take a look. Then, the 2 of them twisted their heads to look at Lu Ran. Lu Ran put the sword pill away and nodded. Then go back and take a look. It's a good thing to use, so if there's a fight, I'll help Jolie for once. The reliance was on the countless divine weapons from the Holy Land's 10,000 sword mound, in conjunction with Lu Ran's 10,000 swords returning to the Father as well as his sword move slaughtering God. At that time, when the Yellow Springs Sacred Land's army pressed in, no matter how many transformation spirits came from the opposite side, Lu Ran would be able to clean it up by himself. As for the Mahayana realm's Yellow Springs Saint Lord, he would have to be dealt with by Lu Qinghe. Noon the next day, a few people from the Yellow Springs Sacred Land came to the 10,000 sword mound in the Jolie Sacred Land first. In front of the Holy Lord's Great Hall, a few people crashed down and stood toe-to-toe in front of the Holy Lord's Great Hall and did not speak. The disciples of the surrounding Holy Land had gathered around. Yan Tianxin hadn't left yet, and with the other spirit transformation realm cultivators had appeared in the surroundings. There were 4 people in total. The 2 in front were a man and a woman. The man was a middle-aged man wearing a black brocade suit. The woman beside him looked quite a bit younger, in a white brocade dress, with a pretty face but feminine makeup. Both of them had arrogant looks on their faces, looking at the surrounding crowd without the slightest bit of panic. Behind the 2 were 2 attendants, the black and white irregulars of the Yellow Springs Sacred Ground, daring to come to the Jolie Sacred Ground at this juncture, not a small amount of guts. Yan Tianxin said coldly. At the same time, he slowly drew his own long sword and stared at these 2. The other spirit transformation realm cultivators were also carefully watching these 2. Although they were both at the transformation god realm, the pairing of the black and white irregulars of the Yellow Springs Holy Land was notorious for their terrifying strength. The man, that was Black Impermanence, glanced at Yan Tianxin and sneered, Boss Yan of the 10 temples of Yan Luo, long time no see. It seems to have also dealt with Yan Tianxin. At this time, Lu Qinghe heard the commotion and also came out from within the Great Hall. When 2 armies fight, they don't behead envoys. Lu Qinghe, what is the meaning of your Jolie Holy Land? Are you going to behead the 2 of us here? The woman shouted to Lu Qinghe with a smile. Not addressing the Holy Lord and calling him by his first name caused the surrounding disciples of the Jolie Holy Land to frown. Lu Qinghe glanced at these 2 people at the Mahayana realm. He could crush these 2 people with his hands. But upon hearing the woman's words, she casually said, Come as a messenger? What for? The woman laughed and casually threw out an object, saying, The 2 of us have come to place a war invitation by the order of the Yellow Springs Sacred Lord. 7 days from now, the Yellow Springs Sacred Ground will launch an all-round attack on your Jolie Sacred Ground. So let me know and ask you to get ready. Lu Qinghe casually took the battle invitation next, his brows slightly furrowed while he was a bit puzzled. This Yellow Springs Sacred Land and Jiuli Sacred Land have been incompatible for so many years, and although the friction between the small and large has been constant, it has never been a real firefight. This time, because of the death of the Yellow Spring Holy Maiden, it was understandable for the Yellow Spring Holy Land to be a bit more impulsive. But with the Yellow Spring Holy Land's urbane nature, it wouldn't go to this extent, right? Unless the Yellow Springs Sacred Ground has gotten some kind of boost that is enough to eat the Jiuli Sacred Ground's boost. It's definitely not an impulsive decision to come at you and kill you. What? Don't dare to take it? You, Lu Qinghe, being the Holy Lord of the Jiuli Holy Land, seems like your guts are nothing more than that. Black Impermanence said with an arrogant expression. Relying on the saying that two armies don't kill each other, they are desperately looking for presents. If it was in the past, if he had barged into the Jiuli Holy Land with a hostile relationship, not to mention Lu Qinghe, even if he was surrounded by so many harmonized God realm cultivators in the Jiuli Holy Land, he was afraid that he would ask for forgiveness and soften up. Now with he effort of coming to place a war invitation, he was even looking for presents on Lu Qinghe. The surrounding disciples of the Jiuli Sacred Ground stared at these two with angry eyes, itching to rush up and surround them. In favor of these two, they are still fooling around. Raising his eyebrows, he said, "It's a shame that two armies are at war and don't chop off envoys. It's a real pity that the two of us still want to test and examine how many kilograms of your Jiuli Sacred Ground's disciples, but it's a pity that we don't have that chance." The moment these words came out, even the faces of the attendants behind the two of them turned a little ugly. The invitation has been delivered. Why don't you just go? What are you doing here? It's not a rule that when two armies fight, they don't cut off the enemy. It's just something that people stick to, that's all. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Have to find presence in front of others. Jiuli Holy Lord. Really want a Jiuli Holy Land forced to make a move. These two goods can still go. At that time, still pretending not. And their words similarly provoked everyone in the Jiuli Sacred Land to look ugly and hold their breath in their hearts. Lu Qinghe frowned slightly, put away the battle invitation and said, "The battle invitation has been received. You can go back and resume your duties. 7 days later, Jiuli Sacred Land, will be waiting for you." This man and woman, at this time, their hearts were incomparably happy, laughed loudly and turned around, intending to leave. And just at that moment, the three Wang Xiaoyu returned. Seeing the trio land on the ground, the black and white irregulars subconsciously twisted their heads to look. There were no markings on Qin Wuyao's body, but the Holy Maiden of Yao Qi was not unfamiliar to them. On Wang Xiaoyu's body was the mark of the Jiuli Holy Land's supervisory envoy. The only thing that caught their attention was Lu Ran. The mark on Lu Ran's chest was actually a guest minister? How to be so young? One must know that those who were qualified to become guest secretaries of the Jiuli Holy Land did not only require realms, but their own abilities were also the main thing. In fact, these two people with an entourage to go is pussy also pretend. The sense of existence is also found in Lu Qinghe. But it's the men who have to mouth off. Glancing at Lu Ran, he then turned his head and shouted, "Lu Qinghe, you Jiuli are really living more and more backwards? You want this kind of goods?" In this way, 7 days later, your Jiuli is in a worrying situation. Just after the words were said, Lu Ran suddenly stopped in his tracks and came over sideways to look at the man. Tempered. "What did you say?" Lu Ran mood is complex. This goods to the muzzle of the gun. Lu Ran is worried that there is no place to relieve the stifled emotions. Black Impermanence raised his eyebrows and laughed loudly. "Temper is not small. For goods like you to be put in our Yellow Springs Holy Land is to be expelled from the Holy Land." The tone was sort of nonchalant. After saying that, he looked at Lu Ran's body and saw that his fury was even more intense, and said contemptuously, "What? Do you still want to make a move? It's a pity. When two armies are fighting, they don't chop off envoys. Otherwise, I really want to educate you for Jiuli." Lu Ran said indifferently, "No pity. That's between the Yellow Springs Holy Land and the Jiuli Holy Land. I'm just a guest secretary of the Jiuli Holy Land. I don't need to abide by that rule. Right now I'm looking at you in a personal way. I'm going to get you killed right now." Qin Wuyao looked on in amusement, adding, "If you don't leave even after you've given a battle invitation, do you have to pretend here? Keep pretending one for me to see?" Chapter 66. Why is it like paper mache? The black and white irregulars stood in place, their brows furrowed. Black Impermanence stared at Lu Ran, his eyes cold, and frankly, he didn't care about this young man. Everyone was a transformation god, and among the transformation god realm, the strength of the black and white irregulars was already the absolute peak. When the two were paired together, they were even more unafraid of anyone under the Mahayana realm. He certainly didn't care about Lu Ran's challenge. But if we really have to make a move, will Lu Qinghe on the side stand by and watch? Is the rule of not chopping off envoys when two armies are fighting still valid? Young man, here is the Jiuli Holy Land. The two of us abide by the rules. Do not, and your general knowledge, count your luck, otherwise today. Black Impermanence said with a cold smile. But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Ran. Lu Ran said indifferently, "If your ears aren't deaf, you heard what I just said. I'm not from the Jiuli sacred ground. I'm just a guest secretary. My stance doesn't represent the stance of the Jiuli sacred ground, and naturally, there's no need to abide by the rules of the two armies at war." After saying that, Lu Ran also looked at Lu Qinghe, said, "Holy Lord, am I right?" Lu Qinghe heard, some hesitation but suddenly back to God. This Lu Ran cold when the transformation of God? Moreover, it was still a cultivation at the peak of the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Wasn't he still a Yuaning when he left from the Holy Land with Qin Wuyao and Wang Xiaoyu a few days ago? A few days of work, crossed a culpa, and broke through to the transfiguration? Even if it was a breakthrough, how could it be that, in just a few days' work, his cultivation had sprung up to the peak of the late stage of the transformation spirit? Nice guy. This cultivation speed is too fast. Or a natural born extinct. Even though he had seen quite a few unbelievable things on Lu Ran already, at this moment, it still left Lu Qinghe confused. And when Lu Ran of the Yuaning realm could kill Mu Yunzong with his hands, at this time, Lu Ran of the peak of the spirit transformation realm, to what extent could his battle power soar? Lu Qinghe, who was originally worried that the black and white irregulars were a bit tricky, instantly relaxed. Nodding his head, he said, "Of course, the war invitation Jiuli has already received. The grudge between you is your own business, and has nothing to do with Jiuli." The moment these words came out, the faces of the black and white irregulars became even more unsightly. They were pretending, but they weren't thinking of making a move here. Lu Ran laughed lightly. "Is that all you can do? Basing on the broken rule of not chopping off envoys when two armies are at war, there is no one else in sight now that you really want to fight, but you wimp out like this. It's really quite hilarious. In that case, get lost, learn to be smarter in the future, don't act like this everywhere, it doesn't make much sense and it will only make people feel that you're clowns." To be honest, Lu Ran and these two people, there was nothing deep-seated hatred, and neither of them knew each other per se. Only Lu Ran finished solving the matter of the Luo sword sect today. The mood is already depressed, this black impermanence bias a mouthful of, this kind of goods is also someone want? In the beginning, it was the great Luo sword sect that ostracized and abandoned Lu Ran, and Lu Ran only withdrew from the great Luo sword sect. Now the mood is depressed. By this black impermanence 3 words, Lu Ran heart of fire rubbed up. In that case, let's take you and lay down the fire. Noisy. A mere junior. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? The white impermanence, that is, the woman could not hold back the provocation and insults, and fiercely dodged in a flash, approaching Lu Ran. The netherworld ghost chi erupted around him, and his black aura was soaring. Taking 3 steps, one hand evolved a huge white bone hand claw shadow and grabbed towards Lu Ran. Black impermanence's heart snapped in the back. Striking was the last scene he expected to see. But at this time, white impermanence has already made a move anyway. Lu Qinghe just said that it has nothing to do with Jiuli. In that case, it will suppress the other party. Also counted to save a little face, otherwise by Lu Ran that abusive really want to slink away. Today this force can be installed in vain, really become a clown behavior. But he had just moved before he could get over there. A golden light was seen flashing. On him. Quick slick up. White impermanence's body came to a screeching halt, and the netherworld ghost aura around him dissipated with a loud bang after a brief stagnation. Black impermanence froze and hurriedly came to the front, before he could open his mouth to inquire. It was seen that white impermanence's body snapped in 2 and fell to the ground, blood spattering out, unexpectedly dying just like that. The black irregulars were dumbfounded and looked up at Lu Ran. Lu Ran, on the other hand, had already recondensed the golden silk into a sword pill and cupped it in his hand. With the addition of the sword stance slaughter god, the sword pellet transformed into a strand of golden silk and swept across. Lu Ran himself couldn't figure out how his opponent was going to survive. Qin Wuyaofeng reminded in Lu Ran's ear. Although this black and white uncanny is also a transformation god, but the strength is very strong, the means are strange and unpredictable, the two also have special combined techniques not to be fond of fighting. Therefore, Lu Ran chose the fastest and most direct method of decapitation. Black Impermanence's face was green at this point. White Vagabond is dead. He didn't even see clearly how he died. In just an instant, White Impermanence's body was chopped into two. Fear began to spread in the heart of Black Impermanence. His and White Impermanence's strengths were on par with each other, so if White Impermanence was so easily decapitated, then if he went up there, what difference could it make in terms of what happened to him? Couldn't even care less about the death of his companions. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Instead, his tone slowed down and said to Lu Ran, "Today, the two of us came to place a war invitation, and there is no will to fight. You suppressed and killed my companion. This account, I Yellow Springs sacred ground remembered. Other day, you and I will meet again, No need for nonsense, you can't leave." Lu Ran punctured Black Impermanence's mind with a single sentence. This Black Impermanence is also funny, has been afraid, but the mouth is not soft, but also put down harsh words. Looking forward to today to leave in style, another day to say. But Lu Ran had no intention of letting him go. Black Impermanence's face stiffened and he turned his head to Lu Qinghe, saying, "Sacred Lord Lu? What do you mean by this? When two armies fight, they don't cut off envoys, although this young man is a guest minister of your holy land. But the two of us died in Jolie. How will you explain to the Yellow Springs Holy Land when the time comes?" When Lu Qinghe saw Lu Ran explode and instantly kill White Impermanence, his heart immediately relaxed. Casually, he said, "Now you know to call it Holy Lord? What's the use? I don't need to explain, we're about to start a fight. Where are the rules, not to mention Lu Ran? I have no problem killing you, Lu Ran is right, you can't leave." This. Black Impermanence's heart was screaming with regret at this moment. Originally placed a war invitation, just leave in style, you have to have a foul mouth, this is good. Even Lu Qinghe wants to kill him. Can we still run then? With a clench of his teeth, he turned his head towards Lu Ran and said, "Deceiving people too much? Well, then let me come and learn about your skills." After saying that, he didn't rush to attack Lu Ran, but instead, he brainlessly threw out all kinds of protective spells, and the Netherworld Ghost Chi even exploded without any money, all for the purpose of protecting his body, fully armed. He thought that his opponent had some special killing move that was powerful, and that White Impermanence had just fallen prey to his gullibility. So, first he had to protect himself and then wait for an opportunity to escape. Of course, under the premise that Lu Qinghe also wanted to kill him, the chances of escaping were slim to none, but one couldn't just sit back and wait for death. But the next second, the sword pill in Lu Ran's hand once again stretched out, as if it was a long whip, lashing out at Black Impermanence. The gold threads are erratic, their movements are strange, and they cannot be dodged, so Black Impermanence's defense is fully open and he is on guard. But his end and White Impermanence did not have the slightest change. The golden silk swept past Black Impermanence's body, all the protective magic weapon instantly scrapped a large area. Even the protection formed by the Netherworld Ghost Chi, as well as Black Impermanence's body, were instantly cut off. Even the two attendants behind Black Impermanence were cleaned up together. Lu Ran retrieved the sword pill and took it back into his body, skimmed his lips and said, "So unforgiving? And you still have the face to ask for my skills?" And this scene had once again refreshed everyone present's perception of Lu Ran's strength. The Black and White Impermanence was already an absolute ceiling in the realm of transformation, but Lu Ran chopped them down. Studying the same as Mu Yunjiang at the time, easy, comfortable, silky smooth, simple and incomparable. The crowd looked at each other with shocked eyes. How could the goddess of transformation realm be like papier-mâché in front of Lu Ran? Chapter 67 Immortal Technique Qianquan Error. Inside the Great Hall of the Holy Lord. After packing up the Black and White irregulars, Lu Ran and Wang Xiaoyu, as well as Qin Wuyao, came to report on their encounters over the past few days. The focus is on those 4 city gods. Not surprising, since the Yellow Springs Holy Land has decided to go to war, it makes sense to send City God to infiltrate in advance. Lu Qinghe murmured. At the same time, he looked at Lu Ran in surprise. He didn't expect that even the 4 city gods of the Netherworld Division were beheaded by Lu Ran. Thinking that Lu Ran during the Yuaning realm was able to kill Mu Yunzong with his hands, now that he was in the spirit transformation realm, it was reasonable to kill Black and White incognito in the process. It's that this cultivation growth rate of yours, it's really a bit fast. Lu Qinghe said with a dry smile. I don't even know what words to use to praise it anymore. Was that a bit fast? That's just like no one before or since. I'm afraid that even the ancient immortals of the ancient times weren't this exaggerated. Instead, it was the matter of the Deluo sword sect that Lu Ran's few people passed over in a single stroke, and Lu Qinghe didn't care about it. Emir de Luo sword sect, if it is destroyed, it is destroyed. That what Dacian dynasty originally is not a subsidiary of the Julie Holy Land, besides even if it is, Lu Ran casually play, extinguish on a few do not matter. The war invitation has been given, 7 days later. The Yellow Springs sacred land is going to attack. In these few days, I will make sufficient preparations. Lu Ran, what are your plans? Lu Qinghe suddenly asked. Intentions? Lu Ran shook his head and said, there's nothing planned. Let's get through this first. Lu Qinghe, however, shook his head and said, you shouldn't stay in Zhou. If you can, Qin Wuyao will take you to immortal Qin, to hide for a while, and on the side of Zhou, I'll take care of it. Lu Ran was a bit stunned. But immediately reacting, Lu Qinghe was still worried about the two great holy lands engaging in battle and Lu Ran dying tragically. After all, the Yellow Springs Saint Lord was also a Mahayana stage, and a rubbing could screw Lu Ran. When two great holy lands were at war, the death of the god transformation realm could be more than normal, and no one dared to guarantee that Lu Ran would not be the one to die. To be honest, Lu Ran didn't have the confidence to face the Mahayana realm, but with this 10,000 sword mound and 10,000 swords returning to the sect in place, Lu Ran had the certainty of sweeping away all the transformers in the Yellow Springs sacred land. At that time, when the Yellow Springs Holy Land army attacked, in an instant all the transformation gods died, leaving only the Yellow Springs Holy Lord with a group of dregs that were only Yuaning at the highest. Then Jili would be too much easier. This is what can make the difference. Thus, Lu Ran shook his head and said, the Holy Lord doesn't need to pay any attention to me, since I'm a guest minister of the Jiuli sacred ground and I've also taken the ancient sword pill, I should be more or less useful. Lu Qinghe murmured. However, the Yellow Springs Holy Land has 4 dead city gods and 4 judges, yet they still dare to make a war invitation. I can almost conclude that they have found a new booster. Even I dare not say that I can preserve Jiuli. At worst, Jiuli will be destroyed, and you shouldn't die here. Lu Qinghe cherished talent, and as the same sword cultivator, Lu Ran such a heaven-defying sword Dao sense and talent. Even if he didn't work for Jiuli, he didn't want Lu Ran to die here. My mind is made up. There is no need for the sacred lord to say more. Lu Ran said. Alas, all right then, this is how it will be for now. In these few days you guys take a good rest and make adequate preparations. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Lu Qinghe could only sigh helplessly. Lu Ran went back, and without saying a word, he directly began to pour wine. The 1,000-year-old wine from the Dacian dynasty was just enough to make Lu Ran concentrate on hangovers a few times in these 7 days. Every reward was a boost to Lu Ran. Even more, he was now at the peak of the late stage of transformation, so if he was lucky, he might be able to directly obtain a breakthrough reward. If he really had that luck to break through the Mahayana realm and awaken the Mahayana Dharma phase, Lu Ran's combat power would have increased geometrically. Zhu Shaluo had said that the Mahayana Dharma phantasm was based on the grade of each cultivator's divine soul sensations to determine the grade. Lu Ran's divine soul sense was at full level. Therefore, he himself was looking forward to what earth-shattering Dharma phase he would awaken at that time. Qin Wuyao had nothing to do, so she returned to her room to also seize the opportunity to cultivate to restore her state. 7 days later, not only Jiuli, but Yao Qi would also send a large number of disciples to help Jiuli. After all, the relationship between Yao Qi and Jiuli was well known, and if the Yellow Springs Sacred Land really had the ability to overthrow Jiuli, by the time Jiuli was gone, Yao Qi would be the second. On the contrary, the last of the 4 great holy lands, the Kunlun Holy Land, had always been silent and unassuming, and never dealt with the other 3 holy lands. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to fish for it this time. Lu Ran woke up the next day and couldn't wait to check the hangover bonus. Unfortunately, the rewards this time around were not bad, but they were of no use to Lu Ran. Gave an earth-ranked divine weapon, a sword. The earth rank, for countless cultivators, was a rare treasure in their dreams now, and when placed outside, it was an existence that would cause major forces to grab their heads. But unfortunately, Lu Ran had the ancient sword pill already, not to mention the earth rank. Even if it was the heaven rank, it wasn't as good as the sword pill. After all, the sword pill was not only of high grade, but its means of attack was even more bizarre and unpredictable, much better than the straightforward unusual rapier. As for those cultivation levels given by drinking, although they were also a lot, Lu Ran was already numb. He was now at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, and before he made a breakthrough, the cultivation gained could only be saved up within his dantian, and would only be useful after he broke through the Mahayana realm. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Well, on the 3rd day, Lu Ran woke up with another hangover and rubbed his somewhat groggy head, muttering, "The vintage of the 1,000-year-old wine is adequate, but it's not a good wine. Damn, it hurts my head after drinking it." Next, he checked the system rewards. Congratulations to the host on one successful hangover. Receive hangover reward. Immortal technique Chenkuin error. Oh, Lu Ran's eyes lit up. The immortal law reward was different from the others. It was the most direct enhancement to Lu Ran, and it directly affected Lu Ran's attacks after he struck. Immediately, the immortal laws merged into Lu Ran's divine soul, blending in with the inheritance. Lu Ran was a bit dismayed after checking it out. This Chenkuin error sounds like a hangman, but it is not an attack immortal law, but escape with. At least that seems to be the case for now. The effect of the Chenkuin error was similar to a kind of recluse art, but it was not a 5-element recluse art, but a space recluse art. Each time it was cast, it would randomly teleport Lu Ran to a random location within a range of 10,000 miles. And it ignores any bindings, prohibitions, boundaries, and formations. In short, from now on, from the time Lu Ran obtained the Chenkuin error, there would never be anything in this world that could trap Lu Ran. Even if the Mahayana realm had activated its Dharma phase, Lu Ran would have skipped out on the spot. Good stuff. Lu Ran became excited after running through his thoughts. Originally, he was a bit worried that with the two great holy lands at war, although he could suppress all the other parties' transformation spirits, if he was targeted by that Yellow Spring Sacred Lord, he would also suffer 9 deaths. And now, the means to save your life, this is not coming. This can be much more useful than what protective magic treasure. Do not have to take it hard in place. Do not have to consider the strength of their own defense, directly in place to escape. Fight if you can, run if you can't. Not only this time, from now on, Lu Ran would have a life-saving maneuver when facing any enemy. In a good mood, he ran to find Qin Wuyao for a casual chat. Inside the room, Qin Wuyao had just put down the heavenly chance disc, her face somewhat gloomy. Lu Ran asked, "What happened?" Qin Wuyao said, "My master said, Wasteland demon race suddenly and inexplicably riot, began to impact the ancient bronze door. Xian Qin guarded the ancient bronze door for many years, although occasionally the demon race lucky to cross, but all harmless. But now, suddenly a large area of the riot, Xian Qin caught off guard, heavy casualties, the specific reasons my master is still deducing, but it seems to involve too much karma, and no results." Speaking here, Qin Wuyao looked at Lu Ran suspiciously. The last few times Yu Guizi had deduced, but any time he couldn't deduce because the cause and effect was too great, it was basically related to Lu Ran. But this Wasteland demon riot, no matter what, it couldn't have anything to do with Lu Ran, so what was the reason? Chapter 68, The Yellow Springs Sacred Grounds Aid. Lu Ran had grown up in the Great Luo Sword Sect and did not know much about Wasteland. It was only known that Wasteland bordered Xiaozhou and was separated by the Heavenly K realm, which was interspersed with temporal and spatial turbulence and was exceptionally treacherous. And in fact, it's not completely closed. The only weak area of the Heavenly K realm, the ancient immortals had set up the ancient Copper Gate to lay down a ban to stop the desolate demon race from stepping foot in Kyushu. Also for this reason, since the establishment of the ancient Copper Gate, even if there was the occasional demon race that managed to cross the Heavenly K realm by chance, they were all harmless and would be swiftly eradicated by the human cultivators. And the one who guarded the ancient Bronze Gate was the Great Qin Immortal Court. In the past, the demon race occasionally rioted, but they were all suppressed back by the prohibitions of the Swire Copper Gate, unable to break through. Over the years, the prohibitions of the Swire Copper Gate have suffered severe wear and tear, but the power is still there, and the demon race doesn't dare to act rashly. But why is there suddenly a riot? Qin Wuyao was perplexed, and in her heart, she was also worried about the Great Qin Immortal Court. Because if something goes wrong and the ancient Copper Gate loses its effect, and the desolate demon race breaks through the seal, not to mention that the Xia state will be devastated, the one who will bear the brunt will be the Great Qin Immortal Court. Lu Ran didn't understand and was not in a position to comment. At that moment, Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo arrived at the same time. "It seems like you already know about the desolate demon clan," Zhu Shaluo said. "At this juncture, the desolate demon race is rioting, and I don't know what effect it will have on the battle between Jiuli and Huang Quan," Lu Qinghe said worriedly. Immediately after, both men suddenly said at the same time, "Yao Yao, go back to the Great Qin Immortal Court and take a look." Qin Wuyao, take Lu ran back to take a look. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two couldn't help but look at each other as well. The two men, while meaning roughly the same thing, have different purposes. Zhu Shaluo was most worried about Qin Wuyao, and letting Qin Wuyao go back at this juncture was naturally for her safety. Lu Qinghe, on the other hand, was worried about Lu Ran, and since he couldn't persuade Lu Ran, this was a way to find another way. If Qin Weiyao took Lu Ran back to the great Qin immortal court and stalled the two of them because of the desolate demon race, when Zhili and Huang Quan went to war, even if the Zhili sacred ground was annihilated, Lu Ran would be preserved. It had to be said that even Zhu Shaluo somewhat admired Lu Qinghe's great righteousness at this time. Yao Qi and Zhili were friends because Zhu Shaluo and Lu Qing he had been friends when they were young. But it was also unexpected that Lu Qinghe could go to such an extent for Lu Ran. Preserving Lu Ran was also not for the sake of Zhili, much less for his Lu Qinghe. It was just that as a fellow sword cultivator, Lu Qinghe did not want to let such a supreme talent die in the midst of the melee between the two holy lands in a confused manner. Qin Weiyao sniffed hesitantly and looked at the two. The Holy Land is at war, one or two more transformation spirits doesn't really make much of a difference. On the contrary, the great Qin immortal courtside is in dire need of manpower, and the demon race rioting is not a good phenomenon. That would mean that the ceiling of the ancient Copper Gate is more than likely still in trouble. Vermilion Sand Luo murmured. Yes, it is better to go back to sea. Here you do not need to worry. Even if the Yellow Springs Holy Land has a helper, by the time the Yao Qi and the Nine Legends united, it is not false at Yellow Springs Holy Land. Lu Qinghe added. Only then did Qin Weiyao clench her teeth and turn her head to look at Lu Ran. The latter immediately nodded his head and said, Then let's go back and take a look. Time-wise, we should be in time. There were still 5 days to go, and if nothing happened, Lu Ran estimated that he could return to help. Only when she heard Lu Ran say this did Qin Weiyao nod her head once again and said, All right, then let's set off. There was no time to lose, and Qin Weiyao was indeed worried about the great Qin immortal court. Then, the two of them bid farewell to Zhu Shaluo and Lu Qinghe, each maneuvering their magic treasures to charge up into the sky and disappear into the sky. Same time, Yellow Springs Sanctuary. The Holy Land was located in the belly of a huge mountain, which was truly like the netherworld with all directions. A huge arched bridge presented itself in the ground, but instead of water, scorching magma flowed below. The temperature here is so high that an unusual person would not be able to stand it here. The Yellow Springs St. Lord Wasted Falling Sky stood at the end of the bridge, listening to his men's report with a frown on his face. To his right stood a man wrapped in a black robe, silent and motionless as if he were a stone statue. Not much longer. Waste Fallen Sky slowly exhaled a breath and said in a deep voice, The 4 judges, the Yellow Springs Holy Maiden has been killed. The 4 city gods have lost contact and are most likely dead. And now, even the black and white irregulars who were sent out to place the war invitations are out of the loop. How many experts can there be in the Yellow Springs Holy Land? By now, a small half of the transformation realm had been directly hollowed out. He turned his head to look at the black-robed man beside him and said, You better not be fooling me. If there is no sufficient war power to replenish this war post, it is a joke. I Huangquan's sacred ground at that time. The black-robed man raised his hand to interrupt Wasted Fallen Sky. Opening his mouth, he said, I'll provide 1,000 peak cultivators at the late stage of the transformation god realm to help you Yellow Springs. Upon hearing this, Scrap Fallen Sky was taken aback. 1,000 bits. Every cultivator at the god transformation realm was cultivated and grew up to be 1 in a million. This guy was able to come up with 1,000 bits to help? While Wasted Falling Sky was shocked, he became even more curious about the identity of the other party. Just what kind of power was it? Since they had so much ability, why didn't they just do it directly? Instead they had to use the Yellow Springs Holy Land to deal with Zhili? No, not just dealing with Zhili. This stance is to directly overthrow Zhili. Normally, no matter if it was Zhili or Huangquan, there was 1 transformation spirit realm cultivator, counting 1, and there were only about 20 in total. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Every death is a great loss. This was also the reason why Wasted Falling Sky was furious and impulsive, with the death of the 4 judges in one go, and the Yellow Springs Holy Maiden also dead. Could it not be fiery? This is even so, but the 4 city gods sent out, the black and white irregulars, have also lost their news. If you don't have any help, how can you fight with Zhili? Don't forget, Zhili still had Yao Qi as a helper, and Yao Qi had quite a few female cultivators at the god transformation realm. But now, even if Zhili and Yao Qi joined forces and put together 50 to 60 transformation spirits to come out, this guy in front of me, however, could provide the Yellow Springs Holy Land with 1,000 transformation spirits. Absolutely crushing. When the time comes, you will tangle with Lu Qinghe. Vermilion San Luo Su will help. You don't need to worry. If you are not defeated, I will step in. The other party suddenly added. Wasted Falling Sky's heart was greatly settled, becoming more and more curious about the other party's identity and background, as well as the forces to which they belonged. But yet, They also know not to ask what they shouldn't. So he nodded and said, I hope you'll do what you say. The war invitation had been given. If the other party was unable to honor it at that time, the Yellow Springs sacred ground would really suffer from a catastrophe. Don't worry. The other party just faintly spat out 2 words and didn't say much. 2 days later, at the border of Xiaozhou, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao had finally rushed back. This place was close to D Wasteland, and the aura of heaven and earth was already somewhat chaotic and refuted. Looking up, the border of Xiaozhou curved and twisted, and it was as if there was a through-the-sky barrier junction between it and D Wasteland, separating the 2 continents. The boundary went straight up into the sky and could not be crossed, and the whole thing was blurred, so that it was impossible to see the scene on the opposite side of D Wasteland through the naked eye. The left and right sides each stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and it was easy to think that there couldn't be any other gaps. Otherwise, for so many years, the demon race would have long since entered the Xia state. And right in the middle of it, the area with the weakest boundary and the most complicated terrain, the great Qin immortal court city was located here. Even before he arrived and looked down from above, Lu Ran was shocked beyond words by the scale of immortal Qin. The same dynasty, Xian Qin scale compared to the Daqian dynasty, the Daqian dynasty is like a backward small mountain village in general. At the center of the dynasty, which was so huge that it was somewhat exaggerated, stood a majestic statue that was 100 feet tall. Lu Ran always felt something familiar when he looked at the statue. So he asked, What is that statue? Qin Wuyao casually introduced, Immortal Qin Ancient Emperor, Shi Huang Yingzheng. Huh? Lu Ran's eyes bulged. The first emperor Yingzheng, Qin Shi Huang? Qin Wuyao is a descendant of Yingzheng? Yingzheng is also a traveler? However, the human Qin Shi Huang is not surnamed Qin. Chapter 69 Immortal Qin Human Emperor. Qin Wuyao led Lu Ran into the great Qin immortal court. Approaching the imperial city, suddenly several generals wearing golden armor and holding lances rose up into the sky. Before people arrived, they heard a loud shout, Immortal Qin borderland, static imperial air. 2. Before the words were finished, several people suddenly reacted. Little Lord. Several generals saluted in the air in a panic. No need to be polite, go inform my father. Qin Wuyao waved her hand. Yes. A few generals received the order and glanced curiously at Lu Ran before they hurriedly went to inform the others. Qin Wuyao, on the other hand, led Lu Ran into the imperial city and took a seat inside a magnificent hall, waiting. Lu Ran's mind was still entangled with the question of the first emperor Yingzheng at this time, and he curiously said, Immortal Qin Ancient Emperor. What kind of person is he? Qin Wuyao was a bit puzzled as to how Lu Ran could be so interested in the first emperor of Immortal Qin. But still, he said, Not much is known, and there are fewer records in the ancient books, but speaking of... Qin Wuyao suddenly looked at Lu Ran as if she thought of something. Continuing, he said, It is written in the ancient books that the first emperor, Yingzheng, like you, was born with an extinct vein. Huh? Lu Ran was taken aback, but he suddenly thought of his previous guess. If the first emperor Yingzheng was also a traveler, then being born with an extinct vein would not be Lu Ran's own problem, but rather it would be the case for all travelers. Or rather, from the planet that crossed over all of them. Lu Ran was a child when he first crossed over. But it wasn't someone else's body, it was Lu Ran himself who was like that when he crossed over. Moreover, since the first emperor was also born with an extinct vein, yet he even had the ability to create the great Qin immortal court, doesn't that mean that the first emperor rose to prominence later on as well? On what? Born with an extinct vein that couldn't be cultivated. Then there was only one possibility, the system. Thus, Lu Ran asked, since the first emperor was also born with an extinct vein, why did he later have the ability to create immortal Qin? Qin Wuyao bristled. How would I know how you freaks who were born with an extinct vein cultivate? In the ancient texts, the beginning emperor was different from you. He was born with an extinct vein and was never able to obtain spiritual power, but he was able to cultivate a special kind of thing which the ancient texts called heaven and earth Hao Ran Qi. What the heck was heaven and earth's Hao Ran Qi? Lu Ran didn't know. But he guessed it might just be the system. Otherwise, on what grounds could a thing that did not exist in Kyushu be cultivated by a natural-born extinct vein of the first emperor? Of course, this was all just Lu Ran's speculation, and it was obviously no longer verifiable. Right, what happened then? The beginning emperor ended his life. Lu Ran asked. How can that be, my immortal Qin ancient emperor, an ancient immortal who participated in the ancient god and demon war, has long since ascended to the immortal realm? Qin Wuyao said proudly. Lu Ran still had some questions he wanted to ask. But at this time, a bright voice suddenly rang out from outside the main hall. My precious daughter, you can be considered to be back. Come, come, come. Let me see for the father to grow taller or not. As the voice rang out, a burly figure walked into the great hall. He was dressed in a yellow robe, his aura was majestic, and his eyes were shining so brightly that Lu Ran could not see through them at all. Mahayana realm. Lu Ran was taken aback, not realizing that Qin Wuyao's father was a big shot in the Mahayana realm. No wonder the great Qin immortal court's territory was so vast. Comparing it to the Holy Land was no less impressive. Father! Qin Wuyao shouted excitedly. Lu Ran listened oddly. A member of the royal family. Shouldn't addressing his father be something like father? Father. Let me introduce you. This is my friend, Lu Ran. Qin Wuyao introduced. Lu Ran. This is my father. Immortal Qin human emperor Qin Lai. Lu Ran hurriedly got up. He didn't understand the royal etiquette. So he simply arched his hand and said, Late Lu Ran. Greetings to the human emperor. Qin Lai nodded and looked at Lu Ran with some odd eyes before looking at Qin Wuyao. Since childhood, Qin Wuyao had very few friends, not that immortal Qin had a lot of rules, but Qin Wuyao had been sent to Yaoqi since she was young, and then later worshipped at Tianji House, so she really didn't have much of a chance to get in touch with people her own age. Moreover, Qin Wuyao herself was not the least bit interested in any young talents. If he really wanted to count, this was the first time Qin Lai had seen Qin Wuyao's friend of the same age, who was still a youngster. Qin Lai stared at Lu Ran and nodded his head. At such a young age, to be able to cultivate to the level of transformation spirit, your talent is really good. Since you are Yao Yao's friend, let's do it this way. I'll have someone arrange for you to go to the compartment so you'll stay there first. He's got some catching up to do with his baby girl. Lu Ran was fine with it. People's fathers and daughters hadn't seen each other for a long time. There always had to be a bit of space. It was just as well that Lu Ran took the opportunity to go drinking and grow up. But to my surprise, Qin Wuyao waved her hand and said, No, he has to stay with me. Otherwise, I don't feel comfortable with him being alone. As soon as these words came out, the pupils of Qin Lai's eyes suddenly shrunk. Looking at Lu Ran again, this time it was a good scrutiny. Lu Ran was made uncomfortable by Qin Lai's odd look. Born with an extinct vein? Qin Lai really saw something different when he took a closer look this time. Qin Lai was also a bit confused and even suspected that he had misread the situation. A person who was born with an extinct vein could not reasonably be cultivated no matter what, but this guy, he was actually at the God transformation realm. And it was the peak of the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. This, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Wouldn't it be the same as the immortal Qin ancient emperor? In that case, then I'll have someone prepare meals. You guys came all the way here to eat something. It's just as well that I'll have the catering room prepare some of Yao Yao's favorite food, Yao Yao, in the Tianji building and Yao Yao Pond. You can definitely not eat the delicacies made by our immortal Qin, right? Qin Lai said smilingly. Yes. I haven't eaten it for a long time either, Lu Ran, you have to try it. Qin Wuyao said excitedly. But the first reaction was to read Lu Ran. This detail was seen by Qin Lai and he was quite surprised. But there was some concern between his eyebrows. Those who could make Qin Wuyao behave like this were by no means ordinary and needed to be properly interrogated. Like countless parents, Qin Lai would never allow his precious daughter to be seduced by a lowlife in a haphazard manner. Same time,
Zwaarskapper door.
the aura of heaven and earth was chaotic here, and the heavenly K realm covered the sky with dim light. 800s of feet tall, heavenly coiling dragon pillars supported the Swire Copper Gate, encompassing dozens of miles in scope. Immortal Qin generals set up formations and camps in this place to guard the Swire Copper Gate for generations. Today, the D Wasteland demon race has once again assembled to storm the seal. In the blank area in the middle of the Taiku Copper Gate, countless golden runes in the air seemed to be frozen in the air, as if they were flickering from time to time due to the onslaught of the demon race. A man with a figure as sturdy as Qin Lai's was covered in armor and stood proudly in the air. The eyes carried a solemn aura as they gazed at the opposite side of the ancient bronze gate. This was the only place where one could look through the heavenly K realm and see across to D Wasteland. Countless demonic beasts were assembling, hissing, and continuously impacting the seal, going crazy, one by one desperately impacting, and then one by one, they were suppressed by the seal of the Swire Copper Gate, and large swaths of the demon race died. However, the subsequent demon race remained intrepid. The man's brows furrowed. Damn demon race. What kind of madness is this? The seal of the Taiku Copper Gate has just been stabilized, and they've assembled so many more. As he was muttering, the man suddenly saw a mountainous and huge body slowly emerge from the back of the demon race. He was taken aback, staring wide-eyed and using his extreme eyesight to see that it was actually a demonic beast with a body size through the sky. However, the giant beast did not run over to impact the seal, but only watched. What shocked the man the most was that vaguely, he seemed to see a blurry white silhouette on the back of that huge beast. Chapter 70. What's with the meeting with the old man? After a meal, Qin Lai looked at Lu Ran with increasingly odd eyes. Eating a meal, Qin Wuyao ate while excitedly giving Lu Ran various dishes and introductions. He even eyed Lu Ran's reaction to tasting the various dishes. Perhaps Qin Wuyao herself was not aware that by now, her following Lu Ran was no longer purely due to the fact that Lu Ran was the reason for that blessed destiny that Yu Guizi had spoken of. As an immortal Qin human emperor, Qin Lai saw more thoroughly. Lu Ran, I wonder what sect you are from? And how do you know my family, Yao Yao? Qin Lai asked smilingly. The tone sounded calm, but the scrutinizing eyes always gave Lu Ran the oppressive feeling of meeting his parents for the first time. Originally was a disciple of the great Luo sword sect, and then, later withdrew from the great Luo sword sect. Lu Ran said awkwardly. Qin Lai froze and racked his brain but couldn't remember which force this great Luo sword sect was. This was normal. It was naturally impossible for a sect of the size of the De Luo sword sect to get into Qin Lai's eyes. But it didn't matter, since Lu Ran had already withdrawn from the great Luo sword sect. He had nothing to do with the great Luo sword sect. And now, which power do you serve? Qin Lai continued to ask. Not counting which power, but recently serving as a guest secretary in the Jiuli sacred land. If Jiuli is in trouble, I will have to help. Lu Ran said truthfully. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk nonsense, but there wasn't much of a need to do so, and, in front of Qin Lai, that odd strange feeling of meeting his old husband for the first time also made it impossible for Lu Ran to lie. Hearing this, Qin Lai snapped to attention. A guest secretary of the Jiuli Holy Land? Although Qin Lai was not familiar with Jiuli, after all, it was a holy land on par with Yaoqi, and its own requirements for guest ministers were extremely demanding. Ordinary transformation spirit realms simply couldn't get into the eyes of the Nine Dawns sacred ground. But I didn't expect this Lu Ran to be recognized by Jiuli even though he looked young? Wouldn't it mean that Lu Ran had even surpassed most of the transformation god realms in certain aspects? Adding to that, he himself was born with an extinct vein, yet he had still cultivated to the peak of the late stage of the god transformation realm. This kid is really something, but competence is enough. What about character? This thing is a matter of opinion, not a few words to ask out, so in Qin Lai's heart, the character of this article tentative. Qin Wuyao foolishly didn't notice Qin Lai's intentions and beamed. Father, what are you doing? It's not easy for my friend to come here once. You're asking questions. Ahem. Qin Lai coughed dryly and said, pure idle chat only. He couldn't be bothered to keep asking. At that moment, suddenly a general came to report. The demon race is once again assembling and storming the Taiku Copper Gate, and their numbers are increasing. At those words, Qin Lai frowned. He said, in such a short period of time, why did they gather again? Is this demon race on the wrong medication? He mused for a few seconds, commanded, call the Marquis of the Four Directions to meet me. Qin Wuyao beside him came back just for this matter and was immediately attracted to it. Asked, that demon race impacting the swift copper gate will be suppressed by the seal. Did the seal fail? Qin Lai sighed and shook his head. Alas, although the seals have been cut down from the ancient times, the suppression effect is still the same, and that D-Wasteland demon race doesn't know if it's on the wrong medication or what. It's brazen and unafraid to die. That was the case yesterday. A large number of demon races impacted the seal, and large swathes of them died as the demon races were using their lives to impact the Swire Copper Gate. However, it was also cutting down on the strength of the seal as well, and the seal of the Taiku Copper Gate could replenish itself, but it could not compare to the speed at which it was consumed by the onslaught of the demon race. Large swaths of the demon race died, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the seals were consumed. Yesterday afternoon, the seal finally couldn't hold back the endless consumption of the demon race, and a gap appeared. A large number of demons broke the seal. In thousands of years, this was the first time the demon race had broken through the seal on a large scale. Although the Swire Copper Gate quickly completed its self-repair and resealed the boundary, hundreds of thousands of demon clans rushed out. Immortal Qin had been guarding the Taiku Copper Gate for so many years, but there weren't actually many generals who had the opportunity to fight the demon race for generations. Caught off guard, The army was impacted by the demon race and the melee began. In the end, the 4 Marquis of Immortal Qin, who led the army to support them, were able to suppress all of the demons that rushed out. But Xian Qin also suffered equally heavy casualties. I didn't expect that, in such a short period of time, the demon race would start gathering again. If this is the case, not to mention whether I, Immortal Qin, can carry it or not, that ancient bronze gate is in a state of disrepair after countless years, a few more times, I'm afraid that the ancient bronze gate is going to completely crumble, and at that time there will be no more obstacles for the desolate demon race. Qin Lai said with a worried face. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Then let's set off quickly. We mustn't let the demon race escape. Qin Wuyao shouted anxiously. What are you putting together? Qin Lai raised his eyebrows. By the way, why aren't you at the Tianji building lately? What are you doing wandering around outside? Qin Wuyao scratched her head. He said, my master told me to come down from the mountain, and lately, don't you know about the matter between Zhou and Huang Quan? Qin Lai was dumbfounded and said, I don't know. Xian Qin never gets involved in the between holy places. So what? Can't it be that the holy lands are going to war? Qin Lai was only joking, but after he finished speaking, he realized that Qin Wuyao's face was full of oddities. He was shocked and stared. Really? Qin Wuyao shrugged and said, you guessed right. The Yellow Springs sacred ground has even placed a war invitation. Then, in 3 words, he told the story. After hearing this, Qin Lai was also shocked. The Yellow Springs Saintess was actually killed? Good Lord, who is so tough that even the Yellow Springs Saintess dares to kill? It makes sense that this Yellow Springs suspects Zhou. At those words, Qin Wuyao glanced at Lu Ran, while the latter was filled with embarrassment. Qin Lai looked at the 2 men's odd demeanor, looked suspiciously at Lu Ran, and asked, what? You know? Lu Ran hurriedly shook his head. I don't know. Well, Qin Lai was not interested in continuing this topic, waved his hand and said, forget it regardless of them, but it's Zhou and Yellow Springs started to fight. Yao Qi definitely want to help. It's reasonable for you, this girl, to help. But that Yellow Springs sacred lord is not something to be messed with, my daughter, you must be careful. Qin Wuyao hurriedly nodded her head and said, don't worry, father. I have my measure. Qin Lai didn't have the heart to say, you've got a load of sense, you're blindly wandering around all day long. Don't you know how dangerous it is? Don't get involved in this today, go back. Upon hearing this, Qin Wuyao immediately crossed her arms and said, yeah, this is driving me away. Just now she said that she hadn't seen her baby daughter for a long time. Can that be the same? The desolate demon race is rioting, and if the ancient copper gate really collapses, not to mention you, I won't necessarily survive. Qin Lai retorted, but it should be fine for the time being. If you want to join in on the fun, come with me and take a look, and after that hurry back. Lu Ran watched from the sidelines as the father and daughter fought. His eyes filled with envy. It reminded him of Su Yuling. He was an orphan before he crossed over to Kyushu, and it was Su Yuling who brought him up with one hand. But unfortunately, just as he was thinking about it, outside the great hall, 4 middle-aged men in armor walked over in an imposing manner. These 4 people are the 4-direction Marquis of Immortal Qin. Chapter 71, Heavenly Demon Transformation. All 4 were at the peak of the late stage of God transformation. Upon entering, they simultaneously arched their hands and bent over, saluting the human emperor and bowing to Qin Wuyao. Exemption, now that the demon race is rioting, seize the opportunity to go on an expedition. If the demon race breaks through the seal again, this time we must minimize casualties. Qin Lai said in a deep voice. The 4 directions Marquis nodded in unison. At the same time, they looked curiously at Lu Ran. People like them could easily tell that Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao had an extraordinary relationship. An ordinary person, let alone approaching Qin Wuyao. Not even qualified to stand with Qin Wuyao. This young man, however, could actually be next to Qin Wuyao. But all along, Princess Qin Wuyao had little interest in young talents and the like. So how did this suddenly pop up one that was so close to Qin Wuyao? Immediately afterward, the square-faced middle-aged man on the far left suddenly turned his head and shouted to the outside, "Don't come in yet, what are you doing outside?" Then, a youth with a slim figure walked in from outside the main hall. His feet were floating, his eyes were slightly sunken in, and his breath was a bit disorganized. Yet he was surprisingly at the cultivation level of the spirit transformation realm. Although Lu Ran didn't have much experience, he was able to judge at a glance that this was mostly a cultivation level that had been flushed up by the elixir and pulled strongly. But even so, to be able to break through to transformation with his own senses, he was considered a rare talent. Lin Wuyu, see the human emperor, see the princess. The youth reluctantly walked to the front and bowed with his hands. After excusing himself, he excitedly looked towards Qin Wuyao. Said, "Yao Yao, when did you come back?" Qin Wuyao frowned slightly and said, "What has it got to do with you when I come back?" Later Lu Ran realized that this Lin Wuyue is the only son of Jinghua Marquis Lin Tao, since young Qin Wuyao stalking, but he himself addicted to wine and sex, is a living playboy second generation. Normal young talents Qin Wuyao couldn't even look at, let alone this kind of goods. Being rebuked by Qin Wuyao in front of the human emperor and the Four Directions Marquis, Lin Wuyue's face was ugly, but did not dare to disobey. He just laughed dryly and wanted to say something, but suddenly saw Lu Ran, who was next to Qin Wuyao and next to Qin Wuyao. "This one is?" Lin Wuyu asked. "My friend," Qin Wuyao faintly said, but there was no intention of introduction. Qin Lai, on the other hand, looked at Lin Tao suspiciously and said, "Why did you bring him here?" Lin Tao immediately said, "My canine son advanced to transformation god some days ago. Now that his realm has stabilized, it's the right time to serve my immortal Qin, and now that the desolate demon clan is rioting, it's only natural that he should be counted as a part of it." Upon hearing this, Lin Wuyu immediately said, "But the demon race is cruel and murderous. I'm afraid I'm not a match. What if I'm injured? Father, where are the close guards you arranged for me? Why don't you see them? If the close guards are not there, I—" "Shut up." Lin Tao's face turned green with anger. "Rubbish thing. You are now at the realm of the transformation god, and your close guards are still all just Yuaning, and you, a transformation god, need Yuaning to protect you. How can you serve my immortal Qin with this ghostly appearance?" Now that the human emperor was right in front of him, Lin Wuyu still dared to act so incompetent. It was simply a disgrace. Qin Lai and the other three marquises also frowned and slowly shook their heads. "The son of Lin Tao, the talent is not bad, but it is really bad. Now the pills will be rushed up the cultivation, plus the talent is still good to break through the transformation of the god. But the bottom of this is too bad. The character is also so weak and incompetent that it is really not useful." Lin Wuyu immediately didn't dare to squeak, but her eyes continued to look at Lu Ran with hostility from time to time. "All right, it's not too late, let's set off. The major commanders have already arrived first with their troops," Qin Lai said in a deep voice. The crowd then each sacrificed their magic treasures and rushed up into the sky. With Qin Lai's Mahayana realm cultivation, the magic treasure was not even needed, and with a single step, he transformed into a stream of light and headed straight for the clouds. The Marquis of the Four Directions followed closely behind, and Lin Wuyu had originally planned to stay and go with Qin Wuyao, but it was directly gripped away by Lin Tao. Lin Wuyu looked back and was even more jealous, only to see Qin Wuyao offer up the crimson moon ring, pull Lu Ran's hand and jump up. The two ride together. "I can fly myself," Lu Ran said with consternation. "It's not far, let's go together," Qin Wuyao said with a hefty smile. Then it shot up into the sky. Following behind the Four Directions Ho, Qin Wuyao still didn't forget to say to Lu Ran, "See that Lin Wuyue, that bastard has been stalking me since I was a kid. But that kind of goods, I naturally don't look at it, and now that you're with me, he seems to be a bit hostile towards you." Lu Ran shrugged indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter. I've long gotten used to what others think of me. He'd better not make the mistake of messing with me. Otherwise, I'll kill him." Lu Ran's voice was flat, but it was undeniable. 10 years of suffering in the Great Luo Sword Sect, Lu Ran had long been used to the cold and sarcastic comments of others, and now that he had sufficient strength, Lu Ran's style of action was very different from before. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. However, it seemed that, after the destruction of the Great Luo Sword Sect and Suyu Ling's descent from the mountain, Lu Ran's mind had become more composed. He didn't care if the other party was the son of some Jinghua Marquis. If he dared to come looking for death, then he would send him on his way.
Di desolate border, Taiku Copper Gate.
Countless demon races impacted the seal, and the golden runes in the air became lighter and lighter in color. The previous commander had always stared at the huge demonic body at the back of that demon race, as well as the silhouette on that demon race's back. But it didn't take long to watch. Suddenly, as if startled by something, the silhouette flickered slightly on the back of the giant demon and disappeared. The commander was stunned and was about to double-check the other party's whereabouts when Qin Lai and the others arrived. Qin Lai came to the scene and didn't inquire about the battle because it was obvious at a glance. Behind the ancient bronze gate, blood flowed into a river, and countless corpses of the demon race piled up. Qin Lai narrowed his eyes at the giant demon figure and was also startled, frowning as he said in a deep voice, "The desolate demon race seems to be truly planning to break through the swift copper gate." The commander on the sidelines thought back to the previous oddity. Rushingly, he said, "Human Emperor, just now I have been staring at that giant demon. On that giant demon's back, there seems to be a silhouette." Qin Lai froze. Then his face changed drastically as he said, "Heavenly demon transformation? If it was really a heavenly demon that had transformed into a form, it would not be easy to pass this hurdle today. If the seal broke and the heavenly demon took advantage of the opening to drill out, the only one who could be qualified to fight the heavenly demon would be Qin Lai, the talent of the demon race itself in terms of physical strength. Qin Lai wasn't even necessarily a match for that demon. But it's a bit strange, when you appeared, Human Emperor, that demon was startled and disappeared," the commander said in a deep voice. After saying that, he twisted his head to look at the others around the Human Emperor. With the Four Directions Marquis, plus the wasteful son of a Jingguo Marquis, the returning princess, and a young man of the God Transformation realm, the only one in here who was qualified to shock the heavenly demons was the Human Emperor. "It's a good thing that the heavenly demon doesn't want to face me straight on. I hope there are no accidents today or else." Qin Lai's face is very ugly. If the seal broke and the demon army rushed out, then it could actually all be solved because the Swire Copper Gate could repair itself and re-stabilize the sealing boundary. However, if the heavenly demon took advantage of the opening and ran out, even if Qin Lai could fight the other party 50-50, the aftermath of the battle between the Mahayana realm and the heavenly demon would be enough to destroy immortal Qin to pieces. At the same time, the golden runes fixed in the air became lighter and lighter in color as the demon race's brazen onslaught. Qin Lai took a deep breath and bellowed out, "Set up the formation and prepare to meet the enemy." Chapter 72, Immortal Qin Human Emperor's Dharma Phase. The desolate demon race was constantly impacting the seals, and Qin Lai was well prepared with the great Qin Immortal Court. Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran also flew behind Qin Lai, watching the direction of the demon race. There's something odd about the whole scene. A depressing atmosphere permeated the densely packed Great Qin Immortal Court army, and the only thing that could be heard was the sound of bamboo canes popping and vibrating like beans from the demon race's constant onslaught on the Taiku Copper Gate. The golden runes in the air that represented the sealing of the Swire Copper Gate became lighter and lighter in color until they were almost hard to see with the naked eye. Qin Lai narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "It's coming!" Boom! In the next second, the boundary in the middle of the Taiku Copper Gate was instantly torn open with a huge gash. In an instant, the voices of the noisy demons were no longer hindered and clear to the ears. Immediately after that, there were countless demons scrambling and swarming out. "Immortal Qin generals, hold on to the swift bronze gate and kill," the commanders bellowed. The whole scene was instantly lively. Lu Ran was still the first time to experience this kind of pre-crossing, only have the opportunity to see the big scene in the TV, cannot help but some of the blood boiling. Qin Lai hadn't made a move against those miscellaneous demon races. Those ordinary demon races could be dealt with by the Immortal Qin army. Yesterday, because they were caught off guard and completely didn't expect the demon race to break through the seal, they were impacted with a lot of casualties. But for this trip today, Xian Qin was prepared for everything. Qin Lai simply continued to stare at the gap in the boundary of the Swift Copper Gate, and the Four Directions Marquis similarly followed Qin Lai. "Father, is there anything else coming out?" Qin Wuyao asked curiously. Because as of right now, so many of the demon race that ran out from below looked like trash, there was nothing to worry about. Qin Lai was about to speak. Suddenly, a group of much larger-sized demons rushed out of that boundary gap. These demons were clearly different. They could fly, although some of those ordinary demon clans from earlier could also fly, but that was different. These obviously larger demon clans were quite a bit larger and of different species, but each of them was draped with a greenish-colored demonic aura that was constantly rising. "Hunt the Demon King!" Qin Lai immediately let out a loud shout. These that had suddenly appeared were all demon kings, and amongst the desolate demon race, demon kings were equivalent to the human spirit transformation realm cultivation. With this wave, at least hundreds of demon kings ran out. That's hundreds of them. As for the Immortal Qin's God Transformation realm, there were only 20 to 30 of them combined, which was about the same size as the Holy Land. In order to avoid accidents, Qin Lai struck out at the first opportunity. He violently stepped forward. His figure flickered and appeared in front of the ceiling gap, while at the same time, the Mahayana Dharma phase behind him emerged at the first opportunity. Through the heavens and through the earth, as if it were a valley god and Buddha. Lu Ran was taken aback and looked up, realizing that Qin Lai's Dharma phase was actually a godly man with a huge, exaggeratedly strong body, but without a head. The godman held an axe in his left hand and carried a shield in his right. A forward charge, shield down, suppressing dozens of demon kings that had just popped up, while the axe swung. In just one move, dozens of demon kings died tragically under Qin Lai's Mahayana Dharma phase. Lu Ran looked taken aback, although he had already seen Lu Qinghe's Mahayana Dharma phase. But now that he saw Qin Lai's Mahayana Dharma phase again, he still felt incomparably surprised. That feeling of being through the heavens and through the earth, ruling over the living beings of heaven and earth in general, was still too shocking. With just one move, dozens of demon kings were taken out. This attack power was considered terrifying to the extreme. Lu Ran looked at Qin Wuyao by his side and asked, "Is that your father's phantom?" Qin Wuyao sacrificed her crimson moon ring to fly around her. Nodding her head, "Yes, War God Interceptor. Let's go help too." Although Qin Lai's attacks were strong, there were dozens of demon kings that escaped his range control. There was no way. The surrounding was a mix of immortal Qin generals and demon race. Qin Lai had no way to attack indiscriminately. This also led to the fact that the immortal Qin generals instead had Qin Lai's hands somewhat tied. Damn it! Qin Lai clenched his teeth and stared at the gap in the boundary in front of him being close enough. He could see the scene of D wilderness on the opposite side at a glance. Separated by a boundary, the two sides of the environment were worlds apart. D wasteland is barren beyond measure. The ground is pitted, the terrain is complex, and there are gullies and cliffs everywhere. Countless demon clans hissed among them. Qin Lai did not dare to run over. He dispersed his phantom. This thing is good, but when it is a melee, it is a bit tied up. After all, there are too many people in immortal Qin. I should have known to let the Xian Qin generals wait at the back. He first rushed up to take the lead to kill the demon race, and then let the remaining stray hairs be cleaned up by the Xian Qin generals. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. After the phantom dispersed, Qin Lai intended to turn around. But suddenly, his eyes snapped together, staring dead center at the demon race's rear. The giant demon didn't move at all, and Qin Lai's original worries were diminished quite a bit. But in an open area behind the giant demon, he saw it. There was indeed a silhouette, and the Mahayana realm saw it much more clearly than the commander-in-chief. It was indeed a woman. The woman noticed Qin Lai's line of sight and looked over as well. As the four eyes met, Qin Lai only felt his soul tingle violently and hurriedly avoided the sight. When he looked up again, he had seen the woman's figure. Is the heavenly demon transformation really a heavenly demon? But Qin Lai always felt that there was something odd, but he couldn't say where. Moreover, the Swire Copper Gate boundary had already been broken through a hole, so why did just this many demon kings come out? That female demon also didn't follow out for some reason. Qin Lai couldn't figure it out and turned his head to look at the chaotic battlefield as he disappeared in a flash and began to subdue the demon king at an extremely fast speed. A demon king comparable to the transformation god realm was no different than paper mache in front of Qin Lai and would shatter at the slightest touch. Lu Ran and the others also rushed out, each fighting their own battles. Lu Ran had the ancient sword pill and the sword Dao slaughtering god, and was looking for a target to try to see if his sword move slaughtering god had any effect on the demon king. However, he oddly found that after he had circled around in the air for several times, the demon kings he encountered all naturally went to look for other targets, and no one paid any attention to him at all, as if he didn't exist, and they didn't attack him even if they brushed past him. Lu Ran was a bit confused. What does this mean? He looked down at his body. It wasn't any different. How come these demons treated him as if he didn't exist? Even a bat demon king that was originally charging head on suddenly swooped down and crashed to the ground in what looked like a natural movement. But isn't it strange for you, a flying demonic beast, to clumsily attack your enemy on the ground? Lu Ran was feeling confused. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound from behind them. He turned around violently, just to see a lance stabbing at his face. And the owner of the long spear was actually Lin Wuyu. Lu Ran violently exploded back, but he was still stabbed by the lance. But it was not a big problem. The Chi Dragon treasure armor helped Lu Ran withstand most of the impact. The rest caused Lu Ran's body to blast down to the ground as if it were a cannonball. Chapter 73. When you make a mistake, you have to admit it. Don't look at this Lin Wuyue, a playboy second-generation ancestor, no matter how to say is also a transformation god, behind the back of the full-force sneak attack. This move, the force is not small, but it was still far from killing Lu Ran. Lin Wuyu frowned, not expecting the sneak attack to be generally effective. He didn't die and didn't say a word. His lance once again jabbed downwards, Countless departing fire meteors condensed in the air and bombarded Lu Ran furiously. Not far away, Qin Wuyao fought while her attention was always on Lu Ran. At this moment, when he coldly saw this scene, he was furious. Lin Wuyu, you seek death. Qin Wuyao let out a cry as she flashed in this direction. Lu Ran looked at the sky covered with fire, frowned. This lance grade is not low. Lu Ran also did not dare to continue to hard shoulder fire, is planning to defend to avoid, at the same time threw out the sword pill, ready to kill Lin Wuyue. He does not care that this Lin Wuyue is the son of the Buljingua Marquis. He said earlier this bastard came to find death by himself, then send him on his way. But then an odd scene appeared. At the moment when the departing fire meteors above Lin Wuyue's lance poured in, the Bat Demon King, not far behind him, suddenly made a forward dash, opened his wings and interlaced them, forming an inverted bowl that covered Lu Ran inside, allowing the countless departing flames to bombard its wings. The Demon King's demonic power seemed to boil as if it was on full defense. Lu Ran was confused, originally intended to hold up the defense to dodge, but was covered by the Bat Demon King, and the Bat Demon King's demonic power catalyzed to the extreme, even hard to protect Lu Ran, hard to carry all the fire. Lin Wuyu was also dumbfounded when he saw this. This Li fire was a special spell that came with the lance magic treasure in his hand. It needed to be infused with a large amount of resources in advance to be activated, and it needed to be replenished again after it was activated at one time. It was considered to be a big killing move. He had wanted to use this move to kill Lu Ran while he didn't react, but he didn't expect that an accident had occurred. This Demon King protecting Lu Ran? Qin Wuyao, who had swept not far away, also saw this scene and fiercely widened her eyes. Lu Ran still had this ability? How come she didn't know? At this moment, Lu Ran, who was the main character, recalled the odd scene just now. Suddenly, he had a feeling as if those Demon Kings were purposely avoiding him, not wanting to get into a fight with him. This Bat Demon King was even more eccentric, as it was close enough to defiantly use its own body to protect Lu Ran. The light repenetrated, but instead of the Bat Demon King unfolding its wings were pierced through holes by the departing flames. But even so, it still used its demonic power to carry down all the rest of the departing flames. At this moment, the Bat Demon King looked very wretched. Both of his wings were broken and smoking black, and his entire body was also scorched black everywhere. But even so, it still carefully looked down at Lu Ran, who was protected by it, and after realizing that Lu Ran was not injured, it seemed to be obviously relieved, and turned back to look deeply at the direction of the desolate demon clan. Then, it weakly loosened its wings and released Lu Ran. Lu Ran pinched the sword pill and wanted to come at the Demon King to try if the sword move Slaughter God could produce an effect, but he couldn't make it work no matter what. Pong! As he was hesitating, one of the commanders came roaring close and smashed that Bat Demon King's head. The fine and weak Bat Demon King simply could not resist in time, and there was no movement, and naturally, he could not communicate with Lu Ran to satisfy Lu Ran's question. Lu Ran and the Bat Demon King didn't have much affection and didn't know each other. But after experiencing the scene just now, and suddenly seeing the Bat Demon King's head smashed right in front of his eyes, Lu Ran's heart trembled fiercely. After that Commander-in-Chief finished killing the Bat Demon King, he immediately went back to reinforce the others. Lu Ran then looked up at Lin Wuyue. At the same time, Qin Wuyao also arrived. Lin Wuyu, what are you doing? Qin Wuyao angrily rebuked. Lin Wuyu was stared at by the two men. His face was ugly as he said, "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I want to kill that Bat Demon King. I didn't expect Lu Ran to be nearby." Lu Ran slowly rose into the air and looked at Lin Wuyue indifferently. Casually, he said, "Doesn't matter what you say. Mess with me and you die. It is so simple. Tube, you are explaining something. Lu Ran is too lazy to argue with you, also too lazy to listen, or that sentence, mess with me, then send you away. It is so simple." At that exact moment, Marquis of Zhangguolin Tao suddenly appeared in front of Lin Wuyu in a flash, looking at Lu Ran with cold eyes, saying, "What do you want?" Lu Ran furrowed his brows and said, "He tried to kill me. What's wrong with me killing him now?" Lin Tao laughed coldly. "Although my son is a waste, he is not so bad as to lay hands on you. Does he know you? What grudge do you have? Why did he want to kill you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wuyu behind him also followed. Yes. Why would I kill you? Why are you a bloodthirsty person? Yao, this kind of goods. You should stay away from him in the future." After saying that, he even raised an eyebrow at Lu Ran with a smug look. The provocation was obvious. This kind of dude, the second generation, you can tell by thinking about it that he was spoiled as a child. No matter what happened to him or what he got into, there was Jingguo Lin Tao to wipe his ass behind him. So Lin Wuyue had gotten used to it. It was the same now. He was jealous that Lu Ran could be so close to Qin Wuyao. So he killed him painfully. Even if he was found out, he didn't care. He didn't have to bear any consequences with Lin Tao around. From childhood to all of them. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. But this time, no one could protect him. You fart, Qin Wuyao said angrily. I saw you sneak up on Lu Ran with my own eyes, knocking him to the ground and striking out at Lu Ran. Hearing this, Lin Tao directly shook his head and said, that's mostly because the princess misread it. Nowadays when the demon race is in a mixed battle, it's inevitable that there are times when you look at it, this matter is just a misunderstanding, so let's leave it at that and don't bring it up again, that's all. That's it? That's what? Lu Ran laughed and looked at Lin Tao in amusement. He said, Marquis of Zhenghua, right? Really take yourself seriously? What? Lin Tao's brows furrowed furiously. He was a Marquis of Zhenghua. And there had never been a young man like Lu Ran who dared to talk to him like this. That's why he had the nerve to come up here and try to close the matter in a few words. But he didn't expect that Lu Ran didn't put him in his eyes at all. No matter how is the Zhenghua Marquis is also the transformation god in front of Lu Ran, are a sword seconds portion. Little friend. The demon race is rioting and the situation is urgent. I can forgive your rudeness. This matter is just a misunderstanding. Let it go and never mention it again. Lin Tao took a deep breath and said. Looking at that appearance, it seemed that he was still suppressing his anger and didn't want to meet Lu Ran in general. Lu Ran let out a laugh and said, good. Then I'll say the same thing. I've come to the great Qin Immortal Court to help. The demon riots are imminent. It's important to solve the demon riots. After the riots have been suppressed, I'll be right here, taking the head of your son, Lin Wuyue, on the spot. I'll do what I said I'll do. If you want to stop me, then try it. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it. Qin Wuyao's ears sounded familiar. Wasn't it exactly what Qin Wuyao and Su Yuling had said during the Heavenly Tao Alliance Wine King banquet? I didn't realize that Lu Ran had learned it. Having learned 3 resemblances, it's not a weak name for this princess. Qin Wuyao muttered. As for that Lin Tao, he didn't expect this young man to be hot-tempered. But he couldn't help but be provoked by the other party in such a way. In a cold voice he said, okay, I'll wait for you. Chapter 74. Kill even you. Soon all of the demon kings that rushed out were subdued. Of course, most of them were killed by Qin Lai, who was in the Mahayana realm and killed demon kings like chickens, one touch and they died. If the demon kings weren't mixed with the immortal Qin generals, these demon kings wouldn't be enough for Qin Lai to kill in a single move. This was the absolute gap brought about by a great realm. The demon king was slaughtered to death, and the rest of the demon race was quickly exterminated by the 4 Directions Marquis as well as the various commanders. This time, Qin Lai personally suppressed it, and the effect was remarkable. But even so, there was negligence. Immortal Qin's generals were killed or injured by more than 30,000 people, and the 2 commanders-in-chief were unfortunately surrounded by the demon king, and died from the attack on their backs. One of the 4 Directions Marquis had his right arm torn off by the demon king, but luckily survived. The ancient bronze gate was re-stabilized, and the immortal Qin generals cheered and celebrated their victory. However, Qin Lai's face was ugly. He stood in the void, looking down at the chaotic battlefield below. Countless corpses of the demon race piled up like mountains, rivers of blood flowing, mixed with the flesh and blood of some immortal Qin generals, the smell of blood rushing to the sky. Qin Lai even realized that the demonic aura did not completely dissipate after the death of these demon clansmen. Instead, it converged in a special way, constantly attaching itself to the Taiku copper door, and in the process, the Taiku copper door managed to regain a solid seal, and the color of the runes was never able to solidify. Even the ancient bronze door that had stood for 10,000 years had actually developed fine cracks. Recalling the earlier scene, Qin Lai's face became even more ugly. The demon race assembled to storm the swift copper gate not to break the seal. Qin Lai murmured. After a short period of breaking the seal, the number of demon clans that could rush out was too small. Even if it was 1,000,000 demon clans, when placed in the whole of the 9 states, it was still a drop in the ocean not worth mentioning. This was also the reason why that heavenly demon didn't follow and rush out when the gaping hole appeared in the Swire Copper Gate. It wasn't that she didn't want to come out, but it wasn't time yet. These demon races didn't rush out to slaughter the immortal Qin generals either. Simply to die. After the death of the demon races, their demonic chi reverse erodes the ancient bronze gate in a special way. This is the plan of the demon races. Qin Lai's face became even more ugly. The purpose is also self-evident. The demon race rallied, impacted with their lives, and then continuously eroded the Taiku copper gate in reverse, just to completely destroy the Taiku Copper Gate. The boundary seal of the Swire Copper Gate wasn't just here. The entire Heavenly K realm boundary was catalyzed by the Swire Copper Gate. The place where Immortal Qin was guarding was only the weaker position of the boundary, and it was also the location of the formation eye of the Taiku Copper Gate Tongtian boundary. After the disappearance of the ancient Copper Gate, the Heavenly K realm was going to follow suit, and then, there would no longer be any obstacles between the desolate demon race and the human race. Hundreds of millions of demons will pour out. At that time, that's when the whole of Kyushu will be devastated. The faces of the crowd were ugly when they heard Qin Lai's analysis. Qin Wuyao asked, "The ancient Copper Gate sealing the desolate demon race, this is a major event for the human race, although Immortal Qin is powerful, but within the 9 states, it is not considered to be a transcendent power. Why do the other forces not care, and throw all of this responsibility on my Immortal Qin's head?" Qin Wuyao's doubt was not unreasonable, because if the ancient Copper Gate disappeared, the whole of Kyushu would suffer. But there is no power to help. Even the 4 holy places that are relatively close are also each looking after their own. Right now there are even 2 holy places to fight. No one cares about the desolate demon race. Alas, in the ancient times, the power of Immortal Qin was not something that can be compared to now, and the Taiku Copper Sect was so solid that it didn't need anyone to intervene, and now that tens of thousands of years have passed, too many people may simply be unaware of the existence of the desolate demon race and the Taiku Copper Sect. Qin Lai sighed and continued, "What's more, it's not a matter of concern. Before seeing the consequences, no power will spend resources to do such things that they consider useless. They just want someone to quietly pay behind the scenes to help them suppress the demon race and just sit back and enjoy the benefits." Hearing this, anger immediately surfaced above Qin Wuyao's pretty face. In a deep voice he said, "Then we don't care. Immortal Qin died and injured countless people. But they are enjoying it behind the scenes. Won't we become the wrongdoers?" Qin Lai glanced at Qin Wuyao. He said, "That being said, it is our duty for Immortal Qin to guard the Swift Bronze Gate here. So if we don't care about it, wouldn't we be going against the wishes of the ancient Emperor Ingzheng, weakening Immortal Qin's name?" Having said that, Qin Lai glanced across at Di Wuang, who had temporarily subsided. Contemplating, he said, "But as of now, it seems that there is nothing we can do to stop the desolate demon race's plan. The ancient Bronze Gate is open and the desolate demon race is tipping over the 9 states. If there is no major power to intervene, it is that even if the immortals come here, there is nothing that can be done to bring back the sky. I will coordinate the retreat of the Immortal Qin and make the worst possible plans." After saying that, he also stared at Qin Wuyao and said, "The Jiuli and Yellow Springs battle? You should not go to join in the fun. Go back to the Tianji building. Right? Seeing that the time is almost up, has Yu Guizi come up with a solution for you?" Hearing this, Qin Wuyao's face obviously flashed with a trace of eccentricity as she subconsciously looked towards Lu Ran. But at that moment, Lu Ran was staring at Lin Wuyue, as well as Lin Tao, who was in front of Lin Wuyue. For eyes met each other, and Lin Tao's eyes were filled with disdain. He didn't put Lu Ran in his eyes at all. Although his realm was comparable to Lu Ran's, he was senior and experienced in battle, and would never believe that a youth could get any advantage in his hands. Not to mention that as the Marquis of Zhenghua, Lin Tao had countless magic treasures in his hands, and all of his techniques were superior. Lin Wuyue hid behind Lin Tao and sensed Lu Ran's eyes and said provocatively, "What? Still want to move me? Don't blame me for not reminding you. This is Great Qin's territory. You an outsider, don't make a scene or else the gods will not be able to save you even if they come." The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Lin Tao also looked at Lu Ran with cold eyes, spreading all the colors of provocation. Lu Ran's reaction was much simpler, pinching his sword pill and smiling at the Lin family's father and son. He said, "Revenge for revenge, revenge for revenge, he wants to kill me. I'll kill him now if you try to stop me. I'll even kill you together." Lin Tao laughed out loud. Holding a long spear in his hand, he slowly raised his hand and stared at Lu Ran, saying, "Then come and try." Qin Lai looked embarrassed and stood out. "All right, don't move and fight. Right now the demon race riot is imminent, but you guys started infighting instead. What is this?" But just after the words were said, Lin Tao and Lu Ran hadn't said anything yet. Qin Wuyao was the first to disagree, shouting, "No way! That bastard, Lin Wuyue, must die." Qin Lai immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "What did he do to my precious daughter?" Qin Wuyao shook her head. "Didn't do anything to me, but he just sneaked up on Lu Ran and tried to kill him." Qin Lai's expression became even more odd. This baby girl is so nervous about Lu Ran? This was much closer than what Qin Lai had guessed the relationship between the two to be. Lin Tao also said at this time, "Human Emperor, I will deal with this matter on my own. If he is smart and stops, then forget it. But if he is foolish and wants to make a move, then come and try it, and I will never show any mercy." Qin Lai glanced at Qin Wuyao, then at Lin Tao and Lin Wuyue, and finally his eyes rested on Lu Ran. Nodding, he said, "Well then, you're on your own." And he stood still to watch the show. Since it was the one that his precious daughter was looking at, Qin Lai also wanted to see how much weight this Lu Ran had. But the strange thing was, since her baby girl cared so much about Lu Ran, why was she relieved that Lu Ran was not worried at all about fighting Lin Tao? Was she really that confident in this Lu Ran's strength? Or did this Lu Ran really have a few skills? Chapter 75, I Am Invincible Under the Mahayana. Eyes on their confrontation. Qin Wuyao turned her head toward Qin Lai and said in a deep voice, "Next month, it will be the day when the holy daughters of the four great sacred grounds will leave for the heavenly Tarantine prefecture." Upon hearing this, Qin Lai's body shook as he exclaimed, "So fast!" He followed up with clenched teeth. "Back then, you were chosen as the holy maiden. I couldn't stop it, daughter. It was because my father couldn't protect you." Qin Wuyao, however, shook her head and said, "I'm not talking about this. You sent me to Yao Qi, and united with the Holy Lord to let me join the heavenly mechanism house? Wasn't it just to seek a solution?" Qin Lai froze, his eyes brightened violently, and he asked, "So, Yu Guizi has found a way?" Qin Wuyao nodded and looked towards Lu Ran. In a deep voice, he said, "I'm not quite sure, but since my master asked me to find Lu Ran, it must have something to do with him. My master said that Lu Ran is a blessing enough to change the course of my life." Fu Yuan. Qin Lai muttered and subconsciously asked, "How big a blessing?" Qin Wuyao recalled the words of Yu Gizi at the beginning and said in a deep voice, "Enough to dominate the 9 states." At those words, Qin Lai's body shook around him as he looked at Lu Ran incredulously. This kid, is he that powerful? It's just a guy at the peak of the late transformation spirit realm. It's true that reaching this realm at this grade is outstanding, but it's not as if he's going to dominate the 9 states, is it? Isn't this Yu Guizi's bragging a bit too much? Moreover, next month would be the day when the 4 great sacred maidens would leave for the sky-dropping prefecture. So within such a short period of time, with the Lu Ran of today, how could he manage to fight against the sky-dropping prefecture? Qin Wuyao guessed Qin Lai's mind at a glance, explaining, "About 20 days or so ago, I was ordered by my master to find Lu Ran, and when I first met him, he was still only in the Qi practicing realm." When these words came out, Qin Lai almost didn't bite his own tongue as he stared at Qin Wuyao with wide eyes. Qin Wuyao was his daughter, and he naturally believed what he said. But this? In a short span of 20 days or so, popping up from the Qi practicing realm to the peak of the late harmonization spirit stage. How is that believable? What in this world could be a way to cultivate so fast in such a short period of time? Moreover, there is no need to worry about Lu Ran's safety. You can just keep an eye on it, not to mention that Lin Wuyue, even if you add Lin Tao, plus the Marquis of the 4 Directions, plus the other commanders, all of them together, they can't help Lu Ran. On him. For heavy things falling down. Qin Lai swallowed his saliva. How the more he heard, the more outrageous he felt. No matter how much of a genius he was, no matter how fast his cultivation speed was, this Lu Ran was only a transformation god realm. How could a single transformation spirit realm resist against so many experienced and seasoned experts of the same realm, when it was good enough to hold on for a few breaths without dying? As he spoke, Lu Ran had already made his move. After leaving the great Luo sword sect, Lu Ran had no attachments. Whoever messes with me, I will kill whoever, I will report any revenge, and I will report it on the spot. This Lin Tao protects his son. Then he will kill you together. Lin Wuyue, this kind of goods, naturally cannot be spared on Lin Wuyue, that dejected strength. Today spared him, tomorrow he would dare to continue to sneak attack Lu Ran. Although Lu Ran was not afraid, he was always being watched in the dark. Little cutie. Only then will he be indifferent. Rustle of skirts. The sword pill was thrown out, turning into a stream of light and rushing towards Lin Wuyu. Sword chi erupted along the way, and wherever he passed, God blocked the way to kill God and Buddha blocked the way to kill Buddha. Lin Tao originally looked down on Lu Ran and did not put Lu Ran in his eyes at all. But at this moment, looking at the sword pill that came at extreme speed, his eyebrows furiously jumped. A strong sense of crisis caused him to pull Lin Wuyu in a flash without hesitation, his speed exploding to the extreme to dodge away. Pretty fast, but can you dodge it? Lu Ran laughed, with his eyes glued together, with the sword pill as the center. frosty cold sword intent exploded. The cold air exploded, spreading over half the sky in an instant. Sword intent. Lin Tao was astonished. As a transformation god realm, he certainly understood the terror of sword intent. Under the same realm, he was not afraid of any transformation god realm opponents, but if his opponent comprehended the sword intent, it would be a different level. He immediately erupted with spiritual energy, intending to avoid his front for the time being. But it's already too late. Under the shroud of sword intent, even Lin Tao's speed was greatly reduced. And in a trance, the sword pill exploded and turned into a roiling golden thread that surrounded Lin Tao and Lin Wuyue. A strong sense of crisis made Lin Tao's heart flutter. Lu Ran, on the other hand, let out a sardonic laugh and fiercely tightened his grip with one hand. The sword pill transformed into a golden thread, spitting out countless sword chi wrapped in frosty cold sword intent. Focusing on strangulation, Lin Tao's face changed drastically. Trying to pull Lin Wuyue to dodge was no longer possible. At the critical moment, it's still important to take care of your own life. With a loud shout, Lin Tao let go of Lin Wuyue and managed to penetrate through the sword chi killing formation at a weird angle himself. Lin Wuyue was miserable, watching as Lin Tao let go of him. Although he was at the god transformation realm, he had pitifully little combat experience, and at this moment, his face was filled with panic, wanting to escape, but he couldn't even figure out the direction. Swish! The sword pill recondensed and appeared in Lin Wuyue's original position. Lin Wuyue, on the other hand, was stirred up by the countless sword pellets transformed into golden threads and shattered into roiling pieces of blood and flesh that floated down. During the entire process, Lu Ran didn't even move his position, and Lin Tao didn't have time to attack. He just dodged a few times, and his son was killed in front of him. And Lin Tao, not to mention stopping it, even he himself was almost strangled. You seek death. Lin Tao was in a rage, looking at his son's drifting blood and flesh. The whole person was almost maniacal. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The countless immortal Qin generals below were also watching this scene. One was surprised. Who is that little brother? What a terrifying tactic. What kind of weapon is that? How can a sword cultivator have such terrifying means of attack? The Marquis of Zhangguo couldn't even protect his son. My God. It's horrible. Seems like a friend of the princess. Too strong? Worthy of being recognized as a friend of the princess. Amidst the countless murmurs, Qin Lai was also excited to watch. Excitedly, he said to Qin Wuyao, "Sword intent. This kid has actually comprehended sword intent." A sword cultivator who had comprehended sword intent. This meant that, without any surprises, this kid would definitely be a sword Dao titan in the future. Qin Wuyao heatedly smiled, hearing Qin Lai praise Lu Ran. She was filled with excitement and happiness. However, he shook his head and said, "This is just where it's at. Lu Ran's ability is more than that." "Oh yeah? And?" Qin Lai excitedly twisted his head to continue looking at Lu Ran. At this time, Lin Tao has been completely insane. His son was killed, and in the face of countless Xian Qin generals, a father cannot even protect his son, and did not take the enemy lightly, but still by Lu Ran 3 or 2 times forced to give up his son's life personally. He waved his lance in his hand, the same tactic as Lin Wuyue, but even more terrifying. A sea of fire erupted and poured out of the sky, covering half the sky in the blink of an eye. Lu Ran's attack methods were bizarre, and he didn't dare to get close, so he could only use a wide range of spells to suppress Lu Ran. As for Lu Ran, when that roiling sea of fire came crashing down on his face, the robber fire sword intent in his body suddenly stirred up, and Lu Ran simply released it with a thought. In an instant, a heat wave even more scorching than Lin Tao's spell swept out. Wherever they passed, the red lotus robbing fire bloomed. That red lotus looked exquisite and crystal clear, but it contained a scorching heat wave of high temperature, and the sword chi crisscrossed across, echoing the frost-cold sword intent. Lin Tao's overwhelmingly powerful move was actually rapidly assimilated and absorbed by the red lotus robbery flame. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with fire lotuses. Qin Lai all looked dumbfounded and murmured in a trembling voice, Double sword intent." Chapter 76. She'll go wherever you go. Lin Tao was also filled with confusion at this time. This Lu Ran, whom he had completely ignored, had killed his son in front of him. Lin Tao counterattacked but was easily defused by the other party. Moreover, this guy had actually comprehended sword intent. And it's still a double sword intent. Comprehending just one sword intent alone was enough for a sword cultivator to become a future titan, dual sword intent, unheard of. As he watched the robbing fire sword intent cover him, a red lotus bloomed. The blazing heat was still only a small problem. The key was, Lin Tao always felt that this fire lotus looked somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he remembered the red lotus cave. Wasn't this the weird fire lotus inside the red lotus cave that would surely kill you if you touched it? At the thought of this, Lin Tao's face changed drastically. He didn't dare to hesitate at all, and immediately had to fly back and retreat. But how could the speed of his retreat be faster than the speed of the spread of the robber fire sword intent? And in an instant, the sword intent enveloped the surroundings. Lin Tao carefully looked at the slowly floating fire lotus around him, not daring to move at all, and the range in which he could move was infinitely suppressed. And that meant that Lin Tao became a living target. Under the premise of Lu Ran's sword moved to slay the gods, a living target who couldn't move to the realm of the transformation of the gods, the result of this could be imagined. "Don't kill me! Stop!" Lin Tao yelled. Lu Ran looked at Lin Tao indifferently, pinching the sword pill, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. How could he let Lin Tao go? Avenging the killing of a son. If it was Lu Ran in his place, Lu Ran might have admitted defeat for a short period of time because his defeat had been decided, but it was absolutely impossible for him to let go of his grudge. A wildfire cannot be eliminated, but it grows again in the spring. You have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. With that, Lu ran through the sword pill, and the ancient sword pill instantly exploded into a strand of golden thread. Lin Tao had just learned the terror of this thing. Immediately yelled, "My son wants to kill you, you kill him, there is no excuse. But you and I have no grievances. There is no need to drive to the end of the world, to be a man to leave a line on him. Quick slick up." The sword pills wrapped around and through, silky smooth. Lin Tao's voice came to an abrupt end. The astral deities around his body, defensive treasures, all and the general papier-mâché, was easily crushed by Lu Ran. Lin Tao's body was also decapitated into corpse pieces that floated down. The moment was silent. Whether it was Lu Ran's dual sword intent or the iron-blooded means of subduing and killing the father and son duo of the Lin family, everyone was shocked. Jingguo Lin Tao is not a paper-mâché, the same transformation god realm. Lu Ran looks young. But this means is simply horrible, beheading so easily. It didn't even look like both sides were fighting each other, but rather Lu Ran was unilaterally crushing them. Even from the beginning to the end, Lu Ran stood in the void and did not move his position. When Qin Lai saw this and looked at Lu Ran again, his eyes were also filled with shock. This Lu Ran, good tactics, coupled with what Qin Wuyao had said. Qin Lai's gaze at Lu Ran had begun to become burning. As for the Xian Qin Jingguo being killed, it didn't matter. Qin Lai said in a deep voice, revenge for grudge. Let's leave this matter at that. Let's go back." The demon race wouldn't be able to regroup again in a short period of time, so Qin Lai needed to go back and redeploy while arranging the path for immortal Qin's retreat. Lu Ran withdrew his own sword intent and said to Qin Lai with some difficulty, "I killed Lin Wuyue because Lin Wuyue was going to kill me. Lin Tao is not to be blamed for protecting his son, and I killed him because I'm pretty sure that Lin Tao would just as easily kill me if he had the chance." After all, Lu Ran had come to the great Qin immortal court as a guest. Came to help. The favor is not big not to mention, but instead casually killed people Jingguo. And it was also at a critical moment when the great Qin immortal court was short of manpower to fight against the desolate demon race. Originally thought that Qin Lai would be annoyed at Lu Ran, even accountability hands Lu Ran are ready to use Chen Kun Rong escape at any time. But to his surprise, Qin Lai just laughed, said, "Manly man, a word, I say not to participate in it. That is your personal grudge, and what you do is not excessive." Lu Ran was a bit surprised that Qin Lai was so open-minded. Qin Wuyao was also relieved and grinned at Lu Ran. Then, the crowd returned to the great Qin immortal court Imperial City. Here at the ancient Copper Gate, immortal Qin's people were closely monitoring the movements of the demon race, and the generals of the great Qin immortal court were all ready for anything, ready to go to war with the demon race at any time. Qin Lai, on the other hand, deployed a retreat plan if he saw that the Taiku Copper Gate could not be preserved and was going to be lost. He would maximize the preservation of the De Qin immortal court's royal bloodline. And Qin Wuyao is the top priority. But even so, Qin Lai was still unwilling to let Qin Wuyao risk her life by following him here. Strangely enough, the D Wasteland demon race after that day suddenly quiet hibernation. D Wasteland demon race side, there is not the slightest movement. The demon race seems to have completely disappeared in general. But no one dared to relax. There was a great sense of calm before the storm, with the dormant D Wasteland demon race ready to explode at any moment. until we waited until the 5th day. Early that morning, Qin Lai found Lu Ran first. Today is the day that the Yellow Springs Sacred Land and the Zhouli Sacred Land will go to war. So take Yao Yao to Zhouli. Qin Lai said. Aren't you worried about her? Lu Ran froze. Earlier, he had also been persuading Qin Wuyao not to go to Zhouli to participate in the war, urging her to go back to Tianjilu. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. You're going to Zhouli, aren't you? Qin Lai asked in reply. Well, I'm a Zhouli guest secretary, so I should help. Lu Ran said in a deep voice. That's it then. Yao Yao can help too. You take her with you wherever you go, she'll go. Qin Lai said with certainty. Qin Lai had thought it through. Temporary peace and safety was of little use to Qin Wuyao. Instead, if Lu Ran really was that blessed fate that Yu Guizi said he was, and it seemed that Lu Ran's performance was indeed exaggeratedly terrifying right now, then everything would be pressed on Lu Ran. Wherever Lu Ran went, Qin Wuyao went. It's possible. It's just that I don't know if she's willing to come with me. Lu Ran said in a deep voice. Immortal Qin is going back and forth with the demon race, and the demon race still doesn't know when they will gather. And with the Taiku Copper Gate breaking open, Immortal Qin could be overthrown at any time. So Lu Ran understood Qin Wuyao's hesitation and worry. Words. Qin Lai directly called Qin Wuyao over. It's early in the morning. Why are you two chatting? How are the movements on the demon race's side? Qin Wuyao asked without any doubt. I don't need you guys to worry about this side, Yao Yao. You and Lu Ran go to Nine Dawns. Today is the day that the Yellow Springs Sacred Ground and Nine Dawns Sacred Ground will go to war. Qin Lai said bluntly. Qin Wuyao instinctively hesitated a bit. Qin Lai, on the other hand, said with a big grin. I've already arranged an evacuation plan. The Taiku Copper Gate most likely won't be able to hold on. I'm not a little cutie. Even if Immortal Qin is overthrown, it won't be able to stop the demon race. I won't fight to the death. If there's a hint of the Taiku Copper Gate breaking open, I'll be the first to bring people to evacuate. As for how much can be withdrawn, that's impossible to say. Qin Wuyao was slightly relieved and looked towards Lu Ran. The latter was also looking at Qin Wuyao, and the four eyes locked. Qin Wuyao nodded her head and said, All right then, go to Zhouli. Yao Qi's people should have arrived in Zhouli as well. There was no time to lose, and after making up their minds, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao each maneuvered their magic treasures and rushed up into the sky, quickly disappearing into the sky. Qin Lai stood on top of the imperial city and looked in the direction of D Wasteland, narrowing his eyes slightly as his gaze gradually hardened. Chapter 77 Kunlun Sword Slave.
Yuli Holy Land. 10,000 Sword Mound.
At the top of the sacred mountain, Lu Qinghe led the people of the sacred land and stood by. Yaoqi disciples also arrived in large numbers, warbling and swallowing, although not emptied Yaoqi family treasures, but also not bad. The two great holy lands of Zhouli and Yaoqi were united, with more than 40 transformation spirit realms. But Lu Qinghe's expression was not at all relaxed. Because the Yellow Springs Sacred Land also knew that Yaoqi would definitely help Zhouli, but the Yellow Springs Sacred Land still dared to kill over, so there must be some kind of dependence. The night sky was cloudless, and Lu Qinghe stood for a long time. The people from the Yellow Springs Sacred Land haven't arrived yet. It can't be that they've let us off the hook, right? Zhu Tianjiao asked suspiciously. The Yellow Springs Holy Land isn't that bad. Lu Qinghe shook his head and said. Immediately afterward, the clouds in the sky began to roll in. Not long afterward, a large dark cloud pressed down, as if a tsunami had come pouring in. Above the clouds were the Yellow Springs Holy Land disciples, a dense swath. At the head of the group was the Yellow Springs Sacred Lord scrapping falling sky. By its side, the day and night wandering gods, the Tenin marshals, and the 4 dead and 4 remaining city gods of the Department of the Underworld, were all among them. But it's missing the 4 judges, black and white, together with the 4 city gods that Lu Ran had gotten killed, and the dead Yellow Springs Holy Maiden. Looking at it overall, this point of people from the Yellow Springs Holy Land was simply not enough to look at. Lu Qinghe frowned slightly. This situation, the Yellow Springs Holy Land still came. Why? Long time no see, Lu Qinghe. Wasted Falling Sky spoke indifferently. It has indeed been a long time, Lu Qinghe said in a deep voice. Although the Zhouli Sacred Land and the Yellow Springs Sacred Land had been incompatible for so many years, the two sacred lords rarely had the opportunity to meet. For today's battle, I, Yellow Springs Holy Land, am fully prepared. Either you die or I die, Zhouli and Yellow Springs, one must perish. Wasted Falling Sky said. I, Zhouli, am not afraid of you, Lu Qinghe said indifferently. Words. Wasted falling sky immediately laughed out loud. His expression was incomparably excited, and there was even some hint of impatience. The uneasy feeling in Lu Qinghe's heart became even more obvious. Since that's the case, then come on, battle. Wasted falling sky looked at Lu Qinghe provocatively. Then the thought moved. Anam. Buzz. A silhouette appeared behind scrapping falling sky. Looking at the shape, it was a monk wearing a gold-topped Vishnu cap, a brocade-colored robe, and a Zen staff with a kind brow. However, Lu Qinghe didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, because that was the Dharma image of the wasted fallen sky, beggar's bottom tiller, also known as the Earth Store, positive God Dharma, definitely not to be underestimated. Seeing that wasted falling sky was putting up a stance, Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo looked at each other and both pulled themselves up into the air. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qinghe's 8-armed canopy and Zhu Shaluo's Sea Patrol Knight Fork Dharma appeared behind him. The three Mahayana realms faced each other. Scrapping falling sky, I know that the death of the Yellow Springs Holy Maiden has dealt a great blow to you, but you are more or less impulsive in provoking Zhou Li like this, Lu Qinghe said in a deep voice. Impulsive? How so? Ruined falling sky asked with a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. You alone can't do any good against Zhu Shaluo and I. You Yellow Springs Holy Land disciples. Your overall battle power was already weaker than ours, and now that you're running all the way, how can you fight us? Lu Qinghe asked. He was trying to give scrapping falling sky a chance. The Yellow Springs Holy Land was already miserable to the core with the death of the Holy Maiden and many experts. Now and then to fight more with less to be exterminated, the same as the 4 sacred places of the ranks, more or less some rabbit death. Words. Wasted falling sky laughed loudly and said, This doesn't need you to worry about it. You still don't know me well enough. Without being prepared for everything, I would bring someone to Jolie? As soon as the words left his mouth, the Dharma phase behind scrapping falling sky suddenly moved and sat down on his knees. Immediately after that, the robe on his body turned into a canopy, covering Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo. Immediately, Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo felt that the spiritual energy in their bodies was somewhat shackled and not functioning well, and their movements were greatly restricted. The two of them were a bit puzzled. What the hell was the scrapped falling sky up to? What's the use of shackling the two of us with this sealing abyssal shocking fury of yours? Fully activated, you yourself have no ability to move your hands. Is it difficult for the three of us to chat here? Lu Qinghe asked breathlessly. The corners of scrap fallen sky's mouth rose slightly. He said, This is what I want to do, the three of us, and do not need to take action. Quietly watching the show is, and so on the destruction of Julie, Yaoqi. These people are also almost dead. Julie Holy Land and Yaoqi Holy Land are going to be uprooted by me. The words fell. At the rear of the Yellow Spring Holy Land, a large torrent of blazing white sword chi rushed in. It was only when I got close enough to see clearly that above that torrent of sword chi was a dense mass of silhouettes that, at first glance, numbered in the hundreds. And what surprised Lu Qinghe the most was that those people, all of them, were at the spirit transformation realm. And all of them were sword cultivators at the god transformation realm. 1,000. Such a large-scale team of the transformation god realm caused Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo's faces to instantly turn ugly to the extreme. It was only then that they reacted to the fact that abolitionist fallen sky that did have something to fall back on. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. And his purpose was also very simple. After arriving at the scene, the first time he activated his Dharma phase, seducing Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo to confront him, while he utilized the sealing abyssal shocking fury to shackle even the three along with himself. Then, 1,000 backups of the god transformation realm made their appearance, launching a devastating crush on the 9 lives sacred ground. That's 1,000 transformation god realm, and they were all strong attacking sword cultivators. So many transformation spirit realms, it can't be from the Yellow Springs sacred ground. Damn it, where did he find outside help? Zhu Shaluo's face was also incomparably ugly. Tried to get out of it, but simply couldn't. Lu Qinghe, on the other hand, could see the signs and looked at those transformation god realm foreigners with an ugly face. They were uniformly dressed in grayish-white sword robes with cold looks. All of them were sword cultivators, and the weapons they used were also broadswords with uniform specifications. This image, Lu Qinghe, who was also a sword cultivator, recognized it at once. Kunlun's sword slave. Lu Qinghe gritted his teeth. It's the Kunlun sword slave of the Kunlun Holy Land. It's just that I didn't expect that the Kunlun Holy Land secretly has so many transformation god realms. Zhu Shaluo had never dealt with the Kunlun Holy Land before, so he couldn't recognize it. In fact, the four holy places, Zholi Holy Land and Yaoqi Friendship, at the same time and the Yellow Springs Holy Land size friction constantly, Yaoqi is just a helper guest. However, since the beginning, the Kunlun Sacred Land rarely showed up, and it was also almost rare to hear any news from them. I didn't realize that the Kunlun Holy Land wasn't holding its farts behind its back. Taking advantage of this juncture, he manipulated the Yellow Springs sacred ground to provide strong support, wanting to sweep away Zholi and Yaoqi in one fell swoop. As a sword cultivator, Lu Qinghe had more or less some impression of the Kunlun sword slave, but he wondered why the Kunlun Holy Land didn't take matters into its own hands since it had such a terrifying Holy Land strength. Just with these 1,000 transformation god realm Kunlun sword slaves. No, probably not only 1,000. This is only Kunlun's support to the Yellow Springs sacred ground. Kunlun's real power may be even more horrifying, completely without the use of other, easily uprooted the other three great sacred places. But Quinlan didn't go that way. Instead, it has been dormant for years, coinciding with the death of the Holy Maiden of the Yellow Springs. The Holy Lord of the Yellow Springs was furious and took his anger out on Zholi before Kunlun stepped forward to stir up trouble. It's too late to think about it much, because just as the 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves made their appearance, Scrapping Falling Sky took a deep breath, Sealing Abyssal Shocking Fury was urged to the extreme, completely controlling Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo. He didn't need to be able to beat Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo, and it was true that he couldn't be able to beat them 1 against 2. All he had to do was control the duo. Then, Su spat out one word, kill. At this moment, everyone in the Zholi Holy Land turned green in the face. They were filled with just over 40 transformation spirits. How could they fight against 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves? In such a desperate situation, I'm afraid that even if the gods come, they will not be able to return. Chapter 78. The Righteous Goddess Shi Wangmu. In an instant, 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves, separated like heavenly maidens scattering flowers, stood in the void, carrying broadswords in their hands. Countless sword chi crisscrossed across the mountain, bombarding the top of the holy mountain indiscriminately. However, it wasn't that easy to be able to take down the 9 Lives Holy Land directly. Under the bombardment of countless sword chi, the Zholi Holy Land's mountain protection formation had also been automatically triggered. Between the flashes of the Tao Guardian runes, a huge barrier was formed, enveloping the entire 10,000 sword mound. Above the holy mountain, everyone's faces were incomparably ugly, because even though there was a mountain protection array in place, the existence of this thing didn't guarantee that the holy mountain would stand. The mountain protection formation was dormant and immobile at unusual times, automatically replenishing its spiritual power. It would be automatically triggered when it encountered an attack, but there was a limited amount of spiritual energy accumulated, and it was impossible to protect endlessly. The full force attack of 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves was terrifyingly destructive to the mountain protection formation. The spiritual power loss of the mountain protecting formation flowed out as crazily as a waterfall. However, the countless sacred mountain disciples inside could do nothing but watch with bated breath, guarding tightly and preparing to fight with all their might at their disposal. But even then, there was despair on every face. Among those Zholi disciples, those under the spirit transformation realm could already foresee their downfall. 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves of the transformation realm. It didn't even need to rush over. By the time the mountain protector formation disappeared, the countless sword chi would be able to instantly decapitate the entire people on top of the holy mountain. Even the dozens of transformation spirits from Zholi and Yaoqi above the sacred mountain could barely play any role. After all, 1,000 enemies of the god transformation realm, the gap between them was simply too great. Yan Tianxin is also in the crowd. At this time, his face is as gloomy as water, gripping the long sword in his hand. But he also knows that when the mountain protection array is broken, it is the day of the destruction of Zholi. The many female cultivators of Yaoqi were already regretting coming to Zholi to help. As a member of the Yaohe Holy Land that was on good terms with Zholi, it was no problem to come and help, but he didn't expect to be faced with certain death in a matter of moments. Who can stand this? On the contrary, Wasted Falling Sky was so excited to see the scene that he laughed out loud. Delightedly, he looked at Lu Qinghe as well as Zhu Shaluo who were temporarily trapped by him. He said, "This is very good. I want you a pair of dogs and men personally watch the destruction of Zhuli. Wait until Zhuli was uprooted. I will bring people to Yaoqi. As the law, I think today's Yaoqi should be more fragile, right?" Although the Yellow Springs Holy Maiden was dead, she was able to directly overthrow the Zholi Holy Land and Yaoqi Holy Land, which wasn't a loss. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo's faces were gloomy. Lu Qinghe said in a deep voice, "The ceiling abyssal shocking fury's loss is great. You won't be able to hold on for long. Wait until you get out of the trap. The two of us will join forces and we will definitely kill you." Wasted Falling Sky sneered and said, "What a big mouth, wait for the two of you to get out of the trap and then say it again at that time anyway. The Jiuli Holy Land has already been destroyed, and you, the Holy Lord, will also exist in name only." Scrapping Falling Sky was in the Mahayana realm, and although he had the orthodox god Dharma phase, when he faced two Mahayana realm Saint Lords Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo at the same time, his end would be almost certainly death. But strangely enough, Scrap Fallen Sky was not alarmed or anxious about this. Lu Qinghe realized that something wasn't right, even if this abolitionist Falling Sky had 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves to help. But as long as Lu Qinghe got out of the trap, these 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves, Lu Qinghe alone could take them down. This was the gap between the Mahayana realm and the transformation god realm that was like a heavenly rift. Similarly, Scrapping Falling Sky would die just the same when facing him and Vermilion San Luo teaming up. In that case, even if Jiuli was overthrown by then, he, the Yellow Springs Sacred Lord, along with these people from the Yellow Springs Sacred Land, would die just the same. However, looking at this oddly relaxed reaction of Wasted Falling Sky, Lu Qinghe was certain that behind this Wasted Falling Sky, there was still a dependency. However, knowing this is also useless, the immediate priority is to save the Jiuli Holy Land. Cannot let the Holy Land so many people. A photo was swept away by the Kunlun sword slave. At that thought, Lu Qinghe took a deep breath. The long sword in his hand was violently raised and erected in front of him. Then his face turned white and he spat out a mouthful of essence blood with a puff. With the loss of essence and blood, Lu Qinghe's complexion instantly wilted a bit, but his aura rose in a short period of time, rising. The long sword in his hand, which was sprayed with essence blood, even bloomed with unrivaled sword chi and spewed out. Seeing this, the Zhu Shaluo at his side did as he was told, and the Sea Patrol Knight Fork Dharma behind him began to frantically agitate. The two of them exploded for a short period of time in a reckless and uncontrolled manner, causing Scrap Fallen Sky to feel a sudden strain. The binding effect of the ceiling abyssal shock break was also greatly reduced. His face changed violently, and he hurriedly urged the ceiling abyssal shocking fury with all his might in an attempt to maintain the status quo. But the next second, Anam, Jab, the binding effect caused by the ceiling abyssal shocking fury was directly torn open under Lu Qinghe's outburst. That deep mire-like binding effect disappeared instantly. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo's eyes lit up, and they were immediately about to get out of their binding range. Wasted Falling Sky's face changed drastically when he noticed this scene. If these two were to get out of the trap, the 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves would look mighty, but they wouldn't be able to stand up to the plundering of these two Mahayana realms. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. With Lu Qinghe's strength and mindset nowadays, a single sweep of his sword would be able to decimate a large swath of Kunlun sword slaves. Thus, Wasted Fallen Sky yelled without hesitation, "If we don't make a move, today's plan will fail." Lu Qinghe's heart fluttered as he fiercely looked at Scrapped Fallen Sky. Next, Anam, Buzz. Behind the many disciples of the Yellow Springs Holy Land, a heaven-defying Dharma phase blossomed violently. It appeared to be a female Dharma image, surrounded by 7 colored clouds. Before Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo could react, that Dharma phase threw out a golden mantle, which instantly became larger and inverted above the two men's heads. Even the two men's phantoms were enveloped in it. It's like a big bell. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo various means continuously bombarded towards the surroundings, but they could only hear the incessant sound of dang 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 dang, but they were never able to get out of the trap. Would only use such poor tactics to trap the two of us, have the guts to fight. Lu Qinghe roared. Before the phantom, the black-robed man stepped out. He no longer hid himself, but simply lifted the hood of his cloak from his head. It was actually an old man with a white beard and hair, and although he looked old, his forehead was full and he was radiant. An ancient long sword blooming with golden sword chi was casually carried in his hand. Zhang Huayang, it's really you. Lu Qinghe gritted his teeth. This person was Kunlun sage Zhang Huayang. Zhang Huayang smiled at the corner of his mouth and said lightly, "Don't be in a hurry, the two of you. When we overthrow the Jiuli, I will release you and the two of you's lives. They are mine as well, but for now it's better to watch the show obediently." Lu Qinghe didn't expect that, being in the same Mahayana realm, this Huayang's strength was actually above his. looking at the Dharma phase behind Zhang Huayang because he knew very little about Kunlun. Although Lu Qinghe had seen Zhang Huayang, he had only seen him a few times. This was even the first time he had seen Zhang Huayang's Mahayana Dharma phase. The rumors were true. This Huayang's Dharma image was the Queen Mother of the West. What trapped him and Zhu Shaluo was Queen Mother West's Qian Kuan Bowl. They were also both phantoms, but the might that the righteous goddess Shi Wangmu was able to exert was far more terrifying than his 8-armed canopy, Vermilion San Luo Sea Patrol Nightjar, and Wasted Fallen Skies Earth Store King. Chapter 79. The Great Tribulation of the 9 Kingdoms. Lu Qinghe once said to Lu Ran, the awakening of the Mahayana Dharma phase depended on the strength of one's own divine soul senses. The higher the strength, the higher the power of the awakened Dharma phase. Unlike other realms, the difference in battle power between each other, while it would be reflected, would not be particularly exaggerated. However, in the Mahayana realm, the gap brought about between phases was incomparably huge. Right now, for example, Zhang Huayang's Western Queen Mother Dharma phase could suppress Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo so easily. It doesn't even need to be as tedious as scrapping the fallen sky. Lu Qinghe had also once looked forward to what Lu Ran's future awakened Dharma phase would be, and he didn't even know that Lu Ran's divine soul sense was a full level of the Sword Tao. A Dharma phase awakened by a full level of enlightenment was feared to be terrifying beyond anyone's imagination. It was a pity that Lu Qinghe didn't think he would have the chance to see it again. I didn't expect this bastard, Kunlun Holy Land, to lie dormant for so many years, and now taking advantage of this juncture. Not only did he support 1,000 transformation spirit realm Kunlun sword slaves to the Yellow Springs Holy Land, but Zhang Huayang himself also stepped forward. This was a determined effort to completely destroy Zhou Li and Yao Qi. Favorably, Lu Qinghe could do nothing to save it. Even Zhu Shaluo will die here together, Zhou Li and Yao Qi, today will be completely destroyed. Lu Qinghe's face was ashen as he looked towards Wasted Fallen Sky and said, do you think that after the destruction of Zhou Li and Yao Qi, Zhang Huayang would be willing to share the spoils of war equally with you? Yellow Springs Sacred Land? Today's Yellow Springs Sacred Ground was greatly reduced in strength, and compared to today's Yao Qi and Zhou Li, they were both far from each other. When Zhou Li and Yao Qi are gone, will Kunlun spare the Yellow Springs Sacred Land? At those words, Scrap Fallen Sky wasn't being a little cute, just not willing to think in that direction. Then he violently turned his head to look at Zhang Huayang and asked with an ugly face, you promised before that after settling Zhou Li and Yao Qi, you would divide their resources between my Yellow Springs Sacred Ground. Can you still count on that? Ruofushin himself knew that this was Lu Qinghe's way of stirring up trouble, but he had to say that he couldn't avoid the issue. Zhang Huayang glanced at Waste Falling Sky and said indifferently, a casual remark from Lu Qinghe can shake your resolve. You are no better than that. Wasted Falling Sky said forcefully, but this is a problem that I have to consider. How can you guarantee that my Yellow Springs Sacred Ground won't list you, Kunlun, as the next target after the destruction of the 9 Dawns and Yao Qi? Because right now, it seemed that Kunlun wanted to clean up the Yellow Springs Sacred Land with ease. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayang shook his head helplessly, looking towards scraps of falling sky, saying, I can't guarantee it. In fact, your Yellow Springs Sacred Ground is nothing more than a tool. What I need is just a reason to be able to unify the 4 great sacred grounds. That's all. If you, Yellow Springs Sacred Ground, are willing to be a dog, you will be able to survive. You don't really think that your Yellow Springs Sacred Ground has the qualifications to be on par with me, Kunlun, do you? Zhang Huayang barely concealed his contempt for the Yellow Springs Holy Land. It wasn't that he didn't want to take down the Yellow Springs Sacred Ground as well, it was just that for Zhang Huayang, for Kunlun, the Yellow Springs Sacred Ground was a tool, nothing more. If the tool is used well, there is no harm in using it more often, but if the tool is disobedient, then it is only a matter of thought to abolish it at will. Wasted Falling Sky's face was very ugly. Lu Qinghe, on the other hand, laughed out loud and said, Abolitionist Falling Sky, how come your complacency just now is gone? In the end, your Yellow Springs Sacred Land is nothing more than a subsidiary of Kunlun, existing in name only, and how is it different from what happened to my Zhou Li? These words were a great stimulus to Scrap Fallen Sky. He pressed closer to Zhang Huayang and said angrily, That's not what you said to me earlier. I, Yellow Springs Holy Land, will never be your Kunlun's dog. The words just fell. Zhang Huayang violently raised his hand and waved it. Wasted Luyan didn't expect Zhang Huayang to make a move when he said he would, and hastily rushed to defend himself. But even so, he was still blown away by a fierce spiritual force and flew out backwards. The person was in mid-air, and Zhang Huayang slightly grasped the palm of his hand. A terrifying suction force recaptured the wasted fallen sky that flew out backwards and grabbed him by the neck. With such a close range suppression, Scrap Fallen Sky wanted to resist, but realized that all the spiritual energy around his body was actually blocked. It was only at this moment that he realized that the gap between him and Zhang Huayang, being the same Saint Lord and the same Mahayana realm, was so huge. With one hand, Zhang Huayang could easily exterminate him. Zhang Huayang glanced faintly at Scrapping Lutyen and said, "Next time, death." He didn't want to waste the tool just yet. Wasted Fallen Sky's face was ugly and humiliated inside, but comparing it to death, he still chose to obey. Gritting his teeth, he said, "No, there won't be a next time." Only then did Zhang Huayang let go of him. Turning his head, he looked towards the Zholi Holy Land, as well as the 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves who were bombarding the mountain protection formation with all their might. He frowned slightly and said, "A mere mountain protection formation. Yet it's such a waste of energy. It's really a bunch of wastes." With those words, he raised the ancient long sword in his other hand and faced the mountain protection formation, intending to do it himself. Same time, Great Qin Immortal Court, the desolate demon race, which had been silent for a long time, once again rioted. However, this time, Qin Lai, who had gotten the news and rushed to the Taiku Copper Gate, realized that this time, the riot of the demon race was unprecedented. Behind the ancient Bronze Gate, a dense and countless number of demon clans could be seen in a blur. There were also countless demonic shadows of gigantic size moving stupidly in the rear. Qin Lai's face turned pale as he murmured, "This should be the last charge of the desolate demon race." According to his previous plan, he should have immediately taken the Imperial clan to evacuate Immortal Qin. But to do that would be to leave the Xian Qin army here to die. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. After a few seconds of silence, Qin Lai took a deep breath, exhaled it slowly, and bellowed, "All the generals of the Great Qin Immortal Court are under orders to defend the swift Copper Gate to the death." With a furious shout, the entire Immortal Qin army instantly boiled over. "Swear to defend the Swire Bronze Gate to the death. Swear to defend the Swire Bronze Gate to the death. Swear to defend the Swire Bronze Gate to the death." The sound waves rose and fell, and seemingly inspired, behind the Taiku Copper Gate, the demon race began to storm the Taiku Copper Gate, this time on an unprecedented scale. Even those gigantic demonic shadows no longer watched the show and came straight towards the Swire Copper Gate. Even vaguely, Qin Lai saw the white-clothed woman again, behind the demonic shadow, stepping towards the Swire Copper Gate, stepping through the void. On the woman's body, the monstrous demonic aura was like a flood, covering the sky. Qin Lai gritted his teeth and looked at death as he knew that Immortal Qin would be destroyed today. The ancient Copper Gate would also collapse, and the heavenly K realm that had isolated the two continents for tens of thousands of years would dissipate. The wasteland demon race will no longer be hindered, and the whole of Kyushu will be ravaged by the demon race, and the people will be devastated. Other side, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao had rushed back as fast as they could. From a great distance, one could see the chaos at the scene, as 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves were bombarding the Zholi Holy Land's mountain protection formation. There was also an old man of the Mahayana realm, holding a long sword, a long rainbow pike like heaven-opening sword chi, swinging and slashing at the mountain protection formation sword by sword. With each slash of the sword, the light of the mountain protection formation would weaken by one, and one could even already see cracks appearing on top of the protective barrier. Countless protective runes crumbled and dissipated. Qin Wuyao's face changed drastically as she pulled Lu Ran back and said in a deep voice, "Thousands of transformation gods. In this battle, Zholi will surely lose, so don't go over there to die." Lu Ran's gaze, on the other hand, firmed up as he looked at the countless divine weapons stuck all over the holy mountain of the 10,000 sword mound, and said in a deep voice, "I have a measure. As long as it's still at the realm of the transformation spirit, there's no need to worry about it. Sword stance slaughter god paired with 10,000 swords returning. These transformation gods were nothing more than a sham." The focus was on the old man of the Mahayana realm, who needed to be dealt with carefully. But Lu Ran had already made up his mind that as soon as something went wrong, he would immediately perform the Chenkuan error to escape. At the same time, he instructed Qin Wuyao, "Stay close to me in a while and don't get separated." Chapter 80. Where's Lu Ran? Outside the ancient Bronze Gate, countless immortal Qin armies stood at attention. Qin Lai led all the people of immortal Qin to die as if they were at home. His daughter Qin Wuyao was his biggest worry, and now that he was also accompanied by Lu Ran, a blessing enough to dominate the 9 states, he had no more worries. The ancient Bronze Gate was something that the successive human emperors of immortal Qin had to guard. Even if he knew he couldn't hold it, he would never take half a step back. At this moment, Qin Lai, who was wearing a yellow robe, stood proudly in the void, his eyes firm, and his imperial majesty climbing up. At this moment, it was as if he felt the hegemony of the immortal Qin ancient emperor Ing Zhang, who had shaken the entire D wasteland 10,000 years ago. Shoo away. Inside the ancient Bronze Gate, the most violent wave of the D desolate demon race impacted. Countless demon clansmen braved death and crazily attacked the seal. The corpses soon piled up, and the demonic chi continued to erode the ancient bronze door. Between the flickering of the golden runes in the air, just like the protective array of the 9 Dawns' sacred ground at this moment, it fluttered and died down. Click! The ancient bronze door supporting the heavenly coiling dragon pillar on one side suddenly cracked open with a huge fissure. And then, it completely disintegrated. As if it was a chain reaction, all the coiled dragon pillars exploded one by one right after the other. In an instant, the seal of the ancient bronze gate was gone, and right after the Swire copper gate completely crumbled, the heavenly K realm followed suit and lost its support, dissipating with a loud bang. The barrier that stood between the Kyushu and D wasteland demon race disappeared completely. At this moment, Kyushu was completely exposed to the D desolate demon race, and the 2 continents were no longer separated. After a short period of silence, countless demon clans poured out as if a tsunami was coming towards the 9 states. Those who fly in the sky, those who run on the ground, those who burrow in the earth, and even those who swim in the water all flutter and leap out. Qin Lai's face turned pale as he looked at the densely packed demonic army in front of him. He still underestimated the impact of the D desolate demon race after it completely exploded. Immortal Qin's 10 million strong army was like a drop in the ocean in front of the D desolate demon race. Unable to withstand a single blow, countless immortal Qin children shouted and killed to the heavens, fighting with the demon race. However, the number of people was wildly depleted and sharply reduced, and one general was surrounded by dozens of demons, and in the blink of an eye, there was not even a bone crumb left. The most terrifying thing was that the heaven-defying demon emperor evolved his own body, and with a single step, he was able to trample hundreds or thousands of immortal Qin generals to death. Qin Lai wanted to help, but there was nothing he could do. Everywhere there was killing, war, the demon race pouring in, and the immortal Qin army was barely visible. His eyes reddened as he watched the scene, and he was jealous. Immortal Qin 10,000 years of foundation, today will be destroyed, he roared, and the Mahayana Dharma phase erupted behind him, and he was about to launch a final fight against the demon race. Even if he died, he would still kill enough of them to sacrifice the immortal Qin generals. But just then, a strong uneasiness struck his heart. He shivered, a cold sweat breaking out behind him, goosebumps rising. Look up. The white-clothed woman that he had seen earlier, with her bare jade feet, stepped on the void and stepped out from D wasteland. Each step seemed to cross countless spaces, coming before him in the blink of an eye. It was only when he got closer that Qin Lai saw clearly that the woman's looks were normal for a human, but her pair of eyes were emerald green. A full head of long, grayish-white hair fell to her feet. The demonic aura rises to the sky. Even when Qin Lai stood in front of him, he felt as if the spiritual energy in his body had become sticky and difficult to mobilize. It's not even a quantitative match. It was as if the woman needed only one finger to destroy his form. Qin Lai gritted his teeth, knowing that he would definitely die today, and wanted to make a final resistance. But the woman sniffed in the air, and asked, "Where did Lu Ran go?" Huh? Qin Lai froze. What the hell? Lu Ran? His brain was a bit reeling with the identity of this female demon, who had just come out of D wasteland. Why would she know about Lu Ran? The woman continued, "The great Qin immortal court guards the swift copper gate. What kind of person is Qin Wuyao to you?" Qin Lai said in a deep voice, "Qin Wuyao is my little daughter, you? How do you know about Yao Yao? And also Lu Ran? How do you?" The woman didn't seem interested in answering Qin Lai's words, continuing, "Where did Lu Ran go?" Qin Lai swallowed his saliva and said, "In the Jiuli Holy Land." The woman nodded and was about to leave at once. As for these generals of the great Qin immortal court as well as Qin Lai, she didn't even care about them, even the demon race below. But Qin Lai suddenly reacted, exclaimed, "What are you going to do to Lu Ran?" He was filled with hostility. Lu Ran was a blessing that could reverse Qin Wuyao's fate. If he was approached by this woman, one breath and Lu Ran would die. The woman looked back at Qin Lai, sensing Qin Lai's hostility, and said indifferently, "What I owe Lu Ran, I'm going to pay him back. As for you, I won't kill you in consideration of Lu Ran's friendship with Qin Wuyao." After saying that, his figure flickered and disappeared in place. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Qin Lai couldn't even capture the other party's trajectory and position with his wide eyes. What a terrifying body speed. Qin Lai's breath caught in his throat as he recalled the woman's words earlier, and his entire body was confused. A heavenly demon from the desolate demon clan who had even taken form, she owed Lu Ran? What has Lu Ran done? Even the other party spared his life for Lu Ran's sake. Lu Ran is so facetious, and the other party is not so, say, just because the woman's words, the surrounding countless demon race all avoided Qin Lai when he does not exist in general. After thinking about it, Qin Lai was still relieved. Looking down at the precarious Xian Qin army that had already been impacted in a short period of time, he knew that there was no way to return to heaven, sighed, clenched his teeth, and also flew towards the 9 lives sacred land. The immortal Qin generals below who were still struggling looked dumbfounded. Damn it, where's the promised oath to guard the Swire Copper Gate? Looking at the immortal Qin army to be overthrown, Yuya human emperor ran away. Other side. With Zhang Huayang's addition, the Zhouli Holy Land's mountain protection formation could not hold on after all. On the contrary, Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo were suppressed by Zhang Huayang and were unable to help, so they could only watch. The gap in strength between each other also caused Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo to completely despair. When Zhouli is overthrown, Yao Ji is basically no more, and Zhang Huayang, with the power of one person, is enough to suppress the two of them. Holding his long sword, Zhang Huayang looked at the Zhouli Holy Land's protective formation that was on the verge of shattering, and let out a loud laugh to the sky, followed by storing up his strength for a strike. A sword hundreds of feet long seemed like a giant axe, ruthlessly cleaving at the top of the Zhouli sacred mountain. Click! The protective grand formation instantly burst and disappeared without a trace. As of this moment, the crowd above the 9 lives Holy Land was no longer protected. The corner of Zhang Huayang's mouth rose slightly as he said in a deep voice, "What are you still waiting for? Kill. Leave no one behind." At those words, 1,000 sword slaves formed a circle and raised their broadswords one after another towards the Holy Land of Zhouli. And they didn't even need to close in. The indiscriminate bombardment was enough to overthrow everyone above Zhouli. But just at this critical moment, boom! The two silhouettes crashed down to the top of the holy mountain. It was none other than Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao. The already desperate Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo were even more jaded when they saw this. Lu Ran! Yo-yo! What are you two doing back here? Chapter 81 10,000 Swords returned to the sect. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo's despair deepened further. A Lu Ran and a Qin Wuyao, both of whom the two of them cared about, had now returned at this juncture. Returned moments before this Zhouli was about to be overthrown. In today's game, Zhouli is certain death. Even the duo of Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo had been suppressed. So one could imagine who else could have saved Zhouli and Yao Ji? Both Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao were at the Goddess of Transformation realm, and even if Lu Ran possessed the dual sword intentions and was unrivaled within the Goddess of Transformation realm, he would never be a match for Zhang Huayang. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao looked at Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo. Lu Ran didn't have time to make conversation, while Qin Wuyao followed Lu Ran closely as he had instructed. However, Qin Wuyao's face was obviously not looking too good. Right now, what kind of situation was here Qin Wuyao was still unknown, but looking at the 1,000 transformation spirit realm sword cultivators surrounding the area in a circle, there was also a Mahayana realm great man who had suppressed even Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo. To come back at this juncture with all the attention, but isn't that a death wish? Lu Ran glanced at Zhang Huayang, and a strong uneasiness bubbled up in his heart. Chengquan mistake pinched in his heart, ready to run at a moment's notice. It was sentimental for him to come back to help. After all, he was the guest minister of the Zhouli Holy Land, and he had also destroyed the sword monument of the Zhouli Holy Land while taking away the ancient sword pill sealed inside. Although Lu Ran was still unable to fully penetrate the wonders of the ancient sword pill and only use it as a weapon, it was undeniable that even if it was only used as a weapon, it was already a very terrifying treasure. Therefore, there was no excuse for coming back to help, but if he was going to die, Lu Ran would definitely run straight away. His own life came first. Zhang Huayang raised his hand to interrupt the movement of the countless Kunlun sword slaves attacking around him. Out of the blue, he said, "I almost forgot the main event." After saying that, he looked at Qin Wuyao and said, "You should be Yaohe holy daughter Qin Wuyao, right? Can Chu Tianjiao, the saint daughter of the 9 legends, be here?" At those words, in the Jiuli crowd, Chu Tianjiao stepped out with a determined face. He said aloud, "It's me. What do you want?" The situation of certain death. Chu Tianjiao regarded death as a homecoming and was not afraid. Zhang Huayang waved his hand and said, "Not good, you. This female doll temper is not small. You two are the people who want to be in the sky-dropping state. I can't move, don't worry, won't kill the 2 of you, but the others, today they will all be buried here." As for Lu Ran, Zhang Huayang just glanced at him and stopped paying attention. In his opinion, a transformation god sword cultivator was not worthy of his attention. Lu Ran looked at the surrounding 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves densely packed. All of them were at the realm of the transformation of the divine, and his heart was also quite surprised. Like Qin Wuyao, he was equally unaware of the situation that had occurred here. Why would there be so many transformation god realms to besiege Jiuli? Moreover, who is this old man in front of us? What a terrifying strength. Even Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo were suppressed. He couldn't think about it in time. It was better to solve the problem at hand. He naturally couldn't do it if he wanted to kill this old man of the Mahayana realm, but he was still sure of these 1,000 sword cultivators of the transformation spirit realm. These people, I'll kill them. As for that old man, I can't help. Lu Ran muttered in his heart, then spread his hands. With his eyes slightly closed, he unleashed the 10,000 swords return for the first time. At the same time, the sword stance slaughtering god also began to spread out, and just as Lu Ran had expected, the sword stance slaughtering god could fit perfectly with the 10,000 swords returning. Zhang Huayang hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem at this point. Only to see Lu Ran suddenly spread his hands and stood there with odd movements, even feeling a little funny. The other people at the top of 9 Dawns also looked at Lu Ran with strange eyes. What was this guy doing? They all knew that Lu Ran was a genius, but at this juncture, it wasn't the time for you to come and pretend to be a genius. A genius was a genius, but when you were slapped to death, it was just a corpse. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo sighed deeply. They certainly didn't know what Lu Ran was trying to do with this odd action. However, things had already come to a head, and since Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao had returned, they definitely couldn't leave. However, listening to Zhang Huayang's meaning just now, Jiuli Holy Maiden Chu Tianjiao, Yaoqi Holy Maiden Qin Wuyao, these 2 Zhang Huayang could not move, or rather, did not dare to move. It was because the 4 Holy Land Saints were all people that the sky-dropping prefecture wanted. That's the last bit of comfort. But Lu Qinghe was incomparably desperate. Chu Tianjiao could live. He even felt indifferent. But Lu Ran, this sword Dao wizard, didn't expect to be so brainless. Coming back at this juncture, 10 deaths. Obviously in the future, he could be a titan of the sword Dao, but now he's going to die here. It's a pity, it's too much of a pity. Qin Wuyao was also a bit speechless as she stood beside Lu Ran and said, "You guy, what are you doing?" Lu Ran just faintly spat out 2 words, "Murder!" The words just fell on him. Rumbling. The entire 10,000 sword mound sacred mountain began to shake slightly as if it was an earthquake. Even the ancient sword chi attached to the entire 10,000 sword mound sacred mountain began to stir up, along with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth boiling and stirring in general, and the wind and clouds changed. The crowd was taken aback and looked at each other. It was the first time that the holy mountain of the 10,000 sword mound had experienced an earthquake. The 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves didn't dare to act rashly before Zhang Huayang had given his word. Zhang Huayang, on the other hand, seemed to look at Lu Ran, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Looking towards this guy who suddenly came out of the limelight, but was not on his radar, something always felt off. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo also stared at the 10,000 sword mound. This strange phenomenon caused their gazes to coincidentally rest on Lu Ran. Is this the guy who made it? But what's the use of? What does Lu Ran want? As for Lu Ran at this moment, the 10,000 swords returned to cover the entire 10,000 sword graveyard, and wherever his divine thoughts passed by, all the divine weapons began to emit a buzzing sound, as if they were restless wild beasts. The crowd finally noticed the cause of the vibration at this point. It was those ancient divine weapons that were stuck everywhere on top of the holy mountain of the 10,000 sword mound. The divine soldier that had been suppressed by the ancient laws and unable to be peeled out had actually begun to loosen up at this moment. Whoosh! A divine soldier was pulled out of the ground and flew to Lu Ran, circling around. Everyone, especially the Jiuli disciples, all looked dumbfounded. Since the beginning of the establishment of the Nine Dawns Holy Land, this was the first time that someone could manipulate these ancient divine soldiers to pick them out. But that was just the beginning, and immediately afterward, it was as if a chain reaction had started. Anam, whooshing. A long sword of different shapes was pulled out from the 10,000 swords graveyard as if they were sheathed, and more of them were being pulled out. In a matter of moments, it was as if locusts were surrounding Lu Ran, forming a huge storm of divine soldiers. The Lu Qinghe people were dumbfounded. He had never thought that Lu Ran had this kind of ability, the power of one person to manipulate all the ancient divine weapons in the entire 10,000 sword mound. For the first time in 10,000 years, the 10,000 sword mound of the Holy Land of Jiuli was plucked bald. This feeling of manipulating countless divine weapons was just too smooth and flowing, and Lu Ran laughed out loud. Then one hand was raised and the index and middle fingers were joined to form a sword finger. In the next second, the storm of divine warriors turned into flying locusts and twisted towards the surrounding Kunlun sword slaves, countless divine warriors converging together to form a torrent of sword chi. Wherever they passed, God blocked the way to kill God and Buddha blocked the way to kill Buddha. With the bizarre scene, even Zhang Huayang carefully backed away a bit. And those Kunlun sword slaves were miserable. They realized that something was wrong and defended, but in front of the sword stroke slaughter god, everything was nothing. Chapter 82. In the future, this son will be the #1 sword cultivator in the 9 states. Zhang Huayang sensed it carefully, seeing that Lu Ran's move looked explosive and incomparable, but he did not feel much strong fluctuation of sword intent on this move. Plus, Lu Ran was only at the peak of the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Zhang Huayang sneered, playing God. He was slightly relieved and even felt a bit amused that he had 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves from his Kunlun Holy Land right around the corner, and against a brat who was also at the God transformation realm, he squared off and actually felt a hint of nervousness. But the next second, his face changed drastically. The 10,000 swords attached to the sword stance slaughtering god was indeed useless to Zhang Huayang. After all, Zhang Huayang's Mahayana realm cultivation was not included in the rules of the sword stance slaughtering god, so it was normal that he couldn't feel the terror of this move. But the group of Kunlun sword slaves were miserable. The sword move slaughter god seemed to scrape through as if it was a meat grinder, and wherever it passed, countless Kunlun sword slaves seemed like paper mache and were instantly cut into mincemeat, with their blood and flesh thrown in midair. The rest of the Kunlun sword slaves who hadn't been affected yet had their faces changed drastically. There was no time to hesitate, hastily raising their defense to the limit, and some Kunlun sword slaves even turned around and ran. Such a bizarre sword move that kills you when you touch it is terrifying. However, their speed was completely unable to match the speed of the manipulation of the 10,000 swords. Whether it was those who defended in place or those who turned around to escape, they were all pierced through by countless divine weapons and died beyond repair. The large swathes of blood missed in mid-air didn't even have time to fall, and the 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves were already dead. It was immediately afterward that countless plasma mixed with blood and flesh drifted down as if it were raining. At this moment, everyone looked dumbfounded. Even Zhang Huayang was no exception. A young man of the transformation god realm, with one move, killed 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves of the transformation god realm in seconds. Wherever it passed, no one could resist, escape, and completely and unilaterally suppress it. In the air, long rivers of sword chi wrapped in countless divine weapons flew around, as if they were long dragons weaving to and fro in a dashing manner. And Lu Ran, who was the manipulator, turned into a monster in everyone's eyes. Lu Qinghe was breathing heavily, murmuring, "Or have I underestimated Lu Ran? If he is given the chance, in the future, Lu Ran's achievements will be simply unimaginable. He will become the #1 sword cultivator in the 9 states. Even if the 9 emperors were to come together, none of them would be qualified to surpass Lu Ran." As a sword cultivator, Lu Qinghe had the deepest feelings. As a holy lord, he was also clear about the terrifying nature of these divine weapons of the 10,000 sword mound. Of course, what was terrifying was not these divine weapons that had been severely corrupted, but Lu Ran who could manipulate them. One must know that for 10,000 years, from the ancient divine and demonic war until now, none of the weapons on top of the 10,000 sword graveyard, even the most trashy and broken copper and iron, had ever been able to pull them out. That had nothing to do with realms, but rather being suppressed by the ancient heavenly Tao laws. Lu Ran, on the other hand, could actually shake the heavenly Tao laws. the first in 10,000 years. Similarly, the countless disciples of the Jiuli sacred ground were all looking at this scene with bated breath, letting countless rains of blood float over their bodies, as they had been completely dumbfounded. Facing 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves, they were desperate. However, he didn't expect that the person who rushed over at the last minute and killed all the Kunlun sword slaves by himself was actually Lu Ran. Surprisingly, it was a Lu Ran of the goddess of transformation realm. Unlike the others, Qin Wuyao stood right beside Lu Ran and saw with her own eyes that with Lu Ran as the center, countless divine weapons were being pulled out and wielded to kill the sword slaves. She stood behind Lu Ran and stared at his back. At this moment, she no longer had the slightest doubt about what her master, Yu Guizi, had said. Lu Ran decidedly is that blessed edge. As for Zhang Huayang, he froze in the air, breathing heavily, looking at the rain of blood that drifted across the sky. Those were the hidden cards that he had silently cultivated for countless years and held back for so long in his Kunlun sacred land. Now it is not easy to take it out to show off, but as a result, a photo, even the hair of the Jiuli disciples did not touch a single one. It is all gone. 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves. Just a little play against the mountain protection formation, and this is gone. Not a single body was left behind. He looked back at the Yellow Springs Holy Land crowd behind him. This group of people were shivering at this moment. Each of their faces were pale to the extreme, and when they looked at Lu Ran, their eyes were full of deep fear that they couldn't hide. The guy who could kill 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves in one move was too terrifying. What are they? The scum of the Yellow Springs Holy Land. Isn't it also a waste of one move? But Zhang Huayang almost cried. In front of them, people from the Jiuli Holy Land were present. Not far away, Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo were suppressed by him, but were unharmed. Behind them, the people from the Yellow Springs Holy Land were scared less, but that was all. The two Holy Lands, the Nine Dawns Holy Land and the Yellow Springs Holy Land, fought, and no one was injured. The only difference is that my Kunlun Holy Land's 1,000 sword slaves are gone. Zhang Huayang was confused. What the hell is this? He stared at Lu Ran, the monstrous killing intent in his eyes barely concealed, almost squeezing the words out of his teeth. I killed you. After saying that, he raised the long sword in his hand. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. But at that moment, Lu Ran shouted in a lofty voice, "Wait, Zhang Huayang raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Ran. Lu Ran, on the other hand, laughed coldly, his face full of inscrutability, while with a wave of one hand, countless divine weapons flew in the air, transforming into a long river of sword chi, and instead of reinserting themselves back into the mound of 10,000 swords, they flew towards Lu Ran himself. Lu Ran opened his storage bag, and countless divine weapons were collected with a clatter. Zhang Huayang frowned, unable to figure out that this guy had such an incredibly powerful move. Yet he didn't use it at this juncture and instead put away all those divine weapons? Can't it be that he has other killing techniques? Although Lu Ran was only a transformation spirit realm, it forced Zhang Huayang to pay attention. Not much longer. Most of the divine weapons were basically retrieved into the storage bag. Only a small portion remained to circle around Lu Ran. Lu Ran was in the midst of a small divine warrior storm and looked up at Zhang Huayang, but he was relieved in his heart. Luckily, it didn't go to waste. Of course, these divine weapons couldn't be inserted back in, otherwise where would we find so many masterless weapons in the future? And although these divine weapons had been severely corrupted, but how it was said that they were also left over from the ancient times, the texture was definitely not comparable to the ordinary weapons built today. 10,000 years of wind and rain, and most of them are still intact. Zhang Huayang said in a cold voice. What other moves do you have? Make them out. Hold me today, I will kill you. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo looked at each other, then took a deep breath and maneuvered their Mahayana Dharma phantoms and began to frantically impact the golden mantle. Anam. Ding dong. Zhang Huayang glanced at the two of them and laughed coldly. Don't bother, the strength of the two of you, I don't put it in my eyes. If you want to break through this golden bowl of mine, with your strength, you will need at least 3 hours. After saying that, he re-twisted his head to look at Lu Ran. Behind Lu Ran, Qin Wuyao's face changed slightly as she took a step forward, almost sticking to Lu Ran. She remembered very clearly that Zhang Huayang had said that she could not be touched, the holy daughter of the Holy Land, and that as long as she stayed close to Lu Ran, Zhang Huayang's hands would be tied. But really, it's not necessary at all. This was because Lu Ran had already raised one hand, cupping the Chenquan Rong Dharma decree, and was ready to run away. Chapter 83. Farewell, and we shall fight again. With one hand behind his back, Lu Ran grabbed Qin Wuyao's arm and pulled her to his side, wrapping his arm around her waist to keep her as close to him as possible. The other hand cupped the Chenkuan error. Then he looked at Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo. As a guest minister, he had done what he could, and 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves had been killed, but this old man in front of him, he couldn't beat him, absolutely couldn't. I can only run, and what I should do is done. As for Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo, they can only rely on themselves. Afterward, Lu Ran then looked at Zhang Huayang. The bastard looked a bit cautious, looking at Lu Ran warily. It was funny to say that because of Lu Ran's eccentricity, it had caused someone like Zhang Huayang to be so cautious of a transformation god realm. Lu Ran said indifferently, I still have important things to do today, so I'll leave you here, and when we fight again in the next day, I won't stay back and will definitely kill you. Before leaving, Lu Ran didn't forget to put on a show. Zhang Huayang froze, then reacted, Lu Ran is trying to escape? But… ha. Pretending to be a god is really pretending to be a god. It's useless to put a hard word. I will not let you go today. With this cultivation, you can escape in front of me. My Zhang Huayang's name will be written backwards from now on. Zhang Huayang relaxed instead. Seeing that Lu Ran had softened and was going to play his heart out to escape, he concluded that he didn't have any other wacky tricks up his sleeve. But immediately afterward, the sharp blades around Lu Ran began to rotate rapidly, transforming into a storm of sword chi that obscured his and Qin Wuyao's figures, which were no longer visible to the naked eye. In this instant, Lu Ran's seal decree was violently unleashed. Dryness is wrong. Anam. Quick slick up. The storm of sword chi suddenly stopped as if it had lost its maneuvering and fell to the ground with a crash. However, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao, who were inside, had disappeared. Although Lu Ran had not activated it beforehand, he had carefully studied the mechanism of Chenkuan error and concluded that he could leave with one person and that the other person had to be close to him. Now it seems to be true. But at the scene, Zhang Huayang stupid he jerked his head to look around. In fact, this action was redundant because with Zhang Huayang's strength, his divine sense had long spread out to cover hundreds of miles. In this instant, he knew exactly what the wind was doing within 100 miles. But as a result, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao disappeared without a sound. He couldn't see Lu Ran's trajectory at all, nor could he see how it left. To say recluse, but what recluse is so horrible? Can you travel hundreds of miles in an instant? He thought back to Lu Ran's words just now. It couldn't be that the bastard had really left for something important? Or this Lu Ran was not a transformation god at all, and he had deliberately hidden his strength. Otherwise, how could one explain his slaughter of 1,000 transformation god realm Kunlun sword slaves in a single move? On the contrary, Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo instantly rejoiced when they saw this. The two of them also didn't expect Lu Ran to have such heavenly means, a recluse technique that even the Mahayana realm divine sense couldn't capture. That's at least hundreds of miles out. How could they know that the range of Chenkuan's mistake was within 10,000 miles? Of course, there is luck in this because within 10,000 miles refers to the maximum distance of the Chenkuan error, which cannot be accurately located, and is completely random transmission. But bad luck and teleporting in place, or teleporting within hundreds of miles, would be embarrassing. But it doesn't matter if you think about it. Anyway, Chenkuan error can be activated at will, and Lu Ran can bounce all over the world if he wants to. Come on, Yang Huaizhong, have a good fight. Let me see how many kilograms you Kunlun Holy Lord actually have. Lu Qinghe completely let go of his heart at this time. The biggest worry in his heart was eliminated. He was unrestrained. Juzaro also had a burst of bravado. Originally, Qin Wuyao wouldn't have died because Zhang Huayang didn't dare to touch Qin Wuyao. But who can't guarantee that you, Zhang Huayang, will not jump over the wall in a hurry? Now that he was taken away by Lu Ran and was safe and sound, Zhu Shaluo's hanging heart completely relaxed. At this moment, the eyes of the two men looking at Zhang Huayang were filled with wariness. Even the Mahayana Dharma phase behind him seemed to be much taller. Zhang Huayang froze at his words. What the hell was Yang Huaizhong? After a brief moment of dumbfoundedness, he remembered the grandiose words he himself had just put down, saying that if Lu Ran could escape under his nose, from then on, his name would be written backwards. Humiliation, anger, and unwillingness. At this moment, Zhang Huayang had never been angrier, almost bursting him. 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves were gone, decimated by an eccentric youth with a single move, and then, that bastard even ran away right under his nose. and he couldn't even stop the other party. With such a tragic loss and such a humiliating experience, Zhang Huayang raised the sky and roared. He violently unlocked the golden bowl that was suppressing Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo. Good, good, good battle. The two of you go together. Zhang Huayang roared, looking at the two of them with eyes that almost breathed fire. Lu ran away, and he wanted to use the lives of these two saint lords to take out his anger and vent. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo got out of the trap, looked at each other, took a deep breath, and separated their battle power with a grave expression. They were not afraid and had no intention of retreating, but they also knew that it was harder than heaven to take down Zhang Huayang, and the two of them would more than likely die in battle here today. But they were ready for anything. Zhang Huayang's body erupted with spiritual energy. His eyes were red and he gritted his teeth, as if he was an ancient demon god. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. But it was at this critical moment, at the critical point where both sides were about to start a firefight. A white stream of light instantly made an entrance and settled down, standing proudly in the void. At this moment, the air here was still thick with Lu Ran's sword Dao aura. The white-haired woman sniffled, her eyes brightening slightly as she turned her head to look at the holy mountain. But she did not find Lu Ran's figure. Then he looked around, but he didn't see Lu Ran either. Zhang Huayang today is completely speechless. Good end of the plan. How messy who all want to come to insert a foot. Which one is this Nima again? Zhang Huayang shouted breathlessly. The woman glanced at Zhang Huayang, her emerald green eyes indifferent, without the slightest human emotion. Zhang Huayang instantly reacted, sensing the other party's aura. He was violently stunned and said in a deep voice, Desolate demon race. And it was a Diwu demon race that had already transformed. Heavenly demon transformation. Zhang Huayang could never have imagined that he would meet a heavenly demon among the desolate demon race here. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo also stared at the woman in a guarded manner. With the sudden addition of the desolate demon race, no one knew whether it was a foe or a friend. Above the Jiuli sacred mountain, only one person froze as he looked at the woman in white. That is Yan Tianxin. Although this woman was of the desolate demon race, her face, it looked so familiar. Yan Tianxin couldn't recall where he had seen it for a moment. It wasn't her fault that the Suyu Ling back then had black hair and a gaze like water. But nowadays, Suyu Ling, heavenly demon bloodline is completely fused, human bloodline is lost, pupils turn to emerald green, full head of black hair becomes grayish-white, hanging down in the cunning defense, jade feet stepped over the void, demonic gas is dazzling. The face is also a little different. Coupled with the drastic change in temperament, Yan Tianxin, who had only had a one-sided relationship with Suyu Ling, of course could not recognize her. As for Suyu Ling, she just slowly spoke, Where is Lu Ran? Chapter 84 Lu Ran's Network. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayang's eyes glazed over. This heavenly demon was here to find Lu Ran? What is that kid capable of? Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo is a tight heart, thinking will not be so unlucky, Lu Ran when the womanizer even the demon tribe are provoked on. Lu Ran managed to escape and failed to be killed by me. I don't know where. Zhang Huayang said casually. He didn't easily provoke heavenly demons. So, simple questions still willing to answer. But what Zhang Huayang couldn't imagine was that it was because of his words that he got into big trouble. A hint of coldness flashed through Suyu Ling's eyes as she faintly asked, You want to kill Lu Ran? Zhang Huayang said in a cold voice. If it weren't for his bizarre methods, he would have been killed by me long ago. On him. Quick slick up. As soon as the words fell, Suyu Ling violently approached with a flash. Zhang Huayang's face changed drastically, and he immediately pinched his seal and retreated explosively. At the same time, behind him, the Earth Zong Dharma phase retrieved the golden bowl that had suppressed Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo, and directly smashed it towards Suyu Ling. But Suyu Ling didn't dodge or avoid, waving her one hand out in front of her. A few claw marks pierced and ripped a huge gash in the golden mantle in front of him. Her speed did not decrease, and her expression did not fluctuate as she continued to approach Zhang Huayang. Zhang Huayang man was dumbfounded. This heavenly demon was so terrifyingly powerful in its attacks. The golden mantle that was capable of suppressing the two Mahayana stage Saint Masters, Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo, was just torn apart by this heavenly demon in a single glance. He burst back out, but not fast enough. Seeing the heavenly demon approaching, he roared out, and behind him, the Queen Mother of the West put her palms together and sandwiched Suyu Ling in the center. Suyu Ling was not afraid, and her hands were violently braced. When, with a loud bang, the Queen Mother of the West's double palms were hardened. Then he violently stretched out a hand towards Zhang Huayang's head and grabbed it. Zhang Huayang didn't expect that even the full force of the Dharma phase's strike could be carried by the heavenly demon. In his haste, it was too late to dodge, and he could only turn his head sideways and twist his body to the maximum. Anam, jab. The head was avoided, but the left arm was directly torn off by the heavenly demon, breaking off neatly from the shoulder. Sound of escaping laughter. With a mouthful of blood spraying out, Zhang Huayang forced himself to endure the severe pain and tremblingly pulled out a knuckle-sized bead before crushing it without hesitation. Pong! Powerful spiritual energy instantly erupted, but instead of attacking Xiaoyu Ling, it wrapped around his body and transformed into a stream of light, instantly disappearing into the sky. It's strangely fast. Of course, this kind of outburst not only caused Zhang Huayang to use up one of his most precious life-preserving spells, but it also caused tremendous damage to his own meridians. But he couldn't care less. If he didn't run at this time, he would surely die. The terror of the heavenly demon was much more terrifying than he had expected. Xiaoyu Ling frowned slightly and looked unhappy as she watched Zhang Huayang escape. But with this kind of explosive speed, Xiaoyu Ling really couldn't catch up. But even so, in the eyes of Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo, Zhang Huayang's speed of this outburst was worlds apart from Lu Ran's original disappearance. Xiaoyu Ling turned to look around. Continuing, he asked, "Does anyone know where Lu Ran is?" Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo glanced at each other, and Lu Qinghe said, "Just now, Lu Ran used the escape technique and left this place. As for where he went, we don't know." He could tell that this sky demon was not Lu Ran's enemy. Just because Zhang Huayang wanted to kill Lu Ran, the heavenly demon directly tore one of his arms. If he hadn't run fast, he probably would have been decapitated by this heavenly demon on the spot. Unexpectedly, Lu Ran had such a terrifying network of people. Even the heavenly demon was Lu Ran's friend. Hearing this, Xiaoyu Ling was clearly not satisfied. Turning his head to look around, he asked, "That man from the party, why did he kill Lu Ran?" Although she disdained Zhang Huayang's strength, she could see that the other party could still do it if he wanted to kill Lu Ran. And now that he had run away, he was a hidden danger that needed to be understood clearly. Lu Qinghe didn't dare to hide it. A 50-50 account of what happened. Not far away, the Holy Lord of the Yellow Springs Sacred Land, Scrap Fallen Sky, had watched the play for half a day, not realizing that the scene would develop to this point. He wasn't a cutie either. Naturally, he could see that this heavenly demon was Lu Ran's person. Being introduced by Lu Qinghe like this, it seemed like it was hard for him to get out of the Yellow Springs sacred ground as well. Thus, Wasted Falling Sky hurriedly explained, "My Yellow Springs sacred land is here today to slaughter the Jiuli sacred land. It has nothing to do with Lu Ran. It is not directed at Lu Ran." Lu Qinghe said in a good humor. Scrapping Lu Tian, "What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ran is my Jiuli guest secretary. If you want to slaughter Jiuli, naturally you have included Lu Ran. Besides, if it wasn't you, why would Zhang Huayang come? It is because of you that Lu Ran is in danger. It's not really a plant. It's just the truth." Scrap Fallen Sky had the heart to argue, but the truth seemed to be true. There is no way to explain it. He clenched his teeth and couldn't hesitate in time, directly casting Blood Escape. Bang, about to run. But although the speed of his recluse technique was also fast, it was far from Zhang Huayang's move. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The moment he turned into blood mist and disappeared in place, Xiaoyu Ling's figure also disappeared into the air. Lu Qinghe's crowd froze. This situation, is it chasing after them? But just a few seconds later, Xiaoyu Ling's figure returned, casually discarding an object in her hand. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the head of the Scrapped Fallen Sky, the Holy Lord of the Yellow Springs Sacred Land, one of the 4 holy lands. Scrapped Falling Sky, Mahayana Realm, had his head pulled off in just a few seconds. Then Xiaoyu Ling looked at the rest of the Yellow Springs Holy Land. Their faces were all green, watching this heavenly demon big brother kill the Mahayana Realm like a chicken. These little minions of theirs were not enough to stuff their teeth. Don't dare to run. After all, even the Sacred Lord Blood Transported had his head pulled off and returned. How else could they run? So there were cries for mercy. "Elder, spare your life. We're just following the Holy Lord's orders. We have absolutely no intention of killing Lu Ran. We're just following along to join in the fun. Mercy, we'll leave here and never dare to come back." Unfortunately, it was of little use. Xiaoyu Ling cocked her head, her expression cold. Afterwards, his figure was like electricity, wrapped in monstrous demonic chi as he traveled to and fro amongst all the people of the Yellow Springs sacred land. In the short span of a few breaths, the people from the Yellow Springs holy land were either torn apart on the spot by Xiaoyu Ling or corroded by the demonic chi into flesh and blood and mud, and large swathes of them died. Not long after, when Xiaoyu Ling stopped again the Yellow Springs sacred ground, the entire army was wiped out. And the reason for that was simply because they were in a hostile relationship with Lu Ran. Xiaoyu Ling looked at the rest of the people, then her brows frowned slightly. Lu Ran did not know where he had gone. She sucked her upturned nose in the air, but she could not distinguish the direction of Lu Ran's scent. This was strange, unless Lu Ran had gone somewhere else from here by direct spatial displacement. Otherwise, the speed was even faster, and he would have to leave traces of his breath. Weird, really weird. But since he couldn't find Lu Ran at the moment, he would first solve the trouble at hand. That Zhang Huayang vanished, extremely fast, but unable to maintain. Xiaoyu Ling could track his scent. With the demon bloodline in her body, Xiaoyu Ling was extremely sensitive to scent, and if she wanted to kill Zhang Huayang, he would be unable to escape death even if he ran 10,000 miles. Chapter 85 Ancient Heavenly Devil. After Xiaoyu Ling left, the group of people from the Jiuli Holy Land and Yaoqi Holy Land were left behind, looking at each other. It's hard to describe what they're feeling at this point. Originally thought to be a certain death, the Yellow Springs sacred ground had united with the Kunlun sacred ground, and had brought 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves of the god transformation realm, and even the powerful Kunlun sacred sage Zhai Huayang had come. But I didn't expect to be stirred up by Lu Ran alone. After Lu Ran left, Zhang Huayang's anger exploded, and Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo were even prepared to fight to the death. But then another heavenly demon popped up and was actually related to Lu Ran. Even because of Lu Ran, he almost killed Zhang Huayang, and after being grayed out by Zhang Huayang's escape, the heavenly demon extinguished the Yellow Springs sacred land in passing before leaving. The same as cultivation. How come Lu Ran's life is so colorful? Strange, why would the D Wasteland heavenly demon appear in the 9 states? According to reason, with the ancient copper gate suppressing D Wasteland, it's impossible for the heavenly demon to come out. Zhu Shaluo asked suspiciously. I don't know the specifics, but the strength of this heavenly demon, it's too terrifying, Lu Qinghe said with a palpitating heart. It's when the demon race evolves their original body that they are at their strongest. That demon was able to exert such a terrifying attack power even in its human form. It's truly terrifying. Zhu Shaluo sighed, looking at the Jiuli Holy Land that was covered in blood rain at this moment. Lu Qinghe didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Live was alive, and Jiuli didn't hurt a single soldier or even participate in the battle. But the originally domineering 10,000 swords mound was plucked into a bald spot by Lu Ran at this time, living up to its name as a large hornet's nest. It even looks a little funny. The Yellow Springs sacred land is gone, Kunlun's vitality has been greatly injured, and Zhang Huayang has escaped with injuries. So in a short period of time, Jiuli and Yaoqi are preserved. Lu Qinghe murmured. I thought the dust had settled on this for the time being. But I didn't expect a sudden change. The original 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves were strangled by Lu Ran's 10,000 swords returned to become a bloody slime that covered the 10,000 swords mound. Lu Qinghe was still thinking about cleaning up to come, although the 10,000 sword mound had become a hornet's nest. But no matter what, it was also the holy mountain of the Jiuli Holy Land, the foundation. But not before he cleaned up. Then someone noticed something was wrong. All this flesh and blood slime, it seems to be moving? Someone cried out in confusion. This immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the room. There was a craning of heads toward the surrounding area. Sure enough, the blood and flesh debris on the ground was slowly writhing, and then penetrated through the holes in the 10,000 swords graveyard caused by Lu Ran's sword draw. And the process is accelerating. The blood and flesh debris covering the entire 10,000 sword mound was absorbed cleanly by the 10,000 sword mound that had turned into a sponge at an extremely fast speed. The crowd was a bit confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. Lu Qinghe, as the Holy Lord of Jiuli, never knew that this Jiuli Holy Mountain 10,000 sword mound also had this odd function. Rumbling. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the 10,000 swords graveyard began to tremble violently. It was somewhat similar to the commotion caused by Lu Ran drawing his sword earlier. Everyone get out of the way, Lu Qinghe yelled. Whisking his sleeves, he used his powerful spiritual energy to pull all the disciples out from above the holy mountain, proffering them to float by his side. The spirit transformation realm disciples, on the other hand, flew up on their own. At this moment, everyone was astonished as they looked at the 10,000 sword mound that was rumbling and vibrating with an increasing amplitude. Who knows what happened, and what the oddities mean? Click! With a loud sound, the 10,000 sword mound's sacred mountain suddenly cracked open a huge gap from the center. The gap then grew wider and wider, and cooing black smoke kept coming out from inside. Everyone looks dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Only Lu Qinghe, his face pale, murmured, "Demonic chi." "I have seen only a few words in the ancient books of Julie," said that under the 10,000 sword mound, sealed with the ancient heavenly devil, but because the record is very little, just a sentence or two, so did not care over, after all, if there really is that battle, why there is no detailed record. But now, the holy mountain of the 10,000 sword mound exploded with demonic aura. If there was really an ancient demon sealed inside, wouldn't the group of people present still have to die? Lu Qinghe was about to cry. This experience today, it was really ups and downs. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Everyone come with me. Get out of here first, and wait until—" The words were not finished. Between the boiling of the demonic aura, a black shadow slowly rose from the crack. It was actually a young girl in a long black dress. The young girl's appearance looked playful and cute, but the demonic aura around her body condensed as if it was sticky mud, wrapped in a strong infection of negative emotions. Just one look at the young girl seemed to make her feel sick and dizzy. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo hurriedly fixed their minds, their spiritual energy spreading out to protect the people of the two holy lands from being eroded by the demonic chi. All over the young girl's body, chains pierced the girl's arms, chest, neck, and even her legs. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. But at this moment, these chains, one by one, were crumbling apart, and as they blew up, the young girl's aura grew stronger and stronger. Lu Qinghe suddenly understood somewhat. All the divine weapons originally inserted in the 10,000 sword mound were not inserted there for no reason, and the ancient laws curing the 10,000 sword mound were not meant to prevent people from pulling out those divine weapons. Rather, it's a seal that seals the ancient heavenly demons. Lu Rant's previous maneuver had forcibly unlocked the seal. It had to be said that Lu Qinghe's analysis was still very reasonable, but in fact what sealed the ancient heavenly devil was not only those divine weapons that were originally inserted all over the place, but there was also the 6-sword tablet that was once there. At this point, the chains on the young girl's entire body had completely crumbled. The chain-pierced body recovered as before at a speed visible to the naked eye. The young girl licked her crimson lips and looked around in all directions. Seems a little confused as to what just happened here. She didn't pay attention to these people around her, but slowly closed her eyes without saying a word, sensing something. The people of the two holy places do not know how to choose, is to take this opportunity to escape, or to wait and see. However, if they escaped on a large scale, they would inevitably attract the attention of the ancient heavenly demons. Moreover, the ancient heavenly demon had already gotten out of the trap, and it was extremely difficult to run away. It didn't last long as the young girl slowly opened her eyes, murmured, "The human who inherited the ancient sword pill is called Lu Ran." God knows how she knew Lu Rant's name. It might be possible that there was some sort of connection between her and the ancient sword pill. Immediately afterward, the young girl raised her head, her voice as clear as a silver bell, and asked, "Where is Lu Ran?" Everyone was confused at this statement. Huh? Another one for Lu Ran. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo were both speechless. Just now, a desolate heavenly demon had come looking for Lu Ran, and that was enough, but now another ancient heavenly demon had popped up, similarly looking for Lu Ran. This Lu Ran, what has he done? And the other side, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao utilized the Chenkuan error to randomly vanish, and when they came back to their senses, there was an icy sky and snow in front of them. It's a world away from the environment on the Jiuli side. Not far away is a large complex of buildings nestled in a patchwork of snow-covered mountains. The huge mountain gate at the very front stood, with two big words in dragon and phoenix flying on it. Kunlun. Lu Ran stunned. This is the Kunlun Holy Land? I'll go. Coincidentally not. In Zhang Huayang's absence, in the entire Kunlun, there were no Mahayana realm cultivators, and under the Mahayana realm, Lu Ran was invincible. In that case, it's just right to steal home. There's a vendetta, and it's now.
Chapter 86 Kunlun Holy Maiden Xiao En.
Stay close to me, Lu Ran said to Qin Wuyao. Although the Kunlun Sacred Lord was absent, it was reasonable to say that at this time in the Kunlun Sacred Land, no one was Lu Ran's opponent. However, to be on the safe side, it was still necessary to have Qin Wuyao follow him, ready to run away at any time by Chen error. Lu Ran was now discovering that this Chen error was too good to be true. Originally, Lu Ran also felt that random teleportation was a hidden danger. In case of a life and death moment, Chen wrong random teleportation distance is too short to run away. Or what about just teleporting him to a more sinister place? But after using it once, Lu Ran realized that this thing there was no cooling. It also doesn't consume much of itself, so you can use it anytime you want and go around. A Chen wrong can't run, so keep running. No one could track Lu Ran's movements. Moreover, the Chen error could also break through any prohibitions and array bindings at the rule level, and there was nothing in this world that could trap Lu Ran. Even as long as Lu Ran was careful, even if he faced the 9 emperors now, Lu Ran would not be afraid at all. It's almost like being immortal. Thinking about this, Lu Ran was in a great mood. The things given by the system were really not ordinary stuff. Then, Lu Ran threw out the cold sword Jiangyu. Yan Tianxin gave this thing to be used to catch the road. It was still much smoother. As for the attack, the ancient sword pill single strongest also has been very smooth. Is currently Lu Ran always feel that the ancient sword pill also hides other secrets, but for the time being cannot participate in the realization. As for sweeping large areas, the so many ancient divine weapons that Lu Ran had gotten from the 10,000 sword mound in his storage space were the perfect tools. It's too badly decayed to function properly, but as a tool, it's absolutely top-notch. Then Lu Ran flew with his sword, turning into a stream of light, and soon appeared above the Kunlun Holy Land. With a thought, he directly opened the storage bag. Under the 10,000 swords returning operation, countless divine weapons flew out, converging into a long river of weapons in the air, wrapped in countless crisscrossing sword chi, as if they were a swimming dragon traveling to and fro. Of course, during this process, Lu Ran always kept an eye on Kunlun below. If any accidents happen, or if a guy in the Mahayana realm runs out, Lu Ran will directly Chen wrongly run away. At this moment, countless disciples of the Kunlun Holy Land were looking up at the sky. Seemingly sensing the incomers, hundreds of familiarly dressed transformation god realm sword cultivators ran out from the back of the Kunlun Holy Land. Lu Ran recognized at a glance that these people, too, were Kunlun sword slaves. Unexpectedly, the Jiuli sacred land had been decimated by Lu Ran by 1,000, and amongst this Kunlun sacred land, there were still a few hundred left for defense. It had to be said that, in comparison to the other 3 holy lands, this Kunlun Holy Land's heritage was far, far too powerful. But none of this mattered, as long as no Mahayana realm cultivators appeared. At this moment, all the Kunlun sword slaves were looking at Lu Ran, even though they could also detect that the 2 uninvited guests, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao, were at the spirit transformation realm cultivation level. However, the long dragon of sword chi in the air made them a little cautious. This thing looks a little intimidating in its stance, not to mention how powerful it is. Therefore, the gang didn't act rashly. They just stared at Lu Ran with a gaze of vigilance, as if waiting for someone to give the order. Lu Ran sensed their movements and his heart snapped, thinking, it can't be that backward, right? Within this Kunlun Holy Land, there are still Mahayana realm experts? Just as she was thinking, a girl dressed in green clothes flew out from the grand hall and frowned at Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao in the sky. In a stern voice, he asked, who is the visitor who dares to intrude into my Kunlun holy ground? And what exactly do you intend to do? Lu Ran was startled and hurriedly fixed his eyes on the girl. Chen error was already pinched in his hand. But with this look, Lu Ran was immediately relieved. This girl looked not too old, about the same age as Qin Wuyao and quite pretty. On top of that, she was only a transformation god realm. Since it is the realm of the transformation god, Lu Ran doesn't care, 10,000 swords returning with sword stroke slaughtering god. The only difference between such goods and Kunlun sword slaves is that they don't carry a handle, that's all. He turned his head and looked around, confirming that no Mahayana realm bigwigs had popped up, and his heart was greatly relieved, because if a Mahayana realm expert existed in the Kunlun Holy Land, at this point in time, he would have run out long ago. The girl seemed to realize something was wrong. To be on the safe side, he still shouted sternly, Kunlun disciples, listen to the order. Open the mountain protecting formation. Lu Ran raised his eyebrows, and without saying a word, he pulled Qin Wuyao and blasted down. The long dragon of sword chi at his side also turned into a gale following him. The Holy Land's protective array, or a very tricky thing, Lu Ran's Chenquin Rong, although can break through any array, but it is a random teleportation within 10,000 miles. The probability of just outside the protective array to teleport in is minimal. If they really let them open the mountain protector formation in a short period of time, Lu Ran really didn't have much of a way to be able to break through the mountain protector formation. The girl also didn't expect Lu Ran to be so decisive, entering the Kunlun Holy Land before the mountain protection formation opened. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao landed on the ground with countless sharp swords flying around them. The girl said in a cold voice, "So it's two idiots. Now that the mountain protection formation has been opened, no one can enter or leave without my permission. You two, you can't escape with your wings today." Escape? Lu Ran laughed. "Which one are you? District Transformation God Realm. What a big mouth. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post." The girl laughed coldly. "Kunlun Holy Maiden. Xiaoying." At those words, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao froze. She's Xiaoying? The four holy places, the four holy women. Chu Tianjiao, the saint daughter of Jiuli, was still in Jiuli at this time. The Yellow Spring Saintess, Yen Lu, was killed by Lu Ran in a single glance. The holy maiden of Yaoqi, Qin Wuyao, was by Lu Ran's side. This last Kunlun holy maiden young infant was the girl in front of her. No wonder just a mere district of the Transformation God Realm dared to shout and command the Kunlun sword slaves. So it is the Kunlun holy daughter. After the young infant finished speaking, he directly drank, "Kill them!" But she herself was smart enough to hide and not make a move. Although Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao were both at the Transformation God Realm, the storm of divine weapons around Lu Ran made her uncertain. So she didn't dare to approach hastily. On the other hand, the Kunlun sword slaves who received the order rushed straight up like chicken blood. A large circle around them, all of them were Kunlun sword slaves. Lu Ran laughed, and his hands snapped open. Pong! The divine weapon storm instantly exploded, piercing out in all directions. 360 degrees of coverage. In a single glance, all the Kunlun sword slaves that rushed over were all killed in seconds. The young infant hid behind the building at the critical moment because of the distance. Although the building she was hiding in was also damaged by a large portion, it didn't injure her. Otherwise, under the sword stance slaughter of God, she would also die. But even if he didn't die, young infant's face was incomparably ugly at this moment. Although he felt that these two people who had come were a bit odd, he definitely couldn't imagine that it would be so terrifying. In a single glance, instantly killing hundreds of Kunlun sword slaves. Now that the sacred lord of Kunlun was gone, who else could save Kunlun? And this question, an hour ago, was still on the minds of the general people of the Jiuli Holy Land and Yaoqi Holy Land. Lu Ran thought, piercing out of the countless sword, began to carpet ravage Kunlun. Wherever they passed, building halls, corridors, mountains and rocks, Kunlun disciples encountered on death. Chapter 87. Destruction of Kunlun. The poor Kunlun Holy Land had held back for so long from dealing with the other three Holy Lands. After silently cultivating so many Kunlun sword slaves, in the end, he probably wanted to make a big wave, but as a result, the Kunlun sword slaves were all killed by Lu Ran. Kunlun sage Zhan Huayang brought out 1,000 of them and was killed by Lu Ran. There were still a few hundred left within the Kunlun Holy Land, but as a result, they were now also killed by Lu Ran. As for disciples below the Transformation God Realm, it had nothing to do with the sword stance slaughtering God, but the realm was too low, and they would also die at the touch of a button. At this moment, in the entire Kunlun Holy Land, no disciple was able to block the impact of the divine warrior. The biased mountain protection formation had been opened, catching a turtle in a jar. It was only a pity that this turtle had become a person from the Kunlun Holy Land. Lu Ran walked slowly towards the Kunlun Holy Maiden Xiaoying, who had been completely dumbfounded. He was not in a hurry to kill Xiaoying. It was not that Lu Ran had his eyes on her and wanted to take advantage of the fire. Rather, Lu Ran still had some questions to ask. Among the countless sharp swords, a dozen or so were separated and hovered around Lu Ran, following him to the young infant. As for the others, all dead, not a single one left. The Kunlun Holy Land, which had been silent for thousands of years, was in a state of chicken and dog flight at this moment. The young infant looked at Lu Ran in front of him with a pale face. He could clearly sense that the other party was only at the Transformation God Realm. But why was he so powerful? "Who the hell are you and why have you come to my Kunlun Holy Land?" Young infant asked in a deep voice. As she watched Lu Ran approach, she didn't dare to resist, her delicate body trembling. "I have no grievances with you, but why I came to Kunlun, don't you know? What did the Saint Lord of Kunlun go for? You always know, right?" Lu Ran asked lazily. Young baby sniffed. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "You're from Jiuli." When Lu Ran heard this, he immediately understood that the little thing that Kunlun sage had done for Huayang, Xiaoying knew about it. Lu Ran laughed and said, To be exact, I'm not considered a Jiuli person, but I'm a Jiuli guest secretary. I have an obligation to be there, and if Kunlun wants to overthrow Jiuli, naturally, they should also be prepared to be overthrown. The young infant blanched. It was just that he couldn't figure out that Jiuli had other experts besides Sacred Lord Lu Qinghe. Lu ran, on his own, didn't even need to do anything himself, manipulating countless divine weapons to slaughter the entire Kunlun. However, he was bizarrely not a Mahayana realm, but a transformation god realm. Young infant twisted his head to look around. The entire Kunlun had gradually quieted down by now. Wherever Lu Rant's 10,000 swords returned, not an inch of grass could grow. Under the shackles of the mountain protector formation, no disciple could escape. At this moment in Kunlun, other than Zhang Huayang who had already left and the 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves that he had taken away, there was only Xiaoyu left alone. You took advantage of the fact that my Kunlun sacred lord had gone to Jiuli with his Kunlun sword slave, and you came to stage a sneak attack, but think about it clearly, you have committed a heinous crime, and when he comes back, he will kill you by 1,000 cuts. Young infant said with gritted teeth. You are referring to Zhang Huayang? Oh, we have already exchanged hands. As for the 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves you mentioned, sorry, they are already dead. Lu Ran said lazily. Hearing Lu Ran report the specific number of 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves, Xiao Ying's face turned even paler. This guy in front of him, he was able to kill 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves in front of Zhang Huayang and retreat in one piece? What an international joke. Is this still the transformation realm? Seeing Lu Ran's eyes playfully, Xiao Ying continued to shout, You can't kill me. I'm the holy daughter of Kunlun, the person that Tianjue Prefecture wants. If you kill me, Tianjue Prefecture won't let you go. Lu Ran froze. This was the first time he had heard of this thing. Recalling Zhang Huayang's words earlier, Lu Ran looked at Qin Wuyao beside him. Asked Yao Yao, Yao Yao, what does she mean by that? The Holy Maiden is the one who is wanted by the Sky-Dropping Prefecture? What does the Sky-Dropping Prefecture do? Are you also the person that the Sky-Dropping Prefecture wants? At those words, Qin Wuyao's face instantly became a bit ugly. As for Xiao Ying, he looked towards Qin Wuyao as if he had discovered something and said in a deep voice, Yao Yao? You're Qin Wuyao, the holy maiden of Yao Qi. Qin Wuyao frowned at Xiao Ying. Then to Lu Ran he said, That is the tradition of the 4 holy lands throughout the ages. The 4 holy lands do not have holy sons, they are all holy daughters. But the holy daughters are not the successors of the holy lands. They are the tools responsible for cultivating holy daughters for the heavenly pendant state, and I am one of them. Lu Ran froze, still not following orders much, I guess. The 4 holy lands worked hard to nurture the holy maiden to grow up, and then what? Send it to that sky-dropping state? What's it for? Lu Ran was doubtful about this, but didn't have time to continue his questioning. Young infant then laughed openly. You can't kill me, even if I die. I'll die in the Sky-Dropping Prefecture. And of course, Qin Wuyao will also die. You can't kill me, and you can't save her either. Haha. On him. Quick slick up. Lu Ran didn't use the sword move Slaughter God this time, because once he used the sword move Slaughter God, he would surely kill Xiao Ying. He just maneuvered a sword and cut off an arm of the lesser infant. The young infant ate the pain, and his crazy laughter came to an abrupt end, turning into a miserable scream as he looked at one of his broken lotus root arms, and the fear in his eyes surfaced once again. No, you can't kill me. I'm the one that Tianjue Prefecture wants. How dare you? Young infant roared. The bull sky-dropping state has nothing to do with me, Lu Ran said in a cold voice. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Then, once again, he chopped off the other arm of the young infant. At this time, the young baby, both arms were gone, and his shape looked very miserable and odd. This reminded Lu Ran of Su Yuling, who was made into a human swine by Liang Xiaoyu, who chopped off her limbs in the middle of a 100-year dream. Subconsciously, Lu Ran looked at young baby's legs. The young infant screamed in terror and faded behind him. But there was no way to retreat with the ruined wall behind him. The Kunlun sacred ground had no one to keep the mountain protection formation running at this time and reopened it. But Xiaoyu knew that she simply couldn't run away. No matter what, she couldn't run away. Don't kill me, I can give you a treasure, the young infant shouted anxiously. Then with a thought, a jade pendant was thrown out of her storage bag. Lu Ran casually took it, held it in his hand and looked at it, and asked, This is a bull treasure. It's not even a magic treasure. It's just an ordinary jade pendant. You can take it with you, go to the Sky Tarantine Prefecture, and find the red leaf chamber of commerce to exchange it for a creation pill. Really? As long as you don't kill me, this thing is yours, young infant hurriedly explained. When these words came out, even Qin Wuyao, who was on the side, widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Creation pill!" When Lu Ran heard this, he immediately brightened up and looked at Qin Wuyao, asking, "What does this creation dan do?" Qin Wuyao mused, "There are many harmonization realm cultivators, but if you want to break through to the Mahayana, the chances are very, very slim. You need to perceive the heavenly Tao, and most harmonization realm cultivators will not be able to break through to the Mahayana in their entire lives. But the pill of creation can drastically increase the ability to perceive, and if you combine it with a strand of Tao rhythm, you can break through to the Mahayana realm directly." Lu Ran immediately got excited. "Dao Yun he has it is from the red lotus cave within the sky to obtain, has been in the body to warm up, do not know the role, and it is not a strand, it is a pile. Wouldn't it be a sure thing if you could get your hands on the creation Dan again?" The young baby looked at Lu Ran's face and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes, that's it. As long as you let me go. This jade pendant is yours. Just take it to the Sky Tarantine State and look for the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce to exchange it." Lu Ran skimmed his mouth and said, "Whether it's fake or not, I'll know when I go to change it. As for this jade pendant, won't it still be mine if I kill you?" 88. Chapter 88, A Field of Chicken Feathers. 88. After saying that, Lu Ran's thoughts moved, and several prepared sharp swords around him immediately surrounded him. The young infant's face turned white, subconsciously trying to defend, but both arms were gone, and his body collapsed to the ground, writhing backward. The mouth constantly cried out, "I am a holy maiden. You can't kill me, you can't kill me." In the meantime, an explosive shout came from behind him. "Lu Ran, how dare you?" This familiar voice was none other than Kunlun sage Zhang Huayang. I didn't realize this one was so fast. However, looking at Zhang Huayang's face as pale as paper, and there was still blood at the corner of his mouth, he must have burst out at such a speed and rushed back. The consumption was also huge. Rather, what made Lu Ran strange was that this Huayang was still fine when he left. "How come one of your arms is gone now? Did Lu Qinghe and Zhu Luo do this?" Behind Zhang Huayang, the Western Queen Mother's phantom had even become much more illusory, and it was obvious that Zhang Huayang, at this time, was in extremely poor condition. But even so, Lu Ran had no intention of fighting him. A thin camel is bigger than a horse. Lu Ran will not go up and make a fool of himself without absolute certainty. Even if the weakest Mahayana realm wanted to kill Lu Ran, it was estimated that one finger would be enough. "Don't kill young infant. I can spare you, really. From now on, we have no grievances." Zhang Huayang didn't dare to continue forward in the air, only shouting loudly. Giving in? Lu Ran was a bit surprised. Did this Huayang attach so much importance to this young infant? Instead, he didn't rush to kill young infant, but opened his storage bag and recycled the countless sharp swords scattered around first. This was a good material for the 10,000 swords, so it couldn't just be wasted and thrown away here for nothing. Since Zhang Huayang is so nervous about this young baby, it just happens to be a tool to utilize. Not to kill it first, pack up first. The young infant looked at Zhang Huayang with a trembling voice and shouted, "Yes, save me quickly. If I die, Zhang Huayang, the heavenly Tarantine state will never let you go." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayang's face changed drastically, and his eyes immediately revealed a strong fear. Lu Ran heard out that if the Holy Land Holy Maiden was gone, the Lord of the Holy Land would have to be punished. Although he didn't know what the hell this heavenly Tarantine state was right now, it must be something extraordinary that it could make Zhang Huayang of the Mahayana realm feel fear. Could it be that one of the experts had already broken through to above the transition realm? It was rumored that cultivators who had reached the transition realm had already begun to get their first glimpse of the immortal's art. Moreover, Lu Ran still didn't know what the heavenly Tarantine state wanted the Holy Maiden for. Other people Lu Ran could care less, but not Qin Wuyao. He looked at Zhang Huayang without saying a word and did not reply, just watched. Zhang Huayang continued, "Lu Ran, as you have heard, we have no grievances. I have now broken an arm as well, and you have slaughtered my Kunlun's entire family. I will not hold you responsible, but the Kunlun Holy Maiden must not be killed." It was obvious that this Huayang was really scared. If the sacred maiden died and the heavenly Tarantine prefecture came to find him in trouble, he would surely die even if he ran to the ends of the earth. But immediate softening is nothing. Lu Ran was sure that even if he spared Xiaoying today and left this place, when he saw him again in the future, this Huayang would definitely come up and do it without saying a word. In that case, there was naturally no need to keep the life of the young infant. Once Xiaoying died, this Huaiyang didn't even need Lu Ran to think of a way to deal with it. The sky-dropping state could kill him. Today, the countless sharp swords have been pretty much collected. Seeing that Zhang Huaiyang was agitated, Lu Ran finally stalled for time and said, "Let me let her go. In fact, it's fine, only conditional." A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhang Huaiyang's eyes. As long as there were conditions, then there was room for negotiation. So he hurriedly shouted, "Yes, I'll agree to any condition. I'll give you whatever you want. Magic treasure? Spirit jade? Feats? I have it all." And just as Zhang Huaiyang was speaking, all the sharp swords that had been released had been retracted, and Lu Ran closed his storage bag with satisfaction, but left only one sharp sword behind, suspended at his side. He grinned at Zhang Huaiyang and said, "It's just that I don't want to release it, haha." The words just fell on him. Quick slick up. The sharp sword at his side instantly pierced through the body of the young infant behind him. Under the attachment of the sword-stroke slaughter god, there was not even a chance to salvage and heal his wounds, and he instantly died violently without moving. Zhang Huaiyang's expression stiffened violently, his eyes glaring huge. It didn't matter that he didn't take down the Julie Holy Land and Yaoqi Holy Land, he didn't care. It didn't matter if 1,000 transformation god realm Kunlun sword slaves died. He could retrain them. It didn't even matter if the Kunlun Holy Land was turned upside down and wiped out by Lu Ran alone. But the Holy Virgin can't die. With the death of the Holy Maiden, he, Zhang Huaiyang, would become a sinner of the heavenly Tarantine prefecture and would surely die. Lu Ran's hand was equivalent to giving him Zhang Huaiyang a death sentence. Zhang Huaiyang breathed heavily, his eyes bloodshot, gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Ran, roaring, "Hold me today. I will definitely skin you and pull out your tendons, so that you will suffer the limit of human pain. Unable to beg for life, unable to beg for death." Ah! The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Zhang Huaiyang was in a state of madness and roared up to the sky. Despite the weakness and wear and tear of the body, the fire was on. Behind her, the Queen Mother of the West spread her hands out, and countless spiritual energy splashed out like it was no money, as if it were a river, incorporating the entire Kunlun. He wanted Lu Ran to go up to heaven and down to earth. He wants to capture Lu Ran alive. One could imagine Zhang Huaiyang's anger at this time. The original good plan was about to take down Julie and Yao Ji. Lu Ran suddenly appeared and cut down his 1,000 Kunlun sword slaves directly. That's even if, on the contrary, he just buggered off right in front of him. The angry Zhang Huaiyang wanted to find trouble with Lu Qinghe and Zhu Sha Luo. But another desolate heavenly demon appeared. What made Zhang Huaiyang collapse the most was that demon was actually related to Lu Ran, and when he heard that Zhang Huaiyang wanted to kill Lu Ran, he directly came up to him. On the other hand, Zhang Huaiyang still couldn't fight, broke an arm and ran away with his life. With his plans all messed up, Zhang Huaiyang was almost bursting with anger. He rushed all the way back to the Kunlun Sacred Land, only to see this scene. The Kunlun Sacred Land had been stolen by Lu Ran, and the entire army was wiped out. The Holy Maiden was also killed by Lu Ran. All of this was because of Lu Ran, because of a little Yakuza from the goddess of transformation realm. Lu Ran smiled disdainfully as he watched Zhang Huaiyang lash out. Said, "Skinning and cramping, TSK, TSK, TSK. Put you hard yo, you can catch Lao Zi say it again." After saying that, he pulled Qin Wuyao to his side as he cupped the Chenkuan error in his other hand. On him, quick slick up, disappeared in place. Zhang Huaiyang's eyes widened as his divine sense spread out. But just like before, he couldn't sense the slightest bit of Lu Ran's aura at all. Lu Ran the bastard. Again NG evaporated in place and disappeared. What is this? Lu Ran messed up all his plans and killed the Kunlun Holy Maiden, then ran away and disappeared, leaving him Zhang Huaiyang with a pile of chicken feathers? On the contrary, he couldn't catch Lu Ran yet. Even more so at this moment, the white-haired woman floating behind her was none other than the heavenly demon she had encountered earlier. Chapter 89. Are you here to find Lu Ran too? Su Yuling, who came to the scene, was also surprised. Obviously she could feel Lu Ran's aura was here just now, but how could it be gone in the blink of an eye? With Su Yuling's current cultivation granted by the Demon Emperor bloodline, she was surprisingly unable to even determine Lu Ran's trail. Wasn't Lu Ran only at the realm of transformation? How did you get hold of such a horrible run? Where is Lu Ran? Su Yuling looked at Zhang Huaiyang and asked. The anger in Zhang Huayang's heart seemed to erupt like a volcano. Turning back to me, he roared, "Ask, ask, ask. Ask your ass. I want to know where the he is. He's got nowhere to vent." This heavenly demon who had wasted one of his arms then appeared again, still coming for Lu Ran. Zhang Huayang knew that he couldn't defeat this heavenly demon, but even if he escaped again today, he would still end up being killed by Tian Zhuizhou. At that thought, the monstrous hatred in Zhang Huayang's eyes transformed into hostility, and his entire face became hideously twisted. Even if he knew that he couldn't defeat this heavenly demon, he still had to make the other party pay a price. Su Yuling glanced faintly at Zhang Huayang, knowing that the bastard was on the verge of a seizure, and that it was absolutely impossible to find any trace of Lu Ran from him. But since Zhang Huayang had the intention to kill Lu Ran, he must not stay. Su Yuling stood in the void, one hand slowly extended, highly compressed demonic energy condensing in her palm, her nails growing longer and longer. But even so, Su Yuling hadn't even evolved her original body, still choosing to fight in her human form. Perhaps he simply did not see Zhang Huayang's realm of strength. Perhaps it was because today's Su Yuling still hadn't been able to forget her human identity and instincts. Both sides of the sword was drawn. Su Yuling didn't want to waste time by inking here. Lifting her foot in the void, she walked towards Zhang Huayang. Zhang Huayang also made preparations to fight to the death. But just at this critical moment, suddenly, in the distant sky, black thunderclouds tumbled as if they were boiling, stirring violently. Sand flew between heaven and earth, and thunder and lightning danced wildly. Demonic chi! Su Yuling murmured with a frown, staring at the monstrous demonic chi with an indifferent expression. Zhang Huayang also looked dumbfounded. Hadn't the demon race been suppressed to the 9 hells in the ancient times, and the rest of the demon race was dead? Where did this demon race come from? In front of the demonic aura, the black-clothed girl shot electrically and soon arrived on the spot. Glancing at Su Yuling, the young girl seemed a bit surprised. Heavenly demon? Isn't the heavenly demon in D Wasteland? How did you run out? Su Yuling was silent and just looked at the other party faintly. The young girl made a fool of herself and didn't get angry, but instead looked towards the Kunlun Holy Land, glancing at Zhang Huayang in the process, not even bothering to take care of her. Then he asked directly, "Where is Lu Ran?" She was full of doubts. According to the sense of the ancient sword pill, this should be the right place. But she had only just arrived here, and she hadn't found any sign of Lu Ran. Even the aura of the ancient sword pill had disappeared, and as she sensed it carefully, the ancient sword pill appeared 8,000 li away to the northeast. The young girl wondered if the sensation between herself and the ancient sword pill was wrong. In this blink of an eye, the ancient sword pill traveled 8,000 miles. Zhang Huayang was all pissed off and laughed. His mouth was bursting with bitterness, more bitter than his life. Who the hell is this? How come it's another one coming for Lu Ran? As for Su Yuling, upon hearing that the young girl was here to look for Lu Ran, she immediately furrowed her eyebrows and asked, "What are you looking for Lu Ran for?" The young girl looked at Su Yuling and looked up and down. He said, "What? Do you have a grudge against Lu Ran?" Su Yuling shook her head and said, "If you are looking for Lu Ran, if it's for the purpose of hurting him, I will have to kill you." The young girl stared at Su Yuling with some dismay. Then he snorted, "You're not qualified enough to kill me, even though your aura of this heavenly demon is quite strange." Zhang Huayang looked at these two people, a heavenly demon and a demon race conversing with each other, and his heart fluttered. Is it possible that these two people are going to fight? If he fought, although he would still have to die in the end, he would at least be able to make this heavenly demon pay. But immediately afterward, Zhang Huayang's plan went down the drain. The young girl waved her hand and said, "I'm too lazy to waste time with you here. I'm looking for Lu Ran because I'm worried that someone else will kill him before I find him. He can't die." "Oh?" Su Yuling raised an eyebrow. This demon race was here to protect Lu Ran? But according to Su Yuling's previous memories, the demon race had long been suppressed in the 9 hells, and where did this young girl in front of her appear from? Moreover, when did Lu Ran even have a relationship with the demon race? As for Zhang Huayang, his face turned green. This inexplicably runaway demon race was even related to Lu Ran as well. He was dumbfounded that Lu Ran fellow in himself was already very strange, being a spirit transformation realm cultivator. Yet he was able to do things that other spirit transformation realm cultivators couldn't do no matter what. On the contrary, there were still heavenly demons and devil race backing them up. So what does Lu Ran do? At this time, the young girl suddenly looked at Zhang Huayang again and asked, "And what do you do? Where is Lu Ran? Who can tell me what happened? How did Lu Ran leave this place? Obviously the breath was still there just now. Zhang Huayang's face was ugly. Before she could speak, Su Ling said, he wanted to kill Lu Ran. Lu Ran ran away. I don't know what method Lu Ran used to run away, but I can't track Lu Ran's location. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayang secretly screamed in his heart. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Looking at the young girl, sure enough, that young girl's originally playful and casual expression instantly sank, and the ferocity between her features was even more terrifying than what Zhang Huayang had expected. Together with the heavenly demon not far away, Zhang Huayang's entire being was bad. It was a certain death. One heavenly demon was enough for him to die several times, and now another demon had popped up to try to kill him. On him. Quick slick up. The young girl's body disappeared into place, transforming into a black phantom that came towards Zhang Huayang. Zhang Huayang was already gazing at his guard, and his reaction was quite fast. Hurriedly, he made a sideways turn and used the Western Queen Mother Dharma to ward off the demonic attack. Pang! In an instant, the young girl appeared behind Zhang Huayang. Zhang Huayang's Western Queen Mother Dharma, however, was torn open with a huge gash, and at the wound, black taciturnity kept invading it as if it were ink. The demonic chi could actually erode the Mahayana Dharma phase. Zhang Huayang's face changed drastically, but he didn't know how to solve it. This thing of the demon race, he hadn't come into contact with it in his life. Instead, the young girl seemed very unhappy with the damage she had caused. Frowning murmured, "The current me, I can't even instantly kill the district's Mahayana realm. I must find Lu Ran as soon as possible." Then it flashed out again. In his haste, Zhang Huayang charged directly towards Su Ling, intending to pull the battle over. Su Ling naturally saw through his scheme at a glance, but didn't care. Her speed exploded to the extreme, transforming into a white phantom, advancing instead of retreating. Both the young girl and Su Ling each held their points very well, and their attacks were controlled very steadily, constantly abusing Zhang Huayang while at the same time ensuring that the two of them would not have friction. Zhang Huayang, who was located in the center, was a piece of fish meat on the chopping board, being cut by 1,000 knives. As for the other side, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao escaped from life, and before they could catch their breath, the scene in front of them left them dumbfounded. Lu Ran was surprised. Where is this? This passed to? Chapter 90, The Endless Sea. As far as the eye can see, the turquoise blue sea and sky meet. The salty sea breeze blew supporting his cheeks. Looking around, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao's current location was on a small island that was not too big and not too small, covering an area of only a few dozen square feet. The island is somewhat rocky in the middle and surrounded by sandy beaches. If those rocks hadn't been positioned fairly high, the island might have been flooded long ago as well. Lu Ran was filled with oddities, because apart from this small island, Lu Ran could not see any trace of the continent. Where is this? Lu Ran was shocked. Moreover, was it such a coincidence that Chen Qinrong had dropped the two of them on this island with unparalleled precision? Weren't you the one who brought me here? You didn't even realize that that strange Tao of yours would bring us here? Qin Wuyao asked with an odd face. Earlier, when Lu Ran took him away from the Jiuli sacred land, Qin Wuyao had sensed that something was wrong. After the two appeared from Kunlun, Lu Ran at that time seemed to be very surprised that they appeared in Kunlun. But that Tao spell was clearly cast by Lu Ran. Moreover, in a split-second's effort, he ran directly across thousands of miles and nearly 10,000 miles from the holy land of Jiuli to Kunlun. Such a terrifying, instantaneous movement Tao was unheard of. But at that time, before Qin Wuyao had the chance to inquire, Lu Ran had launched a full-scale cleanup of Kunlun. Right now there can be time. That Tao of mine, it is a random teleportation. I don't know where it will appear before I use it. It's for me to run away. Lu Ran said awkwardly. So that's how it was, Qin Wuyao then realized. But even so, this Tao, it was astounding. Lu Ran, who possessed this ability, did not have any dangerous situations at all. At any time, you can randomly teleport over a wide area to avoid the dangers of any encounter. No one could kill Lu Ran. Then, Lu Ran reached out and re-cradled Qin Wuyao in his arms. Qin Wuyao did not resist and probably guessed what Lu Ran meant. But after a few seconds, the two were wide-eyed. Qin Wuyao asked, "What? Go away." Lu Ran said awkwardly, "That seems to have a little problem. My Tao, it doesn't work." It doesn't work? Qin Wuyao froze in confusion. then reacted violently to something. With a cry of surprise, she broke free from Lu Ran's arms and asked eagerly, "Can you use the Dao now? Or cultivation or something like that? As long as you can mobilize spiritual energy, can you do it?" After saying that, Qin Wuyao tried it herself first. As a result, it turned out that the spiritual energy within the dantian seemed to have disappeared, unmobilizable. Lu Ran sniffed and tried as well, only to find out that not only was the Chenkuan wrong, but the spiritual energy in his body couldn't be mobilized as well. It wasn't as if there was no more spiritual energy in the dantian, but rather the spiritual energy in the dantian seemed to be asleep and unresponsive. Unable to communicate with Lu Ran's divine thoughts in any form, Lu Ran's face sank as he looked around awkwardly and said, "Isn't this the end? Can't use spiritual energy, are we just stuck here? What the hell kind of place is this?" Qin Wuyao's expression became even more odd. Contemplating, he said, "This is the endless sea." Lu Ran froze and looked at Qin Wuyao, completely unaware of what this endless sea was. Qin Wuyao, on the other hand, explained, "The endless sea is the sea outside of the Heaven's Tarantine Prefecture, and, separating the Xia Prefecture where the 4 great sacred grounds are located, every time the 4 great sacred grounds finished cultivating their holy maidens, it was the Heaven's Tarantine Prefecture that sent someone to pick up the holy maidens and cross the endless sea to the Heaven's Tarantine Prefecture." Lu Ran probably heard it. Shocked, he said, "In that case, within the Sky Tarantine Prefecture, no one is able to use spiritual energy? All of them have become ordinary people? We are now in the area of the Sky-dropping Prefecture." Qin Wuyao shook her head once again. "I've only heard rumors about it, now it seems like it should be, but only the Endless Sea has a law restricting the use of spiritual energy. Leaving the Endless Sea and going ashore to the Sky Tarantine Prefecture, you won't be affected." After that, he said to Lu Ran with an odd expression, "That strange Dao of yours, it's actually able to cross the Endless Sea." Lu Ran was thinking more. Thanks to the uncanny precision, it had appeared on this island. It would be a tragedy if Chenkuan mistake accidentally left the two of them in the waters of the Endless Sea. Unable to use spiritual energy, just swimming in the Endless Sea would be exhausting. And now the question arises how to leave. Without being able to use their spiritual energy, they couldn't fly, and they couldn't even offer up their magic treasures, and the two of them had completely turned into ordinary people. The Chenkuan error couldn't be used either. Had it been trapped here all along? The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Lonely Man and Woman, Ocean Deserted Island. This odd scene couldn't help but make Lu Ran think in that direction. Subconsciously looking at Qin Wuyao's body, gulping down a mouthful of saliva with a thud. Qin Wuyao didn't doubt it, but she just found Lu Ran's eyes odd and couldn't help but ask, "What kind of eyes are you looking at?" Lu Ran coughed twice. He said, "Nothing, just that we're in this situation. Isn't this the end of the line? Are we stuck here forever?" Qin Wuyao sighed and said, "I didn't expect this to happen. I don't know much about the Endless Sea, but as far as I know, immortal cultivators who cross the Endless Sea rely on ancient ships, and the Heavenly Tarantine Prefecture picks up the 4 great sacred grounds holy maidens, which is also done with ships. In other words, the two were now stranded on an isolated island and had to wait honestly for the ship to pass by. For now, it seems as if this is the only way." Qin Wuyao said helplessly. Bored, the two sat down on a rock to rest and stare at the ocean. Lu Ran said, "Earlier in Kunlun, what did young infant mean by those words?" Qin Wuyao froze, but didn't answer positively, instead asking ambiguously, "What was said?" Lu Ran said, "The Sky-dropping Prefecture, what does the Sky-dropping Prefecture need a holy maiden for? Moreover, listening to young infant's meaning, after the holy maiden is trained and sent to the Sky-dropping Prefecture, the final result will be death. Toiling to cultivate a holy maiden to send her to the Sky-dropping Prefecture to die? What kind of operation is this?" Qin Wuyao's eyes were in a bit of a trance. Opening his mouth, he said, "Young infant is right, but it is also rumored that the holy maiden will die if she is sent to the heavenly pendant state." Lu Ran was a bit speechless. Why was everything a rumor? Qin Wuyao continued, "With regards to the Sky-dropping Prefecture, the 4 great holy lands know very little, only that there are huge and terrifying forces in the Sky-dropping Prefecture who sway the 4 great holy lands, or not only the 4 great holy lands, but also other holy lands that we don't know about, forcing them to cultivate holy maidens. A saintly woman is not just any girl. The Celestial Tarantine Prefecture would send out inspections to find suitable roots and physiques to be sent to the nearest holy land for cultivation. Qin Wuyao was the one who had been selected from the Great Qin Immortal Court by the people of the Sky-dropping Prefecture in the first place. Even the great Qin immortal court didn't dare to disobey the heavenly Tarantine state. After that, Qin Wuyao was sent to Yaoqi. However, whether it was the great Qin immortal court or the holy maiden of Yaoqi, Zhu Shaluo, neither of them wanted Qin Wuyao to end up in the hands of the heavens Tarantine prefecture with an unknown end. Qin Wuyao looked at Lu Ran with a burning gaze and said, "And so, they sent me to Tianji House. Guys, something came up yesterday and I pigeonholed the day. So make up for it. Make up for it." Chapter 91. You are not an ancient demon. Yu Guizi also attached great importance to Qin Wuyao, his personal disciple, and had been trying to find ways to help her change her destiny from the time she was a child until now. When I was a child, my master deduced that there existed an amazing blessing in the Deluo sword sect that could potentially change my destiny, but after investigating for many years, he was never able to determine the exact point of the blessing because the karma involved in that blessing was too great, and even the results my master, Yu Guizi, was able to deduce were all very vague. On the contrary, Lu Ran was a bit surprised and asked, "The great Luo sword sect, is that dangling? Why don't I know about it? What is that fortune fate? Is it still in the great Luo sword sect?" Qin Wuyao did not specifically answer Lu Ran's question. After just a few seconds of silence, he continued, "The day you were expelled from the great Luo sword sect, Master told me that Fu Yuan had disappeared from the great Luo sword sect and asked me to investigate." Lu Ran snapped. Then he immediately reacted and said in surprise, "I'm the blessed fate your master was talking about?" Qin Wuyao nodded. "That's right. My master always believed that as long as I found you, you would have a way to help me change my destiny and help me break away from the control of the heavenly Tarantine prefecture." Lu Ran was not expecting this. He had been in the great Luo sword sect for 10 years and had been taunted by the entire great Luo sword sect all day long. If Yu Guizi had deduced Lu Ran's unusualness a long time ago, then it could only be because Lu Ran possessed the system. "I didn't realize that Yu Guizi could even figure this out," Qin Wuyao said immediately after with a gloomy expression. "So, I approached you, actually not because I also love to drink, but just because you have a use for me, and in this world, not everyone is true to you." Lu Ran's heart shook as he twisted his head to look at Qin Wuyao. "For eyes?" Lu Ran asked. "What's the point of saying all this? Aren't you afraid that if you tell me the truth, I'll leave you and you won't have no chance to change your life? After all, you're not pure in purpose." Qin Wuyao let out a bitter smile. He said, "The power of the heavenly plumbing prefecture is not something that you and I can imagine. Although you are very strong nowadays amongst the transformation spirit realm, you can only run away against a Mahayana like Zhang Huayang, but you have to know that in the heavenly plumbing prefecture, a Mahayana realm like Zhang Huayang's is nothing more than a small mongrel fish. The heavenly plumbing prefecture can decide on their life and death at any time, and that's why Zhang Huayang doesn't dare to touch the sacred maiden reason." Lu Ran was silent. Qin Wuyao, on the other hand, continued on her own. "A power that makes the Mahayana realm so fearful, what kind of volume it possesses behind it is self-evident. Even if it's you, you won't be able to fight against the heavenly pendant state, so if you and I really have a chance to get out of here, you go ahead. This matter originally has nothing to do with you. What the sky-dropping state wants is me. There is no need for you to go to your death with me." Although Qin Wuyao believed that Lu Ran was the one that Yu Guizi said was blessed. But the gap between each other is just too big. Even Zhang Huayang Lu Ran couldn't fight. If he encountered Tian Jue Zhou, Qin Wuyao even felt that Lu Ran wouldn't even have a chance to escape with that weird Dao method. Lu Ran took a deep breath and said, "I don't really care about the bull sky dropping state. The world is so big. If you want to run away, what can they do? I don't believe they have that much energy." Qin Wuyao was silent, sitting curled up under a rock, her arms wrapped around her legs, her chin resting on her knees. It was one of her favorite positions, allowing her to feel an inexplicable sense of security. Then, she twisted her head to look at Lu Ran. Instead, he found that the guy had drummed on the side for half a day and took out an altar of wine from his storage bag. Qin Wuyao was confused. "What are you doing?" Lu Ran casually said, "We can't leave anyway, so let's drink." The corner of Qin Wuyao's mouth twitched. At this juncture, this bastard even thought about drinking. Besides, is this the right atmosphere at the moment? "You can open the storage bag?" Qin Wuyao asked suspiciously. "Opening the storage bag relies on the power of the mind. It's not spirit power. Just like you can sense the spirit power in your dantian but can't use it, it doesn't affect it." Lu Ran said casually. Qin Wuyao tried it and it was true. But even so, what's the point of drinking in this situation? "Forget it, you drink it, I will help you keep an eye on it. If a ship really passes by, we can still be saved, otherwise." Qin Wuyao murmured. She had little interest in drinking in the first place. But before he could even finish his words, Lu Ran's side started gulping down the wine. Qin Wuyao burst into tears and laughed as she looked away, no longer paying attention to Lu Ran. Lu Ran, on the other hand, poured a mouthful of the 1,000-year-old wine. Staring at Qin Wuyao's back, he said, "I've descended from the great Luo sword sect and am all alone. So as far as you being nice to me is concerned, it doesn't matter what you're approaching me for, and I'm not resisting helping you." Lu Ran wasn't a little cutie. Qin Wuyao's purpose of approaching him was probably because he was the one who was blessed with the edge. But the two of them had been together for so long without moving an inch, and he knew in his heart how Qin Wuyao treated him. Qin Wuyao froze and looked back at Lu Ran. But Lu Ran had already continued to start drinking, and Qin Wuyao couldn't help but roll her eyes. Shaking his head, he looked away and continued to look at the endless sea in a daze. As for Lu Ran, he didn't pour much, the alcohol came up and then fell asleep. For Lu, however, this kind of time, on the contrary, was the most suitable for drinking. No enemies, no accidents, hangover to get rewards. The cultivation that came with drinking also continued to pour into Lu Ran's dantian, although it was just not able to be called upon because of the same laws here. Other side, the Summerland Ferry with the endless sea before it. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. There were no boats on the ferry at this time. The demon girl stood on the shore of the ferry, looking at the endless sea in front of her with a puzzled face. Xiaoyu Ling stood at her side. Frowning, he said, "Are you sure Lu Ran is in the endless sea?" The young girl nodded. "My senses can't be wrong, though I don't know how he did it." When Xiaoyu Ling heard this, she immediately rose up, and under the surge of demonic power, she flew out towards the endless sea. The young girl was a bit startled, but didn't warn, just watched with a playful smile on her lips. Sure enough, the next second, Xiaoyu Ling, who had just flown into the sea, instantly lost her demonic power support and fell into the sea, and the young girl watched as she fluttered a few times back to the shore. Only then did he laugh out loud. "The endless sea can't fly, you can't use your spiritual power, and demonic power isn't allowed either. Besides, I didn't even tell you the direction, so how can you possibly find Lu Ran if you just run out like that?" Xiaoyu Ling was a bit speechless. Returning to the shore, sure enough, the demonic power was restored. She used her demonic power to vaporize the seawater on her body. It was then that he frowned. "What's it going to be?" The young girl said, "Waiting for the minions. If there is a boat, we can go out to sea. It seems she knows the place well." Then, she sat down on the edge of the ferry with good grace, her petite body leaning on the wooden railing as she looked towards Xiaoyu Ling. Asked, "You're obviously an ancient demon, but you seem to know nothing about this place, so you shouldn't be from the batch 10,000 years ago, right? And there's something strange about your aura. How did you do it?" Xiaoyu Ling glanced at her and didn't answer. The teenage fart skimmed her lips and said, "Never mind. My name is Lan Ji, what about you?"
Xiaoyu Ling.
Xiaoyu Ling's answer was simple. "What are you looking for Lu Ran for? Do you know each other?" Lan Ji continued to ask. "He was brought up by me since he was a child," Xiaoyu Ling casually said.
Lang Yi Frode.
"A human brought up by the Dewara demons? Or an ancient demon? You're his master?" Lan Ji continued to ask. Xiaoyu Ling was silent for a few seconds and shook her head, her eyes darkening as she spat out two words, "No." Chapter 92, The 12 Weapons of the Taoist Sect. Above the island, Qin Wuyao leaned on the rocks and looked at the sea in front of her, dazed, with no concept of time and no idea how long had passed, much less know if it's possible to leave this place in this lifetime. The ships from the heavenly Tarantine prefecture leading to the four great sacred lands were rare to see once in a few years, and the chances of them being in this position, which happened to be on the route of the ship's pathway, were also very, very small. Spiritual energy could not be utilized here, and it was impossible to leave by virtue of Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran themselves. But strangely enough, Qin Wuyao did not resist this. The lifespan of the realm of the transfigured god was very long, and it had also been long ago that the grain had been eliminated, and unusual eating was just a habit of being born into the realm. So, even if they were trapped here without eating or drinking, the two could survive here for at least a couple decades with no problem. Thinking of this, Qin Wuyao twisted her head to look at Lu Ran. At this time, Lu Ran was huffing and puffing, and under the sea breeze, the smell of alcohol emanating from Lu Ran's body had almost dissipated. Perhaps, being stuck here with Lu Ran until his lifespan ran out didn't seem like a bad thing. It's always better to go to the drapery state and die. It suddenly occurred to her that if she could not leave in this life, and died snuggling here with Lu Ran, Would it be considered a successful change of life? After all, one doesn't end up dying in the Sagittarius. When people were bored, their minds would wander, and this was the case with Qin Wuyao at this time. The sky was the limit. Even in a trance, associated with a lone man and woman sharing an island, between a man and a woman, Qin Wuyao's cheeks swished red and hurriedly shook her head, not daring to continue thinking about it. Just in time, Lu Ran gradually sobered up after being hung over for an unknown period of time. Qin Wuyao, seeing that Lu Ran had woken up, suddenly had a feeling of being a thief and hurriedly turned her head away to continue looking at the sea. Lu Ran barred his lips and looked at Qin Wuyao. Then check out the system hangover rewards first thing. This 1,000-year-old wine is of sufficient vintage, and the reward will definitely not be bad. Congratulations to the host on one successful hangover. Receive a hangover reward. The 12 Weapons of Taoism Demon Refining Jar. Oh? Lu Ran's eyes lit up. The one given this time was actually a magic treasure? There weren't many times that a magic treasure was rewarded, and the Qi Dragon treasure armor was considered one, but it wasn't very useful to Lu Ran. This demon refining pot with a prefix in front of it was obviously of a much higher grade. He glanced at his storage bag. The rewards had already been handed out. It is said to be a pot, but in fact the appearance looks more like a vase, the shape of the ancient exquisite, containing the vicissitudes of the ancient atmosphere. You can't see anything inward from the mouth of the jug. It's chaotic. At the same time, the effects of the demon refining pot melted soul into Lu Ran's divine soul. The demon purging pot. With this pot, you can command all the demons in the world. Seeing this, Lu Ran's eyes snapped wide open. Although this description was generalized, it was too arrogant. There is not even a method to use it, and just by holding this pot alone, you can command all the demon races in the world. Moreover, within the original Kyushu, the number of demon races was already very, very small. At first glance, it doesn't seem to help. But Lu Ran remembers correctly that the Great Qin Immortal Court has reached the end of its strength in guarding the Taiku Copper Gate, and it is unlikely that the Taiku Copper Gate has collapsed at this time, and the D Wasteland demon race has already rushed out of the D Wasteland. In that case, wouldn't the entire D Desolate demon race become Lu Ran's little brother? Good stuff. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. It was a bit of a shame that the reward wasn't a way to get the two out of here, but it was indeed a good treasure, all right. Only then did Lu Ran look at Qin Wuyao. Moving over, he asked, "What is it? Have any ships passed by?" Qin Wuyao pouted and said in a bad mood, "If I had, would I still be sitting here foolishly?" She had some resentment in her heart. Lonely men and women share a lonely island. Even if you don't do anything, you can't drink like a wooden man, which is such a dull goose in this world. Lu Ran sensed that there was something wrong with Qin Wuyao's tone. Twisting his head to look at her, when he saw Qin Wuyao's puffed-up appearance, he immediately snorted out a laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Wuyao asked, glaring up. "I remember happy things," Lu Ran said casually. Qin Wuyao was about to continue asking questions. But suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced in the direction behind Lu Ran, and a black dot was moving rapidly on the surface of the sea. She snapped to attention, her eyes brightening. "That's the boat." Almost subconsciously, Qin Wuyao was about to cry out. But when the words reached her mouth, they suddenly got stuck in her throat. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. A terrifying thought bubbled up in her heart. Her eyes staring dead at Lu Ran in front of her. Breathing was also a bit rapid. But after a few seconds passed, Qin Wuyao still shook her head. Then pointing in the direction behind Lu Ran, he said, "There's a boat passing by there." Lu Ran froze and hurriedly turned around, and he saw the ship moving on the sea. And it was gradually enlarging. Although the ship wasn't coming towards the duo, it was diagonally brushing past. But Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao didn't care about any direction. "And I don't care where that ship is going. Let's get out of here first." The endless sea was vast and boundless. It was already a rare thing to encounter a ship so quickly, and there was no telling when one would want to have a next time. This may be the only chance. Lu Ran immediately got up and shouted towards the ship, wanting to attract the ship's attention in some way, but he couldn't do it because he couldn't utilize his spiritual power. Qin Wuyao was sitting right behind him, looking at Lu Ran's back and smiling. Lu Ran really shouldn't have stayed here to wait for death with her. Fortunately, the sea was calm, and Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao's isolated island was still quite conspicuous. And as the ship got closer and closer, the duo was soon spotted. Then the ship turned around and drove on. When they got closer, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao realized that the boat was really big. It's much bigger than expected. The people above lowered the rope ladder, allowing Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao to come up. On the deck, there were still quite a few people of all shapes and sizes, all looking at Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao curiously. One of the boatmen in charge of lowering the rope ladder asked curiously, "How did you two get here? This endless sea cannot fly. In addition to taking the ship out to sea, there is no other way. Suddenly found people on the lonely island is really the first time in life." "There was an accident," Lu Ran said casually. "Your ship was destroyed? Did the Scale Demon clan do it? Everyone else is dead," the boatman subconsciously asked. Lu Ran was completely confused by his words. What Scale Demon clan Lu Ran has also never heard of. But since they had all made up excuses for him and Qin Wuyao, Lu Ran went along with it and said, "Yeah, bad luck." The boatman, however, oddly said, "Which is bad luck? This is a burst of luck. Encountered the Scale Demon clan. You two can still survive. I doubt if the Scale Demon let go of the water." After saying that, he continued to ask as if he thought of something, "Are you also from Qingzhou? Qingzhou?" Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran shook their heads and said, "No, coming from Xiaozhou." Chapter 93, The Holy Maiden of Qingzhou. "Xiaozhou? I'll be damned. How did you guys manage to turn this way? No wonder your ship was attacked by the Scale Demon clan. Guess that boatman of yours is a novice, unlike our side, which is full of old hands. Running a boat on an endless sea with no direction is all about experience and control of the boat. If you accidentally go the wrong way, you'll be targeted by the Scale Demon clan. The Scale Demon clan's sense of territory is very strong, and it hates humans so much that when they meet, they directly fight. As you know, even if the human cultivator realm is higher, they are all just ordinary people when they reach the endless sea." The crew in front of him talked a lot and jabbered. Lu Ran probably heard it. The ships, all of them, should be manned by crews hired by the Celestial Tarantine State, responsible for traveling to and from the endless sea. They had their own experiences and sailing routes, and if they accidentally ran the wrong way, they would be attacked by the Scale Demon clan. Lu Ran glanced at the endless sea. The Scale Demon clan probably lived inside the endless sea. "Just sit anywhere. You guys don't have a room if you haven't paid the ship's fee. But it's fine. Just stay on this deck and follow the boat down when it's time. By the way, I'm Tension. What about you guys?" This bastard's words are really many. Lu Ran, Qin Wuyao. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao said respectively. Then he sat himself down on the side deck and leaned against the side of the ship. There were quite a few people on the deck. Some of them were traveling to and from the boiler, because everyone's dantian was bound by the laws of this place, and it was impossible to see their specific realm. There was no one to talk to each other, and the atmosphere was a bit dull. It's no wonder this Tension is so talkative. He sat idly by Lu Ran's side and jabbered. Cozily said, "Our line of running a boat. The risk is great. If you are not careful, you will have to die in the endless sea. I counted my luck, but I don't intend to continue. I've saved a lot of money. I plan to find a wife when I go back and cultivate a good life." When he finished, he seemed to be very longing for the goodness of his imagination, adding, "Today is my last boat run, so I hope nothing happens." Hearing this, Lu Ran's face sank. "It's over. Can you just say that? Like what? It's my last day as a police officer. I hope there are no accidents. And after this job, I'm golden. 9 times out of 10, something like that will go wrong." At this point, inside the cabin, some people came out. Divided into 5 teams, each team had 3 or 5 cultivators clustered around a girl, and the girls were all beautiful. Seeing these people, Tension immediately disliked Lu Ran with his elbow and said, "See these people? They are from the 5 holy places in Qingzhou. The girls in the middle are all holy girls. It's a pity that such a good girl child was finally sent to the Sky Tarantine State and ended up, alas." Zhongli didn't continue, but looked very sorry. Lu Ran was curious in his heart and was about to ask a question when suddenly another strong man came out of the cabin. Seeing the man come out, Tension's face suddenly changed, and he reminded in a low voice, "Don't talk, you two. That's our ship's captain, Wang Hai, a person from the Sky Tarantine Prefecture. Don't mess with him." As soon as Wang Hai came out, the people from the 5 holy lands flocked over. One after another, they lowered their posture and asked, "Boat boss, how much longer until we reach the Sky Tarantine State?" Wang Hai said impatiently, "What's the hurry? If you're in a hurry, go swim in the sea yourself." Disliking the words, the people from the 5 holy lands of Qingzhou did not dare to retort, but only laughed dryly and closed their mouths. Wang Hai squinted his eyes and looked at the sea in front of him, and then added, "Another day will be almost there. Only, it's a long way to go, and it's a big loss for my ship. Shouldn't you guys pay for this road? Hmm?" At those words, the people from the 5 Holy Lands were all stunned. The ship's fare? Wasn't it already paid? Someone said. For what? So little to call a boat fee, huh? 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones per person. Pay now.
One hai cu set.
Then a group of menacing crew members ran out behind them. The faces of the people from the 5 Holy Lands immediately turned ugly. Isn't this a sitting duck? Although 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones were nothing to them, they didn't want to be so confused as to be the wrongdoer. What? Don't want to give? Then I'm sorry, the boat fee is not enough, so I can only let you go down to the sea to fend for yourselves. Wang Hai said in a good-natured manner. At those words, the faces of the people from the 5 Holy Lands instantly turned ugly, hurrying one by one to obediently hand over the spirit stones. In this endless sea, no matter how high your realm was before, you were an ordinary person here. With so many crew members from Wang Hai, the people from the 5 holy places didn't dare to resist and could only pay honestly. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Of course, this is not much money, and Wang Hai took it very precisely. The 5 holy places, 3 by 3, added up to about 20 people. These 20,000 spirit stones came to hand. Wang Hai was full of joy, very satisfied. The money has been paid, so all of you stay honestly. When we dock there will be people from the Sky Tarantine Prefecture to pick you up. Wang Hai said in a nice and calm manner. The people from the 5 Holy Lands hurriedly nodded their heads with smiles. Having accomplished his goal, Wang Hai was about to bring people back immediately, but out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly glanced at Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao beside Zhang Li. There was a pause. Surprised, he said, "Where did these two come from? Why don't I remember?" Zhang Li's face changed, hurriedly accompanied a smile and said, "Boat boss, these two people are my friends. Rub a boat, hey?" Wang Hai, however, waved his hand and said, "Tension, are you out of your mind? Is your little face enough for someone to rub the boat? Moreover, you even dared to smuggle someone up behind my back. You don't have a lot of guts." Zhang Li's face suddenly looked very ugly. At that moment, another good person nearby reminded, "These two were just pulled up from the isolated island on the way." At those words, Tension's face changed drastically. Wang Hai's complexion was also gloomy. In a cold voice, he said, "Halfway up on a lonely island? How dare you let unknown people on board? And Tension, you dare to change the route privately? Do you know the consequences?" Zhang Li panicked and explained, "Brother Hai, no, I just see that they are pitiful, and if they don't take the boat, they might not have a chance to leave this endless sea." "What does that have to do with me? I'm asking if you've changed course." Wang Hai asked in a colorful voice. "Yes, it was changed, but I've already adjusted it back. Brother Hai, you trust me," Zhang Li said carefully. Snap. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Hai slapped up a big mouth. Tension covered his cheeks, not daring to speak. Wang Hai, on the other hand, looked at Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao and laughed fiercely. "Both of you, getting on the boat halfway is a life-saving favor. This boat fee of 5,000 upper-grade spirit stones per person is not much, is it? At the end of the day, it's all about money." Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao frowned, but since they couldn't use their spiritual energy here, they could only obediently pay. In the meantime, beneath the deep surface of the sea, a humanoid creature whose body was covered with green-colored scales and armor, a large and dense group, was rapidly approaching towards their ship. It seems that, although Zhang Li changed his course and adjusted it back in time, he also attracted the attention of the Aborigines here. Lu Ran rummaged around in his storage bag. He had quite a few spirit stones, but didn't care much about them. However, Lu Ran inadvertently discovered that the demon refining pot, which he had placed in the corner of his storage bag, was buzzing and trembling. "Brothers, make up. Must make up. These 2 days are a bit busy. In a few days click to make up." Chapter 94 Scale Demon Infestation. Lu Ran froze and looked at the demon refining pot in confusion. Why is this thing suddenly moving for good reason? Can't it be that, on this ship, there was the presence of a demon race? And just as Lu Ran froze, Qin Wuyao had already paid the money. For Qin Wuyao, this amount of spirit stones was no different from pocket money. She didn't care about the money, and it was naturally better to pay up for more than one thing. Wang Hai collected the money, his eyes staring Qin Wuyao up and down as a hint of lust flashed under his eyes. Qin Wuyao, whether it was her face, figure, or dress, especially her own immortal Qin princess temperament, was by no means comparable to ordinary girls. Although each of the holy maidens of Qingzhou were also outstanding, but the holy maiden thing, Wang Hai didn't dare to touch it. If he makes the slightest mistake, the heavenly plateau will not be able to spare him. But other passers-by, well, that doesn't matter, they can take what they want. At this moment, eyeing Qin Wuyao's companion beside her, she was still dazed and still rummaging around in her storage bag. Wang Hai immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "What, you don't want to pay?" Qin Wuyao didn't know what Lu Ran was up to, and casually took out another 5,000 spirit stones and handed them over. Said, "I'll give him his, both of us." However, this action caused Wang Hai to frown. He was a bit interested in Qin Wuyao, and although Qin Wuyao had nothing to do with him at all, that odd possessiveness had bubbled up. On the contrary, when he wanted to find trouble and pick a fight to find an opportunity, Qin Wuyao even helped Lu Ran. This made Wang Hai very upset. Glancing at Qin Wuyao, he said, "It's very generous, but it's useless. Give your own to yourself." After saying that, he continued to look at Lu Ran, making it clear that he was going to pick a fight. However, the 5,000 spirit stones that Qin Wuyao gave for the second time, Wang Hai didn't return them either and just stared at Lu Ran. Lu Ran, who had returned to his senses, casually took out 5,000 spirit stones as well. Said, "I have it, just give it to you." Ah, this. In the blink of an eye, 15,000 spirit stones arrived, or top-grade spirit stones. This wave, it was considered blood money. But Wang Hai was looking for something to do, and making money was only incidental. How can I pick a fight when you two are so disciplined in your business? Taking the spirit stone back, Wang Hai stared at Qin Wuyao before reaching out and pointing at Qin Wuyao as he instructed those around him. "Bring this girl to my room." "What?" Qin Wuyao frowned, and before she could snap, Lu Ran was the first to stand in front of Qin Wuyao, looking at Wang Hai indifferently. Cold voice. "What do you mean? Want money? We have already given, and quite a lot. What do you want?" Wang Hai saw that he couldn't find any excuses, so he simply stopped pretending. Raising his eyebrows, he said, "Kid, I advise you not to mind your own business. It's an honor for this girl that I've taken a fancy to her. As long as she serves me well, it doesn't matter if I give your money back to you." Lu Ran directly shook his head and said, "No need. If the spirit stones are not enough, I can give them again, but her you cannot touch." Qin Wuyao stared at Lu Ran's back in a daze. Just like when the Heavenly Tao Alliance Wine King banquet was held, Qin Wuyao stood in front of Lu Ran to confront the great Luo sword sect as a matter of course. Wang Hai was instantly provoked, cursing, "Don't know where this place is, do you? Send the girl to my room. This kid dares to obstruct. Directly throw him into the sea for me." This scene was clearly seen by the crowd on the deck. But no one was willing to step forward now on this ship. Everyone was an ordinary person, and no one could help anyone. The crowded Wang Hai is the boss. Anyone who dares to resist will surely end up in a very miserable state. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao also had a deep sense of powerlessness at this moment. This weird, endless sea, not being able to use spiritual energy could be too suffocating. Now they are single and thin, only two people, but Wang Hai has a large gang of dog legs. This simply cannot fight. Even if they resisted, if Wang Hai and the others used force, the end would still be the same. Qin Wuyao could not escape her fate, while Lu Ran was going to be thrown into the sea. Lu Ran, back off. Qin Wuyao lightly bit her lips. A trace of determination flashed across her brows as she said to Lu Ran. Lu Ran seemed to realize something. Angrily, he said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" After saying that, a hand pulled Qin Wuyao, who was about to walk over, back behind him. Qin Wuyao opened her mouth and said, "You'll be thrown overboard." Lu Ran casually said, "No harm done. I can swim." The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Qin Wuyao froze and once again looked around for help, but the people who locked eyes with Qin Wuyao looked away, regardless. It was understandable that their choices and indifference, Qin Wuyao was desperate. And Wang Hai was furious when he saw that the girl had taken the initiative with great difficulty only to be pulled back by Lu Ran again. "What are you waiting for? Throw this kid into the sea for me. For S sake." Immediately, there were a few tall crew members grinning sardonically as they walked towards Lu Ran. At the critical moment, tension ran out again. Holding a big bag of spirit stones, he said, "Brother Hai, look, this is also almost to the shore, so I have saved a lot of spirit stones over the years. All to you, these two are not easy. Snap. Wang Hai hit Tension's cheek hard with another big mouth. At the same time, he snatched Tension's money bag with one smooth hand. Putting it in his hand and weighing the head, he laughed. Tension. All these years in my place. Saved a lot of money. Zhang Li was beaten, but did not dare to resist, continued to accompany the smile and said, Yes, 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 it is all because Brother Hai took good care of it. All this money is filial to you. These two have nothing to do with you. Get lost. One more word to me and I'll throw you down too. I'll do what I say. Wang Hai angrily rebuked, directly interrupting Tension's words. Zhang Li's face was very ugly. The money was given, and Wang Hai received it. But Nima didn't do anything. He looked helplessly at Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao. There was only so much that could be done, and Tension stopped saying anything. But Lu Ran gave him a grateful look. Ping Shui met, this Tension not only changed the route to save him and Qin Wuyao, but also could do this for both of them. It had to be said that if it was Lu Ran's words that were changed, it might not even be able to do this extent. But right now, how do you handle this situation? Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao retreated step by step, and soon dripped on the side of the ship with no way back. Big deal. I'll jump in the sea. No matter what, we can't let these fools spoil Qin Wuyao. Just as he was thinking about it, the crew member on the side suddenly cried out in alarm, Scale demon! There's a scale demon! When these words came out, Wang Hai and the others' faces changed drastically. On the contrary, it was the gang from the Qingzhou Holy Land who were a bit confused. It was also their first time coming to the Endless Sea and they didn't understand what scale demon meant. Some of the casuals on deck, on the other hand, were experienced and looked horrified. At this moment, Wang Hai, no longer able to care about enjoying the young girl, yelled, Accelerate! Accelerate with all your might. Fast! Immediately, everyone around Wang Hai got into the cabin and started operating the ship to accelerate. But apparently it was too late. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao looked towards the outside of the ship. Dense clusters of waves could be seen on the surface of the sea, pouring toward the ship with great speed. It seemed that underneath the large, jagged expanse of waves were countless mysterious creatures. Chapter 95 The God of the Endless Sea. Across the deck, there was panic. Everyone's faces were beyond ugly. Wang Hai let the crew go to speed up the ship, but it was clearly not enough. In the meantime, some of the people from the Holy Land of Qingzhou began to urge, Bosun, quickly think of something. What the hell are those? Though the scale demon was not visible for the time being. However, as a cultivator, in this endless sea where he was suppressed by the law and unable to use his spiritual power, he suddenly saw countless mysterious creatures tumbling below the large surface waves running towards him. This human fear of the unknown is often more panic-inducing than facing something terrifying head-on. Shut up! Wang Hai let out a roar. We have all paid our money, moreover. The holy maidens are all wanted by the heavenly Tarantine prefecture. If something happens here, do you know the consequences? Someone threatened loudly. Words. Wang Hai immediately turned back to look at the other party. Then, with a couple of lapdogs at his side, he stepped closer. I don't dare to move the holy maiden, but you. Wang Hai directly reached out and grabbed his opponent's shoulder, then vigorously flung away. Funny enough, the people around these holy maidens in Qingzhou were all at least at the spirit transformation realm cultivation level. At this moment, he was directly thrown out by Wang Hai as if he was carrying a small chicken. It fell off the side of the ship right into the middle of the ocean. The boat was still fast, and in an instant pulled a great distance away from the falling man. The latter shouted in the water in terror. However, Wang Hai was indifferent, and the others' faces were white, but no one dared to intervene. Wang Hai was outnumbered and had absolute power of speech in this endless sea. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao were also looking at the sea. The cultivator who was thrown down shouted a few times in terror and was suddenly yanked by something in general, instantly disappearing into the seawater without a trace. After that, large swaths of scale demons raced past, rapidly approaching the ship. Although Wang Hai was the ship's captain, there was nothing he could do but watch as the army of scale demons eventually surrounded the ship. The scariest thing was that these scale demons were very experienced. Having surrounded the ship, it had destroyed all the oars of the vessel hidden beneath the surface of the water. The ship's speed plummeted and eventually came to a halt. At this moment, Wang Hai's face was ashen. He didn't expect that this trip would attract the attention of the scale demon. According to reason, it shouldn't be. Wang Hai is a very experienced captain now. Following the route he has traveled for so many years, He shouldn't be intruding into the territory of the Scale Demon clan. As for the Scale Demon clan, they basically don't come to any conflict with humans if the passing ships don't pass through their leadership. They have little interest in the human race. But today, Wang Hai suddenly thought of something like that, snapped to look at Tension and roared, "It's all in you, dumbass. Changing the course without my consent. That's the only possibility." Zhongli had changed his course privately in order to save the people, and although he quickly adjusted, he had mistakenly entered the territorial range of the Scale Demon clan, attracting the attention of the Scale Demons. Tension's face didn't look good either. In his heart, he probably guessed that this wave was indeed his pot, and the ship encountered the Scale Demon in the Endless Sea. This result can be imagined. Basically, is the shipwreck of the end of the people, the chances of surviving is very small, very small. This was because in the Endless Sea, human cultivators would be suppressed by the laws and would not be able to use their spiritual energy. Even when other demon races entered the Endless Sea region, the result was the same. However, the Scale Demon clan, which had grown up and existed in the Endless Sea for tens of thousands of years, was not subject to the suppression of the law. They had their own special Scale Demon clan's means of attack, and the human race that couldn't use spiritual energy was no different than papier-mâché in front of them. Wang Hai couldn't care less about getting into trouble with Tension at this point. He racked his brain, trying to come up with a solution, but now that he was surrounded by a large number of Scale Demons and the oars had been destroyed, there was nothing he could do, and Lu ran, standing inside the ship's side, looking at the Scale Demon race below. His divine thoughts swept the demon refining pot in his storage bag. The mind probably guessed. These Scale Demons, too, belong to the demon race, or to be precise, belonged to the demon race that could be unified by the demon refining pot. Moreover, the way the demon refining pot unified the demon race was not cumbersome at all. It was like the introduction of the demon refining pot. Holding this pot, one could command the world's demon race. Lu Ran's thoughts moved as he looked towards a few of the demon race among them. In the next second, those few demon clansmen also looked at Lu Ran in unison, and the moment their eyes met, Lu Ran was certain. This wave, steady. Because if the Scale Demon clan ruled over the Endless Sea, wouldn't Lu Ran, who could command the Scale Demons, become the god of the Endless Sea? Beside her, Qin Wuyao had not yet realized Lu Ran's oddity, and her heart sank to the bottom when she saw that so many Scale Demons had appeared around her, and the ship had been damaged so that it could not continue sailing. Turning his head to look at Lu Ran, probably, he was going to be buried in this Endless Sea with Lu Ran today. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Equally desperate were those casual guests on the deck, as well as the people from the 5 holy lands of Qingzhou. At this moment, everyone was silent, no one resisted, all of them hung their heads in shame. In the situation where their spiritual energy was suppressed and could not be mobilized, they could not even raise their interest in fighting. You can only wait to die. A depressing atmosphere permeated the plywood. On the contrary, Lu Ran was taking a good, cozy look at these Scale Demons. Scale Demons were about the same size as humans. They wore no clothes and their bodies were covered in silver-gray scales, which allowed them to perfectly conceal themselves as they traveled quickly beneath the surface of the water. The outer sides of their lower arms and legs extend out like fins, which could explain why they are so fast in the water. It's simply a different kind of mermaid. Their faces were also covered with scales, but they were so fine that they were almost hard to see with the naked eye. Among them there are men and women. Because of the life in the water, the men are all well built, the women's body hot and slender. Lu Ran are looking at some dry mouth. Can't help but think Scale Demon and human, so like, I don't know if it can be that. His eyes swept over one by one, and the eyes of these Scale Demons all focused on Lu Ran as well. Lu Ran was almost done watching, and his thoughts moved. Boarding. Swish, swish, swish. A Scale Demon jumped out directly from the water and landed on the deck in increasing numbers. Wang Hai stepped back and tried to duck back into the cabin to leave. However, the path behind them was soon blocked by the Scale Demon as well. Wang Hai's face was gloomy, and in desperation, he roared at Lu Ran, "It's both of you! If it wasn't for you guys, that dumbass Tension wouldn't have changed course. For S sake." Everyone else also looked at Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao. Ugh! I should have known better than to save them. These two are the scourges. Now we're all going to die here. They should have been thrown into the sea a long time ago. Listening to their tirades, Qin Wuyao's face was gloomy. Her mood was already cumbersome, coupled with her desperate situation at this time. Recalling that the great Qin immortal court still didn't know what the status quo was, and her father, Qin Lai, didn't know if he was still alive or not. After experiencing so much, even though Qin Wuyao was strong inside. At this time, her beads of aggrieved tears were about to fall out. Instead, Lu Ran skimmed. Taking 2 steps forward, he pulled tension and Qin Wuyao behind him. At the same time, he reached out and pointed at Wang Hai, saying, "Keep an eye on the 2 of them. Then hold that Wang Hai down for me. Don't kill him. Break his legs first. I have questions to ask him." Chapter 96 Answering Questions. The whole room was confused by this statement. Qin Wuyao and Zhang Li were pulled behind Lu Ran, and before they had time to react, several scaled demon clan warriors stood beside the 2 of them in a tight defense. Qin Wuyao looked at the scaled demon beside her in dismay, then looked at Lu Ran, her mind unable to turn a corner. Lu Ran could actually order the scaled demon? What's going on here? Lu Ran should be the same as her. Neither of them had ever had any contact with the scale demon, and even this was the existence of the scale demon clan that he only learned about after coming to the Endless Sea for the first time. Zhang Li was also looking at the scaled demon beside him in fear at this moment. There was no one who understood the terrifying nature of the scale demon better than him, especially those of them who often ran boats on the Endless Sea. Of course, Tenshin had never seen a scale demon either, though Tenshin had been running boats for a long time. But after so many years of accumulation, the route, as long as it didn't stray too far, usually didn't have a chance to run into a scale demon. Encountering a scale demon was basically the same as dying, and won't live to see it. But he couldn't have imagined that Lu Ran could order the scale demon? At the same time, everyone on the deck looked at Lu Ran with heart-stopping shock. Before Wang Hai could react, several scale demons behind him rushed up. Wang Hai was uncertain and subconsciously tried to resist. But no matter what realm Wang Hai was in on land, in this endless sea, he was just an ordinary person, and was immediately grabbed by a few scale demons left and right. Then press Wang Hai to the ground. It was really pressed as Lu Ran had ordered. "Let me go! Damn it! Let go!" Wang Hai shouted in terror, struggling but to no avail. Then, a few more scale demons came forward. Some grabbed Wang Hai's legs, while others swung their fists. Click! Directly from the position of Wang Hai's knee, it hard smashed Wang Hai's kneecap. Wang Hai's other leg was smashed in his screams. At this moment, Wang Hai, tormented by severe pain and shrouded in death, still had Lu Ran's words from earlier echoing in his mind. This guy who he had just given a hard time to was actually able to order the scale demon to do things for him? What kind of divine tactics are these? In the Endless Sea, the scale demon clan was the absolute overlord. If someone could control the scale demon, wouldn't they become the king of the Endless Sea? And he, Wang Hai, had gone so far as to provoke such a terrifying existence. Strongly enduring the severe pain, Wang Hai looked up at Lu Ran and shouted, "I know I'm wrong, please, let me live. I'll give you back the spirit stones, all of them, and I give you more. I also have magic treasures, pills, whatever you want. It's the only chance to live." Now that the ship was also ruined and the scale demons had surrounded the place, even without Lu Ran, Wang Hai had no chance of leaving the Endless Sea. But now, as long as he could please Lu Ran, as long as Lu Ran was willing to spare him, he would have a chance to live. In the meantime, the crew that came out of the cabin, as well as those casual visitors, the people from the 5 Holy Lands, looked at Lu Ran in fear. They're gutted, especially when they thought about how just now when Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao were being given a hard time by Wang Hai, they stood by and watched, not to mention that they even added fuel to the fire from the sidelines. Now in this situation, will Lu Ran let them go? Instead, they came back to their senses as to why Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao had appeared on a lonely island in this endless sea. There was no such thing as an accident, but rather these 2 had come to the Endless Sea for a swim. After all, the Scale Demon Clan was all about people's territory. Now that the Scale Demon Clan came to attack, it was not that the Tension Change route had accidentally trespassed into the territory of the Scale Demon Clan. It was simply that Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao had been bullied by Wang Hai, and the people had called for help. No, they had called for the demons to come and help. Listening to Wang Hai's pleas for mercy, Lu Ran looked as normal. He'd heard such pleas for mercy so many times that he'd long ago become immune to them. He came to Wang Hai step by step and looked at him condescendingly. Said, "Now, I have a few questions for you. If the answers satisfy me, I can consider letting you live." Wang Hai was overjoyed at his words. Flustered, he said, Okay, you ask? I'll know everything." When he finished speaking, he didn't forget to throw out a huge pile of spirit stones in his head. At a cursory glance, it starts at over $100,000. There were also some feats, pills, and other things mixed in. Lu Ran skimmed his eyes and casually put it away. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Although he also knew that Wang Hai, this goods, certainly did not pull out all the money. But there is no hurry, sooner or later is his Lu Ran. Right now, it's better to ask questions. Lu Ran directly said, "What is the Sky Tarantine state?" Wang Hai froze and blinked how to answer this question. But seeing that Lu Ran was waiting, he gritted his teeth and said, "After crossing the Endless Sea, you'll arrive at the Heavenly Tarantine state. The 9 states are separated by the Endless Sea, and the Heavenly Tarantine state doesn't belong to any of them exactly, but is rather a special area sandwiched between the Endless Sea, and isn't subject to the limitations of the laws of the Endless Sea region." Lu Ran was a bit stunned and mused. "Isn't the Sky Dropping State a party? Is it a clan or something?" Wang Hai Dao. "It's not a clan, but a community formed by some strong people. You can understand it as an alliance, and there are a lot of small forces in the alliance. And all of these small forces were gathered to form the Sky Dropping State, while the Sky Dropping State set up a cabinet, with the Council of Elders keeping things running. There was no patriarch or anything. The highest power was held in the hands of the Council of Elders. Because there was only such a behemoth in the Heavenly Pendant State, and other than that, no sects existed, so it was directly named after the Heavenly Pendant State. Whereas outside of this alliance in the Celestial Tarantine State, it's civilians and tension belongs to the civilians. But civilians aren't irrelevant to the Skyfall State, they're more like drudges, making up the most basic laborers underneath the Skyfall State. In short, the composition of this Celestial Pendant State is not complicated, but the class system is strict. It was more like a large clan that occupied a large treasure. Lu Ran probably understood and continued to ask, "What does the Sky Drooping Prefecture want with the Holy Maiden? The holy daughters of the various holy lands end up being sent to the Sky Drooping Prefecture, right?"
Wang Hai Huviden nodded,
but immediately shook his head again and said, "It is true that the Holy Maiden was eventually sent to the Heavenly Tarantine Prefecture, and the Council of Elders took away the Holy Maiden, but what the Holy Maiden was used for in the end is something I don't know." Lu Ran frowned when he heard this. So mysterious? Even the people of the Heavenly Pendant State don't know what the Holy Maiden was taken for? Seeing Lu Ran frowning, Wang Hai hurriedly shouted, "Although I don't know what for, but I can be sure that all those saintly maidens in the end should be dead, because from the time I can remember, from the time I knew about the existence of the saintly maidens, all the saintly maidens who had been taken to the Heavenly Tarantine State went into the cabinet of the Council of Elders, and none of them could come out again." Hearing this, Lu Ran's eyes turned even colder. No wonder when the young baby so sure to go to the Sky Dropping State will die. Obviously about the Sky Dropping State is to know a little more accurate what things, but unfortunately at first Zhang Huayang forced too tight did not ask clearly. Chapter 97 Gathering in the Heavenly Pendant State. Moreover, that jade pendant that Xiaoying gave him also seemed to be related to the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce in the Sky Dropping Prefecture, so it was thought that Xiaoying had planned for her own survival, but it was a pity that she was intercepted halfway by Lu Ran. Thus, Lu Ran continued to ask, "And what is the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce?" Wang Hai Dao. "The stronghold of the Red Leaf House. The Red Leaf House is not under the control of the Heavenly Pendant Prefecture. They're a central prefecture power." Lu Ran mused. This Heavenly Pendant State was able to control the holy lords of all the major holy lands, and the strength of the Council of Elders would be at least above the Mahayana realm, too terrifying to imagine. In a short period of time, Lu Ran would definitely not have friction with the Sky Tarantine State. Right now, Lu Ran had the opportunity to take a shortcut, and that was to go to the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce to exchange for a creation dan, which Dao Halo Lu Ran had. At that time, one could directly advance to the Mahayana realm. After awakening the Mahayana Dharma phase, there was no need to worry about Lu Ran's cultivation accumulation, as long as he drank. He still had some 1,000-year-old wine on him, plus a place like the Sky Tarantine Prefecture should have quite a lot of good wine as well. As long as he broke through the Mahayana realm, Lu Ran's cultivation would be able to quickly climb to the peak. What he's missing is a breakthrough, and Wang Hai was a bit flustered as he watched Lu Ran not squeak for half a day. Anxiously, he urged, "Big brother, any other questions you have, you can ask. I can answer them all." Lu Ran shook his head and said, "Almost, that's all." After saying that, before waiting for Wang Hai's reaction, he said to the few scaled demons holding him down, "God drop him." Wang Hai's face changed greatly, shouting, Didn't you promise that if I answered your questions, you would consider letting me go?" Lu Ran nodded and thoughtfully said, "Considered it, not released." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Wang Hai, allowing a few scale demons to twist Wang Hai's body into a twist in 3 or 2 strokes. He threw it into the sea, to be shared by the scale demons in the sea. On the deck, the faces of each of the 5 holy lands of Qingzhou were unsightly. Seeing Wang Hai end up like this, their faces turned green. Crashing sound. Without needing to be reminded, one by one, they rummaged through their storage bags, throwing all sorts of spirit stones and whatnot all over the place. It was our eyes that failed to recognize MT Tai just now. We know we were wrong. It's the ship's captain. He's the one who's giving you a hard time. We're not interfering. Yeah, we've all been given a hard time by Wang Hai. The sky's the limit. Lu Ran looked at these people with amusement and walked forward. A row of scale demons followed Lu Ran around him, menacing and eyeing him. Everyone was begging for mercy, favoring a few holy women with odd faces. They had also heard Wang Hai's words just now, and although they had known their end for a long time, running off to send death to the heavenly Tarantine prefecture more or less terrified them. But even so, the faces of a few holy maidens remained high and proud. It didn't seem to put Lu Ran in his eyes. One of them even pointed at Lu Ran and said in a commanding tone, "I'm the holy maiden, the one who is wanted by the heavenly Tarantine prefecture. Try touching me if you dare." Lu Ran looked at this holy maiden with consternation and almost laughed out loud. There's more or less something to being a saintly maiden, but won't this saintly maiden be able to take stock of the situation? How does this look like a bit of a brain fart? What kind of time is this, what kind of situation is this to even threaten Lu Ran? Before Lu Ran could reply, that holy maiden continued to shout, "Not only can't you touch me, you have to send us safely to the Sky Tarantine prefecture, or else, suffer the consequences." At those words, Lu Ran couldn't help himself. Waving his hand, he said, "I'm brown. Too arrogant. Throw it down." After saying that, a scaled demon directly stepped forward and grabbed that holy maiden and threw her down to the sea. The result was predictable. The other few saint maidens originally looked arrogant as well, but at this moment, they instantly changed their expressions. Although they knew that they were going to die on this trip, they didn't want to be divided up by the scale demons here. Lu Ran, on the other hand, gathered the loot on the ground while calling back, "Tension, do you know the way?" Zhongli hurriedly nodded his head and said, "There are no markings in the endless sea, but there is a special compass in the cabin that can determine the directional route. No problem." "That's good." Lu Ran nodded, then turned back to the group of people in front of him and said, "Empty out everything in your storage bags. Empty them out. I'll check them one by one in a while. If I find out that someone has hidden something, there will be consequences." Upon hearing this, even the few holy maidens began to pull out their things. There was a mess of everything. Lu Ran had said he was going to inspect it, and none of them dared to keep it private. Before long, the deck was a big mess. However, Lu Ran looked at one of the holy maidens with an odd expression on her face and immediately frowned, saying, "What are you doing? Taking my words for granted? The consequences of hiding something are very serious. Think it over. I'll give you one last chance. Pull it out." The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. That holy maiden's delicate body trembled, biting her lips lightly as she looked at Lu Ran with a grudge. Then a reluctant scattering of hands. Several profane garments appeared in front of them. Lu Ran said, "What's there to hide in a few broken pants? I'm really convinced." After saying that, he didn't bother to check their storage bags and directly waved his hand, sweeping away all the loot on the deck. Then he said, "All right, throw them all down." "Huh?" The crowd's faces instantly changed. "Nima doesn't talk about martial virtues. Emptying our storage bags so they don't go to waste when they throw us down?" Plop, plop, plop. One after another, people kept kneeling and even kowtowing, crying, "Please let me go. I give you everything. Just want to live. Please, as long as I can live. As a cow is a horse, a big brother." Lu Ran skimmed his lips. Ignoring it at all, the scale demon was extremely fast and cleared the deck of everyone. Then, it also rushed into the cabin and pulled out all the guys hiding inside and threw them all into the sea. Not long after, only Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao as well as Tension were left on the deck. Zhongli was still in a bit of a trance at this moment, and in this blink of an eye, the scale demon had slaughtered the entire ship, and it was amazing that he had survived, or that he was being protected by a scale demon. Lu Ran's trip was full of money, and he was able to control the scale demon, so it was a big profit. It's just that the ship can't sail. After pondering for a few seconds, Lu Ran looked at the surrounding scale demons and moved his thoughts. A large group of scale demons instantly appeared underneath the boat, clustered around it, and rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ran froze. not yet saying the direction. But at the thought, he suddenly reacted again. The Scale Demon clan lived in the Endless Sea, and their familiarity with this place didn't require a route at all. Thinking of this, Lu Ran was relieved and walked over to the two men. Qin Wuyao was looking at Lu Ran with an odd expression on her face and said breathlessly, "Just how many secrets do you have that I don't know yet?" Lu Ran raised an eyebrow. Thoughtfully looking at Qin Wuyao, he said, "Why so curious about me? Have you heard that when a girl starts to be curious about a boy, she's basically about to fall?" "You!" Qin Wuyao instantly flushed her pretty face. "Why do you just think of some strange things all day long?" And the other side, above the waves of the Endless Sea, there was likewise a ship sailing rapidly. Lan Ji and Su Yuling stood proudly at the bow of the boat, also heading towards the Sky Tarantine Prefecture. On the deck behind him, the two of them, Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo, were personally leading Chu Tianjiao, who was also heading to the Sky Tarantine Prefecture. Chapter 98 Shogunate Council of Elders. In the end, Lu Ran's trio did not disembark from the pier. Or was it tension's reminder that Scale Demon was inconveniently present at the docks? Moreover, there were people from the Heavenly Pendant State at the pier to receive the Holy Maiden, and there was no way to explain if Wang Hai's ship was flanked by scaly demons and the Holy Maiden and Wang Hai's group of people were gone, leaving only Lu Ran and the three of them. So, while watching the land had come into sight, the three men decisively abandoned ship, jumped straight into the sea, and separately the Scale Demon led the three of them up from under the cliffs in the remote place. It was located in a protruding position in the eastern part of the Sky Tarantine Prefecture, and underneath the cliffs was the Endless Sea as well as countless reefs. So not only do ships rarely pass through, but ordinary people rarely come here. The moment the three of them were out of the water and touched the cliffs, the spiritual energy within their dantian was instantly restored. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao looked at each other and directly rose up, flying up the cliff. Looking back, Tension surprisingly floated up as well. Only Tension's realm of strength was not that of a transformation spirit, but that of a Yuaning, a mid-Yuaning cultivation. As expected, there was no comparison between the Summer State and the Sky Tarantine State. In the Summer State, the Yuaning stage was already enough to become the head of a clan, such as Su Yueling. But in this Heavenly Pendant State, the Yuaning stage is just a boatman. Zhongli looked at Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao excitedly and said, "I didn't expect that the two of you would be transformation spirit realm powerhouses." Lu Ran waved his hand and said, "Forget it. The transformation god realm should be even less of a rarity in this Heavenly Pendant State." Zhongli scratched his head and said awkwardly, "You can't say that. Although there are indeed quite a few transformation spirits in the Sky Tarantine Prefecture, not everyone can qualify." Lu Ran didn't intend to dwell on this issue. Asked, "Tension, what's next for you?" Zhongli mused, "Originally, I planned to come back this trip, cultivate peacefully and find a wife to live a life. But now Wang Hai and the others can't come back. I can't easily throw my head out, otherwise it's very dangerous, and there's no way for me to explain when the Elders' Council finds me. So let's just take a step and see how it goes, and if there's a chance, I might leave the Sky Tarantine Prefecture." "Oh?" Lu Ran mused. "Where are we going when we leave the Sky Tarantine Prefecture?" Zhongli thought for sure. Zhongzhou is the core of the 9 states. The people are outstanding. I'm all alone. I always have to go for a stroll. In the past, there was no opportunity. Now it's finally clear. Zhongzhou, Lu Ran mused. He had little concept of the middle states. But since it was the core of the Kyushu, Lu Ran would naturally want to visit it if he had the chance. "By the way, what area is this? Do you have a map or something?" Lu Ran asked, standing on top of the cliff looking around. There was nothing visible above the cliffs that were bare, all sea breeze-soaked rocks. It stretches out ahead to an island forest, after which there is nothing to see. Zhongli mused, "Judging from the direction we boarded the boat, this should still be in the East China Sea. This side I have never been here before, but through the jungle it should be Tianhu Town. Where are you going?" Lu Ran directly said, "Where is the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce?" His current priority was that he needed to find the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible to exchange for the Creation Pill. By taking the Creation Pill and pairing it with the Tao rhythm that Lu Ran already possessed, he would be able to smoothly advance to the Mahayana realm. Having awakened the Mahayana Dharma phase, Lu Ran's realm of strength was much more solid. Now that he was at the Transformation God realm, he really didn't have a clue in his heart under the eyes of this Heavenly Pendant Prefecture Elder Council. After all, a holy maiden of the Goddess of Transformation realm was here to deliver food. The holy lords of the Mahayana realm also did their work obediently. If the Council of Elders found Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao, Lu Ran's current cultivation at this point in time, he was afraid that he would be directly pinched to death. But fortunately, there was no grudge between Lu Ran and the Elder Council nowadays. The only holdout might be Qin Wuyao. But Lu Ran believed that the Council of Elders definitely didn't know what Qin Wuyao looked like. And even if they knew that there were 3 less saintesses in Xiaozhou, they couldn't blame Qin Wuyao. Tongtian City, the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, has only one stronghold in the Sky Tarantine Prefecture, and it's in Tongtian City. Zhang Li said thoughtfully. Lu Ran froze. Holy Tongtian City? That's an arrogant name, too. And so, the Celestial Tarantine Prefecture Elder Council is also in Tongtian City? Lu Ran asked. Lu Ran probably understood that this Tongtian City was like some kind of provincial capital city or something like that. Since the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce could choose to establish a stronghold in Tongtian City, wouldn't the Elders Association, which ruled over the entire Heavenly Tarantine state, have its base camp in Tongtian City as well? This speculation, however, was dismissed by Tension. He mused. This is the East Sea region. The entire Sky Tarantine Prefecture is divided into 4 pieces. The East Sea, the West Sea, the North Sea, and the South Sea, as well as the shogunate located in the center, and that's where the Council of Elders is located, also called the Shogunate Council of Elders. In a nutshell, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The Council of Elders that ruled the Sky-dropping Prefecture was not located in Tongtian City, but in the central area of the Sky-dropping Prefecture, the Shogunate. Hearing this, Lu Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Not having to deal with the Elder Council for the time being, that would naturally be the best. Since that was the case, it would be better to go directly to Tongtian City and look for the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, Lu Ran immediately asked, "We are now in the East Sea, so where's Tongtian City?" Zhang Li said, "North Sea Tongtian City. I have a map here. You can follow the road on this. You are all transformation spirits. It's very fast to fly over." After saying that, he pulled out a thick stack of maps from his storage bag and pulled out a random one from it. While spreading it out, he said with embarrassment, "I work as a crew member on weekdays, and if any of the passing casuals need maps, I buy them too, to earn some extra money." Then, the spread-out map was unfolded in front of Lu Ran. The map was fairly clear, except that Lu Ran had never been here before, so this look was a bit confusing. None of the roads and landmarks, cities, and such up there were recognizable naturally. Instead, Tension reached out and pointed, and Lu Ran caught a glimpse of Sky Lake Town. Through the jungle in front of us is Tianhu Town. Using Tianhu Town as an anchor point, you guys should see it a bit more clearly when you fly in the sky and compare it to the map. Zhang Li said with an introduction. Good. In that case, let's set off straight away. Lu Ran put away the map, arched his hand at Tension, and said, "To avoid accidents, the 3 parted ways here." Lu Ran left a small pile of spirit stones behind for Tension, so he conjured up his magic treasure and jumped up with Qin Wuyao, rushing up into the sky and quickly disappearing into the sky. Zhang Li looked at the direction Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao had disappeared in, his eyes widening slightly. Sure enough, it didn't take more than a few seconds. Lu Ran, who had just disappeared, was back, swept through the sky, dropping the words, "Sorry for running in the wrong direction." After saying that, he disappeared again with a whoosh. The corners of Zhang Li's mouth twitched and he collected the spirit stones in tears and laughter, arched his hand at the sky, looked around, and quickly drilled into the jungle, heading to Tianhu Town. Tension was much more familiar with this place than Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao. And on the other side of the North Sea Pier, Xiaozhou's ship had also docked. Chapter 99. North Sea Tongtian City. Lan Ji was the first to jump off the ship, and her magic power was instantly restored. Lan Ji squinted her eyes comfortably and said, "The feeling of having your feet on the ground, it's wonderful." Suyu Ling was right beside her and asked, "Lu Ran?" Lan Ji waved her hand and said, "Lu Ran is indeed here." Behind them on the boat, Lu Qinghe and the others had somewhat ugly faces. It was because the people from the Elders Association of the Heavenly Pendant State were already on the shore to meet them, but they had only brought Chu Tianjiao, a holy maiden. Sure. Several men wearing white cloaks with golden lines outlined on them were waiting. Seeing Suyu Ling and Lan Ji disembarking, they looked at each other suspiciously, then continued to look at the others on the ship. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo stood together, and behind the two of them was Chu Tianjiao. Other than that, there's no one else. Xiaozhou is different from other states, Xiaoyu borders the wasteland and is a secluded place with few people and no casual visitors. One of the leading men lifted the hood of his cloak. Showing a slightly pale face, he looked up and said, "Get off the boat." The three people on the boat didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly disembarked. The man, on the other hand, glanced at Suyu Ling and Lan Ji and asked, "You two are also the holy maidens of the summer state?" At those words, Lan Ji was the first to frown and turned her head. "No." Suyu Ling also shook her head.
No.
"No? If these two aren't, then—" The man turned his head to look at the three people from Lu Qinghe, of which the only female ones were Zhu Shaluo and Chu Tianjiao. Zhu Shaluo obviously couldn't be the holy maiden, so there was only Chu Tianjiao alone. The 4 holy places in the summer state only sent 1 holy maiden? The man's face suddenly changed, although this was a case of Xiaoyu not meeting the requirements. He who was in charge of supervision was also going to be relieved of his anger. There have been accidents in the past, though, with the occasional holy maiden of a holy land dying prematurely and failing to be delivered. But that's a normal and unexpected situation, and it doesn't count for much. But this time, the 4 holy places in Xiaoyu only sent 1. Isn't this a joke? If the Elder Council blamed it, he, the one in charge of supervision, would also have to suffer from the old nose. Where are the other holy maidens? The man asked in a stern voice. Of course he was in a hurry. That is our Julie Holy Land, Saint Daughter Chu Tianjiao. The other 3 holy lands are afraid that they can't come. Lu Qinghe said with an ugly face. Speak clearly, what is going on? I can warn you, you need to play tricks. You should know that if the holy maiden fails to be delivered, even if she dies, the Sky Tarantine Prefecture will go ahead and investigate. Fooling around is not an option. The man said in a serious tone. Of course we know, but there was indeed an accident and we couldn't come. Lu Qinghe said through gritted teeth. What's going on? Speak clearly. I'll give you time now. The man shouted urgently. Lu Qinghe had no choice but to give an honest account. One of the Yellow Springs holy maiden, Yen Lu, was definitely dead. Chu Tianjiao of the 9 Lives Sacred Land was now around. The Kunlun Holy Land didn't know what was going on, and they didn't see Zhang Huayang and the Kunlun Holy Maiden at the pier. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi, on the other hand, ran off with Lu Ran. As for where Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao were now, they didn't know. But, although they don't know it, Lu Qinghe glanced at the backs of Suyu Ling and Lan Ji next to him. These two, a heavenly demon and an ancient demon, were both searching for Lu Ran, but they had actually followed them to the heavenly Tarantine Prefecture. Why? Could it be that Lu Ran is in the Celestial Vault? But there are not many casual passengers in Xiaoyu, and the number of ship passes is very limited, and before this trip there was no other ship. If Lu Ran is really here, how did he get here? Of course, these thoughts, Lu Qinghe only thought about them and did not mention Lu Ran. It just said that the other 3 saints, one was dead and a saint from the Kunlun Holy Land didn't know what was going on. As for Qin Wuyao, Zhu Shaluo pondered for a long time and said, the holy daughter of Yaoqi Sacred Land is also dead, killed by Kunlun Sacred Land's Zhang Huayang. I've specially come to the Heavenly Pendant Prefecture, only because the Heavenly Pendant Prefecture can do justice to Yaoqi. Anyway, I don't know what's going on in Kunlun right now, so what the heck? Throw dirt on it. Let's muddle through Qin Wuyao's situation first. The man in front of him went even paler as he listened. This Nima Xiaoju's 4 holy places. How is it messed up? This brings in a holy woman. How can we explain to the Elder Council? Forget it. Damn it. Take you guys over first. By the time the higher-ups ask, you guys explain yourselves. The man said breathlessly he is not want to explain, but this mess into this, he explained to the upper head believe. After that, he took the 3 away. As Lu Qinghe followed him over, he glanced at Suyu Ling and Lan Ji. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. These 2 also judged the direction and then took to the air. On the other side, Lu Ran was on his way to the North Sea. Although he could fly, the area of this heavenly pendant state was much larger than what Lu Ran had originally expected. No wonder it's divided into 4 areas. Lu Ran set off from the East Sea because it was neighboring the North Sea. It was actually not very far. A few hours of flying was enough to enter the North Sea territory. But on the way, Lu Ran suddenly noticed a special area in front of him on the left. There seemed to be thick clouds there that always condensed, and lightning crackled and bombarded the mountains below. Because the distance was still far, Lu Ran couldn't really see it, but he could see the outlines of large swathes of buildings. The whole area gave off a strange feeling, like a land of chaotic energy storms. That should be the shogunate there, where the Council of Elders is. Lu Ran muttered. Members of the Council of Elders, their strength is at least above the Mahayana realm. Above the Mahayana realm it was the transition realm, the highest realm under the immortals. Lu Ran was only a transformation god now, not even a Mahayana Dharma phase, and in front of the transitional big brother, he was probably more insignificant than a mosquito. Therefore, although he was incredibly curious in his heart, Lu Ran would not be foolish enough to go to the shogun's house right now to take a look. That's the Heavenly Tarantine Prefecture Elder Council there. If I hadn't met you, the odds are that I would have been sent there, right? Qin Wuyao said from his side. Guess so, Lu Ran said with a shrug. After saying that, the two of them accelerated and continued to Tongtian City. Tongtian City was located in the North Sea, and in the sky-dropping prefecture, Tongtian City was, in a way, the centerpiece. Although that area of the shogunate elders was the centerpiece of the location of the Sky Tarantula State. But Tongtian City, it was the core area where cultivators came and went to gather. At the same time, Tongtian City was also the largest city in the Sky Tarantine Prefecture. When Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao came here, even though they already knew in advance that the city scale of Tongtian City should be very large, they didn't expect to see it with their own eyes, and they were still shocked beyond words. The buildings here were staggered, clinging to the mountains, uneven in height, but whether it was the walls or the buildings within them, the scale was as if it were a giant city through and through. Standing outside the city, it felt as if I had become an ant. Tongtian City, it lives up to its name, Lu Ran sked. It's true that if you don't get out and see the outside world, you'll always be a bumpkin. Lu Ran glanced at the jade pendant given by young infant in his storage bag. Said, Go in and hang out. Chapter 100 Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. Tongtian City was huge, and that feeling of humanity's own insignificance became even more apparent when he walked into the city. Even the gates of the city seemed to be built for giants through and through. At the main entrance, there stood two statues 100 feet tall, truly like two giants. The statue stood here for an unknown number of years, and it was covered with traces of erosion left by thousands of years of wind and rain. But even so, it was evident that both statues were definitely giants on one side when they were alive. A man and a woman. The woman was a sword cultivator with a beautiful posture, standing proudly. Even if it was just a statue, one could feel the sharpness of that sword path. It felt like my eyes were stinging a bit from looking at it for so long. The other one was a male, cultivating what should be a physical art, with a stout, burly figure, thick eyebrows, and angry eyes. Walking into the city walls, the street in front of him was wide, and the houses on the left and right sides were very tall. The two of them aimlessly circled around the streets, but because Tongtian City was so big, they had not been able to find the location of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. With no other choice, Lu Ran could only stop a random passerby to ask for directions. The other party surveyed Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao with curious eyes before saying, You two aren't locals, are you? Isn't the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce located on Vermilion Bird Street? Follow this road forward, turn right at the intersection in the center of the city, and you'll see it after a few steps. In short, go straight and turn right at the town center intersection. Thanks a lot. Lu Ran said thank you and pulled Qin Wuyao to speed up his steps. Soon, they arrived at the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. The building of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce seemed to be specially built, unlike the surrounding buildings with monolithic wooden structure towers. It was 5 stories high, with a huge plaque hanging above the entrance, inscribed with 4 big words. Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. This is the place. Lu Ran pulled out the jade pendant given by Xiaoyu from his storage bag and pulled Qin Wuyao inside. Because it wasn't sure if young baby had been bolting, if this thing was even useful, or if the jade pendant was involved in something. Therefore, Lu Ran was still very careful. To Qin Wuyao, he said, When we go in, you follow me closely. If something is slightly wrong, we'll run away. Qin Wuyao had seen Lu Ran's ability to run away. Back then in Kunlun, he had also witnessed the scene where Xiaoyu had given Lu Ran his jade pendant. So immediately he understood what Lu Ran meant. Nodding, he stayed close to Lu Ran and took his arm. This one looks like a young couple out for a shopping trip. There were quite a few people in the hall on the first floor. There are heel counters spread around. Zhang Li had probably introduced that inside this Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, it was a trading house. Pills, techniques, magic treasures, spirit herbs, all sorts of things. But Lu Ran was completely uninterested in those, and after walking into the hall, he went straight to the counter. Behind the counter was a shopkeeper with treacherous eyes. Squinting his eyes, He looked at Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao, then smilingly said, "You two, what do you want to buy? My counter over here is mainly pills. Which one do you two need?" Lu Ran nodded his head and said, "It's the elixir that's wanted, however. We're not here to buy it." The store assistant was stunned, rushing to the elixir, but not to buy. Then what else can it be? What else could it be? Of course, the shopkeeper was just thinking that way. Casually, he asked, "This polite person is really good at joking. Our Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce is all about business. If you want pills, you naturally have to pay for them." Lu Ran pondered for a few seconds, said, "I'm here to exchange pills for this thing. Can I exchange it?" After saying that, Lu Ran flashed the jade pendant in his hand and placed it on the counter. The store assistant was stunned. It was the first time he had heard of someone exchanging something for an elixir. While reaching out and picking up the jade pendant, the store assistant said, "I see, we do acquire all sorts of things here. As long as they are good, the price is guaranteed to satisfy you." After saying that, he looked at the jade pendant in his hand. The first reaction, this thing was a magic treasure. After all, jade pendant-type magic treasures were still very common. But after checking it out, the shopkeeper oddly realized that this thing just isn't a magic treasure. It doesn't have the slightest relationship with a magic treasure. And there's no spiritual power fluctuation on it. It's just an ordinary jade pendant. So he looked up and said, "This gentleman, this jade pendant is too common. We don't acquire it here. If you have the will to sell it, you can set up a stall outside or something." Talking is already considered polite. Lu Ran furrowed his brows. Young infant is cheating? It shouldn't. It was also possible that this shopkeeper didn't know the function of this jade pendant. So he mused, "Is the shopkeeper of this Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce of yours around? He might recognize this thing." The store assistant subconsciously reacted that the other party was here to cause trouble. But looking at Lu Ran's words of a true story, he pondered for a few seconds. Still nodding, he said, "Wait a moment. I'll inform our steward." Not much longer. A middle-aged man with an 8 beard walked down the stairway. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Big belly, big waist, but walking briskly, the realm is surprisingly not low. It is also a transformation god. The 8-bearded man reached out and stroked the beard at the corner of his mouth. Smilingly looked at Lu Ran and said, "Sir, I heard that you have a jade pendant for sale. Can you show it to me?" Lu Ran immediately handed over the jade pendant, while emphasizing, "Not for sale. I'm here to trade for something." For something? The 8-bearded man was a bit puzzled. It was true that the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce acquired things and never directly replaced them. But in fact, the principle is not too different, so I did not count. Reaching out to receive the jade pendant, he swept his eyes, and in the next second, the pupils of the corners of the eyes of the 8-bearded man's eyes suddenly shrunk. Without moving, he handed the jade pendant back. Lu Ran was a little disappointed. If the steward didn't know the function of the jade pendant, then the young infant was mostly talking nonsense. But I didn't expect it. Immediately after, the 8-bearded man said with a smile, "This jade pendant, where did you get it from?" When Lu Ran heard the meaning of the 8-bearded man, "There is a door for this." So he said, "A friend gave it to me. It's not convenient to talk about the specifics." "What? Do you still need to investigate the source of the jade pendant to exchange things?" "That's not true. This jade pendant indeed can be exchanged, and it's for the creation, Dan. You come with me. I'll take you to see the shopkeeper," the 8-bearded man said smilingly. When he finished, he staggered over and made a gesture of invitation. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. This thing, it could really be exchanged for a creation, Dan? As long as he exchanged it for the creation, Dan, Lu Ran's wave would be stable, advance to the Mahayana realm and awaken the Dharma phase. He had been very much looking forward to it, and Lu Qinghe had said many times that the quality of the Dhyana realm's awakening Dharma phantom looked at the divine soul sense. Lu Ran was at full level of sword Dao sense, so he didn't know what kind of Dharma phase he could awaken. With excitement in their hearts, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao followed the 8-legged beard and made their way up the stairs. The second, third, and fourth floors didn't stop and went straight to the top floor. The top floor didn't seem to be a trading floor anymore, and the stairway was guarded by a special person. The entire top floor of the 5th floor is also small. Coming up the stairs, there was a long hallway in front of them. The 8-bearded man kept leading the pair to the end of the corridor and stopped in front of a large door. Without knocking on the door, he said directly and respectfully, "Boss, someone has brought the life-slaying blood jade." Chapter 101. Killing Blood Jade? Lu Ran looked down at the jade pendant in his hand. The overall shape of the jade pendant is actually a bit fuzzy. You can't quite tell what style it is, and there are some tangled and twisted blood like threads inside the jade. Lu Ran originally thought that it was the impurities inside the jade pendant. In his heart, he was still thinking, this jade pendant was of such poor quality and had no spiritual fluctuations. Could it really be exchanged here for a heaven-defying divine elixir like the creation Dan? However, leaving aside everything else for the moment, the 4 words, killing blood jade, sounded really overbearing. Killing. Then, after waiting a few seconds, the 8-bearded man carefully pushed the door open. Turning his head to Lu Ran, he said, "The 2 of you can go in. Our shopkeeper is inside." After he finished speaking, he waited for Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao to go in and then carefully closed the door of the room. But the 8-bearded man did not come in. This room was large, the light wasn't really bright, but with the antique style in here it had quite a flavor. Lu Ran looked around. A woman was seen in a chair near the window. Her entire body was lazily scrunched inside the sofa, wearing a green brocade dress, crossing her legs, one calf snow white, drooping outside, swaying. Without shoes, the white jade feet were a little shaky in the window's shimmering light, surplus to requirements and belonged to the food grade. Continuing upwards, the petite figure, even when scrunched into the soft sofa, could not hide its pride. One hand held a glass of wine. The other hand rested casually on the small of his back. Exquisite face, lazy look, seems to be drinking wine, eyes a little disoriented, also looking at Lu Ran. With 4 eyes on each other, Lu Ran couldn't help but gulp. But it really burns. Lu Ran sighed in his heart. There was also a strong scent of wine in the air, which should be the wine the woman was drinking, and just by smelling it, she knew it was of extraordinary quality. Lu Ran immediately had a craving and wondered if he would ever get a chance to drink it. The woman was the first to speak at this time. "Brother, have you seen enough?" Lu Ran came back to his senses and scratched his head in embarrassment, and Qin Wuyao by his side glared fiercely at Lu Ran. Lu Ran didn't respond to the topic. Straightforwardly, he said, "I'm here to exchange pills. This should be possible, right?" After saying that, he flashed the jade pendant in the palm of his hand. The woman made a casual move. Snap! The jade pendant then flew out of Lu Ran's hand and appeared in the woman's hand. She stared at the jade pendant. Then the corners of her mouth rose slightly as she said, "Of course, except that the creation Dan is not available here." When he finished speaking, he didn't return the jade pendant, but directly put it into his storage bag. "Huh?" Lu Ran eyes glared. "Nima, the creation of the Dan did not, but you returned the jade pendant. Isn't this open robbery?" Fortunately, the woman said immediately after, "Things like the creation Dan are so precious that no one in the heavenly Tarantine state can afford it, so there are no reserves, but since you brought the life-slaying blood jade, naturally it's going to be exchanged for you, and I'll have someone from the central state transfer it, but it'll take 3 days to cross the sea of endlessness." 3 days. Lu Ran was a little disgruntled though. He had long been in a hurry to roar, but right now it would take 3 more days to get it. Although it is understandable, after all, the endless sea cannot fly, can only rely on the boat. 3 days to and from the central state also reasonable. There was no way. Lu Ran could only nod his head and said, "Yes, 3 days right. Won't cheat me in the end? After all, things you have taken away." The words just fell. Swish! The woman appeared in front of Lu Ran in a flash, and one of her hands had already pinched Lu Ran's neck. "Say fight." Lu Ran was shocked. "I just asked a normal question, and you just lock my throat and choke me? This is also too overbearing." It's a dark store. Almost subconsciously, he wanted to use the Chenkuan error. But the woman did not seem to have a murderous intent. He just looked at Lu Ran coldly, then snorted out a laugh and said lazily, "My brother is really good at joking. The reputation of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce can't be faked. My name is Yi Hongi. After 3 days, you can come and find me, and the creation pill will naturally be given to you." When he finished, he let go of his hand. In that instant, Lu Ran felt it. The fleeting hint of aura that almost pressed down on Lu Ran's soul and shook him, leaving him breathless. This Yi Hongi, her strength was all at least in the Mahayana realm. "By the way, what's your name, brother?" Yi Hongi asked. "Lu Ran." Lu Ran said casually. However, Yi Hongi didn't seem to care about the name of Qin Wuyao beside Lu Ran. "All right, you two can do as you please. 3 days later, come to me to get the creation pill." Yi Hongi waved his hand and said, "That's a straight-up eviction?" Lu Ran was still a bit confused. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Moreover, on this trip up here, the creation Dan that I wanted was not obtained, and the jade pendant was still missing, so if I left empty-handed, would I really not disown the account when the time came? Although he was worried in his heart, Lu Ran really had no choice. Can't beat it. Unable to do anything else, Lu Ran could only bid farewell to Qin Wuyao, leaving the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce as quickly as he came. After Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao left the room, Yi Hongyi rejoined the sofa and with a flip of her wrist, the jade pendant reappeared in her hand. At the same time, in the darkness of the room, a silhouette slowly emerged, also a woman, wearing a black neon dress, with black hair and black pupils, and an overall mysterious and condensed aura. She stood respectfully beside the woman and refilled her wine. Then he asked, "Little Lord, that creation Dan." Yi Hongyi said, "The third piece is up. I didn't expect this piece to be obtained so smoothly. It's also considered an unexpected fortune. In contrast, the district's creation Dan is not worth mentioning. Send someone to the central state to transfer one over." "Yes," the woman in black nodded. "That Lu Ran just now, what do you think?" Yi Hongyi asked as she played with the jade pendant in her hand. The woman in black sulked for a few seconds. Opening his mouth, he said, "Born with an extinct vein, but able to reach a cultivation level of late peak harmonization spirit. It's very strange, moreover. There's also a magic treasure from the ancient times in its body. It seems to be a sword pellet used by sword cultivators. It's extremely high in quality, and I'm unable to see through it." Words. Yi Hongyi laughed. "More than that, he also possesses sword intent, and more than one kind." The woman in black froze and looked at Yi Hongyi in surprise. This one she didn't notice. Moreover, even with their status and insight, it was still the first time that they knew that someone could possess more than one type of sword intent. Plus, Lu Ran himself was still born with an extinct vein. Quirky little guy. Can pay more attention to it. Such a person appeared in the sky-dropping prefecture. I don't know what he's up to. Yi Hongyi said casually. "I'll keep an eye out." The woman in black nodded. At this time, Lu Ran did not know that the burnt-out shopkeeper had already taken an interest in him. And with just one glance, he saw through Lu Ran's bit of hidden stuff, and even discovered the ancient sword pill. This was definitely not something that the Mahayana realm could do. At this time, Lu Ran had already re-entered the street with Qin Wuyao. "Originally, I had planned to find an inn to stay at first and wait for 3 days, but not much farther down the street." Beside her, Qin Wuyao suddenly lowered her voice and exclaimed, "Holy Lord, there's still Chu Tianjiao." "Oh?" Lu Ran looked up. Not far away, a group of people wearing white cloaks were leading Lu Qinghe, Zhu Shaluo, and Chu Tianjiao, quickly walking through the crowd. 102. Chapter 102. Lu Ran is really funny. 102. How did Chu Tianjiao get brought to Tianji Prefecture so quickly? Aren't the days still up? Lu Ran asked in surprise. "I don't know either, but the Qingzhou ship we were on before, and the Qingzhou Holy Maiden was brought over. It seems like the time has been brought forward," Qin Wuyao said doubtfully. Originally, he thought that the Holy Maiden of Qingzhou and the Holy Maiden of Xiaozhou were brought to the sky-dropping prefecture at different times. But now it seemed that they weren't. Rather, the time was brought forward. In that case, they should be preparing to go to the shogunate, but why don't they fly? Instead, they chose to walk. Lu Ran asked again. Qin Wuyao certainly didn't know either. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo were both in the Mahayana realm, and the people from the Elder Council who were responsible for leading the way were at least in the Mahayana realm. Other than that, it's all transfiguration. But instead of choosing to fly, they walked? What kind of operation is this? Qin Wuyao mused. Is it possible that this Tongtian city prohibits flying? After we came in, it seems like we didn't see any cultivators flying in the air. They should be passing through Tongtian city and have to come to Tongtian city to do something and leave afterward. If Tongtian city prohibits flights, this would be a good explanation. It had to be said that, to say intelligent, it had to be Qin Wuyao. Lu Ran looked up. Tongtian city was so big and there were many cultivators who could fly, but the sky was clean and dry. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao had flown outside the city with the intention of walking into the city to carpet search the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. So they did not pay attention to this. If the ban on flying was true, and the two of them flew into the city at that time, it was only because someone would have to stop them immediately. It was sort of a mistake not to violate the rules of Tongtian city. This reminded Lu Ran of the Deqian dynasty back then, when he and Qin Wuyao flew to the Deqian dynasty to find the Deqian dynasty to ask for the ancient wine. The Deqian dynasty also banned flights. Sure enough, when the city is big, there's just a lot of going on. Let's go. Let's follow them over and take a look. Lu Ran murmured. Qin Wuyao looked at Lu Ran and nodded. Lu Ran was still a guest minister of Jiuli, and Chu Tianjiao was the holy daughter of Jiuli, so it was naturally inexcusable for Lu Ran to do so. Moreover, the most crucial thing is that this Lu Ran has that kind of weird and unpredictable means of running away, and really dares to do anything. Because you don't have to worry about the consequences, you can always run away. After making up their minds, the two of them trailed the Elder Council's group all the way to the south gate. On the way, they stopped in front of a building on another street corner in the center of town. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo as well as Chu Tianjiao were brought inside, while the rest of them stood guard outside. After a short wait, the three came out. Surprisingly, they had changed their clothes, and like the group of elders, they all wore white cloaks. The most obvious one was Chu Tianjiao, although she had also changed into a white cloak. Her style was obviously different from the others, so it was probably a style unique to the Holy Maiden. This Elders' Council is also too perverted, to have so many beautiful saintesses sent over, and before sending them in, they have to change into specific clothes? Uniform temptation, this is. Lu Ran muttered. And the building just now is presumably a branch of the Elder Council or something like that. Uniform? Seduction? What does that mean? How can a uniform seduce? Qin Wuyao was confused. Perhaps in Qin Wuyao's view, uniforms were just standardized clothing, merely representing a specification, and could not be tied to seduction. Lu Ran scratched his head awkwardly and said, "It's nothing. They're going to the south gate. We'll follow them there." It was a good thing that Qin Wuyao did not dwell on this issue much. Soon, the Elder Council's team came out from the South City Gate. Directly opposite the South City Gate all the way south, you can get straight to the shogunate, and it's not particularly far away. Qin Wuyao's earlier guess was correct. Tongtian City prohibited flights, and after the Elder Council's people brought Lu Qinghe's trio out from the South City Gate, they directly threw out a strangely shaped magic treasure, as if it was a boat that had been stretched into a long strip, metallic in color, with light flowing from it. Then all of them stood up, and then rushed up to the sky. The speed was extremely fast towards the shogunate. Lu Ran was taken aback and exchanged a glance with Qin Wuyao. Lu Ran said in a deep voice, "Interrupt them. At this speed, they will soon head to the shogunate, and by then, Chu Tianjiao will be handed over." The strength of the Elder Council was unfathomable. Even if Lu Ran reached the Mahayana realm, he was not qualified to go against the Elder Council for the time being. Then the odds are that Chu Tianjiao will mail it. So it has to be intercepted halfway. Although it was very risky, after all, that person leading the way was at least in the Mahayana realm. But right now, there's no other way. After making up their minds, the two maneuvered their magic treasures and didn't dare to directly follow them. This was still the range of Tongtian City, and the Elder Council was spread out here, so if something happened, it would be too timely for the Elder Council to support with reinforcements. So the two were flying almost close to the ground. The speed was raised to the extreme before it could catch up with the other party's footsteps, and this was still the result of the other party not rushing with all their might. Both sides chased after each other with extremely fast speeds, and soon came to the open area of the wilderness. "This place is just fine," Lu Ran muttered. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. In the meantime, the people from the Elder Council above who were maneuvering their magic treasures in flight also noticed the abnormality. Looking back down, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao, who were flying close to the ground, were visible at a glance. But he didn't really care. It's not unusual to come across someone flying through the air in the wild. But just the next second, rustle of skirts. The duo, who were flying close to the ground below, suddenly pulled up in their direction and rushed towards them. The leading man's brows furrowed, and his first reaction was surprisingly huffy. And it wasn't that he was in a hurry to escape. Instead, he directly stopped and stood on top of the magic treasure, coldly looking at Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao. Could be ego. After all, this was the Sky-Dropping Prefecture, and the Sky-Dropping Prefecture Elder Council, this entire Sky-Dropping Prefecture was their territory. In the Celestial Tarantine state, when they say one, no one dares to say two. For someone to go against the Elder Council is a death wish. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao were also a bit stunned, not expecting the other party to stop. As for the Lu Qinghe trio, they were taken aback after seeing the visitor. Lu Ran. Yo-yo. The two men's faces changed drastically. Unexpectedly, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao were actually in the Sky-Dropping Prefecture as well. However, when they boarded the ship, they did not see these two people. How did they get to the Celestial Vault? At the same time, Tongtian City, Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. Yi Hongyi, who was nestled on the sofa, suddenly stared at her eyes and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already standing at the top of the towering gates of the South City Gate, with a cup of wine in his hand, sipping it slowly. looking at Lu Ran's direction as if watching a spectacle. Although Lu Ran's figure could no longer be seen by normal sight at this distance, Yi Hongyi's eyes seemed to be able to cross space. Immediately after, two streams of light, one black and one white, shot past the mountains on the right side of Tongtian City. The direction of the target is also the direction of Lu Ran. Yi Hongyi's eyes lit up violently. Surprised. Heavenly demon? Ancient demon? I really did not see wrong, Lu Ran, this little guy, when it is really interesting. Chapter 103. Chapter 103 Lu Ran's big brother friend. 103. 9 heavens above. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao faced the Elder Council. Not counting the 3 Lu Qinghe, there were a total of 7 people in the Council of Elders. 6 of them were transformation spirits, Lu Ran could tell, the man in the lead, however, Lu Ran could not sense the other's realm. However, judging from the intensity of the breath, it is similar to Lu Qinghe Zhu Sha Luo, which is estimated to be a Mahayana. In that case, it's even easier. As long as Lu Qinghe and Zhu Sha Luo were willing to help, suppressing the Mahayana and taking away Chu Tianjiao would be simple. There was no need to even move the Chenquan error to run away. Lu Ran didn't want to use the Chenquan error until he had to, because this sky-drooping state is too weird. Chenquan Rong was randomly teleported, and if he accidentally teleported to the Endless Sea, he would be embarrassed. Even if he teleported to one of the landmasses in the Endless Sea like last time, it would be useless. Those small islands in the Endless Sea were similarly restricted by laws that prevented the use of spiritual energy. Although Lu Ran could control the scale demon, hell knows if there was a scale demon in the place he teleported to. Therefore, it was best not to take risks easily, and to be able to achieve your goal without using the Chenquan error. And right now the situation seems to have a good chance to avoid delays that could lead to other surprises. Lu Ran directly shouted to Lu Qinghe and Zhu Sha Luo, "Two holy lords, help us out. Let's take Chu Tianjiao away." This? Lu Qinghe and Zhu Sha Luo's faces immediately turned ugly. The habits they had developed over time made them very afraid of the sky-dropping state. Disobeying the orders of the celestial Tarantine state can only result in death. Therefore, Chu Tianjiao was still sent over, as had been the case for all generations of saints. Moreover, this is still the sky Tarantine state. To go against the sky tree state here, to take the holy maiden away at the entrance of the shogunate. How can this end? If you can't leave the sky Tarantine state in a short period of time, won't you become a turtle in a jar? Lu Qinghe, Chu Tianjiao is also considered to be brought up by you? Are you willing to send it over to the Elder Council like this? Lu Ran saw Lu Qinghe's hesitation and said. Lu Qinghe's expression instantly became ugly. The Chu Tianjiao that he brought up from a young age, he didn't give up either. But this was meant to be an order from the sky tree state, and could not be disobeyed. Even if he were to forcibly leave Chu Tianjiao behind, when the Elders' Council took offense, not only Lu Qinghe, but the entire Jiuli sacred land would have to be wiped out. Without the Jiuli sacred ground, the Elders' Council of the Heavenly Tree Town Prefecture could casually come up with another sacred ground to use to cultivate the sacred maiden. They didn't care about the life and death of a holy place. That's just a tool of the Presbyterian Church to develop the Virgin. Chu Tianjiao stood in the middle of Lu Qinghe and Zhu Sha Luo, staring blankly at Lu Ran. Her friendship with Lu Ran was not deep, and there were not many opportunities for contact, so she did not expect Lu Ran to come to her aid, going against the Presbyterian Church for her at a critical time. What's more, it was unexpected that Qin Wuyao, who had been fighting with her since she was a child, had also come with Lu Ran. She had despaired when she set foot in the Tarantula state. However, as a holy maiden, she had known her fate since she was a child and had not resisted too much after all. She was carrying the lives of all the people in the Jiuli Holy Land behind her. It was something she was born to accomplish, destined to do. But who would want to die, to face the unknown fear that the elders would bring, if they could live? Because until now, Chu Tianjiao didn't even know what the Elder Council was using the Holy Maiden for. It would still be easiest to just die instead. I'm afraid that the purpose is not pure, and in the end, I can't beg for my life and I can't beg for my death. Instead, the lead man came back to his senses at this point. In a cold voice, he said, "So that's how it is. It seems that you guys are in cahoots." Then the other 3 saintesses, "I'm afraid that it's not an accident as you said, but rather that you guys are joining together to attempt to swindle the Elder Council. You guys are so bold. Anam, quick slick up." The words just fell. A long sword suddenly appeared in Lu Qinghe's hand, and from behind the man, he stabbed towards his dantian area, but I didn't expect it. When, with a crunching sound, The sword, after all, did not cause any substantial damage to the man. It was blocked by the man with a special body armor. One couldn't even sense the fluctuation of spiritual energy generated by the man's precious armor protecting his master. Lu Qinghe froze. Beside Zhu Luo also reacted quickly. Immediately pulling Chu Tianjiao turned around to leave the man's side. But the man just sneered. The eyes watched the trio's actions but did not react. Then, the three of them, Lu Qinghe, understood why the man was so certain. They simply couldn't get out of the range of this magic treasure under the man's feet. Although it looked like a slender ship, it was surprisingly protected by a boundary itself. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. You can't leave. I'll report this matter to the Elder Council as a matter of fact for determination, the man said in a cold voice. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao looked dumbfounded. This was a scene he wasn't expecting. This man's magic treasure even had a boundary protection. What's the deal? And just as Lu Ran was thinking, the man had extended a hand. Faintly, he said, "And you too, being useless to the shogunate, shall die." Having said that, the buzz, a golden halo exploded violently, transforming into a golden lion in the air, with highly condensed spiritual energy, roaring towards the two to destroy them, intending to directly blast Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao, the two small minions of the transformation spirit. Lu Ran frowned. He couldn't fight against the Mahayana realm. This is a move that I know can't be done just by looking at this stance. This trip, did it just fail in a blur? But what can be done? Wanting to break through the boundary to reach Chu Tianjiao currently seems impossible. Although Lu Qinghe and Zhu Luo could help, they didn't seem to be able to cause much disturbance to the man when they were around him. The combat power of the Elder Council's Mahayana realm was estimated to be enough to crush a Mahayana realm like Lu Qinghe and Zhu Luo, who came from a poor countryside. Damn! Forget about this wave. Lu Ran was helpless, planning to run away with Qin Wuyao. As a guest secretary of Zhou, it is a favor to help, and there is no way to help. But just then, the mutation was sudden. On him, quick slick up. Two figures, one black and one white, violently appeared in front of Lu Ran. Knock! In the loud sound that shook the sky, the golden lion was shattered alive in front of the two men and dissipated into thin air. And these two, unharmed. Lu Ran was startled and snapped his eyes to the duo. The young girl on the left, with a petite figure, was covered in black demonic aura tumbling over her body. I don't know if it was Lu Ran's illusion, but after the young girl appeared, the ancient sword pill in his body actually began to turn warm. The other, with a slender figure, was colorful long hair casually draped behind her. White and green demonic power condensed but not dispersed, setting off the woman's floating and dusty appearance. Lu Ran stared at the woman's back for half a day and surprisingly felt incomparably familiar, seemed to have seen it somewhere. However, Lu Ran was under the impression that he hadn't crossed paths with the demon race and didn't know any incarnated demons. These two big shots, they're here to help me? A ray of hope rose in Lu Ran's heart. The Chengquan error that he was pinching also fell apart. The elder councilman's eyes stared at the two uninvited guests as he could feel that these two were very strong. As for Lu Qinghe and Zhu Luo, as well as Chu Tianjiao, seeing these two come out, they were ruthlessly relieved. Great Lu Ran's big brother friend is here. 104. Chapter 104 Dao Fate Jade. 104. The man stared at the two women who had suddenly appeared, somewhat puzzled as to what these two were doing. Fong had shattered his attack so easily, the strength of these two people was bound to be not weak. Moreover, these two were not human cultivators. One of them had a monstrous demonic aura, and the other had a demonic aura churning. How did the demon race and the devil race appear in the sky-dropping prefecture at the same time? For the sake of insurance, the man immediately moved his thoughts, and the magic treasure under his seat was about to run with a whoosh. Lu Ran wants to kill you, you can't leave. Xiaoyu Ling said indifferently, then swept out in a violent flash. Lan Ji skimmed her lips and said, "In that case, I'll contribute as well." After saying that, she fiercely stretched out a small hand, and the moment the small white hand was stretched out, it erupted with monstrous demonic power, condensing into a huge demonic hand in front of her body, and fiercely grasping the man's magic treasure. Let the other person act as he did. But he couldn't break free. Xiaoyu Ling had also come to the front by now, gazing at the man and glancing at Lu Qinghe's several people, then stretching out a hand. Without a word, the sharp claws swung out immediately. Click! The boundary attached to the man's seat's magic treasure was instantly torn open with a huge gash. The man's face changed greatly. The magic treasure was shackled by Lanji, unable to break free. He could not care about the magic treasure and the holy maiden at this time. He directly jumped out in a flash, transformed into streams of light, and flew towards the shogunate. But in front of Su Yuling and Lanji, how could he possibly run away? Su Yuling's eyes looked at the man indifferently. Then her figure flickered and disappeared as well. It appeared almost immediately after the man. The man's face changed greatly. This demon race was so fast. Together with the previous scene of tearing apart the magic treasure boundary with one claw, little cutie. All could see that this demon race and devil race too were not to be messed with. I am a person from the Heavenly Pendant Prefecture Elders Council. If you dare to touch me, in this Heavenly Pendant Prefecture, will you still be alive? The man yelled. Brace yourself for defense at the same time. But it was useless. This threat to Su Yuling was something he completely ignored. Sound of escaping laughter. The body-shielding astral chi and the original body-shielding treasure armor on the man's body were completely useless. Su Yuling pierced through the man's dantian with one hand, and under the impact of the demonic power, everything within the dantian was destroyed and twisted into pieces. The man's expression of fear froze on his face. His eyes gradually laxed, and his life breath rapidly drained away. Su Yuling didn't even look at the man's corpse and folded back. The ones that were still left on the original magic treasure at the Transformation God Realm were casually decimated by Lu Ran. This wave, it's kind of a successful interception. Lu Ran looked at Lanji curiously, and the fluctuations of the sword pill in his body became more pronounced. Lanji turned around and grinned at Lu Ran, saying, "Finally we meet. Hello Lu Ran. My name is Lanji." Lu Ran could certainly see that Lanji was from the demon race, but he's never had any dealings with the demons. Yet Lanji in front of her seemed to be very familiar with Lu Ran. And right at that moment, before Lu Ran could figure out the situation, the demon race also came back and appeared in front of Lu Ran. At this moment, Su Yuling was surprisingly a bit rushed. Looking at Lu Ran, her eyes dark and her head slightly lowered. Lu Ran, however, recognized it at once. Even though she had now become a demon, even though her head was full of green silk that had turned white, even though her demonic power was monstrous, and even though her temperament had changed drastically, that face was still familiar. Master!
Su Yuling.
Lu Ran was startled. He never expected that the demon race in front of him would be Su Yuling. How is this possible? When the great Luo sword sect was destroyed and Su Yuling descended the mountain with her strength, there was nothing wrong with spending her life as a casual cultivator. But no matter what, it was impossible to get involved with the demon race. Not to mention that today's Su Yuling had monstrous demonic power. Its cultivation even exceeded the Mahayana realm. What exactly happened in between Lu Ran was completely confused. Qin Wuyao, on the other hand, exclaimed as if she had thought of something. "You're the heavenly demon that appeared in D Wasteland behind the ancient bronze gate." Su Yuling nodded and said, "It's me." Qin Wuyao mused. No wonder. No wonder that when so many demon kings rushed out of the swift copper gate, none of them made a move against Lu Ran. It was also your authorization, wasn't it? Su Yuling nodded again, but her eyes were always on Lu Ran. Lanji on the side seemed to have analyzed something and asked curiously, "So, you weren't a demon before? Rather, you were of the human race? But as of now, you don't seem to have a human bloodline anymore." The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Su Yuling was shaken, her face a little pale, but she still nodded. Lu Ran stared blankly at Su Yuling. How could he not connect the her in front of him with that Su Yuling from the Deluo sword sect back then? "Why did you become what you are now?" Lu Ran asked. 10 years ago, I found out that you were born with an extinct vein and had searched around for a way to break it. Su Yuling said. This was something that Su Yuling's maid had talked about back then. But even that maid didn't know that Su Yuling had found a way in the first place. She found that ancient scroll and a sealed demon bloodline by chance. As long as he replaced his human bloodline with a demon bloodline and entered the D Wasteland, he would be able to obtain the supreme treasure that allowed Lu Ran to reshape his meridians. The Tao Edge Jade. After saying that, Su Yuling spread out her palm, and a blue-textured yin-yang twin fish jade appeared in her palm. Taoist rhythms twined around it, and the strong ancient aura caused the surrounding space to distort slightly. Lan Ji's originally scattered face instantly froze, looking incredulously at Su Yuling. Subconsciously, he said, "I can't believe you." However, when the words came to her mouth, Lan Ji paused, and then looked at Lu Ran, and finally did not continue. Lu Ran was also dumbfounded that Su Yuling ended up giving up her human bloodline for him. Deep into the D wasteland, I do not know with what method to obtain this Tao marginal jade, the process Lu Ran, although I do not know, but can reshape the meridian of the supreme treasure. I think the method of obtaining it will never be simple. The Tao Edge Jade can not only reshape your meridians and solve the problem of the extinct vein you were born with, but it also contains the power of the ancient heavenly Tao laws, which will allow you to cultivate in the future and make it simpler. Su Yuling said. Then he handed it to Lu Ran. Lu Ran felt his heart clogged at this moment. He did not reach out to pick it up, shaking his head and saying, "It's too expensive, I can't accept it." Su Yuling froze, then anxiously said, "Why don't you take it? This is what I owe you. You were brought up by me since childhood. If it wasn't for me in the first place, you wouldn't have had to suffer for 10 years in the Dallas Sword Sect, and it will solve the problem of the extinct vein you were born with." But the truth was that what Lu Ran was most entangled in was not being born with an extinct vein. With the wine sword immortal system, he didn't need to cultivate at all. A casual sip of wine is worth years of hard work. So what's the point of having meridians? Instead, Su Yuling had gone to such an extent for him, and Lu Ran's heart was very unfavorable. What you owe me was paid off on the day the great Luo sword sect was destroyed, Lu Ran said in a deep voice. Then without waiting for Su Yuling's reaction, he said, "Now we count ourselves as friends. It's not advisable to stay here for long. The Council of Elders should soon realize that something is wrong. Let's leave here first." 105. Chapter 105, Friend or Foe. 105. It didn't take long for the elders to arrive at the location where they had fought just now. Several men in white cloaks made the rounds. Then in unison, they arched their hands to one of the old men who was also wearing a white cloak and said, "Third elder, someone has robbed the Holy Maiden. It should be the Holy Maiden of the Summer State, Chu Tianjiao. They have registered in Tongtian City, the 4 holy lands of the Summer State. They have only sent 1 Holy Maiden. The exact cause is yet to be known." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a deep voice, "There is only one left, and it can't be wasted in the Sky Tarantine Prefecture. There is still someone who dares to go against our Elder Council. Find them." Several men immediately nodded in response. The old man then continued, "Qingzhou's ship was found abandoned in the Endless Sea, but the people on it are dead. Have you found out any clues?" Several men looked at me and I looked at you. Their faces were all very ugly. Obviously it wasn't checked to set up then results. However, one of the men still tried. The Scale Demon's aura was found on that ship, and it seems that the Scale Demon slaughtered everyone, but for some reason, the Scale Demon sent the ship to the vicinity of the Sky Tarantine Prefecture. That old man's eyes were also puzzled. The Scale Demon clan was their biggest obstacle in the Endless Sea, but there had been no effective way to deal with the Scale Demon. The laws of the Endless Sea gave them a great headache. No matter how high and powerful their cultivation was, they could not exert their strength in the Endless Sea. The grudge with the Scale Demon was also never resolved. "Continue investigating. If we can't find out the results, I can't explain on the Grand Elder's side. The consequences should be clear to you," the third elder said in a deep voice. Same time, between the mountains of the Sky Tarantine Prefecture, the trees were thick in the sky, and beside a lake in the dense forest, Lu Ran and the others were resting here. "Since we have already chosen to go against the Heavenly Tarantine Prefecture, the Summer Prefecture will definitely not be able to return, and we can't stay here for a long time. We must leave as soon as possible," Lu Qinghe said worriedly. "As for where to go, who knows? If the Elders' Council of the Heavenly Pendant State wanted to find them, even if they ran to other states, it didn't seem to help." At that moment, Lan Ji said, "Of course it's going to Central State." Central State? None of the people present knew anything about the Middle Kingdom. "After going to the Central State, you don't have to worry about the Elder Council?" Zhu Sha Luo asked. 10,000 years ago, this Heavenly Pendant State didn't exist. I don't know when it emerged, but this kind of upstart who dares to be arrogant in other states will definitely be honest when he goes to the Central State, which is full of great people, and is not something a mere Elders' Council is qualified to run amok," Lan Ji said. Of course, this was all still Lan Ji's impression of the pattern of the 9 states 10,000 years ago. What exactly is going on today is anyone's guess. But for now, it does seem like Central State is the way to go. "We can't leave yet." Lu Ran spoke up and interrupted their deliberations. "Stay to get everyone's attention." Lu Ran continued, "The Elder Council should have sensed our existence, and the various ports are bound to be closely scrutinized, so in a short time we can't go." At those words, the faces of all the people were ugly. Chu Tianjiao asked. Could it be that we're just sitting around waiting to die? Sooner or later, the Elder Council will find us. Lu Ran responded, wait 3 days. After 3 days, I will take you out of here. As for the method, it was probably known only to Qin Wuyao alone, and that was through the scale demon. Lu Ran, who could manipulate the scale demon, didn't need to go to the harbor, just find a beach in the endless sea. He could let the scale demon help to cross the endless sea to the central state. Moreover, the Sea of Endlessness had a law restriction. No matter how arrogant the Elders' Council was, when they arrived at the Sea of Endlessness, they would be held to death by Lu Ran. And Lu Ran certainly couldn't leave now. The Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce still owed him a creation dan, so what a pity to leave just like that. He still had to get the creation pill and advance to the Mahayana realm before he could do so. The crowd looked at each other, not quite understanding what the significance of Lu Ran's 3-day wait was. There was no telling what Lu Ran could do to take everyone away after 3 days. At that moment, Lan Ji suddenly came up. To Lu Ran, he said, as long as you do as I say and I help you destroy that Elder Council, won't you have nothing to worry about? Lu Ran glanced at Lan Ji. From the time Lan Ji appeared in until now, Lu Ran still didn't know what this guy was looking for him for. Although Lu Ran could detect some sort of connection between the ancient sword pill and Lan Ji, he had tried several times and failed to study it. At this moment, when Lan Ji said so, Lu Ran simply asked directly, what do you mean? What do I do? Lan Ji laughed, said, ancient sword pill recognizes you as the master. At first I was sealed by the ancient sword pill in the 10,000 swords graveyard. And now, although I am free from the trap, but in the ancient sword pill, a large amount of my magical power is sealed. You only need to release the magical power back to me. The District Elders Council, I'll help you to kill it. After all, Lan Ji was an ancient demon from 10,000 years ago, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Ancient gods and demons battlefield human race have not been able to kill Lan Ji, but instead sealed her for 10,000 years. So it can be seen that even among the ancient demons, Lan Ji's strength is also a leader. But Lu Ran was no cutie pie, and wouldn't trust a demon so easily. Even if a large amount of Lan Ji's magic power was sealed in the ancient sword pill, what if Lu Ran did as he was told and Lan Ji turned around and slapped Lu Ran to death? Rather, through Lan Ji's mere words, Lu Ran probably understood. This Lan Ji, unable to extract magic power from the ancient sword pill on its own, had to be released through the owner of the ancient sword pill in order to do so. Otherwise, she also had the ability to kill Lu Ran and take the sword pill. Thinking this way, Lu Ran immediately relaxed a lot, smilingly looked at Lan Ji and said, there is no hurry. You are an enemy or a friend I do not know for the time being. Say it later. You! Lan Ji's face snapped. He hated his guts, but he could do nothing about Lu Ran. I can only insist. I have no grievances with you. You help me a hand. I also help you a hand. We do not owe each other. Why not be happy? Moreover, it was you who saved me out. In my favor, don't worry. I won't do anything to you. Lu Ran skimmed his lips and said, tell me more. Comes down to not trusting Lan Ji. Lu Ran wouldn't take the risk easily either. It caused Lan Ji to be very helpless nowadays. Although she could crush the Mahayana realm, she was incredibly weak, even less than 1% of her peak battle power. This made Lan Ji's heart very unsettled. 10,000 years of suppression, it was not easy to get out of the trap. If the strength is not yet recovered before, was screwed, then how suffocating it must be. So Yu Ling on the side never interjected and just looked at Lu Ran, probably calculating in her heart how to get Lu Ran to accept the Dao Fate Jade that she had gotten at great cost. That was Su Yu Ling's obsession. Shogun's Council of Elders at this time. The environment here was extremely harsh, with countless long dragons of lightning ravaging the earth, but they were unable to cause any damage to the Elder Council's complex. In front of one of the great halls, all the other saintesses from the other states were brought over. Only the saintess from the summer state was missing. The Presbyterians responsible for bringing them here were gathered outside in what looked like a large white cloak. A man at the very front swept his eyes at the holy maidens of the states behind him and turned to look at the great hall. Bowing, he respectfully said, Great Elder, the holy maidens of all the states have been brought here. But the holy maiden of the summer state and the holy maiden of the green state had an accident, and we are investigating. 106. Chapter 106 3 days time. 106. After waiting for a while, there was no reply from within the great hall, but the two huge stone doors opened with a kala. The disciples outside breathed a sigh of relief. Looking toward the warbling saintesses of the various states before him, he said, Go in. Without exception, all of these saint maidens were at the god transformation realm, and one by one, their faces were pale and their delicate bodies trembled. Before they came to the celestial pendant state, they all knew what their fate would be. It had also long been rumored that all holy maidens sent to the heavenly pendant state were dead, but no one ever knew what manner of death it would be. It's this fear of the unknown that torments people the most. One of the holy maidens couldn't hold on any longer and fiercely clenched her teeth, raising a hand with highly compressed spiritual energy in the palm of her hand and slapping it directly at her own small abdominal dantian. She was going to kill herself. Snap! A crunching sound came from the palm covering the flat belly, but that holy woman herself was unharmed. She froze and looked at her hand, only to realize that the highly compressed spiritual energy from earlier had dissipated at some point, and at this time, she was unable to use the spiritual energy in her body. Immediately afterward, all of the holy women suddenly shook their bodies, each with lax eyes and no consciousness, as if they were walking corpses, and walked into the main hall in unison. A few elders looked at this scene and glanced at each other with somewhat pale faces, then gritted their teeth and followed them in. Although they were also members of the Elders' Council with heavenly strength, they were still frightened in front of the Grand Elder. The hall was pitch black, and after the holy women came in, they stood there in unison, motionless, as if they had all become puppets. A few elders crossed the crowd and walked at the front, heads bowed. The second elder arched his hand and said, "Great Elder, the saints have all been brought, but the saints of the Xia and Qing states had accidents. The exact cause is being investigated. I believe it will be soon." Pong! Before the words were finished, the second elder's body exploded in place. A few other elders around him were sprayed with broken flesh and plasma, their faces pale with fear, their chests heaving violently. Within 3 days, find out the cause or else die. From the depths of the great hall, a fluttering voice came. It's hard to hear even if it's male or female, old or young. 3 days. Might be a little bit of a tight time frame because as of right now we're still… Pong! Without even finishing his words, that elder's body exploded in place right after him, without any sign at all, completely unable to sense the signs of attack, just so noiselessly. No matter how strong your body is, how many magic treasures you have, without exception, direct death. The remaining few elders turned pale. In unison he shouted, 3 days! We will definitely find out. After saying that, a few elders desperately swallowed their saliva, groveling and not daring to raise their heads, and bean-sized beads of sweat clattered down. It was only a few seconds later that a voice came from the depths of the great hall. Go! A few elders were like amnesties and carefully exited the hall, and when they came out, their entire backs were wet with cold sweat. Every time he faced the Grand Elder, the fear that came from the depths of his soul was simply like the dome of the sky collapsing, leaving one breathless. But there was nothing they could do, not even to flee. Those holy women were puppets, and how could they, the seemingly scenic members of the Council of Elders, be any different? Check. The holy maidens of the 2 holy lands were not sent over. If we don't find out the reason, you all know what will happen. We must find out, the third elder said with an ugly face. Other side. Several of Lu Ran's men were still waiting in the jungle. For 3 days, Lu Ran didn't dare to continue drinking. The Council of Elders will come to the door at any time. Lu Ran at this juncture if he is hungover. He can't even use the Chenkuan error, in case he is GA dropped in his sleep. That's the bitterness. Moreover, they had to suppress and conceal their breath at all times, without the slightest leakage. The others had no choice but to accompany Lu Ran and wait. Su Ling was unconcerned about where she was, or her own safety, and was only calculating how to get Lu Ran to accept the Dao Edge Jade. Lan Ji, on the other hand, searched for Lu Ran 3 times to release the magic power in the ancient sword pill so that she could recover her cultivation. At this point in her cultivation, Lan Ji always felt unsafe. It was probably only this kind of demon clan from the ancient era that felt that it wasn't even safe enough to steadily press down on the Mahayana realm. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo, as well as Chu Tianjiao, these 3 were filled with thoughts of going to the central state and leaving this place. From now on there will be no more connection with the Skyledge state. That Julie Holy Land, Lu Qing, he never wanted to go back. Now that you've messed with the Skytree state, you're just waiting to die if you go back. The same goes for Jizaro, and Yaoqi doesn't want to go back. Qin Wuyao had always accompanied Lu Ran, and the fact that things had developed to this point was something Qin Wuyao had not expected. She didn't end up being sent to the Tarantula state, But things were far from settled. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Having messed with the sky-dropping prefecture, and now cowering at the foot of the sky-dropping prefecture, if the sky-dropping prefecture elder council found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. 3 days later, if there were no surprises, if that red leaf chamber of commerce wasn't swindling Lu Ran would be able to get his hands on the creation pill. But even so, Lu Ran, who had advanced to the Mahayana realm, was by no means a match for the elder council. The difference is just too great. Qin Wuyao was a bit confused, not knowing how she was going to get through this hurdle in the end. 3 days passed in a flash. Shogunate, several elders gathered together, their faces pale. For 3 days, they hadn't found out the slightest clue. Qingzhou's ship was sent back by the scale demon, but all the people on it were dead. There's no proof of death, and they have no idea what happened. Of course, regarding the ship in Qingzhou, they could account for it with the reason that the scale demon was overthrown. But what about Summerland? The 4 holy places in Xiaozhou, only one was sent over, and even so, it was halfway taken away. Even killed the Presbyterians. What kind of person has the nerve? Dare to act like this in the Skytree state? They were unable to find out any information up to now, and they didn't even have the slightest clue about the other party's trail. Of course there can't be. Lu Ran and the others hadn't moved in the past 3 days, hadn't shown their faces, and had hidden their breath. Unless they happened to pass between the mountains where Lu Ran and the others were, it was possible for them to meet up, otherwise it would never be possible to find them. The Sky Tarantine state was not too big, not too small, carpet searching. 3 days was simply not enough time. It's certain that at that time, at the scene, there were human cultivators, as well as demonic and devilish scents. Strange, the demonic race is far away in D Wasteland, and the devilish race was suppressed back to the 9 hells in the ancient times. What's going on with this now? One of the elders sighed and said, "It's useless to talk about that. If we can't catch anyone, there's no way for us to give an account. What can we do?" The other elders were all worried. They can't not go. Their lives are in the hands of the great elder. And at this point, the culprit Lu Ran had returned to Tongtian City, the red leaf chamber of commerce, alone and at top speed. Get the creation pill and you'll enter the Mahayana today. Cast the Dharma phase. Chapter 107. Chapter 107 10,000 Years of Ancient Wine. 107. On this trip, Lu Ran smoothly arrived at the top floor of the red leaf chamber of commerce. Yi Hongyi was still sitting on the soft sofa just like last time. When Lu Ran came in, Yi Hongyi was lazily sipping her wine. The aroma of the wine was strong, and Lu Ran didn't have much of a craving for wine even though he had the wine sword immortal system. However, when he smelled the fragrance of the wine, he still couldn't help but gulp. Good wine. Absolutely great wine. Yi Hongyi noticed Lu Ran's eyes and said smilingly, "Brother also likes to drink? Do you want to taste it?" At those words, Lu Ran shook his head like a rattle. Joking, the creation of the Dan has not yet got his hands on, but do not dare to eat and drink here if the way the creation of the Dan will be gone. He said directly, "It's been 3 days. I'm here to get something, the creation Dan." Yi Hongyi skimmed her mouth and said, "It's really unappreciative, sister, this good wine. You don't taste it, but you'll be very sorry, this wine. It is the Tai Do of all parties, may not be able to afford to drink it." Lu Ran didn't listen to her nonsense and just insisted, "I want the creation Dan." Yi Hongyi helplessly waved her hand and a small, somewhat ordinary-looking pill bottle appeared on the table. "Nuaw, this is what you want, arrived last night. I thought you would come to me last night, sister, but waited for you all night," Yi Hongyi said with charming eyes. "Leprechaun." Lu Ran muttered in his heart and took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the evil fire in his heart that had been stirred up by Yi Hongyi's 3 words. Taking a few steps forward, he took the pill bottle in his hand. Closer, the smell of that wine got even stronger. Lu Ran swallowed his saliva, looked at the medicine bottle in his hand, shook it and asked, "Is this really the creation pill? You wouldn't have taken an ordinary thing to bluff me, would you?" Yi Hongyi chimed in with a smile and said, "Don't you know if you try? Besides, if I wanted to bluff you, I would have kicked you out that day. How could I let you come back again? If you are so speculative about your sister's mind, she will be very sad." Lu Ran took a deep breath. Getting closer, the evil fire was harder to suppress. Yi Hongyi's body wafted out wisps of the unique body fragrance of a woman's body, causing Lu Ran's heart and liver to tremble. Never have I seen such an evil woman. Couldn't help but raise his head and was seeing Yi Hongyi's skirt slit, her bare legs swaying. Yi Hongyi noticed Lu Ran's eyes, and instead of feeling uncomfortable, she pushed her chest forward and sat up, showing her perfect body in front of Lu Ran. Lu Ran knew that Yi Hongyi was teasing her, but the restlessness in her heart could not be suppressed. He turned his head and was about to leave. "You really don't want to taste this fine wine of mine?" Yi Hongyi asked. Lu Ran paused in his steps and shook his head. "No need." "What? Afraid I'll poison you?" "Sister doesn't need to be that troublesome if she wants to harm you," Yi Hongyi said grudgingly. Lu Ran sniffed and thought about it for a moment. This Yi Hongyi's strength was unfathomable, and if he wanted to kill Lu Ran, he didn't need to prepare any poisonous wine. Thus, Lu Ran was bold enough to turn around directly and said, "That's fine. I'll taste it." "Oh?" Yi Hongyi did not expect Lu Ran to drop his guard again so quickly and was quite surprised. But still, he poured Lu Ran a glass of wine. The cups are small, just a tiny one. Lu Ran casually picked it up and looked at Yi Hongyi, then tilted his head and drank it all in one go. In an instant, Lu Ran heard a system prompt. "Drink 10,000 years of ancient wine and gain 8,000 years of cultivation." Huh? Lu Ran's eyes almost glazed over, almost wondering if he had heard wrong. He hurriedly opened the system panel to confirm. Sure enough, 10,000 years of ancient wine. Just this one cup goes down for 8,000 years. And that's just one cup. Lu Ran people were dumbfounded. Was the cultivation given by 10,000 years of ancient wine so exaggerated? A glass is 8,000 years old. What about a pot? At this time, in the wine pot in front of Yi Hongyi, it looked like there was still a small half pot, at least 5 or 6 more cups. Lu Ran's eyes were greedy beyond measure. If he could snatch it, tens of thousands of years of cultivation. He didn't expect that this Yi Hongyi was so generous and had nothing to do but drink here idly, drinking such an exaggeratedly good wine. What a waste. What a waste. You Yi Hongyi drink, in the end is a bubble of urine, what use, let me drink, that is a real cultivation ah. Lu Ran's eyes were red. He directly reached out and grabbed towards the wine pot, intending to get it the moment Shenkuan was wrong. Yi Hongyi definitely couldn't stop him. Unfortunately, just as Lu Ran reached out, Yi Hongyi sensed Lu Ran's purpose, and with a lift of her hand, the wine pot appeared in Yi Hongyi's hand. "Brother, don't be greedy for good wine. If you still want to drink it, come find sister anytime oh," Yi Hongyi said with a smile. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Lu Ran scratched his head awkwardly. Too bad. Too damn bad it wasn't grabbed. But since Yi Hongyi has this kind of wine, he may really have to come and look for Yi Hongyi more in the future. Idly dabbing a cup of wine, that's more than enough to make up for the other messy wine. Certainly not to mention practicing. And at the same time, the rewards from the cup of wine began to continuously ferry into Lu Ran's dantian. The spiritual energy of 8,000 years of cultivation continuously erupted within the dantian. Even though Lu Ran's dantian was as vast as a sea of oceans, this instantaneous outburst still felt like the dantian was swelling up. And that speed is still increasing. Lu Ran was a bit flustered. He had been at the peak of transformation spirit for quite some time. His dantian had long been saturated and overflowing, and now this glass of wine had made the overflow even worse. Lu Ran was worried that his dantian would not be able to withstand it and directly burst. Yi Hongyi in front of her seemed to have sensed something as well, and looked at Lu Ran's dantian suspiciously. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of starbursts flickering underneath them. With just one glance, he seemed to have seen through Lu Ran's dantian. Yi Hongyi was also confused and couldn't believe her eyes. Although the Lu Ran in front of him was only at the peak of the harmonized god realm, he had an exaggerated amount of spiritual energy within his dantian. And it was still skyrocketing at an insane rate. What kind of operation is this? So much spiritual energy, where did it come from? Increase your cultivation level at the drop of a hat? At this time, Lu Ran could not hold on any longer, and his complexion already had a slight pain. Thanks for the wine hospitality, farewell. After saying that, he didn't take the stairs anymore, and directly jumped out from the window, not caring whether Tongtian City let him fly or not, and directly turned into a stream of light and shuttled out. Almost instantly, a dozen or so cultivators rose up in the air within Tongtian City. It blocked Lu Ran's way. Bold. No one is allowed to fly within Tongtian City. A dozen or so cultivators stood in front of them. Lu Ran's eyes were a bit bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth and let out a loud cry, "Get out of the way!" These cultivators in front of them were ordinary Tongtian City guards, but each and every one of them was also at the goddess of transformation realm, and Lu Ran intended to directly suppress them. But at the critical moment, Yi Hongyi drifted in. To the dozen or so guards, he said, "My brother is leaving, and you want to stop him?" The dozen or so cultivators' faces changed drastically, and when they saw that it was Yi Hongyi, they hurriedly arched their hands and said, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, don't blame it on Yi Dongjia." When he finished, he went back in unison. Yet they still didn't know that Yi Hongyi had saved their lives by stepping in. Lu Ran looked at Yi Hongyi in surprise and said in a deep voice, "Many thanks." Then, with a blink in place, he disappeared. Chapter 108.108 Lu Ran's Mahayana Dharma Phase. 108. Lu Ran returned to the dense forest as fast as he could. Unable to even stabilize his body anymore, he smashed into the ground with a loud bang. At this time, Lu Ran was staggering, but it was not that the alcohol was coming up, that cup of 10,000 years old wine. The cultivation was given much, but the alcohol was not strong. Not so much as to give Lu Ran a hangover. It was just that the insanely growing spiritual energy within the dantian had reached the critical point that Lu Ran's dantian was able to accommodate. He felt swollen in the small of his back, as if he was going to explode at any moment. Sure enough, you can't drink alcohol. But he could not have imagined in any way that the wine that Yi Hongyi idly drank was actually 10,000-year-old ancient wine. As the Grand Master of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, Yi Hongyi came from the Central State and appeared in the bulletproof land of the Sky Tarantine State only to take a vacation. But he didn't expect that he happened to run into Lu Ran. The crowd was shocked to see Lu Ran in this state. "Lu Ran, how are you doing?" The first person who rushed to Lu Ran, besides Qin Wuyao, was Su Yuling. The worry on both faces was unmistakable. "It's fine. I'm going to break through," Lu Ran said through gritted teeth. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain, but he simply didn't have the heart to do so at the moment. He had originally hesitated whether to start breaking through immediately after obtaining the creation pill or to leave the Sky Tarantine Prefecture to head to the Central Prefecture to break through again. After all, the commotion of the breakthrough was certainly not small, and now that the Council of Elders was searching for them, it wouldn't be good to make a commotion. But right now, couldn't care less. Only with a breakthrough would the dantian expand to accommodate spiritual cultivation. After saying that, Lu Ran directly sat down on his knees and swallowed the creation pill in one gulp. At the same time, the massive Tao rhythm in his body, as if pulled by something, began to rapidly converge, fusing with the medicinal power of the creation pill, and quickly scrambled into Lu Ran's dantian. And the Yuaning within Lu Ran's dantian, along with his divine soul, unexpectedly began to dissipate in the process. But that is not a small matter. The ascent is reached, the God form and law are three in one, the divine soul communicates with the will of heaven and earth, gradually approaching the origin of the laws of heaven, the first glimpse of the doorway. It also possessed the ability to manipulate divine magic power, and the Mahayana Dharma phase was the most obvious manifestation of this. Communicating with heaven and earth with the divine soul, condensing the Mahayana Dharma phase according to the difference in the divine soul senses, and imperializing the power of the nine heavens' divine fury. At the same time, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth began to fluctuate wildly. That's a lot of movement. The faces of all the people sank. Suppress the aura of heaven and earth around you to avoid being discovered by the Elder Council. Everyone come together, Lu Qinghe murmured. The people looked at each other and their divine thoughts spread out. Working together to suppress the surrounding heaven and earth aura, the constantly tumbling and boiling heaven and earth aura only then subsided quite a bit. Lu Ran's aura grew stronger and stronger, and the barriers of the Mahayana realm grew more and more fragile under the combined impact of the creation pill and the Tao rhythm. Same time, Shogunate Council of Elders, several elders gathered in front of the main hall, trembling and not daring to squeak. And don't dare to go in. But things have to be faced. A few people looked at each other and gritted their teeth. The third elder took the lead with the intention of going in. But suddenly, they sensed something in general and turned their heads to the east. The clouds there rolled over and converged, and the aura of heaven and earth seemed disconnected from its surroundings. Even though Lu Qinghe and the others had vigorously suppressed it, the commotion of Lu Ran's breakthrough to the Mahayana realm was much greater than the commotion of their previous breakthroughs. It simply cannot be fully suppressed. With such a big commotion, Lu Ran being able to perceive the hexagonal sword tablet is enough to show that his divine soul perception is extremely powerful, but who knows what Dharma phase he will awaken in the end. Lu Qinghe said in shock. At the same time, the anticipation began to build. Lu Ran, this guy's talent was heaven-defying, and his Dharma phase could never be an ordinary Dharma phase. Presbyterian side. Several elders looked puzzled. It seems like someone is breaking through the Mahayana realm? But why is the commotion so great? It looks like there are still helpers helping him suppress the fluctuations of the heaven and earth aura around him. Could it be related to the gang that robbed the Holy Maiden earlier? It's possible. To break through the Mahayana realm so sneakily, there must be a ghost. A few elders looked at me and I looked at you, worrying that there was no scapegoat. Right now it just so happens that I don't know how to account for it either. Now that the anomaly has been discovered, it's only natural to take a look at it. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. If by luck it really was the culprit who had robbed the Holy Maiden, then this wave would be accounted for, just in time. A wavering voice came from the great hall. Go and see. It was the voice of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder had obviously noticed the abnormality as well. The several elders breathed a fierce sigh of relief, at least for the time being. They didn't have to face the Great Elder's reprimand. And just a moment before they were about to move. Anam, Buzz. In the east, between heaven and earth, a gigantic figure through the heavens and through the earth was violently converged. It appeared to be a man of great stature. The bright yellow robe was embroidered with the Songhai dragon tongue, and the spiritual energy gathered at the corner of the robe, blooming with raging golden waves. The long, flying eyebrows were slightly raised, and the pupils as black as ink and jade flickered with a warm luster. Handsome face reflected the morning sun, with heavenly god-like majesty and innate nobility. The whole person emitted a kingly aura that shook the world. Most importantly, in front of the man, there was a long sword with an ancient shape floating in front of him, emitting a vicissitude and ancient aura. One side of the sword is engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, and the other side is engraved with mountains, rivers, grasses, and trees. On one side of the sword hilt is written the art of farming and animal husbandry, and on the other side is written the policy of unification of the 4 seas. Mahayana Dharma? Why is it so huge? Several elders were taken aback. So far away, but you can still see it clearly. That Dharma phase topped the sky, more than 3 times higher than an ordinary Dharma phase of the Mahayana realm. It's almost like the difference between a dad and a son. That sword, it looks like the legendary Shenyuan finger heavenly sword, and that phantom, could it be that it's the ancient Emperor Shenyuan? One of the elders was surprised. A few people looked at each other, and without any further hesitation, they directly pulled themselves up, turning into streams of light and rushed towards that phantom. On the scene, the people around Lu Ran were also watching in amazement. Ancient Emperor Regulus, an ordinary cultivator, even if he was gifted against the heavens, being able to awaken the orthodox god Dharma phase was already enough to dominate a party. The ancient god Phantasm, on the other hand, only existed in legends. Even the 9 emperors of the current generation were not qualified to awaken the ancient god Dharma phase. The size, the intimidating power, the people present all felt it was a little difficult to breathe up. And the ones who reacted most clearly were Suyu Ling and Lan Ji. These 2 people were a demon race and a devil race. Regulus was born to cut down demons and eliminate devils, and is inherently opposed to each other. The fear that came from the depths of their souls caused Suyu Ling and Lan Ji's bodies to tremble as they stood still, not daring to move. It's too amazing. I thought Lu Ran's Dharma phase would be terrifying, but I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Lu Qinghe was shocked. Moreover, ancient Emperor Shenyuan, holding the Shenyuan sword, was a perfect match for Lu Ran's sword cultivation. At this moment, Lu Ran's dantian expanded several times before that swollen feeling disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes, and in this instant, it was as if ancient stars were blooming in those eyes, and with just one glance, they could penetrate the universe. At the same time, those few elders, too, arrived on the spot as fast as they could. Suyu Ling and Lan Ji looked up and their faces changed in unison. There were 4 people in total, all of whom were in the transition realm. Chapter 109. Chapter 109, Suyu Ling's original body. 109. The 4 elders looked down at the crowd below. The face was also incredibly wonderful. There are 2 holy maidens here, one of the demon race and one of the devil race. How did this get together? A few elders were a bit confused. But it doesn't stop them from doing their business. At this time, Lu Ran had already finished his breakthrough and stood up, staring at the 4 elders with furrowed brows. There was no way to break through, and in the end, it had even alarmed the Council of Elders. The 4 transitional mighty powers. How can we fight this? The difference is too great. Lu Ran could suppress the transformation god when he was at the Yuaning realm, relying on his sword moves to slay the god. But right now, he didn't have any way to target the transitional big brother. Don't worry about the others, the great elder wants people. There are 2 here, the culprit is also there. The holy maiden takes them away, the others kill. One of the elders urged. Then, the 4 of them struck out in unison, with the intention of forcibly capturing Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao. There were also shots to quell others. However, they did not use their phantoms. In the end, the Dharma phase was merely a manifestation of the Mahayana realm, a means to an end. At the transition realm, there was no need for a Dharma phase at all. As for Lu Ran, who had just lifted the ancient Emperor Shenyuan awake, the 4 elders would also have to kill him. Since he was an enemy, this kind of talent against the heavens should never be kept, and the scourge would be endless. Su Yuling was the first to storm out, monstrous demonic power pouring out to block the 4 elders. However, Su Yuling, who was enough to crush the Mahayana realm, had not touched the skills of the transition realm. Just after storming up, he was casually suppressed by an elder and fell back to the ground. Even Su Yuling's body was shackled to the ground, unable to move. The difference is indeed too great. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo's faces were unsightly. Even Su Yuling had been suppressed. The 2 of them going up would be sending them to their deaths. Lu Ran had some regrets in his heart. It was all because of that mouthful of wine. Although the reward was generous, it did a lot of harm. It would be stifling to die here as a result. The suppressed Su Yuling looked determined, looked back at Lu Ran, and then threw out the Dao Fate Jade. Lu Ran subconsciously reached out and took it, wanting to say something, but Su Yuling had already retraced her steps. At this moment, a determined look once again erupted from Su Yuling's eyes. She took a deep breath and her eyes glazed over. The body began to change with the naked eye, twisting and becoming larger, gradually turning into a demonic beast that was through and through. It was not even inferior to Lu Ran's Dharma phase. The crowd watched in amazement. This was also the first time Su Yuling exposed her heavenly demon body. It was a demon fox with a moon-white fur. So that's it, the Thunderbolt Moon Fox. Lan Ji, who came from the ancient era, recognized it at once. As soon as the main body came out, Su Yuling's demonic qi also began to grow crazily. It was as if the space around them was somewhat distorted due to the outburst of demonic power. Lan Ji sighed deeply in her heart as she looked at Su Yuling like this. Looking towards Lu Ran, he said in a deep voice, "Return the magic power to me. Otherwise, Su Yuling will no longer be Su Yuling in the future." Lu Ran shuddered. Lan Ji, on the other hand, continued, "With this situation at hand, what are you still worried about? Although I'm a demon, I'm a man of my word. There is a connection between me and the ancient sword pill. If you die, I'll die as well. I won't do anything to you." Lu Ran's original hesitation gradually dissipated. In the nick of time, his Chenkuan error couldn't take so many people away. In that case, let Lan Ji have her way. He summoned the ancient sword pill and followed the method Lan Ji had told him, and moved his thoughts. The mediocre ancient sword pill suddenly erupted with a dense black demonic qi that continuously infused into Lan Ji's body. Lan Ji took a deep breath and stretched her arms out, continuously absorbing demonic qi while her eyes stared at the 4 elders with a deadly stare. At this moment, 4 elders surrounded Su Yuling under the heavenly demon essence, and the 4 elders you came and went. The entire heaven and earth seems to be torn apart in general. If it is not, Su Yuling also has to disperse the demonic power to use to protect these people below. I am afraid that it is only rubbing the edges. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo are all going to die. This was the strength of the transition realm. Half-step immortal realm. But Su Yuling didn't feel good. Under the heavenly demon essence, her sanity was gradually eroded by the heavenly demon bloodline. But she couldn't care less. It was the first time that she had ever fought for the young apprentice that she had personally given up on in the first place. Damn it! What's going on with this demon race? How come it's suddenly so powerful? The 4 elders were a bit annoyed. Although Su Yuling couldn't help them yet, she wouldn't be able to fight this for a while. Moreover, the demonic power of this demonic fox was still exploding. Su Yuling's sanity was eroded even more. Beside Lu Ran, Lan Ji saw this scene and said in a deep voice, "Enough!" With those words, she interrupted Lu Ran's release of magic with a violent flash of disengagement. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Almost instantly, she appeared next to Su Yuling's huge demon fox head. She reached out a hand and pressed it to the demon fox's brow. At this time, Su Yuling even began to not distinguish between enemy and self, seeing Lan Ji in front of her. She opened her mouth wide and was about to bite on it. But the next second, Lan Ji's murmuring voice then came from his ears. Don't continue. You haven't fully adapted to the demon bloodline yet. If you continue, you'll end up having your mind completely eroded and be reduced to an ancient ferocious beast. At the same time, a cold and piercing chill poured through Su Yuling's head. Su Yuling's circumference shook, and she immediately stopped moving. Then, the body quickly shrunk and transformed back into Su Yuling. Only at this time, Su Yuling was very weak. Lu Ran was heartbroken as he stepped forward and wrapped her in his arms. He opened his mouth to say something, but he always felt that there was some kind of barrier between the two of them, and it was not the same as when he was a child. Instead, Su Yuling smiled sweetly at Lu Ran, murmured, Master, sorry for you today. It is considered to be returned to you, that road edge jade. You make good use of it, although you do not need the meridian, but remodeling the meridian, it is always good. After saying that, the weak Su Yuling couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Her overloaded and uncontrolled outburst of bloodline demonic power had caused a lot of damage to her divine soul, and at this point, she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Lu Ran glanced at the Dao Edge jade in his hand, gritted his teeth, and put the Dao Edge jade back into his storage space. At the same time, he hugged Su Yuling and looked up at the sky. At this moment, Lan Ji was alone, facing the four great elders. Seeing that Su Yuling was unharmed, Lan Ji was slightly relieved. Su is now this world, the destruction of the demon race. She is a celestial demon. Su Yuling, up the heart of the same kind, do not want a Su Yuling sparingly gone. Only then did she turn her head to look at the four elders. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said, It's not fully recovered, but it's enough. With that, he spread his hands. The demonic aura is monstrous. The dense demonic chi even turned into a blood like dark red due to its high degree of cohesion, and exploded in the air in a viscous and incomparable manner. Lan Ji took one step to shatter the void. Appearing directly in front of an elder, he reached out and grabbed. That elder couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. His body was shackled, and he was hardened by Lan Ji grabbing and exploding his dantian, followed by a tug. The illusory divine soul in that elder's body was ripped out, while opening its big mouth to gnaw on it. The other three elders were so scared that their faces turned green. Lu Ran was even more dumbfounded by what he saw. There was still quite a bit of Lan Ji's magic power in the ancient sword pill, but even so, the current Lan Ji was able to abuse the transition realm at will. It was impossible to imagine how terrifying the Lan Ji in her peak state 10,000 years ago was. It was the countless ancient immortals of the past who were unable to suppress Lan Ji, but instead sealed her away. 110. Chapter 110 Tearing Down the Shogunate. 110. Don't look at Lan Ji. Although her body was petite, the energy that erupted was so terrifying. Almost in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of one of the elders. That elder looked as if he was a cat that had its tail stepped on, and his face changed in fear.
Tie.
A loud shout. Behind the elder, a huge golden phantom violently appeared. For transition realm cultivators, it was already rare for them to use phantoms, relying more on their own strength. But at this point, he couldn't care less. Almost all the moves were used. That phantom was golden in color, and although it was huge, it was still far from Lu Ran's ancient Emperor Shenyuan, and it was the image of a bald monk, shirtless and looking lean and strong. Defense Dharma phase. Leakless Vajra. Lu Qinghe murmured. The moment that phantom appeared at first glance, it didn't go to attack Lan Ji, but instead sat down on its knees behind the elder. Afterwards, the hands joined together and absorbed the elder's body into the direction, then braced his hands. A huge golden lotus flower appeared under the Dharma seat, and the moment it bloomed, a powerful boundary wrapped the elder in the center. Complete body defense. The elder was relieved, but he knew that he wouldn't last long. Pleading eyes looked to the Shogun's Council of Elders, expecting the Grand Elder to step in and save him. But as of now, there's still nothing on the Shogun's side. Lan Ji looked in amusement at the phantasm of complete body defense in front of him. The petite body blasted up, then from the top down, a fist blasted out. The devil race itself was not good at using weapons and magic treasures. Their overbearing devil chi and strong body strength were magic treasures in themselves. This punch was wrapped in countless demonic chi, and the surrounding space was highly distorted. Boom! A blast. Almost instantly, the demonic chi blasted through the leakless Vajra's boundary without any hindrance. At the same time, it also blasted the body of the elder wrapped inside into crumbs. However, that elder did not die. the transition realm, the divine soul has begun to detach from the physical body. And now that the physical body has been destroyed, that elder's illusory divine soul did not dare to have the slightest hesitation, and turned around and disappeared far away. Kolanji followed up with a grab in the air, and a terrifying suction force sucked the surrounding demonic chi back in. Along with them came back the divine souls of the elders that were wrapped up in them, and before they could come before them, they were eroded and assimilated by the demonic energy. It didn't take long for the elder's divine soul to completely disappear. Lanji reabsorbed the demonic chi, licked her lips, and looked at the remaining two elders. These two were smart enough to split up and run away, fast. One of them ran towards the shogunate, the other in the opposite direction. Lanji pondered for a few seconds, turned around, and with a foot that shattered the void, appeared behind the elder who had fled in the opposite direction in an instant. This elder was so frightened that he had to sacrifice his own dharma phase as well. But it was too late. Lanji threw a punch, and that elder's head directly exploded. Then, the other hand pierced through the dantian and hardened the divine soul inside, as it were, and became Lanji's ration. After doing so, Lanji turned back to the last elder. The guy has disappeared from sight. Lanji did not chase after him. That elder was running back to the shogunate. Just go over there and take it all in one pot. No one can run away. At this moment, the crowd below was watching in disbelief. Lanji's sudden outburst of terrifying battle power was simply frightening. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo were deeply aware of the terror of the Council of Elders. All of the members of the Elder Council were all transition realm bigwigs. That was an existence that could crush a Mahayana realm with its hands. But he didn't expect that such a strong person but in front of Lanji was no different from papier-mâché. This is the power of a true powerhouse, an ancient demon. Moreover, it wasn't even Lanji's peak battle power. It was hard to imagine what kind of existence the Lanji of 10,000 years ago was. At that moment, Lanji rejoined the crowd. Lu Ran looked at Lanji with some caution. One had to be cautious. At this time Lanji could slap everyone present to death with her hand. Of course, no amount of caution would help unless the Chenkuan error was utilized. But there was no way Lu Ran would leave with so many people on the scene. Lanji looked at Lu Ran's cautious look, couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Hey, what kind of expression is this? I have just saved you, hey? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" Lu Ran gave an awkward dry laugh. Said, "No."
No.
Lanji bristled. "Besides, I've already told you just now, there is a connection between me and the ancient sword pill. Even I can't unravel it. You're the owner of the ancient sword pill. If you die, I'll die as well. Do you understand?" In this case, Lanji didn't seem to have the need to lie. Lu Ran gulped and nodded. "Then the rest of your magic power." The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. "Nonsense, of course it's returned to me. I saved you and also saved Suyu Ling. Was it for nothing?" Lanji said with glaring eyes. Lu Ran hesitated for a few seconds. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine. Then I'll give it all back to you." After saying that, Lu Ran released all the magic power in the ancient sword pill as he had done before. Lanji took a deep breath and was filled with countless magical powers. Her appearance is also changing dramatically. The original Lanji looked just like a human girl. But at this moment, with the continuous infusion of magic power, on Lanji's head, 2 devil's horns even emerged, and at the same time, Lanji's skin also began to show a strange light blue color. This is probably what Lanji herself looks like, right? But her girlish face did not change in the slightest. After absorbing all the magic power, Lanji opened her eyes and her pupils unexpectedly turned red. Then Lanji hemmed and hawed. Looking at Lu Ran, he said, "Finally, I've tricked all the magic back. In that case, you're all useless." "Holy, you don't speak martial arts." Lu Ran let out a curse, and if he wasn't still holding Suyu Ling, he probably would have jumped up in place. Everyone else's faces changed drastically as well, looking at Lanji in horror. The previous Lanji had been able to obliterate the transition realm at will, and now that Lanji had gotten back all of her magical power, it was as simple as blowing on a breath to kill them. But the next second, Lanji then snorted out a laugh. She laughed out loud and said, "See how scared you guys are? Just kidding." The corner of Lu Ran's mouth twitched and rolled his eyes. He said, "You can't make this joke. It will kill you. Besides, is this your peak 10,000 years ago?" However, he did not expect Lanji to directly shake his head. Helplessly said, "Not even close. 10,000 years sealed. When the ancient sword pill sealed a part of my magic only, my own magic in the 10,000 years of loss in the 7 or 8, this can only be slowly recovered with time. Lu Ran's eyes almost glazed over after hearing this. That's it? 1 out of 10? Human cultivators in the transitional realm are already half-step immortal realms, and they were all casually killed by you, and that's only 1 out of 10. If Lan Ji hadn't lied, what kind of existence was the Lan Ji of 10,000 years ago? And what kind of great human god was the one who was able to seal Lan Ji 10,000 years ago? Lan Ji did not dwell on this issue. Just glancing at the shogunate, he said, "Tear down the shogunate in one fell swoop, and then I'll take you to the central state for some fun?" Chapter 111. Chapter 111. Born with the same desperate vein as you. 111. Lu Ran looked at Lan Ji in shock. As of right now, Lan Ji really does have what it takes to demolish the shogunate. Qin Wuyao suddenly froze when she heard this and looked at Lan Ji in surprise. Lan Ji moved to exterminate the shogunate elder council. Shi Yaohi holy maiden, this hijacking not over? It turned out that following Lu Ran could really get through this disaster safely. Although Lan Ji was the one who ultimately moved, Lan Ji was also here because of Lu Ran, and because Lu Ran had regained some of his magic power. Fine, then demolish the shogunate in the process. Lu Ran said with a shrug. Anyway, it was Lan Ji who made the move. Lu Ran was just a spectator. And even if it was the elder who had escaped, Lu Ran couldn't beat him. What's more, today's Lan Ji, having absorbed the rest of the magic power, was even more powerful. Hearing Lu Ran agree to do so, Lan Ji hemmed and hawed. Magic erupted under his feet, directly dragging the crowd, flying towards the shogunate at an unprecedented speed. In barely half an incense stick of time, the crowd arrived over the shogunate. Lan Ji looked down. Within this council of elders, there were actually not many disciples, and they were all very poor. There were only a few dozen in the Mahayana realm, the rest were all harmonized spirits, and the realm below the harmonized spirit was nowhere to be seen. From this, it could be seen that in order to work for the shogunate elders, one's strength had to be at least a transformation god. And in Xiaozhou, the god transformation realm was already the most powerful existence under the Holy Lord. That's the gap. Purple lightning raged throughout the shogun's range. The surrounding mountains formed a circle, and the shogunate was built on top of the open space surrounding the center, which was not very large. The grass and vegetation here also looked sparse because of the lightning that had ravaged the area. The whole shogunate has a somewhat desolate feel to it. Moreover, I don't know what's so weird about this place. The cloudy clouds overhead stayed on all year round, constantly converging and splitting down with thunder and lightning. But the shogun's disciples seemed to have gotten used to it a long time ago. It didn't feel like the lightning was that scary. At the same time, the lightning ravaged the surrounding mountains, but as if it avoided the blank area in the center. Oddly enough, the blank area in the center is the shogunate, and there's no boundary protection or anything. But those thunderbolts seem to be forced away by something hard. It's hard to imagine how many saints have been sent here over the years for such a small place. The elder who had escaped earlier was currently in front of one of the most majestic halls. Seeing that Lan Ji had brought people to chase after him, the frightened elder shouted in terror, "Great elder! Make a move! Grand Master?" The crowd looked towards the large hall in front of that elder. But there was no movement. The stone doors of the great hall were closed and nothing reacted. That elder was in a hurry. He was sure that the Grand Elder had definitely heard his plea for help, but there was no response. Wasn't this an understanding that he didn't want to save him? "Grand Elder, please save me. I've bowed for you for so many years. I don't want to die. Save me." That elder cried out in pain and directly knelt on the ground. Lan Ji looked amused and fell to the ground with the crowd, standing behind that elder. Lan Ji looked up at the large hall in front of her. But even with Lan Ji's strength, she couldn't sense any strong presence within that hall. "Don't shout. Your Grand Elder is obviously not here and has long since run away," Lan Ji said faintly. "No, it can't be. The Grand Elder has never left the Great Hall. It's impossible," that elder shouted in horror. Lan Ji rolled her eyes, lightly said, "Believe it or not has nothing to do with me. Kill you. I naturally go back to find that Great Elder. The sky-drooping state is so big, surrounded by endless sea, he can't run away." After saying that, he directly reached out and grabbed towards that elder. The opponent didn't want to wait for death even though he knew he was unbeatable. The spiritual energy in his body instantly erupted, wanting to make a desperate resistance and wait for an opportunity to escape. But he didn't have a chance anymore. Lan Ji, whose strength was on a higher level, struck out, and the demonic aura instantly suppressed that elder. For the demon race, they didn't have complicated feats or anything like that, by virtue of their own terrifying physical strength and the direct bombardment of demonic energy. No tricks, primal force suppression, sound of escaping laughter. That elder's body exploded in place, directly turning into a streak of flesh and blood. As before, the divine soul immediately detached itself from the physical body and tried to escape. It's a survival instinct, understandably, but it's true that you can't run away. Lan Ji's magic power crushed his divine soul and then directly absorbed it. It seemed that the human cultivator's divine soul was a great tonic to Lan Ji, who squinted in enjoyment. At the same time, he looked up at the great hall in front of him. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. A raised hand. Boom! Magic instantly exploded through the division. Lan Ji glanced at Lu Ran beside her and said, "I'll go and clear the rest of the shogunate first. If you're interested, you can go in and take a look at this great hall. If I guess correctly, for so many years all those saintly women were sent here." Lu Ran froze and looked up at the large hall in front of him. Although the division door was blasted open by Lan Ji, the light inside was dim. With Lu Ran's realm, it was not affected. It was just that, at this glance, there was clearly nothing in there. Not a single ghostly shadow to be seen. However, Lu Ran always felt a little hairy in his heart. It was as if the great hall in front of them was a ferocious beast that chose to devour all those who entered. Lan Ji looked at Lu Ran's odd expression and said in a bad mood, "How did you become such a wimp?" "Don't worry. There are no strong people in there." After saying that, Lan Ji's figure disappeared into thin air, clearing the shogunate of those Mahayana realms. Although the difference between the divine souls of the Mahayana realm and the transition realm was huge, it couldn't be wasted, could it? Lu Ran took a deep breath. Since Lan Ji had said so, it should be fine. To be honest, Lu Ran was also curious. Over the years, countless saints have been sent here. What have they been used for? It's not as simple as just killing it. That's impossible. The Council of Elders would search for saintess seedlings in each state, and then hand them over to the various holy lands for cultivation, and send them to the heavenly pendant state after the god transformation realm, so it certainly wasn't as boring as just crunching away. Thinking of this, Lu Ran lifted his foot and walked in. The others were uneasy and followed Lu Ran into the hall, and the figures of the crowd disappeared into the darkness within the hall. Throughout the hall, there were no windows, and if the stone door was closed, it was pitch black in here. Interestingly, there was not a single strange odor in the place, even though it was completely enclosed. Of course, there were no bodies or oddities to be found. The hall was unadorned and very flat. Lu Ran looked around with some consternation. There was indeed nothing here, but Lu Ran saw a young girl curled up in the corner of the main hall. She was currently wrapping her legs around her and looking curiously at Lu Ran and the others. Lu Ran subconsciously walked towards the young girl. "Wait!" Lu Qinghe shouted. Then the first one stepped forward and looked warily at the young girl. But after a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "It's an ordinary person who hasn't practiced and—" Lu Qinghe's words stuttered as he looked at Lu Ran with an odd expression. Sunkenly, he said, "She was born with an extinct vein, just like you." 112. Chapter 112. Call me Sister Hong. 112. "Oh, hear this." Lu Ran was surprised and came to the young girl's side. She was petite, curled up and crouched in a corner, but not malnourished. Instead, it's a little baby fat and chubby. The big watery eyes were also looking at Lu Ran at this moment. With Lu Ran's current Mahayana realm's divine mind, he could see through it with a glance that this little girl was, indeed, born with an extinct vein. Lu Ran immediately developed a feeling of empathy. From the time Lu Ran came to this continent until now, the only second person he knew who was born with an extinct vein was the ancient Emperor Yingzhang of the Great Qin Immortal Court. This little girl was sort of the third and saw it with her own eyes. The difference was that this little girl had no realm, no cultivation, not even qi refining, just an ordinary little girl in general. Lu Ran looked around. This great hall was flat, simple, and although dark, it was clean and dry. Beyond that, nothing. Of course the Grand Elder wasn't here, it was just this little girl. Lu Ran felt a little strange. If the Grand Elder was here before, why did he get an ordinary little girl? And a natural-born extinct? Even for a handyman, that's too young. "What's your name?" Lu Ran asked curiously.
Lin Bao.
The little girl opened her mouth. She didn't look panicked. Perhaps the stone door that blew open the great hall had startled her, and that was why she was huddled here. But at this moment, facing Lu Ran and the others, there was no fear on her face. On the contrary, the composure was somewhat unusual. "My name is Lu Ran, and you were born with an extinct vein just like me," Lu Ran said. Lin Bauer blinked and didn't answer. Lu Ran scratched his head awkwardly and continued to ask, "What did the Grand Elder tell you to do here?" Lin Bauer's eyes flashed with a hint of oddness and she shook her head. Lu Ran saw that she was confused and asked a few more questions. But Limbaugh either nodded and shook his head, unable to ask any valuable clues. "Forget it. I'll take you out of here," Lu Ran said in a deep voice. It reminded Lu Ran of when he first crossed over to this world. The same was true of the born Jedi vein, but at that time, Lu Ran did not know that he was born with a Jedi vein. Rather the same with no cultivation, it was Xiaoyu Ling who found him and brought him back to the great Luo sword sect. Otherwise Lu Ran would most likely have starved to death outside. Lin Bauer didn't resist and stood up with Lu Ran holding her small hand. Lu Ran made several rounds in the hall, almost a carpet search. But still no useful clues. Didn't see any secret rooms or anything like that either. In the end, there was nothing to be gained, and he left the great hall helplessly. Outside, Lan Ji has already cleared out the entire shogunate. I could tell she was satisfied, eating with her mouth full of grease and her face glowing. Lu Ran, after cleaning up, "Are we next?" Lan Ji subconsciously said to Lu Ran with a smile. But halfway through her words, Lan Ji suddenly looked at Lin Bauer, who was being held by Lu Ran. In that moment just now, the way Lin Bauer looked at her actually made Lan Ji feel a hint of palpitations. One must know that with Lan Ji's strength nowadays, she was able to suppress transitions at will. What would be the extent of strength that could make Lan Ji feel palpitations? Above the threshold? But isn't it the realm of the immortals above the tribulation? In the ancient battle 10,000 years ago, the ancient immortals had all perished, and nowadays humans shouldn't have any immortals above the transition, right? But when Lan Ji stared at Lin Bauer for a few seconds, she shook her head again. A natural-born Jedi with no cultivation is just that. Let's go to the central state next. Lan Ji put the oddity of the party behind her and said to Lu Ran, "But the Grand Elder hasn't been found yet." Lu Ran murmured. "The Shogunate Council of Elders has been completely trashed. Only one Grand Elder is left who also ran away. It is estimated that he has long since gone into hiding and cannot be found in a short period of time. There is no need for us to waste our time searching for the Grand Elder," Lan Ji said. At this point, Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo also chimed in. "Yes, there is only one Grand Elder left. If the other party wants to hide, it's really not easy to find them. Even though this Heaven's Pendant Prefecture isn't big, there's no need to waste time here. Go directly to the central state, and from then on, have nothing to do with this heavenly pendant state." Lu Ran was indifferent and shrugged, saying, "That's fine. Let's go then." After saying that, before the crowd could offer their magic treasures, Lan Ji was the first to use her magic power to lift the crowd up and head towards the West Sea Harbor. They just don't notice. It wasn't long when they left the Shogunate area. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The thunder clouds that had coalesced over the Shogunate then gradually dissipated, and the lightning that had ravaged the Shogunate for thousands of years slowly disappeared into thin air. For the first time in thousands of years, sunlight poured down on this part of the Shogunate. Only, the land was lifeless, corpses were everywhere, and the smell of blood filled all the space here. West Sea Harbor. When Lu Ran and the others arrived here, there were already a few ships docked here. There wasn't much on those boats. Instead, the largest of them, a large, luxurious ship, had figures poking and prodding. When Lu Ran's eyes looked over on the side of the ship, Yi Hongyi in a long dress was also looking at Lu Ran. She said smilingly, "Brother, want to go to the central state with sister?" Lu Ran did not expect Yi Hongyi to be here. He immediately thought of the kind of wine Yi Hongyi drank earlier. It was by far the best Lu Ran had ever had. It would be really cool to get it. It was harder than heaven for the Mahayana realm to cultivate to the transition realm. The cultivation required is also geometrically increased. Lu Ran had no way to cultivate on his own, and although he had gotten the Dao Edge Jade given by Xiaoyu Ling, he did not intend to use it for the time being. Because even after repairing the meridians, Lu Ran was too lazy to cultivate. The speed of cultivation was too slow and too slow. The only way to get to the top is to drink. "What a coincidence, Mr. Yi. This ship is going to Central State?" Lu Ran greeted politely. For the sake of the good wine on Yi Hongyi's body, Lu Ran could be considered to be accompanied by a smiling face. To be exact, this ship travels between the Central State and the West Sea Harbor. It's my Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce's ship. Do you guys want to come together? Yi Hongyi asked with a smile. That's certainly good. Lu Ran immediately nodded his head in agreement and said, Good. Then thank you, Master Yi. Yi Hongyi looked at Lu Ran in a coy manner and said in dissatisfaction, How can the name be so foreign? Call me Sister Hong. Sister Hong. Lu Ran muttered under his breath and nodded his head smoothly. Then I'll take it. Thank you, Sister Hong. After saying that, he led the way to the boat. The crowd behind Lu Ran hurriedly followed, dipping into Lu Ran's light before getting on the boat to Zhongzhou. In the crowd, other than Lan Ji, everyone else was full of excitement, very curious and yearning for the central state that they had never been to. Oh yeah, and Limba. She was as calm as before, not like mute, but more like indifferent to everything. Probably the only thing that caught her attention was Lu Ran beside her. Her eyes looked at Lu Ran every now and then, as if she had something to say, but in the end, she didn't speak. 113. Chapter 113 Circumventing the Route. 113. Lu Ran didn't expect that the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce would be able to have their own ship. He casually asked, Sister Hong happens to be going to Central State as well? Upon hearing this, Yi Hongyi smiled and glanced in the direction of the shogunate before saying, I was already in the Central Prefecture. It's just that I've been idle recently and came to the Heavenly Pendant Prefecture to take a look around. After saying that, Yi Hongyi glanced at Lin Bauer beside Lu Ran. But the look of puzzlement did not concern him. It was the others, on the contrary, who surprised Yi Hongyi. The demonic Suyu Ling had not awakened at this time, but Yi Hongyi could feel the terrifying demonic power contained within this demon. Extremely powerful. As for Lan Ji, this demon clan did not conceal his identity, nor did he hide his demon clan's characteristics. The devil's horns on his head were particularly eye-catching. At the same time, Lan Ji's aura, even more so, made Yi Hongyi feel as if there was a lofty mountain standing in front of her, and even a glance at it made her breathless. The others were fine. Lu Qinghe, Zhu Shaluo, Chu Tianjiao, Qin Wuyao, 2 holy lords, 2 holy maidens, nothing special. This ship was much larger and more luxurious than the ship from the sky-dropping prefecture that Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao had previously traveled on. However, there were no outsiders, and they did not receive guests from the outside, but only used it as the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce's boat, and only people from the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce were qualified to come up. Lu Ran and the others were considered to be specially invited. Yi Hongyi arranged for people to arrange cabins for Lu Ran and the others in the cabin. After that, the big ship slowly left the harbor. On the deck, Lin Bauer's eyes looked faintly in the direction of the sky-dropping state for a long time before she withdrew her eyes. Lu Ran was seen sitting on the edge of the deck, leaning against the side of the ship. She also moved over and sat down right next to Lu Ran. Everyone else was also passing the time on the boat in boredom. After the ship left the harbor, the spiritual power of everyone on board had been sealed, and now all of them had become ordinary people. Lu Ran was not worried about any accidents. The scale demons in this endless sea were all Lu Ran's people. After sitting for a while, Lu Ran was bored and entered the cabin and came to Suyu Ling's room. Although the two of them were no longer related, but after Suyu Ling left the Deluo sword sect, she was able to do this for Lu Ran, and Lu Ran always felt strange in his heart. He pushed the door and looked at Suyu Ling. However, he didn't expect that Suyu Ling, who was originally in a deep sleep, had awakened at this time. Her eyes were a bit confused and she shook her head before she said to Lu Ran, "Where is this place?" She looked down at her body and seemed a little nervous and rushed. "Endless sea, your demonic power should have been sealed as well," Lu Ran explained. Backhandedly, he closed the door and sat down on the stool next to the bed. But facing Suyu Ling, with 4 eyes facing each other, Lu Ran suddenly regretted sitting down a little. Because at this moment, he had no idea what to say to Suyu Ling. And Suyu Ling didn't seem to know how to speak. There was an awkwardness in the air. Once upon a time, both of them were in that bulletproof place of the Deluo sword sect, and now that time had passed, not long had passed. But when the two meet again, neither is the same person they were at the time. Lu Ran had broken through to the Mahayana realm, becoming the absolute powerhouse in Suyu Ling's mind back then. After all, that was the same realm as the lords of the 4 great sacred lands. And the current Suyu Ling was no longer a human. The fusion of the demon bloodline was getting higher and higher, and there were still parts that hadn't fused. Suyu Ling didn't dare to continue fusing in order to maintain her sanity. However, she was willing to rise to the occasion when Lu Ran was in danger. To be honest, Lu Ran is not without feeling born as a human being. Even if you throw away the identity of master and disciple between the two at the beginning, throw away that 10 years of coldness a woman is willing to do for him to such an extent is simply a miracle. How are you feeling? Lu Ran spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. There's nothing wrong. It's just a side effect of bloodline fusion.
Su Yueling replied.
Well? Lu Ran nodded. Once again, embarrassment filled the air. Lu Ran actually had something he wanted to say, but now he couldn't say anything. He shook his head and said, I'm glad you're okay. Get some rest. Lu Ran was so bored that he didn't bother going up, so he simply went back to his room to sleep. The Red Leaf Chamber's ship was fast. It will take a day or so to reach the harbor of Zhongzhou. Lu Ran had slept in a daze for most of the day, and re-entered the deck where the others were still here. For them, there is no need to sleep. Lu Ran is just used to it. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. At this time, it was night on the sea, and there was not the slightest bit of light on the entire forbidden sea. At a glance, it was pitch black. The calm sea without sea breeze was as if the ship was floating above the abyss, ready to fall into hell. Do you have any plans when you go to the central state? Beside her, Yi Hongyi asked curiously. Lu Ran froze, just thinking about going to central state. But what to do in central state, to put it mildly, hadn't really been planned. He murmured, nothing for now. After saying that, Lu Ran fiercely remembered the kind of wine Yi Hongyi had earlier. Gulping, he asked, do you still have that drink you made me drink earlier? I can buy it. How much does it cost? Yi Hongyi looked at Lu Ran with an odd expression. This guy really loved to drink. Yi Hongyi herself was a lover of wine and was extremely picky about it. Since she was a fellow traveler, Yi Hongyi looked at Lu Ran more and more smoothly. She spoke, no more, that kind of wine is of high quality, but it's extremely hard to come by. I only have one pot. Lu Ran was in a hurry, but it could not be lost like that. It was absolutely good stuff. So he said, but wasn't there a small half jug of it when I left before? Yi Hongyi glanced at Lu Ran and said, yes, it's just a small half pot. I drank it all. Wasn't I drinking when you were there? At this moment, Lu Ran's heart was dripping blood. Yi Hongyi drinks to pass the time, to taste the wine, but drink it, and in the end, it is a bubble of urine. But for Lu, however, it was tens of thousands of years of cultivation. The small half-pot was even enough for Lu Ran to directly reach the peak of the late Mahayana realm to touch the ferrying realm. Seeing Lu Ran's face full of disappointment, Yi Hongyi suddenly guffawed and said, although it's not easy to obtain, it's not unobtainable if you really like it. When you get to the central state, come with me to Red Leaf House. Oh? Lu Ran's eyes lit up. It was possible to get it? That's great. Anyway, Lu Ran and the others didn't have any plans to go to the central state for the time being. Since that was the case, they would go to the Red Leaf House. Cultivation matters. Wine matters. Good. Then thank you, Sister Hong. How much does that cost? Lu Ran asked casually. That kind of wine is not something that can be bought with spirit stones. Yi Hongyi shook her head. Lu Ran froze, but it was understandable. After all, it was 10,000-year-old wine. So he asked, I can change too. What do you need, Sister Hong? Yi Hongyi's eyes burned as she said, there's no rush. Wait until we get the wine. It's happening right now. The crewman at the front of the cabin suddenly hurried over. To Yi Hongyi, he said, boss, a dozen ships have appeared in front of us. Do we need to circumvent the other side's course? Chapter 114. The Devil Race is Not Afraid. 114. Even Yi Hongyi couldn't help but stare at the words. Surprised, he said, a dozen ships? On this endless sea, there weren't many ships coming and going. Basically, all of them were from the Central State to the Sky Tarantine State. This bullet point of the Sky Tarantine State, outsiders rarely ventured here. If the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce didn't have a branch here, Yi Hongyi wouldn't have come. Therefore, there were basically no scattered cultivators from the Central State who had nothing to do but come here idly. After all, in the endless sea, spiritual power are sealed, cannot be used no matter how high your realm is. Here, if you are a lot of people, thrown into the sea can be really dead. Plus, there were countless other scale demons in the endless sea. Even if they weren't assassinated by the people on the ship, there was a chance that they would be killed by the scale demon. This sudden appearance of a dozen or so ships would be bizarre. Yi Hongyi frowned and walked to the bow of the boat to look out. Sure enough, a dozen ships could already be visibly seen in the sea in the distance coming in this direction. The only route from the Central State to the Sky Tarantine State that could be used to circumvent the scale demon. It wasn't necessarily that the other party was the enemy, but if it was as if they were plotting against them and surrounded them, the people on the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce's ship would be in deep trouble. Unable to utilize their spiritual energy, battles between each other would have to rely on the side with the most people to win. No need to change course, accelerate and rush over.
Xiaoyu murmuret.
Whether it was a foe or a friend ahead was still unknown. But if he rashly changed his course and entered the territory of the scale demon, he would surely end up dead. The crew sniffed and immediately ran to operate. But, in fact, the ship itself is almost at its limit and can't be boosted much more. At this time, Lu Ran suddenly saw that the dozen or so ships rushed in the forefront of the side of the bow a clear sign, is a maple leaf mark. Lu Ran froze and was surprised. Isn't that your Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce's ship? Lu Ran remembered that sign. That was the sign on the signboard of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce's branch in the Sky Tarantine Prefecture. At that, the others breathed a sigh of relief in unison. After all, suddenly encountering a dozen ships on the endless sea was still very nerve-wracking. So it's the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce's ship. Then it's fine. A dozen ships. If they're all enemies, that's scary. How come the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce sent so many ships at once to the Sky Tarantine state? The crowd talked casually. However, Yi Hongyi, who was the Grand Master of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, his face sank. She said in a deep voice, "It's impossible for the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce to send so many ships over at once." Seemingly realizing something, Yi Hongyi's face was obviously very ugly. But by now the distance was close enough that it was too late to change course. Yi Hongyi said in a deep voice, "All hands on deck." The crowd was shocked to hear this. The crew, on the other hand, had deployed quickly and were armed with weapons, converging on the deck, gazing on guard. Unable to utilize spiritual energy, one would have to use cold weapons to fight against each other in this endless sea. Lu Ran's brows clustered, although he didn't know what situation had happened. But seeing how nervous Yi Hongyi was reacting, Lu Ran didn't dare to be careless. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the demon refining pot began to emit a gust of bizarre fluctuations that spread out in a vast manner. In an instant, the scattered clansmen of the Scale Demon clan in the Endless Sea were summoned, and without hesitation, they shuttled under the seabed and gathered in Lu Ran's direction from all directions. Not much longer. A dozen ships approach. The men on those boats could be seen, all wearing armor, heavily armed, and carrying cold weapons. There were those with lances, those with swords, and those with knives. Everyone was eyeing Yi Hongyi's ship intently. Immediately after that, some of the crew members on the ship's side began to throw out a hook and lock, throwing it onto Yi Hongyi's ship. The stance was already obvious. The visitor was not good. Yi Hongyi's men stepped in and cleared away the hook locks that were thrown at them. But because there were so many of them, and because once the hooks and ropes were hooked, the other side began to pull desperately, and a dozen or so ships were hauled over. And in this situation, even if one wanted to break out of the encirclement, it was impossible. The density of a dozen ships was so great that there was no way to avoid it. Yi Hongyi's face was ugly, sighed and said to Lu Ran, "Alas, what a pity. I'm afraid that I'm going to die in this endless sea today. It's just that I can't apologize to you guys. If you get on my ship, most likely you'll also be called accountable here." Lu Ran was silent. No worried expression on his face as he could feel that the large number of scale demons were getting closer. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. At this time, 3 of the ships were the first to dock with Yi Hongyi's ship. Immediately, a large number of soldiers clattered up with weapons in hand. Yi Hongyi's men themselves were few and far between after all. They were just the crew in charge of maneuvering the ship, and there weren't many guards set up. Because under normal circumstances, the only danger in this endless sea was the scale demon. If you encounter a scale demon, setting up more guards won't help much. But I didn't expect to run into this today. Yi Hongyi's men were retreating, and Lu Ran and the others retreated behind them. Even Xiaoyu Ling, who had heard the commotion, came out of the cabin. At a glance of the situation outside, his first reaction was to stop his body and block in front of Lu Ran. Lan Ji glanced at Xiaoyu Ling, then said to Lu Ran, "Don't worry, you can't die. Just these miscellaneous fish. I'll just clean them up." Lu Ran froze, surprised. "You can use magic?" Lan Ji shook her head and said, "No, but we, the demon race, practice the demon body. Even if I can't use my magic power with my current body strength, it's not something these mongrels can injure. Instead, I only need to rely on my body strength. I can blow them away." Finished with a smugly raised eyebrow. He also didn't forget to add, "Xiaoyu Ling is the same. The body of the demon race is not as good as the demon race, but it should not be underestimated either." "So that's how it is." Lu Ran looked at Xiaoyu Ling, who was in front of him protecting a chick and generally blocking in front of him, and opened his mouth but did not make a sound. The deck is getting crowded. Such an exaggerated difference in the number of people on both sides made Yi Hongyi's face even more ugly. Both sides had their swords drawn, but they didn't make an immediate move, and the enemy only forced Yi Hongyi's people back temporarily. Behind Lu Ran and the others, Lin Bauer naturally noticed this scene as he sat in the cabin, his eyes calmly looking out through the porthole. What surfaced on the tender face was a bizarre touch of vicissitude and indifference. At that moment, a man in a red brocade coat walked out dashingly from the crowd on the other side. Beside him, there were 12 other henchmen who were also dressed in red brocade clothes, but obviously with less specifications than the man. Big boss, going back to Central State? The man at the head greeted with a smile. Law Enforcement Hall disciples. Why are you here? What do you want? Yi Hongyi asked in a deep voice. Isn't it obvious? Big boss, we've been waiting here for you for a few days. Second boss said. This trip, you can't go back. Stay in this endless sea. The man said with a fierce smile. 115. Chapter 115, Negotiating a Deal. 115. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongyi's face became unsightly. Gritting his teeth, he said, My brother sent you here. Do you realize what you're doing? The man laughed out loud and said, Big boss, you have no desire to run the family business. In that case, why don't you let it out? During your absence, the law enforcement hall has been vested in the second boss. How embarrassing it would be if you went back. Yi Hongyi said, This is the endless sea. Although I can't use my spiritual power, my body strength is still there. Just by you guys. Can you kill me? That being said. But Yi Hongyi was not in the least bit courageous. Although her realm was high and her body strength was sufficient, she couldn't help the fact that there were many people on the other side. One for each, and you'll be scraped to death. Moreover, in this endless sea, there was no need to fight at all. No matter how strong your body is, if a group of people surround you, you can't fight back and throw yourself overboard, you'll still end up dead. Therefore, the man did not care in the slightest. Lazily, he said, We're all smart people, Grand Master. You don't believe that yourself, do you? Yi Hongyi gritted her teeth and said, Then why haven't you guys done anything yet? The man said, There's no hurry if we don't get the stuff. Will you hand it over yourself? Or will we kill you and search from your body? To be honest, I've been coveting the body of the big boss for a long time. So when the time comes, I might as well do it while it's still hot. At those words, Yi Hongyi's face became even more ugly. One could almost foresee how miserable one would end up. As for what the man said, of course Yi Hongyi knew, and even Lu Ran had probably guessed it. It was the life-killing blood jade that Lu Ran and Yi Hongyi had exchanged for the creation pill. Even now, Lu Ran still couldn't figure out what the hell that thing was for. Spiritual energy couldn't even be felt. It was like an ordinary piece of jade. It was one of those things that Lu Ran wouldn't even pay attention to if it was thrown on the side of the road. But now it seems like it's the baby chicken of choice? Yi Hongyi clenched her teeth in death, not wanting to hand over the things. The most crucial thing was that, in this situation right now, even if she handed over the things, the downfall didn't seem to make the slightest difference. Still dying. But it seems impossible to keep it without handing it over. These guys controlled Yi Hongyi, killed her and searched her as usual. The man was naturally certain of this, so he wasn't in a hurry at all, but instead looked at Yi Hongyi with teasing eyes. Watching the once high and mighty Grand Master of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce being pushed to the brink of extinction by him at this moment, a small person like him often seemed to enjoy this feeling. At this point, Lu Ran suddenly came up to Yi Hongyi and spoke, Sister Hong, how about a deal? Yi Hongyi froze, turned her head to look at Lu Ran, and asked, What do you mean? Talking about what deal? What's the deal with this time of night? If she, Yi Hongyi, was going to die here, Lu Ran and the others would end up the same way. Suddenly, Yi Hongyi saw Su Yuling and Lan Ji behind Lu Ran. This one demon race and one devil race, and with their strength through the heavens, their body strength was naturally enough. She probably guessed what Lu Ran meant. Sure enough, Lu Ran directly said, This wave, I'll help you and kill all of them. But in exchange, get me a dozen jugs of that wine you made me drink before. Sound of escaping laughter. Yi Hongyi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. She glared and said, Stinky brother, what time is it? You're still making it so difficult for your sister. Do you really think that wine is made casually? One pot is already harder than heaven. A dozen pots. You can just kill me. After saying that, he glared at Lu Ran without any good humor. Lu Ran scratched his head awkwardly and said, That's just one pot. Yi Hongyi sighed in her heart. She knew that Lu Ran loved to drink, and that kind of wine was indeed precious. But her original intention was to help Lu Ran get a jug of it, and then Lu Ran would owe her a favor. After all, with so many bigwigs around this Lu Ran guy, a favor could be worth too much. But right now, it's going to be wasted. Turning her head to look at the people of the law enforcement hall, Yi Hongyi sighed once again. It wasn't a waste. At least it traded for her life. So, Yi Hongyi said helplessly, okay, then it's a deal. But your friend, can you really handle it? Although they were the two big brothers of the demon race and the devil race with strong physical strength, but they couldn't use spiritual power here, and they messed with people who couldn't care less about so many people here. Lu Ran was delighted, but he was a little puzzled. What does it mean, my friend? He suddenly reacted and looked at Xiaoyu Ling and Lan Ji behind him. These two men walked straight up and clenched their fists, intending to make a move. They came to also think that Lu Ran was using the two of them to negotiate a deal. But I didn't expect it. Lu Ran waved his hand and said, "What are you two doing?" The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Xiaoyu Ling and Lan Ji glanced at each other and said in confusion, "Aren't we going to clean up these people?" Lu Ran nodded his head. "Yes, but not you two. I'll just take care of these people myself. You can't use demonic or magical power here, so you two shouldn't take any chances. Lan Ji probability is fine, the devil body strength is already strong, and although Lan Ji's strength has not been fully restored, but the body strength is the ancient devil magic body of 10,000 years ago. That was a demonic body that had been sealed and suppressed in the 10,000 Swords graveyard for 10,000 years. However, the strength of Xiaoyu Ling's demonic body was naturally no match for Lan Ji's demonic body. Besides, Lu Ran didn't need the two of them to help at all. At this point, the man on the opposite side of the table was a bit depressed instead. He looked at Lu Ran with some consternation. First, he negotiated with Yi Hongyi, and then, two female confidently wanted to make a move. But he was stopped by Lu Ran, and instead, the guy threatened to say that it was enough for him to handle it on his own. Handle what? The man twisted his head to look at the densely packed disciples around him and behind him. Almost wondered if he was in the endless sea right now. Dongjia, the people around you, they are really strange. Didn't they see the situation clearly? The man asked breathlessly. Yi Hongyi wasn't sure if Lan Ji and Xiaoyu Ling could hold up the scene, so she ignored the man. The other side was getting a little impatient. Forget it. Don't bother wasting time. Last chance. Hand over the stuff to me. I'll send you guys on your way in pain. But that kid just now, with no one in sight, I'll torture him personally, the man said with a fierce smile. He even didn't forget to punish Lu Ran, the guy who didn't put him in his eyes. Yi Hongyi subconsciously looked at Lu Ran. Xiaoyu Ling and Lan Ji were also looking at Lu Ran. The two of them were also wondering what Lu Ran had taken care of so many people on the other side. Lu Qinghe, Zhu Shaluo, and Chu Tianjiao also had the same expression. Even Lin Bauer, who was in the cabin, revealed a hint of doubt, but was expecting something all the same. At this moment, probably only Qin Wuyao understood Lu Ran's meaning and reliance. She looked out over the side of the boat to the ocean. Layers of rippling waves could be seen approaching the otherwise calm sea. Sure enough, she looked at Lu Ran in surprise. She had seen Lu Ran manipulate the scale demon live. However, it was also the first time that they knew that Lu Ran could summon scale demons to gather over from a distance. 116. Chapter 116. Don't Forget My Wine. 116. In front of the crowd, Lu Ran stepped forward and gazed at the man leading the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce's Preceptor Hall. A wry smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Then he said in a deep voice, "Do it!" Divine thoughts were conveyed, and all the arriving scale demons instantly leapt out from beneath the surface of the water. The scale demons, whose physical strength was inherently stronger than humans, jumped onto the ship in unison. There was no hesitation. Just do it. Not only Lu Ran's boat, but also the dozen or so boats of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce in the surrounding area. All of them were instantly paved over by the scale demon. The man's face changed drastically as he said in alarm, "Scale demon! Damn it, why would a scale demon appear here? Retreat! Retreat!" The man yelled, and at this moment, he could no longer care about killing Yi Hongyi. He just wants to live. No one understood better than them how terrifying and desperate it was to encounter a scale demon's attack in the endless sea. "Is it too late to retreat now?" Lu Ran asked smilingly. The man came back to his senses and looked violently at Lu Ran, especially when he saw that the scale demons were hunting the people of the Preceptor Hall, but none of them made a move against Lu Ran and the others. it suddenly dawned on him. You're the one manipulating the scale demon. The man was astonished. How is this possible? In the countless years that the endless sea had existed, how could anyone possibly be able to manipulate the scale demon? But it was not for him to disbelieve, because just as he was surprised and fearful, several scaled demons came out and surrounded Lu Ran behind him, acting as guards in a strict defense. The man stepped back in horror, wanting to escape back to his ship. The eyes that looked at Yi Hongyi no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance and complacency in them. Don't look at big boss Yi Hongyi's enchanting and flirtatious appearance, but as long as one is a member of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, no one is unaware of Yi Hongyi's cruelty, especially for them traitors. The end is little better than death. However, once he turned around, the man realized in despair that the dozen or so ships he had brought with him had been completely occupied by scale demons at this point. Dense scale demons were everywhere on the deck, on the sides of the ship, and even on the masts. Instead, the people he brought with him were pretty much dead at this point, and even those who were hiding in the cabin were pulled out one by the scaly demons. The scale demons' combat power in the endless sea was simply too strong. In comparison, the human race, who was unable to utilize their spiritual energy, was no different from a white rabbit in front of the scaled demon. In this blink of an eye, the people of the Preceptor Hall were completely routed, leaving no one behind. Even the people brought by the man on Yi Hongyi's boat at this time had been killed or injured. He was the only one left with a dozen or so of the Preceptor Hall's elites, standing trembling in place with no way to escape. There's no way up, no way down. Plop. Without hesitation, the man went straight to his knees. Lu Ran was all a bit speechless. It was a scene he had seen too many times. Obviously coming here with a killing heart, and immediately kneeling down and begging for forgiveness after realizing that the advantage is gone. I'm a bit confused. Do you really think that kneeling down and begging for forgiveness is useful? Lu Ran opened his mouth and asked. Because in Lu Ran's opinion, if Lu Ran didn't possess the ability to turn danger into danger, no matter how much he knelt down and begged for forgiveness, there was no way the other party would spare him. If that was the case, why would he think that Lu Ran would let him go if he knelt down? The man was completely flustered at this point and even kowtowed on the deck. Crying bitterly to Lu Ran, he shouted, "We know we're wrong. Please let us go. The people I brought with me are all dead. Does this not count as an admission of wrongdoing?" Lu Ran looked indifferent. Cold voice. "What is this hook 8 to admit fault? You bring people died, that is they followed the wrong person. How do you admit fault yourself? Kneel and apologize and that's it? You ING think I'm a little cutie? Ah?" Having said that, Lu Ran also didn't forget to add, "By the way, I remember very clearly. Didn't you just say that you wanted to leave me behind and torture me properly? Why, have you forgotten so quickly? Now begging me to spare you. Think about it, will I spare you?" The man looked at Lu Ran in horror. Had he known that this bastard had the ability to manipulate scale demons, he would not have dared to come over and send himself to his death. People could manipulate the scale demon, but he led people into the endless sea, provoking the scale demon's territory without being able to use his spiritual power. That's what a little cutie. Something that could be done. Seeing Lu Ran's resolute attitude, it was impossible to let him go. The man immediately turned his head to look at Yi Hongyi, shouting, "Big Master, please let me go. How can we say that we are also people of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce? This is all the Second Master's idea. It has nothing to do with us, we are just being carried away by the benefits. Please, Big Master, let us go. We are willing to help you deal with the Second Master."
Yi Hongyi raiset hereebros.
The shock of looking at the man in front of him was unmistakable. Lu Ran could actually manipulate the scale demon, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. She had already discovered Lu Ran's magic when she first met him. But how could she not expect Lu Ran to have such a skill? No wonder Lu Ran dared to negotiate a deal with him. With this skill, Lu Ran could negotiate deals with anyone on the endless sea. Even if the 9 emperors came, it was all Lu Ran's call in this endless sea. He looked again at the man from the Preceptor's Hall in front of him. To be honest, Yi Hongyi couldn't even remember which one this one was and what it was called. She just judged from their clothes that they were from the Preceptor Hall and the most powerful fighting force of the Red Leaf Building, which belonged to the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. "Didn't you just want to treat me while it was hot? What, you don't want to now?" Yi Hongyi asked coldly. The man thumped his head a few more times. Just when he was about to say something, Yi Hongyi said impatiently, "What did Ji Nan explain to you? Tell me truthfully." The man dared not hesitate. Panicked. The second master knew that after you went to the Sky Tarantine state you were planning but did not immediately implement until a few days ago you transferred a creation dan from the central state. The second master decided to take action. He arranged for our dozen or so ships to wait in the endless sea, and as long as you go back to the central state you will immediately block the attack. And bring back the life-killing blood jade on your body, at the same time promising that when I go back. The latter does not need to be said. Yi Hongyi is too lazy to listen, it must have promised some benefits. It was as simple as that, and the rest of the plan, the guy in front of him would certainly be in no position to know. He was just a tool man for the second lord, that is, Yi Hongyi's younger brother, Yinan. After the man finished, he continued to beg. I know all that I said. Big boss, we can help you deal with two. No. Deal with Yinan, you believe in me, I'm bound to go through fire and water. Yi Hongyi looked at the man indifferently and shook her head. Do it. But after the words were said, the scaly demon did not move a muscle. Yi Hongyi subconsciously looked at Lu Ran. Lu Ran shrugged and repeated, do it. The surrounding group of scale demons instantly pounced on the man, and the man, along with a dozen or so of his elite henchmen, were quickly torn to pieces. Lu Ran grinned at Yi Hongyi and said, Sister Hong, what I promised you has been done. The wine I want, don't forget it. Behind her, the eyes of Lin Bauer in the cabin looking at Lu Ran had, at some point, become frenzied. 117. Chapter 117. God knows how he did it. 117. Don't worry, I will definitely do it, Yi Hongyi said solemnly. She had already made up her mind. A guy like Lu Ran must be befriended. He even considered in his mind that if he could help Lu Ran get some more of that kind of wine, would he be able to pull Lu Ran in a bit more? Yi Hongyi was a little hesitant in that it was just wine. Even if it was good, even if Lu Ran was a lover of wine, he wouldn't be so thankful to her just for 2 pots of wine, right? That's good. Then let's continue on our way, Lu Ran said with a satisfied nod. After that, the scaly demon quickly disembarked. But they didn't leave. They were densely packed in the surrounding waters and growing in number. Yi Hongyi, who discovered this, was even more surprised. It wasn't like some sort of secret method that could manipulate scale demons. It was more like the scale demon clan was consciously protecting Lu Ran. This made Yi Hongyi feel like her brain was a bit bad. It was completely unknown how Lu Ran had managed to do it. Sister Hong, what kind of place is the central state comparing to the other states? Are the realms a bit higher and the cultivators stronger? Lu Ran asked. Yes.
Yi Hongyi nodded.
This was easy to understand, as the central state was the core of the 9 states with a huge area and great people. It was a bit easier for cultivators of higher cultivation levels to appear. But today's central state is not the same as the 1000s of years ago, Yi Hongyi said with a sigh. How is it different? Lu Ran asked curiously. You guys have never been to the central state? Yi Hongyi asked as she looked at the people around her. The crowd nodded in confusion. Only Lan Ji mused. I went to the central state 10,000 years ago. Huh? Yi Hongyi's eyes glared. 10 million years ago. She was shocked, but she didn't dare to doubt it. Lan Ji's strength? It was too powerful, Yi Hongyi murmured. Since that's the case, then you must have thought that once you have cultivated to the peak of the transition realm and touched the heavenly Tao opportunity, you can finally transcend the tribulation and fly up to become an immortal in the daytime, right? The crowd nodded, even Lan Ji nodded. Isn't it? Yi Hongyi shook her head and said, there are too few cultivators of the transition realm in other states, so they may not understand, but in the central state since 5,000 years ago, no one has been able to ascend. At those words, the crowd was astonished. As a cultivator, to go against the heavens, to go against the innate body of immortality, to step into cultivation, in the end, isn't it all for the pursuit of that immortal's dream? Expect to reach the realm of immortals and break the knot of longevity and death. Hearing Yi Hongyi's words now was tantamount to shattering everyone's immortal cultivation fantasies. No one has ascended in 5,000 years. What do you mean? There's no one left to cross over? Lu Ran asked in surprise. No, the transits remain the same, but when you succeed in transiting, you can't break through the heavenly gate. It's as if the connection between the immortal realm and the 9 states no longer exists. No matter how high your cultivation level is, you won't be able to sense the immortal realm's opportunity, Yi Hongyi said. Lu Ran frowned. He had the Wine Sword immortal system, and now he was already in the Mahayana realm in such a short period of time. If he could then get the wine given by Yi Hongyi, he would easily be able to touch the transition, and with enough more wine to drink, it would not be impossible to eventually touch the immortal Tao. But now, Yi Hongyi told him that in this world today, it was no longer possible to ascend. and not being able to ascend meant that the end of all people was the peak of the late stage of the transitional succession. Longevity will not continue to increase, regardless of how high your cultivation, ultimately, will have to die under the rules of the universe, the death of the road. Why is that? Lu Ran asked in surprise. The reason for this is anyone's guess, but this has changed a lot of regular things in the central state pattern and the immortal cultivation world. The central state pattern has changed drastically. Yihongi explained. This was something Lu Ran could understand. Traditional immortal cultivation is unable to ascend and has been for 5,000 years. Of course, there are tons of ferrying bigots out there to try something else. After a long time, the immortal cultivation world naturally went haywire. Now it seems that the crowd will not be very peaceful when they go to the central state. Even Lanji didn't expect that after she had been sealed and suppressed for 10,000 years and came out again, the 9 states would already be so bad. On the contrary, there was another person who didn't have the slightest shock or surprise on her face, and that was Lin Bauer. She watched as Yihongi finished speaking, and then her eyes continued to rest on Lu Ran's body, her gaze burning, not knowing what she was calculating. This topic is a bit heavy. When it was all said and done, the atmosphere on the ship was somewhat somber. Everyone sat on the deck in 2s and 3s and gawked. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Lu Ran wasn't too discouraged because he had a system, which wasn't something conventional in itself. From the very first few rewards, there were rewards that could directly allow Lu Ran to make a breakthrough, which was enough to show that what immortal cultivators couldn't do nowadays, the system wouldn't necessarily be unable to do. The system itself is above the rules. Thinking of this, Lu Ran was slightly relieved, and in his heart, he only wanted to quickly get some good wine to drink. Qin Wuyao was bored and suddenly saw Lin Bauer in the cabin, so she came over. Asked Bauer, "Bauer, we're almost in the central state, and from now on you won't have to stay in the shogunate, so forget about what you've experienced before." Lin Bauer glanced at Qin Wuyao. Qin Wuyao suddenly had the illusion that Lin Bauer's eyes, instead of looking like a young girl's eyes, were somewhat vicissitudes. Before she could think much about it, Lin Bauer suddenly asked, "Lu Ran was born with an extinct vein just like me. It's less of an inquiry and more of a narrative." Qin Wuyao nodded and said, "Yes, he was also born with an extinct vein, but he was born with an extinct vein yet he was able to gain cultivation and cultivate to his current level at an extremely fast speed. Not to mention the normal cultivators, even if it's a lot of heavenly prides, they can't catch up with him, and it is also considered to be like no one has ever been there before and no one will ever come after him, so don't get discouraged. There's always a way to find a way to cultivate as well." Of course, that's just comforting. Born with an extinct vein, hell knows how Lu Ran cultivated it. Lu Ran could do it, but Lin Bauer could not necessarily do it. Words. Lin Bauer's eyes brightened slightly as she continued to ask, "Is he growing fast? I don't think he's too old, and he's only just broken through the Mahayana now, so it's not really fast, is it?" Qin Wuyao immediately shook her head and said, "No, I met him about a month or so ago, and at that time he was still in the qi refining realm, and then..." Qin Wuyao briefly described the process of how she and Lu Ran met, and Lu Ran's growth. More like self-remembering. "I didn't realize that she and Lu Ran had already gone through so much between them." After listening, Lin Bauer's expression was wonderful. Contemplated. Build the foundation in a hangover, comprehend the sword intent, and break through Jean Dan after waking up from sleep. As soon as he spoke, Lin Bauer's expression grew more and more wonderful. That's all happened in a little over a month, and that's fast. That's fast. Qin Wuyao shrugged helplessly and said, "Yeah, a drunkard. Who knows how he did it? It's really weird." Lin Bauer looked at Lu Ran outside through the porthole. Muttered, "The system." 118. Chapter 118. A street full of bald heads. 118. What? Qin Wuyao heard Lin Bauer's muttering and looked at Lin Bauer in confusion. Lin Bauer shook her head and said, "It's nothing." Then there were no more words, and Lin Bauer's words were as few as ever. This time it had been sort of talkative, and it was rare that he would even initiate a question. Qin Wuyao still wanted to talk and converse more with Lin Bauer, but Lin Bauer clearly had no interest in continuing anymore. Only her eyes were always intentionally or unintentionally looking towards Lu Ran outside the porthole. With the scale demon guarding them, the rest of the voyage went smoothly. After all, in this endless sea, the biggest threat was the scale demon, and now the scale demon had become their guardian. With the biggest threat gone, if other ships were to be ungrateful and try to clash with the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce's ships, the consequences would be imaginable. Besides, there weren't many ships on this endless sea itself. Even if they did, If they occasionally encountered them, they would probably hide far away when they saw the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce's logo. Later that evening, the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce's ship arrived at the harbor. Of course, the scale demons dispersed long before that. The harbor isn't busy because not many people come here. Beyond the harbor, there was nothing more than an official road leading to the mountains ahead. Lu Ran took a deep breath, looked at the mountain range in front of him, and sighed. This is the central state, but it looks as if it's not that different. Yi Hongyi commanded the boat to dock, sniffing and crying. She said, in itself, it's not much different from the other states. It's just that there are more people, and there are some spiritual mountains and treasures that are naturally not here. Having said that, he saw that the ship had already docked. Yi Hongyi spoke, let's go to the nearest Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce first. I need to know what's going on in Red Leaf House right now. After saying that, Yi Hongyi offered her own magic treasure. The others followed suit, and Lu Ran naturally pulled Lin Bauer to his side. Afterwards, the crowd rushed away into the sky, with Yi Hongyi leading the way, heading towards the distance. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the nearest main city. The towns Yi Hongyi passed by in the middle did not stop. According to Yi Hongyi, within the towns, there were very few branches of the Red Leaf House, which was the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. The Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce was dependent on the major main cities to form a business network. This is Haeong City, located at the border of the central state. I occasionally go to the Sky Tarantine state and will make a short stop here, Yi Hongyi said with an introduction. The crowd then landed on the main street and headed directly towards the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. The Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce in front of him was not different from the one Lu Ran had seen in the Sky Tarantine state, with the same tower style. It seemed that this was the unique style of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, and all the branches seemed to be like this. But before going in, Lu Ran noticed a strange phenomenon. People come and go on this street, and there are quite a few immortal cultivators. Moreover, in such towns, the general realms seem to be quite a bit higher than the overall realm level of the main city of Xiaoyu. But strangely enough, Lu Ran swept over with a glance and surprisingly found quite a few bald heads coming and going on the street. Call them monks, but no, they don't have ring scars on their heads or wear robes. Dressed instead were the clothes of a normal immortal cultivator. At a glance, there were quite a few bald heads, and, as these bald men walked across the street, the people around them interestingly staggered to make way for them. This made Lu Ran very puzzled. What, in the middle of the state, bald heads have privileges? While being curious, Yi Hongyi had already led them into the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. Lu Ran chased after them and sniffed curiously. This central state is so strange. Why are there so many bald heads? What kind of bald-headed sect are they from? Lu Ran's question caused the surrounding crowd to laugh. However, Yi Hongyi nodded with an odd expression and said, it can be understood that way. Huh? Lu Ran's eyes glazed over. Holy! There really is such a thing as a bald-headed clan? Immediately afterward, Yi Hongyi introduced herself and said, there's no such thing as the bald sect. They're all from the Buddhist sect. At those words, Lu Ran was shocked and looked at Yi Hongyi in surprise. Buddhist? This was not an unfamiliar word to Lu Ran. But it was the first time Lu Ran had heard of the existence of the Buddhist sect in this world. There was no such thing as a Buddhist sect in Xiaoyu, but I didn't expect that there would be a Buddhist sect in Zhongzhou. Moreover, the power of the Buddhist sect doesn't seem to be small. The streets were full of bald heads, not to mention that the other cultivators around them were still in awe of the bald heads. But strangely enough, Lu Ran didn't sense any other odd aura fluctuations on those bald heads. Still using spiritual energy. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Lu Ran couldn't help but mutter in his heart, judging by his common sense, shouldn't people from the Buddhist sect be using something like Buddha power? Moreover, those bald heads didn't have ring scars on their heads, and what they wore wasn't a surplice. It was like an ordinary cultivator shaved his head. That's all. So, Lu Ran continued to sniff curiously. Those bald heads are all Buddhist disciples? Each one of them looks so arrogant. Is the Buddhist sect bullish in the neighborhood? At those words, Yi Hongyi's expression became even more odd. She mused, not only in this neighborhood, but in the entire central state, the influence of the Buddhist sect is so great that it can even rival the 9 emperors. This was something Lu Ran hadn't expected. It is surprising that Buddhist power is so exaggerated in the central state. However, the Buddhist sect today is very different from the Buddhist sect that saved suffering and compassion 5,000 years ago, Yi Hongyi said. This was the result of what Yi Hongyi had said earlier, that the pattern of the central state immortal cultivation world had changed drastically. Today's Buddhist sect is more like an existence that distinguishes itself from the traditional immortal cultivation system, and it is extremely powerful. That's why there are so many weird Buddhist disciples out there on the streets. Lu Ran mused. That's too much influence. Yi Hongyi waved her hand and said, it's not that exaggerated. Many of the bald heads you see are actually not Buddhist disciples. It was only because of the great influence of the Buddhist sect that many ordinary cultivators shaved themselves bald in order to rub the light of the Buddhist sect. Because many of the later disciples among today's Buddhist disciples are also not cultivating Buddhist power, it is impossible to accurately judge with the naked eye. The Buddhist disciples are numerous and united, while the traditional cultivators are scattered, with each sect fighting on its own. That's why it allowed the Buddhists to fight against the traditional immortal cultivators. After Yi Hongyi's explanation, Lu Ran probably understood. I just didn't realize that there were so many bald heads on the street, and many of them were deliberately speaking about shaving themselves bald in order to rub off on the fame of the Buddhist sect. It's also really odd. Come on, let's go to the top floor. I want to meet the owner of this place. After Yi Hongyi's introduction, she looked towards the stairs and walked over. The crowd followed. It didn't take more than a few steps, and soon they were on the top floor. Without saying anything, Yi Hongyi directly pushed the door in. The scene in the room was unbearable. A middle-aged man with an obese figure was plowing hard with his maidservant, and a total of 7 or 8 maidservants surrounded him. Lu Ran gulped as he watched, and had to say that the shopkeeper here was really good at enjoying himself. That shopkeeper was on a roll when he suddenly realized that the door of the room was roughly pushed open, and he was furious. Fiercely twisting his head to look, he was right in the middle of Captain Yi Hongyi's cold face, and instantly shrank back in fear. 119. Chapter 119. White Elephant with 6 Tusks. 119. All go out, Yi Hongyi said coldly. The maids clustered around the middle-aged man seemed to recognize Yi Hongyi as well, and all of them turned pale in fear. Without saying a word, he scurried out. The middle-aged man also hurriedly gathered his own clothes, then stood still with an embarrassed face. Dongja, why did you come back? The middle-aged man asked with an ugly face. At the same time, he looked at Lu Ran and the others, curious as to who these people were again. What? I'm not supposed to come back. Or do you think it's already impossible to come back? Yi Hongyi slowly walked to the side of the sofa and sat down, coldly asking. No, I don't mean that. If the Grand Master wants to come back, why don't you say it in advance so I can send someone to greet him? The man said carefully. Sudihai, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I want to know about the current Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. What exactly is the situation, and what has my brother done? Yi Hongyi asked directly. Sudihai froze, but asked with a puzzled face. What does the Grand Master mean by this? There's nothing going on with the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, and Second Master, he, too, didn't do anything. Looking at Sudihai's face full of doubts, it was possible for those who didn't know to be fooled by him. But in front of Yi Hongyi, it was clearly impossible. Yi Hongyi directly raised her hand. Pong! A wave of spiritual energy instantly exploded in front of Sudihai. Caught off guard, Sudihai's entire body was directly crumpled out. His chest collapsed from the horrific outburst. The ribs in there are probably broken all the way around. However, Yi Hongyi held the strength very well. This move, not so much to kill Sudihai, but enough to make Sudihai feel the pain. At this moment, Sudihai, trembling, climbed up and looked at Yi Hongyi with a terrified expression. He was only in the Mahayana realm, and in front of Yi Hongyi, there was no room for the slightest resistance. He gasped for air, his face grimly twisted from the excruciating pain in his chest. The ship that intercepted me was out of your place, a dozen of them together. I advise you to answer my questions honestly, otherwise, I will let you know what it means to be cruel, Yi Hongyi said in a cold voice. As the Grand Master of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, Yi Hongyi would be more than just her usual languid and flirtatious self. Her tactics, they were not merciful. Sudihai knew he couldn't avoid this robbery. Ken only hardened his head and said, It is. The Second Master sent someone to explain. Big Pawn. I have no way. I am all forced to do nothing. If I do not agree, they will. Your situation and choice has nothing to do with me. I only care about the outcome. Answer my question. What is the situation of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce today? Yi Hongyi coldly asked. Sudihai swallowed his saliva and said, During the time you were away, the Second Master took away all the permissions of Red Leaf House, and on this trip, The second master concluded that you would not be able to return, so when Yi Hongyi heard this, the anger in her heart intensified. Sudi Hai was right. This trip, she was supposed to die outside. If they didn't happen to meet Lu Ran and the others in the harbor, and even invited Lu Ran and the others on board, the result would have been obvious. That is, Yi Hongyi would have been killed, and after her death she would have to be abused, and eventually with 1,000 holes she would have been dunked into a puff by the group of people from the law enforcement hall and thrown into the infinite sea. Thinking of this, Yi Hongyi took a deep breath. Strongly suppressing the anger in his heart, he continued to ask, holding the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce for so many years, there are many things that he, Yinan, can't just take if he wants to. Words. Sudi Hai said. Originally it wouldn't have been that easy, but the second master had helpers, and ironic means to kill those who didn't support him in the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. Nowadays, the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce has been cleansed by the second master and is completely controlled by him. At those words, Yi Hongyi's face sank. In Red Leaf House, Yi Hongyi's party members could be quite a few, and there were quite a few diehards. Nowadays, it looked as if they had all been killed by Yinan. And Yinan was just certain that Yi Hongyi wouldn't be able to return this trip. Yi Hongyi's chest rose and fell. I could tell she was ready to explode with emotion. Sudi Hai seemed to have realized it as well, and said in a panic, "Big boss, I was forced to do this. I really had no choice." Yi Hongyi looked at Sudi Hai and continued to ask, "You said that Lauer has a helper. What kind of person is it? To be able to carry out a major cleansing of Red Leaf House, this helper, his methods are not small." But I didn't expect that Sudi Hai, who knew everything at this moment, suddenly surfaced a touch of fear in his expression. Seems to know something but is afraid to say. Noticing this, Yi Hongyi could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. She drew herself to her feet. Sudi Hai was startled, and almost as an instinctive reaction, Sudi Hai violently threw out an object. Then the whole person flew back and crashed through the window. Surprisingly, he just spilled out. Huh? Even Lu Ran and the others who were watching the show were taken aback. A Mahayana realm? Who gave you the courage to run away in front of Yi Hongyi of the Ferrying realm? Can you run? It's almost like a baby attempting to escape the grasp of an adult. Waddling and crawling in front of adults trying to escape. Yi Hongyi intended to chase out at the first opportunity. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. But at that instant, the thing that was thrown out by Sudi Hai buzzed and froze in the air. Immediately after that, golden energy erupted from the thing. The entire space within the room seemed to turn sticky. Lu Ran was also in the Mahayana realm, and at this time, he felt as if he was buried in the sand, and his body's actions were drastically slowed down. That golden energy kept splashing out, but it wasn't spiritual energy, nor was it demonic or magical energy. Instead, it was a power that Lu Ran had never felt before. Upon closer inspection, the gadget floating in mid-air constantly splashing out golden energy was a fist-sized magic treasure. The overall shape is a scaled-down version of an elephant. The Dharma treasure was milky white in color and warm like jade. Yi Hongyi froze, then her face became even more ugly. In a deep voice he said, "The six-tusked white elephant of the Buddhist sect. Damn it! Yinan the dog." Yi Hongyi gritted her teeth, obviously very annoyed. "All of you wait for a moment." Yi Hongyi's face turned blue. Taking a furious step, he seemed to move without much hindrance. She grabbed the six-tusked white elephant with one hand and clenched it violently. Click! That magic treasure was actually crushed into pieces by Yi Hongyi just like that. When the magic treasure was destroyed, the effect naturally disappeared. In the next second, Yi Hongyi's petite body swayed in place and disappeared in front of everyone. A mount! Lu Ran and the others looked a bit puzzled. What kind of situation is this? It's a little disoriented, but it's probably obvious. Yi Hongyi's position as Grand Master was usurped by her brother. And the helper, it seems, is the Buddhists? Not long after, Yi Hongyi returned. One of her hands was stained with blood, and she casually shook it off as she said with an ugly face, "The Buddha sect has approached me many times, wanting Red Leaf Mansion's huge business network, but all of them have been rejected by me, and I never thought that, in the end, the Buddha sect would actually find that waste of a brother of mine." After saying that, Yi Hongyi's expression was very complicated. Her party was cleared out by Yinan in conjunction with the Buddhist sect, and nowadays she is most likely alone. Trying to get back control of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce was harder than heaven. 120. Chapter 120. I'll help you kill the bald donkey. 120. At this point, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. This was a matter for the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, a matter for Yi Hongyi, but there was no friendship between them and Yi Hongyi for the time being. If I had to say it was the friendship between Lu Ran and Yi Hongyi. And that was more of a transaction than a fellowship. It was Lu Ran who needed wine before dealing with Yi Hongyi. Lu Ran of course knows this and mused. Now that this has happened to the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, then my wine. Yi Hongyi spoke. You don't have to worry what I owe you. I will definitely give it to you. The wine you want is not in the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. Nor does it have anything to do with the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. The implication was that even if Yi Hongyi was now taken away from the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, it was not so bad that he could not get the wine that Lu Ran needed. At those words, Lu Ran breathed a sigh of relief. That wine was too important to Lu Ran, and Lu Ran didn't want to give it up easily. At this time, Lan Ji, who was on the side, suddenly said, Isn't that just right? Lu Ran, you are now in the Mahayana realm, and when you are at the peak of the late Mahayana realm, you will need to break through and cross the threshold, and the Buddhist sect has what you need in their hands. Oh? At those words, Lu Ran froze. Curious, he asked. What do you mean? What's in the hands of the Buddhists? Lan Ji heatedly smiled and said, Although I'm not a human, I know some of the doors and ways of your human cultivation. If the Mahayana realm wants to break through to the tribulation, apart from relying on its own minuscule sense of enlightenment and heavenly opportunity, there is another pleasing way, that is, the Buddha bone sharp. This was something that Lu Ran had never really heard of. Instead, Yi Hongyi looked at Lan Ji in surprise, not expecting a demon to know these things. Lu Ran said doubtfully, In that case, I can probably understand how the Buddhist sect was able to gradually share the world with the traditional immortal cultivators. Isn't it obvious? The Buddhist sect had this thing called the Buddha bone relic, and if that thing could really allow the Mahayana realm to easily break through the transition, the Buddhist sect could simply create experts in large quantities. Although there weren't many Mahayana realms in the Xia prefecture, with only the 4 holy lands being Mahayana realms, in the central prefecture, the number could be absolutely quite a lot. There were even quite a number of Mahayana realms and even transition realms in the heavenly pendant state. And doesn't the Buddhist sect just need to cultivate the Mahayana realm and give them Buddha bone relics to create transits in bulk? Hearing Lu Ran's analysis, Yi Hongyi's expression was very odd. Lan Ji was even more disrespectful. Skimming his lips, he said, You really dare to think about it. If those bald asses knew about this, they would be furious. It turns out that the Buddha bone relic is something that the Buddhist sect does have. But it's not just a big pile sitting there to be used whenever you want. Yi Hongyi explained from the side, Buddha bone relics, there is only one way to obtain them, and that is to kill Buddhist experts at the peak of the late stage of the transitional succession, and after they die, the Buddha power will reverse the innate nature, quenching the bones of the flesh and body, and ultimately consuming all the Buddha power to produce the Buddha bone relics. In short, a single Buddha bone relic symbolized a peak late-stage transitional sect Buddhist bigot. Then of course Lu Ran's idea was naive. It was also impossible for the Buddha sect to foolishly get a late peak transitional succession and society to use his Buddha bone relics to cultivate a transitional succession newcomer. This is also the reason why there has always been a hostile relationship between the Buddhist sect and traditional immortal cultivators.
Yi Hongyi explained.
While the Buddhists wouldn't be stupid enough to get one of their own killed, the immortal cultivators would. Some of the great immortal cultivation powers, clans, in order for the heavens' pride sons and daughters in their sects to be able to quickly break through to the transitional succession. Often they would move this mind, and that was to hunt down and kill Buddhist masters. Take the Buddha's bone relics. Since ancient times, the two sides have been going back and forth, and the grudge between the Buddhist sect and the immortal cultivators has grown deeper and deeper. Now that the Buddhist sect has gained power and shared the world with traditional immortal cultivators, the situation has only gradually stabilized. But there are still a lot of people who fight the Buddha bone relics. Lu Ran didn't have any grudges against the Buddhist sect, but he didn't have a good feeling about the false compassion of the Buddhist sect either. And, in such a weak world, Lu Ran, in order to try to grow fast, would also make sure to take the Buddha bone relic if he had the chance. However, as of now, Lu Ran's cultivation was not enough. The original overflow of cultivation had only allowed Lu Ran's realm to rise to the mid-transition realm after he had broken through the Mahayana realm. It was still a long way from the peak of the late stage of the transition. That's thousands of years of cultivation. Put it on other immortal cultivators, they would have crossed the threshold long ago. But in Lu Ran's case, it was obvious that the effect was going to be greatly reduced. This was why Lu Ran had little interest in remodeling his meridians. He didn't want to cultivate at all. As it is now, even if the meridians are remodeled, what can be done? Lu Ran wouldn't be able to honestly cultivate and work hard to survive. What he needed was wine. And on the contrary, Yi Hongyi was able to get his hands on the 10,000-year-old ancient wine that made Lu Ran a step closer to heaven. So Lu Ran only needed two things right now. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. One pot of the 10,000-year-old ancient wine that Yi Hongyi had given him to drink before was enough. Find another way to get a social Buddha bone relic. Then it's the right time, right place, right person, and a direct breakthrough through the tribulation. And when it came to transmigration, Lu Ran's goal was even more singular. Obtaining more wine allowed his cultivation to quickly reach the peak of the late ferrying stage. After that, there's constant drinking, utilizing system rewards, and constant attempts at ascension. This was the only way Lu Ran could think of at the moment to forcefully ascend in a world where it was no longer possible to do so. Thinking of this, Lu Ran took a deep breath and said, "Sister Hong, how about we talk about another deal?" Yi Hongyi froze and asked, "What kind of deal? Tell me." Lu Ran spoke directly. "You owe me a pot of wine now. If I can help you get back the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, how about you get me a few more pots of wine?" Lu Ran's purpose was actually quite clear, because even if he got a pot of wine, it was enough for Lu Ran to reach the peak of the late Mahayana realm. But after that, when they broke through to the transition, they would likewise require a large amount of cultivation, no doubt tens of thousands of years. And currently the only way Lu Ran could think of to quickly obtain a large amount of cultivation was to drink, and only Yi Hongyi could get the most generous cultivation rewards currently available. At the same time, helping Yi Hongyi and confronting the Buddhist sect, there was a chance to mess with the Buddhist sect's experts and get the Buddha bone relic that was essential for Lu Ran's breakthrough into the transition. It's literally a 1-2 punch. The only point was that Lu Ran's realm wasn't high enough, and at the current moment, he couldn't even beat Yi Hongyi. This was also Yi Hongyi's question. Yi Hongyi mused, "But just your words? Are you sure you can help me?" Lu Ran hemmed and hawed, reached out and pointed at Lan Ji, saying, "I'm not qualified, but she is." Lan Ji sniffed and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Said, Hey, Lu Ran, I'm not your punching bag." Lu Ran came to Lan Ji's side and said with his ear, "Although you don't know why you didn't bring it up, but I found a way to untie you from the sword pill in the ancient sword pill. So if you help me, and I let you go, don't you have a heart?" At those words, Lan Ji's eyes instantly lit up. He stared at Lu Ran for half a second, then fiercely looked at Yi Hongyi and said, "Yes, I'll help you kill the bald donkey." 121. Chapter 121, 10,000 Household Lights. 121. Hearing Lan Ji's words, Yi Hongyi's eyes lit up. Lu Ran was also relieved. This was something Lu Ran had discovered before, but Lan Ji hadn't brought it up for whatever reason. Lu Ran wouldn't take the initiative to say either. However, he was absolutely right in his discovery that the tie between the ancient sword pill and Lan Ji had forced Lan Ji to follow Lu Ran. If Lu Ran died, because of the tie between the ancient sword pill and Lan Ji would likewise die. This was why Lan Ji was willing to follow Lu Ran around as a bodyguard. And Lu Ran was certainly happy to have such a powerful demon as a personal bodyguard. But there's no way Lan Ji doesn't want freedom, and if she's not saying anything at the moment, she's certainly not holding her farts in her heart. Right now, it was a good time to use this to negotiate with Lan Ji and get Lan Ji to help him, and at this point, after hearing their words, Xiaoyu Ling, who had been muffled, suddenly spoke up, "I can also help Lu Ran." Her opening, even Lu Ran didn't expect it, and he looked at Xiaoyu Ling in surprise. Xiaoyu Ling was also looking at Lu Ran. With his 4 eyes locked, Lu Ran smiled awkwardly and said, "That's fine. Then thanks a lot." But this sentence of thanks caused Xiaoyu Ling's heart to sting slightly. She smiled at Lu Ran and didn't say much. Yi Hongyi heard that a powerful ancient demon was willing to help her, and a powerful demon race was willing to help her. Isn't that the end of it? Yi Hongyi nodded solemnly and said, "Okay, I promise you, as long as you help me, I will definitely help you get the wine you need." Although Yi Hongyi still couldn't comprehend that Lu Ran had gone to such great lengths for just one wine. Is there such a drunkard in this world? But she still added, "On this trip, if it wasn't for you guys getting on the boat, I might have died long ago. What I owe you is actually more than just a jug of wine. And now that you're helping me again, I'll definitely maximize the amount of wine I can get for you. But I've got one thing to say up front." "Oh?" Lu Ran looked at Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi mused, "Nowadays, the Buddhist sect is not to be underestimated in the central state. If you help me, it means that you have to be on the opposite side of the fence from the Buddhist sect, just for a few pots of wine. Is it really worth it? Although these jugs are harder to get hold of." But when all is said and done, it's just wine, it's not a panacea. Lu Ran waved his hand and said, I don't have any good feelings towards the Buddhist sect itself. As for whether it's worth it or not, I know in my heart, Sister Hong, don't worry about it, is that I don't care if I mess with the Buddhist sect for this. Kidding aside, to others it was just a few jugs of wine, but to Lu Ran it meant a lot more. All right, in that case, we have a deal, Yi Hongyi said solemnly. At this point, Lu Ran suddenly mused. But there's still a small problem. Yi Hongyi nodded. But there is no harm in saying it. Lu Ran said, Before I help you, you still owe me a pot of wine. Do you have to give it to me first? Yi Hongyi looked a little embarrassed. But still, he gritted his teeth and said, It's okay. After all, words don't mean anything. And this counts as my sincerity, I promise you. Lu Ran was then completely relieved. By getting the wine first, Lu Ran was confident that he could directly raise his cultivation to the peak of the late Mahayana stage. After that, if one is lucky enough to get the Buddha bone relics, one can break through to transmigration at any time. Then after that, the wine that Yi Hongyi had gotten her hands on would allow Lu Ran to soar to the sky, heading straight for the peak of the late ferrying stage. It's a done deal and it's all good for now. I'll have someone prepare wine and food. Let's settle down here first and I'll send someone to poke around, Yi Hongyi said. Lu Ran, on the other hand, looked odd and said, You've not already been usurped by someone? Where else? Holding the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce for many years. The ones I know aren't all the ones who tend to be aggressive. In terms of connections, Yi Nan and I are far from each other, Yi Hongyi said. As she said this, Yi Hongyi was filled with smug pride. To be able to make the world's #1 chamber of commerce thrive despite being a daughter under this chaotic pattern in the central state nowadays, Yi Hongyi's ability was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Her connections, naturally, were not something Lu Ran could imagine. Only, even these connections didn't seem to have the strength to fight against the Buddhist sect. After that, Yi Hongyi quickly arranged the rooms for the crowd while she arranged for the deployment to go poking around. Lu Ran had nothing to do and ran on the principle that he couldn't waste it. Drinking boredom in his room. The 1,000-year-old wine from before was gone, and nowadays Lu Ran only had some trashy wine. And because the quality is so low, the booze is almost non-existent. You can't get a hangover, you just have to relieve the boredom and have fun. The higher the realm, the more Lu Ran could appreciate the importance of good wine. Limbaugh has his own room, but she did not rest, and though in her own room, sat on the edge of her bed with her head twisted oddly to face Lu Ran next door. The most new small novel in 6ix9ine book bar first post. It seemed that a pair of childish eyes could see through the wall and see Lu Ran who was drinking next door. She had a small face that was as rippled as ever. It wasn't like calmness. It was more like an indifference to everything in the world. Su Ling couldn't sink her teeth into her room. She was now a demon and could no longer cultivate like a human. Bored, he simply came upstairs. At the top of the roof, sitting alone. It was evening by now. The lights of all the houses in this town were gradually lit up, and the town, which had just entered the night, was bustling with activity. Crowds of people coming and going on the streets, vendors constantly hawking, cultivators passing by from time to time, children crying, staggering drunks. There are many different kinds of human beings. Suddenly, Lan Ji's petite body behind her appeared beside Su Ling. Perhaps because Su Ling was a demon, and neither she nor she belonged to the human race. That's why Lan Ji was always close to Su Ling. What's there to see here? Lan Ji asked as she looked around. Su Ling collected her mind and looked at the sunset that was completely hidden, contemplating. The setting sun returns to the mountains and the sea, and the smoke and fire illuminate the earth. This is an ordinariness that I once did not experience. Lan Ji looked around again, embarrassed that she still couldn't appreciate it. As an ancient demon, Lan Ji was used to seeing too many things and had long since become numb. However, she was very curious about what happened between Su Ling and Lu Ran. So he asked, You and Lu Ran, what exactly is your relationship? With just a few words between the two, Lan Ji could detect that they had once had an unusual relationship, but couldn't guess why. Su Ling pondered for a few seconds, her eyes drifted off and she said, He was brought up by me. You once asked me if I was his master. I used to be. Then, Su Ling briefly told what happened between them. Lan Ji listened with great interest. Enviously, he said, Sometimes I'm quite envious of your human race. The demon race can't come up with something so complicated. Having said that, Lan Ji asked curiously again, Now since you're not related, you don't owe each other anything. But when you get along, you're still considered friends, right? You went to great lengths to be nice to Lu Ran. There is always something else on your mind, right? At those words, Su Yuling instinctively shook her head. But then there was a weak nod. He said, "It is an extravagant hope if one day, Ranner can still call me master, it will be worth it." 122. Chapter 122 Northern Mountain Medicine King Temple. 122. Of course, Lu Ran didn't hear these words. I wonder how I would feel if I heard it. On the contrary, it was Lan Ji, who looked at Su Yuling with burning eyes for a long time and murmured, "How about being a master who can do this? Should I say that you're heartless? Or should I say that you're good?" Su Yuling didn't reply. She just stared at the 10,000 lights in front of her in silence. That night, the crowd rested at the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. Early the next morning, Lu Ran was still huffing and puffing when Yi Hongyi knocked on the door of his room. Lu Ran rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, "Early in the morning, what's wrong?" Yi Hongyi looked at Lu Ran speechlessly. How can this guy say that he is also a person of the Mahayana realm? These days, the Mahayana realm is not yet everywhere. How can it be considered a first-class big brother? After all, in the Xia state, the lords of the four holy lands could all be in the Mahayana realm as well. But Yi Hongyi had rarely seen a cultivator of the Mahayana realm who liked to sleep. These days, the world is all about money. Especially when the realm was high, every step was exceptionally difficult, and all cultivators were racing against their longevity. Who dares to waste time? For many immortal cultivators, it would be really hate to squeeze out all the time for cultivation. It favors Lu Ran, the guy who sleeps in. But when this happened to Lu Ran, it was harmonious on the contrary, and the guy himself was an oddball. Moreover, Yi Hongyi herself belonged to the category of lethargy. So didn't dwell on the issue, just casually said, "It's not very early. I came to find you to ask you if you want to go with me to get the wine today?" Yi Hongyi was also anxious. Lu Ran had agreed to help. She had to act quickly. Otherwise, after the Buddha sect completely controlled the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, Yinan would become a puppet, and even if he got Yinan killed by then, it would be useless. That would be a serious hard fight with the Buddhists. Today? That's a good feeling. Go! Lu Ran was instantly sleepy. What kind of sleep is that? Of course, it's the wine that's important. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongyi also laughed and said, "I should have known that you couldn't hold it in. Since that's the case, we'll go today, and when we get the wine, it's time for you to honor what you promised me." The two hit it off. Soon the crowd was assembled. Nowadays, what I'm going to do things, everyone can see it clearly. So I won't say any more. The two holy lords, what are your plans? Lu Ran looked at Lu Qinghe and Zhu Shaluo and asked. As the two men listened in, their expressions turned odd. Frankly speaking, they wanted to help Lu Ran. Lu Qinghe himself was a sword cultivator like Lu Ran, and had watched Lu Ran's rapid rise to power. He cherished talent and expected the most from Lu Ran. However, nowadays Lu Ran's realm was already comparable to his, and moreover, he also possessed the ancient Emperor Shenyuan phantasm. Together with those other bizarre and unpredictable means of Lu Ran's personal strength was already far above him. At the same time, there were also Lan Ji and Su Yuling, the two bigwigs of the demon and devil races, by their side. Although Lu Qinghe was unwilling to admit it, there was no longer any need for him to get involved in the feud between Lu Ran and the Buddhist sect in the central state. As for Juzaro, it's even easier. Zhu Shaluo was willing to help Lu Ran only because of this relationship with Qin Wu Yao, that's all. So, hearing Lu Ran's question, the two men looked at each other. Lu Qinghe said, "I'm going to take Tianjiao around. It's best to find a place to settle down, and down the road, make plans." Zhu Shaluo also said right after, "I wanted to take Yao Yao away, but now it seems that Yao Yao doesn't need me anymore, and over the years, although Yao Yao is the holy maiden of Yao Pond, she hasn't spent much time in front of me, and I didn't teach her for long, so since Yao Yao likes to follow you, she will stay by your side, and as for me, I don't have any plans for the time being, but I would like to take a look around. After all, it's the first time I've come to the vast land of the central state. Both of these guys are smart. Directly set yourself aside. Stay out of it." Lu Qinghe took away Chu Tianjiao, and Zhu Shaluo also left. Lu Ran twisted his head to look at Qin Wuyao when he heard Zhu Shaluo's words. In the past few days, Qin Wuyao seemed to have been sullen for a long time, and her words had become fewer. Noticing Lu Ran's eyes, Qin Wuyao reacted furiously and looked at Lu Ran. Subconsciously, he said, "I'm not leaving." Although Lu Ran didn't want to let her go, these three simple words still made Lu Ran settle down. Nodded. Then, the eyes swept over Lan Ji. Lan Ji was Lu Ran's biggest helper, so naturally she couldn't leave. Then, the line of sight swept past Lan Ji and saw Suyu Ling. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Lu Ran's heart shook, and he spoke somewhat awkwardly. This is already the central state, so if you have any place you want to go, you can actually… The words were not finished. Suyu Ling then shook her head. I can help, directly interrupting Lu Ran's words. To say that the two had completely set aside their relationship on top of the great Luo sword sect, this scene in front of them shouldn't have happened. But it actually happened. And it was still Suyu Ling's initiative. Lu Ran was a little unsure of what to say for a moment. There was always a feeling that between Suyu Ling it was said that the relationship was set aside. But there was always something that could not be said, could not be explained, and could not be pulled. At this point, Lan Ji suddenly came to Suyu Ling's side and reached out to hold Suyu Ling's arm. Casually, he said, I'm a demon race and you're all human. How boring would that be? If there's a demon race, then at least I'd have a companion. The implication was naturally to want Suyu Ling to stay. Lu Ran hadn't thought of what to say, but now that he heard Lan Ji say this, he could only shrug his shoulders and said, That's fine. If you don't have any plans, just come along. After saying that, Lu Ran finally looked at Lin Bauer. Lin Bauer, who also spoke very little, noticed Lu Ran's eyes looking over.
Lin Bauer subconsciously spoke.
But before she could finish her sentence, Lu Ran waved his hand and interrupted her, saying, Just follow me, just don't starve. When he finished, he looked around the room. He said, In that case then, two holy lords, let's part ways and meet again someday. When he finished, he arched his hand. The 9 states are so big that after separating, each of them has no fixed destination, and it is harder than heaven to meet again. So it's really just a matter of fate. Lu Qinghe and Zhu Sha Luo arched their hands, and Zhu Sha Luo looked deeply at Qin Wuyao again, only to finally return, See you around. After saying that, the 3 of them left the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, harnessing their magic treasures and disappearing into the sky as streams of light. Lu Ran turned his head to look. At this moment, with Qin Wuyao accompanying her, Suyu Ling and Lan Ji, a demon and a devil plus a mute Lin Bauer, that was all the team had for the time being. Yi Hongyi said, When do we leave? Now. Lu Ran said without hesitation, then asked curiously, By the way, haven't you said where to get the wine? Yi Hongyi spoke, North Mountain Medicine King Temple. 123. Chapter 123 There's still a chance to go back. 123. According to Yi Hongyi, the North Mountain Pill King Temple, a pill refining clan. Although it doesn't sound too big, it's a temple. After all, it's definitely not small. Moreover, in the central state, it possessed no small status. Whether it was the Buddhist sect or the traditional immortal cultivators, or even the 9 emperors, all of them were more or less related to the North Mountain Medicine King Temple. Lu Ran was listening in wonder. I feel that this North Mountain Medicine King Temple is so awesome, but Lu Ran could understand. For other clans, even if you are powerful, there is a limit for other clans to come and befriend you. But the pill refining sect was an extremely special existence. Immortal cultivators all need elixirs, and it takes more than 1 or 2. And, because of the different types of effects of elixirs, the demand is even more varied. And the purchasable elixirs circulating in the rivers and lakes were, after all, a minority. In addition to the ordinary elixirs that everyone could refine, there were a large number of special elixirs that could only be produced by the pill refining sects. And if the hands of this medicine refining sect mastered the various types of pills is also complete, the effect is also very strong, weak, all can take into account the status naturally self-evident. The North Mountain Medicine King Temple is such a presence. And you have to know that all of this happened within 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, the North Mountain Pill King Temple was just a small clan. Later, Yu Qingcong took over the position of the patriarch, and only then did the North Mountain Pill King Temple grow rapidly. Yi Hongyi said with a final introduction. Lu Ran listened for a moment. He wasn't interested in potions. He really didn't have the slightest interest in them. So, although he admired this Northern Mountain Medicine King Temple, Lu Ran didn't care about that. So he asked, You mean that Yu Kang, or that North Mountain Medicine King Temple will make wine? At those words, the corners of Yi Hongyi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Speechless, he looked at Lu Ran and said, What makes you a winemaker? People are pill refiners. What I mean is, the kind of wine I asked you to drink, Yu Qingcong has it. It's just that it's very hard for unusual people to get it. I can get you another pot, and the rest we'll talk about it afterward. So it is. Lu Ran didn't expect it. It sounded like it was quite simple. The wine is just on someone else, just need to mess with it. Lu Ran glanced at Lan Ji almost at first. Completely subconscious behavior, thinking in his heart, if he took Lanji directly to Yu Qingsong, directly hands to Rob, that is not simpler? Of course, that's all that can be said about thinking about it at the moment. Then we'll set off. Lu Ran collected his mind and said to Yi Hongyi. Without delay, we all set off immediately. The location of the Northern Mountain Medicine King Temple was roughly 180,000 miles away from the town they were in. It's an exaggerated number now. But fortunately, there was Lanji to lead the way to fly. This speed was exaggerated to the point of outrageousness. It was not something that Lu Ran's Mahayana realm flight could catch up with. On the way, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao flashed past from the sky wrapped in monstrous demonic qi. Lanji had thoughtfully isolated all the astral winds with her magic qi. The bored Lu Ran glanced at Qin Wuyao by his side. At this moment, Qin Wuyao still looked odd. She's been like that for the past few days. Lu Ran couldn't help himself and asked, "I've seen you acting weird these past few days. What's wrong?" Qin Wuyao snapped back to her senses and looked at Lu Ran, seemingly in some difficulty, but eventually asked, "Do we still have a chance to go back to Xiaozhou?" Lu Ran froze and subconsciously asked, "The 4 holy places are gone, but still go back to Xiaozhou to do what?" The words were not finished. Lu Ran suddenly reacted. Contemplating, he said, "The great Qin immortal court still doesn't know what's going on. And I don't know if your father has survived, so your worries are not unreasonable." Qin Wuyao nodded, but then immediately shook her head and said, "More than that, besides my father, there's also my master, that is, Yu Guizi, the owner of Tianji Lu, who has been measuring the heavenly chances for many years for the sake of me, and has suffered a great deal of damage to his own flesh and spirit. And now that the D Wasteland Demon Clan has broken out, and the Xia State is taking the brunt of the blow, I don't know how Tianji Lu will end up getting through the—" Lu Ran hadn't thought about that, almost forgetting that Qin Wuyao didn't just come from the great Qin immortal court, didn't just work as the holy maiden at Yaoqi. All these years, instead, the place where he stayed the longest was not the imperial city of the great Qin immortal court or the holy mountain of the Yaoqi holy land, but the Tianji building. Of course there's a chance, if you're willing. We can always go back and take a look when I'm done with the matter at hand. Lu Ran agreed with his mouth full, without the slightest hesitation. Because for other people the danger is heavy. Do not dare to easily wade into the endless sea. For Lu, however, on the contrary, more secure than the land. There were also scale demons escorting them at full speed the entire time, and their speed had increased quite a bit. So, if you want to go back to Xiaozhou, it's not as simple as just wanting to go back. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Hearing this, Qin Wuyao's eyes lit up. Zheng nodded his head and said, "Okay, let's go check it out then." Lu Ran nodded along. But there were other things still on the brain as well. It was nothing to go back and help Qin Wuyao find someone. For Qin Wuyao, Lu Ran was also happy to help. But nowadays, in the Xia State, the demon race was ravaging the area, and it was estimated that there were people everywhere and corpses were everywhere. It's a disaster for everyone else. But it's good for Lu, however. Lu Ran has the demon refining pot. If it was possible to unify the demon race in large quantities and will them be able to be summoned at any time, wouldn't it be a mysterious and incomparable thing? Raising their hands and throwing their feet, millions, even 10 million demon clans came out in great numbers. That scene, think about it, as exciting. It's simply too comfortable to use against the Buddhists. Thinking of this, Lu Ran couldn't help but sink his mind into the storage bag and communicate with the demon refining pot inside. The demon refining pot seemed to have sensed Lu Ran's divine soul intent and buzzed and trembled. Lu Ran carefully studied the demon refining pot. The space inside this demon refining pot is indeed endless and generally large, but it can't store ordinary items. Lu Ran has tried, ordinary things simply can't be put in. So that means only demons can be put in? However, after putting it in, whether it would be directly refined or have some other function, Lu Ran couldn't feel it for the time being. Even though the demon refining pot had already recognized him as its master. However, with his current realm level, he was not yet able to fully control the demon refining pot, so the feeling was a bit vague. If you want to verify the idea, you have to find the demon and put it into the demon refining pot to experiment with it. Thinking of this, Lu Ran suddenly raised his eyes and subconsciously looked towards Su Yuling. In the team, the only demon race was Su Yuling. Of course, Lu Ran didn't dare to use the demon refining pot to collect Su Yuling, and looking at Su Yuling was just a subconscious thought. Moreover, the ability of the demon refining pot to automatically emanate allowed Lu Ran to manipulate the scale demon without any manipulation. However, Su Yuling, who was close to Lu Ran, did not seem to be affected by the demon refining pot. Perhaps, the size of the role of the demon refining pot is also related to the strength of the realm of the demon race. The stronger the strength, the less likely to be enslaved by the demon refining pot. But I wonder how effective it would be if it was forcibly taken into the demon refining pot. 124. Chapter 124 Good Times in Good Times. 124. It's a long trip. Even with Lan Ji's strength, she was a bit overwhelmed on the third day, so the crowd stopped to rest. How far is it? Lan Ji couldn't help but ask. She was an ancient demon, and now she was being used as a means of transportation. Not only did she have to fly by herself, but she had to take so many people with her, which was a lot of pressure and all at full speed. Originally, according to my plan, it would take about a month or so, but your speed is fast enough that you'll be there in about 3 more days now. Yi Hongyi compared the map and murmured. That means it's only halfway through the flight. Lan Ji said breathlessly. But at least know that it's halfway there, with a few more days to go. I have to say, this central state, it's really big. Then let's rest, and then continue on our way. Lu Ran murmured. It just so happened that there was a town up ahead, and the group planned to rest here for the night and continue their journey in the morning. Find a random tavern. Lu Ran tried all the wines here, only to realize that a few hundred years' worth of wine was already the best. Such trashy wine was no longer useful to Lu Ran today. It's also harder to get a hangover. The little cultivation reward given was not even as good as licking a mouthful of the 10,000-year-old ancient wine given by Yi Hongyi. Seeing that Lu Ran was a bit disappointed, Yi Hongyi mused. Although I don't have that kind of wine here anymore, there are some other wines, so if you're willing to do so, all of them will be given to you, so you can try them. Oh? Lu Ran's eyes instantly lit up at the words. That's a good feeling. Yi Hongyi herself was also a lover of wine. Although not as exaggerated as Lu Ran's need for wine, it was not to be underestimated. Therefore, any wine that could be carried by Yi Hongyi was definitely not of poor quality. Yeah, let's go back to the room, Lu Ran said excitedly. Soon, the crowd came into the room, and with a wave of Yi Hongyi's hand, more than a dozen wine jugs of various sizes appeared in front of him. These wine pots were all different, and one was more exquisite than the other, and Lu Ran's eyes lit up as he looked at them. Just judging from the look of the jug alone, the wine certainly wasn't bad. He had begun to swallow running water. These are all the wines I have on me. I have a few jugs of each kind. You can taste them and see which one you like. Although the quality is not as good as the kind I gave you to drink before, they are all not bad. They are the ones that I purposely left behind after I had tasted the many fine wines. Yi Hongyi said with an introduction. Lu Ran nodded. Start with the first pot and try it 1 cup at a time. But the results were not very satisfactory. Yi Hongyi collects these wines and doesn't even pay attention to the vintage, but rather tastes the flavor. This also led to the fact that some of the wines in here were indeed of good quality, or at least good to drink, but the vintage was not enough to give Lu Ran very little reward. As for the benefits to Lu Ran's body from the celestial materials laced in the wine itself, it was almost negligible. If you really wanted to do it for your health, you wouldn't expect that much alcohol. Seeing Lu Ran try 1 cup after another, but his face was disappointed, Yi Hongyi was a bit embarrassed. In terms of drinking or being obsessed with alcohol, she was indeed no match for Lu Ran. But all these wines were painstakingly collected by her. How come Lu Ran was not satisfied with any of them? Soon it was down to the last pot. Lu Ran looked forward. Basically none of them met Lu Ran's requirements. Of course, that was also because after Lu Ran had tasted the 10,000 years ancient wine given by Yi Hongyi earlier, Lu Ran's requirements for the quality of the wine had become too high as well. If he really didn't have anything to drink, Lu Ran wasn't going to waste this great time tonight. A few more of these pots would be something that could bring Lu Ran to the point of a hangover. Thinking of this, Lu Ran fixed his mind, poured out a cup from the last jug of wine, and put it to his mouth. Yi Hongyi no longer held much hope. Of these dozen pots of wine, Yi Hongyi is least optimistic about this last pot, although she also treasured a few pots, but that was treasured a long time ago, has been placed in the storage bag for a long time. Because later found other wine, and there are quite a few types, all let Yi Hongyi dozens of very satisfied, so this kind of wine was Yi Hongyi thrown in the storage bag never again to pay attention to. But I didn't expect it. Lu Ran put the glass to his mouth and tilted his head back, drinking it all in one go. Then, his eyes snapped open and he nodded in satisfaction, saying, "This is good." This vintage, it didn't reach 1,000 years, but it was not far off. Although the cultivation level given was no longer very generous in Lu Ran's current realm, it was still passable. Best of all, this wine has a nice kick to it. 2 or 3 pots would basically bring Lu Ran to a hangover. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. That's what Lu Ran needed most. A hangover bonus. It's not vintage enough, and hangover rewards are generally more rah-rah. but it's better than nothing, and this night can't be wasted by huffing and puffing. Moreover, the current Lu Ran was not worried about his safety and could drink as much as he wanted. After all, Xiaoyu Ling and Lan Ji were both around. Lan Ji because of the tie between her and Lu Ran because of the ancient sword pill. If Lu Ran died, Lan Ji would die as well, so there was no way that Lan Ji would let Lu Ran be in danger. Yi Hongyi looked at Lu Ran with an odd expression. This guy, the taste is really unique, in front of the dozen pots cannot see. But this last one actually let Lu Ran very satisfied. At this time, Lu Ran opened his mouth and asked, "Sister Hong, this is good. Do you still have it?" Yi Hongyi casually waved his hand, and 7 or 8 pots of the same model appeared in front of him. Opening his mouth, he said, "Yes, that's all. Is it enough? If it's not enough, you can still get it. This kind of wine can be bought for a price. It's expensive, but money is not a problem." As the Grand Master of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, although Yi Hongyi had been robbed of her power by Yinan, her money was really quite a lot. "Enough is enough for tonight," Lu Ran said happily. Then he received a dozen jugs of wine into his own storage bag, returned to his room, and began to drink right then and there. Yi Hongyi burst into tears and left Lu Ran's room and went back to her own room. However, Lin Bauer, Qin Wuyao, Xiaoyu Ling, Lan Ji, all 4 of them stayed behind. Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran had been together for a long time, and anyway, just find a random place to cultivate without the need to sleep. Lan Ji, on the other hand, needed to protect Lu Ran closely. Naturally, she had to not move an inch. After all, if Lu Ran died, she would also die. Xiaoyu Ling was even more blunt. Her mind was now filled with Lu Ran. Lin Bauer, on the other hand, was not far away, looking at Lu Ran with burning eyes. When Lu Ran downed a pot of wine, Lin Bauer glanced at Lu Ran's dantian, then raised an eyebrow. She could feel that Lu Ran's cultivation was rapidly rising after drinking the wine. It wasn't an increase due to fast cultivation speed, but an increase out of thin air. Lin Bauer narrowed her eyes slightly and murmured, "Wine?" Lu Ran, on the other hand, could not care about anything else, gulping down wine. Not long after, 3 pots of wine went down. Lu Ran suppressed his realm cultivation, and the wine quickly took over Lu Ran's consciousness. He sat on the edge of the bed and fell head over heels, huffing and puffing. 125. Chapter 125. This reward can't be understood. 125. Qin Wuyao watched Lu Ran fall head over heels, and was somewhat in tears. This guy, already in the Mahayana realm, how come he still enjoys being drunk so much? To know, the cultivation of the Mahayana realm, no matter what kind of wine, casually disperses the alcohol, but Lu Ran, this guy, it seems that he really likes the feeling of the alcohol going to his head and falls back to sleep. This was simply a waste of time for other cultivators of the Mahayana realm. A waste of time was tantamount to a waste of longevity, a waste of life. Lanji glanced at Lu Ran and didn't take it seriously. It's just drunkenness. As long as you don't die, nothing matters. Instead, Xiaoyu Ling stood up at this time. Coming to Lu Ran's side, he set Lu Ran's body upright, then pulled up the quilt on the side and gently covered Lu Ran's body. When Lu Ran was a child, Xiaoyu Ling had done this countless times. But since Lu Ran was discovered by her to be born with an extinct vein, she had never done it again. Xiaoyu Ling sighed deeply. She didn't need to cultivate. Solely, he sat on the edge of the bed and stared fixedly at Lu Ran's face in sound sleep. Lin Bauer looked at Lu Ran, her petite body still sitting on the chair, not saying a word. There was no talk all night. Soon it was the next morning. Lu Ran opened his eyes in a daze, and the first thing he did was to check the system rewards. Sure enough, the wine wasn't great, and this reward was average, but Lu Ran was a little hard to read. Congratulations to the host for having 1 successful hangover. Receive hangover reward. Momiji tongue. Huh? Lu Ran looked a little confused. What is this thing reward? He licked his lips. Didn't feel any change in his tongue. Did he? Thus, Lu Ran carefully checked the reward description. Barilla tongue. Can taste and analyze the composition and dosage of everything, and is especially good at analyzing dishes. What the hell? A cook. Lu Ran was dumbfounded. He was the Wine Sword Immortal. This was the Wine Sword Immortal system. You have no problem analyzing the wine with your barilla tongue. How come you're analyzing the food? Lu Ran doesn't have much interest in cooking. Chicken ribs. Wasting my old man's hangover for a night. Lu Ran couldn't help but mutter in his heart. The others looked at Lu Ran with curious eyes. What's this guy doing sitting on his bed muttering when he wakes up with a hangover? It doesn't seem like it's satisfying. Is it hard to dream and not be happy with the dream? Seeing the reward clearly, Lu Ran looked up and was seeing Xiaoyu Ling sitting on the edge of the bed. also looking at him. Lu Ran froze, then realized the quilt covering his body. There was also the familiar posture and appearance of Xiaoyu Ling sitting on the edge of the bed, and Lu Ran's heart trembled. Isn't that what happens when you're a kid? Only, at that time, Xiaoyu Ling's steamed buns of green silk were still black, instead of the current grayish-white color. You're awake, what's wrong? Xiaoyu Ling couldn't help but ask as she watched Lu Ran mutter and look odd. Ahem. Nothing, had a nightmare. Lu Ran said casually. Then get out of bed. Suddenly, he saw some rice on the table next to Lin Bauer. That was what Qin Wuyao had bought for her. Lin Bauer didn't have a cultivation level or realm. She still needed to eat, unlike the others, who had already abstained from eating. Only, Lin Bauer had a small appetite and didn't eat much. Although the reward of the 100 flavors tongue was a bit trashy, Lu Ran was curious in his heart and still came over. A mouthful of food was stuffed in his mouth. In an instant, Lu Ran's mind was filled with the ingredients of the dish, the ingredients, the dosage, and even the types of seasonings, the dosage, and the process of the procedure to make the dish, the time needed for each stage. It was a completely subconscious reaction. It was as if Lu Ran had instantly turned into a culinary god. Even the ways to improve on the dish come to mind. Lu Ran knew how to modify the steps and ingredients, as well as the time needed for each stage, which would bring the dish to its peak of flavor. To be honest, the experience was still amazing, but Lu Ran just found it fun. He had no interest in cooking, really, though Lu Ran also liked to eat even now, occasionally when he saw something good. But that wasn't a physical need, it was just Lu Ran getting used to eating. At the Mahayana realm, he had long since stopped needing to eat. At this time, Yi Hongyi also appeared at the door. Seeing that Lu Ran was already awake, he asked, "How did you sleep last night? When are we leaving?" "This is the way to go, a breath away." Lan Ji, as the transportation, was the most vocal and spoke directly. Naturally, everyone else was fine with it. After the people had made up their minds, they set out on their journey. Lan Ji manipulated the demonic qi and lifted up the crowd, then transformed into a black smoke and rose into the air. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The air lurched slightly, turning into a black stream of light that disappeared into the air. Time passes. 3 days later, the North Mountain Medicine King Temple. Above the square, people from all the major powers were gathering here, waiting, each of them eagerly anticipating, but none of them dared to clamor. Lu Ran and the others had also arrived and were in the crowd. In order to avoid accidents and unnecessary trouble, Lan Ji and Xiaoyu Ling deliberately suppressed their demonic and demonic qi, all the while using a cloak and hat to hide their demon and devilish features. Not far away, on top of a high platform, an old man with white hair and beard was busy working by the Dan furnace, completely as if the people from the major powers under the stage didn't exist. He was refining the medicine, but it seemed that the process wasn't going well, manipulating the furnace fire while using his divine mind to sense the changes between the herbs inside the furnace. That's Jiang Jinbei, the patriarch of the North Mountain Medicine King Temple, who should be refining medicines. Yi Hongyi said with an introduction. This Jiang Jinbei, obsessed with refining pills, is almost the kind that has become a demon. Listening to the other forces next to them, they had been waiting here for 7 days. The day before yesterday is the day to seek medicine, but Jiang Jinbei, wholeheartedly immersed in the refining of medicine, cannot be extricated completely when the stage this group of people do not exist. No one dared to disturb him on the side. Moreover, Jiang Jinbei had already failed to refine this medicine 6 times in the past few days. It's almost like once a day. Every time it failed, Jiang Jinbei was fiendishly quick to turn it on a second time, and then made adjustments to the herbs and the size of the fire. But the result is still a failure. This is the 7th time today. There was no telling when the end would come, so we couldn't wait for Jiang Jinbei to succeed in refining the medicine before the crowd started begging for it. Could we? I don't know how long Jiang Jinbei is going to refine it. It can't be helped. Let's wait as well. Jiang Jinbei hates people disturbing him when he's refining pills in his life, Yi Hongyi said. She also didn't dare to disturb Jiang Jinbei. All the surrounding people who came to seek medicine, naturally, did not dare to offend Jiang Jinbei as a standout. Lu Ran wasn't in that much of a hurry. He looked up. There was a bit of a mess next to the danburator. There were also some blackened and defective pills thrown on the ground, which should have failed to be refined. Lu Ran couldn't help but think. I don't know if his 100 flavors tongue can work on pills, and if it can, wouldn't it be better to help this old man improve the formula so that he can succeed once and for all, and wouldn't he still be able to sell him face and get the wine more smoothly? Chapter 126. Chapter 126 Playing on Pills. 126. Lu Ran wasn't sure if his guess was valid. According to the bonus description, the odds are that this thing is meant to serve the profession of cook. But since it was 100 flavors of tongue, Lu Ran thought it was more or less useful to analyze something else, right? After all, there is such a thing as medicinal food in this world. Thinking of this, Lu Ran hurriedly opened his storage bag and rummaged around. But then it was a disappointing realization that he didn't have any pills at all. Although he had looted a lot of people, Lu Ran could not use the elixir at all because he himself was born with an extinct vein. So, there was no collection of that stuff. Thus, Lu Ran looked at Qin Wuyao beside him, elbowed her and said, "Do you have any pills there?" Qin Wuyao looked at Lu Ran and said doubtfully, "You were born with an extinct vein. What do you need pills for? It's not like you can absorb them. Bring it for fun," Lu Ran said casually. Qin Wuyao couldn't help but blank him. What's so fun about potions? And now at this critical juncture, everyone is eagerly waiting for Jiang Jinbei to succeed in alchemy. Why are you still playing with pills? Yes, there is. What kind of elixir do you want? Qin Wuyao asked casually. Anything, Lu Ran said. Anything? Qin Wuyao flipped her wrist and brought out a small medicinal bottle. Said, "This is the Peiyuan Dan of average quality. You can take it if you want to play with it." After saying that, he also looked at Lu Ran curiously to see how he wanted to play with this elixir. Lu Ran gladly took it and casually opened the pill bottle and poured out one. Then looked at Jiang Jinbei, who was busy on the stage. Then he dropped the elixir into his mouth. Crunch and swallow in 2 bites. Qin Wuyao looked at the tears and laughter. "You girl is here to watch the drama waiting for boredom. Use Peiyuan Dan as peanuts?" Although it was true that this Peiyuan Dan was of little use to Qin Wuyao. But in the Jin Dan realm, it was an absolute divine elixir. As for Lu Ran, after taking a Peiyuan Dan, he obviously felt that the medicinal power instantly integrated into his limbs and bones, but because he was born with an extinct vein, the medicinal power could not be converted into spiritual power through his meridians into his dantian. Instead, these medicinal powers settled into Lu Ran's flesh, gradually penetrating to improve his physical strength. Of course, for the current Lu, however, the extent of this transformation was really somewhat minimal. But that wasn't what Lu Ran was aiming for. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, mentally murmuring, 2G of long shu root, 3G of zijin sha, 12G of song luo herb, and jade bone xianlon. The barilla tongue is still arrogantly useful. However, in an instant Lu Ran had completely analyzed the formula of this Peiyuan Dan. At the same time, the process of alchemy, the fire, all appeared in Lu Ran's mind as if branded, clear as day. At the same time, the methods of improving this whole process and adjusting the ratios of the herbs are well known. This perfectly matched Lu Ran's guesses and expectations. When he looked up at Jiang Jinbei again, Lu Ran was already very confident in his heart. This old man actually likes refining pills so much, then it's just the right thing to help him out and he might be able to reap a lot more benefits. Of course, to wait for this old man to fail before going up, the effect is naturally the best. So Lu Ran waited patiently. As for the other major powers under the stage at this point, they had already waited for each one of them to become a bit impatient. Of course, this impatience could only be thought of in one's own mind, and one would not dare to show it in any case. Qin Wuyao looked at Lu Ran's eccentricity and didn't take it seriously as she continued to look at Jiang Jinbei. Yi Hongyi and Su Yuling as well as Lan Ji then accompanied Lu Ran and looked at Jiang Jinbei. It wasn't convenient for them to disturb the old man, because according to Yi Hongyi's introduction, this Jiang Jinbei himself was very stubborn and obsessed with refining pills. If he was disturbed from refining pills, not to mention the wine, it was estimated that a few people would be blown out on the spot. Although there was Lan Ji present, who was not at all afraid. But the wine was definitely not to be obtained. This Jiang Jinbei is a stick in the mud, that is, if you kill him, you probably won't be able to get the wine. Right then and there, pong! There was finally movement on the stage. The Dan furnace in front of Jiang Jinbei trembled violently, and the fire almost rushed out of the furnace in a flash. The lid of the Dan furnace almost lifted. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Although it quickly subsided, Jiang Jinbei's face had completely darkened. With a trembling hand, he opened the lid of the Dan furnace and glanced inside. Then his eyes widened in anger and he roared, "It's not right! It's not right! Still not right! Damn it! Why is this Dan formula always wrong?" With a wave of his hand, the pills in the furnace were tossed out and casually thrown on the ground. Although the color is quite a bit better than before and not as dark, it's not exactly pretty, and is equally gray. Obviously another failure. Lu Ran's face was joyful. Isn't this opportunity coming? But before Lu Ran could get over there. However, someone else stepped in front of Jiang Jinbei. At this time, Jiang Jinbei, still frowning and muttering, "Where did it go wrong? In the end, where did it go wrong? Shouldn't I?" By this time, the youth had already walked up to Jiang Jinbei. Arching his hand carefully, he said, "Master, I have a bit of an opinion." Jiang Jinbei's emotions were already very violent, and suddenly being interrupted in his thoughts. He suddenly frowned greatly, looking up at the youth, glaring, killing intent instantly permeating out. The youth's face turned white with fear, but he still insisted, "Master, I have some opinions. I don't know if I should speak or not." "Speak." Jiang Jinbei coldly spat out a word. The crowd under the stage was also watching this scene. At a time like this, Jiang Jinbei had failed in alchemy one after another, and was himself a furnace, and there was even someone who dared to rush up and interrupt his thoughts, simply not knowing how to die. Yi Hongyi, on the other hand, introduced himself and said, "This youth has not been seen before. He seems to be a rising star. Looking at his clothes, he should be Jiang Jinbei's personal disciple." "A personal disciple?" Lu Ran raised an eyebrow and said, "Then the ability to refine medicine should be very high?" However, I didn't expect that. Yi Hongyi shook her head with an odd expression on her face and said, "I don't know if the skill of refining pills is high or not, but this identity of a pro-disciple is not that scenic." When he finished, he continued to look at the stage. Jiang Jinbei was coldly staring at the youth at that moment. The youth swallowed his saliva and looked at the stage. A touch of smugness appeared on his complexion and said eloquently, "Although I'm not sure what kind of elixir Master refined, I recognized one of the herbs, the spirit herb biloba flower. The flower's flowering period is very short, and also difficult to preserve. If it's not well preserved, the effect of the refined elixir will be greatly reduced, in my opinion. The problem, it should come out in the..." But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Jiang Jinbei raising his hand. As soon as Jiang Jinbei spread his hands, a small turquoise blue flower appeared in his palm. It looked ordinary, but it was the bijou flower. Jiang Jinbei said indifferently, "You mean I can't even save this thing? Or are you saying that you didn't notice the spiritual barrier attached to this? Being my personal disciple, yet you don't even have this kind of eyesight. I'm now very skeptical of your abilities." 127. Chapter 127. A Lovely Fortune. 127. The youth froze violently, then his face changed greatly and said, No, I didn't look carefully just now." "Incoming," Jiang Jinbei bellowed. "Abolish his status as a pro-disciple and send him to the back of the mountain to water the medicine garden." Jiang Jinbei's words could not be questioned. The youth's face went green. His little mind, in fact, is clear to many bigwigs. It's to take this opportunity to make a statement and show that you understand herbs. Unfortunately, the strength was not there and the pretense failed. Still too young for that bit of town. "Master, no, you can't do this to me. I know I'm wrong. Please give me a chance, I won't dare again." The youth cried out in pain. He does have good talent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to be accepted as a personal disciple by Jiang Jinbei. However, he still hadn't penetrated Jiang Jinbei's character, and interrupting Jiang Jinbei's pill-refining thoughts was a big taboo in itself, not to mention that it was still at the moment when Jiang Jinbei had failed in his pill-refining and was in a violent mood. "Isn't this asking for death?" Jiang Jinbei said coldly. "How dare you come out to give directions without knowing what kind of elixir I'm refining, or even the category?" When he finished, he waved his hand impatiently. Immediately, a few disciples carried the youth away. It was a good thing that he was interrupted by this little interlude, and Jiang Jinbei came back to his senses slightly. Looking at the people from the major powers on the stage, these people were also looking at Jiang Jinbei with bated breath one by one. Jiang Jinbei then reacted and said, "The days of seeking medicine are over? How long has it been over?" The disciple at the side hurriedly responded, "Back to Master, 3 days have passed." 3 days? Jiang Jinbei frowned and said, "In that case, then first." Halfway through his words, Jiang Jinbei twisted his head to look at the Dan furnace on the side and the mess all over the ground. This lump in his heart was still unable to be solved. He still wanted to continue when he failed to refine the medicine, otherwise in his heart it was called a diaphragm. However, the process of seeking medicine was extremely tedious and time-consuming, and Jiang Jinbei valued pills so much that he personally handled them all. This also meant that if he started begging for medicine, he wouldn't be able to continue refining medicine for a short period of time. He couldn't make a choice, and in his heart he called out that he couldn't give up. But according to this current progress, continue to let this group of people wait without a 10 days and half a month, it is estimated that there will not be any result. Even that timing is a bit conservative. The more Jiang Jinbei thought about it, the more annoyed he became, and the people from the major powers on the stage looked on. There are always still assholes out there. Someone said, Patriarch Jiang doesn't need to be concerned. Just keep trying. We'll just wait. Right. It's still important to refine medicine. Don't delay your alchemy. It won't hurt us to wait a few more days. There were clearly those in the crowd who didn't want to keep waiting. But a few ass-kissers have opened their mouths, and at this point, who dares to disobey? That would be a real shot in the dark. Jiang Jinbei listened to his ears, shook his head, sighed and said, Forget it. Just, for now. But the words were not finished. Lu Ran then stepped forward and shouted loudly, Patriarch Jiang, I do have some small suggestions. Oh? This statement instantly attracted everyone's attention. There were whispers all around. Who's this kid? Which family? I can't see the clan symbol. But the one beside him seems to be Yi Hongyi from Red Leaf House? Why did Yi Hongyi run here? I heard that the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce in the Red Leaf building has been in a mess lately. Having an affair with the Buddhist sect, Yi Hongyi, the big boss, is probably out of power. The other few women around this brat are beautiful on the end. This brat is so blessed. Amidst the clamor, Lu Ran took one step towards the stage. Yi Hongyi's face changed slightly. This guy, what kind of mess is he making at this time? She followed in a panic. Su Yueling and Lan Ji as well as Qin Wuyao and Lin Bauer naturally followed closely behind. Jiang Jinbei's brows were lowered at this time, obviously very unhappy. Just now being offended by an ungrateful pro-disciple was nothing more than that. Why is there another one? He looked at Lu Ran and faintly asked, What suggestion? Lu Ran glanced at the Dan furnace and said, Naturally, it's a suggestion for alchemy. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Sure enough, Jiang Jinbei's face became even more somber as he asked, You know what elixir I'm refining? Lu Ran shook his head. He said, To be honest, I just arrived less than an hour ago, so I didn't really know what kind of elixir you were refining. Jiang Jinbei almost laughed out loud. Angrily, he laughed back. If you don't know, why do you dare to speak out of turn? Which family are you a disciple of? On the side, Yi Hongyi hurriedly stood out and arched his hand. Patriarch Jiang. His name is Lu Ran. He's a friend of mine. I hope you'll forgive me if I've offended you much. Seeing Yi Hongyi, Jiang Jinbei's expression obviously eased a lot. Glancing at Lu Ran, he said, So you are a friend of red clothes? Then forget about it. This matter is over. Don't bring it up again. But it's not a good sign for your friend to be so presumptuous. Yi Hongyi was slightly relieved. He was about to pull Lu Ran back. However, Lu Ran bent down and picked up the defective pills that had just fallen out on the ground. No matter what, just throw it in your mouth. Of course, he didn't dare swallow it. The hell knows what kind of elixir this Jiang Jinbei is refining. What if it's poisonous? What if there are other problems? Lu Ran just rejected it in his mouth while sealing his throat with his spiritual power to avoid the medicinal power from pouring in, and only used his 100 flavors tongue to taste it. This odd behavior made even Jiang Jinbei startled. But instead, there was a hint of approval in his eyes. Refining a failed elixir was not something that anyone would dare to attempt. At this point, Lu Ran already had an approximation in his mind. With a poof, he spat out the elixir that he had chewed into crumbs in his mouth. Then he said to Jiang Jinbei, No wonder with Patriarch Jiang's skill, refining this elixir is so laborious. It turns out that it is an elixir that concerns the divine soul, and some of the medicinal herbs in this one involve the divine soul, so it is naturally difficult to control the dosage ratios. At these words, Jiang Jinbei violently froze in place, and then his eyes erupted with an astonishing radiance. When he looked at Lu Ran again, his excited voice trembled a little. You can taste it? What an international joke. Taste a mouthful of a defective elixir and you can taste what the elixir is for? Is there anything so magical in this world? Even if it was a supreme genius with a heaven-defying talent for pill refining, it would be impossible for him to do it. Lu Ran nodded his head and said, In terms of pill refining, I have dabbled a little, so I know some generalities. Qin Wuyao, who was on the side, almost didn't hold her breath and burst out laughing. This guy, when did he dabble in pill refining? I'm afraid I've never even touched a stove in all my life. Su Yuling also couldn't help herself. She had watched Lu Ran grow up. How could she not know that Lu Ran had been exposed to alchemy? This is not as simple as dabbling a little, but rather, the effect of my elixir is not something that no one knows. Perhaps you are the one who inquired about it from others? Jiang Jinbei asked suspiciously, because it's just so unbelievable that one has to wonder. After having this thought, a trace of anger was added to Jiang Jinbei's eyes, deceitful and more irritating, but Lu Ran favored a calm demeanor. Smilingly, he said, geomantic immortal grass, glass bamboo, starfall fruit, bilberry flower, earth rue spiritual soil, dragon scale sand, fire cloud shin clay, tian huang jade, heavenly jewel sand, and even added the 100 souls fruit. It is a pity that such a large number of heavenly materials were scrapped for several furnaces. 128.